A classic opening unfolds as the protagonist, reborn and adopted by Dr. Otomaki, acquires a proud Frosmoth and embarks on a journey as a Pokémon trainer. He forges a bond with the childhood version of Zinnia from the future. Surely, my lady wouldn't be this adorable AS for an advantage? Yes, it exists, but it proves inconsequential. As a trainer, one must rely on bonds and friendship. During a press interview regarding the impressions of the new champion, Masaki, various esteemed individuals expressed their thoughts. Zinnia, I have known Masaki since childhood. He bestowed upon me the strength to become a champion. Daigo, in the end, he emerged first, both formidable and impressive. Wataru, Masaki is my lifelong rival. I exert my utmost effort in each encounter with him. Mikuri, his talents extend beyond mere battles. In Masaki's presence, my own abilities seem negligible. Akagi. Chapter 1. There is something amiss with this Frosmoth, Masaki. Masaki. Upon hearing those two anguished cries, the boy, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality. Where am I? Glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, he felt a twinge of confusion. What are you standing there for? Masaki, there's a bag on the ground over there, containing 3 Pokeballs. Quickly, grab one and release a Pokemon to save me. Hurry, I can barely hold on. The urgency in the man's voice nearby was palpable. Masaki looked up, casting his gaze towards the source of the voice. The somewhat portly middle-aged man clad in a long white lab coat, paired with shorts and flip-flops, was running in frantic circles. Behind him, a peculiar creature pursued him. Heaving, panting, the man's breath was so labored that Masaki could hear it distinctly from several meters away, clearly nearing exhaustion. Not far from him, on the ground, lay a white messenger bag, within which 3 red and white Pokeballs were faintly visible. Goodness, is this a game? What a classic opening, with the situation urgent. Masaki had no time for sarcasm or contemplation. He dashed towards the bag as instructed by the man in the lab coat. The bag was largely empty, save for the 3 conspicuous Pokeballs that Masaki's hand moved swiftly, soon finding one of the Pokeballs at that moment. He froze once more. Time seemed to stand still as an emotionless mechanical voice resonated in his ears. Ding! Host has made contact with the Pokeball. System activation complete. Loading data. Ding! Data loading complete. Pokemon analysis I activated. The host may freely view the data of the Pokemon before them. This function can be toggled on and off at will. As the mechanical voice faded, a warm sensation surged into his eyes, and 3 technologically advanced data panels materialized before him. Frosmoth, female. Qualification level, purple. Type, grass. Ability, contrary. Strength, level 5, newborn tier 110. Torchic, male. Qualification level, blue. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. Strength, level 5. Mudkip, male. Qualification level, blue. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Strength, level 5. What does the qualification level signify? And what is this newborn tier? Masaki silently inquired within his mind. He recognized all 3 starter Pokemon, having encountered them numerous times in the games. Yet, the concepts of qualification level and strength level on the panel eluded him, which he surmised might be akin to individual values and levels in the games. Unexpectedly, his tentative question received a response, and he once again heard the impassive metallic voice. Strength levels are categorized as follows. Levels 1 to 10 are newborn, 11 to 20 are ordinary, 21 to 30 are proficient, 31 to 40 are veteran, 41 to 50 are elite, 51 to 60 are gym leader, 61 to 70 are master, 71 to 80 are champion, 81 to 90 are mythical, and level 100 is supreme. Qualification levels are categorized as follows. White, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and rainbow. So, the purple Frosmoth is the strongest. It's settled. Frosmoth, you are the one. Masaki seized the leftmost Pokeball containing the Frosmoth and hurled it with vigor. Click! The Pokeball struck the ground and opened on its OW in a burst of white light. Frosmoth made her dazzling entrance. She appeared as a small green serpent, her belly a delightful cream color, with tiny hands nonchalantly resting at her sides. Her large red eyes filled with confusion. Frosmoth, use Vine Whip on that creature chasing you. Having successfully summoned his Pokemon, Masaki felt an exhilarating sense of dreams coming to fruition, immediately adopting the demeanor of a trainer. Sugar? Frosmoth, perplexed by Masaki's enthusiasm, wore a bewildered expression. She had no familiarity with the boy before her and was utterly clueless about his gestures. Moreover, Vine Whip was beyond her capabilities. Masaki, Frosmoth cannot use Vine Whip yet. Have her use Tackle instead. She can do that, Dr. Otomaki remarked, observing the somewhat clueless duo with a tinge of exasperation. Good grief, the snake-pattern creature is still after me. How unreliable can you both be? I can hardly endure this. Frosmoth, use Tackle. Heeding Dr. Otomaki's advice, Masaki complied, attempting to direct Frosmoth to use Tackle against their adversary. Yet, Frosmoth remained stationary, her adorable face seemingly adorned with question marks. Think of something, Masaki. Dr. Otomaki was growing increasingly impatient. It was no wonder Masaki had chosen this newly arrived Frosmoth. It explained her lack of responsiveness to his commands. Think of something, system, Masaki fervently pleaded within his mind. He had no solutions at hand and was equally bewildered, relying solely on the recently awakened system for assistance. Ding! It has been detected that the fletchling enjoys being praised. It is recommended that the host adopt a different approach to command, as this may yield favorable results. Is that so? With the system's suggestion, Masaki was suddenly filled with confidence. He addressed the fletchling once more, saying, "Oh, how splendid it is to find such a beautiful fletchling here. If only she could defeat that bear-like Pokémon over there with a strike, that would be both magnificent and charming. Surely, such a Pokémon cannot exist in this world." Sweet. The fletchling emitted a slightly childish sweet sound, this time imbued with a clear sense of delight. Then, her gaze fixed upon the bear-like Pokémon pursuing the professor, and she swiftly charged toward it, her body enveloped in a translucent energy as she dashed forward, colliding directly with the bear. Bang. The bear, struck on the head, felt a whirlwind of confusion and promptly lost consciousness. Sweet. Having dispatched the bear, the fletchling positioned her two green hands across her chest, letting out a soft huff, her gem-like red eyes slyly glancing back at Masaki. That little gaze, filled with pride and a hint of anticipation, seemed to beckon Masaki to utter more praises. Wow, how impressive. By Arceus, such a beautiful and dashing creature truly exists in this world. What fortune has led her to appear before me? Surely, I must be dreaming. Masaki quickly grasped the fletchling's intent and unleashed a flurry of compliments. Sweet. From her voice, it was evident that this time the fletchling was genuinely pleased. Her tone was filled with satisfaction, as if a peculiar switch had been activated. Her eyes, narrowing with delight, a smile of contentment gracing her face. This human is quite handsome and possesses a knack for flattery. It is decided. You shall be my trainer, thought the fletchling. Your fletchling has arrived. Please sign for it. Chapter 2. Becoming a trainer indeed. Masaki, it's quite impressive that you can command a newly acquainted Snivy. I've heard that her temperament can be rather peculiar. The relieved professor, having escaped danger, gasped for breath while also making a jest about Snivy. In this brief moment, Masaki had already absorbed a fragment of memories. Realizing that the man in the white lab coat before him was the renowned Professor Otomaki, and that he was now the professor's adopted son, having been under his care for a year. Not at all, Professor. I believe Snivy has a splendid disposition. She is both beautiful and adorable. And her moves are quite striking. She truly is the epitome of an ideal Pokémon, Masaki countered, unfazed by the professor's remarks. It is essential to note that Snivy was listening attentively. Pokémon are quite astute and fully comprehend human language. Masaki was reluctant to let his rapport with Snivy diminish due to an agreement with the professor's comments. Snivy, as she absorbed Masaki's words, a smile crept upon her lips. Truly, he is a trainer of discerning taste. Unlike a certain man in a lab coat who relished disparaging others. It seems you genuinely have an affection for this child. Thanks to you, our field observation has been successfully concluded. Let us return to the research institute. Professor Otomaki said as he recalled Snivy into her pokeball and addressed Masaki. At the Otomaki Research Institute, Masaki and the professor swiftly returned. As the research site was not far from where they had been, aside from the two of them, there was another presence in the institute. She wore a striking red outfit paired with black shorts, a red trainer's bandana adorning her head, and her brown hair casually parted at the sides, exuding a youthful charm. Perhaps due to having waited outside the institute for an extended period, the girl appeared quite irked, her pout adding an element of cuteness. Masaki, this is Haruka, the child from our neighboring family who just moved to Mibai town a few days ago. She is your age and has also received her Pokémon today to become a trainer. Professor Otomaki introduced the unfamiliar girl to Masaki. Haruka, please don't be upset. I indeed encountered some unforeseen circumstances that delayed me. I apologize for the wait. Allow me to introduce you. This is my adopted son, Masaki. You both became trainers on the same day, What a delightful coincidence. Let's get to know each other. The professor earnestly apologized to Haruka before introducing Masaki. Hello, Haruka. My name is Masaki. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I count you as a friend? Masaki beamed with a radiant smile, extending his hand toward her. Upon witnessing Masaki's charming smile, Haruka's face inexplicably flushed. Their hands clasped together, marking the initial foundation of their friendship. Well, since you both have made each other's acquaintance, let us commence with the day's main event. Choose your favorite Pokémon. Professor Otomaki retrieved the white backpack and released the 3 Pokémon available for selection onto the table. The trio of starter Pokémon stood proudly, the somewhat goofy Oshawott, the spirited Tepig, and the elegantly poised Snivy. I'll go first, Professor. I choose Snivy. Without allowing Haruka to ponder her decision, Masaki proclaimed his choice loudly, fearing she might beat him to it. He had only recently elevated his rapport with Snivy and could not bear to see her chosen by another. Very well. If you are so enamored with Snivy that you ignore the other 2 entirely, then she shall be your partner. Be sure to nurture her well. Professor Otomaki replied with a smile. He had sensed Masaki's fondness for Snivy but still wished to offer him a choice. Seeing Masaki's unwavering decision to select Snivy brought the professor great satisfaction. A trainer who values emotional bonds like Masaki would undoubtedly forge a strong connection with his Pokémon and become a formidable trainer. Truly, a decisive trainer, as I have chosen. Snivy felt joy in her heart, her eyes narrowing into cheerful slits. Though she outwardly appeared aloof, she was keenly observing Masaki's every move. If he dared to choose another Pokémon, she would certainly show him her displeasure. I suppose I'll choose Tepig then. This little one radiates energy. Haruka gently patted Tepig's head. Having made her decision, she felt an undeniable connection with the fiery Pokémon, as if it were fated to be hers. Then I shall take responsibility for this little one. Oshawott, fear not. I will train you into a formidable Samurott, no less capable than the other 2. Professor Otomaki comforted the somewhat dejected Oshawott, who brightened visibly at his words. Now that you both have your Pokémon, congratulations on becoming esteemed trainers. Here are 5 Pokeballs for you to capture wild Pokémon, along with a Pokédex and your trainer identification cards. Please keep them safe. Professor Otomaki distributed the prepared items to the 2 of them. At the moment Masaki received his trainer identification card, he heard the familiar sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on becoming a rookie trainer. The starter gift package has been officially issued. Rewards: 10 Ultra Balls, 10 full restores, 1 unknown Pokémon egg. Ding! Detecting mutual acknowledgement between host and Snivy. Initial bond established. Special reward: Power of Empathy. Power of Empathy. The trainer can communicate and understand their Pokémon's feelings. What splendid rewards! The mysterious Pokémon egg piqued his curiosity. He wondered what creature it would hatch into. Most importantly, the ability to empathize with Snivy would allow for direct communication. I shall take my leave now, Professor Masaki. Farewell. I am off to travel. At the entrance of the Research Institute, Haruka bid a solemn farewell to Masaki and the professor before mounting her bicycle and setting off. The silhouette of the girl against the setting sun appeared particularly resolute. Ah, youth is indeed a splendid phase, Professor Otomaki mused. However, when he turned to glance at Masaki, he found him gazing enviously at Haruka's departing bicycle. Soon after, Masaki shifted his gaze toward the professor, his look laden with implication. Without needing Masaki to voice his desires, the professor understood what he sought. Do not envy others. You may take this bicycle and go on your journey. Do not return until you become a champion. Though he wished to say this, the unfortunate truth was that the professor indeed had no bicycles available at the moment. The professor's smile faltered under Masaki's expectant gaze. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he dashed back to his room and retrieved a shoebox. Masaki, come here and take a look. These are speed shoes. Wearing them will enhance your speed and allow you to run swiftly. Try them on and see if they fit. The professor presented the shoes to Masaki. As for the bicycle, the Research Institute currently has none. But I am quite familiar with the owner of the bicycle shop in Ziji City. When you arrive there, simply mention my name, and you should be able to claim a bicycle. Furthermore, this is a letter of recommendation for admission to the trainer school in Kanaz City. Becoming an exceptional trainer is no simple task. There is much knowledge to acquire. Masaki, take this letter to the school for enrollment. You will learn a great deal. And the class schedule is quite lenient, allowing you ample time to explore and travel. Seeing Masaki donning the speed shoes and radiating happiness, Professor Otomaki felt a sense of satisfaction. Thank you, Professor. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will complete the Pokédex and become a trainer capable of standing on my own. Masaki further integrated his memories, recalling the expectations that the doctor had for him. In the brief span of half a day since his arrival in this world, it was evident that the doctor had treated him with great kindness and concern. Masaki silently vowed to fulfill the promise he made with the doctor. The following morning, Masaki donned his wind speed shoes and departed from the research facility. Dr. Oda was still asleep, and Masaki had no intention of waking him. All that needed to be said had been expressed the previous day. Today, he simply needed to leave quietly. He chose to head west toward the Orange Blossom Forest, located in the northwest of Mihaka Town. Initially, he had intended to follow the same route as Haruka, traveling north to Kume Town and then westward to Orange Blossom City. However, the moment he stepped out of the research facility, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Host has officially commenced their journey. A timed mission has been triggered. Please arrive at the Orange Blossom Forest within 3 hours to check in. Upon completion, a mysterious reward will be granted. With the promise of a reward, he felt compelled to go. The path west of Mihaka Town was undoubtedly the best choice for reaching the Orange Blossom Forest. Masaki sprinted along the path, propelled by the wind speed shoes, moving swiftly as if he were flying. Before embarking, he had meticulously studied the map, memorizing the route, so he had no concerns about losing his way. After approximately half an hour of running, he finally caught sight of the forest silhouette, gazing at the towering trees ahead, accompanied by a sign that read Orange Blossom Forest. Masaki knew he had arrived at his destination. The trees here seemed to thrive remarkably well. Rushing into the forest, Masaki couldn't help but marvel at the scene. In his past life, he had visited numerous forest parks, yet none had left him as awestruck as this one. The trees appeared as if blessed by the divine, robust and sturdy, while the wild grasses flourished, some reaching the height of Masaki's waist. Truly, it was a wild forest. Upon entering, Masaki released his Fushigidane, allowing it to perch on his shoulder. The grass-type Fushigidane also relished the forest's ambience, sitting quietly on Masaki's shoulder, its eyes narrowed in enjoyment of the serene environment. Ding! Host has successfully entered the Orange Blossom Forest. Check-in successful. Reward received. Luck enhancement. Luck enhancement. For the next 2 hours, the host's luck will be amplified, significantly increasing the chances of encountering high-talent rare Pokémon. Receiving such a powerful boon upon entering the forest, Masaki felt quite pleased. He might soon encounter some formidable Pokémon, and if he could successfully capture them, along with his Pokémon egg, his team would be sufficiently bolstered. Fushigidane, are you hungry? After walking for a while, Masaki suddenly heard a gentle cooing sound in his right ear. He realized that the adorable creature perched on his shoulder might be feeling peckish. I'm not hungry at all. Fushigidane's sweet voice echoed in Masaki's mind. With the newfound ability to communicate telepathically, Masaki could converse with Fushigidane without the need for spoken words. Oh, then I shall have to eat alone. I had hoped to share lunch with the world's cutest Fushigidane. That would surely make my day. Alas, I must enjoy this delectable, candy-flavored energy cube by myself. As Masaki communicated with Fushigidane, he retrieved their food from his backpack. He had come to understand Fushigidane's personality well enough to know that its proud demeanor often belied its true feelings. When it claimed not to be hungry, it typically meant the opposite. A little encouragement would likely coax it into eating. If sharing lunch with you brings me such joy, then I shall reluctantly partake with you. Just remember to be grateful for my generosity. All right, I am truly moved. Thank you, Fushigidane. Will you be able to join me for meals like this in the future? If so, I would be immensely grateful. Of course, thank you, Masaki. Listening to the soft, sweet voice of gratitude in his mind, Masaki felt his spirits lift. Fushigidane picked up the energy cubes from the pink lunchbox before it, nibbling on them delicately, resembling a little squirrel savoring pine cones. How unfair. My Fushigidane is simply too adorable. Watching Fushigidane eat so obediently brought a smile to Masaki's face. In the tranquil forest, the occasional sounds of bug-type Pokémon filled the air. After finishing lunch, Masaki and Fushigidane set off again, aimlessly exploring the forest. Suddenly, Fushigidane's ears perked up, and its little head turned toward the southwest. From the faint sounds, it seemed that a Pokémon battle was occurring nearby. Let's go take a look. Masaki sensed something amiss. Although his hearing wasn't as acute as Fushigidane's, the startled bug-type Pokémon and Fushigidane's unusual reaction led him to conclude that something significant was happening in that direction. Masaki dashed toward the source of the sound, mentally communicating with Fushigidane all the while. The enhancement from the wind speed shoes propelled him swiftly, and soon, he could clearly hear the sounds of the Pokémon battle. It appeared not only the roars of Pokémon echoed through the air, but also human voices. So, it seems a trainer is attempting to capture Pokémon? As he approached the scene, Masaki slowed his pace, striving to remain as silent as possible. Given the ferocity of the Pokémon's cries, The trainer was likely not a benevolent figure, perhaps resembling a Pokémon hunter. Hiding behind a large tree, Masaki finally glimpsed the scene before him. In a small clearing, 4 Pokémon were crowded together. The most striking among them was a vibrant green Scyther. Panting heavily as it braced itself against the ground with its blades, its body marred with wounds that testified to the intensity of the recent battle. Despite its grievous injuries, the Scyther exuded an aura of terror, its fiery eyes glaring fiercely at the approaching Arbok, Weezing, and Houndoom. Should they dare to advance further, the Scyther would assuredly make them pay dearly. Standing at a distance was a man clad in a black uniform, the prominent red, R emblem on his attire unmistakable. This was a member of Team Rocket. Masaki felt a jolt of shock. The man's uniform resembled that of Team Rocket from his past life. It was clear that he needed to proceed with caution. Scyther male. Qualification level, purple. Type, bug, flying. Strength, level 12, ordinary. Ability, technician. Masaki activated his data analysis vision, and the details of the 4 Pokémon materialized before him. Only the Scyther bore a purple qualification, while the other 3 Pokémon, though comparable in strength, were merely of green qualification. No wonder the Scyther had managed to endure against 3 opponents for so long. It was truly burning its potential. Chapter 4. A Just Ambush. What an exceptional Pokémon. With such high talent and apparent resolve, it could blossom into something remarkable with proper training. Masaki felt a surge of admiration for the Scyther. As a rare, bug-type Pokémon, it possessed formidable combat abilities and, more importantly, an air of undeniable coolness. The Scyther's ability to withstand 3 adversaries for such an extended period had earned Masaki's respect. I must find a way to save it, Masaki thought resolutely. He continued to hunch his body, gradually approaching the back of the Rocket Team trainer. It was utterly unrealistic to expect the Frosmoth to single-handedly confront 3 Pokémon to rescue the Scyther. Jin Shu devised a cunning strategy to incapacitate the leader before dealing with the subordinates, launching a surprise attack from behind to eliminate the trainer first. Scyther, cease your futile resistance and submit to me. I shall cultivate your immense potential, he declared, as the Rocket Team grunt erupted into a maniacal laugh. He felt immensely fortunate today, embarking on a mission only to stumble upon such a magnificent Scyther. If he could capture it and present it to his boss, he might just ascend to a position of authority. His future appeared exceedingly bright. The 3 Pokémon encircling the Scyther, upon receiving their trainer's command, began to inch closer. Their faces adorned with malevolent grins, energy pulsating around them, clearly preparing to unleash their attacks. The Scyther's expression hardened as it readied itself, regardless of the outcome. It was determined to take down one of them first. Just as the Scyther braced for a desperate struggle, the situation took an unexpected turn. From the grass behind the rocket grunt, a swift stone hurtled forth, striking the back of his head with remarkable speed. Bang! With Jin Shu's precise aim, the stone connected squarely, leaving the grunt disoriented. Yet, this was merely the first wave of a coordinated assault. Following the stone's impact, 2 figures emerged from the underbrush, charging toward the dazed grunt. The smaller, green figure, clearly faster, was enveloped in a faint, colorless energy, crashing into the grunt's waist. The larger, black figure soon followed, delivering a kick that struck the side of the grunt's face. This treacherous surprise attack proved overwhelmingly effective. The grunt, who had just been lost in joyful fantasies, succumbed to slumber akin to that of an infant. Jin Shu had meticulously planned this. Fearing the grunt might remain lost in dreams, he ensured he would dream lying down, saving him the effort of falling asleep. Truly, a paragon of morality from the esteemed Waibeizan. The 3 Pokémon of the Rocket Team, alerted by the commotion behind them, turned to face the source, only to be met with the blinding light of their Pokeballs being recalled. Jin Shu swiftly retrieved the 3 Pokeballs from the grunt's belt, stowing them in his backpack, intending to release them later. These Pokémon were likely unfortunate creatures forcibly abducted by the Rocket Team, and returning them to the wild was a commendable choice. This is a full restore. It will heal your injuries, he stated casually, tossing a bottle of the restorative potion toward the Scyther. Approaching a wary Pokémon like the Scyther with medicine could provoke an unwarranted attack, and Jin Shu deemed it prudent to allow it to decide for itself. Although he harbored aspirations of capturing such a high-potential Pokémon, he recognized that battling the weakened Scyther at this juncture would render him no different from the Rocket Team. He proceeded to strip the grunt of his clothing, leaving him entirely exposed, stuffing a rag into his mouth, and extracting a binding rope from his backpack to secure him in a turtle shell bind. Only then did Jin Shu exhale in relief, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Undertaking such actions for the first time had left him apprehensive, yet he had navigated the situation without incident. successfully completing the ambush. Now was the time to collect the spoils. Zhenshu rummaged through the grunt's pockets, retrieving several thousand alliance coins in cash, a few healing potions, and an unfamiliar device. Regardless of its purpose, all of these ill-gotten gains were now forfeit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating a rocket team member. Experience gained for Frosmoth. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind as Zhenshu's gaze shifted to the nearby Frosmoth. Feeling the surge of energy from the system reward flow into it. The aura emanating from the Frosmoth intensified as it absorbed the energy, significantly enhancing its power. Eagerly, Zhenshu activated his data analysis vision to examine the Frosmoth's current information. Frosmoth, female. Aptitude level, purple. Type, grass. Ability, contrary. Strength, level 11, normal level 11, 20. Newly acquired skills, Vine Whip, Bind, Leech Seed. To his astonishment, this experience reward had propelled the Frosmoth from level 5 to level 11, marking a substantial leap from novice to standard level. Furthermore, not only had its strength increased, but the Frosmoth also instinctively recalled several skill techniques in its mind, already beginning to practice them. Pokémon are truly remarkable beings. Their genetic makeup encodes numerous skill techniques, which they naturally comprehend as their strength grows. As for skills that cannot be independently mastered, they must rely on technical machines, instruction, or inheritance. The so-called technical machines encapsulate the skills used by Pokémon through technological means into a specially designed container. Thus, other Pokémon can utilize these machines to learn the skills inscribed within, making them incredibly convenient tools. Of course, high-quality technical machines are highly sought after. It is said that one for the move Hyper Beam once sold for an exorbitant price. Zhenshu mused that once his Pokémon grew stronger, he could record their skills into technical machines to earn some extra coins. As for inherited skills, as the name suggests, Pokémon can learn abilities through their lineage. Skills possessed by Pokémon parents can be passed down to their offspring. The wonders of genetics remain effective even in the fascinating world of Pokémon. Frosmoth, how do you feel now? Are you able to adapt? Zhenshu inquired in his mind. The Frosmoth had remained still with closed eyes since earlier, prompting his concern. Yes, I am stabilizing. I have become significantly stronger, yet I am still adjusting, the Frosmoth replied candidly, alleviating Zhenshu's worries about its condition. Chapter 5. Let the battle commence. Frosmoth, Vine Whip. At Zhenshu's command, 2 resilient vines erupted from the Frosmoth's shoulders, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, striking the towering tree ahead with tremendous force. Crack, crack, crack. The fierce impact caused the ancient tree, whose age was indeterminate, to shudder, its thick bark splitting and leaving deep gashes several centimeters deep. That's it. Truly the most exquisite Frosmoth. Your potential is remarkable. To master Vine Whip so adeptly, so soon after learning it is impressive. If you could incorporate some finesse, the power of your Vine Whip would surely increase. Befitting your grace, wouldn't it, Frosmoth? The Frosmoth had fully acclimated to its newfound strength, practicing its recently acquired skill alongside Zhenshu. Undoubtedly, it was a gifted Pokémon, as its inaugural use of Vine Whip already inflicted substantial damage. Zhenshu immediately lavished praise upon it, while subtly suggesting areas for improvement. The Frosmoth thrived on compliments. The more she received, the more confident she became, yet constructive criticism remained essential. Zhenshu had gradually deciphered the art of effective communication with the Frosmoth. The Frosmoth softly responded. Upon receiving praise from Zhenshu, the tongue-ting snake felt a surge of joy and unleashed a recently mastered move, the Super Absorb, upon the hapless tree, all the while covertly observing Zhenshu's reaction. The delightful glimmer in its eyes instantly conveyed its message to Zhenshu. Praise me. Isn't it magnificent? Truly, I am the strongest and most adorable ace Pokémon. This Super Absorb technique is a manifestation of pure talent. If only its release could be a tad swifter, it would enhance your charm even further. Just as Zhenshu completed the customary accolades, a serious alert from tongue-ting snake caught her attention, prompting both to pivot towards a sound emanating from behind them. They sensed movement, possibly an enemy. Their gazes sharpened, fixated on the source of the noise. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, a green figure materialized before them. It was the very Pokémon that had previously departed with a full restore, the Scyther. It had returned, brimming with vitality. Utilizing the full restore gifted by Zhenshu, Scyther instantaneously healed all its injuries. As the premier healing item available on the market, the efficacy of the full restore was astounding, capable of fully replenishing a Pokémon's stamina in a remarkably short time, even curing any status ailments. Status ailments, as the name suggests. refer to the peculiar conditions Pokémon may encounter during battles, common examples being poison, paralysis, sleep, burn, and freeze. Each condition inflicts distinct negative effects, potentially endangering the Pokémon's life. Thus, trainers must strive to prevent their Pokémon from succumbing to such ailments. Nonetheless, some Pokémon possess abilities and moves that enhance their power while under such conditions, prompting certain trainers to exploit this by intentionally inducing status ailments using specific items to amplify their moves. Scyther remained stationary, devoid of any inclination to attack. It wielded its blades in the air, uttering words in its own tongue, seemingly wishing to convey something to Jinshu. "Let us battle. If you win, I'll join you." A foreign voice suddenly resonated in Jinshu's mind. She immediately recognized it as Scyther's voice. The system's telepathic feature proved incredibly convenient, allowing her to comprehend Pokémon language effortlessly, thus sparing her the need to decipher Scyther's intentions. Since a battle was desired, Jinshu was more than willing to oblige. She had always held a fondness for Scyther and harbored ambitions of capturing it. Now, with the perfect opportunity at hand, she would not let it slip away. Although Scyther, being a bug and flying-type Pokémon, held a distinct advantage over Tung-Ting Snake's grass-type, resulting in what could be considered a formidable challenge, Jinshu remained confident. Despite Scyther's strength, it was merely a wild Pokémon, while Tung-Ting Snake had the benefit of her guidance as a trainer. A skilled trainer can unlock extraordinary potential within their Pokémon. Jinshu, bolstered by this confidence, resolved to demonstrate an impressive type disadvantage challenge to all present. "I accept your challenge. Let us battle, Scyther. I will ensure you become my partner," she declared earnestly. Standing tall, her gaze affixed on Scyther, the fire of determination ignited within her eyes, signaling her readiness for combat. In response to Jinshu's enthusiastic challenge, Scyther reciprocated with fervor. Its anxious heart finally calmed. Releasing a long exhale of relief, Jinshu had finally agreed. This indicated that he indeed regarded her with favor. Should he inadvertently lose the battle, it would naturally lead to him becoming her Pokémon. Indeed, Scyther had already acknowledged Jinshu, albeit hesitantly, opting for this approach to allow her to capture him. Previously besieged by 3 Pokémon, Scyther had felt a tinge of despair. In that moment, Jinshu emerged like a savior, swiftly vanquishing the trainers of the trio and rescuing him, even providing him with the precious medicine. Through hidden observation, Scyther noted the harmonious rapport between Jinshu and Tung-Ting Snake, clearly a trainer who regarded his Pokémon as companions. Becoming her Pokémon might indeed be a joyous endeavor, Scyther mused. The moment this thought crystallized, it swiftly occupied his mind, compelling Scyther to step forth from the foliage, revealing itself before Jinshu. Upon facing her directly, the atmosphere grew tense, as both parties seemed to adopt a confrontational stance. This flustered Scyther, prompting it to swiftly clarify its intentions. Fortunately, Jinshu accepted with enthusiasm. Otherwise, Scyther would have regretted not simply stating its desire to be her Pokémon and instead resorting to such theatrics. Tung-Ting Snake, use Vine Whip. As the battle commenced, Tung-Ting Snake's small form erupted with immense energy, dashing several meters in the blink of an eye, 2 vine whips extending from its shoulders, swiftly lashing out towards Scyther. Scyther danced through the air with remarkable speed, leaving behind several afterimages. This was the shadow clone technique, enabling the Pokémon to create multiple copies of itself at an imperceptible speed to bewilder its opponent. Although it wished to allow Jinshu a chance to win, Scyther nevertheless aimed to showcase its prowess first. If Jinshu triumphed too easily, she might perceive Scyther as merely mediocre. Thus, from the onset of the battle, Scyther engaged with its full strength. Tung-Ting Snake, caught in its rapid dash, indeed found itself confounded by Scyther's shadow clones, uncertain which was the real one. "No worries, Tung-Ting Snake. If you cannot discern the genuine one, simply strike at all of them." Jinshu's calm command resonated within Tung-Ting Snake's mind, allowing it to regain composure. Extending its vines, Tung-Ting Snake swept across all of Scyther's projections. As the clones were hit, they vanished one by one. And Tung-Ting Snake's eyes widened in realization. None of the clones held the true Scyther, which had already concealed itself elsewhere. At that moment, the unseen Scyther stealthily appeared behind Tung-Ting Snake, a triumphant smile gracing its face. This was its strategy: confound the opponent with clones, then, utilizing its incredible speed, flank them to exploit vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. Scyther's expression darkened as it prepared to unleash its fearsome countenance ability, a skill that could diminish its opponent's speed, ensuring Tung-Ting Snake would be unable to evade its subsequent attack. Following that, Scyther raised its razor-sharp blades high, glowing with a white light. This was the tread lightly technique, designed to mitigate damage intentionally. This combination move was a product of Scyther's extensive battle experience. As a speedster, Scyther relied on its swift attacks and high offensive capabilities, albeit with a frail constitution. Thus, this tactic of creating opportunities for a swift resolution was ideally suited for Scyther. However, unbeknownst to it, Tung-Ting's snake, with its back turned, bore a knowing smile of its own. Zhenshu had advised at the beginning of the battle that against a Pokémon like Scyther, renowned for its incredible speed and opportunistic attacks, direct assaults would prove exceedingly challenging to land. Thus, the Vine Serpent can deliberately feign a weakness, waiting for the opportune moment to strike as it draws near. Just after dispersing all its clones, the Vine Serpent meticulously surveyed its surroundings, poised with its skills to confront the potentially sudden appearance of the Flying Mantis. Unbeknownst to the Flying Mantis, the instant it materialized behind the Vine Serpent, it had already been detected. As the twin blades of concentrated power descended, the Vine Serpent swiftly pivoted, its wide eyes emanating a chilling radiance that instilled a fleeting terror in the Flying Mantis, causing it to momentarily relax its defenses. This was the Vine Serpent's intimidating glare ability, which can instill fear in its opponent through piercing looks, effectively diminishing their defenses. Immediately following this, two preloaded vine whips shot forth from the Vine Serpent's shoulders, ensnaring the twin blades of the Flying Mantis, rendering its most prized weapons immobile and difficult to wield. The entire sequence of the Vine Serpent's counterattack unfolded with seamless grace, executed within mere breaths, leaving no opportunity for the Flying Mantis to retaliate. This was not solely due to the Vine Serpent's meticulous preparation. The Flying Mantis inadvertently contributed to its own downfall. Its fearsome visageability, initially intended to hinder the Vine Serpent's speed, paradoxically transformed into a boon that enhanced its velocity under the influence of the Vine Serpent's contradictory nature. The essence of the Vine Serpent's contradictory trait is that it reverses all ability alterations applied to it. Debuffs become buffs, and conversely, buffs transform into debuffs. Therefore, employing skills aimed at weakening the Vine Serpent only serves to empower it, while those meant to enhance it can genuinely prove effective. This is the nature of its contradictory ability, and if opponents are unaware of this, it can lead to significant troubles. The Flying Mantis became the inaugural victim of the Vine Serpent's contradictory trait, having initially intended to let it win with minimal effort, only to find that it was captured without the need for leniency. The Vine Whips ensnared the twin blades and continued to bind the Flying Mantis, wrapping it up like a mummy, leaving it utterly immobile. Unsatisfied, the Vine Serpent delivered several forceful strikes to the head of the Flying Mantis, nearly rendering it unconscious. It mumbled repeatedly, surrendering in a feeble voice, hoping the Vine Serpent would cease its torment. Vine Serpent, he has surrendered. Let us show him mercy. After all, the Flying Mantis will be our ally moving forward, and this treatment is unkind. Zhenshu heard the Flying Mantis's weak capitulation and promptly halted the Vine Serpent's actions. She dragged the tightly bound Flying Mantis around, occasionally striking poses as if to flaunt her trophy before Zhenshu. If this continued, the Flying Mantis might be left with lasting psychological scars. Although the Vine Serpent appeared somewhat reluctant, it ultimately released its bindings, revealing the Flying Mantis, which bore an expression of utter despondency. "Are you all right, Flying Mantis?" Zhenshu rushed over to assess its condition, administering a full recovery potion directly into its mouth. The effects of the potion were potent. After a brief period, the Flying Mantis regained its vitality. It felt an exhaustion unlike any it had ever experienced, even after battling 3 Pokémon. "According to our agreement, become my partner, Flying Mantis." Seeing that the Flying Mantis was not gravely injured, Zhenshu breathed a sigh of relief, extending his hand with a smile. The Flying Mantis solemnly nodded and offered its appendage in return, solidifying the bond between them. "Now, come forth, Flying Mantis." Zhenshu produced a Pokeball and gently tapped it against the Flying Mantis's head, enveloping it in a flash of white light as it was drawn into the sphere. The ball quivered slightly before settling into stillness, signifying that the Flying Mantis had officially become Zhenshu's second partner. "Let us strive together henceforth, Flying Mantis." With a swift leap, the Flying Mantis emerged from the ball, clapping its blade against Zhenshu's in a celebratory gesture. Their adventure was just beginning. Chapter 7. The Rocket Team's Transmitter. Crack. Zhenshu meandered leisurely through the forest, occasionally stepping on fallen branches. The next destination was the Trainer Academy in Kansas City, but with ample time before the semester commenced. Zhenshu felt no urgency. The afternoon forest was not as sweltering as the outside world. The dense canopy shielded much of the sunlight, and gentle breezes occasionally wafted through. providing a refreshing coolness. The vine serpent rested on Jinshu's shoulder, eyes closed. However, it was not asleep. Rather, it was meditating, enhancing its auditory sensitivity in this state. The vine serpent attentively listened to the sounds around them, prepared to alert Jinshu of any disturbances. The flying mantis was dispatched ahead by Jinshu, scouting for danger and returning to report any perilous situations. This was Jinshu's strategy, based on his understanding of the rocket team. Their members were unlikely to venture solo into the forest to capture Pokémon, as they typically operated in groups, suggesting potential nefarious activities in the Orange Blossom Forest. Being aware of the presence of such a notorious criminal organization in the forest, Jinshu naturally adopted a cautious demeanor. After all, not every member of the rocket team possessed the humanity of individuals like Musashi and Kojiro. The majority were genuine criminals capable of heinous acts. Furthermore, the rocket team's headquarters was far from this place. Being in the Hoenn region, their presence here suggested they harbored secrets of a dubious nature. With the assistance of his 2 Pokémon, Jinshu was able to traverse the forest at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, signaling a confrontation between the flying mantis and other Pokémon. As Jinshu was engrossed in examining his map, the vine serpent's anxious voice broke through his thoughts. Gesturing towards the front, "Let us hasten." Jinshu stowed the map and sprinted forward, his speed augmented by his wind speed shoes. Most wild Pokémon preferred to avoid conflict, as injuries sustained in the wild could lead to infections without timely treatment. Thus, they adhered to a non-interference principle, striving to live their lives peacefully. Consequently, the flying mantis found its scouting relatively unchallenging, its imposing presence and numerous scars revealing its formidable nature. Many wild Pokémon fled at the mere sight of the flying mantis, fearful of confronting it. Yet, there are always brash individuals, such as the 2 Houndoms that suddenly appeared. These creatures, while lacking remarkable talent and possessing only novice-level strength, levels 0 to 10, had achieved victories against stronger opponents through their long-standing synergy. Their confidence stemmed from the 2-to-1 advantage they believed they held. The flying mantis was once again besieged, but thankfully, this time it faced only 2 adversaries. The slender wings of the flying mantis flapped rapidly, propelling it through the air as it activated its shadow clone technique, creating several duplicates to confound its foes. In an instant, it materialized in front of one of the Houndoms, delivering a flurry of scythe-like strikes that struck true. However, being outnumbered, the Houndoms were clever enough not to be deceived by the illusory duplicates. They lay in wait for the flying mantis to approach, seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack from behind. Boom! As the flying mantis landed successive blows, the other Houndom opened its jaws, filled with menacing teeth, and clamped down on the slender leg of the flying mantis, which lacked knees. This is a skill that nearly all canine Pokémon can master, known as Bite, which inflicts damage by clamping onto the opponent and may occasionally induce a state of flinching. With a swift motion, the Scyther, in pain, executed a double slash against the Coyote Pokémon before it. The effect was extraordinary. The Coyote Pokémon collapsed, rendered unconscious. The Bug-type move Double Slash effectively countered the Dark-type Coyote Pokémon, and consecutive uses of Double Slash would amplify its power, culminating in this spectacular finishing blow. With only one opponent remaining, it was time for the Cerevine to assist with a Vine Whip. At last, Masaki arrived, turning the tide. Now it was a 2-on-1 battle. Crack, crack, crack. 2 slender vines shot forth, slicing through the air and striking the Coyote Pokémon that had been clamped down by Scyther. Enduring the pain, Scyther followed up with another double slash, completing the harvest. The battle had finally come to an end, with both Pokémon gaining a modicum of experience. After treating Scyther, Masaki began to impart some guidance. Over the past few days, it had sustained numerous injuries. This latest injury, in fact, was entirely avoidable. What should one do upon suddenly encountering 2 Coyote Pokémon leaping from the underbrush? The answer is to retreat and regroup with Masaki and Cerevine before confronting the coyotes. Instead of charging in impulsively and getting injured, only to require Masaki's assistance. Scyther humbly accepted the admonishment, not daring to disagree. It recognized the truth in Masaki's words. It had indeed acted too rashly, much like a fool easily provoked, and should strive to fight more intelligently. Through this battle, Scyther had grown considerably. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief period of rest, Masaki was preparing to continue on his journey when a series of urgent mechanical sounds emanated from his backpack. After rummaging through it, he finally located the source of the noise. It was a small device he had found on a Team Rocket member, the purpose of which was unknown. Masaki had carelessly tossed it into his backpack without a second thought. The device resembled a black disc with a small circular screen atop it. At that moment, The device was vibrating incessantly, and a green arrow appeared on the screen, pointing in the direction behind Masaki. Is this a compass? Masaki fiddled with it, tapping the screen a few times, causing the petite device to cease its vibrations. Next to the arrow were symbols denoting cardinal directions, clearly indicating it was meant to serve as a directional tool. The direction indicated by the green arrow might very well lead to Team Rocket's target location. Why had Team Rocket ventured so far into Orange Grove Forest? Masaki found himself in a quandary. He was tempted to follow the arrow's guidance, but fear of potential danger held him back. His strength still felt insufficient, and it would be wiser to remain discreet. Ding. Detection of host discovering the beacon left by Team Rocket. Temporary mission triggered. Please follow the beacon's guidance to the mission location, uncover Team Rocket's plot, and upon completion, there may be an opportunity to obtain rare rewards. Then I shall proceed. With the system's endorsement, what is there to hesitate about? Masaki finally resolved to set forth. Chapter 8. Team Rocket Executive. Since undertaking a perilous endeavor, preparations were imperative. Masaki had always been a cautious individual, reluctant to engage in uncertain matters. He donned the Team Rocket uniform he had just acquired from a lowly grunt and sported a cap to obscure his face. However, this was still not entirely secure. As he risked being recognized by acquaintances, Masaki resolved that in future endeavors, he must acquire a ditto to serve as a disguise, achieving the perfect cover. Yet mere appearance was insufficient. Fortunately, the 3 Pokémon he had recently captured had yet to be released. He set them free and, after a friendly exchange, managed to gain their compliance. Under Masaki's rigorous training, the 3 Pokémon lined up, trembling as they gazed at him, fear overwhelming them. Was this man a devil? Have you all memorized the rules I've imparted to you? Masaki stood between Servine and Scyther, arms crossed, hair blowing in an unseen wind. Clad in the black Team Rocket uniform, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a formidable villain. The 3 Pokémon bowed their heads, not daring to utter a sound, nodding incessantly. Very well, let us depart. With their affirmative response, Masaki recalled the Pokémon, leaving only a Team Rocket Zubat to scout ahead. It could emit unique sound waves to assess the situation ahead. Following the beacon's guidance, Masaki soon reached his destination. It was a clearing surrounded by exceptionally robust trees, as if they had been injected with growth hormones. The dense foliage nearly obscured all light, casting a gloomy atmosphere reminiscent of an underground organization's rendezvous. However, Masaki, concealed in the surrounding underbrush, observed that not a single soul was present. These underground operatives evidently lacked a sense of time. After a while, Team Rocket members, clad in identical uniforms, began to arrive from all directions. They appeared unfamiliar with one another, as they quietly awaited in place with their heads bowed, embodying the demeanor of underground organization members. This was fortuitous for Masaki, who feared that if the other Team Rocket members recognized each other, his disguise would be easily compromised. He withdrew his scouting Zubat, took a deep breath to calm his fluttering heart, and cautiously stepped out, his expression stern as he entered the sight of the other members. He appeared relaxed, completely devoid of the aura of a novice trainer draped in a Team Rocket cloak. Without uttering a word, Masaki leaned against a nearby tree like the other members, projecting an air of indifference, successfully embodying the essence of the moment. Beneath his composed exterior, however, lay an intensely anxious heart. Masaki felt that his heart was lodged in his throat throughout the journey. His hands were poised, ready to unleash the Pokémon contained within his Pokeballs at a moment's notice. His eyes, partially obscured by the cap, scanned the gathering for any signs of movement, prepared to flee at the slightest indication. Fortunately, the other members merely glanced at him before returning their focus elsewhere. With the assembly nearly complete, they awaited the arrival of the executive to commence their operation. Is everyone present? A gruff voice rang out as a burly man emerged from the thicket. He wore a red leather jacket adorned with spikes and black leather pants, his face partially concealed by a golden metallic mask covering the upper half, with short hair and bristling facial hair, lending him a wild appearance. Report, Executive. All 20 members for this operation are in position and ready to proceed. A member responsible for roll call dashed forward to report, his voice quivering slightly. The man before them was reputed to be Team Rocket's strongest, known as Bishaz. It was said that his temper was quite volatile. If he was in a foul mood, he would not hesitate to lash out at his subordinates. This certainly placed a considerable amount of pressure on the young member. Very good. Everyone tidy up and prepare for action. Bishaz laughed heartily, advancing slowly toward the trembling reporter, who dared not move. Suddenly, he unleashed a fierce kick, striking the young recruit in the soft abdomen. But I dislike being addressed so loudly. Do you understand? Mind your tone next time. Yes. Thank you for pointing out my mistake. I will be more mindful next time. The injured recruit was sent flying several meters. Pain etched on his face as blood trickled from his mouth, yet he forced a smile to apologize to the one who had caused his injury. Observing this, Masaki couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had not anticipated Team Rocket's brutality, even towards their own. This is Team Rocket, a hierarchy so rigidly structured that, as the highest-ranking officer within the organization and the direct overseer of this operation, even the act of terminating a junior member would elicit no dissent. It is precisely this casual authority over life and death wielded by Bisaz that compels many Team Rocket operatives to undertake their missions with utmost fervor, driven by the aspiration to one day ascend the ranks and seize control. It is owing to this cadre of relentless operatives that Team Rocket has experienced such rapid advancement, swiftly establishing itself as the preeminent underground organization in the Kanto region. After delivering a swift kick, Bisaz spared not a glance at the junior member and proceeded to elaborate on the subsequent mission details. I trust you have all received some preliminary intelligence. This operation is of paramount importance and must not falter. I expect your undivided focus. Should any errors come to my attention, I assure you the consequences will be dire. The task at hand is not particularly arduous. Your primary responsibility is to report any findings from the reconnaissance promptly. Accompanied by my team members armed with specialized Pokeball launchers, you will follow my directives. This has selected several operatives, assigning half the team with detectors to trace the target Pokemon, while Jinshu and the remaining half were equipped with capture nets to assist him in apprehension. Now, let us proceed. With a commanding shout from Bisaz, the search team dispersed. The rest followed Bisaz in the opposite direction. Jinshu, distracted, trailed at the rear, his expression grave. The atmosphere had undeniably shifted. Bisaz was not one to be trifled with, and escape was hardly an option. According to Bisaz, Team Rocket had mobilized such an extensive force to the Orange Blossom Forest merely to capture a single Pokemon. Could it be one of the legendary creatures? What manner of Pokemon could it possibly be? As Jinshu followed the group, various speculations raced through his mind. Chapter 9, Target emerges. Boss, we have detected anomalies. Spatial indices are fluctuating abnormally, and the target is likely to have appeared. Not long after Jinshu and the search team ventured into the forest, the static of Bishaz's radio crackled to life with a report from his subordinate. Let us investigate. Bisaz pivoted and began to sprint. Jinshu and the others hesitated for a moment before gradually following suit. True to his reputation as Team Rocket's most formidable figure, Bisaz moved with astonishing speed, leaving Jinshu exerting himself just to keep pace, aided only by his speed shoes. Several team members had already fallen behind, unable to match their leader's velocity. Yet, Bisaz seemed utterly indifferent to their plight, regarding them as expendable. He was confident in his ability to complete the mission alone. The absence of the slower operatives mattered little, as he could simply deal with them later. Those who could not even keep up with his running speed were deemed unnecessary in this world. Are we almost there? Jinshu strained to match Bishaz's pace, only to notice him suddenly decelerate. They must be nearing their destination. Boss, the target has emerged, accompanied by a trainer of considerable strength. We are struggling to hold them off and urgently require backup. A subordinate's voice crackled through the radio, urgency palpable. Finally, it has appeared. How pathetic that we cannot even contain them. The news of the target's emergence caused Bisaz to lick his lips, a manic grin spreading across his face. He promptly changed direction again, disregarding whether his team could keep up, and surged forward at full speed towards the destination. Not again, Jinshu thought, feeling exasperated. Bisaz had barely slowed down before he took off again, even faster than before. He gulped down a full restore, sensing his waning energy replenishing, and surged forward, his speed shoes nearly sparking from the friction as he matched Bishaz's pace. What had once been a robust team was now reduced to just him and Bisaz, which weighed heavily on Jinshu, the undercover operative. He inwardly cursed his fellow team members. If they could not even keep up with their leader, how could they consider themselves villains? It was just ahead. As they drew closer to their objective, Jinshu could hear the sounds of battle intermingled with the howling wind, the unmistakable cries of Pokemon and the commands of a trainer. Prepare to fire. Bisaz slowed abruptly, turning to address Jinshu. He had not anticipated that any subordinate could keep pace with him at full speed. This young man might indeed possess potential worth cultivating. This rare display of appreciation from the capricious Bisaz was a reflection of his realization that his usual subordinates were, quite frankly, inept. Now, however, there was someone capable of matching his stride, meriting higher regard. At last, they reached the cursed destination. Jinshu finally beheld the scene of combat ahead, catching sight of a white-green figure fleeing through the air, surrounded by blossoming flowers, while the trees thrived with vitality. He finally comprehended the target they sought to capture. No wonder Team Rocket had dispatched so many operatives. They were after Celebi. Though it appeared somewhat different from his recollections, likely due to its transformation from a two-dimensional image to a three-dimensional entity, its light green onion-like head, elongated, delicate antennae, large blue eyes framed by dark rings, gossamer-like wings, and its body resembling a green jumpsuit were unmistakable. Without a doubt, it was the mythical Celebi. What was he even speculating for? He was equipped with advanced technology. Jinshu recalled that he could utilize his data analysis eye to gain insights directly. Upon activating the analysis function, Celebi's data panel materialized before him. Celebi. Qualitative level, red. Type, grass, psychic. Ability, natural healing. Strength. Description, the time-traveling Pokémon. Endowed with the extraordinary ability to traverse time, roams various regions, capable of healing wounds and sharing its power with flora. It is said that in forests where Celebi appears, vegetation flourishes abundantly. When Celebi is present, a bright future awaits. It truly is Celebi. It seems the system's enhancement of his luck has yielded tangible results. Observing Celebi's profile, Jinshu finally understood the reason behind the lush vegetation in Orange Blossom Forest. It was all thanks to this Pokémon. Yet it was ironic that a creature known for bringing a bright future to humanity was perpetually pursued by those who sought to ensnare it, thus ushering in a dark fate. We will not let you succeed. Use Heavy Slam, Garchomp. Surrounded, Garchomp suddenly leaped high into the air, then descended with tremendous force, unleashing a shockwave that sent all of Team Rocket's Pokémon flying. Beside Celebi, a petite girl trainer commanded Garchomp. She appeared to be around 10 years old. Her silky golden hair cascading down her sides, dressed in an elegant indigo dress, adorned with two matching bows atop her head. The young trainer, with her adorable little face, exuded an icy demeanor, her large, expressive eyes brimming with a frozen fury. She glared defiantly at the surrounding members of Team Rocket, showing not a hint of fear. Her presence remarkably imposing. Despite the apparent numerical advantage of her adversaries, they found themselves immobilized under her fierce gaze. It was astonishing that a girl of her tender age could possess such a formidable aura. Who was this extraordinary individual? Round Landshark, female. Qualification level, golden. Type, dragon. Ground. Ability, Sandveil. Strength, level 15, normal. Description, a Pokémon that resides in thermally heated caves. It leaps out to bite any approaching enemies. Not only did the young trainer display remarkable talent, but her Round Landshark also exhibited an abundance of innate ability. Indeed, it seems that powerful trainers and powerful Pokémon are naturally drawn to one another. Chapter 10. Apologies, I am an undercover agent. What a disgrace. Taking so long to deal with a mere girl. No wonder they remain perpetual underlings. Bixie has activated the special device in his hand, and waves of invisible fluctuations began to emanate, a spatial disturbance interference instrument. This device was specifically developed by Team Rocket to capture Celebi, creating disruptions in the spatial waves to prevent its time-traveling escape. Team Rocket's meticulous planning for capturing Pokémon is well known, with their research team crafting various effective tools tailored to the characteristics of their targets. Despite being an underground organization, one cannot help but admire their professionalism. Finish them off. Come forth, Houndoom. Bixie is cackled, tossing out a Pokeball, his long tongue licking his lips in a rather unsettling manner. His Houndoom appeared formidable, exuding a fierce demeanor, reminiscent of a hellhound emerging from the underworld, clearly not to be trifled with. Houndoom male. Qualification level, blue. Type, fire dark. Ability, flash fire. Strength, level 55, gym leader level. Description, a dark Pokémon, once feared by people who imagined its terrifying howl as a death knell from hell. The attributes displayed by Houndoom left Jinshu utterly astonished. It was the most powerful Pokémon he had ever encountered, boasting an impressive level of 55. Coincidentally, Houndoom's fire and dark types held a comprehensive advantage over the grass and psychic type Celebi. Jinshu could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for Celebi, his mind racing to devise a strategy. He desperately wanted to save Celebi, yet faced with such a powerful Houndoom and Bixius, he found himself at a loss for effective tactics. Acting recklessly would not only be futile, but could also jeopardize his own safety, rendering the endeavor entirely unworthy. Jinshu waited, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to rescue Celebi. He could not bear to witness such a pure and innocent Pokémon being captured by Team Rocket. Go to hell, Houndoom. Breathe fire. Bixius commanded with maniacal glee, his expression rife with madness. Houndoom let out a chilling howl, spewing forth crimson flames that engulfed both Celebi and the young trainer, setting the surrounding forest ablaze. The fire spread rapidly, igniting a vast expanse of woodland, startling numerous bug and flying-type Pokémon into frantic searches for safety. Celebi. An invisible shield enveloped Celebi, safeguarding both itself and the young trainer. As they witnessed the once beautiful forest morph into a hellish nightmare, Celebi emitted a mournful cry. It could not comprehend why, even after being captured. The beauty of the forest had to be destroyed. Was not the forest a precious asset to humanity as well? With hands clasped together, Celebi closed its eyes and began to chant a series of intricate syllables, as if invoking some mystical incantation. Bring forth the rain. A wondrous force surged towards the heavens. And soon, dark clouds gathered, unleashing a torrential downpour that enveloped the entire forest. The raging flames were gradually extinguished, leaving behind only charred remnants of trees. Yet this was not enough. Celebi continued to chant, releasing a cascade of green energy like fireflies from its form, infusing the charred remains with vitality. Miraculously, the trees began to revive, transforming back into their original state, even standing taller than before. What an extraordinary miracle, truly befitting the forest guardian, Celebi. However, such prodigious expenditure of energy was ill-advised. Bixias understood Celebi's nature all too well. It was impossible for it to stand idly by while the forest burned. Thus, he intentionally commanded Houndoom to set the forest ablaze, aiming to deplete Celebi's energy. By periodically igniting the woods, he forced Celebi to expend its energy in a futile attempt to save it. At this rate, even Celebi, no matter how powerful, would inevitably exhaust its energy. The tension-filled battle settled into a stalemate, with Houndoom responsible for the destruction while Celebi focused on extinguishing the flames. However, causing destruction is always far easier than restoration. After saving the forest for the third time, Celebi began to sway unsteadily, its protective shield becoming nearly invisible, a clear sign of fatigue. Jinshu and the young trainer exchanged worried glances, their faces etched with concern. This could not continue. Action was imperative. Hey kid, stop just staring. Celebi can't hold on much longer. When I count down, you will fire. Understood? Bixias suddenly turned to Jinshu, who had been lost in thought. Understood, boss. Jinshu replied softly, deliberately lowering his voice to avoid provoking this lunatic at such a critical moment. Moments later, Jinshu raised his weapon, his finger gently resting on the trigger, waiting patiently for Bixias' command, showing no hesitation. Well done, kid, well done. Much better than those other useless ones. Bixias increasingly found himself appreciating this young man. Unlike the other team members, he could keep pace and execute tasks efficiently. Bixias even contemplated mentioning this to Boss Sakaki, proposing that this young man become his exclusive aide, sparing him from undertaking missions alone day after day. The other stragglers had likely fled by now. After all, facing Bixias' wrath would be more perilous than simply running away, perhaps even preserving their lives. Thus, the only one wielding the poke net gun was Jinshu. As Celebi's condition deteriorated, its shield on the verge of collapse, Bixias began signaling to Jinshu, indicating the timing to fire. Jinshu concentrated all his attention on Bixias' fingers. In this heightened state, time seemed to slow, and Bixias' movements appeared to lag as he began his countdown. 3, 2, 1, fire. Boom, 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 boom. At the moment Celebi's shield vanished, Jinshu pulled the trigger. His target was not Celebi, but rather Bixias and Houndoom. Not far from him, with the capture net gun in hand, Jinshu rapidly squeezed the trigger, emptying the magazine. 10 sturdy nets shot forth from the barrel, ensnaring both Bixias and Houndoom tightly, rendering them immobile. These nets were specially designed for capturing Celebi, crafted from resilient energy-suppressing materials, even for formidable opponents like Bixias and Houndoom. Breaking free would require some time. Bixias could hardly believe that one of his most valued subordinates had just emptied the magazine directly at him, ensnaring himself with the specially designed nets intended for Celebi. He had prepared himself to celebrate the completion of the mission, yet he could not have foreseen such treachery from his subordinates. Why would they resort to such actions? Bound by the net, Bixias struggled to confront Masaki. But Masaki's figure had already vanished, leaving behind an empty gun and a mere whisper. I'm sorry, I'm an undercover agent. Chapter 11. The Escape. Seizing the moment while everyone was still in shock, Masaki vanished from sight with astonishing speed, dashing to Celebi's side. Amidst the blonde girl's gasp of surprise, Masaki seized her hand with his left while cradling the ailing Celebi in his right arm, launching into a desperate sprint. After a few strides, he realized that the little girl was lagging far behind. He halted abruptly, placing Celebi in her arms, then scooped her up in a princess carry, resuming his flight without a moment's hesitation. He understood that the nets could only restrain Bishaz for a limited time. The danger had not yet dissipated. Bishaz was far too swift and would soon be upon them. They needed to utilize this precious time to flee as far away as possible. "Hey, big brother. Are you a member of Team Rocket? Why did you save us?" The blonde girl in Masaki's arms asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, she and Celebi were on the brink of capture, and this somewhat handsome boy had gallantly come to their rescue. Clad in Team Rocket's uniform, why would he risk his safety to save them, especially in such an embarrassing manner, cradling her like this? She had never experienced such close contact with a boy her age before, her head pressed against his chest, clearly able to hear his rapid heartbeat. He carried a faint, refreshing scent, likely a lingering trace from spending time with grass-type Pokémon. This manner of carrying was something she had only seen on television, reserved for those with a close bond. Nevertheless, considering his intent to save her, she forgave Masaki for the seemingly frivolous act. To put it briefly, I'm an undercover agent, not really with Team Rocket. I didn't want to see you and Celebi get captured, so I intervened. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Masaki, and you are? Masaki spoke, slightly breathless from the exertion of the day. I'm Chulan, the girl replied, her voice clear in Masaki's ears. All right, Chulan, focus and listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The nets 1T hold Bishaz for long. They will soon be on our trail. Do you see that large tree ahead? We'll split up there. I'll draw the attention of Team Rocket, and you take Celebi and run deep into the forest as far as you can. Masaki glanced back quickly, sensing the encroaching danger from behind. Understood, Chulan responded, saying little more. She was an intelligent girl and understood what needed to be done, refusing to hinder Masaki. Still trying to run? How naive, boy. You've successfully angered me. Have you contemplated your demise? Bishaz's voice boomed from behind Masaki, the anger in his tone palpable. The marks left by the net on his face only added a touch of absurdity to his otherwise stern features. Having just freed himself with the help of his subordinates, he surged forward in pursuit, his speed formidable. In no time, he had closed the distance on Masaki, who was struggling to keep pace while carrying someone. Is he here? A spark ignited in Masaki's eyes as he abruptly halted, gently setting Chulan down. He swiftly released the 3 Pokémon obtained from the Team Rocket members to impede Bishaz's advance. Yet, this was insufficient. Masaki hurled several smoke balls, creating a thick fog to obscure Bishaz's vision, buying Chulan some precious time to escape. However, these tactics were mere trifles to Bishaz. His released Houndoom and Murkrow easily dispatched the 3 Pokémon that had surrounded them. Murkrow flapped its wings, dispersing the smoke, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the stationary figures of Masaki and Chulan. Indeed, neither Masaki nor Chulan fled. At this point, escape was futile. Their stamina was nearly depleted, and they could not outrun the pursuing Bishaz. Even if they tried, they could not evade capture. Boy, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Go ahead and show them. Bishaz taunted, his words sharp like a blade piercing Masaki's heart. Masaki opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to retort. It was true. He was still too weak. With such insufficient strength, he could hardly protect himself, let alone save others. Masaki, don't listen to him. He is merely spouting nonsense to undermine your confidence. Bishaz, you may possess strength, but you lack the heart of a true warrior. Your actions are despicable. Even the foulest rat in the sewers surpasses you. Your wanton destruction of the forest and manipulation of your enemies reveal your pitiful tactics. No wonder at your age, you remain merely a gym leader. A lowly gym leader like you is no match for Masaki in the future. Masaki remained silent, while Chulan could no longer hold back. Her small frame erupted with immense energy as she directed a torrent of words at Bishaz. Seeing the despondent expression on Masaki's face filled Chulan with empathy. He had done his utmost, so why should he endure such verbal assaults? To her, Masaki's performance today eclipsed that of any warrior she had encountered. If anyone wished to slander him, she would shield him from such voices. All right, little girl, you have quite the tongue, but regrettably, I am stronger than you both. Save your words for hell, where you can share them with that boy. Houndoom, unleash flamethrower. Bishaz commanded, his body trembling with fury, his voice betraying his tumultuous emotions. The saying goes, lies do not wound. The truth is the true knife. Chulan's words had indeed struck a nerve, exposing his vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, he was relieved to possess the power to silence others. What use are sharp tongues when they will still meet their end? As the flames surged toward them, Masaki felt as if he had entered a time warp, watching the fire slow to a crawl, almost suspended in midair, while his mind raced with activity, gears turning rapidly. Yet, regrettably, it would avail him nothing. This state could not save him. and he could conceive of no viable escape plan. Summoning his Frostless or Scyther would only lead to their swift demise, and he could not bear to witness their suffering. As for the system, he had mentally called for it hundreds of times, but it remained unresponsive. Chapter 12, Malevolence. In this slowed world, a sudden flash of green appeared, blocking the flames threatening Masaki and Shulan. A barrier rose, intercepting the ferocious flames. It was Celebi. Despite having exhausted its strength, it valiantly stood its ground. You two hurry and escape through the teleportation portal. You must be safe. Do not worry about me. I will find a way to extricate myself. The ethereal voice of Celebi suddenly resonated within the minds of Masaki and Takara. It glanced back, witnessing a surge of psychic energy coalescing behind them, gradually morphing into a stable spatial vortex. This was a safe haven, a sanctuary away from peril. Yet, to entertain thoughts of escape now was sheer folly. Black Hurum, Darkrai. Unleash your malevolent forces. Biss has swung his hand, and the two Pokémon unleashed a ferocious dark pulse, the dual waves intertwining in midair to form a massive torrent of energy. Hurtling towards Celebi. In a state of energy depletion, Celebi had just expended its last reserves to create the portal, and Biss had deliberately employed a dark-type move to counter it. Under such overwhelming adversity, Celebi found itself unable to withstand the might of the combined assault. The protective barrier before it melted away like snow under the sun, vanishing completely. The amalgamated torrent of dark energy engulfed Celebi. Enduring a pain that coursed deep into its very essence, Celebi raised its hand with great effort, gathering the last remnants of its strength to send Masaki and Takara, who remained rooted in place, away to safety. They were innocent souls, pure of heart, and Celebi could not bear to see them suffer alongside it. If capture were to occur, let it be solely upon itself. It could not bear to involve these kind-hearted children. Masaki, Takara, as they were drawn into the spatial vortex. They could do naught but watch helplessly as the battered Celebi was seized by Biss's mechanical grasp, subsequently confined within a peculiar black pokeball. Then, all became obscured. The spatial vortex sealing shut and transporting Masaki and Takara to the haven that Celebi had designated. At last, I have you, Celebi. Submit willingly to become the power that will enable my dominion over the world. Biss cackled maniacally. He wielded the dark ball, capable of forcibly controlling Pokémon. It imbued them with a vicious nature, elevating their powers to their utmost potential. Pokémon captured by the dark ball would obey his every command. Even a Pokémon of Celebi's caliber, once ensnared, would succumb to being a mere instrument of his will. Biss harbored grand ambitions. He had no desire to remain subordinate to others, nor did he intend to offer Celebi to Giovanni. Such formidable power would never be relinquished so easily. With Celebi under his control, he could finally realize his aspirations, paving the way for him to dominate Team Rocket and lead them to conquer the world. Suddenly, a cacophony of agitation erupted around him. Biss looked up to find himself surrounded by a throng of furious wild Pokémon, hastily drawn to avenge their forest deity, Celebi. How unfortunate for you. This creature is now my tool. Arise, Celebi, and demonstrate your prowess against these inferior beings, Biss sneered. The dark ball opened of its own accord, and from within the shroud of darkness emerged the controlled Celebi, its gaze vacant, eyes tainted with a frenzied crimson hue, enveloped in a veil of shadow. Suspended motionlessly beside Biss like a soulless marionette. How could this be? The surrounding Pokémon expressed shock. They were denizens of the forest. Having rushed to rescue Celebi upon learning of its capture, only to discover that it had already fallen under the control of this villain. What could they do? They had no desire to confront Celebi. The wild Pokémon attempted to rouse its spirit, but their efforts bore no fruit. Celebi remained still, as if insulated from all sound. Celebi, dispose of them. The encirclement was disconcerting, and Biss grew impatient, directly urging Celebi to act. The crimson light ignited in Celebi's eyes, rapidly coalescing green energy, which manifested as a violent shockwave radiating outward. In a single strike, it sent the encircling Pokémon hurtling away, clearing the area. This is insufficient. Such feebleness will not suffice to conquer the world. Celebi, you are the forest deity. Your power transcends this. Unleash the darkness within, wreak havoc, and consume this forest entirely, showcasing our might to the world. What Celebi had just demonstrated was far from adequate, not aligning with Biss's expectations. He demanded that Celebi absorb the entirety of the orange blossom forest, transforming into an even more formidable entity. Celebi, at Biss's command. The enthralled Celebi summoned all its strength to absorb the forest's energy. Countless fallen leaves and branches from the orange blossom forest were swept up by an invisible force. converging into pure energy that surged into its being. Yet this was still not enough. Celebi's form resembled an abyss, its frenzied consciousness fully consuming its mind as it began to ravage the forest to extract power. Boom, boom, boom. Swathes of trees toppled under Celebi's onslaught, consumed by its essence. Its body became enveloped in a layer of solidified grass-type energy, resembling a figure ensnared within a spiky sphere. Yes, Celebi, splendid work. Let your fury blaze, transforming the forest you cherish into your strength, truly becoming one with it. Hurry up, your pace of destruction is far too slow, Celebi, faster. Bish's words echoed with the malice of a devil, continuously tempting Celebi to unleash its malevolent thoughts. The more vile acts Celebi committed, the more its core consciousness would succumb to silence, unable to bear the weight of its own misdeeds. The control of the Dark Ball was not absolute. The stronger a Pokémon's spirit, the greater the likelihood of breaking free from its grasp. This has aimed to amplify Celebi's wickedness to suppress its benevolence, achieving complete domination. Under Bish's influence, Celebi's destructive force intensified, with all that it touched wilting in its wake. The entire orange blossom forest became shrouded in gloom, as though the very trees were lamenting. The accumulated power of destruction swelled, and Celebi underwent another transformation, its thorny sphere expanding to envelop both itself and Bish, morphing into a grotesque titan of wood and vine. This giant towered several meters high, resembling a mummy, rampaging through the forest. The orange blossom forest, which had thrived for centuries, nurturing countless Pokémon, now faced its gravest peril. Chapter 13, A Miracle. Within a cave on a hill adjacent to the orange blossom forest, Masaki awoke groggily on the ground. After a moment of confusion, he recalled his predicament. He had just been propelled into the spatial vortex by Celebi's power, transported to safety. Here, it appeared to be a cave. Observing the dim surroundings and the light filtering in from the entrance, he deduced that he was indeed in a cave. The residual effects of the spatial transport left him feeling sore all over, rendering him utterly drained. Summoning all his strength, he unfastened the Pokeball at his waist. Releasing his Snivy. Once freed, Masaki felt a wave of relief wash over him. His current state of immobility was concerning, especially with Takara still unconscious beside him. Encountering a hostile wild Pokémon in such a condition would be dire. Snivy gazed at Masaki with concern, promptly retrieving a full restore from its backpack and administering it to him. Under the miraculous effects of the full restore, Masaki felt his pain dissipate, his vitality gradually returning. With Snivy's assistance, he managed to sit up, then slowly rose to his feet. This full restore was truly remarkable, despite being rewarded with 10 bottles from the system. He had scarcely used any on his Pokémon, opting instead to utilize them for himself. He resolved to purchase a stockpile whenever he encountered a vendor in the future. Masaki continued to move about, acclimating to his rejuvenated body. The situation was far from over. Before they were transported away, Masaki witnessed Shiranui being captured by Bishaz and felt an urgent need to rescue Shiranui. He was no longer the same person he had been moments ago. He now possessed a trump card for saving Shiranui. Upon awakening, he heard the emotionless voice of the system. Ding! Host successfully identified Team Rocket's scheme and escaped safely. Mission accomplished, beginning to draw rare rewards for the host. Ding! Reward obtained. Champion Experience Card X1. Champion Experience Card temporarily grants the user and their Pokémon champion level strength for a duration of 30 minutes. Julian, wake up! Masaki gently shook Julian's body, attempting to rouse her. If he was to rescue Shiranui, he needed to bring her along. Leaving her unconscious while he went to save Shiranui made him uneasy. Moreover, Masaki had just seen Bishaz leading Shiranui to ravage the forest to siphon its power, suggesting they wouldn't be departing anytime soon. Masaki, where are we? Oh right, Shiranui. I must hurry to save Shiranui. Julian, upon being awakened, was briefly disoriented but quickly resolved to rise and save Shiranui. However, she found herself too weak to muster the strength to stand, and after several attempts, frustration nearly brought her to tears. Calm down, Julian. Panicking won't help us save Shiranui. Masaki felt a pang of sympathy for Julian's struggle. He gently stroked her head and offered her a full recovery potion. His soothing words and the warmth from his hand gradually calmed her, prompting her to close her eyes and quietly await her strength to return. Julian, listen to me. We have been transported by Shiranui to the mountain beside the forest. Shiranui is currently under Bish's nefarious control, wreaking havoc upon the forest to absorb its power. Once you recover, we will go together to save it. Seeing Julian regain her composure, Masaki slowly explained their current predicament. But, Masaki, Can we truly save Shiranui with just the two of us? We are still too weak, Julian replied, her earlier clarity returning. After their recent encounter with Bisaz, she realized that their combined strength was inadequate to rescue Shiranui. They were simply outmatched by Bisaz. Julian, you do realize I am not from this era, correct? Masaki suddenly posed a question. Yes, Masaki. I don't belong to this era. Shiranui brought me here, Julian replied. Puzzled by Masaki's sudden inquiry, yet she answered truthfully. If even time travel could occur, then what else could possibly be deemed impossible? Miracles, after all, are bound to manifest if one holds steadfast belief. This wondrous world has never been devoid of miracles, Masaki softly proclaimed. He suddenly stood, his eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance. Champion experience card, activate. Julian sensed a transformation within Masaki. Following his declaration, his once smooth hair stood on end, and an overwhelming aura enveloped him. His muscles straining against his clothing, his gaze sharp and piercing. Nearby, Frostless also underwent a transformation. Her body expanded significantly, encased in a lush, verdant energy that resembled a finely tailored garment, emanating a chilling presence that instilled a profound sense of intimidation even in her stillness. Is this what it means to be at the elite level? No, this is champion level. Julian's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed Masaki and Frostless. She had encountered several elite trainers and their Pokémon, yet none exuded the pressure that Masaki currently radiated. Masaki and Frostless had clearly ascended to a level beyond that of the elite, perhaps even higher. What had transpired? Was this the miracle Masaki had spoken of? Julian found herself enveloped in astonishment. Her large, expressive eyes widened to their fullest. Julian, do you believe in miracles now? Come, let us rescue Shiranui. Masaki chuckled at Julian's adorable expression of shock. He took her hand and slowly exited the cave. Look, that is Shiranui in its current form. Bisaz has taken control of it, recklessly destroying the forest. We must awaken Shiranui. Masaki pointed towards the colossal figure of Shiranui, now transformed into a giant of wood and foliage. It continued its destruction, showing no sign of ceasing. From their vantage point on the mountainside, Julian could see the devastation of Orange Blossom Forest. Once a lush sanctuary, it now lay in ruins, with vast swathes of trees uprooted and consumed for energy, leaving behind barren land. The Pokémon that had once thrived there scattered in search of safety, while flames erupted around the forest's perimeter as nearby residents endeavored to extinguish the fires. The forest weeps, Julian thought sorrowfully. Let us set forth to rescue Shiranui and put an end to this. Masaki released his Scyther, who would carry them forth, now temporarily elevated to champion level. Its strength and physical prowess were beyond measure, more than capable of transporting several individuals aloft. Chapter 14, Redemption. Scyther soared rapidly toward the heart of the forest, carrying Masaki and Julian, who were bound by tendrils of Frostless. Although Scyther had grown stronger, its size remained unchanged, limiting its capacity. Thus, this approach was their only option. One of Frostless' tendrils secured itself to Scyther, preventing her from falling, while the other wrapped around Masaki, who held Julian close. Julian found herself in Masaki's embrace, too preoccupied to feel embarrassed. Scyther's speed was exhilarating. The wind rushed past her ears, and the scenery blurred, inducing a dizzying sensation. She opted to close her eyes, patiently awaiting the end of this thrilling journey. Although she had flown before, this level of exhilaration was unprecedented. Scyther darted like a meteor straight toward the giant that Shiranui had become. Bam! Scyther collided with the giant, its blades slicing through the creature's outer layer, penetrating deep within. It recalled Masaki's words that Shiranui resided near the giant's heart, and thus entered through its chest. Roar! The wounded giant let out a deafening roar and swatted at the entrance Scyther had created, unleashing a gale that Frostless countered with an energy shield. Both Pokémon, now of champion caliber, were unfazed by the residual force of the attack. Moreover, while the wooden giant was formidable, it could not reach them within its own body, resorting only to its destructive rampage. Frostless, lead the way. The interior of the giant was filled with dry, dead grass and brittle vines, offering no clear path. With Frostless's guidance, they hoped to locate Shiranui. Frostless pointed upward, prompting Masaki and Julian to look. Above, amidst the dark, entwined vines, Shiranui's figure was faintly discernible. Its once lively eyes now dulled. Shiranui was enveloped in dark energy, radiating an eerie aura. How could this happen? Julian's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Shiranui. Her heart ached. Shiranui, the embodiment of purity and charm, had been transformed into such a state. Forced to destroy the very forest it cherished, it must be suffering immensely. Well, you two little rascals dare to return? Such audacity. But alas, Shiranui has become my tool, and it shall escort you on your way to oblivion, ensuring you find some semblance of joy in your demise. The familiar voice of Guxia's echoed from above. He emerged from the giant's gaping wound, flanked by a black Houndoom and a dark Corviknight, while Shiranui emerged from the vine cocoon, its expression cold and unfeeling as it regarded Masaki and Julian. Shirabi's demeanor unmistakably indicated that it had regarded them as adversaries. Both Takashi and Chulan felt a pang of bitterness. Who would relish being confronted by a friend wielding a gun? Ha ha ha, Shirabi, attack. Bid farewell to your two dear companions. I must thank them for coming to me, sparing me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Guxiasi commanded with a grotesque grin. Boom, boom, boom. Energy rapidly coalesced around Shirabi, as several orbs of dark energy detonated around Takashi and Chulan, unleashing a tempestuous shockwave. This should be the end. How pitiable, Guxiasi murmured, observing the remnants of the explosion below. The audacity of those two youngsters to return was unforeseen. At last, they could rest eternally. My apologies, but our tale is far from over. The future gleams with promise, and you, alas, are the one destined to conclude. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Takashi and Chulan stood unscathed, while the protective shield conjured by the vine's serpent began to fade. Before Guxiasi could finish his astonished utterance, he felt a chill encircle his neck. Suddenly, there was a dizzying spin, and then darkness enveloped him. His headless form collapsed onto the ground. Behind him, an unforeseen flying mantis emerged, its blades dripping with blood. Their trainer had been ambushed. Just as Hyluja and Heiying were about to retaliate, the mantis vanished once more. Two glimmers of cold light flashed, and their thoughts ceased. This was the caliber of a champion. The former Guxiasi loomed like an insurmountable mountain, reduced to mere ants beneath the might of a champion's strength. The mantis mused, I haven't even exerted myself, and they've already fallen. How unexciting. With Guxiasi's fall, Shirabi remained in its stupor, still rooted in place, lost in thought. Takashi approached Shirabi, enveloping it in his embrace, gently stroking its small head. Shirabi. Feeling violated, Shirabi unleashed bolts of black lightning, attempting to push Takashi away. Yet, Takashi remained undeterred, continuing to hold Shirabi, his warm palm resting on its forehead. Knowing that compared to the anguish Shirabi had endured, this minor harm was inconsequential. Shirabi, you must be in great pain, but it's all right now. Return to your former self. The villain has been vanquished. Chulan and I are here. No one shall harm you again. If you are still in torment, release it all. I shall bear it alongside you. Takashi cradled Shirabi, gazing into its eyes, softly conveying his warmth. Yes, Shirabi, awaken. I'm right here. Let us all play together again. Let us hide and seek in the forest, swim in the sea, and gaze at the stars at night. Please, come back to us. Chulan joined in, wrapping her arms around Shirabi, tears cascading onto its form. Shirabi. Upon hearing the sincere calls of Takashi and Chulan, Shirabi's once vacant eyes began to glisten, shedding large tears. Gradually, its gaze regained its spark, the oppressive black shroud slowly disintegrating. Shirabi affectionately nuzzled into Takashi's embrace and rubbed its cheek against Chulan's, reminiscent of a playful child. The familiar Shirabi had returned. Both Takashi and Chulan could not help but cheer in elation. After interacting with both of them, Shirabi clasped its hands together, intoning a spell, as the colossal grass golem gradually dissipated, reverting into pure grass-type energy, returning to the forest. It vowed to heal all the wounds inflicted upon the woods, willing to pay any price for this redemption. This was not merely a salvation for the forest, but a redemption for Shirabi itself, its gaze filled with resolute determination. Chapter 15, A Wish. The grass golem had entirely vanished, its scattered energy descending upon the ravaged wasteland, nurturing new saplings. The scarred forest began its gradual restoration. Shirabi's efforts continued. As it recited the incantation, dark clouds enveloped the skies above Changhua Forest, and a torrential downpour ensued. The rain, teeming with life energy, enabled the saplings to absorb it, growing at an astonishing pace until they resembled mature trees. Though their size differed greatly from before, with a bit of time, they would surely revert to their former glory. Shirabi soared into the air, circling above the forest, its verdant energy cascading down with the rain. Wherever it flew, trees flourished, vibrant flowers bloomed in the grass. And Pokémon returned to their ancestral homes, gazing up at the flying Shirabi with expressions of gratitude. Gradually, through Shirabi's relentless efforts, Changhua Forest regained its original splendor, thriving once more as Pokémon settled in joy. For this, Shirabi paid a hefty price. healing the forest by continuously expending its life energy. When it descended back to Takashi and Chulan, Shirabi plummeted into Takashi's embrace, utterly drained of its life energy, its form now withered. Takashi and Chulan, filled with urgency, frantically administered healing potions, feeding them to Shirabi. However, the previously effective potions suddenly lost their efficacy, and Shirabi continued to wither. Thank you, Takashi, Chulan. Thank you for saving me and the entire forest. I'm sorry for causing you concern. There is no need to attempt to save me any longer. I shall soon return to the embrace of nature. Meeting you has brought me immense joy. I regret that I cannot play alongside you any longer. Shirabi's tightly shut eyes suddenly fluttered open, stammering out a heartfelt farewell before closing once more, the withering creeping to its head, extinguishing the last vestiges of its life force. It harbored no regrets. Upon regaining consciousness, Shirabi felt profound pain and guilt. The forest's wounds were inflicted solely by its own actions, compelling it to recklessly burn its life energy as a means of atonement. Shirabi, Shirabi, wake up! Takashi and Chulan cried out, their tears falling incessantly upon Shirabi. It seemed that Shirabi had truly succumbed to silence, returning to the embrace of nature as it had stated. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of Pokémon had gathered around, seemingly there to bid farewell to Shirabi. A somber atmosphere enveloped the forest as the sky darkened once more. The ambience fell into silence, with the rain merging with the tears of all present, as if the heavens mourned the loss of life alongside them. Damn it! Takashi prostrated himself upon the ground, tears streaming down his face as his fist struck the earth, venting his inner turmoil. Why? Such a magnificent spirit burdened with beauty, reduced to this withered state due to human selfishness. Why must it be treated this way? Arceus, you who created all, if you can hear me, please save Shirabi. Its time should not end here. Takashi's plea resonated with all the Pokémon surrounding him, who closed their eyes in silent prayer for Shirabi. Even the trees of Changhua Forest swayed in unison, seemingly joining in the supplication. It appeared that the collective prayers truly reached Arceus, for the ominous clouds parted, and a radiant beam of golden light descended, illuminating Shirabi. In the wake of this, numerous circular vortexes of time and space opened above the forest, and many other Shirabi from different dimensions emerged from within. They soared into the sky, drawing forth the withered shiny Rabi from the embrace of the great tree. As an abundance of peculiar energy surged forth, continuously flowing into shiny Rabi's body. This extraordinary power seemed to reverse the passage of time. Under its influence, shiny Rabi's frail form gradually began to rejuvenate, reverting to its original, vibrant state. A miracle unfolded once more. The great tree, you were right, if one steadfastly believes. Miracles indeed manifest, murmured Julan. Like everyone else, she fixated intently on the healing shiny Rabi, pinching herself to ascertain whether this spectacle was merely a dream. Yet, the pain coursing through her body attested to the truth. Shiny Rabi was truly saved. Indeed, belief was paramount. Tears of joy streamed down the great tree's face as it exuberantly tossed and caught the frostless. The day had brought forth an overwhelming number of reversals, leaving one somewhat breathless. At last, as the final vestige of energy flowed into its body, shiny Rabi was fully restored to its former self. Its eyes fluttered open once more, clear as ever. Shiny Rabi joyfully circled its companions in flight, expressing its profound gratitude. The other shiny Rabis from different timelines had sensed the call of destiny, converging in this space-time to rescue their kin. After fulfilling their mission, they bid farewell to shiny Rabi and opened a time vortex to return to their own realms. The ensuing moments were theirs alone to celebrate. Rabi. After bidding farewell to its kindred, shiny Rabi dove into the great tree's embrace, indulging in affectionate antics before darting into Julan's arms to playfully demand attention, then soaring upward to express gratitude to the other gathered Pokémon. This art of water manipulation had become second nature to it. Welcome back, shiny Rabi. The great tree gently stroked shiny Rabi's bulbous head, and shiny Rabi reveled in the comforting touch, enveloped in a sense of bliss. I must properly thank the great tree and Julan. Suddenly, shiny Rabi recalled something of great importance that it intended to do earlier, but had been unable due to the depletion of energy. Shiny Rabi suddenly ascended, extending its tiny hand to rest upon the forehead of the great tree. Do not move. Upon hearing shiny Rabi's command, the great tree remained still, silently observing as it channeled a vibrant green energy brimming with life into its own being. As this power nourished it, the great tree felt its physical capabilities strengthen considerably, and it appeared capable of wielding the unique energy bestowed by shiny Rabi. After imparting this energy to the great tree, Shiny Rabby repeated the process for Julan before finally coming to a halt. Great tree, Julan, I have bestowed a portion of my abilities upon you. Henceforth, you will be able to harness a fragment of my strength, Shiny Rabby elucidated. This power served as its token of gratitude. Chapter 16, The Promise Beneath the Moonlight. The great tree endeavored to utilize the power granted by Shiny Rabby. Sensing a resemblance to the power of the everlasting oak it had glimpsed in previous lives, this life-infused energy not only possessed healing properties, but also imbued the great tree with the essence of Shiny Rabby, amplifying its affinity for Pokémon. Contemplating the origin of the name Everlasting Oak, which derived from the everlasting forest of Kanto, the great tree decided to dub this newfound power Citrus Blossom Power, as it had acquired it in the Orange Blossom Forest. After discussing the name with Shiny Rabby, it received enthusiastic approval. Great tree, Julan, let us play, Shiny Rabby exclaimed, brimming with impatience. Given its inherently playful nature and the absence of any adversaries, it was naturally eager for merriment. Oh dear, I can hardly keep up with you. You wish to play right after recovering? Shouldn't you rest a while? The great tree replied, somewhat exasperated, still harboring concerns for Shiny Rabby's condition. Do not worry. I feel splendid, bursting with energy. My spirits will surely lift as long as you play with me. To demonstrate its robustness, Shiny Rabby executed a flawless backflip in midair, then gazed at the great tree with wide, expectant eyes. Seeing its vibrant state, the great tree acquiesced. Shiny Rabby was overjoyed, grasping the hands of the great tree and Julan, and together they ascended into the heavens. It flew slowly, allowing them to leisurely admire the breathtaking vistas of Hoenn. Upon reaching the seaside, Shiny Rabby led them into the water, where the great tree noticed that Frostless harbored a fear of water. Upon entering, it clung tightly, terrified of sinking. Conversely, the Scyther appeared intrigued, and under the influence of Shiny Rabby's wondrous power, they could all breathe underwater. This inspired Scyther, who promptly engaged in a playful skirmish with the aquatic anemone jellyfish, only to find itself pursued relentlessly by a swarm of venomous jellyfish. As dusk fell, they gathered around a bonfire on the beach, sharing a meal and conversing. The great tree encouraged Frostless to perform a few tricks, only to be met with a scathing glare. Scyther, unperturbed, began frolicking with Julan's Sharpedo, and the two Pokémon quickly bonded, retreating to converse in a secluded corner. Julan, try this. The great tree offered freshly grilled fish to Julan, showcasing a culinary skill honed in a past life. Having finally arrived at the seaside, it was time to flaunt its talents. Ah yes, Julan appeared somewhat distracted, gazing longingly at the ocean, lost in thought. The great tree proffered the fish to her lips, prompting her to snap back to reality and take a bite. Ah, it's too hot, she exclaimed, startled by the temperature of the grilled fish, fanning her face with her hand. Fool, you should have blown on it before eating. Here, drink some water, the great tree replied, exasperated as it handed her a drink. Great tree, Julan said, suddenly fixated on the great tree, as if committing its face to memory. What is it, Julan? The great tree felt a bit flustered under her earnest gaze, responding awkwardly. We are already good friends, aren't we? Julan asked, her expression grave. Of course we are. What is the matter? You've seemed a bit off for a while now, the great tree replied, waving a hand before her eyes. It's nothing. I'm fine now. Julan suddenly broke into a smile, quietly munching on the grilled fish without saying another word. As night deepened, the world was free from the light pollution of past lives, with countless stars dotting the sky, too numerous to count. Shiny Rabby guided everyone to the top of a grand tree, waving its tiny hands to conjure several beds made of leaves atop the branches. It was the first to lie down, quickly falling into a deep slumber, while the other Pokémon, having exhausted themselves from play, succumbed to sleep as well. Frostless snuggled against the great tree, making it hesitant to move too much. In this tranquil night, reclining upon the comfortable leaf beds and feeling the gentle ocean breezes wafting in, gazing at the myriad stars above, the great tree experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort. Great tree, what is your dream? Julan suddenly inquired from beside him. A dream? Let me think. My current dream is to feel this comfortable every day, while my future dream is to become a champion. After all, being a champion of the league is quite impressive, don't you think? What about you, Julan? The great tree replied languidly. So, the cliched dream of becoming a champion, is it? I will become a champion too, and I shall surpass you. My dream is to always savor the grilled fish you make and to play with you, Julan whispered, her voice dwindling as she spoke of her aspirations, barely audible to herself. With that, their conversation came to an end, and both fell into silence, as if drifting into a deep slumber. The surroundings fell into a hushed stillness, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects. Jolan, you must return, right? To your own time? That's why you seem so preoccupied, I assented. Mizuki suddenly turned his head, gazing at Takura. Takura remained silent, her eyes firmly shut. Yet, under the moonlight, Mizuki discerned the glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes. Indeed, this matter deeply affected you, Takura. Takura, regarding what was said this evening, I have something to add. Do you believe in fate? A wondrous destiny has intertwined our lives. No matter the era or location, we shall surely meet again. And we will be eternal friends, Mizuki continued. How could we meet when there lies a vast expanse of time and space between us? By the next encounter. You might have forgotten me entirely. Takura looked at Mizuki, tears cascading down her cheeks, her sobs rendering her unable to speak. It's all right, Takura. Do you remember that saying? As long as you hold on to your faith, miracles will surely unfold. Trust in me. We will reunite, and it won't be long. Let us promise each other that we will strive together to become champions. When that time comes, I will seek you out, but you must not forget me. Just make sure you recognize me when we meet again. Now, let us seal our promise with a pinky swear. Mizuki gently caressed Takura's head, soothing her softly. Subsequently, their pinky fingers entwined under the witness of the moonlight, solidifying their vow. Takura finally smiled, saying nothing, simply gazing at Mizuki, admiring his strikingly handsome visage illuminated by the moon, before she gradually drifted into slumber, a smile gracing her lips as she dreamt of joyful moments. Chapter 17, Farewell. The following day, in the Orange Blossom Forest, the very spot where Mizuki and Takura first met, Shirabi had returned early with everyone. They had lingered too long in this temporal realm, and it was time to return. Fushigibana and Kamikaze Mantis were bidding farewell to Takura and Yuan Lushark, embracing each other and whispering secrets. Mizuki and Shirabi did not share the same sense of sorrow at parting. As Shirabi had mentioned, there would be opportunities to return and play with Mizuki in the future. Here, take this as a token between us. I have one too. When we meet again, this will help us recognize each other, so that you won't forget me. Make sure you remember me well, or else you'll be in big trouble. Takura suddenly rushed forward, placing a jade pendant into Mizuki's hands, then threateningly warned him. Rest assured, I will never forget you. I will cherish this pendant and keep it close. Just don't forget me when you return. Mizuki teased, patting Takura's head. As the time came, Shirabi opened the time vortex, bidding everyone a final farewell. I'm off now, goodbye, Mizuki. Takura suddenly rose on tiptoe and pecked Mizuki's cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water, then quickly covered her face and dashed into the vortex. Hey, Mizuki. I'm leaving too. Until next time. Shirabi remarked with a teasing grin at the now flushed Mizuki, leading Yuan Lushark into the time vortex as well. The whirlpool gradually closed, taking them back to their original time. Sighing, Mizuki held the jade pendant, still warm from Takura's presence. I must double my efforts from now on. According to reports he had seen a month prior, Takura had already become the champion of the Sinnoh region, while he was merely an inexperienced trainer. He needed to become a champion quickly to meet her, for many years had elapsed in her time. After waiting for me all this time, she wouldn't hate me. Would she? Mizuki shuddered at the thought of Takura's angry visage. Let us go, Fushigibana, Kamikaze Mantis. We must hasten to Kanas City, Mizuki declared. The matters in Orange Blossom Forest were concluded, and the next destination was to report to the trainer school in Kanas City. 2 weeks later, in a room of an inn in Kanas City, Mizuki, Fushigibana, and Kamikaze Mantis were gathered around a table, intently observing a Pokémon egg nestled in an incubator. This egg was a reward from the system after Mizuki became a trainer, and after all these days, it was finally time for it to hatch. What Pokémon would emerge? Watching the countdown on the incubator, Mizuki was filled with anticipation. At last, the countdown reached 0, and the eggshell began to crack irregularly. Shortly thereafter, a cute little head peeked out from the top of the shell. Its head was predominantly blue, with a ring of black around its eyes, and 2 long black ears drooped on either side. Seemingly aware of Mizuki's presence, it fixated its gaze upon him, its red eyes sparkling with an inexplicable brilliance. This is Riolu. Mizuki recognized the small dog-like Pokémon and activated his data analysis vision. Riolu male. Qualification level, purple. Type, fighting. Ability, inner focus. Strength, level 1 newborn. 110. Description, the wave Pokémon, capable of utilizing an extraordinary force known as aura. When it experiences fear or sorrow, the waves become intensely agitated, conveying its emotions to others. Fushigibana, fetch the milk, Mizuki exclaimed, taking the calcium tablets and receiving the moo milk from Fushigibana to feed Riolu, who, having just hatched, surely required nourishment. Riolu, just born, was in the midst of a sleepy phase, and after finishing its meal, it nestled beside the eggshell, sleeping soundly. I look forward to your guidance, Riolu. Mizuki gently stroked Riolu's head, speaking softly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a bond with Riolu. Unlocking the reward, Aura Sphere skill. The long-awaited system reward reappeared, and Mizuki initially assumed it was merely a skill granted to Riolu. However, upon feeling a mysterious power surge within him, he realized that he was the one who had learned Aura Sphere. Mizuki experimented, gathering Aura Sphere in his hand, striking a pose reminiscent of characters he had seen in animations preparing to unleash energy blasts, then thrusting his hands forward to launch it. Boom. The Aura Sphere struck the wall of the inn, leaving a large, circular dent. Fushigibana and Kamikaze Mantis stared at Mizuki in shock, bewildered at how their trainer had suddenly unleashed a skill. While the power of Mizuki's Aura Sphere was commendable, the energy within him was limited, and he could only use it a few times before needing to recharge. Moreover, more critically, the damage inflicted upon the inn's wall would require compensation. Mizuki felt a wave of despair. In his excitement at discovering a new skill, he had acted without thinking, unaware of its magnitude, leading to unexpected expenses. After paying the fine at the front desk, Mizuki stepped outside. Kanaz City boasted a gym, and Mizuki intended to challenge it before reporting to the trainer school. Securing a badge prior to enrollment would enhance his reputation, befitting the recommendation letter from Professor Otomaki. Since parting with Takura, half a month had elapsed. During this time, Mizuki had deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Fushigibana and Kamikaze Mantis to train in the forest as they progressed. After months of diligent practice, both Pokémon had made significant strides, growing to around level 16. Kanaz City, located south of Orange Blossom Forest, was a large metropolis, renowned for its beautiful scenery and rich academic atmosphere. It was celebrated as a city where technology and nature harmoniously coexisted. Not only was there a trainer school, but the esteemed headquarters of the technological company Devlin was also situated there. Thus, the shops here often offer peculiar products that cannot be found elsewhere, enticing tourists from all corners of the world to indulge in shopping. When Masaki first entered the store, he spotted several items he wished to purchase. However, due to his lack of funds, he refrained from making any acquisitions for the time being. He would need to devise a plan to earn some money soon. As he pondered over ways to make a profit, he looked up to find a grand structure entirely adorned in yellow, topped with an enormous Pokeball emblem. This must be the Kanaz Gym. Hello, trainer. Are you here to challenge the gym? If so, please present your trainer's credentials. A well-dressed attendant approached him as soon as he stepped inside. All right, Masaki replied, retrieving his prepared documentation for verification. Thank you for your cooperation. Please proceed inside, and I wish you success in your challenge. The Kanaz Gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon, and utilizing opposing attributes will increase your chances of victory. The suited man returned the credentials and offered a friendly reminder. Thank you, Masaki replied nonchalantly before diving headfirst into the challenge. He was well aware of type advantages. For instance, his Scyther, being bug and flying type, was 4 times weak to rock. Using it to challenge the gym would be akin to facing insurmountable odds. Yet, he was determined to employ Scyther for this trial. It is well known that a true trainer should not shy away from battles against type disadvantages. Thus, seizing the opportunity to challenge the gym, Masaki aimed to hone his skills in battling against type mismatches. At the Kanaz Gym, one cannot directly challenge the gym leader. Instead, one must first defeat several apprentices. Standing before Masaki was a boy in shorts, who was one of the gym's apprentices. After exchanging a few words, Masaki learned that most of the gym apprentices were students from the trainer school, sent here to sharpen their practical skills. The battle commenced, with Masaki sending out Scyther, while the boy in shorts deployed Geodude. Initially confident, Geodude froze in astonishment as Scyther took to the skies, turning helplessly to its trainer. It was not equipped with aerial moves, only capable of tackle and defense curl. What could it possibly do against a flying opponent? Nevertheless, the boy would not concede easily. This was a precious opportunity to battle. Therefore, he opted to use defense curl to bolster Geodude's defenses, reasoning that Scyther likely lacked moves to harm such a sturdy opponent. However, Masaki's command swiftly extinguished any hope of resistance. Scyther, use dual wing beat. Scyther swooped down from the air, its blades shimmering with different hues. On the left, the newly learned fighting-type move, dual wing beat, and on the right, the bug-type move, Fury Cutter. This technique was something Scyther had recently mastered during a skirmish with a wild Scyther in the Orange Blossom Forest. Witnessing the wild Pokémon execute two different moves simultaneously had left it astounded, prompting Scyther to replicate the feat with commendable talent. Scyther took about 10 days to master this technique, though it still lacked finesse, resulting in diminished power compared to using a single move. Under Masaki's guidance, Scyther first struck Geodude's head with dual wing beat, followed by Fury Cutter to the same spot. Bang, bang. The crisp sounds echoed during the first strike. Geodude managed to withstand the blow thanks to its sturdy ability, but the subsequent Fury Cutter swiftly depleted Geodude's remaining energy. With Geodude unable to continue, Scyther emerged victorious. My word, despite the clear type disadvantage, that was a remarkably clean win. This kid is formidable. Indeed. Did you notice that Scyther utilized a technique to execute two moves simultaneously? That's what allowed it to take down the sturdy Geodude in one fell swoop. There's nothing impressive about it. It's merely that Ali's Geodude was poorly trained, lacking even an aerial move. If I were in his place, I would have certainly triumphed. A group of observing apprentices engaged in fervent discussion about the battle, but one bespectacled apprentice exuded confidence. It's you. May I select you as my next opponent? Masaki suddenly proclaimed. Unaware that their hushed conversation had been overheard, the bespectacled boy felt compelled to accept the challenge as a gym apprentice. He steeled himself for the battle, sending out Geodude once again, but regrettably, he met the same fate as his predecessor. His anticipated strategy never materialized. Although Geodude possessed Rock Throw, an aerial move, it could not land a hit on the agile Scyther. In a swift two-hit sequence, Scyther claimed another victory. With two apprentices defeated, Masaki earned the right to challenge the gym leader. The dejected bespectacled apprentice left the field with his head down, clearly disheartened. Masaki thought to himself that he deserved it. After all, boasting too loudly had cost him dearly. Perhaps this experience would temper his arrogance in the future, and he might even owe Masaki a debt of gratitude. After all, humility and caution are essential qualities for an exemplary trainer. After a brief wait, the gym leader emerged. As Masaki had anticipated, the Kanaz gym leader was a young woman. She sported long, ribbon-like hair and donned a dress paired with pink tights, exuding vitality. Upon noticing that her challenger was a remarkably handsome young man, the slightly vain Dujuan expressed interest in conversing. Hello, I am Dujuan, the gym leader of Kanaz. As a student from the trainer school, I aspire to apply the knowledge I've gained in class to practical battles, hence my role as gym leader. What type of Pokemon will you use, and how do you wish to battle? Quite impressive, becoming a gym leader at such a young age. I will use both Snivy and Scyther, and as for my battle strategy, it can be summed up in 4 words. Just go for it, Masaki replied with a smile. He admired Dujuan. Despite being a student, she had achieved the status of gym leader, known for her eagerness to learn and her academic prowess. Since he would also be attending the trainer school soon, it would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship with her. A straightforward battle strategy, indeed. However, rock-type Pokemon are as solid as stone. Let me test your offensive capabilities, Dujuan declared, retrieving a Pokeball, ready for combat. You shan't be disappointed, Masaki replied coolly. Go. Geodude. Arise, my partner, Scyther. Once again, it was Geodude against Scyther, a matchup Masaki had faced twice before. But this battle would likely prove more challenging than the previous ones. Dujuan's Geodude appeared more formidable than the two apprentices' versions, larger in stature and exuding a sharper gaze, clearly possessing considerable battle experience. Masaki noted that Dujuan's Geodude was at level 15, a far cry from the level 7 of the previous two. However, Scyther was undeterred. As long as Masaki remained at its helm, it feared no adversary. Chapter 19, A Reversal of Fortunes. The battle commenced in earnest. Geodude began spinning in place, suddenly conjuring a whirlwind, which mingled with the sand and dust to form a massive sandstorm, engulfing the entire arena. The fierce winds, laden with fine particles, relentlessly sliced at Scyther's skin. To conclude the battle swiftly, Masaki knew he had to act. Otherwise, Scyther would be gradually worn down by the sandstorm. Scyther enveloped its body with energy to mitigate some of the storm's damage. Though the sandstorm relentlessly assails the Scyther, it simultaneously bestows upon it a certain advantage. With its already remarkable speed, the interference of the storm renders it even more elusive to its pursuers. Meanwhile, Geodude spins continuously, surveying its surroundings, yet fails to discern the whereabouts of the Scyther. Stay calm, Geodude. It cannot remain hidden indefinitely. If it chooses not to attack, the sandstorm will gradually wear it down. Simply keep a vigilant watch of your surroundings, analyzed Cuckoo. She had uncovered Scyther's predicament, while it seemed that Geodude was at a disadvantage for not locating its opponent. The true pressure to attack lay with the Scyther. If the next crucial strike were to be thwarted, Victory in this battle would become exceedingly difficult. Geodude, on the other hand, merely needed to bide its time and wait patiently. Upon hearing Cuckoo's command, Masaki wholeheartedly agreed. For she was indeed a prodigy capable of presiding over a gym even at her student stage. This was one of the essential lessons for trainers, situational assessment. As a trainer, one must swiftly evaluate the dynamics of battle and provide prompt, precise feedback to their Pokémon. Thus, situational judgment stands as the most fundamental and vital skill for trainers. No formidable trainer would lack this ability. Upon hearing Cuckoo's words, Geodude too found tranquility. It ceased expending energy searching for Scyther's elusive form and instead focused on a small area surrounding itself. Geodude's concentration sharpened, accumulating rock energy in anticipation of Scyther's emergence for a decisive strike. Suddenly, Geodude sensed an unusual energy fluctuation to its left, catching a glimpse of a green figure hurtling towards it. Now is the moment. Geodude's expression hardened as a large rock swiftly formed in its grasp, launched towards the green silhouette. Bang! The rock struck true, yet the Scyther that was hit disintegrated on the spot, revealing the true Scyther behind Geodude, its blades shimmering ominously. Oh no, it's a decoy. Cuckoo realized the grave error, but it was too late. Scyther's blades descended in succession, executing a sequence of Fury Cutter and successive strikes. Bang! Bang! Two fierce attacks landed squarely on Geodude's head. The first Fury Cutter triggered Geodude's sturdy ability, followed closely by the successive strike. However, strangely, the latter failed to deplete Geodude's last vestige of strength. It remained steadfast, even flashing a broad grin at Scyther before a massive boulder came crashing down upon it. This time, the rock struck no mere illusion. The 4 times effective rock slide dealt a crushing blow, rendering Scyther unable to continue battling. Masaki recalled the fallen Scyther, and the sandstorm in the arena gradually subsided. At last, Masaki beheld that a red focus band was affixed to Geodude's head. No wonder it had withstood Scyther's second Fury Cutter. It was indeed the focus band's grace. The focus band, an item for Pokémon, grants a Pokémon a chance to endure a potentially fatal blow when its health is critically low, with an approximate probability of around 10%. Geodude had narrowly triggered this item to triumph over Scyther. Otherwise, it would have been Geodude lying defeated. Masaki couldn't help but marvel at Cuckoo's tactical acumen. From the very onset of the battle, she had instructed Geodude to spin, complemented by the rapidly engulfing sandstorm. Masaki had failed to notice such a pivotal item on Geodude, mistakenly believing that Scyther's 2 strikes would surely secure its victory, thus affording Geodude the opportunity to turn the tide. Cuckoo's strategy was indeed meticulous, and Masaki mused, but next, I shall unleash my trump card, so be wary. I merely succeeded through a stroke of luck. Your Scyther's decoy and dual strikes were the real highlights of the strategy. This battle should rightfully be counted as your win, Cuckoo softly remarked. She was genuinely impressed by the ingenious tactics of this dashing boy, which had directly crafted an opportunity for victory. However, she pondered whether he had mistakenly referred to her as senpai, as she certainly did not recall having such a formidable junior. Come forth, my ace. The world's most adorable Frosmoth. The brilliance of the Pokeball illuminated the scene, and Frosmoth made a dazzling entrance, leaping onto Masaki's shoulder, gently stroking his head with an expectant gaze, seemingly pleased with his earlier praise and craving more complimentary words. The world's most adorable Frosmoth, my ace, has seen Scyther fall to the hands of its foe, Geodude. We now find ourselves at a comprehensive disadvantage, yet I harbor no concerns, for my Frosmoth remains unscathed. I know that as long as you are here, no matter the dire circumstances, victory shall be ours, for you are the true, strongest, Masaki proclaimed passionately. He was well aware of Frosmoth's desire for praise and delivered a heartfelt compliment, which evidently had an excellent effect. Just watch me, Masaki. After all, I am your only reliable ally. Frosmoth's soft and sweet voice resonated in Masaki's mind, and he understood that the game was now secure. After all, this was the fiery Frosmoth, and the opponent must proceed with caution. As soon as Frosmoth took the stage, it executed a swift Giga Drain, launching the attack with such rapidity that Geodude was granted no chance to react. The green energy of the grass type struck Geodude, and this time the focus band did not activate. Frosmoth's assault directly siphoned away its remaining strength. Geodude succumbed to the ground, unable to continue battling. Cuckoo recalled Geodude and sent forth her own ace, Nosepass. The clash between aces commenced. Chapter 20, Evolution. Nosepass, female. Quality level, blue. Type, rock. Ability, magnet pull. Level, 22, expert. Description, the compass Pokémon, as its nose is composed of magnetite, This Pokémon always faces north. Upon seeing Nosepass's information, Masaki felt a twinge of concern. Although Frosmoth had the advantage in type, it was outclassed in level, being 6 levels below Nosepass. Thus, the battlefield once again tilted toward equilibrium. Nosepass. Use Rock Tomb to restrict Frosmoth's movement range. As Nosepass lacked the agility of Frosmoth, Cuckoo opted to employ Rock Tomb right away to confine Frosmoth's mobility. Frosmoth and Masaki continuously communicated through their shared bond, and Frosmoth reacted swiftly, deliberately positioning itself at the edge of the rocks thrown by Nosepass to graze against them. Upon being struck by Rock Tomb, Frosmoth's ability, Contrary, activated, reversing the slowing effect of the rocks into an acceleration boost, elevating its speed by 1 stage. With the newfound speed, Frosmoth surged forward, choosing to advance toward the southern area of the battlefield. Given that Nosepass's head must always face north, its observation of the southern area was considerably limited. Striking where the opponent's defenses were weakest was one of every trainer's vital lessons. Having advanced a short distance, Frosmoth was now in a position to attack Nosepass. Vine Whip. 2 slender emerald-green vines emerged from the shoulders of the Pokémon, Chow Baby, swiftly lashing against the serpentine creature. Ting-Ting. It was now or never. Chow Baby unleashed electromagnetic waves, transmitting them through the whip-like vines to Ting-Ting. The sound of crackling echoed as Chow Baby endured the sting of the lashes, arcs of electricity dancing across its body and flowing directly into Ting-Ting. A sharp jolt coursed through Ting-Ting, plunging it into a state of paralysis induced by the electromagnetic waves, rendering it nearly immobile. But that's not all. Under the influence of the electromagnetic waves, Ting-Ting had acquired a certain magnetic property, and Chow Baby's nose, a powerful magnet, was poised to draw Ting-Ting closer. A triumphant smile spread across the face of the trainer, Dujuan, with Ting-Ting incapacitated and moving sluggishly. Being drawn in by Chow Baby meant it could not evade the impending assault. The scales of victory tilted decidedly in her favor. Chow Baby finished Ting-Ting with Rock Slide. Ting-Ting, now within the range of Chow Baby's magnetic pull, was on the brink of defeat. Yellow rock energy coalesced above Ting-Ting's head, forming a massive boulder ready to descend. Should this attack land, the outcome would be nearly sealed. You won't succeed, Ting-Ting. Escape and retaliate. As a former Pokémon game player, Jinshu possessed insights into the Kanaz gym. He was well aware that Dujuan's Chow Baby could inflict a debilitating paralysis with its electromagnetic waves, and he had prepared accordingly. In a moment of desperation, Ting-Ting retrieved a Musi fruit from its being and consumed it hastily. The fruit's effect activated, dispelling the abnormal status afflicting Ting-Ting and freeing it from paralysis. Seizing the opportunity, Ting-Ting ensnared Chow Baby with its vines and, with a forceful tug, propelled itself towards Chow Baby, narrowly evading the descending boulder behind it. As it approached Chow Baby, Ting-Ting's eyes widened, glimmering with an indescribable light. This was the move glare. And under Ting-Ting's piercing gaze, Chow Baby was engulfed in terror, its defenses waning. In this moment, Ting-Ting was now perilously close to Chow Baby. Taking advantage of its brief stupor caused by the fierce glare, Ting-Ting seized the moment, channeling verdant energy from its hands to forge sharp, leaf-like blades. With a flurry of movements, Ting-Ting danced gracefully beside Chow Baby, akin to a waltz, as the leaf blades spun with emerald brilliance, relentlessly striking at Chow Baby's vital points. The effectiveness was remarkable. A critical hit. Under Ting-Ting's newly learned move, Leaf Blade, Chow Baby cried out in pain, collapsing and losing its ability to battle. This skirmish was a resounding victory for Ting-Ting. Well done, Ting-Ting. Truly my ace. Jinshu thought to rush forward to celebrate with Ting-Ting, but noticed something amiss with its demeanor. Following the defeat of Chow Baby, Ting-Ting's energy surged dramatically, and a peculiar light enveloped it, causing its slender form to undergo a mysterious transformation. Was this evolution? Ting-Ting was evolving. Jinshu instantly recognized the significance of the moment. Evolution is a unique phenomenon that occurs in Pokémon. As they grow and meet specific criteria, they transform into new forms. It is both a manifestation of growth and a leap in the hierarchy of life. Ting-Ting must have absorbed a wealth of battle experience after defeating Chow Baby, prompting its strength to ascend, thereby crossing the threshold for evolution. As the white light of evolution gradually dissipated, Ting-Ting had completed its transformation. It had grown significantly taller. Its slender body elongated further, and 2 new leaves sprouted from its back, while its now elongated eyes sparkled with excitement. Ting-Ting, female. Qualification level, purple. Type, grass. Ability, contrary. Strength, level 18, Normal level 10, 20. Description: a grass snake Pokémon. It glides across the ground with agility, confounding foes before ensnaring them with its vines. Tingtangsh, no? It was now King Tangsh, leapt into Zhenshu's embrace, sharing the dual joy of victory and evolution. Zhenshu, filled with excitement, spun around with King Tangsh in his arms, tossing her high into the air before catching her, engaging in her favorite game of flight. King Tangsh, you've worked hard. I always believed in your potential. After the celebration, Zhenshu gently stroked King Tangsh's small head, whispering softly, "Humph, it was only to be expected. After all, I am your ace, silly Zhenshu." King Tangsh's voice resonated in Zhenshu's heart. Having changed post-evolution, it was no longer soft and cute, but rather a charming young girl's tone. She clasped her hands before her chest, her eyes narrowed in delight and pride. "I am truly happy to travel and grow alongside you, Zhenshu. Let us strive for even greater heights together." King Tangsh's voice echoed once more, expressing her rare, true feelings. "Indeed, we shall, my ace." Zhenshu's resolute voice echoed in King Tangsh's heart. This was merely the beginning, and their story was far from over. Chapter 21. The event. Congratulations. Here is the rock badge from the Knaz Gym. It now belongs to you. You possess a will stronger than rock, and this is well deserved. Dujuan declared as she solemnly presented the badge to Zhenshu. "Thank you, senior. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Zhenshu, a trainer from Weibai Town. I'm about to enroll at the trainer school," Zhenshu replied, accepting the badge with both hands and placing it into a prepared badge case, smiling brightly. Ding. Host has successfully acquired the first badge. Reward, metal coat. A metal coat. Zhenshu's eyes lit up. The metal coat is a wondrous item infused with concentrated steel-type energy, essential for the evolution of a certain Pokémon. He had inquired about it at various shops, but the clerks could only provide vague responses. He never expected to acquire it so easily this time. "Ah, I see now why you call me senior. Fortunately, I have some free time. Let me take you to the school for your enrollment. The principal will surely be delighted to welcome such an outstanding new student," Dujuan exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Clearly pleased to be Zhenshu's senior. "Then thank you, senior." Zhenshu expressed his gratitude. Having Dujuan accompany him to the enrollment was undeniably beneficial. "No need to be overly polite. It's on my way, anyway." I was headed to the school. Dujuan waved her hand dismissively, her expression nonchalant. It was merely a small favor, and she was more than happy to assist Zhenshu. At the trainer school, in the principal's office, a few cups of hot tea sat on the desk. Dujuan and Zhenshu occupied one side, while opposite them sat the principal of the trainer school, a bald man with a long, graying beard. At that moment, he was peering through his reading glasses, intently reviewing a recommendation letter from Dr. Xiaotian Wan. "Ah, so Dr. Xiaotian Wan recommended you. To have defeated Dujuan and earned the rock badge within less than a month of becoming a trainer is truly remarkable. Zhenshu, you are now a member of our Knaz trainer school. Here is your student ID," the principal stated after reading the letter, placing it into an envelope before retrieving the student ID from his drawer and handing it to Zhenshu. Dr. Xiaotian had already contacted him via phone, so the student ID had been prepared in advance. This was merely a formality. "Thank you, principal." Zhenshu promptly accepted the student ID offered by the principal. "Zhenshu, make sure to study hard and become an excellent trainer." As the principal spoke, the telephone on the desk suddenly rang. Upon answering, the principal's expression gradually darkened, as the voice on the other end seemed to convey distressing news. The Kalu Tunnel project, in which our school had invested, had encountered a predicament. The foreman had just informed me that several strange creatures had appeared within the mine. Their movements were swift, rendering them nearly invisible, and they frequently attacked the workers in the tunnel, leaving them unable to continue their tasks. "Dujiao, please attend to this matter. I recall you mentioning that Zhenshu possesses considerable strength. It would be prudent for you both to go together for mutual support," the principal remarked before hanging up. The Kalu Tunnel is a significant recent undertaking, jointly initiated by the officials of Knaz City and Levian Town. Its purpose is to carve a passage through the mountains that lie between Knaz City and Levian Town, thereby enhancing communication between the two locales. Given the interruptions caused by these unidentified creatures, it was no wonder that the principal appeared so displeased. "Very well, principal. Zhenshu, let us proceed," Dujiao responded. The Kalu Tunnel lies in the northeastern outskirts of Knaz City, and Dujiao led Zhenshu to the construction site via public transport, arriving swiftly. After inquiring with the foreman, they learned that the attackers were a peculiar type of Pokémon, which launched assaults from below. However, the darkness of the tunnel obscured their forms, compelling the foreman to order the workers to evacuate temporarily to avoid serious injuries. With curiosity, Jinshu and Dujiao ventured into the tunnel to investigate. As the project had only recently commenced, the lighting had yet to be fully installed. The tunnel was enveloped in darkness, prompting both Jinshu and Dujiao to don miners' helmets equipped with lights. Jinshu, walk carefully and watch your step, Dujiao suddenly cautioned, not only reminding Jinshu but also herself. The tunnel's uneven terrain was strewn with mounds of earth and scattered pebbles, posing a tripping hazard. Dujiao stumbled over a stone, and had Jinshu not steadied her, she would have had an unfortunate encounter with the ground. Senior, your hand, Jinshu awkwardly pointed out. Since Jinshu had just caught her, Dujiao had instinctively grasped his arm, perhaps startled. Jinshu, I apologize, I'm feeling a bit frightened. Dujiao's face flushed crimson as she immediately released her grip. The tunnel's oppressive darkness had genuinely frightened her, leading her to unconsciously cling to Jinshu. It's all right. Senior, if you truly feel frightened, it's perfectly fine to hold on, Jinshu softly reassured her. Thank you. I shall not be shy then, Jinshu, Dujiao declared, disregarding her earlier hesitation and once more grasping Jinshu's hand. Feeling the warmth radiating from his hand, Dujiao felt considerably more at ease. If only I could hold on forever, Dujiao mused, only to quickly dismiss the thought. She was puzzled by her own feelings. Jinshu was merely a junior she had only recently met, yet she often found herself entertaining peculiar notions about him, which was decidedly uncharacteristic of her usual composed demeanor. Am I entering a phase of youthful infatuation? Though if it were Jinshu, perhaps it wouldn't be so inappropriate, Dujiao silently contemplated. Dujiao, what on earth are you thinking? He is your junior. She chided herself, unable to resist a light slap to her own face. Grasping her junior's hand, a flurry of strange thoughts invaded her mind, causing her earlier fears to dissipate entirely. It must be said, in terms of dispelling fear, holding hands proves quite effective. Thus, they proceeded smoothly to the end of the tunnel, yet the mysterious Pokémon mentioned by the foreman had yet to make an appearance. In fact, during their entire journey, they had not encountered a single wild Pokémon. The tunnel was eerily silent, save for the sound of their footsteps and the soft whisper of the wind. Could it be that they had been driven away by the construction crew? Indeed, if construction was to take place, it would be prudent to first clear any potential wild Pokémon to prevent incidents of harm. If Jinshu's conjecture was correct, there might be some clues regarding this mysterious Pokémon attack. This should be the end of the tunnel, Jinshu indicated, pointing to a partially excavated rock wall. Scattered across the ground were numerous cigarette butts, shovels, and several circular pits, further validating Jinshu's theory. Hey, Junior, don't you find it a bit strange? Logically speaking, after spending so much time here, we should have already been attacked by the mysterious Pokémon, yet we have reached the end without incident. Why haven't they shown up? Dujiao inquired, perplexed. There's no need to rush, Senior. If my guess is correct, we are merely missing a step. Once we fulfill that, they will surely arrive, Jinshu replied with a smile. He then picked up a shovel from the ground and began to strike the rock wall forcefully. Junior, what are you doing? Dujiao questioned, bewildered by his sudden action. Jinshu did not respond, nor was there any need for him to do so. For amidst the loud clang of the shovel, an unusual occurrence transpired. The ground began to swell in multiple places, indicating that some creatures were stirring beneath the surface. They're coming, Dujiao exclaimed excitedly, releasing her small onyx and nosepass, preparing to command them to attack. Senior, do not engage them. We can communicate instead, Jinshu quickly intervened. His hypothesis was confirmed. Based on the foreman's description of the mysterious Pokémon attacking from below, their rapid disappearance, and the mounds of earth scattered about, it was highly likely that the creatures assaulting the workers were Diglett. These Pokémon dwell underground and were oblivious to their presence, yet they are highly sensitive to sound. Thus, making loud noises with a shovel would effectively lure them out. Channeling his orange blossom energy, Jinshu enveloped himself in a gentle green aura, radiating a welcoming presence to the Pokémon. Diglett, let us converse, he intoned softly, emanating a soothing wave of energy. Sensing Jinshu's gentle aura, the mounds of earth began to tremble, and soon, numerous small, brown heads emerged from the ground, encircling Jinshu and Dujiao. Dujiao had underestimated the strength of their adversaries. Should a conflict arise with the Diglett, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, as there were at least 30 to 40 of them. Although their Pokémon were formidable, they would struggle against such a multitude. As Jinshu approached, the Diglett parted to reveal a trio of Dugtrio at their center. These three were clearly the leaders of the group, exuding an air of authority and significantly larger than their companions. Jinshu engaged in conversation with the Dugtrio and soon learned the reasons behind their attacks on the workers. This revelation differed from Zhang Shu's initial assumption that the construction crew had encroached upon the Diglett's territory, prompting their aggression. In reality, as the Doug trio explained, they had been aware of the tunneling operations but intended to coexist peacefully, ignoring the human activities. However, unbeknownst to them, someone had stealthily infiltrated the tunnel at night and captured some of their kin who had been resting on the surface. Furious, the Diglett had witnessed their brethren being taken, and the perpetrator was described as wearing a black scarf and blue and white striped clothing. Regrettably, they were unable to apprehend him. Consequently, the Diglett lost their trust in humans and began attacking the workers in a bid for revenge against those who had captured their kin. Thus, the truth was unveiled. As Masaki bowed his head in contemplation, he recalled the attire of the workers he had just observed, struggling to remember if any of them had donned a headscarf. Do share the details with me as well, Masaki. I might be able to assist you in unraveling this mystery, Daquan volunteered, noticing the troubled expression etched on Masaki's face. Masaki proceeded to recount the situation to Daquan, who, to his astonishment, began to piece together the clues. The clothing described by the mole resembles the standard uniform of the Ocean Team. And I just recalled a recent incident involving one of their members who absconded with a confidential suitcase from the Duin Company, seemingly heading towards the northeastern outskirts. Daquan stated promptly. She had only recently learned of this event and had even participated in the search for the Ocean Team. Yet, that particular member had vanished as if he had evaporated into thin air. If that is indeed the case, then the individual responsible for capturing the moles is likely a member of the Ocean Team rather than the workers. Masaki's eyes sparkled with realization. This revelation was crucial. Upon hearing it, he recognized that the attire described by the three moles had indeed left an impression on him, as it was the Ocean Team's uniform. Reflecting on it now, it seemed entirely plausible. The Ocean Team functioned similarly to the Rocket Team, acting as a vast underground criminal organization primarily operating in the Fengyuan region. In direct competition with another group known as the Lava Team, they believed that the ocean was the source of all life. Aspiring to transform the entire world into a vast ocean and create an idyllic homeland for Pokémon. Masaki perceived them as akin to an extremist environmental organization from a previous life, cloaked in the guise of environmentalism while committing various inhumane acts. The Ocean Team's ideology, that to protect the ocean, the world must be submerged, struck him as profoundly naive. He mused that if they truly sought to safeguard the ocean, they should focus their efforts on eliminating regions that intended to discharge nuclear waste into the sea, thereby contributing to humanity. Otherwise, who knew if the Pokémon of the Hoenn region might mutate and evolve into new forms? Indeed, the perpetrator must be that Ocean Team member. And he likely hasn't fled far, concealing himself somewhere within this tunnel. With search teams scouring the area outside, it would be improbable for him to escape with dozens of moles without being detected, Daquan further analyzed, honing in on the suspect's potential location. Yes, and his motive for capturing the moles may very well be to have them dig tunnels for him to hide in within this passage. Given that the moles have been searching for so long without locating him, his hiding place is likely above us, Masaki pointed out, gesturing towards the ceiling. Moles, being creatures of the underground, would surely detect any intruder attempting to excavate beneath them. Masaki theorized that the perpetrator had utilized the captured moles to assist in creating a tunnel leading to the tunnel's apex, subsequently employing a unique skill known as secret power to establish a covert base, thereby evading detection. Secret power is a remarkably specialized skill that enables Pokémon proficient in it to create a secret base for their trainers in various locations, making it an invaluable tool for trainers venturing into the world. Chapter 23, Investigation. With the deduction that the suspect had likely not escaped, the next steps became straightforward. They simply needed to locate and apprehend him. However, Daquan questioned, Masaki, he has evaded detection for so long. How can we possibly find him? They had traversed an entire tunnel and made a concerted effort to search, yet had found no suspicious locations. Finding individuals is best left to professionals, and fortunately, I happen to know one. Come forth, Riolu, Masaki exclaimed, releasing his new companion from its pokeball. The candidate Masaki had in mind was none other than the freshly hatched Riolu, endowed with the ability to sense the waves emitted by others, akin to a diminutive canine radar. While humans may conceal themselves, the waves they emit cannot be hidden, and this would be detectable by Riolu. The well-rested Riolu appeared vibrant and immediately leaped onto Masaki, refusing to let go. What kind of Pokemon is this? I've never seen one before, Daquan remarked. Her curiosity piqued as her eyes sparkled with excitement. She longed to reach out and touch Riolu, yet hesitated, fearing to provoke its ire. This is Riolu, my new partner. just recently born, hailing from the Sinnoh region. It should be able to detect the suspect, Masaki explained, lifting Riolu slightly so it could perch on his shoulder, playfully teasing it with his fingers. It seems quite affectionate towards you. May I pet it? Daquan inquired eagerly. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she gently placed her hand atop Riolu's head, thoroughly indulging her curiosity. All right, Riolu, it's time for you to take charge. Conduct a thorough search of this tunnel and alert us if you detect any unfamiliar wave patterns, Masaki instructed, communicating the mission's objective to Riolu. Riolu nodded in understanding, then closed its eyes to begin its investigation. Masaki swiftly started moving, aware that Riolu, being newly hatched, could not survey the entire tunnel at once. They would need to run while scanning for clues. After sprinting several hundred meters towards the exit, Riolu exhibited no signs of detection, leading to a growing doubt among the team regarding whether the suspect had indeed fled. Masaki remained unfazed. He had faith in Riolu's sensing abilities. If it claimed there was nothing, then there was nothing. They decided to wait until the entire tunnel had been thoroughly searched before drawing conclusions. At last, upon reaching the midway point of the tunnel, Riolu finally reacted, standing up on Masaki's shoulder and actively guiding them in a specific direction. After following Riolu's lead for a while, it gestured for everyone to halt. The presence of the unfamiliar wave was detected above. Upon hearing this, excitement surged through the group, and some moles were eager to dig upwards. Masaki signaled for silence, cautioning that a rash assault could prove precarious. The suspect might have left an escape route. The most prudent course of action was to concentrate their efforts and launch a direct assault on the exterior of his secret base, catching him off guard. Listen closely, everyone. We will focus our fire and attack simultaneously using ranged skills. Prepare yourselves. I will count down, and we shall strike together. Understood? Masaki reiterated the strategy to the moles. They nodded enthusiastically, eager to unleash their full strength upon the nefarious criminal. Both Masaki and Daquan summoned their Pokémon, readying for the encounter. Only the Scyther stood awkwardly aside. Not because of any particular reason, but simply because it lacked ranged skills. Nonetheless, Masaki had assigned it a different task, to keep a vigilant watch over the target and apprehend him at the first opportunity. All right, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, fire. The moment the countdown concluded, everyone unleashed their most powerful skills, striking the location indicated by Riolu. The impacted rock wall trembled, cracked, and ultimately collapsed. Along with the falling debris, a figure clad in a black headscarf and a blue and white striped outfit tumbled to the ground. Clutching a suitcase in one hand and a newspaper in the other, his expression one of utter astonishment. Peering through the shattered rock wall into the secret base revealed a massive iron cage containing dozens of moles. We did it. The suspect has not fled. We successfully apprehended him. The Scyther immediately lunged forward, its sharp scythe poised against the criminal's neck. Realizing his predicament, the Ocean team member quickly raised his hands in surrender. Who ordered you to steal the suitcase? What are your intentions? Daquan pressed forward to interrogate him. I am just a lowly lackey. It was the boss who sent me. I don't know anything. Please don't kill me. The Ocean team member trembled, appearing exceedingly feeble. Still not willing to speak, are we? How could a mere lackey evade the scrutiny of so many, and still manage to thrive within this tunnel? Speak quickly, lest I be compelled to inflict some discomfort upon you. Duwan's demeanor was as frigid as ice, a stark contrast to her usual self. Regardless of how persistently she interrogated him, the Ocean team member remained resolutely silent, lightly tapping his fingers against the ground as if counting down the moments. The moles had successfully rescued their comrades, yet here they were, unable to extract even a shred of information. Forget it, Duwan. We might as well hand him over to Jun Sha and the others for interrogation. They are the professionals in this regard. Masaki halted Duwan, who was on the verge of resorting to violence. This team member was clearly a diehard supporter of the Ocean team, and it was evident that no valuable information would be gleaned from him. What a pity, you've lost your chance. The bomb is about to explode, and you will descend into hell alongside me. The Ocean team member, who had been silent until now, finally lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixating intensely on Masaki and Duwan, revealing that he had clearly lost his sanity. His neck pressed against the blade of the mantis, blood beginning to seep forth. What? A bomb? Just as Masaki contemplated fleeing with everyone, the bomb planted in the secret base detonated with a thunderous explosion. Boom. The force of the explosion was immense, a powerful shockwave knocking everyone to the ground. Fortunately, Masaki managed to grab hold of Duwan and the mantis in time. Otherwise, they would have been scattered by the blast. Almost immediately, the tunnel ceiling began to collapse, large boulders plummeting downwards. Tang tang. The vine snake transformed its whip-like tendrils into a net, desperately trying to obstruct the falling rocks. Masaki shielded Du-Wan and the Pokémon beneath him, channeling all his orange radiance and aura powers into his back. Rumbling, the boulders continued to descend, burying everyone beneath them. Masaki felt an immense weight on his back, and then darkness enveloped him. Chapter 24. Escape. My back hurts. It's so heavy, yet soft beneath. Masaki gradually opened his eyes, realizing that the miner's helmet he wore had cushioned his fall through several layers, sparing him from life-threatening injuries. However, he had endured the crushing weight of an extremely heavy boulder on his back. Even with the cushioning of 2 layers of energy, the pain remained intense. He attempted to turn his neck and wiggle his fingers. Thankfully, they still moved, but the space above him was filled with rocks, severely limiting his range of motion. One could not help but commend the quality of the miner's helmet. It remained intact even in such circumstances, with the light still illuminating the surroundings. Through the beam from the headlamp, Masaki finally understood why the ground beneath him felt so soft. He had inadvertently pinned Du-Wan beneath him. Her eyes were red and tears streamed down her face. He couldn't help but worry that he had caused her pain. Du-Wan, are you okay? Masaki exclaimed. You're awake. Upon seeing Masaki turn his head, Du-Wan was instantly filled with excitement, yearning to reach out and touch his head. But her hand was trapped by the nearby rocks, rendering her immobile. I'm fine, please don't cry. Have you seen the vine snake and the mantis? Masaki anxiously searched for his 2 Pokémon, but their absence heightened his concern. They're fine. They're lying right next to me, Du-Wan reassured him. Tang tang. The vine snake and mantis, hearing their trainer's calls, chimed in to confirm their safety. Masaki sighed in relief. His greatest worry had been for his Pokémon. Thankfully, Riolu had returned to its Pokeball after directing him, or it might have sustained serious injuries. Now, the priority was to escape this dreadful place. Fortunately, Masaki's hands were still functional, providing a glimmer of hope for their escape. He summoned the orange radiance to flow through his body, distributing it to heal everyone. Under the influence of the orange radiance, his back gradually ceased to ache, and moving his arms became less arduous. He owed a debt of gratitude to Shirabi. Such power was incredibly useful. With his arms now mobile, he concentrated his aura power into his hands, gradually forming a blue aura sphere. Bam! Masaki pressed the aura sphere against the boulder that pinned him down. The force of the aura sphere caused the rock to crack, fragmenting into smaller pieces. This is fantastic, Masaki exclaimed, feeling rejuvenated. If the aura sphere could shatter these stones, it meant they had a chance to escape. After breaking one boulder, Masaki replicated the process, shattering all the surrounding rocks that confined them. Gradually, everyone was able to stand once more. Masaki channeled the remaining aura power into another aura sphere, and along with his 2 Pokémon, they continued to break apart the large boulders above them. Bam! With a crisp sound, the rock finally shattered, revealing the exit of the green tunnel. We can get out. Masaki and Du-Wan exchanged excited glances, their faces alight with exhilaration. Masaki thought he was quite thrilled, but Du-Wan's excitement surpassed his own. She enveloped him in a tight embrace, making it difficult for him to breathe. Her face buried in his chest. Tears soaked his shirt. Masaki, please don't ever do something so dangerous again. Your life is more precious than saving others. Du-Wan clung tightly to him, her voice choked with emotion. When she first awakened to find Masaki lifeless beneath her, it felt as if the world had turned to ash. Thankfully, he had awakened in time, or she might have succumbed to despair. It's all right, I'm fine now. Everyone is safe, it's all okay, Masaki consoled, gently patting her back to soothe her overwhelming emotions. He understood the truth of her words. In perilous situations, one should prioritize their own safety. Yet he felt that no matter how many times he faced such circumstances, he would choose to act as he had just done. If one were to ask why, it was likely due to his insatiable sense of justice. To know the tiger lurks in the mountains and still venture forth, that is the romance of a man. With Masaki's quiet reassurance, Du-Wan gradually calmed down, though her tears continued to flow. Masaki. Du-Wan lifted her head, her tear-stained eyes fixed intently upon him. What is it? Masaki began, but before he could finish, Du-Wan swiftly leaned in, planting a gentle kiss on his right cheek. Watching her blush as she darted away, Masaki felt a surge of irritation. Come back and take responsibility, you rascal. It seemed everyone was the same. After stealing a kiss, they would flee without a care for his feelings. Though Du-Wan appeared to have run off, she was secretly observing Masaki's reaction. Seeing him standing there, blushing profusely, she felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. What a dense fool. I made my feelings so clear, yet he still doesn't understand? He should come and embrace me. Masaki remained motionless, creating an awkward silence. Du-Wan, he finally broke the silence. "What is it?" she replied, filled with anticipation. "Let us get out of here," Masaki suggested. "Sigh, all right." It seemed Masaki had not grasped her meaning. Do-won sighed inwardly. However, thinking of the many opportunities they would have to be classmates in the future, she perked up again. The mantis then took on the role of a transport, sequentially lifting both of them to safety. Masaki glanced down at the rubble. The workers were already clearing the debris. The moles were assisting, resulting in impressive efficiency. Even if Masaki couldn't escape on his own, he would surely be rescued by them. Masaki led Do-won down from the rubble to join the foreman and the moles. They were all astonished that Masaki had managed to escape on his own. It was truly incredible, a testament to his prowess as a trainer. Subsequently, Masaki and Do-won joined the cleanup efforts. Under the collective efforts of everyone, the pile of stones was swiftly cleared, revealing the ocean team member who had been trapped beneath in the unscathed Do-won briefcase. With this, the construction at the Kalu tunnel could proceed normally, and even the moles had agreed to lend a hand. With the assistance of these professional excavators, the project would undoubtedly reach completion in no time, facilitating transit between Greenshade Town and Kanas City, which should significantly stimulate the economy of both places. Employees from Do-won Company came to retrieve the briefcase and extended an invitation to Masaki and Kiku to visit Do-won Company, mentioning that Mr. Zivik, the company's president, wished to express his gratitude personally. Naturally, Masaki and Kiku had no reason to decline. Meeting the president of Do-won Company was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps they might even encounter Daigo. Chapter 25, Gratitude. Following the representatives of Do-won Company to President Zivika's office, it was evident that he was devoid of pretension. He sincerely thanked Masaki and Kiku, acknowledging their substantial assistance to Do-won Company. He genuinely appreciated these two young individuals, as despite sending numerous people, they had managed to capture the thief that had eluded him. It was rather theatrical, to say the least. "No, President, my contribution was minimal." It was Masaki who took the lead, Kiku modestly interjected. In her view, she had merely followed Masaki's lead throughout the ordeal, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was Masaki who accomplished the task single-handedly. "Nay, senpai, do not downplay your role. You contributed significantly. If it weren't for your suggestion that the culprit might be the ocean team member who had stolen something, I would still be in the dark," Masaki promptly replied. He understood Kiku's intentions, but he was not the type to shy away from acknowledging contributions. "Ha ha ha, what a humble child. No wonder you possess such prowess at a young age. Both of you have the hearts of champions. There is no need for further modesty. Both of you have made considerable contributions," Mr. Zivik remarked, taking a sip of water, appearing quite pleased. It had been a long time since he had encountered such outstanding young individuals. They were humble yet capable, unlike his own son, who spent his days merely digging for stones and failed to return home even when the family belongings were stolen. He wondered where he had learned such behavior. To express his gratitude, Mr. Zivik said, "If you have any needs, do not hesitate to let me know. By the way, I happen to have a few tablets on hand. I heard that your main Pokémon is of the grass type, so I would like to gift you this green tablet. This rock tablet is for you, Kiku, as you use rock-type Pokémon. Additionally, here is a new type of mobile phone developed by our company. I encourage you to try it out, and remember to provide feedback to our technicians." Mr. Zivik instructed his subordinates to bring forth the prepared gifts. Masaki received an ancient-looking green tablet, imbued with rich grass-type energy, which he believed would greatly enhance the skills of his gloom. Kiku, on the other hand, received a rock tablet infused with rock-type energy. Masaki was astonished at the sight of the tablet, realizing that these tablets might be related to Arceus, with each type possessing its corresponding tablet. The green tablet represented grass-type energy, while Kiku's rock tablet symbolized rock-type energy. "President Zivik, thank you for your generous gift. But isn't this too precious?" Masaki said earnestly. "Ha ha ha, my dear Masaki, how could that be? No matter how valuable these tablets may be, if they remain unused and gather dust in my warehouse, they are no different from worthless trinkets. Thus, entrusting these tablets to promising trainers like yourselves is what truly gives them value. So, please, do not feel burdened. Use them freely," Mr. Zivik replied with a hearty laugh. "Then we thank you, President." Masaki and Kiku expressed their gratitude in unison as they accepted the tablets. "It is no trouble at all. They are merely small tokens of appreciation. In fact, the briefcase you recovered holds greater value. By the way, Masaki, do you have some free time recently? I have a small favor to ask of you," Mr. Zivik said, appearing somewhat bashful. "Please, do tell, what is it that I can assist you with?" Masaki responded promptly. Having just received such valuable gifts, it would be impolite to refuse another request. "Well, my wayward son Daigo seems to have vanished. He is constantly wandering through those mines. where there is no phone signal. Recently, I've heard he was spotted in Battletown. I have a letter for him, and I was wondering if you could help me find him in Battletown. If you cannot locate him, it is of no consequence, as that rascal is elusive and may have ventured elsewhere to dig for stones, Mr. Zivik said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, he found Masaki to be a reliable young man and had no other suitable candidates to deliver the letter. Certainly, Mr. Zivik, I shall take care of it. As it happens, I was planning to challenge the next gym in Battletown, so it is fortuitously on my way, Masaki replied affirmatively. He had intended to challenge the second gym in Battletown to fulfill his agreement with Sakurin and ultimately meet her after becoming the champion of the league. 8 gym badges were essential for this purpose, and with Sakurin already crowned champion, he needed to accelerate his progress. Additionally, delivering the letter might allow him to forge a connection with the former Hoenn League champion, Daigo, a formidable trainer renowned worldwide. Establishing a rapport with him could prove invaluable. Masaki couldn't help but wonder how Sakurin was faring and if she was resentful of him. That is splendid, Masaki. I know an experienced sailor who can take you to Battletown. His name is Hatchi, and he lives on the beach west of Orange City. Go seek him out and tell him I sent you. He will guide you to Battletown, Mr. Zivik said with relief upon hearing Masaki's agreement. Since Masaki was already heading that way, it was a relief for Mr. Zivik, who felt somewhat guilty for burdening the young man. After preparing briefly and bidding farewell to Kiku, Masaki set forth. Kiku chose not to accompany him as she had other matters to attend to, but they exchanged contact information to ensure they could stay in touch. Masaki then visited a shop and purchased a substantial amount of necessary supplies. Thanks to a shopping card gifted by Mr. Zivik, all these items were free of charge. One could say that relying on someone else's generosity felt quite rewarding. At the Sinnoh League headquarters, in the champion's office, Sakurin suddenly awoke from slumber at her desk, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Another dream, perhaps? She murmured, realizing she was in her office. Rising from her chair, she stepped out onto the balcony. The night had settled in, and the gentle moonlight bathed her in its glow. Reminiscent of that fateful evening, gently caressing the jade pendant in her hand, the image of the boy resurfaced in her mind. Masaki, you great deceiver. When will you come to find me? It has been so long since I became champion. If you do not come soon, I shall have to seek you out myself. Recently, Sakurin had also learned of the tumultuous events occurring in the Orange Forest of the Hoenn region. This meant that Masaki was likely not far from the chaos. Chapter 26, Full Charge. Back again, Orange Forest. Masaki stretched languidly amidst the trees, feeling at home in this familiar place. The towering trees swayed gently, as though welcoming his return. As Zhenshu traverses the woodland, he encounters various Pokémon that leap toward him, not in aggression, but as a gesture of goodwill. To the Pokémon inhabiting this forest, Zhenshu, imbued with the power of Orange Blossom, is perceived as a messenger of Celebi, a trustworthy human. Otherwise, these timid creatures would merely observe from a distance upon encountering a stranger. Wudo Town is situated in a remote area, on an island located in the southwestern part of the Hoenn region. Should Zhenshu wish to reach Wudo Town, he must visit the beach west of Orange City to seek out an elder named Hatchi, who can ferry him across. Thus, to get to Orange City, Zhenshu must traverse Orange Forest once more. However, he is in no particular rush, for reaching Wudo Town entails challenging the gym, and his Pokémon still require further training. Consequently, Zhenshu decides to slow his pace, intending to find a few practice partners within Orange Forest for his Vine Snake and others to hone their skills. At this point, it is also time for Riolu to begin its training, allowing it to experience combat in a modest capacity. 10 days later, in the heart of Orange Forest, a clearing is adorned with numerous red targets. Zhenshu and Riolu are diligently practicing the use of Aura Sphere. Riolu, unleash your Aura Sphere. Zhenshu first demonstrates by executing the move himself, striking the target, and then encourages Riolu to give it a try. Riolu, the Pokémon exclaims, signaling its understanding. It appears confident, having practiced alongside Zhenshu for nearly a week. It gently bends its knees, assumes a stance, and begins to gather aura into its palms. The azure aura sphere gradually takes shape before being propelled forward with remarkable speed. Boom. The aura sphere strikes the red target with precision. Excellent, Riolu. Zhenshu exclaims, elated by the accuracy of Riolu's attack. After several days of practice, Riolu had encountered numerous challenges, leading Zhenshu to question whether Riolu was ready for skill training at all. Thankfully, this time, success was achieved. Zhenshu encourages Riolu to practice a few more times, noting its hit rate is quite commendable, striking the target over 8 times out of 10. Although it has yet to reach the threshold for mastery, it has certainly made progress. Over the course of these 10 days, all Pokémon have shown significant growth. Orange Forest hosts a plethora of Pokémon, all eager to assume the role of mentors, guiding Jinshu's Pokémon. Jinshu secures 2 instructors for his Vine Snake. One is a Lizard King, responsible for teaching it Grass-type skills in combat, while the other is an Arbok, specializing in the intimidating glare of the Snake Pokémon. Indeed, as a Snake Pokémon, mastering the signature move of Glare is essential. Additionally, Vine Snake requires further refinement of its various Grass-type techniques. Thus, Jinshu sets forth, selecting the 2 most suitable mentors from the myriad of Pokémon within Orange Forest. As for his Scyther, he finds a Scyther to serve as its teacher. Recently, Scyther has been attempting to absorb energy from the metallic membrane Jinshu provided, but the efficiency has been rather low. Fortunately, a wild Scyther resides in the forest, which should be able to impart valuable experience. After 10 days of intensive training, all 3 Pokémon have reaped abundant rewards. In terms of strength progression, Vine Snake has reached level 22, proficient level, while Scyther has attained level 21, proficient level, both successfully advancing from ordinary to proficient levels. Riolu has also reached level 10, novice level, marking significant improvement, with training yielding fruitful results. It is now time to embark on the next leg of their journey to Hatchi's home. On the edge of Orange Forest, beside a patch of grass, a green-haired boy is struggling with a bald man, desperately attempting to dash into the underbrush, but unable to escape the man's grasp. "Man-chung, stop this nonsense. The grass is dangerous. Let us return home. Once we reach Green Shade Town, you can have your own Pokémon," the man pleads, exasperated. This boy, prone to injuries, has a penchant for running about and returning home battered. Today, their family was supposed to move from Orange City to Green Shade Town, yet he suddenly went missing, only to discover he had ventured into the forest to catch Pokémon. Goodness, humans recklessly wandering into the grass can easily be attacked by wild Pokémon. Given Man Chang's fragile constitution, his foray into the forest could pose a life-threatening risk. Fortunately, the bald man was swift enough to intervene before calamity struck. "No, Dad. Uncle Qianli gave me a Snivy. I can protect myself. I'll catch a Pokémon in the grass and then return with you to Green Shade Town. Please. This is a lifelong request," Man-chung implores, tears welling in his eyes. "Fine, since you are so adamant, I agree. But you must be cautious and not get hurt again," the bald man concedes, finally swayed by Man-chung's earnestness. Once granted permission, Man-chung joyfully plunges into the grass. Not long after, a rare Pokémon, Ralts, emerges. Overjoyed, he sends out Snivy to battle, successfully weakening Ralts to the point of capture. Just as he retrieves a Pokeball from his backpack, intent on completing his first capture, he notices another Pokeball striking Ralts before he can act. The ball shakes, emits a flash of red light, and then halts, indicating that the capture was successful. His Ralts, now claimed by another, fills Man-chung with despair as he turns to see his father collapsed on the ground beside a man in a red suit, holding a cage. In his focus on Ralts, Man-chung had failed to notice the presence of an assailant. Who would have thought that in my pursuit of a Pokémon, I would encounter a rare wild Ralts? "Thank you, kid. This Pokémon is worth quite a bit." The man in red grins wickedly, picking up the captured Pokeball. Despair envelopes Man-chung as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Chapter 27, Acts of Valor. The man in the red suit approaches Man-chung slowly, intending to knock him out and make his escape. Man-chung, having never faced such a threat, trembles, devoid of the strength to flee. Riolu, Aura Sphere. Suddenly, a voice akin to salvation echoes. A blue orb of light soars through the air, striking the assailant squarely on the back of the head. Dazed, the man collapses to the ground. Man-chung, overwhelmed, sinks to the ground, gasping for breath. To think that such lawlessness could occur in broad daylight. The security in Hoenn truly leaves much to be desired. Jinshu approaches, shaking his head in disbelief as he expertly searches the pockets of the fallen Team Magma member. The distinctive red attire and emblem mark him as a member of the underground crime organization, Team Magma. Therefore, Jinshu sees no reason to be courteous, promptly relieving the man of his possessions. After extracting the smaller items, he even removes the clothing from the criminal's back for future use. Indeed, he had previously appropriated the uniform of a member of Team Aqua for himself. After collecting the last piece of the Lava Team uniform, he had successfully gathered the uniforms of Team Rocket, Team Aqua, and Team Magma, which brought him a slight sense of accomplishment. Beside him, Man-chung appeared somewhat dazed. He had initially thought that Masaki was merely a passerby with a sense of justice. However, after Masaki defeated the villain, he immediately began to collect his spoils, which hardly seemed like the actions of a virtuous individual. Could it be black against black? Man-chung recalled a plot from a television drama, growing increasingly fearful of Masaki. Trembling once more, Masaki skillfully bound the lava team member with a rope and dialed the authorities, requesting their prompt arrival to take him away to prison. Before finally turning his attention to the frightened young trainer beside him. The green-haired boy was visibly shaken, trembling incessantly, likely traumatized by the recent encounter. Indeed, these underground organizations inflicted great harm. Masaki silently critiqued the situation, completely oblivious to the fact that the boy feared him. Are you all right? The villain has been subdued. So there's no need to be afraid anymore, Masaki said, offering a warm smile and a friendly demeanor. Wait, aren't you engaging in black against black? Manchong stammered, clearly shocked that the supposed villain before him was so kind-hearted. Haha, you must be mistaken. I'm merely attending to the aftermath of defeating him, ensuring he doesn't suddenly lash out and cause harm. When dealing with such ruthless underground organizations, one must be meticulous, Masaki explained, pointing to the securely bound lava team member. My apologies, I thought you were a villain involved in black against black. Manchong realized he had made a significant blunder. The one who saved him was a genuine hero, not a nefarious supervillain. Understanding that Masaki was an approachable good person, Manchong finally opened up, recounting his unfortunate experiences. It's all over now. Your larvitar should be in that pokeball. I released it, and you can catch it again. Masaki expressed sympathy for the boy. Had he not fortuitously encountered him, Manchong would have been heartbroken. Thank you, brother Masaki. Manchong sincerely expressed his gratitude. He then successfully captured the larvitar that Masaki had released, obtaining his very first Pokémon. Larvitar male. Quality level, blue. Type, psychic. Ability, telepathy. Strength, level 4. Upon reviewing Larvitar's data, Masaki silently affirmed its potential. A fine Larvitar indeed. It may one day evolve into a remarkable Galade or a powerful Gardevoir. Manchong, you are impressive. From your battle, I can see your passion for Pokémon. Nurture your Larvitar well, and you will undoubtedly become an exceptional trainer, Masaki encouraged. After Manchong introduced himself, Masaki recognized his potential. Indeed, he would become a formidable trainer. It was wise to build rapport with him early on. Brother Masaki, I will take you as my goal and will not let you down, Manchong declared. Holding his Larvitar's Pokeball, tears of gratitude spilling down his cheeks. The feeling of having regained something lost was truly wonderful. Manchong felt a heartfelt appreciation for Masaki. Well then, farewell, Manchong. I have matters to attend to, Masaki said, opening the cage of the lava team member and releasing the Wingull inside. He communicated with the Wingull, discovering it was the very Pokémon that belonged to Hatchi, the elderly man he was searching for. Now, he needed to hasten to find Hatchi to avoid causing him distress. The old man could hardly endure such emotional turbulence. Additionally, he had to flee before Junsha and her team arrived to collect the criminals, lest they inquire about his stripping away of their uniforms. The last time he had removed the Aqua Team's uniform, he had received a warning from them. Now, this is what it truly means to be a trainer, Manchong thought, watching Masaki's retreating figure, clutching his Pokeball tightly, filled with admiration. To the west of Orange City, a conspicuous wooden house stood out against the endless beach. Xiaopi, is that your home up ahead? Masaki inquired. Yes. The voice of Wingull resonated in Masaki's mind. Approaching the wooden house, he indeed spotted an elderly man with a white beard, anxiously pacing before the door, intermittently checking his phone. That must be Hatchi. He appeared thoroughly distressed. It was said that in his youth, he had adventured across the 7 seas, but after retiring, he had settled into a leisurely life. Observing Hatchi's anxious demeanor, Xiaopi could no longer contain himself and swiftly flew up, plunging into Hatchi's embrace. Hatchi joyfully embraced Xiaopi, tears streaming down his face as he spoke tenderly to the Pokémon. They were inseparable, to the extent that losing one would mean the demise of the other. One could only imagine how he had spent the last half-day. Those inept Junsha officers merely promised to notify him once they found Xiaopi, but in truth, they had not informed him at all. Waiting from morning until afternoon, there was no communication whatsoever. Fortunately, a young trainer fortuitously encountered Xiaopi, heroically rescuing it and returning it home. Truly impressive. After concluding his affectionate reunion with Xiaopi, Hatchi's face lit up with joy upon seeing Masaki approach. Thank you, young man, for saving my Xiaopi, he exclaimed, grasping Masaki's hand tightly. It was just a small effort. By the way, Mr. Hatchi, could you take me to Wudo Town? Mr. Zavoki sent me to find you. Masaki got straight to the point, bypassing any pleasantries. Ms. Junsha. Chapter 28, Wudo Town. Absolutely no problem. Wudo Town, right? I'll just refuel the boat, and we can set off shortly, Hatchi responded confidently, patting his chest. After a while, Masaki boarded Hatchi's speedboat. Hatchi drove swiftly. Yet Masaki felt no turbulence. Truly, the expertise of a seasoned sailor with decades of experience was evident. His navigational skills were impeccable. After approximately half an hour, the speedboat gradually approached the shore. Feel free to attend to your matters, Masaki. Once you're done, come find me at that little house over there. It's also my home. If you have nowhere to stay tonight, you're welcome at my place. Hatchi indicated towards a small house as they disembarked at the wooden port of Wudo Town. All right, goodbye, Mr. Hatchi. I'll go take care of my business. Masaki waved farewell to Hatchi. Wudo Town was quite small. At a glance, one could hardly see many buildings. However, its tourism industry was thriving, with many young women in light attire frolicking on the beach, relishing the beauty of the shore. Masaki noticed that many wore white martial arts uniforms. A testament to the influence of the local dojo, the spirit of combat was indeed palpable. Arriving in Wudo Town, Masaki had two primary tasks: to find Daigo and deliver a message, and to challenge the dojo. He decided to seek out Daigo first. However, upon inquiring with the island's residents, none had seen him. In that case, he would have to search in places where Daigo might be. Given Daigo's character, he was likely somewhere digging for stones, and Mr. Zavoki had mentioned that Daigo might be in a cave without signal, which further narrowed down his search. According to the townsfolk, there was indeed a stone cave to the north of Wudo Town, a haven for stone enthusiasts seeking rare specimens. However, rumors of supernatural occurrences in the cave had deterred many from venturing inside. Undaunted by such tales, Masaki resolutely headed north towards the stone cave. If there are any supernatural occurrences, it must be due to a ghostly Pokémon playing tricks. However, human fear often stems from a lack of firepower. Were Jinshu to face these entities alone and unarmed, he would undoubtedly feel trepidation. Yet, with so many Pokémon at his disposal, these petty specters pose no threat. That must lead to the stone cave. Jinshu had already distanced himself from the vicinity of Wudo Town. Ahead, by the coastline, stood a modest mountain. The pitch-black cave entrance at its base strikingly conspicuous. The entrance loomed large, estimated to be 3 or 4 meters high. Peering inside from the entrance, he found only darkness. A foreboding atmosphere that explained the plethora of ghostly tales surrounding this place. It truly resembled a haunt. Hey, young trainer, do not venture further. It is perilous here. A robust voice suddenly called from behind. Jinshu turned to see a classic mountaineering uncle rushing toward him, panting heavily as he clutched his knees. Uncle, you just mentioned it's dangerous here. What has happened? Jinshu inquired. Indeed, this cave has been quite sinister of late. Not only are there numerous ghost stories, but I also just witnessed a menacing-looking individual rush inside. He is likely a wanted criminal, the amiable uncle explained. Sounds truly perilous, but I must enter, uncle. Fear not, for I am quite strong. Jinshu smiled faintly and turned to proceed. Wait, young man. The darkness within is profound. Have your Pokémon learned Flash? If not, I cannot permit you to enter. It is genuinely dangerous, and this is no trifling matter. The mountaineering uncle appeared increasingly anxious as Jinshu remained resolute. Worry not, uncle. Do you see this marvelous contraption atop my head? It is a specially crafted Super Minor S helmet, equipped with a powerful lamp of several hundred watts, illuminating the cave as brightly as day. We live in an era where technology transforms lives. There is no need to squander time learning Flash now. Jinshu pointed at his miner's hat with a grin. He had acquired this gear using a shopping card gifted by Mr. Zivki. Indeed, the thrill of obtaining something for free was delightful. That won't do, young man. There are numerous wild Pokémon inside. If your strength is inadequate, it could be perilous. Let us have a Pokémon battle. Once I ascertain your capabilities, I shall permit you entry. Faced with the futility of various objections, the mountaineering uncle resorted to the ultimate tactic of the Pokémon world, a battle challenge. Is a battle truly necessary? Very well, let us proceed. Jinshu promptly released his Scyther, while the mountaineering uncle sent forth his Geodude. The two Pokémon clashed, but alas, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The uncle's Geodude, at a mere level 15, was effortlessly dispatched by Scyther. Am I free to enter now? Jinshu inquired nonchalantly. Go ahead, you have proven your worth. The defeated uncle, clutching Geodude's Pokeball, exhibited a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. Inside the stone cave, Jinshu began his exploration. This cavern resembled a vast labyrinth, with surroundings that appeared nearly identical, devoid of significant landmarks, making it exceedingly easy to lose one's way. The robber had indeed chosen the right hideout. Locating him here would be a daunting task. Furthermore, the uncle was correct. Wild Pokémon were abundant. Wearing his Minor S helmet, Jinshu entered the cave, startling numerous Zubat who were resting. Fortunately, thanks to the power of Chuanhua, Jinshu had achieved full affinity with Pokémon. The Zubat merely relocated to a darker corner to rest, sparing Jinshu from a potential skirmish. Those stones, they appear to be a moonstone, and beside it, isn't that a thunderstone? As he gazed at the two stones nestled within a small hollow in the rock wall, Jinshu's eyes gleamed. Truly, this stone cave was a treasure trove, as he stumbled upon two valuable stones merely by wandering. The seemingly unremarkable round white stone was likely a moonstone, capable of preventing the evolution of the Pokémon that carries it. Do not perceive this as a negative effect. Indeed, many Pokémon in this world, like Ash's Pikachu from the previous anime, are reluctant to evolve. Moreover, a moonstone can also be used to restrain Pokémon on the verge of evolution, allowing them to fully realize their potential before evolving. The other stone, adorned with lightning patterns, was undoubtedly a thunderstone, brimming with electric energy, used for the evolution of specific Pokémon. Judging by the quality of the thunderstone's pattern, it appeared to be of superior grade. This thunderstone could fetch a handsome price at a friendly shop, potentially exceeding 10,000. Jinshu realized he had stumbled upon a true windfall. The recent ghost rumors had deterred visitors, allowing him to seize this opportunity. He finally understood why Da Wu was so enamored with stone mining. The exhilaration of this discovery was unparalleled. As Jinshu reached for the stones, a commotion echoed from a distance. Something was rapidly approaching. So it seems my fortune may not come so easily, Jinshu mused, yet his actions remained swift. With his left hand, he retrieved a pokeball, releasing his gloom, while his right hand grasped the thunderstone and moonstone, hastily stowing them in his backpack. Regardless of the circumstances, securing the goods was his priority. Guling. A shrill roar pierced the air, and Jinshu sensed a shadow darting swiftly before him, glinting with a striking red light that elongated into a shimmering tail in his vision. This unknown Pokémon was fierce, poised to launch itself at Jinshu's face. However, Gloom reacted promptly, extending two resilient vines to swiftly repel the encroaching shadow. Under the illumination of the miner's helmet, Jinshu finally discerned the assailant, a hunched figure resembling a shadowy assassin, cloaked in dark purple, its claws glistening ominously. It possessed two sapphire-like eyes, and a red gem at its waist exuded a captivating glow, particularly striking in the cave's darkness. This was a Shuppet. Shuppet, male. Qualification level, green. Type, ghost, dark. Ability, keen eye. Strength, level 16, normal level 10, 20. Description, a dark Pokémon, primarily inhabiting deep caves. It feeds on stones using its sharp claws. It seemed Jinshu had unwittingly pilfered Shuppet's food stash, provoking its wrath. He quickly realized the source of the cave's ghostly tales was none other than this very Shuppet. However, as the items now lay within his backpack, Jinshu was reluctant to surrender them. These treasures, left in the wild without identification, rightfully belonged to the one who could seize them. If Shuppet desired its stones back, it would need to engage in battle first. Should it win, the items would be returned. Guling. Suddenly, Shuppet, which had remained motionless, transformed into an inky shadow, melding seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, searching for an opportunity to strike. Gloom, be cautious. This is a shadow sneak. Shuppet is concealed within the shadows, ready to ambush. Jinshu warned Gloom. Gloom nodded, its eyes glowing red, vigilantly scanning the area. The dark environment favored Shuppet, with shadows obscuring its location. Since it thrives in darkness, perhaps I shall dispel this darkness to reveal its position. Jinshu suddenly conceived a strategy to unearth Shuppet. He suddenly retrieved several miners' helmets from his backpack, placed them on the ground, adjusting their angles before methodically flipping them open. These were purchased during his shopping spree in Kanas City, as a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. Thanks to the advanced spatial storage capabilities of the Pokémon World's backpacks, he managed to carry such a multitude of helmets. The bright beams emitted by the high-powered lights of the helmets illuminated the surroundings of the true tree in all directions, revealing the hidden specter known as the Haunter lurking in the shadows. Having lived in such pitch-black caverns for years, the sudden onslaught of light rendered the Haunter temporarily blinded, leaving it unable to see anything. It was an opportune moment for an attack. The vine snake lunged towards the disoriented Haunter, unleashing a swift leaf blade imbued with fierce intent, knocking it unconscious. Finally, the troublesome creature was dealt with, and the true tree let out a sigh of relief. It was a pity that this Haunter's aptitude was rather mediocre, compounded by its less-than-ideal ability. Otherwise, it could have been a valuable addition. Although Haunter's base stats were not particularly high, it possessed a formidable combination of ghost and dark attributes, along with a wide array of learnable moves. If paired with the prankster ability, it could serve as an exceptionally troublesome support. Alas, This haunter bore the ability to keen eye, rendering it unnecessary for the true tree to attempt to capture. He collected a few decent-looking stones from the ground and placed them beside the haunter as a token of apology, hoping it would appreciate the gesture upon awakening. In truth, haunter had not committed any wrongdoing. It merely sought to reclaim its belongings. Anyone returning home to find their possessions stolen would likely feel angered. He could only hope that this experience would teach the haunter to better conceal its treasures. After all, it is wise to keep one's wealth discreet. The true tree continued his exploration, attentively searching for more stones. Unfortunately, he encountered little of value along the way. While he did find a few attractive stones, he collected them with the intention of gifting them to Duskull. Duskull shared similar interests with Daigo, having a fondness for peculiar stones. It was no surprise that she, as a rock-type Pokémon trainer, harbored such a deep affection for stones. The dark environment was unwelcoming to the vine snake, prompting the true tree to return her to her Pokeball. The utter absence of light here would surely deter grass-type Pokémon, as they could not even perform photosynthesis. It was no wonder they would struggle to endure this place. The stone cave seemed endless. The true tree had traversed its depths for quite some time, without encountering any signs of an exit or even a trace of a living soul. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding Daigo's presence here. Perhaps he had already departed. The eerie silence of the cavern was becoming unsettling, even for someone as mentally resilient as the true tree. He pondered how Daigo could run around the world just to delve into such dark abysses. It was no wonder he had become a champion. Such a mindset was something most ordinary individuals could only envy. As he walked, lost in these fragmented thoughts, he felt his tension return upon redirecting his attention to the path ahead. There was something on the ground. A large, dark shadow loomed before him. Cautiously assessing the shape of the shadow, the true tree dared not make any sudden movements, instead inching forward. The light from the miner's helmet gradually illuminated the ominous silhouette. To his relief, he realized he had been overthinking. The large shadow was not a fearsome, unknown creature, but rather a man lying motionless on the ground. Who could it be? Chapter 30, Junsha. The man before him startled the true tree. His pallid complexion made him appear almost lifeless. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the seemingly lifeless figure was indeed breathing, albeit faintly, and was likely nearing death. The man bore multiple bruises and the imprints of shoes on his clothing, suggesting he had engaged in a struggle prior to losing consciousness. However, one detail piqued the true tree's curiosity. The shoe sizes indicated the assailant was likely a woman. The man's belongings were nowhere to be found. Pokeballs, a mobile phone, trainer card, everything had been stripped away, leaving him with nothing but his clothes. It appeared that the woman who had attacked him had stolen his possessions and fled, and she might still be lurking within the cave. After all, if a woman had exited the cave, the mountaineer they encountered earlier would surely have mentioned her. Thus, it could be deduced that she had yet to leave and that Daigo was probably not present in the cave. Had he been, he would have long since escorted the perpetrator out. This incapacitated man was likely the wanted criminal the mountaineer spoke of, and another female assailant had targeted him for his valuables, stealthily entering the cave to incapacitate him and steal his belongings. Observing the fallen man, the true tree pieced together the fragments of information he had just gathered, forming a coherent narrative in his mind. Yet, as he emerged from his contemplation, an unsettling sensation prickled at the back of his neck, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind near his head. Panic surged through him. He was under attack. The assailant who had incapacitated this man was right behind him. The true tree reacted swiftly, instinctively lowering his head. Thud! A heavy object struck the rock wall above him, and he realized his quick reflexes had likely saved his life. He prepared to swiftly turn around and deliver a punch to the shadowy figure behind him. However, the assailant's speed surpassed his own. He felt a tremendous force strike his backside, propelling him against the rock wall. The wall emitted a series of mechanical sounds, as if a hidden door had been triggered. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath his feet give way, and he began to plummet downward, landing abruptly in what appeared to be a trap triggered by the hidden door. To his surprise, it didn't hurt as much as he anticipated. The sensation beneath him was unexpectedly soft. What could it be? It felt almost like the texture of slime, a peculiar, squishy substance that seemed to mold and shift in his grasp. Curiosity piqued. He turned to see that he was not alone. Beneath him lay a girl. His hands were resting inappropriately upon her. Oh no! What had initially felt like playful, squishy clay had transformed into an awkward predicament, causing him to raise his hands above his head in alarm. He lowered his gaze in remorse towards the girl, contemplating his unintended transgression, before finally taking a moment to appraise her appearance. She was clad in a fitted uniform, a snug short-sleeved shirt paired with a pencil skirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure. She was quite tall for a girl, with her height predominantly in her legs, which were elegantly encased in black stockings and complemented by a pair of khaki knee-high boots, exuding a captivating beauty. Her delicate face appeared slightly pale, her eyes tightly shut, and her emerald green hair lay in disarray around her, dusted with grime from the cave. It was Junsha. Jinshu recognized the face of the girl before him, having encountered her previously. Like Joy, she belonged to a large family whose members bore striking resemblances to one another, all serving as police officers across various regions. Gazing at the unconscious Junsha, Jinshu suddenly came to a realization. His earlier supposition was mistaken. The woman who had battled the wanted criminal was indeed this very Junsha. She must have been ambushed by another individual lurking within the cave after apprehending the fugitive, triggering a mechanism that led her to fall into this trap. Jinshu examined her injuries and felt relieved to find that Junsha was still breathing, appearing to have sustained only minor wounds despite the significant height from which she had fallen and the subsequent pressure from another. It was no wonder she could serve as a police officer in a world teeming with extraordinary Pokémon. Her physical prowess was truly remarkable. Jinshu placed his hands over Junsha's body, channeling the power of Orange Blossom into her unconscious form. Under the influence of this life-imbued energy, a green glow enveloped her body, and her injuries began to heal gradually. Where was this place? As her wounds mended, Junsha regained consciousness, slowly opening her eyes. Initially disoriented, her vacant gaze fixated on the dark cavern. Suddenly, a tingling sensation arose from her legs, as though tiny insects were crawling upon them. Struggling to lift her head, she used the light illuminating her legs to discern the scene before her, discovering a young man beside her, seemingly attempting to remove her stockings. Pervert! Just as Junsha was about to unleash her fury, she found herself utterly powerless. You're awake. It appears my treatment was effective. Your body is still quite weak. It would be best for you to rest for a while. Your leg is injured rather severely, and the stockings hindered my treatment, so may I remove them? Jinshu. Noticing that the dazed Junsha had lifted her head to look at him, with an expression that was decidedly unfriendly, felt a pang of anxiety and calmly explained his intentions. Go ahead. And thank you for saving me. Upon hearing Jinshu's explanation, Junsha realized her misunderstanding. The young man before her was not a lecher, but her savior. She complied with his suggestion, resting her head back on the ground and quietly accepting his treatment. Seeing her cooperation, Jinshu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared she might have attacked him without discernment. Thankfully, Junsha was of a more understanding disposition. Chapter 31. Healing. Grasping the edge of the stockings, he gently peeled them away, revealing Junsha's exquisitely pale legs, akin to a work of art. However, due to her injuries, these beautiful limbs bore numerous distressing bloodstains. The many scars resembled painful fissures, striking Jinshu's nerves. Such a multitude of scars must be agonizing, he whispered softly. After stowing the removed stockings in his pocket, Jinshu's fingers, aglow with a faint green light, carefully brushed over the wounds. The power of Orange Blossom, a mysterious force imbued with pure vitality, acted like a magical ointment from a fairy tale, healing her ailments. With her eyes closed, Junsha felt a soothing coolness at the wound site, and the heart-wrenching pain gradually dissipated, replaced by a mild itch that tempted her to scratch. How itchy, she murmured, her cheeks flushing slightly. Will this feel better? Jinshu gently scratched at the now-healed wounds, observing Junsha's response. That feels delightful, she sighed softly, her expression relaxing, indicating the effectiveness of his ministrations. Shall I continue? Jinshu inquired quietly. Yes, please do. Junsha nodded gently, her voice barely audible, her delicate face growing increasingly warm. Receiving her consent, Jinshu resumed his treatment. Emboldened by his previous success, his hands radiated a brilliant green light as he meticulously examined the wounds, swiftly moving his hands to allow the orange blossom power to permeate every minute injury. It was not until every scar had vanished, and her skin regained its flawless beauty that Jinshu finally felt at ease. He took a deep breath and retrieved a towel from his backpack to wipe away his perspiration. This healing process, though seemingly simple, had proven to be quite taxing. After all that exertion, he was thoroughly exhausted. Yet, he was gratified to see that Junsha's visible injuries had nearly healed, and her complexion appeared much healthier. After providing her with a restorative potion, all that remained was for her to gradually regain her strength. Thank you. What is your name? How did you end up here? Once she had regained some energy, Junsha began to inquire about Jinshu, a habit likely ingrained from her profession. I am Jinshu, a trainer from Mabai Town. I came into this cave to deliver a message to a man named Daigo, but I was inadvertently ambushed by the criminals within and fell here. Jinshu candidly shared his purpose for being there before asking, Miss Junsha, how did you come to be here? Were you also ambushed? Junsha nodded, recounting her own experience. Following a similar line of reasoning as Jinshu, she had pursued a wanted criminal into the stone cave, defeated him, and was then ambushed, triggering the mechanism that led her into this trap. And please, call me Bai. My full name is Junsha Bai, she added at the end, feeling that being addressed as Miss Junsha felt overly formal, especially since everyone at work referred to her simply as Bai. Very well, Bai. Do you have any leads regarding our assailant? Jinshu resumed his analysis. The final uncertainties surrounding the entire incident lay with the identity and motives of the ambusher. He was curious as to what manner of person would recklessly attack a police officer. It is likely a cohort of that wanted criminal. They may very well be hiding within the cave, Junsha replied calmly. However, if they are an accomplice, why did they not come to the aid of their fallen comrade? Jinshu posed another question, recalling that the wanted criminal had been unconscious on the ground prior to his descent. This seemed rather illogical. I'm not entirely sure. There are various possibilities. However, discussing it here is futile. We must find a way out, Junsha Bai said, feeling overwhelmed, as this was not her strong suit. Bai, do not fret. Consider this. A typical criminal, upon realizing they had assaulted a police officer, would likely flee without a second thought. Yet this assailant continued to attack those entering the cave, suggesting that something of great importance to them lies hidden here, something they do not wish to be discovered. We should venture deeper into the cave. We may uncover the answers we seek. Jinshu continued his reasoning, clearly finding some clarity in the situation. So once again, how do we escape? Without doing so, we cannot resolve any of these issues, can we? Do not rush. Do you see that stone wall above? That is where we fell through the secret door. If we can destroy it, my Flygon can carry us back up. Jinshu pointed to the rock wall above. He then released his Riolu, and together they unleashed a wave of aura spheres upon the stone barrier above. Though the stone wall was incredibly sturdy, it succumbed to the relentless bombardment of multiple wave missiles, shattering into a myriad of pebbles and revealing a passageway leading upwards. Come on, I'll carry you, Masaki said, recalling his levity and summoning his Scyther, urging Junsha to ascend more swiftly. However, Junsha's face was flushed, and despite her fervent attempts to rise, she found herself unable to do so. Although her stamina was gradually recovering, the pace was insufficient. I apologize, I forgot you hadn't fully recuperated, Masaki remarked as he stepped forward and swept Junsha into his arms. This arrangement was far more convenient, sparing her the effort of standing up. Scyther, it's time. Take us up, he instructed, cradling Junsha with one arm while grasping Scyther's limb with the other, allowing the Pokémon to lift them into the air. After several days of training in the forest, Scyther's strength had significantly increased. Now, carrying two individuals posed no challenge, especially since neither Masaki nor Junsha were particularly heavy. The vibrations of flight made it precarious. Masaki held Junsha's waist with one arm, making it easy for her to slip away. Consequently, Junsha clung to him like a sloth embraces a tree, their bodies pressed closely together, and the atmosphere grew somewhat heated. How warm, and he smells so delightful, she thought, relishing the sensation of being enveloped in Masaki's embrace, a feeling she hadn't experienced in quite some time. She wished fervently that Scyther could fly a little longer. Continuing their ascent indefinitely. Chapter 32, The Bottom of the Cave. White, we've reached the top, Masaki whispered, glancing down at Junsha, who appeared to have dozed off in his arms. Although the sensation of cradling her was delightful, it was also somewhat taxing. As a youthful boy brimming with vigor, Masaki felt himself struggling to maintain composure. Just a little longer, Masaki. I'm still lacking strength, Junsha murmured softly in his ear, playfully exhaling warm breath. She was unsure of why she felt this way. She had never behaved like this before, but Masaki's playful demeanor compelled her to tease him. White, please stop. I'm genuinely at my limit, Masaki exclaimed in desperation, his breath growing labored. All right, I was just joking. I can walk on my own now, Junsha reassured him, sensing his discomfort and releasing her hold. It was not yet the right moment. She felt the need to grow closer to Masaki first. Although she appeared composed, she was devoid of experience, and the sensation of being in danger caused her to panic, prompting her to retreat. Masaki was unexpectedly impressive, despite his youthful appearance. He possessed remarkable resources. Masaki inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his racing heart, yet the exhilarating sensation persisted. Observing Masaki's pained expression, Junsha felt a pang of guilt. Realizing it was her fault, Masaki, perhaps I could assist you, she offered. Stop. Hold on. White. Please let me have a moment of solitude, Masaki interjected, seeking a quiet space to collect himself. As he continued along the path, he was confident it would lead to the cave's end. After conversing with a wild Zubat residing within the cavern, Masaki finally discerned the correct route. Having wandered aimlessly for what felt like ages, he had the idea to inquire about directions from the local inhabitants of the cave. However, after questioning several wild Pokémon, it became evident they were unaware of the paths. They merely existed in that space, lacking any memory of routes. This realization frustrated Masaki, but after approximately 10 inquiries, he encountered a more astute Pokémon that provided him with the accurate direction. Masaki, you truly are impressive. You can communicate with Pokémon as if they were friends, heal their wounds, and possess remarkable reasoning skills. None of this is apparent from your appearance. You merely seem like a handsome young boy, yet you unexpectedly possess such strength. Junsha remarked sincerely. The closer she grew to this young man, the more she found herself captivated. Masaki is, quite simply, a treasure. It's not as extraordinary as you claim. To be frank, I'm a traveler from another world, and within this body resides the soul of a mature man who has also awakened a powerful system. Now you understand. Masaki replied nonchalantly, revealing his true self. Ha. I must add that you're quite humorous, Masaki. You have a knack for being serious while being amusing, which I find quite appealing, Junsha said with a smile. Masaki shrugged helplessly. See, even when I reveal the truth, no one believes it. They will only believe what they wish to. As they advanced along the correct path, it became evident that this area differed significantly from the previous sections of the cave. The first noticeable change was the increased brightness. Luminous crystals adorned the surrounding rock walls. Thanks to the radiance emitted by these crystals, Masaki and Junsha could navigate without overly relying on their miners' helmets. Moreover, the oxygen level was notably richer, unlike the previous segments where breathing had become laborious. Masaki noted an abundance of green stones atop the rock walls, conjecturing that they were oxygen stones capable of emitting oxygen. Masaki, be cautious, that villain may be nearby, Junsha warned, gripping her pokeball and scanning the surroundings vigilantly, prepared to counter any sudden attacks. Having been ambushed once, she was understandably apprehensive. It's all right. If he only dares to ambush us, it implies his direct strength must be inferior to ours. We simply need to remain vigilant against his sneak attacks. Why? You watch the rear while I keep an eye ahead. He won't find an opportunity, Masaki speculated. He believed that if the villain possessed true strength, he would have already vanquished all adversaries rather than lurking in the shadows of the dark cave like a rat. After traversing a particularly steep path and squeezing through a narrow rock passage, the scene before them suddenly opened up, revealing a spacious area reminiscent of a stadium, filled with rare ores. Masaki quickly surveyed the surroundings and noted the presence of thunder stones, fire stones, and water stones, even spotting a rare leaf stone tucked away in a corner. It was no wonder this place was dubbed the Stone Cave. The abundance of these precious stones was truly remarkable. Wait, Masaki, look over there. Is that a person? Junsha exclaimed. Her attention diverted from the stones to the potential presence of an enemy. To her surprise, she had indeed made a discovery. Before the hall lay a slope, with a narrow path leading from it. Gazing towards the small path from the hall, they could discern a glowing mineral alongside what appeared to be a shadowy figure. Upon hearing Junsha's words, Masaki swiftly turned his gaze to the indicated spot, catching sight of a shadowy form resembling a human. However, the shadow flickered and vanished, leaving him uncertain whether it was merely an illusion. Let's go check it out, Masaki declared. Regardless of the circumstances, investigating was essential. That glowing mineral appeared extraordinary and was likely the target coveted by the villain. The shadow they had just seen could very well belong to the assailant, who had sensed their presence and retreated. With his speed shoes, Masaki dashed forward like a gust of wind, but Junsha, having regained much of her strength, managed to keep pace effortlessly, even in her women's flats. The disparity left Masaki feeling somewhat embarrassed, resolving to practice running diligently upon returning. Junsha felt quite indifferent. After all, she was a bona fide law enforcement officer, and this profession inherently demanded physical prowess. As she swiftly entered their destination, illuminated by the glow emanating from the ores, Taraki finally discerned the assailant who had attacked them. It's you, Taraki exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 33. This is what you call professionalism. You truly are impressive. To emerge unscathed from such a trap, the mountaineer remarked, squinting without betraying even a hint of anxiety. I should have anticipated it. You are the one lurking in the shadows, the harbinger of the ghostly tales surrounding the stone caverns, and your aim was this mineral fruit, wasn't he it? Taraki spoke slowly, piecing together the puzzle. Beside the mountaineer stood a mineral formation resembling a tree trunk, its apex unfurling like an open hand, cradling a verdant fruit, the very source of the light they had just witnessed. Under the influence of the data analysis eye, information about this luminous, enigmatic mineral fruit materialized before them. Life mineral fruit. Status: unripe, 10 minutes until full maturity. Description: a miraculous fruit formed from the essence of minerals, imbued with tremendous life force, capable of extending lifespan and enhancing physical condition. The truth was now laid bare. The mountaineer, upon discovering the nearly ripe mineral fruit within the cavern, had disseminated tales of its haunting to drive away anyone who might seek it, even going so far as to attack Junsha. Truly, his actions were utterly reprehensible. For someone as mediocre as myself, I can only pin my hopes on such heavenly treasures to alter my fate. Alas, I've waited so long, yet the fruit remains unripe. The mountaineer laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face, his emotions oscillating wildly, bordering on madness. Such a pity, uncle, after all your efforts, you've merely fashioned me a wedding dress. Thank you. I shall graciously accept this mineral fruit. As the white light of a pokeball illuminated the scene, the vine snake and the flying mantis appeared beside Taraki, while Junsha silently released her herdier, poised for action. You truly respect me, employing such grand theatrics. However, you shall be disappointed. That little onyx you intended to battle is my strongest Pokémon. Yet I have one last resort. Let us descend into hell together. And if I can drag you down with me, my life will have been worth it. The mountaineer eyes bulged, bloodshot, and utterly deranged. He retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed the red button. To his embarrassment, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Everyone remained steadfast, gazing at one another in disbelief. Why do you villains always revert to using explosives? Can't you employ a different method? It's tiresome to see the same old tricks day in and day out, Taraki lamented, shrugging. Since his last experience with an explosion, he had grown wary of such devices. Noticing the mountaineer's unusual demeanor, he activated the bomb signal jammer he had just purchased from the Devon Corporation. With the mountaineer's remote signal jammed, the bomb could not be detonated. What are you waiting for? Subdue him, Taraki commanded, and the flying mantis lunged forward, apprehending the mountaineer, while the vine snake ensnared him tightly with its vines. Taraki dashed to the mountaineer's side, expertly searching him and ultimately stripping him of his garments. Even Riolu emerged from its pokeball, utilizing its aura to detect the hidden explosives the mountaineer had buried. Witnessing Taraki's seamless handling of the situation, Junsha and Herdier exchanged astonished glances. It was they who were supposed to be the police and police dogs, yet Taraki seemed far more adept. Having securely bound the perpetrator and even neutralized the bombs with ease, they had contributed little to the effort. Well then, let us take him back for some thorough questioning. And I suppose we can lock him away for a decade or so. Taraki casually tossed the subdued mountaineer beside Junsha, his demeanor wholly unperturbed, as if he had merely taken a sip of water. I must say, Taraki, would you be interested in joining our police force? You would undoubtedly make an exceptional officer. Junsha, somewhat mesmerized, extended an olive branch to him. If she could work alongside Taraki, she would see him every day. However, Taraki firmly declined, for he had no intention of abandoning his aspirations to become a champion. With the villain apprehended, they now awaited the maturation of the mineral fruit. The fruit was already on the brink of ripeness, and soon its glow intensified before gradually receding into its flesh, releasing a fragrant aroma. Just a whiff ignited a jubilant response in every cell of the body. This mineral fruit was indeed remarkable, so extraordinary that the mountaineer had gone to such lengths to keep it for himself. Merely inhaling its scent produced such effects. Taraki approached and delicately plucked the mineral fruit. Using a small knife from his backpack, he effortlessly divided it into 6 equal portions. He distributed a share to each of his Pokémon, then presented 2 portions to Junsha and Herdier. As Junsha hesitated to refuse, Taraki anticipated her reluctance and promptly placed a piece of the mineral fruit in her mouth, simultaneously feeding Herdier a portion as well. If you still consider me a friend, please do not decline. This fruit brims with vitality. Your body has yet to fully recover, and you ought to partake. Herdier is also at a crucial growth stage. Consuming this will benefit its future development, Taraki earnestly explained. Primarily, he himself had no strong desire for the fruit, so he wished to share it with others. As he consumed his own share, he found the mineral fruit akin to watermelon. Even when divided, the portions remained substantial. The fruit melted in his mouth with a hint of sweetness, though he could not fully discern its remaining flavors. He noticed a marked improvement in his own physical strength, and even the power of his orange aura swelled. Meanwhile, his Pokémon experienced significant gains. The vine snake and flying mantis each leveled up, their presence growing ever more formidable, while Riolu surged 5 levels, rapidly increasing in strength. Such a gentle enhancement posed no adverse effects, which was quite commendable. After consuming the mineral fruit, Junsha and Herdier exhibited changes as well. Herdier had indeed grown stronger and more imposing. Junsha's transformation, however, was somewhat ineffable. Her skin became even more radiant, and her naturally beautiful features now resembled those of a celestial being. Junsha approached Taraki, embracing him and whispering in his ear, "Taraki, I find myself indebted to you more with each passing day. You have been so kind to me. How can I ever repay you?" Chapter 34, The Martial Arts Gym. "This must be the martial arts gym," Taraki murmured, gazing up at the large structure that resembled a grand dojo. Having just exited the stone caverns and bid farewell to Junsha at the port, he made his way directly to the martial arts gym. The sight of Junsha in tears during their farewell lingered vividly in his mind. He could not comprehend why she had wept so. Simply because she had to escort a criminal back for reporting, a temporary separation, not a matter of life and death. After much coaxing, she finally boarded the ship, beginning her journey home. As he departed, Taraki suddenly remembered something and pulled a pair of women's stockings from his pocket. "Oh no, I forgot to return these to Junsha." The events at the stone caverns had concluded satisfactorily, though it was regrettable that he had not located Daigo. Since nothing was found, let's proceed to challenge the gym. Upon entering, a staff member approached. "Hello, are you here to challenge?" Indeed. Jinshu had previously faced the gym and was somewhat familiar with the procedure. He skillfully produced his trainer card for verification. "Welcome, trainer from Shirogane Town. This is the martial arts gym, where the gym leader, Fujiki, specializes in fighting-type Pokémon. Please prepare yourself accordingly." After the introduction, the staff equipped Jinshu with a device secured by a strap. "What is this?" Jinshu inquired. "The interior of the gym is quite dark. This is a lighting device. Initially, the illumination range is limited, but every apprentice you defeat will recharge this device, expanding your light," the staff explained. The gym was indeed shrouded in darkness, and challengers were required to defeat apprentices to enhance their visibility, a peculiar whim of gym leader Fujiki, who reportedly enjoyed testing challengers in the pitch-black stone cave, wishing to impart a similar experience of exploration in the dark. "All right," Jinshu sighed, feeling he had already had his fill of darkness after just emerging from the stone cave. The challenge area of the martial arts gym was vast, resembling a dark labyrinth. After wandering for quite some time without encountering anyone, he decided to take more drastic measures. Come forth, Riolu. Yet another opportunity for Riolu to shine. What to do when no one is around? Naturally, he would rely on Riolu's radar-like abilities. Under Riolu's guidance, Jinshu successfully located several gym apprentices and secured effortless victories. Given the apprentices' relatively weak skills, Jinshu largely let Riolu take the lead, and it impressively emerged victorious. Engaging in battles with other fighting-type Pokémon proved advantageous, allowing Riolu to learn some combat techniques. After defeating several apprentices, Jinshu's illumination range had significantly expanded, and he ventured deeper into the gym. According to the apprentices he had just defeated, he was now facing the strongest among them, and upon overcoming him, only gym leader Fujiki would remain. The maze was illuminated as if it were daytime, and Jinshu easily reached the end. Before him stood a closed door, marked as the location of gym leader Fujiki. "Then, let the final challenge commence." Jinshu inhaled gently and opened the door. Inside was a large room, evidently cooled by a powerful air conditioning system, and upon entry, a refreshing breeze greeted him. Two individuals were gathered around a table, enjoying hot pot, while watching a comedic program on a large television. Upon hearing the door open, they turned, and the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable awkwardness, their previously jovial mood dissipating. I'm here to challenge. May I ask if gym leader Fujiki is present?" Jinshu tentatively broke the silence. He recognized the two enjoying their meal. The blue-haired man with goggles was undoubtedly gym leader Fujiki, while the other, a striking figure with silver-blue hair clad in a suit, was Daigo, the former Hoenn League champion and heir of the Devon Corporation, a passionate rock enthusiast, precisely the person Jinshu had been seeking to deliver a letter to. "Haha. Yes, that's me. Here to challenge, right? Would you care to join us for a bite first?" Fujiki chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was typically known for his rigorous training regimen, and having been caught dining with a friend while a challenger arrived was rather unexpected. He hoped no unfavorable rumors would arise from this encounter. "You must be Jinshu, correct? Come sit." Daigo suddenly interjected. Fujiki turned to him in surprise, evidently not expecting Daigo to recognize the challenger. "All right," Jinshu acquiesced, taking a seat opposite Daigo. "Jinshu, my father mentioned you. Thank you for your assistance. You've been a tremendous help. The suitcase contains experimental data on new technologies, and if it were to leak, it would be quite troublesome. Additionally, you may now hand me the letter. Daigo spoke slowly, even offering Zhenshu a piece of fish cake. It's nothing, just a fortunate encounter, Zhenshu replied, pulling out the letter and handing it to Daigo. He felt a bit bewildered. Since Mr. Zubuk had already contacted Daigo, what purpose did the letter serve? Furthermore, as a rock enthusiast, he found it puzzling that Daigo was enjoying hot pot instead of mining for stones, rendering Zhenshu's trek to the stone cave seemingly pointless. Alright, Zhenshu, you're set to challenge Fujiki, right? My father spoke highly of your talent as a trainer, and I look forward to your battle, Daigo said, taking the letter, glancing at it briefly before pocketing it. Fujiki, gym leader, I can actually start the challenge now, Zhenshu stated, having lost his appetite and eager to proceed. Yes, we can begin. Fujiki finally had the chance to speak. Zhenshu had been engrossed in conversation with Daigo, leaving little room for Fujiki to assert his role as the gym leader and main focus of the scene. Since they were ready to challenge, Fujiki escorted Zhenshu to the battle arena within the gym. Both Fujiki and Zhenshu took their positions, with Daigo observing from the sidelines. Zhenshu, Pokemon battles are akin to the ebb and flow of the tides. Allow me to see if you are a trainer capable of deciphering this rhythm. Fujiki began with a formal declaration, exuding the aura of a formidable opponent. I will not lose, Zhenshu replied resolutely. After the customary pre-battle exchanges, the gym challenge officially commenced. Zhenshu sent forth Riolu as his first Pokemon, a splendid opportunity for its training. Fujiki's initial Pokemon was Mach-Hop, appearing vigorous, likely the result of rigorous training alongside Fujiki. Chapter 35, Flying Knee Kick. Mach-Hop also boasted a level of around 15, comparable to Riolu, making it a rare and worthy opponent for Riolu. Mach-Hop, charge in and use low kick. Fujiki initiated the assault, aiming to seize the upper hand. His battle style resembled the relentless advance of ocean waves, continuously pressing forward until the enemy was overwhelmed. Riolu, meet him head-on with Metal Claw. Zhenshu opted for a direct confrontation. In a duel between fighting-type Pokemon, momentum played a crucial role. If Riolu faltered, its confidence would wane against Mach-Hop, hindering its growth. It was essential to confront the challenge head-on, nurturing an invincible spirit. Loss was acceptable, but fear was not. Boom. Riolu's claws gleamed with metallic luster as they clashed against Mach-Hop's flying kick, both exhibiting remarkable speed as they exchanged blows in rapid succession. However, Riolu's lack of experience resulted in a miscalculation. While attempting to strike with Metal Claw, Mach-Hop evaded with a swift reaction and retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Riolu tumbling to Zhenshu's feet. Riolu, the fallen Pokemon, sprang back to its feet, its eyes fixed intently on Mach-Hop, displaying a fierce determination. Riolu, can you continue fighting? Zhenshu asked with concern. Without uttering a word, Riolu's stance spoke volumes. This was its first time battling at the level of a gym leader, and it was unwilling to accept defeat. Alright, Riolu, calm down and sense Mach-Hop's aura. Use Aura Sphere on him, Zhenshu commanded. Since a direct confrontation was not yielding results, it was time to teach Mach-Hop a lesson with Aura Sphere. Riolu, with closed eyes. Riolu swiftly focused on the aura emanating from Mach-Hop. The cerulean energy of the aura gradually coalesced in Riolu's grasp, forming a sphere the size of a basketball, which it then propelled towards Mach-Hop with velocity. With remarkable agility, Arm Power dashed forward, seemingly intent on evading the oncoming aura missile. However, the missile, having locked onto its target, promptly altered its trajectory, pursuing Arm Power like a devoted shadow. Realizing evasion was futile, Arm Power resolved to shatter the missile instead. It came to a sudden halt, spun around, and delivered a powerful kick to the aura missile. Contrary to its expectations, the missile detonated prematurely upon impact, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent Arm Power crashing to the ground. The effectiveness of the attack was clearly impressive, as even the onlooker Daigo nodded in approval, evidently satisfied with the might of the aura missile unleashed by Riolu. Such a formidable aura missile. Truly, Riolu possesses an innate ability to sense the aura from birth. Zhenshu mused, acknowledging his understanding of this fighting-type Pokemon as a specialist trainer. Yet, this was merely the first phase of the assault. With Arm Power down, it was the perfect opportunity for a follow-up attack. Flying Knee Strike, Masaki commanded, urging Riolu to unleash its ultimate move, aiming to conclude the battle swiftly. The Flying Knee Strike, a physical attack of the fighting type, boasted immense power, but a miscalculated execution could lead to self-inflicted harm due to excessive force. This move was a genetic inheritance for Riolu, and during the days of intense training in the forest, aside from the aura missile, it had honed its flying knee strike to remarkable proficiency. An orange aura enveloped Riolu, transforming it into a radiant fireball. With a slight bend of its knees to gather strength, it propelled itself forward with explosive speed, akin to a bullet leaving a chamber. As Riolu charged, it curled its legs, channeling all its might into its knee, the surging orange energy coalescing into a searing projectile. Arm power. Use low kick. Arm power. Just rising to its feet, had no time to evade Riolu's ferocious flying knee strike, and could only brace itself to meet the attack head-on with its own low kick. With a resounding impact, the two Pokémon's moves collided, the dispersed shockwaves illustrating the intensity of their clash. However, compared to Riolu's full-powered flying knee strike, Arm Power's low kick, executed in haste, fell short. In this confrontation, Riolu held the undeniable advantage. After merely a second or two of stalemate, Riolu broke through Arm Power's defenses, delivering a scorching flying knee strike directly to its chest. With a thunderous crash, Arm Power felt an overwhelming force, akin to a head-on collision with a speeding train, propelling it backwards and embedding it into the wall behind Tingshu. Arm Power, now sprawled in a starfish position within the wall, was clearly incapacitated. What a terrifying attack. It's akin to a colossal tidal wave. Masaki, your Riolu has been trained exceptionally well, Tingshu remarked, retrieving Arm Power with a sense of admiration. Daigo joined in with gentle applause, commending Riolu's impressive display. Riolu, you are magnificent. This is the fruit of your hard work. Receiving accolades from the two esteemed trainers filled Masaki with joy, as he wholeheartedly praised Riolu. The intense training over the past days had yielded remarkable progress. Riolu possessed an inherent fierceness and an insatiable drive to excel, and this battle served as a testament to its capabilities. It was noteworthy that Riolu had only been born less than a month ago. To exhibit such prowess at this tender age required not only unparalleled talent, but also diligent effort. However, despite vanquishing Arm Power, Riolu had exhausted all its energy. It bent over, clutching its knee, its lungs ablaze, gasping for air like a bellows. At this rate, it would be unable to participate in the next battle. Come back and rest well. You've worked hard, Riolu, Masaki said, recalling Riolu into its Pokeball. The next Pokemon will be you, Scyther. Masaki summoned his second combatant. Scyther, who had reached level 22 after consuming a life mineral, making it only slightly weaker than his Grotle. With its bug and flying types, it held a distinct advantage against fighting-type Pokemon. With a flash of white light from the Pokeball, Scyther emerged, its vibrant green form radiating a soft glow. Its twin sides gleaming with a dangerously sharp metallic sheen, a testament to its absorption of metal energy. Once it fully absorbed this power, it would likely don a complete suit of metal armor, evolving into a Scyther. Go, Chimcho. Tingshu's second Pokemon was unexpectedly Chimcho, a rather peculiar choice. When will I ever evolve? Scyther pondered wistfully. Chapter 36, Crushing Victory. Chimcho Male. Qualification level, Blue. Type, Psychic, Fighting. Ability, Levitate. Power, level 21. Proficiency, level 21, 30. Description, the meditation Pokemon. It consumes nothing but focuses solely on strengthening its spirit, capable of perceiving the aura of its opponents. Chimcho, with its round face and sausage-like mouth, sported a slender upper body and a corpulent lower half, resembling a person clad in baggy trousers. Upon emerging from its Pokeball, Chimcho immediately executed a challenging yoga pose, first performing a handstand before bending its legs to peer at Scyther through its own legs. This display was both a show of skill and an act of derision. Despite its innocuous appearance, Masaki felt a tinge of aversion towards it. Chimcho! Tingshu exclaimed, noticing Chimcho's antics, promptly admonishing it while apologizing to Masaki. I'm sorry. Chimcho often behaves this way, my sincerest apologies. No need to apologize, Masaki replied, waving dismissively. In fact, he had already signaled to Scyther to strike with increasing ferocity, teaching Chimcho a lesson about the consequences of provoking the wrong individuals. Scyther attack. Without further ado, Masaki initiated the battle. Scyther took to the skies, swiftly creating numerous illusions to confuse its opponent while closing the distance to Chimcho. Chimcho used Calm Mind. In a rare turn of events, Tingshu, faced with Scyther's shadowy duplicates, chose to forego aggression and instead commanded Chimcho to bolster its strength with Calm Mind. Calm Mind, one of the hallmark moves of the fighting type, enabled the Pokemon to tense its muscles, thereby enhancing both its offensive and defensive capabilities, a balanced technique. Scyther, however, would not allow Chimcho to fortify itself unchallenged, leading its illusions. Scyther approached Chimcho, and in an instant, It materialized to Chimecho's left side, its scythe glimmering with a brilliant green light. Fury Cutter, Double Strike. Having perfected its dual skills during extensive training in the Orange Blossom Forest, Scyther executed the move with remarkable finesse, displaying little sign of clumsiness. Against the Psychic-type Chimcho, Scyther opted for the Bug-type Fury Cutter, which would inflict super-effective damage. Moreover, Fury Cutter possessed a unique property. The more times it was used, the greater its power became. Scyther's dual skill set was particularly suited for a move like Fury Cutter, allowing it to amplify its damage within a single turn. With a swift motion, Scyther's scythe descended, and the blinding flash of its blade illuminated the surroundings, the green-hued scythe cutting through the air with a whistling sound, tracing a graceful arc. Yet, Chimcho seemed to anticipate Scyther's attack, dodging the first strike of Fury Cutter with a deft movement. However, this assault was not singular. After the initial strike missed its mark, a second blow swiftly followed. This second cut was swifter and more formidable than the first. Despite Cherum's quick reflexes, its right arm was struck by the edge of the attack. Merely grazing its skin, the wound was severe enough to rupture its flesh. It appeared that a major blood vessel had been damaged, as the injury was soon drenched in crimson. The pain undoubtedly spurred Charim into action, disregarding its agony. It charged forward to engage the Scyther in close combat. Yet, the Scyther was unfazed. It was not a newly hatched Riolu, but a seasoned fighter with substantial battle experience. Bang! Bang! Charim unleashed 2 consecutive punches, augmented by the power of its yoga might ability. The ferocity of these strikes was so intense that they ruptured the air, producing a deep sonic boom. However, in its frenzied state, Charim had lost its composure. The Scyther, swift as the wind, easily deciphered the trajectory of Charim's fists. With a mere sidestep, it allowed Charim's iron fist to strike nothing but empty air. Following this, the Scyther seized the opportunity created by Charim's momentary stiffness, retaliating with 2 consecutive slashes aimed directly at Charim's vital points. Bang! Bang! The sickle-like blades, glowing with an eerie green luminescence, carved 2 semicircular arcs through the air, swiftly slicing past Charim. The effect was astounding. A critical hit. The Scyther crossed its bloodied blades over its chest, striking a pose, while behind it, Charim erupted in a mist of blood before collapsing to the ground. Futatsu, this is a full restore potion. Let's heal Charim first. Masaki tossed a bottle of the potion to the anxious Futatsu. While venting frustration was permissible, it would be unfortunate if Charim suffered any serious consequences from its injuries. Thank you, Masaki. Seeing Charim's wounds beginning to mend, Futatsu expressed heartfelt gratitude. Daigo, observing Masaki, once again displayed admiration. Polite before the battle, respectful during the fight, and exhibiting noble character afterward. His father was right. Masaki was destined to become a great trainer. It seemed appropriate to bestow that item upon him, Daigo mused. His presence at Masaki's match served as a test, and Masaki had undoubtedly scored high in his eyes. Let the battle continue, Masaki. After tending to Charim's injuries, Futatsu's fighting spirit reignited. He hadn't felt so cornered in a long time. During the previous battle, Charim had been utterly overwhelmed by the Scyther, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. Come forth, Macamp. Futatsu summoned his ace Pokémon, Arise Gloom, naturally, to counter the opponent's champion. Masaki recalled the Scyther and chose Gloom for this final confrontation. Macamp, male. Qualification level, blue. Type, fighting. Ability, thick fat. Strength, level 25. Expert, level 20, 30. Description, the superpower Pokémon. It relishes contests of strength with larger Pokémon, capable of sending trucks flying with a single slap. Macamp appeared as a remarkably muscular sumo wrestler, possessing hands of exaggerated size and a physique brimming with solid muscle. Simply standing still exuded a formidable presence. In contrast, Gloom seemed like a diminutive snake that could be easily handled. The 2 Pokémon were of entirely different scales. However, the fighting spirit radiating from Gloom surpassed that of her opponent, as she embodied an unwavering belief in her victory. After all, in her eyes, if she couldn't secure a decisive win, what use was she as an ace? Chapter 37, The Ace Showdown. Macamp was characterized by high attack and defense, but low agility, akin to a heavily armored warrior. In facing such an opponent, Gloom's optimal strategy was to employ guerrilla tactics to gradually wear down Macamp. Macamp, close in on Gloom and use Seismic Toss. Futatsu had learned from his previous battle's misfortunes and opted to let Macamp seize the initiative. Seismic Toss. Macamp bellowed as it charged toward Gloom, its massive form causing the ground to tremble with each step. As it approached, Macamp spread its arms, gathering a yellowish glow, and thrust its iron hands forward in a powerful push. Seismic Toss is a fighting-type physical move that can strike multiple times and has a chance to inflict paralysis on the opponent. Gloom, evade the attack with Vine Whip. Masaki had devised a counter-strategy, instructing Gloom to ensnare Macamp with her Vine Whip to leverage her agility while simultaneously restricting him. With a swift motion, Gloom, akin to a serpent, slithered across the ground. She deftly dodged Machamp's 2 charges, then extended her resilient vines to ensnare Machamp's waist. Gloom then began to circle Macamp, wrapping her Vine Whip around him multiple times, binding him tightly. With Machamp's waist firmly constrained, he found himself in an uncomfortable predicament, regrettably. His large hands lacked the sharp claws of a nuzleaf, rendering him incapable of severing the bothersome vines. As the tendrils constricted, Machamp's abdomen appeared to slim considerably. But that was not the end. Gloom halted and faced Macamp directly, allowing them to lock eyes. Her gaze suddenly turned fierce, an eerie red light emanating from her, as an unsettling aura enveloped the vicinity. Glare, the signature move of serpent Pokémon, a steadfast stare that paralyzes its target. It was difficult to articulate the sensation. In the instant Macamp met Gloom's gaze, he felt as though he were confronting an ancient, colossal serpent. Her slit pupils were devoid of emotion, coldly fixated upon him. A peculiar feeling surged within him. After being subjected to Gloom's glare, Macamp sensed innumerable small serpents crawling over his body, their forked tongues licking his skin, as if he were enveloped in a viscous slime, sending shivers down his spine. My body is paralyzed. It's so hard to move. Ensnared in this illusion, Macamp tried to swat away the imaginary snakes, but felt utterly powerless, his body aflame with prickling pain. When Macamp finally returned to his senses, Gloom had already pulled on her Vine Whip, appearing directly before him, her arms glowing with a brilliant green light. Swish, swish, leaf blades slashed through the air, carving 2 elegant arcs that struck Machamp's head. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Macamp, being remarkably resilient, absorbed the impact of the 2 leaf blades. Enduring the searing pain of his muscle paralysis, he raised his hands to counter Gloom's incoming attack. Bang! The clash of iron hands against leaf blade culminated in Machamp's superior strength prevailing, sending Gloom reeling backward. However, the binding of the Vine Whip acted like a safety belt, preventing her from being thrown too far. This battle allowed for no errors. Gloom, you performed admirably, but a touch more caution would be beneficial. Masaki conveyed his thoughts telepathically to Gloom. Understood, she nodded in response. The recent setback had enlightened Gloom. She could defeat Macamp numerous times. Yet he only needed to defeat her once to claim victory. This was the margin of error afforded by durability and defense. Therefore, to win, she must remain composed at all times. Earlier, Gloom had an opportunity to avoid a direct confrontation with Macamp. But the overwhelming advantage had led her to a moment of recklessness, prompting her to engage him head-on. Macamp, seize the Vine Whip and pull Gloom closer. The Vine Tree commanded, instructing that if the opponent intended to flee, she should be pulled back. This Vine Whip not only constrained Super Strength King, but also restricted the Green Vine Serpent. Super Strength. Upon hearing the command from the Vine Tree, Super Strength King's immense power erupted instantaneously as it yanked the Vine Whip, attempting to directly pull the Green Vine Serpent over and secure a swift victory. However, both the Vine Tree and Super Strength King evidently overlooked a crucial point. The Green Vine Serpent held the initiative. Observing the motion of Super Strength King pulling the Vine Whip, the Green Vine Serpent reacted swiftly, and with a flash of green blade-like light, severed the Vine Whip, connecting her to Super Strength King. The Green Vine Serpent adeptly evaded this peril, but Super Strength King found itself in a precarious situation. Its full force exerted in vain, causing it to tumble backward and crash heavily onto the ground. Now's your chance, Green Vine Serpent, Leaf Blade, the Vine Tree commanded, urging the Green Vine Serpent to launch an attack, intending to conclude the battle. Sugar, the Green Vine Serpent, with an agile form akin to a specter, darted swiftly along the ground. Suddenly, 2 beams of cold light flashed again as the leaf blade struck Super Strength King's head once more. The Green Vine Serpent maintained her poised stance, reminiscent of a flying mantis, having truly grasped the essence of the technique. Meanwhile, Super Strength King lay incapacitated, entrapped in a daze. The outcome of this battle was undeniably decided. Green Vine Serpent, splendid work. The Vine Tree was thoroughly impressed by the recent performance of the Green Vine Serpent and rushed onto the field to embrace her, unable to restrain an affectionate kiss on her cheek. Sugar? Sugar? Sugar. In that fleeting moment, the expression of the Green Vine Serpent was a tapestry of emotions, confusion, delight, and ultimately shyness. Her small face flushed a vibrant red, akin to a little train making several circles before colliding with the poke ball at the vine tree's waist. Returning to it, as she put it, she needed a moment to gather herself, clearly feeling quite embarrassed. Remarkable, vine tree. You are a tidal wave stronger than I had imagined. With this prowess, you shall undoubtedly become a guiding force of this era. The vine tree praised with a beaming smile, as he retrieved Super Strength King. This is the boxing badge from the martial arts gym. Do come back and battle again. Vine tree. He presented the badge to the vine tree, who solemnly placed it into his badge case. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the second badge. Reward. 1 year of training time in the training space. Training space. A wondrous realm where the flow of time differs from the outside world. 1 second outside equals 1 year within. Embrace your training, child, labor quietly, and astound everyone. The long-awaited system reward had arrived once more, and this time, it was exceptionally practical, leaving the vine tree quite satisfied. Chapter 38, The Keystone. Daigo approached, gently clapping his hands in applause for the vine tree's performance. Smiling as he said, Vine tree, that was an exquisite battle. I witnessed the strength of you as a trainer, and your future is bright. The vine tree, feeling bashful, scratched his head and replied, Thank you for the compliment, but I have much to learn compared to truly formidable trainers. He felt somewhat overwhelmed by the accolades from such a prominent figure. Yet, despite the praise, the vine tree was keenly aware that he was merely an inexperienced novice trainer, in need of continuous improvement. Do not feel shy. Your performance fully deserves every bit of praise. The only barrier between you and becoming a powerful trainer is time. And I gift you this. Daigo presented a colorful stone to the vine tree, gravely handing it over. This stone was about the size of a marble, adorned in layers of yellow, green, blue, and purple, rendering it quite resplendent. At its core lay a symbol reminiscent of a DNA helix, exuding an air of mystery. What is this? The vine tree exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the stone in hand. Indeed, this is the keystone. I never expected you not only to excel in battle, but also to possess such an extensive knowledge base. I only recently learned the name of this stone myself. According to reports from the Kalos region, this stone contains an unknown energy that can react with a corresponding stone, enabling Pokémon to transcend their genetic limits. Alas, I have yet to discover the whereabouts of the other stone, Daigo elucidated. He regarded the vine tree with newfound respect. It was remarkable that he recognized the keystone. Realizing he might have revealed too much, the vine tree chuckled awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. It's nothing really. Dr. Otomaki informed me about such stones yesterday, and I'm surprised to see one today. Thank you, Daigo. I shall accept this keystone without reservation. The vine tree felt that perhaps no one understood the keystone better than he did. The keystone, as its name suggests, serves as the key to unlocking genetic locks, utilized by all trainers to initiate Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution transcends the limits of conventional Pokémon evolution, representing a breakthrough evolution. Pokémon that undergo Mega Evolution temporarily unleash the hidden powers within their genes, exhibiting abilities unattainable through standard evolution. Currently, only certain Pokémon can achieve Mega Evolution, and this state is transient, unable to be maintained permanently, much like Digimon that revert to their original forms post-battle. For a trainer to enable a Pokémon to Mega Evolve, 2 conditions must be met. The first is the availability of evolution items. The trainer must possess a keystone, while the Pokémon must hold the corresponding Mega Stone. The second requirement is a robust bond between the trainer and their Pokémon, essentially a deep emotional connection. In such circumstances, the power of their bond can activate both the keystone and Mega Stone, culminating in a miraculous Mega Evolution. However, aside from Mega Evolution, there exists an even more extraordinary method of limit-breaking evolution known as bond evolution, requiring only an immensely powerful bond. No other prerequisites are necessary, enabling a jaw-dropping evolution. Truly reserved for protagonists, the vine tree stored the keystone in his backpack, contemplating transforming it into a necklace for convenience. The moment the keystone entered the backpack, the familiar, melodious voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the keystone. Reward, Scyther Megastone. The vine tree was filled with elation. Now equipped with the keystone and the corresponding Megastone, he could attempt Mega Evolution once his Scyther evolved. Vine tree, there is actually one more thing I would like to ask of you, Daigo suddenly said, scratching his head, appearing somewhat bashful. What is it? Feel free to ask. I am here to assist, the vine tree responded, placing a hand on his chest. Having received such a significant gift from Daigo, he found it difficult to refuse his request. Moreover, he was genuinely pleased to help Daigo, who was a genuinely kind person and a good friend to form a deeper bond with. Well, it's this box. I was supposed to deliver it to the Kenizumi shipyard, but something unexpected came up at home, and I need to return to address it. Could I entrust this to you? Thank you. Daigo produced a metallic briefcase, offering a wry smile. He felt somewhat guilty for repeatedly asking the vine tree for assistance. No problem at all. It's a small task, the vine tree readily agreed. I can also take the opportunity to travel to Kenizumi City. I've heard the beaches there are stunning. He had no qualms about delivering the item. He initially thought it might be something more significant, considering he needed to challenge the remaining gyms. Kenizumi City was a must-visit, so delivering the item was truly a trivial matter. Daigo appeared quite anxious as he exchanged a few words with Masaki, quickly shared contact information, and then hastily departed on his armored bird. Masaki watched his stylish exit with envy, wishing that his next Pokémon would also possess the ability to fly. Not to mention the efficiency of travel, he felt compelled to train one. So, Masaki, are you leaving now? Would you like to join me for some surfing? Fujiki inquired, patting Masaki on the shoulder. Absolutely, Masaki replied without hesitation. Although he had accomplished both of his objectives in Wudo Town, he had never experienced the thrill of surfing in either his past life or this one. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, it was indeed a splendid chance. Upon hearing Masaki's affirmative response, Fujiki beamed with joy and promptly led him to a secluded beach behind the island. This place was deserted, with abundant waves, serving as Fujiki's secret haven. Whenever he had free time, he would come here alone to surf, relishing the tranquility. Masaki, however, felt he lacked any innate talent for surfing. Despite Fujiki demonstrating multiple times, he struggled to learn and fell into the water numerous times. Nevertheless, his Pokémon learned swiftly, effortlessly gliding along the waves on their surfboards, which left Masaki, observing from the shore, filled with admiration. Fortunately, his Servine was considerate of Masaki's feelings, inviting him to join and successfully allowing this surfing novice to experience the exhilaration of riding the waves. After a delightful afternoon of surfing, as the sun began to set, Scyther and Riolu continued to ride the waves, while Masaki and Servine rested on the beach, admiring the sunset. Thank you, Servine. I'm so glad to have chosen you. Masaki whispered softly as he embraced Servine, still expressing gratitude. You really are a fool, Masaki. What would you do without me? Servine retorted, her voice sharp yet playful, her eyes squinting with delight at Masaki's words, her tail proudly raised. Chapter 39, Slateport City. The following day at the Slateport Town Harbor, Masaki located old Hatchi, who was frolicking with a Jigglypuff. You're heading to Slateport City to deliver a letter? Not a problem at all. Jigglypuff, let us set sail. Upon hearing Masaki mention their next destination, Hatchi promptly rose to prepare his boat. Slateport City, a bustling port located in the southern region of Hoenn, was directly accessible from Wudo Town. This city served as Hoenn's gateway for external exchanges, with merchant ships arriving daily from various regions. Additionally, Slateport's vast, beautiful beaches and its unique local markets attracted a plethora of tourists, often making it the first choice for visitors from both Hoenn and beyond. Masaki's mission was to deliver a suitcase from Devon Corporation to Director Kusunoki, a renowned figure in Slateport City. He was a celebrated explorer of the strait, known for operating the prominent Kusunoki shipyard and ocean science museum. Rumor had it that the suitcase contained high-precision parts necessary for shipbuilding, and Director Kusunoki had been pressing for its delivery to expedite the construction process. Hatchi navigated the boat with remarkable speed and stability. Just as Masaki and Servine were beginning to appreciate the ocean's beauty, a sprawling beach came into view ahead. Masaki noticed numerous women in swimsuits enjoying themselves on the sand, their laughter inviting and infectious, making onlookers eager to join in. Masaki, ahead lies Slateport City, Hatchi announced, reducing the boat's speed. Be cautious as we approach the swimming area. Many are already in the water. Upon reaching their destination, Hatchi's speedboat docked at a nearby mooring. Masaki and Servine officially set foot on the sandy shores of Slateport City. There are so many people here. It's entirely different from the beach at Wudo Town, Masaki remarked, marveling at the vibrant young women surrounding him. The beach in Wudo Town was dominated by muscular surfers, with hardly any swimsuit-clad beauties in sight. Masaki suspected this was a trend influenced by the local gym leader, Fujiki. The noise of the boat docking attracted many curious glances. A voluptuous woman in a revealing swimsuit approached, holding a stack of colorful flyers, which led Masaki to believe she was there to distribute promotional materials. Hello there, young man. Welcome to Slateport City. Where do you hail from? She cheerfully greeted him. Masaki, not particularly keen on conversing with strangers, replied while walking. Thank you. I'm from Wudo Town. Wow, Wudo Town. That is quite a distance. I'm from the Pokemon Enthusiast Club here in Slateport City, and we're currently hosting a competition. Participants receive great prizes, and the champion gets a rare item. The woman swiftly transitioned to the main point, catching up to Masaki and presenting him with a flyer. Ding. Side quest activated. Please participate in the Pokemon Enthusiast Club competition and emerge victorious to receive a random reward. Alright, let me take a look, Masaki said as he accepted the flyer. Initially reluctant to engage, the activation of a quest from the system piqued his interest in the competition's significance. The contest required registration as a member of the Enthusiast Club, and all participants would receive a refreshing soda, with the champion awarded a soothing bell. This seemed quite appealing. Likely a promotional event for the newly established club. Guided by the woman in the swimsuit, Masaki traversed the sun umbrella-laden beach until they reached a charming little building. This is the Pokemon Enthusiast Club, she explained. It is a global organization with branches in nearly every region, and the one in Hoenn has just opened. The club serves as a gathering place for Pokemon lovers to connect and display their collections. Members typically favor adorable, unevolved Pokemon, enjoying grand contests over battles. The Hoenn branch, however, aims to expand its offerings by organizing battle competitions to attract enthusiasts of competitive play, believing that a larger crowd enhances the experience. Upon entering the club's lobby, Masaki observed numerous individuals seated in the lounge area, gathered around a massive television, seemingly engrossed in a grand contest. Their animated discussions made it hard not to want to join. The Grand Contest is a competition that showcases the charm of Pokemon, which has recently gained popularity. Unlike traditional battle contests, where Pokemon demonstrate their strength by defeating opponents, the Grand Contest allows participants to display their beauty on individual stages to earn high scores. As such, many who may not excel in battles but have a passion for aesthetics are drawn to participate. Trainers who specifically raise Pokemon for the Grand Contest are known as coordinators. They prioritize their Pokemon's appearance and condition, grooming them meticulously and feeding them berries and Pokeblocks to enhance their status. They also focus on training their Pokemon's moves for elegance and execution. It is said that the current champion, Mikuri, is a top-tier coordinator, with his signature Pokemon Milotic being hailed as one of the most beautiful Pokemon in the world. Due to Mikuri's immense influence as a champion, many trainers in Hoenn idolize him and pursue the path of a coordinator. Accompanied by the woman in the swimsuit, Masaki approached the front desk. Retrieving his trainer card to register for a membership, Jinshu found himself idly waiting, turning back to play with his Ivysaur, only to discover that she was engrossed in the large television nearby. At that moment, the dazzling contest was reaching its peak, showcasing a glamorous female trainer commanding her Ninetales to execute a series of exquisite moves. The flames swirled around Ninetales, forming a ribbon-like effect as it gracefully danced across the arena, the fiery ribbons twirling around it in a mesmerizing display. Even Jinshu, typically devoid of an aesthetic sensibility, could not help but marvel at the spectacle. Ivysaur, too, gazed at the dancing Ninetales with eyes full of longing. As a Pokemon with her own pursuit of beauty, witnessing such a splendid contest profoundly impacted her. Jinshu, I want to participate in that contest. Suddenly, the voice of Ivysaur echoed in Jinshu's mind. Chapter 40. The Initial Battle with Xiaoyao. So, she truly wishes to compete? Jinshu recognized the fascination in Ivysaur's expression, realizing that she indeed desired to enter the contest. Being a Pokemon that cherished beauty, it seemed fitting for her to participate in such a glamorous event. Jinshu had always respected his Pokemon's wishes, so if Ivysaur wanted to compete, they would do just that. Excuse me, is there a beautiful contest happening in Kana City recently? Jinshu inquired of the receptionist who was processing his membership card. Yes. Kana City has a long-standing tradition of holding beautiful contests, and the next one is in 3 days, the receptionist efficiently replied, multitasking as she prepared Jinshu's membership card. Here's your membership card. You can explore our club, as the contest is set to begin shortly. She handed Jinshu both his identity and membership cards while reminding him. Alright, Jinshu accepted the cards, contemplating the prospect of observing the contest on television to better understand its rules. As he turned, the club's door swung open, and a young girl entered, adorned with a striking red bow that accentuated her brown hair. Xiaoyao, what brings you here? Jinshu recognized the newcomer, the very same Xiaoyao he had encountered at the professor's research institute, and greeted her warmly. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Jinshu, and she approached him, saying, Long time no see, Jinshu. Are you here to participate in the club's contest too? By the way, how is your progress with the gym challenges? I've already earned a badge. Xiaoyao proudly displayed her badge case, showcasing the recently acquired rock badge. Yes, I'm here to compete as well. And I've already obtained 2 badges. By the way, Xiao Yao, do you plan to enter the beautiful contest? Zhen Shu shared his situation, suddenly recalling how Xiao Yao often participated in such contests in the animated series of his past life. Zhen Shu, are you a prophet? I do intend to enter the beautiful contest. Previously, when I was in Kanas City, I assisted in a contest, but now I want to participate myself. Which is why I've come to Kana City. Xiao Yao enthusiastically recounted her journey to Kana City. What a coincidence. I also plan to join this beautiful contest. I hope you'll show mercy when we face each other as rivals, Zhen Shu replied. As Xiao Yao still needed to process her membership card, their conversation paused. Zhen Shu and Ivysaur wandered around the club, receiving promotional flyers for refreshing soda. Before long, the contest commenced. Due to the club's modest size, there were only a few participants, most of whom showcased adorable Pokémon lacking in combat prowess. Zhen Shu effortlessly advanced to the finals, where he found himself facing none other than Xiao Yao, who had also just become a trainer on the same day. Their first battle, since their acquaintance, was about to unfold. Given that the participants utilized primarily cute starter Pokémon, Zhen Shu opted for his smallest member, Riolu. Xiao Yao likely shared a similar objective, as she chose a newly captured Trico, one of the Hoenn region starters. Trico male. Qualification level, blue. Type, grass. Ability, overgrow. Strength, level 13, normal type 1, 10. Description, the wood gecko Pokémon, equipped with numerous small spines on its feet, enabling it to traverse walls and ceilings. Zhen Shu glanced at Trico's data and felt confident that his Riolu held an advantage, currently at level 15, slightly surpassing Trico in raw power. Of course, a strong Pokémon does not always guarantee victory. Zhen Shu often directed his Pokémon to triumph over stronger opponents. Thus, the trainer's skill was equally paramount. As both sides prepared, the match began. Riolu immediately assumed a stance, charging up an Aura Sphere, intending to test Trico with his most proficient move. The Azure Aura Sphere quickly took shape, locking onto Trico's position as it sped towards its target. Trico evade, Xiao Yao commanded. The Aura Sphere moved swiftly, but Trico was equally agile, and Xiao Yao believed it could easily dodge the attack. Trico. The moment was ripe. Trico leapt high, deftly avoiding the Aura Sphere. In midair, it wore a disdainful expression, thinking the little dog-like Pokémon was not a threat. Be careful, Trico, Xiao Yao urged, relieved that Trico had evaded the Aura Sphere. However, to her surprise, the Aura Sphere seemed to possess a mind of its own, veering back towards Trico's rear. But by then, it was too late. The Aura Sphere struck Trico's back with a resounding explosion. Trico let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground from the force of the blast. Its expression one of agony. Get up, Trico, Xiao Yao implored anxiously. The next Aura Sphere was on its way, and if Trico did not rise quickly, defeat was imminent. Hearing her trainer's voice, Trico fought through the pain, shakily lifting itself before finally standing tall. Though its body ached, the desire not to disappoint Xiao Yao fueled its resolve. Well done, Trico. Use double team. Seeing Trico rise, Xiao Yao felt a surge of emotion. She quickly devised a strategy, if evasion was ineffective. Then creating multiple illusions with double team should allow Trico to avoid the incoming attack. As Trico concentrated, several copies of itself materialized, intended to confuse the opponent. Boom. The tactic proved effective. The Aura Sphere pierced through one of the false copies, striking the ground instead. Seizing the opportunity, Trico, accompanied by its illusions, swiftly advanced to execute a close-range attack, aiming to defeat Riolu in one fell swoop. However, just as it made its move, Trico was startled to see Riolu charging directly towards it, enveloped in an orange energy aura. Riolu leapt forward, driving its knee forward, the concentrated energy making its knee feel like a searing iron. Is that flying knee kick? Bang! Riolu disregarded the illusions, landing a precise flying knee kick on Trico. The tremendous impact overwhelmed Trico, rendering it unconscious. In that moment, when Trico was struck directly, it was astonished, unable to comprehend how Riolu had discerned its true form. With a crooked smile, victorious Riolu exuded a charmingly mischievous aura. The method by which Riolu reveals its true form is rather straightforward. Its clones do not emit aura, which allowed it to effortlessly secure victory in the competition. As for the defeat, I shall certainly triumph next time. Chapter 41, The Aura of Charisma. Masaki, you truly are formidable. Congratulations on your championship victory. Despite her loss, the little KO appeared undeterred, sincerely congratulating Masaki. Thank you, Riolu. You performed admirably just now. Masaki gently praised, petting Riolu's head. Throughout the recent battle, Masaki had refrained from intervening, allowing Riolu to react independently. Witnessing its swift assessment of the combat situation and adept utilization of its strengths to achieve victory, Masaki recognized Riolu's growth. He mused that if he were to take charge, the outcome might not differ much. Riolu was indeed exceptionally gifted, as though born for battle, endowed with an uncanny combat intuition, complemented by its ability to sense aura, truly a formidable advantage. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning the Pokémon Enthusiast Club Championship. Reward, Aura of Charisma. Following the finals, a simple award ceremony ensued, during which the club president presented Masaki with a small golden medal and a soothing bell. This soothing bell, imbued with special energy, appeared as a pure white bell attached to a red string. Its sound could calm Pokémon, fostering a deeper bond between them and their trainers. This item resonated perfectly with Riolu, as it required a certain level of intimacy with its trainer to evolve, symbolizing the power of their bond. Masaki promptly fashioned a necklace from a slender cord, adorning Riolu with the soothing bell. Riolu, overjoyed by the gift, circled around Masaki, causing the bell to emit a delightful jingling sound. Masaki, you and Riolu share such a wonderful bond, Ko remarked. From the recent battle, she sensed Masaki's profound trust in Riolu, allowing it to showcase its capabilities, which Riolu did not disappoint, achieving a decisive victory. Ko envied such a relationship. While she felt her own bond with her Pokémon was decent, there remained an unspoken distance between them. Oh, is that so? After all, I raised it. I was the first person it saw when it hatched from its egg, and we have been together ever since. Riolu is truly like family to me. Masaki replied with a smile, genuinely fond of Riolu. Now I understand why you are so strong, Masaki. You are destined to become an extraordinary trainer, without a doubt. When Masaki spoke of Riolu, Ko noticed the light in his eyes, brimming with tenderness. In that moment, she recognized the disparity between them. Masaki genuinely treated his Pokémon as kin, a sentiment she had yet to fully embrace. After the Pokémon Enthusiast Club competition concluded, Masaki and Ko departed together. They had briefly discussed the topic of the Grand Festival, and now Ko intended to take Masaki shopping for clothes. Initially, Ko had assumed Masaki would be well-versed in the matter, only to discover he was a complete novice. Knowing merely the basic rules of the Grand Festival and unaware that formal attire was required for participation, even oblivious to the necessity of a contest pass. You plan to enter the competition with such ignorance? Ko exclaimed, covering her face. Moments ago, she had viewed Masaki as an unattainable trainer, but now he seemed quite accessible. It turned out that even a genius like Masaki had his moments of naivety. I truly haven't looked into it. I only intended to participate after the Ivy Snake mentioned it, Masaki admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. With the newly acquired aura of charisma complementing his already handsome visage, coupled with a sunny smile, he was quite captivating. Ko found herself somewhat entranced by Masaki's smile, unable to suppress a dreamy grin. After a moment, she snapped back to reality, lightly patting her cheek to regain focus, deliberately avoiding Masaki's exceptionally charming face. She couldn't fathom how Masaki had transformed. He had merely been attractively ordinary at their initial meeting, yet post-finals, he exuded an irresistible allure that often left her spellbound. Masaki, please refrain from smiling like that in the future. It's far too distracting. Consider the feelings of others, Ko murmured, her gaze lowered. What's wrong? Is my smile unappealing? If so, I shall cease to smile, Masaki responded, somewhat embarrassed, immediately suppressing his grin. No, it's not unattractive at all. It's just difficult to articulate. When I see your smile, well, never mind. Just be mindful not to smile at other girls, Ko stammered, her words trailing off as she felt a flush of embarrassment. Stomping her foot and darting ahead, Masaki observed Ko's peculiar behavior with confusion. What was this sudden retreat? Hadn't they agreed to shop for competition attire together? Fortunately, Ko did not run far, and Masaki swiftly caught up. In Kanas City, at a clothing store. How does it look? Is it acceptable? Masaki emerged from the fitting room, now clad in a full formal outfit reminiscent of Daisuke's style, slightly shy as he shrugged in response to Ko and the attendant's gazes. It must be said that Masaki was indeed exuding an air of aristocracy. The impeccably tailored suit greatly enhanced his appeal. In this ensemble, anyone would undoubtedly sing his praises for his striking presence. It seems fine to me. I believe it's adequate. Although Masaki was undeniably handsome, Ko, having regained composure after her earlier fluster, maintained a calm demeanor. However, the attendant beside her was not as unfazed. She gazed intently at Masaki, her legs unconsciously crossing, her face flushing crimson, eyes sparkling with allure as she stared at him, rendered speechless. Masaki was beginning to comprehend the overwhelming extent of the allure the system had bestowed upon him since he had entered the store. He had encountered countless admiring glances from women. Some bold girls even whistled directly at him, which left him feeling somewhat troubled. "Excuse me, miss. Could you please wrap up the clothing for me?" Masaki had changed back into his original attire, lightly waving his hand in front of the entranced attendant. After a considerable pause, the attendant snapped back to reality upon hearing Masaki's voice, quickly apologizing as she began to package the garments. Masaki silently clicked his tongue, relieved that the aura of charisma could be turned off. Otherwise, he would need to cover his face in the future. It seemed that being excessively handsome was indeed a burden. Being too close could become quite troublesome. Chapter 42, Water Wudo. After purchasing the clothing, Masaki and Ko temporarily parted ways. Ko was off to engage in pre-competition training, while Masaki recalled he still had an important task at hand. He needed to deliver a package, specifically a briefcase from the Devon Corporation to Director Kusunoki. The director was likely growing impatient. Upon arriving in Kanas City, he had become so absorbed in his own activities that he had completely forgotten this obligation, leaving Masaki feeling a pang of guilt. Opening the navigation app on his phone to confirm the location, Masaki set off at a brisk pace, his speed enhanced by his windspeed shoes. Shortly thereafter, an impressive structure loomed before him. According to the navigation, this was indeed the Kusunoki shipyard. "Good day, sir. I am from the Devon Corporation, here to deliver a package to Director Kusunoki. Could you guide me to him?" Jinshu approached the security personnel outside the shipyard, showcasing the briefcase in his hand as he spoke. In such a vast shipyard, Jinshu had no desire to search for someone on his own. Having a guide would certainly be the most advantageous option. "Apologies, but Director Kusunoki is currently unavailable. He just departed from the shipyard and should be at the Ocean Science Museum now," the security officer lamented. Jinshu had arrived at the most inopportune moment, just as the director had left. With no other choice, Jinshu grasped his briefcase and hurried towards the museum, silently lamenting the inconvenience posed by Director Kusunoki, who managed both locations and had to commute between them daily. The large, azure structure ahead was indeed the Ocean Science Museum. It was rumored to house numerous exhibits, including samples of marine water quality, soil, and sand, as well as model ships and educational displays on oceanic matters. However, for some unknown reason, a throng of people had gathered at the entrance, engaging in fervent discussions. Upon inquiring, Jinshu learned that a large contingent from the ocean team had suddenly surged into the museum. Although they claimed to be merely visiting, it was unlikely that anyone would trust the words of members from an underground crime organization. For safety reasons, everyone had retreated outside the museum to deliberate on the ocean team's intentions. Jinshu was indifferent to all this. He held no fear of the ocean team. Under the broad daylight, what could they possibly do to him? He tucked away the briefcase he intended to deliver and strode confidently into the museum. "Good day, sir. The admission fee is 50 Alliance coins," a ticket clerk interrupted as Jinshu attempted to enter. "I'm here to deliver a message for your boss." "Surely I needn't purchase a ticket?" Jinshu replied, exasperated. It seemed unreasonable to charge him for passage when he was merely delivering a package. "Regrettably, it's the policy. Alternatively, you could inform the director later and have him reimburse you." The clerk maintained a polite demeanor, indicating she had her own constraints. "Did all those individuals inside purchase tickets?" Jinshu queried, gesturing towards the ocean team members exploring the exhibits. "Yes, they all paid," the clerk assured him. What more could he say? If the members of the ocean team, who were likely there to stir up trouble, had all paid, then he too could part with the coins. 50 Alliance coins were not a significant sum. Jinshu merely disliked being subjected to unfair treatment, which prompted his lengthy discourse with the clerk. Upon entering the museum's grand hall, he was met with curious gazes from numerous ocean team members. A normal individual would have fled under such scrutiny. Yet Jinshu completely disregarded their stares and ascended the staircase, having heard from the ticket clerk that the director was on the second floor. Some of the more brash members of the ocean team contemplated obstructing Jinshu's path, but seasoned members swiftly intervened. That individual appears remarkably composed. He must have confidence in his abilities. Approaching him could result in a beating so severe he wouldn't recognize his own mother. Given their meager salaries, what is the point in risking it all? An older member gravely advised the new recruits. Upon reaching the second floor, Jinshu was greeted by the sight of two large white ship models. Notably, there were no ocean team members present. Only a figure clad in a lab coat diligently working at a computer. It was none other than Director Kusunoki himself, a figure of considerable renown. "Director, I am here to deliver a package. This is the briefcase sent from the Duin Company," Jinshu announced, placing the briefcase before the director. "Oh, The components I ordered from Zivik have finally arrived. Thank you immensely. We can begin preparations for our voyage, Director Kusunoji exclaimed, rising excitedly to accept the somewhat weighty briefcase. Just as the director was about to open the briefcase, two members of the Ocean team burst in, seemingly having been monitoring him. Upon spotting Jinshu delivering the package, they rushed forward. We are the Ocean team, and our leader desires those components. Would you kindly surrender them? They said with malicious grins, flanking him from both sides. If you wish to steal, then do so swiftly. Why waste time with idle chatter? Jinshu retorted, already gripping his pokeball, poised for action. Who do you think you are, acting so brazenly? Just wait until our leader arrives. You'll regret it. The Ocean team member attempted to maintain a facade of authority, though their trembling hands betrayed their trepidation. Such young team members were often bullies to the weak, yet if Jinshu displayed even a hint of fear, they would undoubtedly charge at him recklessly. However, Jinshu remained entirely unfazed, as if anticipating their next move, which caused them to hesitate. Jinshu, too, did not wish to resort to violence. While he could emerge victorious, there was always the risk of being overwhelmed by the other Ocean team members below. With neither side willing to make a move, the situation grew tense and awkward as the two Ocean team members paused to catch their breath, contemplating any further threats they could muster. At that moment, another figure ascended to the second floor, donning the Ocean team's distinctive headscarf and clad in a skin-tight blue suit reminiscent of diving gear. His fierce appearance, complete with a beard, exuded authority. Is it really taking you this long to seize a mere item? How tedious, the imposing figure remarked as he approached. Boss, we were at fault. We failed to execute our duties properly. Please punish us. The two junior members, thoroughly intimidated, sank to their knees in supplication. Yet the leader paid them no mind. Striding directly to Director Kusunoji. Director Kusunoji, it would be prudent to entrust the components to the Ocean team. We can ensure they reach their utmost potential. The boundless sea nurtures all life, and our love for the ocean mirrors that of children for their mothers. Thus, I implore you to hand over the components, allowing us to expand the ocean. On behalf of the world, I thank you. He spoke sincerely, aiming to persuade the director. Though rugged in appearance, his eloquence and clarity were surprisingly compelling, akin to a true missionary, which likely accounted for his ability to command such a following. However, his ideology was fundamentally flawed. While it was true that all life originated from the sea, to suggest that a love for the ocean justified transforming the entire world into an aquatic expanse, leaving humanity with no foothold until they evolved gills, was an utterly ludicrous proposition. I'm afraid, Water Wutong, that I cannot relinquish these items to you. Should you truly desire them, you may purchase them from the Duan Company. Additionally, as a friendly reminder, I have alerted the authorities, and Alliance personnel will be arriving shortly, Director Kusunoji replied, dismissively resuming his work on the computer while disregarding Water Wudong entirely. His words were calm yet impactful. Indeed, he was a figure of significant stature. Kusunoji, you will come to regret this, Water Wudong declared, realizing his attempt at manipulation had failed. He turned on his heel and departed without hesitation. The two kneeling team members hastily followed their leader, adept at making a swift exit. Director, I shall take my leave as well, Jinshu announced, preparing to depart. The message had been delivered, his task accomplished, and the commotion observed. It was now time to exit and make preparations for the upcoming grand competition. Indeed, farewell. Feel free to explore the museum further, the director responded without lifting his gaze from the computer. By the way, director, I also paid 50 Alliance coins for my admission upon entering. Might it be possible to have that reimbursed? Jinshu quickly added. Initially, he had completely forgotten about the matter. But as soon as the curator mentioned the tour, it instantly came rushing back to him. Curator Kusunoki finally cast a glance at Masaki this time. He rose from his seat, retrieved a 50 Alliance coin from his pocket, handed it to Masaki, and then resumed his work. Masaki left with a sense of fulfillment, relieved that he had not incurred a loss. A few days later, in the grand hall of the Kana Gorgeous competition, the host was delivering the opening remarks. He proceeded to introduce the esteemed judges one by one. The first was Mr. Kenji, the president of the Pokémon Enthusiast Club. The second was Miss Joy from the Kana City Pokémon Center, and the third was none other than Curator Kusunoki, who had just received a delivery from Masaki. As the judges took their places, the competition was about to begin. Since Masaki was scheduled to perform last, he was in no hurry, choosing instead to sit quietly with his eyes closed, while his partner, the Servine, eagerly watched the performances on stage. The morning session consisted of the first review, a familiar showcase segment. During this phase, trainers and their Pokémon were required to take the stage together, utilizing their skills to create a dazzling display. The judges would score based on the elegance and execution of the performances, with higher scores advancing to the next round. The afternoon would bring the second review, where genuine battles would take place. However, even during these battles, maintaining a sense of grandeur was essential. The more magnificent the attacks, the higher the scores, with a strict 5-minute time limit determining the victor. As their turn approached, Masaki took a moment to rest, even lying down for a brief nap, until his Servine finally roused him. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted Xiaoyao and her Vivillon, who had excelled in their performance and secured high scores to progress. Next, it's our turn, Masaki declared, standing up to straighten his somewhat disheveled suit. Let us show them what true elegance is, Servine. The host's voice rang out. Next to perform is a trainer from Shirogane Town, who has decided to partake in this splendid competition on a whim. Let us welcome Masaki. This announcement ignited enthusiasm throughout the venue. Upon hearing his name, both Kenji and Curator Kanoki sat up straighter, ready to observe intently. What is this? Do you two know this contestant? Miss Joy inquired, noticing their reactions. Indeed, he is a remarkable young man, Kenji replied. I was the one who awarded Masaki on that day, so I am familiar with his talents and eagerly anticipate his performance. Yes, I am acquainted with him. Curator Kanoki added succinctly, his gaze fixed firmly on the stage's curtain. Finally, as the crimson curtain parted, Masaki emerged, clad in his well-tailored suit, exuding an aura of charm that elicited a chorus of gasps from the audience. To avoid overshadowing the main event, Masaki promptly deactivated his aura, signaling for everyone to focus on Servine's performance. With graceful leaps, Servine extended her vines, forming a heart shape in midair before spinning elegantly to the ground, scattering numerous green seeds across the stage. A radiant light enveloped her, and ethereal orbs of energy flickered around her like fireflies, creating a dreamlike ambience. Following the rhythm of the music, she danced beautifully on stage. Each step she took caused the seeds to sprout rapidly, blooming into exquisite flowers, each movement a blossoming tribute. As Servine swayed her slender body faster, the stage transformed into a vibrant sea of flowers. Her vines danced like green ribbons, occasionally plucking a flower from her path and tossing it to the enthusiastic audience, reigniting their fervor. Eventually, when she reached the center stage, a robust tree sprouted from the very seed that lay at the heart of her performance, its branches resembling a staircase. Servine gracefully ascended to the top of the tree, once more forming a heart shape with her vines. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept across the stage, lifting petals into the air, which drifted down like soft rain. Servine, at the top of the tree, gracefully fell back, her eyes closing in serene slumber. The poignant music gradually ceased, marking the conclusion of her performance. In that instant, the entire audience rose to their feet, even the judges, with Miss Joy's eyes shimmering with tears. A thunderous applause engulfed the venue, clearly demonstrating the success of Masaki and Servine's performance. Chapter 44, Victory. With the performance concluded, it was now time for the scoring. The three judges revealed their scorecards, each displaying a perfect 10. The host, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Wow, all three judges have awarded full marks. Such a rare occurrence. May I ask Miss Joy for her reasoning behind awarding a perfect score?" Taking the microphone, Joy responded, "This is the most beautiful performance I have witnessed in many years. A performance capable of touching hearts is the epitome of grandeur. What a high praise. And Mr. Kenji, may I inquire why you also awarded full marks?" The host continued, "Beautiful, hence a perfect score," Kenji succinctly stated. "A very direct evaluation indeed. Curator Kusunoki, would you care to share your thoughts?" The host turned to the final judge. "Likewise." Curator Kusunoki replied, seemingly disinterested, "It was beautiful, thus a perfect score. It is as simple as that." Kusunoki had begun to pack up his things, ready to depart, as Masaki was the last contestant, and he had work to return to. Such a straightforward response, quite fitting for the curator's character. Congratulations to contestant Masaki for advancing. Thank you for providing us with such a splendid performance. Let us all give him a round of applause. The host hastily concluded the interview segment, and the morning's competition came to an end. The contestants who advanced in the first round could now return to rest, as the second review was set to commence in the afternoon. The lunch break passed swiftly. Masaki merely had a meal with Servine and took a brief nap before time slipped away. When Masaki hurriedly arrived at the venue, the time for the drawing of lots was fast approaching. The qualified contestants had gathered backstage, and after exchanging greetings with Xiaoyao, Masaki stood quietly, awaiting the commencement of the draw. There were 8 contestants who advanced, so the draw proceeded swiftly. Masaki drew a male contestant and found himself assigned to the final battle once more. With some time before the match began, he felt at ease. He had hurried over during lunch and still needed more rest, which he could now catch up on. In contrast to Masaki's calm demeanor, Xiaoyao was less pleased. She had drawn a formidable competitor and was slated to battle in the second match, indicating a likely intense struggle ahead. Soon, the second round of the competition commenced with fervor, the audience erupting in enthusiastic cheers, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a grand tournament. Each battle was time-limited to 5 minutes, resulting in rapid progress. The third match concluded quickly, and now it was Masaki's turn to take the stage. Upon hearing the announcement, Masaki sprang from the bench, clutching Servine as he dashed toward the arena. In the contestant passage, he encountered Xiaoyao, who had finished her match not long ago and appeared rather disheartened. Xiaoyao had lost to the top contender, and the score gap had been minimal. Her eyes were red, clearly having shed tears moments before. "Masaki, do your best," she encouraged, mustering a smile as she lightly patted his shoulder. "I shall emerge victorious, and you shall share in my triumph until the very end. Just wait and see." Masaki gently ruffled Haruka's hair, leaving behind those few understated words before stepping onto the field. He disapproved of Haruka's demeanor. If she felt sorrow, she ought to weep freely, to let her cries resonate. Why, when she was evidently hurt? Did she compel herself to smile? Such a disposition was truly pitiable, was it not? Therefore, for the girl who was willing to force a smile amidst her suffering, Masaki yearned to see her genuine joy. The match commences. The referee announced after verifying that all procedures were in order. Masaki sent forth his Pokémon, the Gloom, while his opponent unleashed a Love Disc. Love Disc, female. Qualification level, white. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Strength, level 10. Before them lay the Love Disc, a fish resembling a pink heart, undeniably beautiful yet patently weak. Gloom, Leaf Blade. Masaki deviated from his usual strategy and opted for a fierce assault right from the start. Just as Love Disc was preparing to execute an adorable entrance pose to garner points, Gloom had already dashed in front of it. Bang! Bang! 2 beams of green light flashed as Leaf Blade struck the Love Disc in rapid succession. The verdant energy erupted upon impact, and Love Disc closed its eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. The match, barely begun, had already concluded. There was no need to calculate any flare points. Gloom's stunning strike had decisively toppled its opponent. Love Disc was rendered unable to fight, and Gloom was declared the victor. The referee stood momentarily stunned, hesitating before announcing the verdict. The disparity in battle prowess between Love Disc and Gloom was far too great, resulting in an immediate resolution. The audience, too, appeared astonished, engaging in fervent discussions. They had anticipated a closely contested battle, yet the match had concluded in under 20 seconds, truly unexpected. However, their astonishment soon faded, as Masaki continued to secure swift victories in the subsequent 2 rounds, advancing cleanly into the finals. His combat style was distinct. He did not concern himself with the elegance of his moves, prioritizing the rapid defeat of his adversaries over any notions of style. Sitting in the audience, Masaki observed as the victor of the second semifinal was announced, a pre-tournament favorite, Shun, who had previously bested Haruka. Shun's Pokémon was a Rosalia, a formidable contender in its own right. It was evident that in this second round of scrutiny, the concept of elegance had lost its significance. The only priority was to vanquish the opponent, disregarding any lack of flair. Thus, those competitors who focused solely on performance without sufficient strength were all eliminated. With both competitors positioned, the final battle between Masaki and Shun commenced. Masaki noted that Rosalia was merely at level 18, thereby giving his Gloom a distinct advantage. Upon entering the fray, Gloom immediately unleashed Vine Whip, ensnaring the sluggish Rosalia. Next, it employed Mean Look, nearly stunning Rosalia into unconsciousness. In a moment of desperation, Rosalia summoned its strength to break free from the binds, launching a poison sting toward Gloom. Yet, Gloom simply dodged with a swift advance, following up with a barrage of Leaf Blade attacks, all striking true. Rosalia collapsed on the spot, succumbing to unconsciousness. Gloom stood in place, arms crossed, exhibiting an air of unfulfillment. Although it had claimed the championship of the grand contest, a lingering sense of dissatisfaction remained. The opponents had proven rather feeble. Chapter 45, Wind Wild Bicycle Shop. Kanto, Team Rocket Base. In a dimly lit room, Giovanni reclined leisurely on a sofa, watching television, with a Meowth lounging in his lap. Before him stood a secretary clad in purple attire. Boss Giovanni, researcher Kitayama has stolen the gene database and fled, the secretary reported. Understood. Is there anything else? Giovanni replied, gently stroking the Meowth in his embrace. Marsh's mission failed. He perished in the orange forest, the secretary continued, flipping through a small booklet. Well, it's not surprising that fellow got into trouble. How goes the progress on the Mutuo experiment? It is nearly complete. Hoenn region, Slateport City. After securing the championship title in the grand contest, Masaki prepared to depart, intending to challenge the third gym in the nearby Amethyst City. Furthermore, he recalled the professor mentioning that he could obtain a bicycle from a shop in Amethyst City. Masaki felt a surge of anticipation. After traveling for so long without any means of transport, he found it rather exhausting. If he could acquire a bicycle, he would join Haruka in the ranks of the cycling elite. Following the conclusion of the contest, Haruka had hastily departed, citing family matters that required her attention. She had mounted her bicycle and ridden off, flaunting her ride before Masaki. Once he obtained his bicycle, he would surely revel in the experience. Contemplating his future life on wheels, Masaki quickened his pace. Amethyst City lay directly north of Slateport City, approximately 10 kilometers away. As he sprinted, he noticed numerous bike paths bustling with cyclists, indicating a vibrant cycling culture in Amethyst City. After a brief run of around 10 minutes, Masaki arrived in Amethyst City. Upon arrival, he was immediately drawn to an expansive arcade, adorned with vibrant neon lights that beckoned him to explore within. However, he did not linger. Instead, following his phone's navigation straight to the bicycle shop, his true destination. Upon reaching the location indicated on the map, Masaki was taken aback. The shop was small and appeared somewhat dilapidated, contrasting with the city's urban charm. He pushed open the door to find only a man with notably thick lips, seemingly engrossed in a newspaper. The recent happenings in Amethyst are rather troubling. Pokémon abductions are on the rise, and the League's security is deteriorating, the man lamented, sipping his tea with indignation. Excuse me, is this the Windwild bicycle shop? Masaki inquired timidly, sensing the man's sour mood. Indeed, I am Windwild, the proprietor of this establishment. And you, my energetic patron, must be seeking a new bicycle, am I right? You've come to the right place, Windwild exclaimed, springing up from his chair with enthusiasm. Your shoes appear quite dirty. Have you traveled from afar? Windwild scrutinized Masaki, quickly noting the details. Yes, I hail from Newbark Town, sent here by Professor Oak, Masaki replied. My goodness, you journeyed all the way from Newbark? That must have been exhausting. If you had a bicycle from Windwild's shop, you could enjoy the gentle breeze while easily reaching any destination. Since you were recommended by Professor Oak, I shall gift you a bicycle. I have 2 styles available. Which would you prefer? Windwild offered generously, revealing his store's name emblazoned on the bicycles, serving as a form of advertisement for himself. Windwild elaborated on the options, inquiring which type of bicycle Masaki desired. One designed for speed, the Sonic bicycle, known for its swiftness, or the other, a more nimble model tailored for those who appreciate cycling techniques. Naturally, Masaki opted for the speed bicycle, as his intention was to traverse distances swiftly, where speed was of the essence. Fuya, displaying remarkable dexterity, promptly retrieved a stunning blue bicycle and began fine-tuning it. After confirming that everything was in order, he gestured for Masaki to mount the bike for a trial. Masaki, exhilarated, pedaled around outside a few times, reveling in the experience. At that moment, he felt a part of the cycling community. How does it feel? Quite exhilarating, isn't it? Fuya inquired, observing Masaki return from his ride. Indeed, it's thrilling. The speed is remarkable, Masaki responded. Masaki, this bicycle is now yours, but I have a small request. Would you be willing to represent our shop in a competition? My store lacks customers, so I have no choice but to ask for your assistance. Fuya suddenly posed, a troubled expression gracing his face. Without hesitation, Masaki accepted. With someone gifting him a bicycle, lending a hand in return felt entirely reasonable, alleviating any sense of indebtedness. Ding! The system has detected that the host now possesses a bicycle and has granted a reward, bicycle upgrade. Once Masaki agreed to Fuya's request, the bicycle became wholly his, and the system's reward promptly upgraded his newly acquired vehicle. The exterior of the upgraded bicycle appeared unchanged, yet its speed had increased significantly. It now possessed an energy accumulation feature, allowing it to release stored energy for a brief burst of speed after a period of riding. Moreover, the bicycle now seemed to be infused with extraterrestrial technology, as it was incredibly light, easily lifted with just 2 fingers. Rumor had it that this upgraded bicycle could even glide across water, though Masaki had yet to test that capability. After agreeing to compete, Masaki donned the cycling outfit from Fuya's shop and made his way to the bicycle path behind the store. A number of competitors had already gathered, representing various shops. Soon, the race commenced, and Masaki immediately unleashed the full potential of his speed, feeling as though his legs were igniting with energy. His bicycle proved to be remarkably efficient, propelling him ahead of the pack. As Masaki pedaled with increasing frequency, he accumulated energy rapidly, triggering the sprint function. In an instant, the other riders could barely catch a glimpse of his rear light. The straight nature of the track further accentuated the advantages of his bicycle skill. It was unnecessary. All he had to do was pedal fiercely. With the straight path facilitating acceleration, he excelled. Thus, Masaki maximized the performance benefits of his bicycle, ultimately securing first place with a staggering lead over the second competitor. Fuya, watching from the sidelines, leaped in delight, exclaiming that this was his shop's rider. This was indeed a worthwhile venture. Gifting a bicycle and finding a competitor had yielded results beyond expectations, as Masaki surpassed even professional athletes. It was noteworthy that some of the other competitors had come from Carlos, having participated in the prestigious Carlos cycling race. Yet, Masaki had outperformed this cadre of elite riders. Among the throngs of spectators, an elderly gentleman in a yellow jumpsuit stood out, his hair graying, yet his spirit vibrant. He shouted encouragement for Masaki as he crossed the finish line, then surged into the crowd surrounding Masaki. Taken aback by the fervent fans seeking his autograph, Masaki was startled to realize their intent. Apologies, but I'm merely an amateur cyclist. I must challenge the dojo shortly. Please allow me to pass. As I'm pressed for time, Masaki implored. To his surprise, his words only heightened the crowd's excitement. An amateur rider defeating top-tier professionals was a phenomenon worth commemorating. Obtaining his autograph could prove to be a valuable investment in the future. Please, grant me an autograph, young man. I am the owner of the Ziji dojo, and your visit to the dojo is of no consequence. As I am here and not at the dojo, the elderly gentleman's voice cut through the noise, resonating with clarity. Curious, Masaki turned to find the old man gazing intently at him, a broad grin illuminating his face. This man truly was Taishian, the owner of the Ziji dojo. Masaki was speechless. He had assumed it was a hoax, yet here stood the genuine dojo master. It seemed quite in character for Taishian, who was known as a jovial prankster, often indulging in the excitement of cycling competitions, leading to frequent closures of his dojo due to his wanderlust, much to the chagrin of many trainers. With no alternative, Masaki stowed his bicycle in his backpack, signed an autograph for Taishian, and began to accommodate the requests of the other fans. Initially resistant to the idea of signing autographs, Masaki soon found a sense of fulfillment in the act, his hand moving with an almost mechanical efficiency as he signed one after another. Before he realized it, the crowd had dispersed, satisfied with their signatures, leaving only Taishian, who was preoccupied with his phone. Are you done? Let us go, Taishian remarked as he set his phone aside, noticing Masaki's newfound leisure. Go. Where to? Masaki inquired, puzzled. To my dojo, of course. Aren't you here to challenge me? Young man, are you dazed from signing? I've been waiting for you to return. Taishian laughed heartily. Thus, Masaki's bicycle's rear seat was occupied for the first time by Taishian, who unceremoniously mounted it, urging Masaki to hasten his departure. Onlookers began to whisper among themselves as they witnessed Masaki carrying Taishian. The weight of their curious gazes left Masaki feeling somewhat despondent. Resolved, he began to ride. Accelerating with vigor, the bicycle shot forward like a rocket, moving so swiftly that bystanders could scarcely perceive it, merely sensing a blur pass by. Hey kid, slow down. My old bones can hardly take it. Tieshuan's expression shifted from amusement to concern as he clung tightly to the seat, fearing he might tumble off. Truly, youth is formidable. Had I known he rode so quickly, I would have. No, wait. It seems his speed is precisely why I found myself on this ride. Amidst the howling wind, Taishian found his thoughts spiraling. What? You want me to go even faster? Consider it done. With Tieshuan's discomfort apparent, Masaki's playful spirit surged, and he once again accelerated. The upgraded bicycle, fully charged, propelled them forward in another burst of speed, overtaking a nearby car. The driver of the car, bewildered, glanced at his speedometer and then at the bicycle zooming past, his expression a tapestry of confusion. Wait, what on earth? I'm already going 80. Yet a bicycle just overtook me? This is absurd. At such high speeds, Masaki traversed a significant portion of Zijin City, successfully arriving at the Ziji dojo. Hey, Master Taishian, are you alright? We've arrived. You can dismount now. Masaki gently shook Tieshuan's shoulder, feeling a twinge of guilt. Taishian appeared somewhat dazed, his complexion less than favorable. The ride had proven to be a tad too exhilarating for someone of his age. Do I look fine to you? Young man, you ride exceptionally well. Next time, do consider taking it easy, Taishian admonished. Taishian rose unsteadily, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. He vowed that this would be his final encounter with a bicycle. He had no desire to ride again, even for a fleeting moment. The mere sight of the bicycle's rear seat made him feel nauseous. Thankfully, he hadn't eaten lunch yet, or he would have surely vomited right there. I apologize, I truly am inexperienced at cycling and struggled to control my speed, Jinshu chuckled awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Taishian immediately lost the desire to engage with Jinshu, striding alone into the Zine gym. Just because he claimed it was his first time riding a bike, Taishian thought. Should he assume he could easily deceive him due to his age? Who rides at 90 miles per hour on their first cycling experience? Reflecting on Jinshu's reckless behavior, Taishian felt his teeth clench in irritation. No, he must play a prank on that boy. Since they were to challenge the gym, he would activate all the traps within the gym, allowing Jinshu to fully experience the exhilarating thrill of Zine Gym. Imagining Jinshu struggling against his gym's traps, Taishian couldn't help but chuckle. Taishian, what is you laughing? Jinshu inquired. Shall we proceed directly to battle, or follow the formalities? Feeling a chill at the old man's sudden, strange laughter, Jinshu couldn't shake the feeling that the man was concocting something sinister. Nothing at all. By the way, the gym isn't open yet. I must prepare inside. You, young man, should take a seat on the bench and rest. I will inform you when you may challenge me, Taishian replied, quickly regaining his serious demeanor. All right, no problem, Jinshu said nonchalantly. As long as he could challenge. Waiting was of little consequence. Perfectly timed before the electric-type gym battle, he had a few items to gather. Thus, after exchanging contact information, Taishian and Jinshu temporarily parted ways. Taishian headed inside to set up traps that would give Jinshu a taste of discomfort, while Jinshu went shopping to prepare for the upcoming gym battle. Jinshu was always a cautious individual, meticulously ensuring he was well prepared before undertaking any task. He had also gathered some knowledge about Tieshuan's Zine Gym from the internet, where information collection was exceedingly convenient in this digital age. Both acted swiftly. As Jinshu exited the shop, Tieshuan's call came through. Upon receiving the call, Jinshu proceeded directly into the gym. Since the gym was officially closed for the day, there were no staff members present to provide instructions. However, Tieshuan's gym was highly advanced, with machines guiding Jinshu to the challenge area. This area featured a classic maze design, a common trait among gym leaders who relished in crafting labyrinths for challengers to navigate, enjoying the spectacle of their bewilderment from the surveillance room. Indeed, Taishian was one such individual, currently monitoring Jinshu while indulging in fries and soda, eagerly anticipating the amusement to unfold. As Taishian watched intently, Jinshu stepped into the maze, gradually approaching the first trap he had designed. Yes, right there. Haha. Upon seeing Jinshu enter the trap's threshold, ready to trigger the first mechanism, Taishian erupted into laughter, feeling a sense of sweet revenge. However, moments later, Tieshuan's laughter faltered. Wait, the trap has been triggered, yet he appears unaffected? Taishian pondered, puzzled. He had designed an electric shock device meant to startle passers-by, often causing them to jump in surprise. Perhaps it malfunctioned. Machines can be fickle without regular maintenance, Taishian mused, biting into a fry in a bid to reassure himself. Yet, as time passed, he lost his appetite for fries. Jinshu had traversed the maze from start to finish without triggering any of the hidden mechanisms. His anticipated revenge had not materialized. What is going on? Is the device broken? He observed the computer displaying that all systems were functioning normally. Taishian decided to investigate the scene personally. Armed with a toolbox, he entered the maze, only to inadvertently trigger the electric shock mechanism himself. What the? It's not broken, he exclaimed, jumping in surprise from the sudden shock. It dawned on him that he had been outsmarted. The traps were operational. But Jinshu must have possessed some item that provided shock resistance. Indeed, Taishian was correct. Jinshu had long since learned through forum discussions the essential strategies for navigating Zine Gym. A crucial point was knowing how to counteract the electric traps designed by Taishian. In preparation, Jinshu had specifically purchased a custom-made, ultra-compact lightning rod to carry with him. This item was inspired by the electric-type Pokémon's natural lightning rod ability, capable of absorbing a certain degree of electric attack. Having navigated the challenge area, Jinshu was able to bypass the apprentice training session, as none had arrived today, and directly challenged gym leader Taishian. In the battle arena, both Taishian and Jinshu took their positions. Taishian, did you just get a new hairstyle? It looks quite wild, Jinshu remarked, noticing Tieshuan's hair standing on end from the electric shock. It was merely a minor accident while inspecting the equipment. Can you stop laughing and begin already? Prepare to feel the shock of electricity, Taishian retorted, eager to reclaim his dignity in this gym battle. All right, I won't laugh anymore. I just recalled something amusing. Let us commence the battle, Jinshu said, clearing his throat to suppress his mirth. Excellent. The rules are simple. 1-on-1, 3 Pokémon each. Let us begin, Taishin declared, tossing out his Pokeball. Zzi. The first Pokémon Taishin released was quite a unique sight. 3 iron spheres connected by screws, accompanied by 6 identical magnets, comprised its entire form. Magneton. Qualification level, Blue. Type, Electric, Steel. Ability, Magnet Pull. Strength, level 21, Proficient level 20, 30. Description, a magnet Pokémon. It is the evolved form of Magnemite, floating in the air while emitting powerful magnetic fields and high-voltage electricity. Magneton, an electric-steel type combination, appears quite challenging to handle. Jinshu contemplated as he examined Magneton's data panel. After weighing his options, he concluded that Riolu would be the most suitable choice. Scyther and Snivy had no advantage against steel types, and although Riolu was only level 16, it held a slight edge against steel types thanks to its fighting attributes. Based on his intelligence, Tieshuan's Magneton was likely his weakest Pokémon, thus allowing Riolu to gain some experience when T hurt, especially since he had 2 strong partners ready to back him up if needed. Go Riolu, Jinshu decided, releasing his Pokeball. Riolu emerged from the ball, exuberantly shouting, eager to battle. It had been cooped up for days without any skirmishes. After all, Riolu was a little battle fanatic, and fighting other Pokémon was its ultimate source of entertainment. It was always itching for a fight. Ah, it's Riolu. It looks quite spirited. However, Riolu is a rare Pokémon even in the Sinnoh region. You truly have encountered some fortune, Taishin remarked, his interest piqued by Jinshu's Riolu. Riolu is still young and not very skilled at battling. I hope you can provide some guidance during the match, Gym Leader Taishin, Jinshu said earnestly. Of course. No problem at all. Taishin has always held a fondness for humble trainers, and thus he spares no effort in guiding them. In his eyes, these exceptional young individuals are the very pillars of the Alliance's future. With both sides ready, the gym challenge officially commences. Taishin immediately commands his Magnezone to take action. As an electric-type Pokémon, it requires an appropriate battlefield, so he opts for electric terrain to enhance the power of its electric moves from the outset. Arcs of electricity leap from Magnezone, accompanied by a series of incomprehensible mechanical sounds, as a surge of yellow energy flows to the ground, swiftly expanding to form the electric terrain. The entire battlefield is enveloped in this electric field, with arcs of electricity sporadically leaping from the ground. Jinshu, on the other hand, chooses to bolster his Riolu's capabilities right from the start, enhancing both its attack and defense. This strategy aims to partially bridge the level gap between Riolu and Magnezone. Drawing upon prior guidance from Fujishu regarding the use of bulk up, Riolu summons its strength, tensing its muscles to become as hard as metal and successfully executing the move, thereby improving its offensive and defensive prowess. Both trainers achieve their desired openings, leading to the formal exchange of attacks. Magnezone draws energy from the electric terrain, enveloped in a brilliant yellow light, with arcs of electricity continuously emanating from its body. The gathered current converges into a powerful stream, hurtling directly towards Riolu. This is Thunderbolt, the signature ranged attack of electric types. Riolu use Aura Sphere. In the face of Thunderbolt, Jinshu instructs Riolu to counter with Aura Sphere. Riolu swiftly channels its aura energy, forming a vibrant blue sphere that collides with Thunderbolt, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The Thunderbolt, amplified by the electric terrain, proves to be more formidable as the gathered current surges through and breaks past Riolu's Aura Sphere, maintaining its velocity as it continues towards Riolu. However, having unleashed Aura Sphere, Riolu has already begun to move, quickly pivoting in a graceful maneuver to evade Thunderbolt, skillfully diffusing the onslaught. Impressive. A clean and swift evasion. Your Riolu is quite remarkable, my friend. Before Jinshu could offer his praise, Taishin had already begun to commend him. He has always been quick to admire such outstanding Pokémon, regardless of their trainer. Magnezone, feeling somewhat resigned, is accustomed to its trainer's penchant for lavishly praising opponents' Pokémon. Once again, a surge of yellow light gathers around Magnezone, as invisible electromagnetic waves swiftly propagate outward, causing a crackling sound in the surrounding air. This too is a hallmark move of electric types, electromagnetic wave. Should it hit, it can induce paralysis, thus controlling the opponent's movements. Taishin anticipated that Riolu would dodge, but to his surprise, Riolu did not evade this time. Instead, it lunged forward, leaping high while igniting its knee in a blaze of orange flames. This is high jump kick. I didn't realize your Riolu was capable of such a formidable move at such a young age. However, even with high jump kick, if it gets hit by electromagnetic wave, it may succumb to paralysis, which could lead to failure. After all, Magnazone's paralysis effect is quite potent. Zhenshu, you ought to be mindful of this in the future. Taishian pointed out the flaw in Zhenshu's strategy. He believed that instead of recklessly attacking, Zhenshu should have had Riolu evade the electromagnetic wave first to find an opportunity for attack. Unexpectedly, Zhenshu merely shook his finger with an air of mystery, saying, "Not necessarily, Taishian. What? Do you have another strategy?" Observing Zhenshu's confident demeanor, Taishian was intrigued. He closely monitored Riolu's actions, eager to see what Zhenshu would devise next. As Riolu executed high jump kick, it was indeed affected by the electromagnetic wave, but astonishingly, it produced a small green berry and consumed it, resulting in the arcs of electricity dissipating. "Is that a sherry berry? I see. You're deliberately playing to counter my tactics, aren't you?" Taishian now understood why Zhenshu was undeterred by Magnazone's electromagnetic wave. He had come prepared. The sherry berry is a miraculous fruit that, when consumed, can eliminate all abnormal statuses, making it an essential item for trainers and travelers alike. "Not at all, Taishian. Given the electric-type gym, it seems quite reasonable to prepare a countermeasure for paralysis, don't you think?" Zhenshu waved his hand, feigning innocence. Meanwhile, after overcoming paralysis, Riolu's high jump kick remained unabated, and with tremendous force, it drove its knee into Magnazone's center. Boom. Fighting types are particularly effective against steel types. With the attack enhanced by its bulk up, alongside the high power of high jump kick and the added damage from type advantage, Magnazone stood no chance and collapsed. Rendered unable to battle, Taishian gritted his teeth as he recalled his defeated Magnazone, reflecting on Zhenshu's earlier claim that Riolu was inexperienced and required guidance. He wished to capture the battle on video to show Zhenshu. After all, if this was deemed as lacking combat prowess, what would that imply about his own Magnazone? Despite being a talented individual, Zhenshu's manner of speaking could be quite infuriating. Taishian resolved to address this matter after their battle. Riolu. Following its victory over Magnazone, Riolu leaped joyfully, exhilarated by its first knockout. The thrill surged through its nerves, igniting its fighting spirit. With this victory, Riolu sensed a loosening of its accumulated experience, as if its strength had subtly increased. The soothing bell it wore chimed melodiously with its movements, and suddenly, a radiant white light descended, enveloping Riolu as its body began to ascend in height, an inexplicable aura radiating from it. "What? It's evolving. Remarkable. It seems that after the recent battle, your Riolu has met the conditions for evolution and is about to become Lucario." Taishian marveled at the miraculous evolution enveloping Riolu. In his memory, trainers with Lucario seemed to fare well, such as the newly crowned champion of Sinnoh, Jilan, whose Lucario had left a profound impression on Taishian. As the white light around Riolu gradually subsided, it transformed into a new form, now known as Lucario. The most noticeable change was its height, which had increased from less than half a meter to approximately 1.5 meters. Lucario's ears stood tall, and 4 stylish tufts of hair sprouted from its back. Its gaze sharp and commanding. Its hands and chest bore spikes, maintaining a proportion similar to its former self, with a slender upper body and robust lower body. Riolu. After its successful evolution, Lucario was still as lively as before, bouncing in place to test its new physique before dashing towards Zhenshu, leaping into a bear hug. "Alas, you have become quite robust and significantly stronger. We must exercise caution during our playful encounters to avoid injuring others." Shinsuke was pushed back several steps by Lucario's sudden bear hug, and it seemed his arm, caught in Lucario's grasp, had sustained a bruise. This child had only just evolved and was still struggling to master his newfound strength, evidently exerting himself a tad too vigorously. Lucario male. Qualification level, purple. Type, fighting, steel. Ability, inner focus. Strength, level 19, normal level 10, 20. Description, the aura Pokémon. It is said that by harnessing the aura, one can perceive opponents that were previously invisible. Observing Lucario's data panel, Shinsuke nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the substantial benefits that evolution had conferred, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of strength. In addition to a significant increase in all capabilities, Lucario had also acquired a steel typing, allowing it to learn a variety of steel-type moves in the future. "Hey kid, we are still amidst a gym challenge, so focus a bit more, will you? We can cultivate our bond after the battle," Tetsu remarked with a hint of exasperation. While witnessing a junior's Pokémon evolve through combat was indeed a splendid event, it seemed they had been nurturing their connection for far too long. As Lucario clung to Shinsuke, seemingly unwilling to let go, Shinsuke released his Servine and Scyther to engage in dialogue with Lucario. Tetsu could no longer restrain himself and interjected, "Oh, my apologies, Senior Tetsu. I was just so elated that I forgot the essential matter at hand. Shinsuke chuckled as Lucario descended from him and returned to the battlefield. Very well, come forth, Electabuzz. Tetsu promptly summoned his second Pokémon. It was Electabuzz, an electric-type Pokémon. Electabuzz, male. Qualification level, blue. Type, electric. Ability, static. Strength, level 22, proficient level 20, 30. Description, the lightning Pokémon. It stores static electricity in its fur for discharge. When a storm approaches, it emits sparks from its body. As Tetsu's Electabuzz appeared, the strategy guide had indicated that the most noteworthy aspect of Electabuzz was its static ability, which could paralyze any Pokémon that made direct contact. Since Lucario had already consumed a Chesto Berry, it seemed prudent to rely on ranged attacks. Upon seeing Tetsu's Electabuzz, Shinsuke's mind conjured a strategy to counter it. Fortuitously, Lucario was well equipped for both ranged and close-quarters combat, allowing for a plethora of tactical maneuvers without necessitating melee skills against Electabuzz. Aura Gather. Chapter 49, Thunderbolt Badge. Lucario. Unleash Aura Sphere. Shinsuke commanded. Given the need for a ranged attack, Aura Sphere was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Post-evolution, Lucario's proficiency with Aura had intensified, enabling it to wield more of its Aura energy. With a swift motion, a vibrant Aura Sphere materialized in Lucario's grasp. Now at least twice the size compared to its Bidoof stage, an embodiment of the confidence evolution had bestowed upon Shinsuke. The Aura Sphere was rapidly propelled forth by Lucario, leaving a trail across the battlefield, showcasing the true might of the Aura Sphere. Electabuzz, evade. In response to the formidable approach of the Aura Sphere, Tetsu commanded with urgency. Electabuzz sprinted with all its might, attempting to dodge the incoming attack. Oh, I forgot to mention, Senior Tetsu, Lucario's Aura Sphere is impossible to evade. Shinsuke remarked with a grin. Electabuzz aura had been completely detected by Lucario, and the Aura Sphere would pursue it relentlessly, akin to a relentless shadow. The spectacle on the battlefield affirmed this, despite Electabuzz's determined efforts to escape. Having traversed nearly half of the arena, the Aura Sphere remained in close pursuit. Moreover, as Electabuzz continued to evade, Lucario conjured 2 additional Aura Spheres, culminating in a total of 3 Aura Spheres trailing Electabuzz. Goodness, this is truly unavoidable, Tetsu mused. Having never faced Lucario in battle before, he had only heard tales of its prowess. He had not anticipated that the Aura Sphere could track its target so effectively, making it an impressively formidable technique. Since evasion is futile, let us retaliate, Electabuzz. Use Thunderbolt. Tetsu, with no other choice, commanded Electabuzz to unleash its move in a direct confrontation with the Aura Spheres. Thunder. Electabuzz roared, in perfect sync with Tetsu's instruction, as it radiated yellow energy, swiftly gathering electrical energy before turning to release a torrent of electricity, clashing directly with the oncoming Aura Sphere. The residual electric field from the previously deployed Magnemite had not dissipated, thus amplifying the power of Electabuzz's Thunderbolt, which obliterated the first Aura Sphere. However, 2 more Aura Spheres swiftly followed, shattering the remaining electricity and striking Electabuzz in succession. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 successive explosions resounded as Electabuzz was propelled into the air, crashing back down onto the ground, utterly incapacitated. Once again, Lucario emerged victorious, demonstrating its overwhelming dominance post-evolution. Well done, Lucario, Shinsuke exclaimed, rushing into the arena to embrace Lucario. In response, Lucario joyfully lifted Shinsuke into the air before catching him once more. This inaugural battle for Lucario was an undeniable success. Driven to the brink. You are indeed a formidable adversary, Tetsu reflected as he withdrew Electabuzz, observing Shinsuke and Lucario, reminiscent of his younger self. He, too, had once been filled with such fervor, though he mused that perhaps he still possessed that spirit. Let the fire ignite. Come forth, my final trump card, Reiku. Tetsu suddenly transformed into a fervent youth, his booming voice resonating with fervor. The sheer intensity of the moment startled Shinsuke. Reiku. From the luminous light of the Pokeball, a striking canine Pokémon emerged. Its towering yellow mane crackled with electricity, imparting an air of majesty, while its crimson eyes sparkled with an enigmatic glow. It was merely a clash between 2 canines. Reiku male. Qualification level, blue. Type, electric. Ability, Volt Absorb. Strength, level 24, proficient level 20, 30. Description, Reiku, the lightning Pokémon, can unleash potent currents from its mane, gathering electrical energy from the air to create storm clouds atop its head. Shinsuke assessed the data. It seemed manageable, not significantly stronger than his own. As Reiko landed, Lucario immediately locked onto the aura it emitted, launching a radiant aura sphere while charging forward in tandem, rapidly closing in on Reiko. This time, Reiko was not equipped with the static ability, allowing for a decisive melee confrontation. Reiko discharge. Tetsu, having learned from experience, opted not to evade the aura sphere this time, but to confront it head-on. A dazzling electric light surged from Reiku's yellow mane, absorbing the free-floating ions in the air, subsequently releasing a powerful current that engulfed the entire battlefield. Discharge was a sweeping attack, ideally suited for such an occasion. Boom. The current generated by discharge struck the aura sphere mid-flight, causing it to detonate prematurely. Simultaneously, the electricity coursed through Lucario, who braced itself and miraculously avoided paralysis. Lucario swiftly leapt forward, executing a flying knee strike that had been primed, closing the distance to Reiko in an instant. Boom. A critical hit. The forceful flying knee strike landed squarely upon Reiku's impressive head, delivering a powerful impact that propelled it to the edge of the arena. Lucario would not miss the opportunity to pursue, and once more a wave missile took shape in its hand, directly chasing after the fleeing Thundurus. Boom. Just as Thundurus landed, it was struck by the approaching wave missile, sent hurtling out of the arena. Not only that, but these two attacks rendered it unconscious, leaving it utterly incapable of continuing the battle. Thus, Lucario emerged victorious. Despite being at a disadvantage in levels, Lucario had triumphed against 3 opponents. Magnificent, Lucario, Shinsuke, Servine, and Scyther encircled Lucario, showering it with congratulations. The little one that once hatched from an egg has now matured. Lucario has become a reliable Pokémon. This is the essence of growth, as Shinsuke and Lucario embraced tightly, moved by its progress. Your bond with Lucario is truly remarkable. It's no wonder it evolved so early. It is said that Pokémon like Riolu only evolve when they wholeheartedly acknowledge their trainer. Shinsuke, I foresee a brilliant future for you. Tetsu was equally delighted, sensing that this young lad would undoubtedly become a prominent figure in Hoenn. Thank you, Senior Tetsu. I deeply appreciate your guidance. Shinsuke separated from Lucario to express his gratitude to Tetsu. No need for thanks. Here is the electromagnetic badge from the Zygarde gym. Along with this Volt Tackle TM, both are your rewards. Tetsu presented the badge and prize to Shinsuke. Thank you, Senior. Shinsuke retrieved his badge case and placed the badge inside. Ding. Detection of host receiving the electromagnetic badge. Reward obtained. Ability Steal card. Ability Steal card. After using the Ability Steal card, the host can temporarily gain the enhanced ability of a Pokémon nearby. An enigmatic item indeed. You must be weary. Take a proper rest. Chapter 50, New Zygarde. At that moment, the lights in the gym suddenly extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. A power outage? It seems that way. Such occurrences have been frequent lately. I'll check the power distribution room, Tetsu remarked. He took out a flashlight and dashed towards the distribution room, but halfway there, the lights in the gym flickered back to life. Intermittent power outages. This marks the 3rd occurrence this week, Tetsu mused, stroking his chin. Just then, his phone rang again. Upon answering, his expression darkened. Understood, I see. Tetsu hung up and beckoned Shinsuke over. Kid, come here for a moment. I have a task for you. What's wrong? Shinsuke inquired. I suspect there may be an issue at New Zygarde. New Zygarde was a previously operational power station, now abandoned. Go check it out. There might be something unusual. Just now, I received word that a gym leader from another region who came to learn from me has gone missing. Possibly related to the recent electric-type Pokémon abduction cases. I need to investigate this matter. Tetsu handed Shinsuke a key while detailing some specifics before departing. Shinsuke left the gym as well, retrieving his bicycle and heading south towards Zygarde City. According to Tetsu, New Zygarde lay southeast of Zygarde City, requiring a water crossing to reach it. Shinsuke pedaled swiftly and soon arrived at the lakeshore south of Zygarde City. His upgraded bicycle automatically transformed into water mode upon encountering the water, gliding swiftly across the surface, skimming past several Pokémon resting on the water surface. Shinsuke arrived at the right bank of the lake, where a dark cave entrance loomed ahead. This must be the entrance to New Zygarde, as Tetsu had mentioned. Upon entering the cave, Shinsuke was confronted by a rusted iron gate. He produced the key given by Tetsu, inserting it into the lock. The gate trembled slightly before slowly creaking open. So this is New Zygarde, Shinsuke murmured. Before him lay vast metallic walls, and as he stepped inside, the scent of machine oil wafted through the air, accompanied by the distant roar of machinery. He released Lucario, assigning it the task of vigilance. Lucario placed a hand on its head, closing its eyes to keenly perceive the aura of the area. After a considerable pause, it opened its eyes. A flicker of concern evident within its human-like gaze. There are not only our auras here, but also those of others. Lucario's voice resonated in Shinsuke's mind. This is bad. This place may be occupied by some nefarious individuals. We must exit and find Tetsu. Upon hearing Lucario's words, Shinsuke immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Logically, New Zygarde had been abandoned for quite some time. It was improbable for anyone to be present. The sudden influx of people could only imply the presence of criminals. However, just as Shinsuke prepared to retreat, he discovered that the entrance behind him had been sealed by a reinforced metal door. This gate appeared specifically fortified against Pokémon, rendering even Lucario unable to break through. Moreover, the scene before him was shifting. Countless metal walls rose from the ground, transforming the once open New Zygarde into a vast labyrinth. Shinsuke spotted a small Magnemite floating at the entrance of the maze. It seems we have yet another challenge ahead, Shinsuke sighed. The criminals here are likely already aware of our presence, which means the path ahead will be fraught with difficulty. Shinsuke summoned Servine and Scyther. Why am I only being called now? Servine's voice echoed in Shinsuke's ears, tinged with dissatisfaction. Having not been called upon during the challenge of Zygarde Gym, and with Lucario's evolution making it the largest Pokémon on the team, she likely felt her status as the eldest sister was being overshadowed. Servine, you will always be my ace in the hole, so please refrain from sulking, Shinsuke reassured her. He then picked up Servine and planted a kiss on her. He understood that the most effective way to appease Servine's sulking was through direct affection. Feeling the kiss, Servine's body relaxed, her small face flushing. Caught between joy and annoyance, her tone softened. Very well, I shall assist you this once. After all, without me, Shinsuke would likely be trapped here for an eternity. Servine murmured. All right, our objective now is to follow Lucario's guidance, locate the hidden foes lurking in the shadows, and defeat them to accomplish our mission. Shinsuke gathered everyone around and briefly outlined the task at hand. At that moment, the familiar sound of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Time-limited mission triggered. Please rescue the gym leader trapped in New Zygarde and defeat the enemies concealed within. Upon completion, a generous reward will be granted. So the gym leader mentioned by Tetsu is indeed here. No wonder they went missing. Upon hearing the system's message, Shinsuke fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself. Since a gym leader is trapped here, we must prioritize rescuing that individual. Having an extra ally would certainly ease the challenge. Lucario, can you sense the aura of the nearest solitary individual? Shinsuke inquired. Given that the gym leader is confined here, it is unlikely they are deep within New Zygarde. They are likely trapped nearby. Even if we are mistaken, it could still be a lone adversary. In any case, seeking out a solitary figure is a sound strategy. Lucario. Lucario nodded and began to sense the aura, its eyes turning a profound blue before gradually regaining clarity. There is indeed a solitary individual nearby, just ahead. Follow me, Lucario announced. It promptly took the lead, guiding the way. Let us go, everyone, keep up. Jinshu, accompanied by the remaining two little ones, trailed behind Lucario. Given the potential dangers lurking within the labyrinth, and the intermittent fluctuations of the aura sensed by Lucario, their pace was notably slow, compounding their troubles. As they passed by a small Magnemite near the entrance of the maze, it unexpectedly launched an attack against them. Although this solitary Magnemite posed little threat and was swiftly dispatched by the Ivy Snake, it served as a stark reminder for Jinshu that they were likely to encounter many more such Magnemites ahead, and that these confrontations would be difficult to evade. Chapter 51, The Mechanoid. Within the labyrinth, Jinshu and his companions continued their advance, forming a triangular formation. Lucario led at the forefront, flanked by the Ivy Snake and the Scyther on either side, while Jinshu held the central position. Along their journey, they came across several scattered Pokémon, all of which were Magnemites. Yet, before the Magnemites could react and mount an attack, Jinshu's Pokémon swiftly neutralized them. Thus, they moved expeditiously, drawing closer to the aura of the solitary individual they sought. While most would find navigating the maze a daunting task, Jinshu, guided by Lucario, felt no such trepidation. Upon reaching a crossroads, Lucario suddenly halted, scanning the surrounding aura while maintaining constant communication with Jinshu. Scyther, an unknown Pokémon, has appeared to the right. Clear it out, Jinshu commanded. Their command structure was clear. Lucario gathered information, relayed it to Jinshu, who then made the final decisions. Understood, Scyther acknowledged, preparing to execute the task on the right flank. Wait, the aura of the Pokémon over there has suddenly intensified. No, multiple Pokémon auras are appearing from all directions. Everyone, be on guard and prepare for battle, Jinshu instructed gravely. Previously, they had encountered only a few scattered Pokémon, but now they were confronted by a significant number. It seemed the unseen adversary had taken notice of their presence and was preparing to counter them, with foes emerging from all sides. Jinshu realized they were in a precarious position. After a brief contemplation, he declared, "We must break through to the rear. Engaging here would be disadvantageous. The safety of the forward path is uncertain, so retreating is the safer option." Following the command, Lucario swiftly redirected their course, charging back down the path they had come, with Jinshu and the others in tow. Their group soon collided with another cluster of Pokémon, all of which were still Magnemites. Despite their numerical advantage, they were easily dispatched, and Jinshu's team swiftly dealt with the remaining waves of Magnemites. "Now that we've dealt with all the obstacles, Lucario, lead the way," Jinshu said with a sigh of relief. Just as they prepared to advance, a sudden mechanical voice echoed ahead. "I apologize, but you shall not proceed any further, for I have arrived." Before Jinshu and his companions stood a towering humanoid mech, over 3 meters tall, its body clad in gleaming silver metal, with segments pulsating with brilliant red light. An electric-driven medium mech, its estimated strength was comparable to that of a level 35 Pokémon. Jinshu was taken aback by the advanced weaponry of their opponent. He had not anticipated facing such a formidable metallic adversary. Absorb. The mech emitted another mechanical sound, as its midsection opened, extending numerous mechanical claws that ensnared the unconscious Magnemites from the ground. After collecting the Magnemites, the mech glowed ominously, its power evidently enhanced. Now was the time to attack. The operator within the mech's control room smirked, readying the weapon systems, only to look forward and discover that the trio of Jinshu and his Pokémon had vanished. "Damn it, they've escaped," the man cursed under his breath, activating the tracking system to pursue them. Jinshu, now in a precarious situation against a formidable opponent, seized the opportunity to flee while the mech was preoccupied with the Magnemites. Yet, he knew the adversary would soon catch up. Contemplating his strategy, he recalled the training space opportunity granted by the system, which he had intended to reserve for a time when his Pokémon reached a plateau in their training. However, in this dire moment, utilizing it seemed a prudent choice. In a desperate bid, he could take his Pokémon into the training space for a year while only a second passed in reality, potentially emerging with a significant advantage. The training space was a valuable trump card, and Jinshu hesitated to expend it. However, an idea struck him, recalling the items he had purchased for his gym challenge. "Everyone, listen to me," Jinshu instructed as they ran, relaying his strategy for dealing with the enemy mech. Once everyone understood, they prepared to await the mech's arrival. "So, you have chosen to abandon your escape. How wise of you," the mech operator taunted as he arrived. "Attack," Jinshu shouted, pressing a button on the device in his hand. This time, the electric interference transmitter could disrupt the flow of electricity within a certain radius for 10 seconds. Originally intended to counter the electric traps of the Iron Spin gym leader, it had not been utilized until now, but it proved fortuitously useful. Upon activation, an invisible wave emanated, disrupting the energy transmission of the electric mech and causing its red glow to fade. No matter how powerful a mech, without energy, it was merely a heap of scrap metal. "What is happening? What is wrong?" The operator within the control room panicked as the screens suddenly turned dark. Realizing they had lost power, he hurriedly activated the backup energy system. At the moment Jinshu commanded the attack, his 3 Pokémon sprang into action. The Ivy Snake used its vines to hoist Lucario atop the mech, pouring 2 buckets of gasoline over it, an item Jinshu had bought just in case. Given the mech's robust physical defenses, it was the only strategy they could employ to breach its formidable shell. With the gasoline poured, the Ivy Snake swiftly pulled Lucario back, while Scyther hurled a lit lighter at the gasoline-soaked mech. Boom! Upon contact with the flames, the mech ignited. Just as the operator activated the backup energy system, he suddenly felt an intense heat surrounding him. "Oh no, it's on fire." His face turned ashen. Chapter 52, Little Geo. With a thunderous roar, the flames engulfed the mech's battery, triggering a massive explosion that shattered it into countless pieces. When Jinshu and his companions returned to the scene, the once formidable mech was no more, leaving behind only charred remnants scattered across the ground, some still flickering with embers. The Magnemites absorbed by the mech were expelled, lying scattered in disarray. Amidst the debris, a humanoid figure lay motionless, resembling a charred silhouette, appearing to have departed this world in peace. From the remnants of clothing scattered on the ground, it appears that the man was clad in the uniform of Team Rocket. Is it yet another scheme by Team Rocket? What grand design do they intend to execute this time? Jinshu remarked, his face etched with disdain. having experienced the incident in Changhua Forest. He harbored no fondness for Team Rocket whatsoever. Analyzing the existing clues, it became evident that the power outage incident in Zhejiang City, the Pokémon kidnapping, and the disappearance of the gym leader were all orchestrated by these Team Rocket members. Their actions must have a deeper motive. Team Rocket undoubtedly harbors more significant ambitions, perhaps even involving legendary Pokémon. With numerous questions swirling in his mind, guided by Lucario, Jinshu pressed onward in search of the missing gym leader. Regardless of Team Rocket's intentions, he was determined to delve into the depths of New Zhejiang and dismantle their nefarious plot. Perhaps due to the demise of the maze's overseer, Jinshu and his companions encountered no further obstacles and swiftly reached the location where Lucario sensed the aura. Is this the place? Jinshu pondered, surveying the surroundings for anything amiss. It appeared no different from the rest of the maze. Unremarkable. Lucario nodded, beginning to explore the walls and floor. It was certain that the aura emanated from this very spot. There must be a hidden mechanism or secret door here. Consequently, everyone began to search the area for concealed mechanisms. It was Ivy Snake who first detected something unusual while exploring a section of the wall to the left. It triggered a hidden door. With a thunderous rumble, the wall where it had touched slowly sank, revealing a metallic door in its stead. Jinshu attempted to open the door, but found it unyielding. Force would be required. Everyone, focus your efforts on the door, right here, Jinshu commanded. He struck the door a few times, marking a spot. The door was surprisingly sturdy. It took the combined efforts of Ivy Snake, Scyther, and Lucario several minutes to finally breach it. Jinshu gently pushed the somewhat damaged door open, only to be met with a blinding bolt of lightning, which Lucario adeptly deflected with a wave of aura. Behind the door stood a zebra-like Pokémon, snorting aggressively at Jinshu and his companions, clearly unwilling to let them approach. Lightning Zebra, female. Qualification level, blue. Type, electric. Ability, electric engine. Strength, level 30. Proficient level 20, 30. Description, a lightning Pokémon with a fierce temperament. When angered, it releases electricity from its mane in all directions. The lightning zebra seemed intent on guarding the secret chamber, its aggression not particularly strong. Jinshu realized it must belong to the missing gym leader. Lightning Zebra, take it easy. I am here to rescue you. Allow your trainer to come forth so we may converse. Jinshu spoke soothingly, urging Ivy Snake to remain calm. He raised his hand, invoking the power of Changhua, enveloping himself in a green glow, radiating a sense of amiability. The charm aura activated, amplifying Jinshu's charisma. Sensing the warmth of Jinshu's aura, the lightning zebra began to trust him. It detected the essence of Celebi within him, deeming him not a foe. Lightning, lightning. The lightning zebra cleared a path, allowing Jinshu and his allies to enter the secret chamber while anxiously relaying the events that had transpired. Only then did Jinshu comprehend their predicament. According to the lightning zebra, it and its trainer, Xiao Juer, had intended to visit the electric-type gym leader of the Iron Spin for an exchange of insights. But along the way, they witnessed a Pokémon kidnapping. Xiao Juer and the lightning zebra pursued the culprits into New Zhejiang, preparing to confront them when they were ambushed by the assailants' accomplices, resulting in severe injuries to Xiao Juer. Subsequently, the lightning zebra fled with the injured Xiao Juer but inadvertently triggered a mechanism, trapping them in the secret chamber. Do not worry, I will tend to your trainer's wounds. Jinshu reassured the anxious lightning zebra, feeling a pang of sympathy as he gently stroked its head to calm its nerves. Inside the chamber lay Xiao Juer, unconscious with her eyes shut and pale lips, her fair legs exposed in a breathtaking manner. However, Jinshu had no time to admire her beauty. He rushed to her side and retrieved a full restore for her to drink. He noted its efficacy, as it proved useful for both Pokémon and trainers alike. Yet, one bottle would not suffice. Jinshu concentrated the power of Changhua in his right hand, directly channeling it over Xiao Juer's head. It was evident that she had suffered a blow to the head from a blunt object wielded by Team Rocket's villains, as he could see the prominent swelling on her forehead. The power of Changhua, a gift from Celebi, was unparalleled in its healing capabilities throughout the Hoenn region. Under its influence, Xiao Juer slowly began to recover, the swelling on her head gradually returning to normal. Before long, the healing was complete. Xiao Juer's long eyelashes fluttered as she opened her azure eyes, fixing her gaze upon Jinshu standing before her. The youth appeared immaculate and handsome. Xiao Juer thought it improbable to find anyone in the Unova region who matched her aesthetic ideals so perfectly. His eyes seemed to possess a magical allure. And with just one glance, she found herself unable to look away. Did you save me? Xiao Juer inquired softly. She felt a sense of unreality. The boy before her was simply too magnificent, leading her to wonder if all of this was merely a dream. However, the warmth radiating from above was all too real. Unable to resist, she reached out, gently touching his face. It is real, not a dream. The sensation of his skin beneath her fingertips jolted Xiao Juer into exhilaration. She pressed both hands against Jinshu's face. Xiao Juer. Chapter 53, Confession. Jinshu. He had just begun to speak when her icy hands enveloped his face, seemingly reluctant to withdraw them. My name is Jinshu, and indeed, I was the one who saved you. But Miss Xiao Juer, could you kindly remove your hands? Jinshu spoke softly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Juer flinched as if startled, swiftly retracting her hands from his face but then tightly grasping his hands instead. I'm a bit scared. May I hold on to you for a while? Xiao Juer as azure eyes locked onto Jinshu's, anxiety evident in her gaze, fearing rejection. That is fine. It's safe now, so there is no need to be afraid, Jinshu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Thank you, Jinshu. Suddenly, Xiao Juer released his hands and leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Burying her head against his chest, Xiao Juer inhaled deeply. Her face flushed with an unusual crimson hue. May I touch your head again? That feeling was so warm, she murmured, pressing herself against Jinshu while gazing at him with her big, pleading eyes. In that moment, both felt the rapid beating of each other's hearts. Of course, but could you let go of me first? Isn't it a bit warm like this? Jinshu gently stroked Xiao Juer's head, his senses overwhelmed by the softness of her body and the refreshing scent reminiscent of citrus, though he did not harbor any aversion to embracing a stunning beauty so intimately, and was even somewhat entranced by the experience. The fiery gaze of the gloom beside him swiftly brought him back to his senses. Let go of me. The gloom is getting jealous. Masaki's heart screamed incessantly. Upon hearing Masaki's words, Shoko buried her head deeper into his chest, taking a deep breath before gradually withdrawing from his embrace. All right, energy replenished. It's a pleasure to meet you, Masaki. My name is Shoko. I am the gym leader of the Reborn Region's Lavaridge Gym, a model by profession, standing at 168 centimeters tall, weighing 45 kilograms, with measurements of 85 centimeters, 63 centimeters, and 80 centimeters. That's enough. You don't need to be so explicit, Masaki interjected hastily, momentarily taken aback by Shoko's detailed self-description. So, Masaki, how do you find me? I'm quite pleased with you, Shoko remarked, noticing Masaki's slight embarrassment, a knowing smile gracing her lips. If I were to rate you, a perfect score would be 100, and I would definitely give you 100. You are truly a flawless girl, Masaki replied. In that case, could I be your girlfriend? From the moment I laid eyes on you after waking up, I knew I liked you. If I were to rate you, a perfect score would be 10,000. Shoko suddenly became serious, gazing into Masaki's eyes. Her hand firmly clasped his, the veins on her hand bulging due to the pressure. This is rather inappropriate, Masaki stammered, caught off guard by Shoko's directness. He wanted to retort, wondering if everyone from the Reborn region was this forthright, confessing feelings less than half an hour after their first meeting. It was all too abrupt. Yet the earnestness in Shoko's demeanor made it difficult for him to categorically refuse her. Shoko interrupted, placing a finger on his lips, signaling him to remain silent. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Since you Haven-T rejected me, I shall take it as your consent. I look forward to your guidance, Masaki. With that, she nestled back into his embrace, resting her head on his shoulder, relishing the warmth and comfort of their closeness. Masaki's scent was delightful to her. Let us save these discussions for later. We are still in the New Violet and need to thwart Team Rocket's scheme. Masaki quickly redirected the conversation to the pressing matter at hand. As he spoke, he stood up, discreetly extricating himself from Shoko's hold, and approached Gloom to lift her up. He feared becoming further entangled in this situation, particularly as Gloom's expression appeared ominously dark. Thank goodness you still have some sense. I thought you were about to be seduced by that woman. Remember, Masaki's shoulder belongs to me and no one else. The voice of Gloom echoed within Masaki's mind. Gloom nodded in satisfaction and leaped onto Masaki's shoulder. That was her designated spot, and she was quite displeased that it had been occupied by that woman just moments before. Seeing that Gloom was not causing a scene, Masaki let out a sigh of relief. Gloom had fully claimed his shoulder as her territory. Shoko's earlier actions would undoubtedly be interpreted as a provocation by Gloom. Wow, Masaki, is this your Gloom? How adorable. You're using a Pokémon from the Reborn region. It seems we truly have a connection, Masaki, Shoko exclaimed as she approached Masaki, attempting to pet Gloom, only to have her evade the gesture. Yes, indeed. Gloom is from the Reborn region. I would love to visit Reborn someday, But we must first find a way out of here, Masaki replied, noticing the topic straying again and swiftly steering it back on track. Really? I'll take you to Reborn for some fun. But you're right. We should focus on getting out of here first. I need to get revenge on the one who ambushed me, Shoko said, her fists clenching tightly as she recalled the assailant. She had sensed someone approaching from behind and had turned around several times to confirm, yet had seen no one. Then, just as she turned back, she felt a heavy blow to her head and lost consciousness. Upon reflection, she realized that only a ghost-type Pokémon could approach her so stealthily. Shoko shared her insights with Masaki, who wholeheartedly agreed with her assessment. Masaki also found it peculiar that Shoko, being a legitimate gym leader, could have been so easily ambushed by a mere Team Rocket grunt without noticing. If it were indeed a ghost-type Pokémon, it would make sense. Such Pokémon inherently possess the ability to move undetected, especially when Shoko's attention was focused on pursuing her frontward enemy. Chapter 54, The Supernatural Incident. After resting for a while in the secret chamber, Masaki and Shoko continued their exploration, with Lucario leading the way in search of another lone person's aura. Masaki was puzzled. Given that Team Rocket was aware of their intrusion into New Violet, why hadn't they simply launched a coordinated attack to deal with them? Instead, they were being picked off one by one. Masaki speculated that Team Rocket might have another task to complete, thus sending out 2 members to stall for time and prevent being overwhelmed all at once. Masaki, you just mentioned the mastermind behind this. Which team was it? Shoko suddenly inquired, her exquisite face displaying confusion. It's Team Rocket. They are the largest underground criminal organization in Kanto, but for some unknown reason, they have extended their reach into Hoenn, Masaki replied nonchalantly. These Team Rocket members are causing chaos in Hoenn, while the Oceanic and Magma teams here seem relatively tame by comparison. Reflecting on recent events, Shoko couldn't help but criticize. These underground organizations sure know how to make trouble, always stirring up chaos. The Plasma Gang from Reborn is no different. Their leader has been giving speeches all over Reborn lately, causing quite the uproar. Indeed, I wish a formidable hero would emerge and eradicate all underground organizations. The world would surely be a much better place, Masaki mused, though he recognized he lacked the capability to do so at present. As they conversed, the tension of being in the enemy's stronghold faded, and soon they reached the end of the maze. Beyond the maze lay an eerily desolate graveyard, littered with aged gravestones, and an occasional breeze emitted a soft wail, perfectly in tune with the grave-like surroundings. Have we reached the second level? Masaki remarked, unable to restrain a sense of incredulity at the stark contrast between the two realms. The previous mechanical maze was modern and intricate, while now they stood in a vast, foreboding graveyard. Such a transition was difficult to accept. It felt akin to progressing through levels in a game, where the scenery shifted dramatically after clearing a stage. Masaki, I'm a bit scared, Shoko said, shivering slightly as she instinctively leaned against him, gripping his arm tightly, as if practiced many times before. Don't be afraid. Let us not forget we have Pokémon with us. Even if ghosts were real, we could defeat them, Masaki reassured her confidently. Although the Pokémon world indeed contained entities categorized as ghosts, they were typically referred to as ghost-type Pokémon. However, the fear that people harbor towards ghosts typically stems from the notion that these entities are impervious to harm. Should there come a day when humanity possesses the ability to inflict injury upon spirits, we can be certain that some courageous souls would exact a toll from them. Ghost-type Pokémon embody such vulnerable phantoms. Thus, it can be said that Masaki bears little pressure. Just moments ago, he was engulfed in trepidation, but upon embracing Masaki, a wave of serenity washed over him. Masaki, may I hold you like this indefinitely? Kiku's tone shifted, adopting a sweet, almost syrupy quality that rendered Masaki somewhat flustered. Rest assured, I shall protect you, so there is no need to cling to me. Let us proceed and explore, Masaki declared, quickening his pace as he stepped into the cemetery's domain. Accustomed to the sensation of metal flooring, the softness of the earth beneath his feet was a curious discomfort. Kiku, mindful of the situation, released her hold on Masaki but retained his hand, which he did not withdraw, allowing her to lead the way. This incited a quiet thrill within Kiku. It was, in fact, a small scheme of hers. Had she requested Masaki to hold hands outright, he would have surely declined. But by first embracing him, she had cleverly navigated his defenses. The chill of the graveyard's breeze was palpable, imbued with a dampness that perplexed him. One could only wonder how Team Rocket managed to conjure such a disconcerting atmosphere within this confined space, likely a testament to the ingenuity of the members stationed here. Their ranks were never short of inventors, with each member exhibiting remarkable craftsmanship. Much like the protagonist from the animated series of his previous life, They consistently devised peculiar inventions, crafting various robots with ease, a truly formidable feat. After progressing a few dozen meters, a sudden gust of eerie wind swept through. In that moment, a wave of goosebumps cascaded down Masaki's spine, as if a moist tongue had brushed against every spot the wind had touched. A low, ominous voice echoed in his ears, a murky sound that seemed to cry out, "Return my life. Masaki, there's a ghost. It feels as though it's right behind me," Kiku exclaimed, genuinely frightened this time as she clung to him once more. She acknowledged that her previous bravado outside the cemetery had been somewhat feigned, but now, she was authentically fearful. After that chilling breeze, she sensed an oppressive weight on her back, akin to a presence lurking behind her. That sensation, that oppressive touch, there was no mistaking it. Something vile was indeed at her back. "There's nothing there, Kiku. You're merely scaring yourself," Masaki reassured her, glancing over his shoulder to confirm the absence of anything amiss. "Look ahead, Masaki," Kiku insisted, gripping his sleeve tightly. "What is it? Is there something ahead?" Masaki turned back only to be startled by a tall figure before him, a man clad in a funeral shroud. His pallid complexion reminiscent of someone who had been deceased for days, his limbs gaunt and skeletal. "Truly a ghost," Masaki gasped, instinctively unleashing a wave of energy towards the figure. The emaciated man opened his mouth, releasing a torrent of flames in return. The clash of fire and energy resulted in a powerful shockwave that reverberated through the air. As he felt the familiar force of the impact, Masaki's vision cleared, and realization dawned upon him. "You are not a ghost. You are Lucario," he deduced, noting that ghosts should not wield fire, a positive energy. And if true flames were present, the surrounding temperature would rise. Yet, he felt none of these expected sensations. Instead, he sensed the collision of energy waves. This was not fire, but a manifestation of energy. Thus, everything around him was but an illusion. Chapter 55, The Phantom Brigade. As Masaki articulated his thoughts, the world around him transformed. The eerie graves vanished, replaced by a vast hall adorned with green drapery. The specter in the funeral shroud morphed into a bewildered Lucario, while Kiku felt the oppressive presence on her back dissipate, leaving her feeling unburdened. Nearby, a figure clad in a lab coat over a Team Rocket uniform appeared. Sporting long hair and a bearded visage, beside him lay an enigmatic machine. Upon witnessing the restored surroundings, he sighed deeply. "There are still some details in the code that I failed to rectify. Indeed, one cannot deceive oneself in the realm of invention. A minor error can reveal the truth to those ensnared in an illusion, and your discovery is a fitting punishment for my lack of meticulousness. What a remarkable invention. Yet it emerges from someone like you. I suspect your machines lament their fate, as they could have been utilized for the betterment of humanity, yet instead serve to instill fear." "How tragic," Masaki remarked quietly. He had always harbored disdain for organizations like Team Rocket wielding advanced technology. Those with nefarious intentions wielding such power would only invite chaos into the world. Upon hearing Masaki's words, the Team Rocket member erupted into maniacal laughter, his mirth bordering on madness, as if tears accompanied his cackling. Once he regained his composure, he proclaimed, "Ah, such naive sentiments. The lofty scholars of the League would never acknowledge my artistry. They merely trample my efforts beneath their feet before spitting upon them. Without Boss North, my research would have been futile. We are a band of failures who found rebirth in Boss North." "Boss North? I thought Team Rocket was led solely by Giovanni. Where does this Boss North come from? Are you traitors within Team Rocket?" Masaki inquired, seizing upon the inconsistency. He had initially presumed this incident to be orchestrated by Giovanni, but it appeared these individuals might actually be dissenters within Team Rocket. At the mention of Giovanni, the Team Rocket member's demeanor shifted dramatically. He spat vehemently, exclaiming, "Giovanni? Do not utter that name in my presence. He is no different from those high-ranking League officials. He is unworthy to lead us. Only Boss North can truly guide us towards a bright future." Masaki surmised that the events unfolding were not tied to Giovanni, but rather the machinations of these rogue Team Rocket members. Truly pitiful, abandoned by the League, then by Team Rocket, and now reduced to lurking in this shadowy abyss like a rat. "I can surmise why you are met with disdain wherever you go, with such a pathetic character. It is only natural that you were cast aside," Masaki stated coolly. "Indeed, you shall continue your life entangled with those filthy fantasies in your mind. Perhaps you could utilize that machine of yours to fabricate a realm you prefer, living forever within that illusion. For you are but a coward who knows only how to evade reality," Kiku chimed in, mimicking Masaki's tone to mock him. The Team Rocket member, feeling as though his wounds had been reopened and salted, clutched his head and rolled on the ground, performing some form of absurd performance art. Following his display, he rose, brandishing a dozen Pokeballs. It seems you are a pair of lowly humans incapable of communication. Thus, allow my Phantom Brigade to obliterate you. Prepare to tremble in the depths of despair, for you shall pay with your lives for your words. Ha! It appeared he had truly lost his mind. The hoarse threats from the Team Rocket member failed to intimidate their opponents, while Ziji calmly whispered to Masaki. Indeed, his condition was somewhat amiss. Yet we could not afford to let our guard down. The so-called Ghost Army was likely composed of numerous Ghost-type Pokémon, and Ziji. You must exercise caution to avoid being ambushed again. Masaki adopted a serious demeanor, preparing for battle alongside his Pokémon. With a snap, the Team Rocket member hurled all his Pokeballs onto the ground, causing them to burst open and emit a blinding white light. Within that brilliance, countless shadowy figures emerged, only to vanish into thin air moments later. Haha, behold the unseen Ghost Army. You must tread carefully, for ghosts are omnipresent. Prepare to languish in endless fear until your demise. The man proclaimed with wild abandon, arms wide open. In the face of his manic provocation, Masaki remained composed. Not necessarily. While I cannot fathom what brings you joy, I can assure you that the ghosts you rely upon are utterly powerless against true strength. Indeed, the ability of ghost-type Pokémon to conceal themselves could be quite vexing for their adversaries. However, methods to counter this were not entirely absent. Some Pokémon possessed techniques that allowed them to uncover hidden ghost types, while others, particularly certain canine Pokémon, had heightened senses enabling them to detect the presence of ghosts. Masaki's Lucario was particularly formidable, functioning like a super radar capable of sensing the aura of all Pokémon, thus locating enemies with precision. Furthermore, Masaki had an additional means of pinpointing their whereabouts, his data analysis eye. Though the Ghost Army concealed themselves, Masaki could still perceive numerous data panels swirling in the air. A truly spectacular sight. Moreover, there was good news. The Ghost Army, despite its size, was not particularly strong, with an average level of merely 15. Such feeble power would likely result in Masaki's Pokémon dispatching them with ease if they were not concealed. Everyone, attack in the direction I indicate, without hesitation, Masaki commanded. Upon hearing Masaki's strategy, the Team Rocket member erupted into laughter once more. Ha ha ha. You think you can rely on luck, kid? Go ahead and try. You'll never catch sight of my Ghost Army. Yet, the man's mirth lasted a mere 5 seconds. As Masaki began to direct his Pokémon, the man's expression shifted to one of horror, his mouth agape in shock. With each command from Masaki, he successfully located a ghost and accurately discerned its escape route, swiftly dispatching several foes in just a few waves. The Ghost Army's counterattacks were always anticipated by Masaki, who retaliated with fierce precision. Under this suffocating rhythm of battle, the Team Rocket member's prideful Ghost Army was effortlessly dismantled by Masaki. After vanquishing all the Pokémon, 2 vine whips shot forth, ensnaring him tightly and rendering him immobile. Masaki appeared at his side, proceeding to search him. How did you do that? Why do you seem able to see the Ghost Army? Is this a superpower? The Team Rocket member asked, begrudgingly, his previous hysteria replaced by a meek demeanor. Indeed, my eyes can penetrate the realms of yin and yang. Ghosts cannot escape my perception, Masaki replied nonchalantly. He had grown increasingly adept at handling captives. Within moments, he had thoroughly searched the Team Rocket member, stripping him of all his possessions, leaving him with only a single pair of underpants. Masaki's final gesture of respect. Truly, a genius of the Alliance. Unlike a waste like me. Just get on with it. I await your judgment. The Team Rocket member resignedly closed his eyes, bracing for Masaki's verdict. No, I am no genius. Merely an ordinary person who has stumbled upon good fortune. Do not entertain thoughts of a swift end. Prepare instead to spend your life in prison. By the way, your machine is quite intriguing. It will now belong to me, at least contributing something to society, Masaki stated with a hint of detachment, casually stowing away the device that had created illusions. This machine possessed immense potential, akin to a high-end VR device from Masaki's past life. It could fully simulate a hyper-realistic world for its user, engaging not only visual and auditory senses, but also olfactory and tactile sensations, rendering them indistinguishable from reality. Such a contraption, once modified by the company, could provide entertainment through videos and games, a truly delightful prospect. It was merely the peculiar thought process of the Team Rocket member that led to the creation of such an impressive device solely for the purpose of instilling fear. No wonder it went unappreciated. Had Masaki possessed the technical prowess to develop such a remarkable machine, he might have become the head of a large corporation by now. As for the Team Rocket member's Ghost Army, Masaki entrusted the Pokeballs to Ziji, intending to donate them to a charitable organization later. distributing these wayward Pokémon to trainers in need. After thoroughly searching the man, the next stage would be the rigorous interrogation process. Perhaps this individual had been subdued by Masaki's prowess or was simply fearful. In any case, the interrogation proceeded remarkably smoothly, with questions met by prompt answers. Through the interrogation, Masaki learned of their origins. These individuals were merely a small group formed by several discontented members of Team Rocket seeking solace in one another. Their leader, an esteemed researcher named Beiwe, was quite capable but had fallen out of favor with Sakaki. Consequently, he discreetly gathered 3 similarly disillusioned members to form a rogue team. They had exploited security loopholes within Team Rocket to successfully steal genetic material and funds, fleeing to Hoenn to conduct experiments, claiming they intended to shock the world with their findings. However, the specifics of the experiments were known only to Beiwe. The others were merely following his orders to assist, capturing Pokémon and the like. After all, each of them had their own research focuses. For instance, the member who had turned into charcoal was developing mechas capable of contending with Pokémon, while another had created the illusion-generating device. The last member was researching equipment for Pokémon. It was astounding to learn that 3 seemingly disheartened members of Team Rocket were such gifted inventors. Masaki couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was no wonder Team Rocket had become a dominant force in the underground world of Pokémon. Their talent pool was undeniably impressive. Once all pertinent questions had been addressed, Masaki bound the Team Rocket member securely, wrapping him like a mummy and suspending him against the nearby metallic wall. With this arrangement, there was no concern regarding his escape. He could remain there until the League arrived to retrieve him. Masaki and his companions would continue onward, as per the intelligence they had gathered. Only 2 enemies remained at the New Zine base. One was a Team Rocket minion focused on Pokémon equipment, reportedly wielding an Abra he had brought from Team Rocket, whose strength relied primarily on its gear. The other individual is the mastermind behind this incident, researcher Beiwe. Information regarding him is scarce. All that is known is that his research focuses on genetics, and that he is a student of Dr. Fuji from Team Rocket. At this moment, within the depths of the laboratory in New Purple Violet, a man with long hair clad in a white lab coat is seated at his computer. He gazes at the intricate data that ordinary people cannot comprehend, his expression one of rapture. Researcher Beiwe's fingers fly across the keyboard as he murmurs, "Just a little more time, and it will be born. Humph, Sakaki, old man Fuji, let me show you my brilliance. I, Beiwe, am the most gifted researcher in the world." At that moment, the laboratory door creaked open, and a boy dressed in Team Rocket's uniform stepped inside. "Boss Beiwe, 02 has also been defeated by the intruders, and they are now heading this way. Their strength is formidable, and I fear I cannot hold them off," he said in a hushed tone, bowing his head and daring not to meet researcher Beiwe's gaze. "Do not worry, the experiment is nearly complete. Just hold them off for a little longer." 03, take the second Pokeball on the table and deal with them, researcher Beiwe replied, his eyes never leaving the computer screen. "Understood, boss. I will complete the task and ensure they do not disrupt the experiment." Hearing Beiwe's words, 03 felt a wave of relief wash over him as he took the second Pokeball from the table and quietly exited the laboratory. For a time, silence enveloped the laboratory, broken only by the rhythmic sound of keystrokes. Chapter 57, The Psychic in the Tunnel of New Purple Violet. After defeating the second Team Rocket member, Masaki and Kiku continued their advance. The path ahead was clear, devoid of any obstructing Pokémon, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing. "Masaki, it's a bit too quiet around here. I hope there's no ambush," Kiku remarked with a frown, clearly uncomfortable with the stillness. Indeed, according to Lucario's scans, the remaining 2 are not far ahead. "We must exercise caution," Masaki replied, maintaining his vigilance and not allowing himself to relax despite the apparent lack of threats. Suddenly, a series of measured footsteps echoed from ahead. Upon looking up, they saw a young boy from Team Rocket, clad in a black uniform and a cap that obscured his youthful features. Clap, clap, clap. The Team Rocket boy suddenly began to applaud, grinning as he said, "I never expected you to be so formidable, making it all the way here. Trainers from Hoenn truly possess exceptional talent. I am impressed. Little boy, where are your elders? Could you fetch them for me? Now, be a good child and don't interfere with our business," Kiku teased. "Yes, joining Team Rocket at such a tender age. Your future is indeed bright. You will surely become a remarkable figure," Masaki chimed in. Despite the boy's attempts to appear mature, his youthful face and slight frame betrayed his true age. "Damn it, you will pay for this. Remember my name. The one who will end your lives is 03. The boy, unable to contain his frustration at their mockery, spat out through gritted teeth. He suffered from a peculiar condition that made him appear much younger than his actual age of over 30. A fact that had subjected him to ridicule and had become his sore spot. Any mention of it triggered his fury. Without further ado, 03 withdrew the second Pokeball he had just acquired and prepared to battle. As the Pokeball opened, a brilliant light emerged, revealing a large Pokemon. It hovered in the air, its body a striking blue and white, with a gaping maw that displayed 4 sharp teeth and long whiskers drifting on either side, topped with a prominent trident-shaped horn. The Pokemon that appeared was Gyarados. Gyarados male. Qualification level, blue. Type, water, flying. Ability, overconfidence. Strength, level 39, senior level 30, 40. Description, an aggressive Pokemon. It is said that when Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, a restructuring of its brain cells occurs, resulting in a volatile temperament. Damn it, I've been deceived. Masaki cursed inwardly. During the previous interrogation, that individual had not mentioned that 03 possessed such a formidable Gyarados. With Gyarados at level 39, they faced immense pressure, especially since Masaki's strongest Pokemon had only reached level 25. Kiku, prepare for battle. Have your Zebstrika lead the offensive. Masaki strategized, coordinating with Kiku. Their advantage lay in numbers. And Kiku's Zebstrika was an electric-type Pokemon, a natural counter to Gyarados. Given Gyarados' water and flying-type combination, it would be quadruple weak to electric moves. The 4 Pokemon swiftly spread out, encircling Gyarados. The Ivy Snake was the first to strike, extending its vines in an attempt to bind Gyarados. Lucario also unleashed a wave of Aura Sphere, combining forces with Zebstrika's Thunderbolt for a powerful assault. Futile. Under my enhancements, Gyarados' greatest weakness has been rendered moot. 03 pressed a button in his hand, activating Gyarados' equipment, which clad it in a mechanical armor. As the Ivy Snake's vines approached, they were severed by the armor's blades, and the Thunderbolt was completely absorbed by the suit. Kiku, be careful. Its armor has the ability to absorb electricity. Masaki shouted. Useless. Gyarados, attack Zebstrika. 03 commanded, identifying Zebstrika as the greatest threat. With a fierce roar, Gyarados charged at Zebstrika, enveloped in a layer of colorless energy, and collided with Zebstrika. Upon contact, spikes erupted from the armor, inflicting severe damage on Zebstrika, which could not withstand the assault and fell into unconsciousness. The situation took a dire turn. Gyarados was shielded by its electric-resistant armor, and they had now lost a key member in Zebstrika. Now is not the time for hesitation. Initiate training space. Time appeared to freeze, and the surrounding space twisted rapidly. Masaki felt the scene before him shift, and after a moment, he found himself in a peculiar realm, accompanied by his 3 Pokemon. Seeing that everyone was present, Masaki breathed a sigh of relief. Masaki, where are we? Kiku inquired, puzzled. She had just been battling Gyarados, with Zebstrika knocked out, and in the next instant, the scene had transformed, with Gyarados vanishing and Zebstrika now cradled in her arms. This is a space where the flow of time differs from the outside world. Here, a year passes while only a second elapses outside. Given the urgency of the situation, I activated this special ability, Masaki explained. He was pleasantly surprised that the system had also transported Kiku and Zebstrika with him. This was advantageous, as it granted them additional time to enhance their skills, ensuring they would be better prepared upon their return. Oh my, Masaki, are you a psychic? How extraordinary. Kiku's eyes sparkled with wonder. Zhunshu nodded earnestly and stated, Indeed, I possess extraordinary abilities. This is my unique power, albeit one that can only be wielded once in a lifetime. We must seize this fleeting moment to diligently enhance our strength and, when the time comes, alter the course of events. Fortunately, the world of Pokémon accommodates individuals with such extraordinary talents. Otherwise, Zhunshu would have been at a loss for an explanation. Zyajur, true to her Pokémon world origins, exhibited remarkable adaptability, swiftly accepting Zhunshu's identity. Her gaze towards him now radiated admiration, leaving Zhunshu both amused and bemused. After providing treatment to the electric zebra, the group officially entered a state of training. Under the external pressure exerted by the Gyarados, everyone immersed themselves wholeheartedly in their endeavors. The training space bore resemblance to this, the blue figure being none other than the Gyarados itself. Chapter 58, Mega Evolution. Time passed swiftly in the training space, and before long, a year had elapsed. When reality returned to Zhunshu, time was still suspended at the moment the Gyarados struck the electric zebra. Ha ha ha. The only entity capable of threatening the Gyarados, the electric zebra, has lost its combat ability. What will you use to challenge me now? Lingson laughed maniacally. He could hardly fathom that he had reached a day where he, once regarded as a mere underling of Team Rocket, could triumph over a gym leader in battle. A contrast that exhilarated him to no end. Oh, is that truly the case? Look behind the Gyarados, Zhenshu suddenly interjected. At the sound of his words, Ling San instinctively turned to where the electric zebra had previously collapsed, only to be astonished to see it standing tall and vibrant, seemingly rejuvenated and stronger than before. Impossible. I distinctly saw it fall to the Gyarados' attack. This must be an illusion. Gyarados, take it down once more. Ling San's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned his own perceptions. Following Ling San's command, the Gyarados turned without hesitation, launching another assault on the electric zebra. Though the creature shared Ling San's confusion regarding how its adversary had risen again, it recognized that the solution was straightforward: simply defeat the opponent once more. However, this time, the Gyarados' attempt faltered, as its body, engulfed in colorless energy, collided with the electrically charged electric zebra. They met on equal footing, with some currents even penetrating the Gyarados' armor, causing a jolt of paralysis. What is happening? It was not like this just moments ago. The Gyarados, now separated from the electric zebra, was engulfed in perplexity. The opponent it had previously dominated had suddenly become its equal. This is impossible. What on earth have you done? Why have you suddenly grown so powerful? Ling San could scarcely believe the scene before him. The electric zebra was indeed real and had inexplicably ascended to a new level of strength. Could this truly be? The true spectacle is only just beginning, Zhenshu murmured, as an ethereal aura enveloped him, his hair swaying as if caught in an unseen breeze. A formidable bond surged around him, and the keystone in his hand erupted in a dazzling spectrum of colors, forging a connection with the evolution stone adorning his Scyther. Yes, throughout the year in the training space, the Scyther had fully absorbed its metallic membrane, evolving into its new form, the Mega Scyther. In an instant, the evolution stone upon the Mega Scyther radiated brilliance, and a violet energy cocoon expanded outward, enveloping the creature. The gathered dream crystals would unlock a new evolutionary gateway, paving the way for a path bathed in radiant light. Mega Evolution, Mega Scyther. Moments later, the violet cocoon burst forth explosively, revealing the Mega Scyther in its resplendent new form. Its entire body was clad in a crimson exoskeleton, adorned with streaks of black steel, gleaming with a mesmerizing metallic sheen. Its once sleek pincers had transformed into fearsome appendages, resembling the jaws of a dragon. No matter how many times one beheld it, it remained undeniably awe-inspiring. Zhenshu and the Mega Evolution elicited a soft smile from Ziji, her eyes filled with admiration as she regarded him. She felt that Zhenshu was akin to a treasure chest, continually surprising her with wonders. Impossible. Just moments ago, it was a Scyther. How could it evolve so suddenly? And wasn't the Mega Scyther already its final form? Why can it evolve further? Ling San clutched his head, disbelief etched upon his face. The recent events had nearly shattered his worldview. Everything had seemed perfectly aligned. He had anticipated dominion with the Gyarados bestowed by his superior, Beiwe. Yet, after the Gyarados had vanquished the electric zebra, it should have been but a fleeting moment. Then, the once defeated foe rose again, now stronger. Most absurdly, another adversary not only grew stronger, but also unveiled an unheard-of evolutionary method before him. How could he possibly accept such a reality? Ling San found himself engulfed in profound skepticism regarding the world, temporarily shutting off his perception of the external environment, akin to a computer afflicted by a virus, rendered inoperative. Subsequently, Zhenshu commanded the Mega Scyther to send his Gyarados flying with a single strike, shattering its armor into fragments. The Mega Scyther swiftly approached the Gyarados, pinning it against the wall and relentlessly assaulting it until the creature lay incapacitated, resembling a battered husk. Throughout this one-sided onslaught, Ling San remained motionless, merely standing there in a stupor. Despite the Gyarados' anguished cries and desperate calls for its temporary trainer, Ling San exhibited no response whatsoever. In that moment, the Gyarados succumbed to despair. The once easy opponent had transformed into a formidable steel beast, effortlessly dominating it, treating it like a mere plaything, a reality it could not fathom. Once the battle concluded, the energy of Mega Evolution dissipated from the Mega Scyther, reverting it back to its previous form. All gathered around the unmoving Ling San, observing this statue-like figure. Zhenshu, what should we do? He seems utterly dazed, showing no signs of reaction. Could he have turned into a vegetable? Ziji pondered aloud, waving her hand gently before Ling San's eyes, yet he remained unresponsive, his gaze vacant, akin to a marionette. Truly pitiful. I never expected his mental fortitude to be so fragile. This alone is sufficient to incapacitate him. However, perhaps this is a fitting punishment for him, Zhenshu remarked coolly. In truth, Any normal individual confronted with such absurdity would experience psychological upheaval. Nevertheless, Jinshu held no sympathy for Ling San. Had he not possessed the training space as a safeguard, it would have been he and Ziji facing peril. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Jinshu's voice, Ling San exhibited a reaction. He gazed at Jinshu, trembling uncontrollably, his pupils dilating as though confronted by a horrific specter. "There's a ghost. Someone save me, there's a ghost." Ling San cried out, retreating in panic, but after only a step, he stumbled and fell. He then crawled forward, oblivious to the fact that what lay ahead was not an exit, but a solid metal wall. With a resounding thud, Ling San's head collided with the wall, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 59, Methods of Elevation. "Jinshu, what has happened to him?" Ziji questioned, clearly startled by Ling San's bizarre behavior. His recent frantic demeanor could easily lead one to believe he had escaped from a lunatic asylum. He must have suffered a mental breakdown due to excessive stimulation, she speculated. Jinshu did not elaborate much further. Instead, he commenced the treasure-searching segment, thoroughly inspecting 03's belongings, even stripping him of his garments. Surprisingly, the haul was quite substantial, with over 10,000 Alliance coins among the findings, which Jinshu promptly confiscated. The remaining items consisted mainly of healing potions and Pokeballs. What intrigued Jinshu most, however, were the technological devices meant for equipping Pokémon, which he regrettably did not uncover. Nevertheless, upon reflection, such items likely would not be easily concealed on one's person. He could always search his laboratory later. Upon completion of the search, Jinshu skillfully bound 03 with an elegant turtle shell knot, showcasing his improved rope skills from the recent frequent bindings. In a past life, he might have found employment as a rope artistry instructor in a certain island nation's video industry. 03 possessed 2 Pokeballs. One contained a recently defeated Gyarados, while the other housed an Arbok, presumably obtained from Team Rocket. Team Rocket likely had substantial expertise in cultivating poison-type Pokémon, establishing a robust breeding ground to consistently supply high-caliber Pokémon, with Arbok and Weezing being their specialties. A Pokémon breeding facility is essential for any major underground organization. Without such a dedicated establishment, one cannot truly be considered large-scale. After all, in this world, Pokémon represent the pinnacle of martial power. An underground organization lacking weapon resources is untenable. Jinshu carefully stored the 2 Pokeballs. While he did not intend to train these Pokémon, the Pokeballs could prove useful, perhaps serving as a shield in critical moments or as gifts for those in need. 02's Gyarados was genuinely formidable. Had Jinshu not possessed a training space, this battle, even if victorious, would have been hard-fought, not an effortless triumph. This year's training had indeed yielded significant progress for several Pokémon. Observing their current stats filled Jinshu with immense pride. Vine Snake, female. Qualification level, purple. Type, grass. Ability, contrary. Strength, level 32, senior level 30, 40. Skills, Leaf Blade. Vine Whip, Tackle, Leer, Giga Drain, Snarl, Leech Seed, Leaf Storm. Scyther male. Qualification level, purple. Type, Steel Bug. Ability, Technician. Strength, level 32, senior level 30, 40. Skills, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Leer, Quick Attack, Agility, Double Team, Focus Energy, Iron Defense, Bullet Punch. Lucario male. Qualification level, purple. Type, Steel, Fighting. Ability, Inner Focus. Strength, level 26, Proficient level 20, 30. Skills, Aura Sphere, High Jump Kick, Detect, Helping Hand, Howl, Bullet Punch, Metal Claw, Quick Attack. All Pokémon had experienced substantial enhancement. Both Vine Snake and Scyther had reached level 32, while Lucario had attained level 26. Vine Snake had learned a particularly powerful move, Leaf Storm. Though Leaf Storm typically incurs a significant drawback of lowering special attack following its use, under the influence of Vine Snake's contrary ability, this drawback transforms into a remarkable boon, resulting in an increase in special attack instead. Thus, with the ability to bolster itself while attacking, Vine Snake becomes exceedingly formidable. Following its evolution, Scyther had also autonomously learned several skills, including its signature move, Bullet Punch. As a Steel-type physical move, despite its modest power, it boasts remarkable speed, enabling incredibly rapid execution. Furthermore, Bullet Punch's low power synergizes perfectly with Scyther's Technician ability, augmenting its power by 50, rendering it exceedingly potent. After ensuring everything was in order, Jinshu and Ziji pressed forward, preparing to venture into the depths of New Ziji to confront an individual named Beiwe. Upon reaching the innermost sanctum of New Ziji, the temperature plummeted sharply, with thick frost forming on the surrounding walls. Jinshu, it's freezing here, Ziji exclaimed, exhaling visible breaths of warmth, instinctively grasping Jinshu's hand. Having spent an entire year together in the training space, they had grown to be quite familiar friends. This must be for the experiment. That fellow likely requires machinery generating significant heat, hence this chilling drop in temperature. Yet, their physical resilience is impressive, managing to endure such thin clothing here daily, Jinshu remarked, somewhat incredulously. In such cold conditions, he often yearned for a fire-type Pokémon, not merely for combat prowess but for the unparalleled warmth it could provide. Imagining having a portable furnace accompanying him throughout the frigid winter brought a sense of bliss. However, regarding his own Pokémon, he could not rely on them. They not only lacked the ability to generate heat, but were also apprehensive of fire. Jinshu had just recognized a critical flaw in his team. All of them were weak to fire-type attacks. Vine Snake and Lucario were doubly vulnerable, while Scyther faced a quadruple disadvantage. Therefore, to compensate for this weakness, Jinshu resolved that his next Pokémon should ideally possess resistance to fire-type moves. As they progressed further, the temperature continued to drop, forcing Lucario to retreat into its Pokeball for rest. Jinshu, I'm still so cold. What should we do? Ziji's voice trembled, her lips slightly bluish from the chill, and her body shivering uncontrollably. Observing her state, it was evident she was exhibiting early signs of hypothermia. Let us head back. We cannot remain like this. Prolonged exposure could be fatal, Jinshu said, feeling a pang of concern as he grasped her hand, intending to return. However, Ziji halted him, declaring, No, Jinshu, I've thought of a way to alleviate the cold. Without further ado, Ziji threw herself into Jinshu's embrace, their bodies pressing closely together. The atmosphere shifted awkwardly as both their faces flushed, their body temperatures rising. Jinshu, could you take the wrench from your pocket? It's too hard and poking me. Why would you keep a wrench in your trousers? Ziji broke the silence after a moment of quiet, her cheeks flushed, appearing no longer cold. Jinshu paused at her words, cleared his throat, and replied, Well, as a trainer with a bicycle, it's only reasonable to carry a wrench for potential repairs along the road. Indeed, that makes sense. It would be quite troublesome if the bike broke down mid-journey. Ziji giggled softly, burying her head deeper into Jinshu's chest, inhaling deeply, murmuring, Ah, your scent, Jinshu. It's wonderful. Thank you for the hospitality. You're quite the tease, Ziji-senpai, Jinshu gently teased, playfully patting a particularly perky part of her back. Hee, it's your first day meeting me, little Jinshu, Ziji laughed, suddenly lifting her gaze to meet Jinshu's, her eyes brimming with tenderness. To be fair, if we exclude our year in the training space, it seems we have only known each other for a few hours. Masaki gently spoke, gazing into the eyes of Kikuko, who suddenly appeared serious. He asked, What's wrong, Kikuko-senpai? Masaki, I feel so happy right now. I wish time could freeze at this moment, Kikuko softly confided, her pupils reflecting Masaki's image. I promise you, I will ensure that in the future, you will be even happier than now. So, could you grant me one request? Masaki and Kikuko exchanged glances, speaking in hushed tones. Masaki, I will agree to anything, Kikuko replied, her eyes filled with eagerness. Really, anything? My request might be a tad excessive. Masaki suddenly grinned mischievously, his handsome face exuding a certain charm. If it's from you, Masaki, then I suppose it's permissible, Kikuko said, lowering her head, her face flushing a deep crimson, and after a moment, she shyly added, All right, since you agreed, let us refrain from hugging for now. I've found a way to keep warm, and also, you shouldn't cry so easily in the future. Seeing you in tears makes me sad as well. Masaki said this as he gently released Kikuko, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Just then, the system alerted them, indicating that it detected the host was in an extremely cold environment, which could pose a threat to life. It provided several bottles of warming potion, claiming that consuming it would create an insulating layer on the body's surface, preventing any sensation of cold even if one were to remove all their clothing. With such a method of warmth, there was no need for constant embraces. Although Masaki relished the feeling of holding her close, remaining stationary was not conducive to their quest. They needed to expedite their efforts to confront the last of the Bayware researchers. So, is that what you consider an excessive request? Kikuko exclaimed, incredulous as she held the warming potion. Clearly displeased. The atmosphere had built up to this point, and Masaki had the audacity to dismiss her with just a bottle of this potion. She had expected more from him. The potion was said to be quite bitter, and forcing her to drink such a concoction surely qualified as an unreasonable demand, especially since she despised bitter things. However, Kikuko-senpai, since you've already agreed, you mustn't renege on your word. Masaki flashed a wicked smile. Yet there was nothing truly detestable about it. How infuriating, little Masaki, treating me this way. You promised to make me happy. Under Masaki's coercion, Kikuko reluctantly pinched her nose and drank the bitter liquid, managing to consume it all. After all, this was a promise made with Masaki, and she was determined to fulfill his request. Wow, I'm really not cold anymore. How miraculous, Masaki. Kikuko exclaimed with surprise, as the once biting chill vanished in an instant. She twirled in place and joyfully leaped into Masaki's embrace. Stop, stop, stop. Not now, Kikuko-senpai. Let us continue on our journey first. We can hug later. All right. Masaki chuckled wryly as Kikuko nestled against him again. If they continued like this, would they ever accomplish anything? Though, postponing it to the next occasion was certainly acceptable. Hey, I promise you no backing out. Next time we hug, you must specify when that will be and swear not to change your mind. Kikuko declared, breaking free from Masaki's arms and wearing a triumphant smile. All right, no problem. Masaki replied with a smile. You know, Masaki, you seem reluctant to embrace me, yet deep down, you must truly desire it. After all, your body is quite honest. Kikuko teased playfully, gently lifting Masaki's chin. Now, Masaki found himself blushing deeply, quickening his pace and feigning a cough before saying, Not at all, Kikuko-senpai. Let us hurry along. Wait for me, Masaki. Kikuko giggled, covering her mouth as she caught up to him, grabbing his collar. The two continued deeper into the new purple violet, with Masaki administering the warming potion to his Pokémon, ensuring they would not underperform in battle due to the cold, for his little companions were particularly sensitive to low temperatures, especially the vine snake, who would remain completely still when cold. As a snake of the grass type, she inherently feared the chill. Thankfully, she did not share the hibernation habits of the snake Masaki had in his past life, or he would truly be distraught. After consuming the warming potion, the vine snake swiftly transformed from a motionless creature into her youthful, lively self. She claimed her place on Masaki's right shoulder, ever vigilant against the advancing Kikuko. After a year of training in the spatial realm, she had clashed with Kikuko many times over this territory. The vine snake was acutely aware of Kikuko's desire for a place on Masaki's shoulder. Thus, whenever Kikuko drew near, she would firmly occupy Masaki's shoulder, denying Kikuko any chance. This was the war between them. Chapter 61, The Fusion Pokémon. Deeper within the new purple violet, Masaki and Kikuko continued their exploration. Masaki. It seems there's some movement ahead. The vine snake's voice suddenly echoed in Masaki's ears. She was intently focused on the passage ahead, where disturbances could be sensed. It was the aura of a Pokémon, though it was peculiar. Lucario communicated with Masaki as well. He had never encountered such an aura before. It was akin to a tangled ball of yarn, utterly chaotic, unlike anything a normal Pokémon would possess. Understood, everyone be on guard. There's something ahead, Masaki said, as he too faintly heard the dull thudding of footsteps approaching. It appeared that whatever was ahead had considerable weight, making quite the racket from a distance. And it seemed to exude confidence in its strength, showing no signs of concealing its presence. Masaki, could it be that individual named Beiwa? Kikuko inquired anxiously. Logically, the only remaining foe in this new purple violet was that so-called Beiwa leader. It should not be. Lucario is sensing the aura of a Pokémon, Masaki replied. Suddenly, the sounds intensified, loud enough for both Masaki and Kikuko to hear clearly. At last, around the corner ahead, a swift shadow surged forth, aiming directly for Masaki. However, Masaki's three Pokémon were ready and swiftly retaliated, repelling the shadow that lunged at Masaki. The shadow landed awkwardly on the ground ahead, and only then did they see its form clearly. The Pokémon before them was exceedingly peculiar. Even Masaki, with his extensive knowledge of Pokémon, could not identify it. It exhibited traits from various Pokémon, sporting wings and fins, with eagle-like talons beneath, a mouth filled with tiger-like fangs, yet possessing a snake-like forked tongue. It was undeniably a fusion creature. Fusion Pokémon, genderless. Qualification level white. Type, normal. Ability, none. Strength, level 45, elite level 40, 50. Description, an artificial Pokémon. Possessing a formidable physique yet devoid of its own consciousness, merely a puppet. Be cautious, this is an artificial Pokémon. Masaki warned loudly. Though this fusion creature lacked an ability, its strength was alarmingly high at level 45, making it a formidable opponent. Is this the product of their experiments? Kikuko exclaimed in shock. The bizarre creature before them was a man-made entity, completely devoid of independent thought, merely crafted as a weapon of monstrosity. In the world of Pokémon, there exists a multitude of ambitious scientists driven by an insatiable thirst for power. They harness the forces of science to create formidable Pokémon, which they employ as instruments of destruction. Indeed, these individuals conceal themselves within this sunless lair, intent on conjuring such abominations to satiate their unspeakable desires, a veritable desecration of life itself. Gazing upon the monstrous entity before him, Zhenshu felt a surge of indignation. After exchanging a few blows with the fusion beast, he discerned that, although devoid of thought, the creature possessed an exceptionally fearsome combat instinct. Whenever Zhenshu attempted to orchestrate a coordinated assault on it, the fusion beast would nimbly evade capture, leveraging its formidable physique to launch counterattacks, thus causing considerable distress to Zhenshu and his companions. Moreover, after observing the battlefield for a while, the fusion beast seemed to have identified Zhenshu and Xiao Zhuer as the most vulnerable targets. Consequently, each of its assaults was directed toward Zhenshu or Xiao Zhuer, yet they were narrowly defended by Zhenshu's Pokémon. This approach was untenable. A concentrated effort was imperative to vanquish the beast in a single strike. After being yanked by the fusion beast several times, Zhenshu declared, "We find ourselves in a dire predicament. The fusion beast's strength is overwhelming, rendering ordinary moves ineffective against it, while its attacks require multiple Pokémon to defend against." "Scyther, do you still possess sufficient stamina?" Zhenshu inquired. The optimal strategy to break the deadlock was undoubtedly to utilize Mega Evolution. However, Scyther had just undergone it once, and such frequent usage would impose a significant strain on its body. "Yes," Scyther affirmed with a determined nod, its gaze ablaze with fervor. "Let us not hesitate any longer. Evolve, and together we shall triumph over this formidable foe." Zhenshu and Scyther shared a moment of profound understanding. The keystone in Zhenshu's hand radiated with a resplendent glow, while Scyther's evolution stone burst forth in luminescence. The amassed power would transform into an iron fist, piercing through the world and illuminating the path ahead. Mega Evolution. Arise, Mega Scyther, enveloped in a violet cocoon of Mega Evolution energy. Scyther completed its transformation amidst a dazzling light, swiftly soaring forth. Its speed was astonishing. To the naked eye, it appeared as a mere red streak, already confronting the fusion beast. Bullet punch. Bam! Bam! The iron claws, gleaming with a brilliant white light, struck down upon the fusion beast's head. Mega Scyther unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each one landing with precision upon the creature's cranium while it remained momentarily dazed. With the prowess of a technical master, Mega Scyther's bullet punches carried a subtle shockwave, rendering the fusion beast disoriented and incapable of retaliating. Though the fusion beast exhibited exceptional resilience, any ordinary Pokémon would have succumbed to such an onslaught. However, it merely staggered slightly. Observing that the fusion beast was nearly incapacitated, Mega Scyther ceased its assault, instead clamping its pincers around the creature's neck, signaling for an all-out concentrated attack. The other Pokémon had been poised for this moment, eager to unleash their most powerful moves upon the fusion beast. The Vine Snake executed its newly acquired ultimate move, Leaf Storm, having amplified its special attack to the maximum through repeated use. Lucario leaped into action, delivering its most potent technique, High Jump Kick, having readied itself during Mega Scyther's onslaught. The Electric Zebra unleashed a charged Thunderbolt. All three Pokémon's attacks struck the fusion beast simultaneously, trapped within Mega Scyther's grasp. The fusion beast could not muster the strength to evade, helplessly enduring the onslaught. Boom! Under the weight of such formidable attacks, the fusion beast let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. To Zhenshu's astonishment, this once mighty creature experienced a rapid loss of vitality after losing its ability to fight. Its robust form swiftly shriveled, and its heartbeat became nearly imperceptible. Zhenshu attempted to employ the power of Orange Radiance to heal it, yet found it utterly ineffective. "This shouldn't be," Zhenshu murmured. The power of Orange Radiance, a mysterious energy bestowed by Celebi, should theoretically be capable of remedying such a life force depletion. However, it yielded no results against the fusion beast. "Zhenshu, there's no need to persist. This fusion beast is likely a mere byproduct of biological experimentation, its genetics fundamentally flawed, destined for a brief existence before succumbing to death. This is a genetic collapse at its core, and it cannot be saved," Xiao Zhuer stated gravely, contrary to her usual demeanor. She had previously encountered related reports. A deranged scientist in Unova had endeavored to amalgamate the strengths of various Pokémon, striving to create the so-called ultimate Pokémon, ultimately resulting in grotesque, defective creations akin to the fusion beast before them. As these Pokémon were birthed from violent genetic fusion experiments, Their genetic makeup invariably bore inherent flaws. Thus, the creatures produced from such experiments could survive no longer than a week before perishing due to genetic collapse. The process of genetic failure is irreversible, hence, Jinshu's attempts at salvation were akin to pouring water into a leaky bucket, destined to fail no matter the effort. So it is as such. Upon hearing Xiao Zhuer's explanation, Jinshu ceased his attempts to channel orange radiance into the fusion beast, succumbing to a prolonged silence. At this juncture, the creature's heart had ceased its rhythm entirely, its body dissolving into scintillating stardust, fading into the ether. Xiao Zhuer spoke softly, "Jinshu, do not grieve. This is the tragic fate of the fusion beast. From the moment it was brought into this world by those irresponsible scientists, its destiny was sealed. Death may, perhaps, be a form of liberation for them." Witnessing Jinshu's sorrowful countenance, Xiao Zhuer felt a pang of empathy. Gently, she embraced him from behind, hoping to offer a modicum of warmth. "Xiao Zhuer, let us proceed to confront that fellow named Beiyu, and convey to him that the wanton desecration of life exacts a dire toll." Jinshu's tone resonated with resolve. He had come to a realization. As long as humanity existed in this world, driven by unchecked desires, such tragedies would persist. Whether it be capturing Celebi or conducting experiments to forge fusion beasts, these actions were propelled by the desires of certain individuals. Thus, his course of action was clear: to eliminate those who, driven by their desires, had forsaken their moral compasses. Indeed, Xiao Zhuer nodded gently. She cared not for anything else, willing to accompany Jinshu in this endeavor. The fusion beast seemed to have been the final obstacle. As they traversed the path ahead, Jinshu and Xiao Zhuer encountered no hindrance, swiftly arriving at the terminus of New Purple Aster. Before them stood a closed iron door. Behind this gate lay the so-called laboratory of the infamous Beiyu. "This is it, the final battle." Jinshu and Xiao Zhuer exchanged determined glances, each reflecting unwavering resolve. "Let us proceed." Into the fray. The iron door was unlatched. Masaki twisted the switch on the door and swiftly dashed inside alongside Lucario. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a vast laboratory. The air was thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant, accompanied by the din of clattering machinery. A cursory glance revealed an array of unfamiliar equipment, yet in the far corner, several large incubation chambers appeared to be designated for the creation of fusion beasts. Centrally positioned in the lab was another chamber, draped in a covering, concealing whatever lay within. Just as Masaki contemplated approaching it, he heard the sound of deliberate footsteps. Turning around, he beheld a tall, slender man clad in a white lab coat emerging from an open door deep within the laboratory. His complexion was pale, with sunken eyes shadowed by pronounced dark circles, and his unkempt facial hair suggested neglect of his appearance for some time. Strikingly, however, his eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance, hinting at an underlying madness. Upon the sudden appearance of this individual, both Masaki and his companion, Kikyo, adopted a serious demeanor, swiftly entering a battle-ready stance. This man was undoubtedly the notorious Northiet, the final adversary remaining in this new Zizan. In stark contrast to Masaki and Kikyo's tense posture, Northiet exuded a sense of tranquility. With narrowed eyes and a faint smile, he approached them, clapping his hands together, his demeanor devoid of any apparent hostility. To an outsider, one might even mistake him for an old friend, joyfully reuniting after a long separation. "Ah, welcome. It must have been quite the ordeal for you to traverse through so many challenges from the entrance to the depths of this place. You must be exhausted. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea in my office?" Northier greeted warmly. He paused before the large incubation chamber at the heart of the laboratory, continuing, "However, while I would love to invite such esteemed guests as yourselves for a drink, your timing is rather impeccable. For you shall witness the most monumental experiment in history, heralding the birth of an extraordinary life. This marks the dawn of a new era, and you shall be privileged to witness it." As he spoke of a new era, Northiet's demeanor abruptly shifted. The refined researcher vanished, replaced by a figure consumed by madness and aggression, his expression dark and menacing. It was difficult to reconcile the drastic transformation of this man within mere moments. Masaki found it impossible to connect the fervent Northiet with the amiable host who had just offered them tea. Suddenly raising his hand, Masaki inquired, Northiet, might I ask if you suffer from schizophrenia? I happen to know a rather competent doctor with expertise in treating mental illnesses." "Schizophrenia? Perhaps a touch. Given how this world tends to drive ordinary individuals to madness," Northier replied, his tone still languid. "You are still too young and inexperienced. If you had endured the same trials as I, perhaps we could find common ground." Have you ever experienced the sensation of having your achievements stolen by someone, particularly by a mentor? A mentor who thrives on your research while you remain a mere overlooked researcher? Thus, I must prove to the world that I am the true beacon of talent and capability. Behold, this is my magnum opus. Beautiful, is it not? It embodies all my dedication. With a sudden flourish, Northier threw back the covering of the incubation chamber, his tone spiraling into frenzy once more. Within the nutrient solution lay a Pokémon in slumber, a humanoid feline creature, primarily adorned in yellow and black, accented with blue and black lightning motifs, and whiskers resembling bolts of electricity. Is that Zeraora? How is this possible? Masaki exclaimed, astonished. He had anticipated that the specimen within the chamber would merely be a fusion beast, yet instead, it was a mythical Pokémon, Zeraora. Behold, this is the culmination of my efforts. It is entirely distinct from those inferior creations. With its assistance, I shall usher the world into a new epoch, a realm of equality where individuals can thrive based solely on their merit, devoid of thievery. Northier declared, visibly elated by Masaki's astonishment. An audacious dream, indeed. Do you truly believe you can upend the established order with merely a Zeraora? I fear you are overly optimistic. Masaki replied coolly. Zeraora is undeniably powerful, but there exist many entities within this world that surpass it. For instance, Mutuo, birthed within the laboratory, likely eclipses Zeraora by several tiers, he mused, initially perceiving Northier as a well-meaning individual driven mad by circumstance, only to realize he was not only deranged but also quite naive. In response to Masaki's remarks, Northier erupted in laughter. Foolish, ignorant beings. How could you ever comprehend my vision? Allow me to unveil the true might of my creation. With a press of a button on his remote, the incubation chamber slowly opened, spilling the nutrient fluid onto the floor. As Zeraora began to awaken, its eyes fluttering open. The newly born Zeraora, curious about its unfamiliar surroundings, scanned the area with its striking blue eyes, ultimately locking its gaze onto Masaki. It sensed a unique aura emanating from him, compelling it to draw closer. Meanwhile, Masaki scrutinized Zeraora, even activating his data analysis feature. Zeraora, clone male. Qualification level, golden. Type, electric, fighting. Ability, volt absorb. Strength, level 35. Description, a special Pokémon born in a laboratory, cloned from Zeraora's genes, filled with curiosity about the world. Observing Zeraora's behavior, indistinguishable from that of a normal Pokémon. Northier nodded in satisfaction, truly his pride and joy. Excellent, Zeraora. Welcome to this world. I am your father and master, Northier. Your first task is to tear those two individuals apart, using their blood to announce your arrival to the world. Northier commanded without pretense. Zeraora hesitated momentarily before launching itself towards Masaki, who had been gazing back at it. However, under Northier's expectant gaze, Zeraora disregarded his order and instead embraced Masaki, affectionately nuzzling its head against his cheek. In the eyes of this newborn Pokémon, Masaki, imbued with the power of orange blossoms, was evidently far more appealing than the menacing Northier. Hello, Zeraora, my name is Masaki. Welcome to this world, he greeted with a gentle smile, affectionately stroking Zeraora's small head. Initially startled by Zeraora's charge, Masaki soon discerned from its clear, innocent gaze that it bore no intent to attack. Thus, he called off the Pokémon poised to intercept Zeraora, allowing it to approach him. While Gardevoir initially disapproved, unwilling to gamble Masaki's safety on Zeraora's apparent friendliness, Lucario persuaded her. According to Zeraora's aura, it not only harbored no hostility, but radiated goodwill. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded within the laboratory of New Zizan. The creation of the majestic Zeraora by researcher Kitabayashi took an unexpected turn when the creature, instead of following his commands to eliminate the entity known as Masaki, embraced him in a display of affection. In that moment, Kitabayashi's countenance darkened. He felt a rage that eclipsed even the anger he experienced when his research findings were stolen by Dr. Fuji. How could this happen? I was the one who cared for Zeraora long before it was born. Why, upon its arrival, does it seek solace in another's embrace? This world is indeed profoundly unfair and in dire need of rectification. Zeraora's betrayal awakened memories that had long been sealed within Kitabayashi. Back then, he had achieved a significant breakthrough in Pokémon cloning technology and rushed to share his success with his mentor, Dr. Fuji. To his dismay, Fuji shamelessly appropriated his work, garnering the admiration of Sakaki and being appointed as the lead on the Mutuo project. Consequently, Kitabayashi not only failed to gain recognition for his achievements, but also faced relentless oppression from Fuji, enduring humiliation within Team Rocket. Fortunately, Kitabayashi's resilience prevailed. Instead of succumbing to despair, he discreetly allied with others who had faced similar injustices. Together, they meticulously deciphered Team Rocket's security protocols and seized genetic material, ultimately escaping to the new region of Hoenn. In this shadowy realm, Kitabayashi toiled tirelessly, successfully and flawlessly cloning Zeraora to prove to the world that he, Kitabayashi, was the true prodigy, while Dr. Fuji was merely a contemptible thief. Yet, to his astonishment, the very Zeraora he had painstakingly created betrayed him once more. Chapter 64, Friends. What is Zeraora? A youthful voice filled with innocence suddenly echoed in Masaki's mind. Zeraora, nestled in his arms, appeared perplexed, unaware of its own name. It's your name. You are called Zeraora, and I am Masaki. We are friends. Masaki gently caressed Zeraora's pointed chin, observing its adorably bewildered expression. I, Zeraora, Masaki, friend. Zeraora nodded thoughtfully, tilting its head and inquiring, Masaki, what is a friend? A friend is a bond of mutual trust and support, much like now, as I hold you. Our connection is close, thus we are friends, Masaki explained slowly while gazing into Zeraora's eyes. It seemed Zeraora grasped the concept, nodding vigorously with a joyful smile adorning its face. Masaki, friend, Zeraora, happy. Having just arrived in this world, Zeraora felt elated to have made its first friend. It leaped from Masaki's arms and began to dance around him joyfully. Their lively exchange went unnoticed by researcher Kitabayashi, who remained ensnared in his memories. Finally jolted back to reality as if awakening from a nightmarish dream, drenched in cold sweat. Upon witnessing Zeraora frolicking with Masaki, an uncontrollable fury surged within him, twisting his expression into a grimace. Slowly, he retrieved a small remote control from the pocket of his lab coat, murmuring, I do not wish for this, Zeraora. The perfect you no longer belongs to me. Therefore, let me possess the imperfect version of you. As your creator, it is only right that you obey my commands. Observing Zeraora engaged in play with Masaki, Kitabayashi resolutely pressed the button on the remote. This was a contingency he had previously implanted within Zeraora. Activating the switch would awaken the brainwave controller within, granting him complete dominion over the creature. However, the price would be Zeraora's self-awareness, transforming it into a mere puppet obedient to commands. Kitabayashi had never desired this outcome, for a Zeraora devoid of self-awareness would no longer be the flawless creation he envisioned. Yet, he could not afford to hesitate. If he did not act swiftly, that boy would whisk Zeraora away. Uncertain of what enchantment that boy had cast upon Zeraora, Kitabayashi mused. Logically, he should have garnered greater affection from the creature. With a buzz, the remote was activated, unleashing a low-frequency wave. Zeraora, previously bounding with joy, abruptly froze, its expression slackening, eyes vacant and devoid of life. Zeraora, what has happened to you? Masaki exclaimed, rushing forward to shake the creature, but it remained unresponsive, resembling a soulless marionette. This sight reminded Masaki of the fusion beast earlier, and he shot a furious glance toward Kitabayashi, unable to contain his wrath. Ah, at last. You can comprehend my feelings, young one. The sensation of having a cherished bond snatched away is quite distressing, is it not? After all, you have just become friends. Observing Masaki's furious gaze, Kitabayashi felt a strange delight, continuing, let us heighten the drama of this performance. Zeraora, attack. With the command issued, a peculiar violet light ignited within Zeraora's lifeless eyes. It then moved like a programmed automaton, repeatedly uttering the word attack. Run, everyone. Stay away from Zeraora. Masaki cried out. Zeraora, do not attack. It's me, Masaki, your friend. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Masaki shouted in alarm. Zeraora began to amass an overwhelming surge of electrical energy. Arcs of electricity crackling in the air. Suddenly, its form shimmered with blinding electric light, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Masaki, its right arm drawn back. A terrifying current coalescing around its fist. Plasma fist. Zeraora lunged forward, but its punch met only empty air. Masaki had vanished from its line of sight. Just as Zeraora launched its attack, two vine whips swiftly ensnared Masaki's waist, yanking him out of harm's way. Thank you, Gloom. You saved my life again. I would have been at a loss without you, Masaki expressed with calm gratitude, having narrowly escaped. You really should have acted faster. You noticed Zeraora was acting strangely, yet moved so slowly. Do you enjoy flirting with death? Gloom retorted without mercy. Had Masaki not informed her to be ready to rescue him at any moment, she would not have reacted so promptly. Though she acted to awaken Zeraora, Masaki's actions were undeniably reckless. Had Gloom been even a moment slower, Masaki might have truly perished. I trust you completely, Gloom. I told you I would be fine as long as you promised to save me, Masaki reassured her. What a fool, Gloom muttered softly, yet her expression brimmed with pride. Delighted to be unconditionally trusted by Masaki. Returning to the current situation, the circumstances on the battlefield are far from optimistic. Although the opponents faced by Masaki and his companions are merely Zeraora and Beiwa, they find themselves forced into a passive defense against the full-on assault of Zeraora. Despite Zeraora's level being only 3 ranks higher than that of Gloomvine and Lucario, it is, without a doubt, a genuine clone of a mythical beast. Its arsenal of skills possesses immense power, and today, Scyther has already undergone Mega Evolution twice, depleting much of the energy contained within its evolution stone. And thus it must now wait for a gradual recovery. The situation has reached a stalemate. Zeraora cannot breach Masaki's defenses, while Masaki's team is unable to mount an effective offensive. Chapter 65, Because I Have Arrived. Masaki, we cannot afford to remain idle any longer. We must retaliate, exclaimed Kikuno. She commanded her Electrazebra to shield against Zeraora's strike and swiftly led Masaki away from its reach. Yes, let Electrazebra take the lead. After all, it is immune to Zeraora's electric-type attacks, Masaki decisively instructed. There was no room for hesitation. If they continued in this manner, their stamina would inevitably be exhausted by Zeraora's relentless onslaught. Swift action was required to subdue Zeraora, after which they could devise a method to restore its consciousness. Electrazebra's ability, Motor Drive, perfectly counters Zeraora's formidable electric-type assaults, rendering its shocks ineffective while simultaneously enhancing Electrazebra's speed. Under Masaki's strategic guidance, they formed a triangular formation, with Kikuno's Electrazebra at the forefront, Gloomvine in the center for ready support with its Vine Whip, and Lucario alongside Scyther on either flank, poised to strike at any opportunity. Having set their formation, Zeraora charged once more, its fists crackling with brilliant electric energy. Readying its plasma fists. Electrazebra, take it down, Masaki commanded loudly. Given Zeraora's ability to absorb electric-type damage with its Volt Absorb, Electrazebra could not utilize its preferred electric moves, making the fighting-type move, Low Kick, the optimal choice. Zeraora's electrified fist collided with Electrazebra, causing no harm whatsoever. Instead, it accelerated Electrazebra's speed. Seizing the opportunity, Electrazebra executed a sweeping kick, sending Zeraora tumbling to the ground, off balance. The other 3 Pokémon seized this prime opportunity for attack. Gloomvine gently swayed, planting several vibrant seed bombs on Zeraora, which erupted into vines that ensnared it, siphoning its energy. Lucario and Scyther rushed to Zeraora's side, raining down a flurry of punches that left Zeraora dazed and reeling. That's enough. What if we cause damage? Masaki shouted anxiously. Upon hearing his words, Lucario and Scyther immediately ceased their assault, waiting for Gloomvine's vines to bind Zeraora completely before they relinquished their hold. When contending with such a powerful Pokémon as Zeraora, caution is paramount. Zeraora, can you remember me? I am Masaki, he implored, rushing to Zeraora's front and locking eyes with it. Alas, Zeraora's gaze remained vacant, devoid of any signs of recovery. It's futile. Zeraora is merely a compliant puppet now, obediently following my commands. It has no need for friends. It exists solely to eradicate my enemies, Beiwa chuckled. He produced a remote control from his hand and pressed a series of buttons. Did you think these little tricks could truly command Zeraora? Allow me to demonstrate its true power. With a resounding thud, the floor of the laboratory slowly opened, revealing a colossal iron cage that rose from below, housing electric-type Pokémon equipped with various instruments. The cage settled into place, and the machines attached to the Pokémon began to activate, continuously sending electric currents to stimulate them, forcing them to release their energy. The accumulated electricity from these numerous Pokémon was harnessed by the machines, amplified by an energy booster, and unleashed through an electric cannon, striking Zeraora directly. As Zeraora's ability activated, it absorbed the currents, instantly restoring it to peak condition while its aura intensified, crackling with vibrant electric energy. Zeraora's vines turned to charred remnants. Beiwa showed no signs of halting. He further increased the machine's output, flooding Zeraora's body with a torrent of electricity, akin to a raging river. Electric arcs surged around Zeraora, their intensity surpassing anything seen previously. Scatter! Masaki shouted. This was a harbinger of Zeraora's impending attack. Having received such an energy boost, its next strike would be devastating. If they did not evade swiftly, their lives would be at stake. Masaki scooped up Kikuno and, with the full power of his speed shoes, retreated alongside his other Pokémon. After fleeing several dozen meters, Masaki heard the thunderous crash of lightning behind him. Turning back, he beheld the area surrounding Zeraora, now utterly transformed, the once solid metal floor reduced to charred remnants, a scene of utter devastation. So, you orchestrated the abduction of electric-type Pokémon from the city to enhance Zeraora's power. Beiwa, you will pay dearly for this. Masaki's expression darkened. His eyes filled with a fierce determination. In his heart, he had already sentenced Beiwa to his doom. Under Masaki's cold gaze, Beiwa felt as though a terrifying beast had locked its sights upon him, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps on his skin. Yet, Beiwa maintained a confident smile, pressing more buttons on the remote control. This is merely the beginning. Zeraora is a genius among geniuses, and this is far from its limit. I intend to push it beyond its boundaries, transforming it into an unparalleled ally in my quest to forge a new era. As the switch was flipped, the previously quiet laboratory erupted with a thunderous roar, several more large iron cages emerging from below. The same process commenced again, flooding Zeraora with electric currents that multiplied several-fold. Covered in electricity, Zeraora's face contorted in agony as it emitted muffled groans of pain. Masaki understood the sounds emanating from Zeraora. It hurts so much. I'm in pain. Its body was saturated with energy, the electric currents enhancing Zeraora's strength, yet it was still far from its limits. The sensation of its cells being relentlessly stimulated by the electricity felt akin to being drawn and quartered. Zeraora, it's all right. The pain will soon subside, for I have arrived. In the astonished gazes of all present, Masaki charged forward, embracing Zeraora amidst the electric flashes. Chapter 66. Charging up. Masaki. How could this happen? Watching Masaki engulfed in electric light, Kikuno felt as though her heart had been tightly gripped, an indescribable sensation washing over her, sapping her strength and causing her to collapse to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Tang, Masaki will be fine. I know him. He is not one to act recklessly, so there is no need to worry. Despite their usual disagreements, Gloomvine approached Kikuno, gently brushing her head with its vines, offering solace as it wiped away her tears. Although the ivy snake was also concerned, she held an unwavering trust in Jinshu. If Jinshu were to recklessly charge forward and meet his demise by electrocution, he would no longer be the Jinshu she knew, which allowed her to maintain her composure. Thank you, Ivy Snake. Though Xiao Ju could not fathom the words of the Ivy Snake, the serene demeanor of Jinshu's Pokémon, coupled with the recollection of Jinshu's past wonders, offered her a semblance of reassurance. If it were Jinshu, he would surely be unharmed. Xiao Ju fixed her gaze intently on the electric currents enveloping Jinshu and Jirachi, silently offering her prayers for his safety. Little rascal, are you courting death? Beiyu was taken aback by Jinshu's impulsive dash towards Jirachi, astonished to discover someone who was even more reckless than himself. If you relish the thrill of electricity, allow me to amplify your experience. Beiyu pressed several buttons on the remote, causing the electric gun to unleash a surge of power. At this moment, Jinshu remained unharmed beside Jirachi. He activated the previously rewarded trait steal card, temporarily acquiring Jirachi's Volt absorbability, enhanced to a superlative degree. Trait steal card. Upon using the trait steal card, the host can temporarily gain an enhanced ability from a nearby Pokémon. This augmented Volt absorbability was extraordinarily potent, allowing him not only to recuperate health by absorbing electricity, but also to enhance his physical prowess through the absorbed energy. Jirachi, you must be in anguish, but fret not. Release all that electrical energy towards me, and I shall bear every ounce of your suffering. Though you may not remember it now, we are good friends, and friends must support one another, Jinshu whispered as he embraced Jirachi closely. To his surprise, Jirachi responded to Jinshu's words, softly murmuring his name while channeling the painful electrical energy coursing through its body into Jinshu's. A torrent of electricity surged into Jinshu, who felt no pain. Instead, he experienced an exhilarating rush as his body strengthened at a remarkable pace, the pleasurable sensation nearly overwhelming him. Exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. The delightful sensation coursing through him prompted Jinshu to emit several joyful exclamations. As he sensed the electric flow diminishing, he eagerly urged Jirachi to increase the intensity. Jirachi, do not worry about me. Send as much as you can until you are completely drained. Jirachi, having regained a semblance of consciousness, feared harming Jinshu with too much electricity, thus carefully modulating the intensity of the current sent his way. After all, an excessive shock could be agonizing, something Jirachi was all too aware of, not wishing to inflict pain upon Jinshu. However, Jinshu's insistence on receiving more electricity puzzled Jirachi. Did he truly feel no discomfort? Jirachi opened its eyes, looking at Jinshu, only to find him basking in the electric flow, appearing utterly at ease. Jinshu, is this truly comfortable for you? Observing Jinshu's blissful expression and recalling his resolute request for more electricity, Jirachi made a firm decision. It ceased its restraint, releasing all the electricity it possessed into Jinshu. This resulted in a symbiotic exchange. As Jirachi discharged its energy, its own suffering diminished to a negligible level, and its awareness began to restore. The sensation of being controlled vanished entirely. It was Jinshu's fervent cries that awakened Jirachi's dormant consciousness, allowing it to break free from the mental constraints and reclaim its autonomy as a Pokémon. Jinshu's body rapidly grew stronger, his eyes closed, appearing to succumb to the pleasure of the experience. Indeed, Jirachi, absorb the energy freely. You shall become the strongest Pokémon in the world, and together we shall usher in a new era of equality without oppression, Beiyu exclaimed with fervor, observing the diminishing electric glow surrounding Jirachi. Beiyu mistakenly believed it to be the result of Jirachi converting all its power into strength. Several minutes had elapsed since the initial surge of electricity commenced, and the electric-type Pokémon were not inexhaustible generators. Several had succumbed to unconsciousness due to overexertion. The electric transmission was nearing its conclusion. As the last Pokémon within the large iron cage collapsed, the brilliance illuminating the laboratory gradually dimmed. Everyone anxiously fixated on the direction of Jinshu and Jirachi. With a crackle, the electric glow dissipated entirely, revealing the forms of Jinshu and Jirachi. Jinshu appeared entirely unscathed, seemingly transformed. His attire strained against his newly developed musculature, accentuating his perfect physique. Realizing his clothing had become somewhat constricted, he opted to remove his shirt, exposing his sculpted chest and well-defined abdominal muscles. Jinshu, you're unharmed. That is wonderful. Just as Jinshu opened his eyes, still disoriented, he felt a rush of wind and the familiar softness of a figure pressing against him, delicate hands resting upon his waist. I'm sorry, Xiaoju, for causing you worry. Gazing into the eyes of the girl radiating warmth, Jinshu felt a pang of guilt. No, Jinshu, you need not apologize. I have faith in you. You would certainly be fine, Xiaoju replied earnestly, her attention then shifting to Jinshu's impressive physique. She playfully poked at his firm chest, laughing lightly. How can being electrocuted lead to such fitness gains? Jinshu, is this one of your superpowers? Chapter 67, Mental Manipulation. Detecting the teasing tone in Xiaoju's words, Jinshu felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head as he softly replied, this is indeed one of my superpowers. Though it is temporary, venturing into lightning is perilous, so you must not attempt to replicate it. Upon hearing Jinshu's words, Xiaoju couldn't help but roll her eyes, instantly losing the desire to engage further with him, as if anyone would leap into a storm to bathe. Such folly was unique to Jinshu. With Jirachi's matter resolved, it was time to address the situation with Beiyu. Jinshu declared, smiling at Beiyu. At this moment, Beiyu was utterly despondent. When the electric glow had faded, he had attempted to command Jirachi to eliminate Jinshu. Yet Jirachi showed no inclination to respond, remaining close to Jinshu, appearing quite affectionate. Could it be? A wave of foreboding washed over Beiyu. He hurriedly approached Jirachi, examining its eyes, and indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Jirachi had regained its consciousness. In that instant, Beiyu was engulfed in despair. Jirachi was no longer under his control, signifying that all his efforts had been in vain, ultimately benefiting that insufferable Jinshu. Do you have anything to say? Jinshu, surrounded by his Pokémon, confronted Beiyu with a cold expression, his muscular physique exuding a delinquent aura. Passers-by might easily mistake him for the antagonist. I refuse to accept this. My experiments were a success. Why must it end like this? This world is so unjust. Why must I be treated this way? What have I done wrong? Beiyu, devoid of strength, crumpled to the ground as Jinshu approached, utterly defeated. He appeared to have suffered a severe blow to his nerves. His overall demeanor was somewhat askew, and his gaze had grown vacant, entirely devoid of vitality. The current Beiyu bore no resemblance to a brilliant researcher. Rather, he resembled a patient afflicted with congenital dementia. Could it be that yet another fool has emerged? Am I truly that intimidating? Observing Beiyu, now crawling on the ground with a face that radiated wisdom, Jinshu began to question his own sanity. Just moments ago, Ling Sen had succumbed to madness, and now Beiyu had followed suit. Fortunately, he was surrounded by allies. Otherwise, unflattering rumors might have spread. Surely not, Jinshu mused, for he was undeniably handsome. It was merely that he had committed too many misdeeds and could not bear to confront the consequences of his failures. Xiaoju softly consoled Jinshu, harboring no sympathy for Beiyu. Given the despicable acts Beiyu had committed, a lifetime in prison would be a fitting fate. Perhaps madness was even a favorable outcome for him. It's all right. I have a way to redeem him. Jinshu suddenly revealed a mysterious smile as he retrieved a syringe from his backpack. When Beiyu had gone mad moments ago, Jinshu had received a notification from the system indicating the completion of a task. He had successfully rescued Xiaoju and thwarted all conspiracies within the new Purple Violet, thus earning 20 doses of a mental manipulation serum. With this serum, Jinshu would be able to control another's psyche, even altering their memories. It could only be said that this serum had arrived at the perfect moment. Jinshu felt that allowing Beiyu to remain mad was somewhat too lenient. He intended to use this serum to ensure Beiyu would be compelled to work for him for life, thus atoning for his past sins. Next, Jinshu instructed the Scyther and Lucario to restrain Beiyu, and he proceeded to open the syringe's packaging, testing the injector for functionality. Once fully prepared, Jinshu approached Beiyu with a benevolent smile and spoke softly. Beiyu, although you may not comprehend my words right now, I must inform you that I am about to administer a serum to you. After this injection, you will forget everything and be granted a new life. You will work diligently to atone for your past. What are you going to inject me with? You monster! To Jinshu's surprise, the once deranged Beiyu suddenly regained his composure, glaring at him with a fierce expression. Had he not been held down by the two Pokémon, he might have lunged at Jinshu. Witnessing Beiyu's return to normalcy left Jinshu momentarily taken aback, but then he smiled even wider. So, it was merely an act of feigned madness. How fitting for you, Beiyu. However, I shall not dwell on this matter, as you are about to become my subordinate, and I do not wish to hold grievances against my underlings. You demon, you will face retribution. As the syringe drew nearer, Beiyu trembled with fear, his voice quaking as he spoke. Unbeknownst to him, a damp patch had appeared in his pants, indicating that he was genuinely frightened. Do you remember what I said? You will pay the price, and retribution will indeed come for you, Jinshu declared without hesitation, locating Beiyu's vein and commencing the injection. As the liquid from the syringe gradually entered Beiyu's body, he ceased to struggle. His gaze once again became vacant and lifeless, but this time, it was not an act. He had entered a state of input for the settings. Jinshu slowly began to input the settings he had meticulously devised for Beiyu, confirming several times that everything was correct before completing the process. Once the input was finalized, Beiyu's eyes suddenly regained their luster. Upon seeing Jinshu, he immediately bowed his head and nervously inquired, Master, is there something you require of me? Seeing Beiyu's demeanor, Jinshu nodded in satisfaction. However, he then noticed Beiyu's soaked pants and shook his head in disdain. There is nothing of importance. Do not address me as master. Simply call me boss. Furthermore, go tidy your room and change your trousers. They are far too filthy. At your command, boss. I shall change my trousers immediately. With a hint of embarrassment on his face, Beiyu hurriedly made his way back to his room to clean up the mess. Observing that matters had concluded, Xiaoju approached and teased, Jinshu, this serum of yours is rather powerful. You wouldn't use it for any nefarious deeds, would you? Perhaps to transform a lovely girl into your exclusive possession? Just imagine how thrilling that would be. What nonsense are you spouting, fool? Surely, you know my character by now? I swear this serum will only be used to help wrongdoers become better individuals, he replied, lightly patting Xiaoju's head with mock irritation. All right, I understand. I was merely jesting. Xiaoju feigned a pout, covering her head while gazing innocently at Jinshu. Her pitiful expression, combined with her delicately crafted features, evoked a sense of pity. However, Jinshu had grown immune to such tactics after a year of training together, during which Xiaoju frequently employed similar ploys to charm him. Initially, he had been swayed, but over time, he became desensitized. Enough distractions. I have serious matters to attend to, Jinshu said, leading Xiaoju back as he prepared to recruit Ling Er and Ling San as well. After all, they were both exceptionally talented, and their inventions had piqued Jinshu's interest. Having already recruited Beiyu, he could not overlook his two subordinates. Jinshu had come to a realization. One's strength alone was insufficient. He needed to develop his own influence. As a famous individual once said, to defeat magic, one must wield magic. To combat the formidable underground organizations, Jinshu needed a powerful force of his own. He now had a plan. He would instruct Beiyu to withdraw all remaining funds to register a company and scale up the production of Ling San and Ling Er's inventions for sale. Jinshu was confident they would be a commercial success. In the depths of the new Purple Violet laboratory, Jinshu was training his newly acquired subordinates. Beiyu stood alongside the newly transformed Ling Air and Ling San, all lined up in formation, reporting in and standing at attention with remarkable professionalism. Once the formation was properly arranged, Beiyu approached Jinshu, saluted, and proclaimed, "Report to Boss Jinshu. The Evergreen Group is fully assembled, with 3 present and accounted for. Please review us, boss." Beiyu had somehow procured a camouflage cap, which added to his professional appearance, though the group was slightly under strength. "Very good, Beiyu. You may return to your place," Jinshu replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Yes, boss." Beiyu saluted once more before returning to the formation. Jinshu addressed the trio, saying, "I am pleased to see that you all have undergone a significant transformation in spirit. You have completely bid farewell to your past and been granted the opportunity for a fresh start. From this day forth, you will be known as the Evergreen Group, dedicating your lives to its prosperity. Do you understand?" "Understood," the 3 replied in unison, exerting their utmost effort to ensure their voices did not falter. Hearing their robust response, Jinshu nodded in satisfaction and continued, "What is our motto? Strive and forge ahead, courageous in exploration. Work hard today, succeed tomorrow." Their synchronized chant echoed throughout the new purple-violet laboratory. "Excellent. Such spirited enthusiasm. You are dismissed. Go about your tasks," Jinshu smiled. "Yes, boss." The 3 dispersed, beginning to gather the equipment in the laboratory in preparation for relocation. Jinshu intended to have them transport all the equipment and machinery from this place to rent a new location in Zine City, where they would set up a company. He had even decided on a name for the company, Evergreen. The name Evergreen was derived from the true tree's name, and it carries a profound significance, which instantly captivated Jinshu, leading him to make a decisive choice. Once everything was in order, Beiyu activated the hidden switch of the base. Amidst the rumbling of machinery, the entire new purple-violet began to transform, reverting back to its original desolate state. This way, after their departure, even if someone were to stumble upon the site, they would find no trace of anything amiss. With everything finalized, Jinshu and Xiao Juer led the Evergreen trio out of the base and back to the surface. Jirachi also accompanied Jinshu, and when he inquired about its future plans, Jirachi promptly dove into Jinshu's pokeball. After all, in its eyes, Jinshu was the closest individual to it in this world, and wherever Jinshu went, it would follow. Thus, Jirachi officially became Jinshu's 4th companion. Upon reaching the entrance of New Purple Violet, Jinshu and Xiao Juer parted ways with the Evergreen trio, with Jinshu and Xiao Juer riding an upgraded bicycle, while the Evergreen trio ventured into Purple Violet City to scout for a base to rent. Given their substantial remaining funds, they were indeed capable of renting a larger space. Upon returning to Purple Violet City, Jinshu dialed Tieshuan's number, informing him that not only had he resolved the issues concerning New Purple Violet, but he had also located the missing gym leader, Xiao Juer. This revelation left Taishian utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Taishian had spent several hours reviewing surveillance footage in collaboration with the League officials, yet remained utterly perplexed, which had caused considerable distress. Xiao Juer, not only the Unova gym leader but also a renowned local model, had gone missing in Purple Violet City. A situation that could significantly tarnish the city's reputation if the outside world were to learn of it. To everyone's surprise, the individual whom the officials had nearly scoured the entirety of Purple Violet City to find had been discovered by Jinshu so effortlessly. Taishian was once again awestruck by the young man's extraordinary capabilities. He instructed Jinshu to take Xiao Juer to the Purple Violet Gym and await his arrival, as he and the League personnel would be there shortly. Jinshu and Xiao Juer sped directly to the Purple Violet Gym, patiently awaiting Tieshuan's arrival. Xiao Juer, brimming with curiosity, eagerly explored the gym, pulling Jinshu along as she inquired about various aspects. Her primary purpose for visiting Purple Violet City was to learn from gym leader Taishian, and this was akin to finding her way back on track. "Jinshu, come look. This is a maze. Your Hoenn gyms are truly sophisticated. I must have one in my gym as well." Xiao Juer exclaimed excitedly as they wandered into the gym's battling area maze. "Perhaps not," Jinshu replied with a hint of reluctance. "Your gym should possess some unique characteristics. After all, this maze is quite unfriendly to challengers. I would recommend against emulating it." Jinshu sighed, realizing why so many gyms in Hoenn featured mazes of varying sizes. It seemed they all borrowed from one another, a rather unsavory trend indeed. Following this, Xiao Juer experienced the maze's electric shock devices, which opened her eyes to a new realm of possibilities. As a newly appointed gym leader, she discovered that other gym leaders took delight in devising perilous challenges for their challengers. Xiao Juer enthusiastically declared that this approach was indeed entertaining, and she would also implement something similar in her gym. Zhenshu silently facepalmed, thinking to himself, I have truly done my utmost for the trainers of Unova. After a thorough exploration of the gym, Zhenshu and Xiao Juer engaged in a mock battle, with Xiao Juer assuming the role of gym leader and Zhenshu as the challenger. Their friendly skirmish concluded in a draw. Just as they returned to the entrance of the gym, the door swung open, revealing Taishian, who was followed by a uniformed Junsha. Xiao Juer greeted Taishian with enthusiasm, instantly engaging him in conversation, while Zhenshu stood momentarily stunned. He recognized Junsha, the very same Junsha he had met during his time in Wudo Town's Shirji Cave, who still had a pair of stockings tucked away in his backpack. Upon spotting Zhenshu, Junsha froze for a moment, then rushed forward to embrace him. Zhenshu, it's wonderful to see you again so soon. I've missed you terribly. How could you not call me after all this time? Junsha had not anticipated that the remarkable young man Taishian spoke of was the very one she had been longing to see, which filled her with joy. Ah, Bai. It's been a while, Zhenshu replied, feeling a bit flustered. It wasn't that he disliked being embraced in such a manner. It was merely the watchful gazes of Taishian and Xiao Juer that made him uneasy. Taishian observed Zhenshu with a knowing gaze, a playful smile dancing on his lips, revealing that he too was somewhat of a rogue. Meanwhile, Xiao Juer cast an irritated glance at Junsha, perplexed as to how her momentary conversation with Taishian had led to her territory being encroached upon. Evaluating Junsha, Xiao Juer noted her striking figure, glanced down at her own, and felt a surge of indignation. Zhenshu, who is this? I don't recall you ever mentioning her. Care to introduce us? Xiao Juer inquired, sauntering over to Zhenshu's side with a teasing tone. Greetings, Gym Leader Xiao Juer. My name is Junsha. I'm here to confirm details regarding the incident. And of course, I am also a dear friend of Zhenshu, Junsha replied, sensing the competitive undercurrent in Xiao Juer's voice. She deliberately emphasized the term dear friend. The two women locked eyes, and an unspoken rivalry commenced, their gazes clashing in a silent battle of wills. However, due to Xiao Juer's slightly taller stature, Junsha found herself looking up, thus diminishing her commanding presence in this initial exchange, resulting in Xiao Juer emerging victorious. Yet, during the subsequent handshake, Xiao Juer's lesser strength contrasted with Junsha's well-toned physique, leading to Junsha's triumph in that round. The first two encounters resulted in a stalemate, and as they neared the threshold of verbal sparring, Zhenshu could no longer remain a passive observer. He intervened. May I have your attention, ladies? His voice captured both women's attention, their gazes now sharp and scrutinizing, causing Zhenshu to feel a pang of anxiety. He swallowed nervously, suggesting, perhaps we should find a place to sit and discuss this matter? From Zhenshu's experience, he knew that sitting down often diffused tensions considerably, prompting this suggestion. Taishian chimed in. Indeed, I happen to know a quaint cafe with a pleasant atmosphere. Let us head there for our conversation. With Zhenshu taking the lead, both women acquiesced. Guided by Taishian, they arrived at a secluded cafe, where the tranquil setting and sparse clientele provided an ideal environment for their discussion. However, during the seating arrangement, Junsha and Xiao Juer nearly clashed again, both desiring to sit beside Zhenshu. Ultimately, Zhenshu opted for a small round table, allowing both to sit adjacent to him, thus diffusing the potential conflict. After a brief wait, their coffee arrived, and they commenced their serious discussion. Junsha produced a notebook and pen, adopting a serious demeanor, as though she were conducting official business. Very well, Mr. Zhenshu. I have heard that you discovered Xiao Juer in New Purple Violet. Could you please elaborate on the details of the incident? Junsha turned to Zhenshu, inquiring earnestly. Zhenshu gradually entered the zone, speaking softly. After parting ways with Master Taishian, I made my way to New Ziji using the key he provided. Upon entering, I discovered the unconscious Xiao Juer and numerous electric-type Pokémon that had been abducted. I treated Xiao Juer, and when she regained consciousness, she recounted witnessing a kidnapping incident, which led her to follow the kidnappers to New Ziji. She bravely drove them away, rescuing all the abducted Pokémon, but ultimately collapsed from exhaustion. Now, the original culprits have become Zhenshu's subordinates, and naturally, he cannot reveal the truth. He must assist his underlings in covering it up. Hence, he and Xiao Juer had already conspired in New Ziji to credit her with the accomplishment, while the criminals had already fled. Thank you, Mr. Zhenshu. Now, Xiao Juer, could you elaborate on the details of your confrontation with the kidnappers? The professional Kuan Sha swiftly noted the key points of Zhenshu's account while inquiring about Xiao Juer. I followed the kidnappers into New Ziji, where I found all the Pokémon they had captured. Unable to contain my anger, I launched a surprise attack, injuring one of the kidnappers. Just as I was about to pursue him, I fell into a trap they had set and lost consciousness, Xiao Ju recounted, her performance compelling, as if she had genuinely lived through the experience. Thank you, Xiao Ju. I have a few matters I would like to discuss with you privately. Would you accompany me? Kuan Bai closed her notebook and spoke. Of course. Upon receiving the invitation for a private conversation, Xiao Ju glanced at Jinshu, and after seeing him nod, she followed Kuan Bai out. After the two women left, Tai Xian, who had been idly observing, finally engaged Jinshu in conversation. He flashed a sly grin and said, "Kid, not bad. It seems you have won the favor of two beautiful women. It reminds me of my youth. Tell me, how did you manage to charm them?" Tai Xian's curiosity was piqued. He had not expected Jinshu to be so impressive. Truly, he was the young talent Tai Xian had recognized, exhibiting qualities reminiscent of his own youth. The more Tai Xian observed, the more he found Jinshu likable. Well, that's a long story, Jinshu replied, sensing the eager curiosity radiating from Tai Xian. Chapter 70. Evergreen Tree Company. After some light banter with Tai Xian, Jinshu brought up that a friend of his wished to establish a company. Tai Xian waved his hand dismissively, agreeing immediately. Jinshu had rendered him significant assistance, and as he held high hopes for this young man, helping him was but a trivial matter. After all, Tai Xian wielded considerable influence in Ziji City and was part of the upper echelons of the local league. Such a minor task could be resolved with a simple phone call. As their conversation heated up, Xiao Ju and Kuan Bai returned, having concluded their discussion. It was unclear what they had spoken about, but the previously contentious duo now walked arm in arm, appearing to share laughter and camaraderie. Curious, Jinshu inquired about their conversation, but they simultaneously proclaimed it was a secret, seemingly having reached a mutual understanding. Subsequently, Kuan Bai posed several additional questions to both Jinshu and Xiao Ju, marking the official conclusion of the note-taking session. As she prepared to return to her duties, she embraced Jinshu with a lingering sense of reluctance before turning to leave. After Kuan Bai departed, Jinshu glanced at Xiao Ju, only to find that she exhibited no signs of jealousy, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor when encountering Kuan Bai. Xiao Ju's unusual behavior deepened Jinshu's suspicions, prompting him to ask her once more what she and Kuan Bai had discussed. Wondering how such a significant change in her attitude could occur, unable to resist Jinshu's charming persistence, Xiao Ju confessed, "It was nothing much. We had an honest conversation about our feelings towards you. I discovered that she genuinely likes you and can accept me. So we decided to coexist peacefully to tackle the big bad guy that is you. You must treat us well in the future and not disappoint us." "What? Is it truly possible for such matters to reach a consensus?" Jinshu questioned, perplexed. In his understanding, romantic matters were not typically resolved in such a harmonious manner. Having resolved the issues surrounding New Ziji, Xiao Ju commenced her formal training under Tai Xian regarding the responsibilities of a gym leader, while Jinshu began to earnestly plan for Evergreen Tree Company. The company was just starting out, and there were numerous tasks that required his direct involvement as the owner. Thanks to Tai Xian's introduction of professionals to assist, the necessary licenses for Evergreen Tree Company were already in place. With Tai Xian's support, Jinshu truly grasped the meaning of efficiency. Within less than half an hour, all requisite certificates and licenses were completed. With the certifications secured, the company was legally established, signifying that Jinshu was no longer the mere trainer he once was, but a bona fide business owner. Although the company only comprised 5 individuals, including Xiao Ju, no one could foresee the immense potential it held for future growth. With the establishment of his own company, Jinshu's ambition ignited fiercely. He never anticipated becoming a boss at such a young age. Surely, he was destined to achieve great things. At that moment, Jinshu was inspecting the company headquarters rented by his trio of subordinates, located on the outskirts of Ziji City. Due to its remote location, they were able to secure a spacious area at a low rental cost. When Jinshu arrived, the trio had already arranged all the equipment and were engrossed in their respective research. All 3 had entered a productive work mode, leaving Jinshu feeling somewhat superfluous. However, he did not mind. After all, he was the boss. A boss need not toil as the employees do. His role was to ensure that they worked diligently. Moreover, Jinshu had long since completed his tasks. The current development directions for the trio had all been delineated by Jinshu himself. While he may not possess the same top-tier skills as they did, he had his own advantages. He understood how to monetize technology effectively. For instance, he directed 02 to develop a virtual reality headset utilizing his exceptional illusion technology, which would surpass anything from his previous life. Given that 02's illusion technology could even simulate taste and touch, the prospect of experiencing the scent of animated characters or physically interacting with them was exhilarating. Once 02 successfully developed and mass-produced this device, it would surely become a bestseller. 403, Jinshu capitalized on his specialty in creating equipment for Pokémon. He tasked him with developing a device that could be worn by Pokémon for tracking purposes, one that could be discreetly concealed within their bodies to prevent loss. This idea stemmed from the recent Pokémon kidnapping incident. If every Pokémon were equipped with such a device, they could be swiftly located even if they went missing. Jinshu held considerable confidence in this product. After all, he had utilized a similar tracking method to locate his phone in the past. And Pokémon were far more valuable to people in this world than a mere mobile device. Jinshu believed that most individuals would be willing to purchase such a tracking device to ensure the safety of their Pokémon. Take, for instance, the case of Masaki himself. Should the 03 device truly come to fruition, he would undoubtedly equip his Pokémon with it. As for Kitayama, he stands as the most formidable figure among the trio, pioneering research in the realm of cloning, placing him at the forefront of advancements within the Pokémon world. Presently, Masaki has assigned him a development objective to create a suitable game for the 02 VR goggles, reminiscent of the Pokémon battle games he enjoyed in his previous life. Masaki has shared with Kitayama various mechanisms from the Pokémon games etched in his memory, confident that with Kitayama's prowess, he can craft a remarkable battle simulator. Given that no authentic online Pokémon virtual battle game exists in this world, Masaki perceives this idea as promising. Should such a game be released, he believes it would undoubtedly attract trainers and those intrigued by battles alike, compelling them to purchase the game. Masaki also plans to introduce in-game purchases, offering a special package where a first recharge of 6 Alliance coins grants access to Suicune, a recharge of 1,000 allows the use of Rayquaza, and a recharge of 1 million unlocks Arceus. Chapter 71, Office Turmoil. Just imagine, while one might not ascend to the heights of a top-tier trainer in reality, in the game, a mere financial investment could elevate one to that status. The allure of this notion is undeniably significant. Thus, Masaki harbors high hopes for this gaming project and insists that Kitayama strive for perfection, delivering the utmost quality to ensure players' satisfaction. Beyond the game development, Kitayama's exceptional cloning technology cannot be left to languish. Previously, he had applied this top-tier technology to nefarious purposes, but Masaki has provided him with a novel application. He suggested that Kitayama leverage his cloning technology within the medical field, as it can cultivate cells and tissues that are genetically compatible with patients, thereby averting rejection reactions. This could open new avenues for organ transplantation, tissue repair, and disease treatment. Upon hearing Masaki's insights, Kitayama's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He had never contemplated utilizing his technology in this manner, previously fixating solely on creating the strongest Pokémon to conquer the world. With this new research direction igniting his enthusiasm, Kitayama became utterly engrossed in his work, so much so that he failed to notice Masaki observing him. Ah, splendid, Masaki nodded in satisfaction, pleased with everyone's work ethic. Even the spirited Kikyo had arrived, standing beside Masaki, curiously observing Kitayama and the others at work. Though she found it difficult to comprehend, the atmosphere seemed remarkably impressive. Masaki, perhaps we should refrain from interrupting them and instead visit your office, Kikyo suggested softly in his ear. Indeed, as the chief proprietor of Evergreen Corporation, Masaki possessed his own office, albeit one he had yet to enter. Very well, let us go. Prompted by Kikyo's reminder, Masaki realized he had yet to explore his office and promptly led her there. After all, as the owner, how could he not experience the sensation of occupying an office? Due to the nascent stage of the company, Masaki's office remained rather Spartan. While spacious, it featured minimal furnishings, merely a desk and a chair. The chair was a rigid wooden one, devoid of the luxury of swivel. Yet, Masaki paid little heed to these details. To him, regardless of appearances, it was his own domain. Sitting in the emptiness of the office, gazing at the petite Kikyo beside him, he felt an inexplicable void. Kikyo, do you think something is missing from my office? Masaki inquired. At his words, Kikyo stifled a giggle, playfully sauntering over to his side and settling in his lap. Leaning close, she exhaled softly against his face and, with her delicate finger, playfully traced his chin. I believe it lacks a beautiful secretary, Masaki. Why not allow me to be your exclusive secretary? She whispered in his ear. Then, dear Kikyo, might you call me boss so I can hear it? Masaki teased, unable to contain himself any longer. With Kikyo's candid demeanor, his own hesitations dissipated, and he found himself willingly embracing her advances. Boss, may I remain in your embrace like this? Kikyo wrapped her arms around his neck, her azure eyes locking onto his intently. Masaki remained silent, tightening his grip around Kikyo, his gaze brimming with tenderness. To him, action spoke far more eloquently than words. As they exchanged glances, the atmosphere around them seemed to transform. Imbued with a palpable sense of chemistry, it felt as though the distance between them was still too great, and they began to lean closer, their fervent hearts already having intertwined. However, just as their lips were a mere fingertip apart, the office door swung open abruptly, revealing a beaming 02. Bursting into the room, he exclaimed, "Boss, no, I mean my esteemed employer, my VR goggles are complete. You must try them." Only after making his announcement did 02 notice the flustered expressions of Masaki and Kikyo, and he immediately grasped that he might have interrupted a tender moment. His excitement freezing in place. Did I arrive at a bad time? I'm so sorry, it was unintentional," 02 stammered. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he executed an exaggerated 90-degree bow. Observing 02's panic, Masaki and Kikyo exchanged amused glances. Any initial irritation faded as Masaki remembered that he had instructed 02 to report back upon achieving results. This mix-up could hardly be blamed on 02. If anyone were to be chastised, it would be Masaki for neglecting to lock the door. Haha, 02, it's quite all right. You've done nothing wrong. Why apologize? We were merely engaged in some playful banter, weren't we, Kikyo? Masaki nonchalantly rose from his chair and approached 02, gently patting his shoulder. Indeed, just a bit of fun. Kikyo chimed in, her cheeks flushed. While she could maintain composure in Masaki's presence, the scrutiny of others stripped her of that ease. 02 thought to himself. This hardly appears to be a trivial matter. He not only remained seated but also hunched lower in a display of deference. I truly apologize. I'll be sure to knock next time, boss, he replied, his tone almost on the verge of tears. Masaki's expression turned exasperated, having reassured him. Why did 02 continue to dig himself deeper? All right, let us move on. Lead us to see your creation. The future of our company rests on your shoulders, Masaki said with a hint of exasperation, pulling 02 along as he bent over. It became evident to Masaki why someone as capable as 02 remained stuck in Team Rocket. For in the workplace, unless one was the boss, even the most talented must navigate the intricacies of social dynamics. With Masaki's comforting words, 02 finally found the courage to speak more normally, no longer the timid figure he had been in the office. He transformed into someone entirely different as he began to present his invention. Chapter 72, Collaboration. Boss, look, this is the first generation of my VR goggles, 02 declared, producing a prototype and offering it to Masaki. Masaki curiously examined it, noting that it bore a striking resemblance to ordinary sunglasses. Subsequently, 02 proceeded to elaborate on the goggle's various functionalities, leaving Masaki astounded. Wearing this device truly offers an immersive experience, and although there are still areas lacking in detail, it is undoubtedly impressive. After trying it out, Maki couldn't contain her enthusiasm and was eager to give it a go herself. The radiant smile on her face as she experimented with the VR headset speaks volumes about its success. However, the current functionalities of the headset are somewhat limited, primarily allowing for video viewing and similar activities. In light of this, Maki has urged 02 to expedite the development of a beautiful girl game. Just imagine, while playing, one could experience the presence of a real-life beauty before them, inhale her scent, and even feel genuine tactile sensations. Furthermore, adults could unlock certain content for a fee. If such a game were to be released, Maki could scarcely fathom its potential popularity. Rest assured, boss, I will hasten the development to ensure our product reaches a global audience, 02 declared, filled with anticipation as Maki described the game. Additionally, Maki offered her insights regarding the further development of the VR headset. Although the current prototype boasts impressive features, its high price hinders broader market adoption. Thus, Maki proposed releasing various configurations, a youthful version with lower specifications and cost, alongside a luxurious edition with premium features and pricing. By catering to diverse budgets with a range of options, they could significantly enhance the headset's accessibility. Moreover, to meet aesthetic demands, they could introduce an array of attractive color schemes, which might be sold at a premium and potentially release special collaborative editions in the future. Upon hearing Maki's suggestions, both Maki and 02 were momentarily taken aback. Maki, it seems you truly possess an entrepreneurial spirit. How did you conceive such strategies? Maki's admiration for Maki intensified, perceiving him as a treasure trove of extraordinary ideas. 02, inspired, began taking notes diligently, recognizing the historical significance of these proposals. He resolved to document Maki's teachings thoroughly to later compile a biography for him. They hadn't anticipated that such a simple pricing mechanism could yield such creative possibilities. Maki truly lived up to his reputation. Observing their astonishment, Maki chuckled, stating, "These are merely fundamentals. I only grasp a fraction of the concepts." Given the current scarcity of electronic products in this world, many have yet to encounter such marketing strategies. In Maki's previous life, these were merely basic practices. Subsequently, with Maki leading the way, both Maki and Zero Two contributed their suggestions. Maki offered to promote Evergreen Tree Company's products through advertisements free of charge, provided Maki designed a co-branded VR headset as compensation. Additionally, Maki had one reasonable request. Naturally, Maki readily agreed, recognizing Maki's significant reputation as a model in the United Regions, which would undoubtedly boost product sales. As for the co-branded headset, Maki could design it swiftly. Regarding the other request, as the owner of Evergreen Tree Company, Maki was willing to leverage a bit of his charm for the company's growth. In the ensuing days, Maki busied himself with the formal production of the VR headset. With Iron Spin's unwavering support, Maki enjoyed seamless progress in Ziji City, successfully locating an exceptionally equipped production line that only required minor adjustments before commencing manufacturing. Iron Spin was so invested in this endeavor that he seemed more enthusiastic than Maki himself. After merely testing the VR headset, he was astounded. The existence of such groundbreaking electronic products was indeed revolutionary. Experiencing the realistic worlds within the VR headset elevated Maki's standing in Iron Spin's eyes once more. Initially, Iron Spin believed he held Maki in high regard, only to discover Maki's technological and business acumen surpassed his expectations. The business philosophies Maki articulated left even Iron Spin, a seasoned individual, deeply impressed. Was it truly possible for someone so young to possess such profound understanding? Iron Spin concluded that Maki's talents could not merely be categorized as genius. He was a prodigy. Unaware of the surprises Maki still had in store, Iron Spin resolved to firmly secure this prodigy within the framework of Ziji City's future. The production line for Evergreen Tree Company's VR headset alone would create numerous quality job opportunities, and under the technological uplift provided by the company, Ziji City was poised for significant industrial advancement, attracting a wealth of talent. Iron Spin envisioned a prosperous future for Ziji City if it developed as planned. It might even rival Kanaz City and Shueijing City in terms of technological and economic prowess. Thus, a formal collaboration was established between the Ziji City Alliance, represented by Iron Spin, and Evergreen Tree Company, represented by Maki. Following the investment from the Ziji City Alliance, they pledged to provide Evergreen Tree Company with essential resources and support, while Evergreen Tree Company committed to rooting its development in Ziji City, promoting industrial and economic progress. When Iron Spin proposed this collaboration, Maki agreed without hesitation. After all, the Ziji City government was a formidable ally, and Maki recognized the wisdom of aligning with such a powerful entity. Following this agreement, Evergreen Tree Company effectively became a semi-official enterprise of the Alliance, and advertisements featuring Maki promoting the VR headset began to air daily on the grand screens of the tallest buildings in Ziji City. A few days later, Iron Spin approached Maki to discuss a matter. Ziji City was organizing a Dojo Master Exchange Conference, and Iron Spin wished for Maki to represent him. "But I'm not a Dojo Master. Why should I participate?" Maki queried, perplexed. "Maki, you must realize that you are now a key talent being cultivated in our Ziji town. Engaging with esteemed dojo masters from various regions will be a splendid opportunity for you. As an old man, I have no need for it. I entrust this chance to you, so seize it well," Iron Spin asserted earnestly, raising an eyebrow. "Of course, if you aspire to become a dojo master, I could consider passing the Ziji dojo to you, but that would have to wait until my retirement." Just yesterday, Maki had officially received recognition as a key talent, affording him numerous privileges in Ziji City, and this opportunity was one of those benefits. Naturally, Iron Spin's reluctance to participate played a role as well. "All right, I will participate. I appreciate Ziji City's support and will continue to contribute to its development," Maki declared after considering Iron Spin's proposal. He recognized the rarity of such an opportunity and resolved to make the most of it. Moreover, it appears that Jinshu harbors a genuine interest in the Zhejiang Gym. Should he have the opportunity to become a gym leader in the future, it would indeed be a splendid choice. "Very well, Jinshu, since you have consented, I now have a task to entrust to you. Please travel to Fuyin Town and inform the gym leader, Asha, about the upcoming Gym Leaders Exchange Conference. And while you are at it, deliver this item to her." Tai Xin chuckled heartily, producing a folder and handing it to Jinshu. "All right," Jinshu nodded silently. He sensed that Tai Xin might not have the best of intentions, as it seemed he had been waiting for him. Likely too lazy to make the trip himself, and thus offloading all the responsibilities onto Jinshu. Nevertheless, Jinshu found no objection, as he had already intended to visit Fuyin Town to challenge the fourth gym, making it a fortuitous detour. After securing the folder given by Taishian, Jinshu mounted his bicycle and set off towards Fuyin Town. Fuyin Town is situated in the northern part of Zhejiang City, a quaint little village with a considerable elderly population, nestled at the foot of Chimney Mountain, an area rich in geothermal resources, which has resulted in numerous large natural hot springs. To traverse from Zhejiang Town to Fuyin Town, one must journey northward through a cavern known as the Scorching Path. Jinshu rode swiftly and, following the map, arrived at the entrance of the Scorching Path. Given the rugged terrain within the tunnel, it was unsuitable for cycling any further. So Jinshu stowed his bicycle and noticed a warning sign hanging beside the entrance, cautioning against high temperatures and advising vigilance concerning wild Pokémon. It seemed a journey fraught with sweat awaited him, Jinshu murmured. The temperature within the Scorching Path was as its name suggested, due to its proximity to Chimney Mountain. The area boasted abundant geothermal resources, resulting in elevated temperatures and a plethora of fire-type Pokémon dwelling therein. As Jinshu stepped into the tunnel, a wave of heat enveloped him, akin to an intensified sauna. After traversing merely a few dozen meters, he was already sweating profusely. It was peculiar that so many Pokémon were congregating in one area, as such density was atypical. Moreover, the deeper he ventured, the higher the temperature rose, and Jinshu estimated it must exceed 40 degrees Celsius. Despite the oppressive heat that would typically be unbearable for an ordinary person, Jinshu found it tolerable. Merely feeling parched. Following his recent enhancements, his body had reached a formidable threshold. This degree of warmth was manageable for him. However, something was amiss. There had to be an unusual occurrence, as this was undeniably abnormal. The further he progressed, the more he sensed the strangeness, prompting him to seek out a Pokémon within the cavern to inquire about the situation. With a brilliant green glow, Jinshu's orange flower power radiated outward, and under the influence of this amiable energy, the surrounding Pokémon eagerly approached, wishing to assist him. You there? Among the multitude of Pokémon encircling him, Jinshu selected a particularly astute Vulpix, allowing it to perch upon his hand. Little Vulpix, what on earth has transpired in the Scorching Path? Why is everyone congregating at the periphery? Jinshu inquired softly. Vulpix responded with a gentle sound. Under the influence of the orange flower power, Vulpix's voice was transformed into words comprehensible to Jinshu. After conversing with Vulpix, Jinshu finally grasped the situation. A powerful Pokémon's presence had recently emerged deep within the Scorching Path, compelling many resident Pokémon to relocate to the outskirts, with Vulpix being one of them. To Jinshu's surprise, his long-lost system notifications suddenly activated. Ding! Time-limited task unlocked. Please proceed to the depths of the Scorching Path to uncover the truth behind the incident. Task reward, champion-level experience card. Ding! Due to the extreme heat at the task location, a complimentary heat resistance potion has been provided. Upon seeing that the task reward was a champion-level experience card, Jinshu could hardly contain his excitement. This was a game-changing item, the very tool that had aided him in rescuing Celebi previously. Given such a generous reward, he decided to undertake the task. Jinshu instructed Vulpix to lead the way as they ventured deeper into the Scorching Path. As Vulpix had indicated, the further they went inward, the fewer Pokémon they encountered. It seemed they had all been forced to evacuate. Additionally, the internal environment grew increasingly harsh. Not only did the heat intensify, but there were also strong magnetic field disturbances. Under the influence of the magnetic field, Jinshu's phone lost signal. He had initially intended to call Lucario to scout ahead with its aura, but Lucario informed him that it was unable to sense aura in such conditions. This predicament left Jinshu in a quandary. According to Little Vulpix, the path ahead was unfamiliar even to it, as it was not particularly strong and typically did not venture into the deeper regions, making it reasonable for it not to know the way. Little Vulpix led Jinshu to a junction with several diverging paths before returning, having reached its limit in guiding him. Now, it was up to Jinshu to proceed on his own. Relying on his instincts, Jinshu chose the leftmost path, now entering the phase of chance, hoping to find the correct route. However, after taking just a few steps forward, Jinshu found himself in a state of shock. For just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Hey, you just stepped on my face. The voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of a young girl. Chapter 74, Victini. Who is speaking? Jinshu glanced down, but noticed nothing out of the ordinary. You can actually hear me? That is wonderful. After so many days, finally. Someone who can hear me. The female voice in his mind brimmed with excitement, its pitch rising significantly. This time, Jinshu focused intently, finally locating the source of the voice. It was emanating from a red stone beneath his feet, which he had inadvertently stepped on. Why then? Did this seemingly ordinary stone possess the ability to speak? Jinshu held the stone in his hand, his expression one of incredulity. The notion of a stone producing the voice of a cute girl was undeniably bizarre. It seems you're pondering something quite rude. I am an adorably charming Pokémon, you know. The red stone began to glow, continuing to emit that jarring feminine voice. I merely took a nap a few days ago, and upon awakening, I found my consciousness trapped in this stone. Upon hearing this, Jinshu felt a wave of sympathy. It was indeed a pitiful situation. Yet, he reassured the stone. Now it's all right, as I will engage you in conversation to alleviate your solitude. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jinshu, and I am a Pokémon trainer who recently established a company. Jinshu gently patted the stone as a gesture of comfort. Jinshu, it is such a pleasure to meet you. You are my very first human friend. The voice of the red stone sounded genuinely elated, dispelling its earlier gloom. What about your name? Surely, you can't expect me to call your stone indefinitely. Jinshu lightly tapped the red stone twice, inquiring further. The name. The red stone fell into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, it suddenly exclaimed, I remember. Those humans who have seen me before called me Victini. Victini is my name. Victini. Upon hearing the name of the red stone, Jinshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Victini, do you resemble a small mouse with two large blue eyes, tiny wings on your back, and a V-shaped ear atop your head? In an instant, Masaki vividly described the image of Victini from his memory to the red stone. Feeling that his words were insufficiently expressive, he promptly produced a sheet of paper and began to sketch. How do you know what I look like? Exclaimed the red stone, astonishment coloring its tone as it beheld Masaki's somewhat abstract artwork. Subsequently, with an air of pride, it remarked, it seems my fame has spread widely in the human realm. If even a newcomer like Masaki is aware of my existence, truly, I am remarkable. Forgive me, Victini, Masaki interjected, though I find it somewhat inappropriate to say. It is likely that few in Hoenn are familiar with you. My knowledge of Pokémon is merely cursory, which is why I can recognize your likeness. Masaki's words were grounded in truth. Victini was a mythical creature from Unova, and it was unlikely that many in Hoenn would know of it. Nevertheless, its renown was considerable, as it was said that Victini could bring victory, with trainers accompanied by it destined to triumph in any battle. Upon hearing Masaki's statement, Victini did not feel disheartened. Oh, is that so? It appears that you are indeed a special individual, Masaki. Not only can you comprehend my words, but you also recognize me. Unlike the previous two individuals I encountered who trampled upon me without offering an apology. Masaki expressed his surprise. What? You mean there are others in this scorching path? They had ventured deep into the hot path, where the temperature had reached a terrifying intensity. Masaki himself had consumed a heat-resistant potion provided by the system, allowing him to appear unfazed. The realization that two strangers could be present in such an environment hinted that this exploration task would indeed be far from simple. Yes, they are a man and a woman, both clad in peculiar black attire. From their conversation, it seems they intend to capture some Pokémon within. They must be nefarious individuals. It was evident from Victini's tone that anger tinged its words when mentioning the two. Capturing Pokémon, it seems they are poachers, likely drawn by the powerful Pokémon causing disturbances deeper within, Masaki surmised, piecing together the clues he had gathered. In the world of Pokémon, a certain group existed, whose profession entailed capturing Pokémon to sell on the black market. These individuals were referred to by officials as poachers or Pokémon hunters. Due to an immense demand for rare Pokémon, they often commanded exorbitant prices on the black market, resulting in persistent poaching activities. This group of lawbreakers had even established an organization known as the Hunter Guild, attracting many hunters to join their ranks. Based on the exchange between the two, it was highly plausible that they were the very Pokémon hunters that troubled the League. Indeed, there must be a powerful Pokémon present here. I've seen many Pokémon fleeing, expressing their fear. They must have been frightened by the creatures within, Victini added. Then let us swiftly deal with those two ruffians, Victini. Thank you. Your information is truly invaluable. Encountering you is a stroke of luck, Masaki declared as he stowed the stone and pressed onward. He felt fortunate. Initially uncertain whether this path was correct, Victini's intel had now assured him that he was indeed on the right track. Even if it turned out incorrect, he would likely encounter the two who had just passed. After sprinting for about 10 minutes, Masaki's pace slowed, not due to fatigue, but because he heard voices, both human and Pokémon, emanating from just ahead. From the sounds, it seemed a battle was underway. Ah, at last I've caught up. Masaki grinned deviously, lowering his voice as he stealthily approached. He relished this situation. His enemies were oblivious to his presence, and he had entered his favorite phase of ambush. Chapter 75. The Flame Sword Phantom taking cover behind a large stone, Masaki inched closer to the battlefield. Engaged in combat was a tall man in black attire. His face partially concealed by dark sunglasses, wielding a capture net gun designed for Pokémon. Surrounding him lay several captured Pokémon ensnared in nets. It appeared he had indeed made a considerable catch this time. Opposing the man was a purple humanoid Pokémon, standing defiantly, clad in purple armor. It brandished flaming swords for arms, and the purple flames atop its helmet danced in the wind, exuding an aura of majesty. Flamesword Phantom, male. Qualification level, purple. Type, Fire Ghost. Ability, Blaze. Strength, level 30, proficient level 20, 30. Description, the Fire Knight Pokémon, its fiery swords fueled by vengeance, will mercilessly cleave through its foes. Well, a wild flame sword phantom. This could yield significant profit, the man in black scoffed, raising his capture net gun to fire at the flame sword phantom. Bang, bang, bang. The specially designed capture nets were unleashed with each trigger pull, hurtling towards the flame sword phantom. Yet, with a mere flick of its fiery swords, the Pokémon effortlessly sliced through the incoming nets with precision. Not bad. Let's see how you handle this. The man licked his lips, swiftly retrieving 6 Pokeballs from his pocket. As he released the 6 Pokémon, they swiftly surrounded the flame sword phantom. Notably, these 6 were all water-type Bounsweet, suggesting a deliberate preparation for the hot path. Though the Bounsweets were not particularly strong and were being thoroughly overwhelmed by the flame sword phantom, their numerical advantage and the type matchup, normal and water against fire and ghost, gave them an edge. Normal-type Pokémon were immune to ghost-type attacks, while water-type Pokémon had resistance to fire-type attacks. The flame sword phantom found itself in a dire situation, its stamina being steadily depleted. The Bounsweets coordinated their assaults from various angles, making it difficult for the flame sword phantom to defend itself. Each time it struck one Bounsweet, it would be immediately countered by another. Meanwhile, the man in black was not idle. He pulled out an electric shotgun and continued to fire at the flame sword phantom. The damage mounted, and the flames on the helmet of the flame sword phantom diminished, indicating its precarious state. Just then, a sudden turn of events occurred. The flame sword phantom noticed 2 shadows rapidly approaching from behind the man in black. Those shadows were none other than Masaki and his partner, Zeraora, who had been observing from the shadows. Recognizing that the flame sword phantom was on the brink of collapse and that the man was distracted by his firing, they seized the opportune moment for a stealthy assault. Without hesitation, Masaki and Zeraora dashed from behind the large stone, their speed unparalleled. They reached the oblivious man in black simultaneously. In perfect synchronization, they struck simultaneously at the back of his head. The man, engrossed in firing at the flame sword phantom, suddenly felt a powerful gust from behind, as if something were approaching. Before he could react, it was as though a heavy hammer had struck his forehead. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Masaki deftly retrieved a rope, preparing to eliminate any potential threats, while Zeraora did not pause, moving towards the Bounsweets that were still bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Jirachi appeared to be brimming with excitement, leaping high into the air, its body shimmering with dazzling electric light, while terrifying arcs of electricity radiated into the atmosphere, accompanied by the piercing sound of crackling currents. Subsequently, a powerful surge of electricity erupted from its form, transforming the vicinity into a veritable ocean of lightning, indiscriminately assaulting all Pokémon present. Under this overwhelming electric onslaught, all the Bidoof collapsed instantaneously, leaving only the Chandelure struggling to endure. Chandelure, caught in a predicament, lamented silently. It had initially believed that the 2 unexpected newcomers were allies, only to find that Jirachi had targeted it as well. The electric current coursed through Chandelure, delivering a sharp, stinging sensation, and the flames atop its helmet flickered precariously, teetering on the brink of extinguishment, a perilous situation indeed. At that moment, however, Chandelure heard a voice reminiscent of an angel's. "Jirachi, please stop. Chandelure is about to be knocked out." As the words echoed, the relentless barrage of electricity ceased abruptly, and a vibrant green light enveloped Chandelure, rapidly mending its wounds. "My apologies, Chandelure. I inadvertently harmed you," said Masaki, his tone imbued with regret. Masaki had intended for Jirachi to assist in vanquishing their foes, yet Jirachi had mistakenly perceived Chandelure as an enemy. Now somewhat restored, Chandelure looked up to find 2 faces etched with remorse, their eyes radiating genuine concern. This unexpected warmth stirred something long forgotten within its icy heart. When was the last time someone showed such care? Struggling to recall, Chandelure realized that its memories were solely filled with scenes of battle, devoid of any tender moments. Pausing for a moment, it finally managed to respond, "It's all right. I am simply too weak. If it weren't for you, I would have been captured already. Your Pokémon is truly formidable, thanks to the influence of the orange aura." Masaki grasped Chandelure's sentiments, gently stroking its helmeted head while softly reassuring, "No need for concern. You are already quite strong. It's merely that you were outnumbered. By the way, my name is Masaki, and this is Jirachi. It is a pleasure to meet you, Chandelure." With the healing effects of the orange aura, Chandelure was now able to stand. It rose slowly, gazing appreciatively at Masaki. However, Masaki pulled Jirachi closer to Chandelure, enthusiastically introducing the two Pokémon to one another. Jirachi, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched its head and extended a hand toward Chandelure. The latter, eager to reciprocate, realized that its arms were engulfed in flaming swords, making any gesture of handshake impossible. Faced with Jirachi's outstretched hand, it appeared quite anxious. Jirachi, too, was taken aback, belatedly realizing that Chandelure had no hands, leaving it uncertain on how to proceed. The two Pokémon stood awkwardly, the atmosphere shifting into an unusual tension. Chapter 76, Little You. Masaki, observing the two adorably awkward Pokémon, couldn't help but chuckle. He grasped Jirachi with one hand and Chandelure with the other, bringing them into a warm embrace. "There, problem solved. If you can't shake hands, then a hug will suffice. This is called adaptability. Have you learned that, Jirachi?" Masaki remarked with a smile. Still quite young, Jirachi often found itself learning various lessons from Masaki in everyday life. The two Pokémon, now forced into an embrace, felt a touch of embarrassment, each taking a step back before engaging in conversation. Jirachi became increasingly animated, appearing genuinely thrilled. It had made a new friend, a delightful occurrence indeed. Meanwhile, Masaki approached the black-clad man he had securely bound, using the orange aura to heal him. Gradually awakening under the healing influence, the man appeared dazed, his eyes devoid of clarity, seemingly unaware of his circumstances. Lacking patience, Masaki swiftly slapped his face twice, stating coolly, "You have 3 minutes to introduce yourself and explain your purpose for being here. You'd best be quick, the consequences of delay could be dire." "How dare you?" The man, finally regaining his composure, responded defiantly, "You attacked me without warning. The Hunters Guild will make you pay for this." His expression hardened, showing no inclination to cooperate as he struggled against his bindings. Upon hearing the man's threats, Masaki merely smiled, a look of relief washing over him. "So, you are indeed a member of the Hunters Guild. That puts my mind at ease. Do not accuse me of cruelty. After all, I did give you a chance." With that, he retrieved a syringe filled with a mind control serum from his backpack, casually preparing to inject it. The sight of the oversized syringe sent the man into a panic, his earlier bravado evaporating as fear flickered in his eyes. What are you going to do?" he stammered, his gaze fixated on Masaki as he approached with the syringe. "Don't come any closer. I'll talk. I swear I'll talk. We came here to." It was far too late for second thoughts, as Masaki had little patience for such antics. No time for hesitation, he replied coolly, deftly inserting the needle into the man's vein and completing the injection. What the man had to say mattered little. The serum would compel him to divulge the truth, erasing any possibility of deceit. As the man's expression shifted from terror to a blank stare, he entered a state of programmed compliance. Masaki casually input a few new directives into his mind, including notions of justice and a commitment to protecting Pokémon ecology, ensuring he would obey Masaki's commands without question. Should he entertain any thoughts of betrayal, he would meet with immediate and fatal consequences. Thus, the erstwhile hunter, notorious for capturing Pokémon, was transformed into a devoted protector of Pokémon ecology. Masaki felt a sense of satisfaction at the outcome. Once the programming was complete, the man's vacant gaze regained its spark, and Masaki untied him. Upon recognizing Masaki, the man's demeanor shifted to one of humility. He promptly rose and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Greetings, boss. Well done, you seem quite spirited. Now, as we discussed, please introduce yourself and clarify your purpose for being here," Masaki instructed, nodding approvingly at his current demeanor. The man, now cooperative, readily divulged everything he knew. As it turned out, he was a numbered hunter from the Hunters Guild, codenamed Hunter U. He and his colleague, Hunter J, had been on a mission in Hoenn when they fortuitously arrived at the fiery path, sensing a surge of fire-type energy. Based on their assumptions, they believed a powerful fire-type Pokémon was present, prompting their decision to capture it. Hunter Yu had intended to capture a batch before regrouping with his partner, but had not anticipated being subdued by Masaki. I see, that aligns with my suspicions. From this moment on, you shall be a member of Evergreen Corporation. I shall henceforth refer to you as Little You. Now, please release the Pokémon you captured, Masaki instructed, gesturing toward the trapped Pokémon ensnared in nets. Hunter Yu appeared remorseful, swiftly releasing the unfortunate Pokémon from their confines. The freed Pokémon stood bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Why did the villain who originally captured them suddenly release them with a benevolent expression, continuously uttering words of caution, such as, be careful from now on, and don't get caught again? Surely, that individual must be mentally unhinged, without a doubt. The liberated Pokémon found themselves lost in contemplation. After resolving matters concerning Xiaoyu, Masaki returned to the side of Zeraora and the charcoal blade ghost. Observing their pleasant interaction brought him a sigh of relief. Zeraora was indeed in need of companionship. Only through the nurturing of friendship could it continue to flourish on the right path. Masaki had long harbored concerns regarding Zeraora's mental state, fearing that its isolation might lead to extremism, but now it seemed that Zeraora could maintain good relationships with other Pokémon, which eased his worries. Masaki also attempted to release his other Pokémon to meet the charcoal blade ghost. Yet those few timid fire types quickly expressed their discomfort with the heat and sought refuge back in their cozy Pokeballs. The vine snake even scolded Masaki, calling him foolish for not realizing their aversion to heat, before retreating into its Pokeball without granting him a chance to respond. On the other hand, the Scyther and Lucario displayed considerable emotional intelligence. Despite their discomfort with the temperature, they persisted in greeting the charcoal blade ghost before returning to their Pokeballs. I apologize. They're not intentionally rude. They simply dislike excessively warm environments, Masaki explained with genuine remorse to the charcoal blade ghost. He had intended for everyone to forge friendships. Yet he had overlooked the unsuitability of the environment. However, the charcoal blade ghost seemed unperturbed. Instead, it admired the amicable relationship between Masaki and his Pokémon. After silently bolstering its courage, the charcoal blade ghost bravely took the first step. Masaki, may I join your ranks? I wish to become your Pokémon. The shy yet resolute voice of the charcoal blade ghost suddenly echoed in Masaki's mind. Chapter 77, Moltres. After traversing a lengthy, pitch-black cavern, the path ahead suddenly opened into a vast expanse. In stark contrast to the outside world, rain was gently falling in the deepest part of the cave. How could it rain in such a sweltering place? Masaki, with questions swirling in his mind, pressed forward, only to discover the source of the rain. Standing before a massive lava pool was a silver-haired woman clad in the same black attire as Xiaoyu. She must be the hunter jay that Xiaoyu spoke of, surrounded by 5 wingulls fluttering around her, with the gigantic rampardos standing guard in front. It seemed that the rain was indeed a result of these wingulls, which possessed the same ability as Kyogre, namely the ability to summon rain. The effect of this ability was to transform the surrounding weather into a rainy state. However, it appeared that in this environment, the rain-inducing ability had been somewhat diminished, resulting in merely a light drizzle under the influence of the 5 wingulls. Hovering above the lava pool opposite Hunter Jay was a Pokémon exuding an overwhelming presence. It resembled a large yellow bird adorned with an elegant crown of flames and a flowing, flame-like tail. Its enormous wings were also ablaze with sacred fire, giving it an overall appearance of grace and sanctity. This was none other than Moltres. Moltres, male. Qualification level, golden. Type, fire, flying. Ability, pressure. Strength, level 65, master level 60, 70. Description, the flame Pokémon. With a beat of its wings, its feathers shimmer with red flames, creating a mesmerizing sight. It is one of the legendary bird Pokémon. Moltres. Masaki was taken aback. This was a Pokémon of legendary status in the Kanto region, on par with Zapdos and Articuno. He had suspected as much, considering that the flames of Moltres could serve as the sacred fire for the court's conference, aligning perfectly with Victini's description of the flame's unique characteristics. However, Masaki had not anticipated that Moltres would actually appear in Hoenn. While it might not be the divine Moltres, it was certainly an exceedingly rare sight. What was concerning, however, was that Moltres appeared to be in a dire state. Numerous wounds marred its body, and even its flames had dimmed considerably, indicating it had recently sustained injuries in battle. Yet, despite its multitude of scars, Moltres remained imposing. Suddenly, it flapped its wings and soared high, emitting a resounding cry. Human, your greed has clouded your soul, rendering you grotesque. Let me purify it all with my flames. What a formidable Pokémon. Having withstood an attack from a Rampardos' rock wrecker, it still maintained such poise. Hunter J licked her lips, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. She had prepared thoroughly for this encounter, knowing her opponent was an exceptionally powerful fire-type Pokémon. She had brought along 5 Wingulls with the rain-inducing ability and a formidable Rampardos as her main attacker. After all, Moltres, being a fire and flying type, was most vulnerable to rock-type attacks. Upon hearing Hunter J's words, Masaki shifted his focus to the massive Rampardos before her. Rampardos, male. Qualification level, blue. Type, rock, ground. Ability, solid rock. Strength, level 55, gym level 50, 60. Description, the drill Pokémon. It fills the holes in its palms with rocks and launches them with muscular force. It occasionally fires small Geodudes as well. Though Hunter J's Rampardos was significantly weaker than Moltres, it could still pose a challenge, given its advantageous type. It was no wonder that Hunter J could maintain such a calm demeanor in the face of such a powerful Moltres. Her Pokémon strength was undoubtedly the source of her confidence. However, in comparison, Xiaoyu beside Masaki seemed considerably less impressive. Explaining why he had been relegated to capturing weaker Pokémon, Xiaoyu sensed his boss's somewhat amused gaze, glancing at the formidable Hunter J and then at himself. Peeking from behind a rock, Xiaoyu suddenly realized what his boss was thinking. He meekly remarked, "Boss, I excel at tactics. If given the proper preparation, I could easily match that woman. It's just that you are too strong." Xiaoyu, overly excited, raised his voice slightly, prompting Masaki to quickly cover his mouth, forcibly curbing this potentially team-compromising outburst. Fortunately, Hunter J's attention was entirely fixed on Moltres, and she did not notice the subtle stirrings behind the large rock. Masaki breathed a sigh of relief. He had intended to execute a grand plan against Hunter J and could not afford to expose himself here. "Rock Wrecker," Hunter J commanded coldly, directing Rampardos to initiate the attack. Rampardos thrust its hand forward, releasing a torrent of earthy energy from the small hole in its palm, condensing it into a massive rock. Subsequently, the powerful Rampardos exerted its muscles, launching the rock towards the soaring Moltres. However, Moltres reacted swiftly. Having been struck by the Rock Wrecker just moments ago, it was now wary of such attacks. As the Rock Wrecker hurtled toward it, Moltres quickly dove downward, evading the attack. Following that, a red glow emanated from Moltres' mouth, and it unleashed a torrent of vibrant flames, which transformed in midair into the shape of a fiery bird, resembling a second incarnation of Moltres itself. The terrifying firebird, composed of sacred flames, surged directly towards Hunter J, igniting numerous scattered sparks in the surrounding air, as if the very fabric of space were at risk of being incinerated. Even the vigilant Jin Shu, observing from the shadows, felt a potent wave of searing heat wash over him, indicative of the formidable nature of the firebird's assault. Beside Jin Shu, Jirachi and the Blazing Blade Ghost gazed in awe at the magnificent yet fearsome display, their eyes shimmering with admiration. "Do not envy it, Jirachi and Blazing Blade Ghost. Have faith that we shall surpass the firebird in due course," Jin Shu reassured them, patting their shoulders. Indeed, upon hearing Jin Shu's words, Jirachi and the Blazing Blade Ghost exchanged determined glances, each igniting with a fervent resolve, establishing new aspirations in their hearts. Jin Shu was right. The journey ahead was long, and they were destined to become Pokémon of legendary renown across the globe. Chapter 78, The Frenzied Dunsparce Hydro Pump. Hunter J swiftly retreated a few paces, as a legion of Wingulls positioned themselves before her, unleashing a torrent of powerful water blasts. 5 streams converged into a formidable water dragon, crashing directly into the oncoming firebird. Boom! The collision of fire and water resulted in a stalemate. The once mighty water dragon evaporated into vast clouds of steam upon contact with the firebird, which was likewise depleted and vanished into the ether. Rock Blast. Seizing the moment, Hunter J launched her counterattack. Hidden amidst the mist, the armored rhino coalesced a colossal boulder, hurling it towards the firebird. Boom! The sudden emergence of the rock blast from the vapor caught the firebird off guard, disrupting its flight and sending it plummeting into the lava pool, evidently sustaining grievous injuries. Even the legendary Pokémon, stripped of its aura, seemed no more than this. Hunter J retrieved an enormous iron cage, evidently intent on capturing the firebird. "Let us go," Jin Shu whispered, releasing all his Pokémon and succinctly briefing them on the strategy. The situation was dire. The firebird posed an imminent threat, leaving no room for covert observation. "What about me, boss? You haven't assigned me a strategy yet." Little Yu appeared quite forlorn. "Plan for yourself. You needn't consult me on every matter," Jin Shu retorted brusquely. After imparting a few essential reminders, they dashed forward. During their sprint, the The keystone in Zhenshu's pocket radiated a brilliant light, enabling his Scyther to undergo mega evolution. Zhenshu assigned each Pokémon their respective targets. Jirachi surged ahead, charging towards the flock of Wingulls, electric energy crackling around it. With a long-awaited discharge, a wave of electricity surged forth, enveloping all the Wingulls. Before they could react, the electric attack struck, quadrupling its effectiveness against them. The Wingulls collapsed, rendered unconscious in an instant. Meanwhile, the targets of the Vine Snake, Lucario, and Mega Scyther were the Armored Rhino. Seizing the opportune moment, while the Armored Rhino was still recovering from its exertion after launching the Rock Blast. It was the perfect time to strike. The first to act was Little Yu, who had been instructed to improvise. He unleashed 6 Dunsparce from their Pokeballs, and the diminutive creatures swiftly surrounded the massive Armored Rhino, appearing somewhat overambitious. Frenzied Fangs. The Dunsparce, well aware of Little Yu's strategy, charged at the first Pokemon they encountered. Regardless of its identity, biting fiercely. The Armored Rhino, still fatigued from its previous exertion, suddenly found itself besieged by a swarm of seemingly silly little mice. They lunged forth, clamping their powerful jaws onto its sturdy rocky body. Biting stone might seem a folly to any sane individual, yet the Armored Rhino initially dismissed the Dunsparce. It anticipated that once it regained its strength, a mere shake would send them flying. However, as the Dunsparce clambered onto its back, sinking their oversized fangs into its flesh, the Armored Rhino could no longer remain unfazed. How can this be so painful? The Armored Rhino felt as though the Dunsparce were not merely gnawing at its rocky armor, but rather biting directly into its nerves. Even for a Pokemon of its formidable caliber, being simultaneously bitten by 6 Dunsparce was unbearable. The Armored Rhino trembled in agony, its once mighty presence swiftly waning. Little Yu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He knew his strategy was proving effective. Typically, ordinary Pokemon would struggle to inflict harm upon a significantly stronger opponent. Yet the Dunsparce were different. Although lacking in strength, they possessed an extraordinarily abnormal skill, Frenzied Fangs. No matter how powerful the opposing Pokemon or how formidable their defenses, if the Dunsparce found an opening, a single use of Frenzied Fangs would have their vitality. Having endured 6 consecutive Frenzied Fangs, the Armored Rhino was not only in excruciating pain, but also on the brink of exhaustion. In a fit of rage, it thrashed its body, dislodging all the Dunsparce, and then delivered a heavy stomp, instantly dispatching the entire swarm. However, Little Yu merely smiled, recalling the unconscious Dunsparce. Dunsparce, you performed admirably. Now, we shall see how the others fare. Just as the Armored Rhino finished dispatching the Dunsparce, it was confronted by a streaking figure resembling a red meteor. Its pincers akin to dragon heads crashing into its face. Sonic Punch. The Mega Scyther unleashed a full-powered Sonic Punch, landing a decisive blow on the Armored Rhino's visage. The tremendous impact erupted upon the Armored Rhino's face, causing its massive form to topple to the ground, creating a crater and sending dust and debris spiraling outward. Yet, this was merely the onset of the assault. As the Armored Rhino lay incapacitated, another blue comet-like figure appeared before it. With a Neoblaze, it crashed into the Armored Rhino's side. Flying Knee Kick. This second attacker, the Blue Comet, was none other than Lucario. Following the knee kick, several aura spheres rained down upon the Armored Rhino. However, the Armored Rhino, being a master-level Pokemon of exceptional prowess, withstood the onslaught, glaring fiercely at Lucario. Its robust right arm radiated a fierce white light, swinging towards Lucario. This was Hammer Arm, a formidable fighting-type move. Yet, having sustained significant injuries, the Armored Rhino's strike was sluggish. Lucario simply leapt backward, evading the desperate blow. The next attack, however, was one the grounded Armored Rhino could not dodge. A gentle breeze stirred around it, and suddenly, a colossal tornado composed entirely of green leaves erupted, lifting the heavy Armored Rhino off the ground. The leaves sliced through the Armored Rhino's body, and the overwhelming grass-type energy rendered it unable to endure, succumbing to unconsciousness amidst the tempest, stripped of its fighting spirit. Leaf Storm. An exceptionally effective move. Chapter 79. Rescue. The final strike naturally came from the Vine Snake, whose grass-type attack was quadruple effective against the Armored Rhino. Specially designated by Zhenshu for the finishing blow, the Ivy Serpent descended upon the Ultra Armor Rampardos, gazing disdainfully at the unconscious creature beneath its feet, its crimson pupils betraying a hint of contempt, as if to convey, "Is that all there is? Damn it. Hunter you. How could you betray us?" Hunter J seethed through gritted teeth. She watched in disbelief as the tide of battle, once decidedly in her favor, was abruptly turned, a surge of fury rising within her. Yet, she found herself powerless to retaliate, for a sharp flame sword was poised against her throat, the malevolent Sanyin blade ghost standing beside her with a fierce expression. Hunter J felt a chilling yet searing sensation at her neck. Turning her head, she was met by the benign visage of the Sanyin blade ghost. Any rash movements, and you shall perish, it warned, and sensing the unspoken threat in its gaze, Hunter J wisely remained still, silently submitting to her adversary's will. Meanwhile, the triumphant Geralora approached. Having dealt with the seagulls, and securely bound Hunter J with a rope gifted to it by the True Tree. Having been closely tutored by the True Tree, Geralora had honed its skill in knot tying, rendering Hunter J immobile. After completing the binding, Geralora skillfully stuffed a cloth into Hunter J's mouth, thereby finalizing the treatment of the captive. Taking a moment to admire its handiwork, Geralora felt a sense of satisfaction. It was nearly on par with the True Tree's creations, though lacking a touch of artistry, a quality the True Tree had deemed too advanced for a child to master. With the enemies vanquished, the True Tree had its own duties to attend to. Enduring the sweltering heat, it hurried to the edge of the lava pool, enveloping the Firebird within the flames of its orange radiance, aiding in its swift recovery. True Tree, you all are incredible, such formidable foes. Yet your companions dispatched them with such ease, exclaimed Victini, its red gemstone glowing with surprise at their achievements. Just moments ago, it had harbored concerns, only to be astounded by the seamless victory. That is to be expected. After all, we are professionals when it comes to ambushes. We must also extend our gratitude to you, Victini, for you are our good luck charm. It is said that trainers accompanied by you are invincible. The True Tree replied with a smile. Really? Is it truly my contribution? Then I shall stick by your side from now on. If that's all right, True Tree? Victini suddenly declared. The True Tree gently tapped the red gemstone it held and responded, of course, I would always welcome you, Victini. I shall also strive to help you regain your original form, but it may be a tad dull accompanying me. Would you still wish for that? Absolutely. I'm quite serious. It's delightful being with you, True Tree. I'm sticking with you, so don't even think about abandoning me, Victini retorted, puffing up in indignation at the notion of being doubted. That is splendid. Welcome aboard, Victini. From now on, we shall be the closest of companions, the True Tree beamed, genuinely fond of Victini's company. However, it was imperative to expedite the search for Victini's original body, as conversing with a mere stone daily felt somewhat peculiar. Once the True Tree had spoken, it devoted itself wholeheartedly to the healing of the Firebird, channeling all its orange radiance into the creature's form. Given the severity of the Firebird's injuries, even the usually potent orange radiance yielded limited results. Nonetheless, there was a glimmer of hope, as the True Tree sensed the Firebird's vitality steadily strengthening, indicating a swift recovery. As time passed, the onlookers gathered around the True Tree, anxiously observing the Firebird's healing. The Ivy Serpent, Lucario, and Scyther had already retreated to their Pokeballs to rest, finding the ambient heat intolerable. They had left immediately after the battle without a moment's delay. Thank goodness the Firebird is unharmed. Those Pokemon hunters are truly despicable. I shall undoubtedly capture them all in due time, Little U declared with indignation, delivering a hefty kick to Hunter J lying on the ground. It seemed he had embraced his new identity wholeheartedly, severing ties with his former self. Hunter J, witnessing Little U's transformation, was taken aback. She had initially assumed that this ambush was orchestrated solely by him, intending to claim the Firebird for himself, a sentiment she could somewhat comprehend, given the nature of hunters, who often engage in such underhanded dealings. However, she was taken aback by how Little U appeared to have undergone a complete metamorphosis, now embodying the traits of a Pokemon enthusiast rather than an evil hunter. Moreover, he seemed to show utmost respect towards the striking young man standing by the lava pool, referring to him as boss, suggesting he was the true mastermind behind it all. What kind of young man could so profoundly alter another's mindset? As Hunter J gazed at the True Tree, fervently tending to the Firebird, a wave of dread washed over her. For her, death held no fear. Yet, the thought of losing one's autonomy, as Little U had done, becoming an obedient pawn of the enemy, was a fate far more terrifying than death itself. At that moment, the True Tree had no time to concern itself with Hunter J. It sensed that the Firebird was nearing complete recovery, yet it was like a bottomless pit, incessantly drawing upon the True Tree's orange radiance, nearly depleting its essence. Stop! If you keep this up, I shall be drained dry. Firebird, awaken! The True Tree shouted, striving to convey its voice to the Firebird submerged in the lava. A bond of orange radiance linked the True Tree and the Firebird, and the True Tree's cry resonated with the latter. The firebird flickered its eyelids, reopening its eyes, which sparkled with vibrant brilliance as it surged forth from the lava. At that moment, the firebird appeared revitalized. Its wounds had vanished entirely, bearing no trace of its recent injuries, instead emanating an aura of newfound strength. The firebird surveyed its surroundings, its gaze landing softly upon the true tree, surrounded by Pokémon. "Thank you, guardian of the forest, for your aid," it expressed, revealing a rare hint of satisfaction in its tone. No wonder it had been bestowed with the power of Celebi. The true tree, addressing the legendary Pokémon before him, replied, "It is no trouble at all. Extending a hand to a friend in need is the most fundamental of courtesies. Greetings, Firebird. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is True Tree, a fledgling trainer, as you can see." The True Tree's voice carried a rare tremor of anxiety. It was the first time it had conversed with a genuine legendary Pokémon, and to claim it was devoid of nervousness would be a falsehood. "True Tree, thank you. Please accept this token of my gratitude for saving my family. Henceforth, you shall be our friend," the Firebird replied earnestly. Suddenly, its flames erupted into a fierce blaze. Holy fire coalescing at its chest, gradually transforming into a diminutive flame. Though seemingly insignificant, this flame exuded a terrifying presence. It was the Firebird's essence of sacred flame, capable of refining one's body, offering immense benefits to humankind. The pure and pristine flame, akin to a nascent fire lotus, gently descended into the True Tree's hand. "What is this?" The True Tree gazed in wonder at the charming little flame in its palm, curiosity brimming across its face. The flame is truly remarkable. Although it appears to be a conglomeration of numerous fire elements, when it rests in the hands of the True Tree, it evokes no heat, merely a gentle warmth within. This is the essence of the sacred flame, capable of refining your body. Simply consume it directly. "So, this is how it is," mused True Tree. With that, he seized the fire lotus in his hand and promptly placed it into the mouth of the Tsundere blade demon beside him. His physique was already sufficiently robust. Thus, he felt little need for body refinement. It would be more beneficial for the Tsundere blade demon to consume it. Before the Tsundere blade demon could react, True Tree had already fed the flame into its mouth, triggering its fire attraction characteristic, allowing it to absorb the sacred flame essence of the Firebird. Instantly, the Tsundere blade demon entered a state of cultivation, settling down to absorb the sudden influx of energy. Witnessing True Tree's unusual actions, the Firebird was astonished, not expecting him to so readily share the precious sacred flame essence with the Tsundere blade demon. The Firebird's perception of True Tree elevated significantly from him. It discerned truly admirable qualities. This child was indeed worthy of being chosen by Shirabi. His consideration for Pokémon alone surpassed that of many. "True Tree, do you realize? Such essence is something I can scarcely condense myself. It's a treasure so coveted that even other Firebirds would compete fiercely for it." The Firebird's voice carried a hint of admiration, having fully acknowledged True Tree. "No worries, the Tsundere blade demon is my partner. This essence would be far more advantageous for it, as resources should be allocated to those who can best utilize them," True Tree replied nonchalantly, already envisioning the future of the Tsundere blade demon. Soon, it would wield the sacred flame sword in its left hand and the demon fire sword in its right. One blade to vanquish evil, the other to pacify souls. How splendid that would be. However, such a precious entity was incredibly rare, so much so that even legendary Pokémon would covet it. Just as the Firebird was about to speak again, a familiar voice resonated from beneath the magma. "Fear not, True Tree. I shall bestow upon you another sacred flame essence." A sudden, elegant female voice emerged in his mind, prompting True Tree to turn his head in search of its source. What followed was a breathtaking sight. A graceful figure emerged from the magma pool, another Firebird. Firebird, female. Qualification level, golden. Type, fire, flying. Ability, intimidation. Strength, level 60, master level 60, 70. Description, the flame Pokémon. Each flap of its wings sparks a dazzling display, stirring the hearts of those who behold it. It is a beautiful, legendary Pokémon. It was a female Firebird. It seemed they were a pair, which explained the earlier Firebird's gratitude for saving their family. Remarkably, the magma pool concealed a family member of the Firebird. After the female Firebird ascended from the magma, she condensed a sacred flame essence and offered it to True Tree. "This is rather excessive." True Tree hesitated, grasping the essence in his hand. Even the small fire lotus was a treasure to the Firebird. To receive another was quite generous. "Do not be so formal. You must graciously accept it. If it were anyone else, we would not be so generous," the newly emerged female Firebird stated, her tone reflecting a forthright disposition dispelling True Tree's hesitance. Then thank you. I shall accept it. Also, may I inquire if this flame can be utilized by Pokémon that are not of the fire type to enhance their fire resistance? True Tree asked, playfully toying with the small flame in his hand, contemplating its viability. Indeed, it can, as long as you reduce the amount slightly. But I still recommend you use it yourself, the female Firebird responded, albeit with some hesitation. That works for me, True Tree replied, satisfied. He released his Pokeballs, summoning the Ivy Snake, Lucario, and Scyther, and evenly divided the essence into 5 portions. As the Ivy Snake was called forth beside the magma pool, it was about to question True Tree when he promptly fed it a small flame. True Tree then repeated the process for Scyther, Lucario, and Zeraora, before consuming the remaining portion himself. With this, all of them had received the flame, and with the enhancement of the sacred flame essence, True Tree's team would face fire-type Pokémon with much less difficulty in the future. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Beside the magma pool, True Tree and his Pokémon were enveloped in a blaze, absorbing the energy of the sacred flame essence. Above the magma pool, the Firebirds began to converse. True Tree could clearly hear their exchange. How is the child? Rest assured, all is well. Chapter 81, The Rider of Legends. It turned out the Firebirds had offspring, which explained their earlier efforts to disperse surrounding Pokémon. True Tree pondered. He had completely absorbed the sacred flame essence, leaving a fire lotus-shaped mark upon the back of his right hand. After absorbing the sacred flame essence, True Tree's body experienced a comprehensive enhancement, and his fire resistance increased significantly. The Ivy Snake and the others opened their eyes, filled with astonishment. They were no longer afraid of heat. Even standing beside the magma pool posed no issue. The Tsunyan Blade Demon had fully mastered the use of the sacred flame, making it the greatest beneficiary of this encounter. Congratulations, True Tree. Follow me, the Firebird said, appearing quite pleased. A red energy emanated from it, enveloping True Tree and his Pokémon in a protective shield. This was a fireproof barrier. With its protection, they could safely venture beneath the magma pool. The 2 Firebirds dove into the magma, with True Tree and his companions closely trailing behind. Upon entering the magma pool, the entire world turned a fiery red. True Tree spotted a lava snail leisurely submerged in the magma. It nodded at the Firebirds, showing no sign of fear. True Tree inwardly marveled, recognizing this as a true powerhouse, unfazed by living next to legendary Pokémon. Guided by the Firebirds, True Tree and his companions traversed through the depths of the magma pool, entering a cavern devoid of magma, but retaining a high temperature, a fitting habitat for Firebirds. As the 2 Firebirds entered the cave, a resounding bird call echoed, and a miniature Firebird fluttered out, diving into the embrace of its mother. The little Firebird appeared anxious, seemingly displeased with its mother's absence. True Tree, this is our child. It wishes for friends. Would your Pokémon be willing to befriend it? The mother Firebird inquired. Absolutely, that is no problem at all, True Tree promptly agreed. The young Firebird, still in its infancy, required to dwell in warmth due to certain innate deficiencies. Thus, the 2 Kanto Firebirds had traversed great distances to find a suitable haven for their child in the warm region of Hoenn. Though the journey had its trials, the outcome was ultimately favorable. The only concern was that the young Firebird had no companions to play with while living in the cave, prompting the Firebird couple to bring True Tree and his friends down. The Pokémon of Jinshu possess an innate affinity for nature, and before long, they had established a delightful rapport with the little Moltres, engaging in playful antics. Meanwhile, Jinshu continued his conversation with the Moltres couple, akin to a parent accompanying their child to a friend's house for a playdate. Moltres, can you discern the origins of this stone? My friend Victini's consciousness is trapped within it. As their conversation progressed, Jinshu produced the crimson stone from his possession, hoping that Moltres could lend its insight. Victini, eager to partake in the dialogue between Jinshu and Moltres, found itself regrettably silenced, its voice inaudible even to Moltres, with only Jinshu able to hear it. The stone appeared to be a rather common fire mineral, yet it exuded an essence reminiscent of Chimney Mountain. However, one puzzled over how a stone from Chimney Mountain could find its way to this scorching path. After a meticulous examination of the stone presented by Jinshu, Moltres found nothing amiss. It was merely an ordinary rock. Its singular peculiarity was its presence in an unexpected locale. It was quite plausible that a migratory Pokémon had inadvertently transported it from Chimney Mountain to this site. Jinshu, I just remembered. I encountered a peculiar stone while playing at the summit of Chimney Mountain, and then I fell asleep. When I awoke, I found myself trapped here, Victini suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing Moltres mention Chimney Mountain, it finally recalled memories from before its consciousness transfer. Such an important matter, and you only remember it now? By now. Your body might have been claimed by someone else, Jinshu exclaimed anxiously, taken aback by Victini's forgetfulness regarding such a significant issue. It's fine, Jinshu. I specifically chose a secluded spot to play. Surely no one would venture to the mountaintop, right? Victini hesitated. You say surely, but what if someone just happens to pass by? Wouldn't you be doomed to remain in that stone for eternity? Jinshu replied, lightly tapping the red stone in his hand, exasperation evident in his tone. He then clarified the situation to Molters, preparing to depart swiftly for Chimney Mountain. The urgency surrounding Victini's predicament took precedence, and Jinshu resolved to return at a later date to enjoy the company of little Molters. However, Molters reassured Jinshu, advising him not to rush and to first attend to some matters here, promising to carry him directly to Chimney Mountain afterward. Jinshu was overcome with elation, nearly exclaiming Molters' magnificence. This was a chance to soar atop a legendary Pokémon, akin to riding in a luxurious vehicle from a past life. Who wouldn't yearn for such an experience? Bidding a reluctant farewell to little Molters, Jinshu hastened back to Little Yu by the lava pool, promptly administering a mental control serum to Hunter J. From that moment forth, the nefarious Hunter J vanished from the world, replaced by the Pokémon enthusiast, Little J. Jinshu instructed Little J and Little Yu to make their way back to the Evergreen Corporation's headquarters in Purple Iris City, where they would assume responsibility for the company's security operations during this interim. He couldn't help but muse that he now hoped for more villains to appear, fortifying his company with new recruits, as these nefarious individuals in the Pokémon world often possessed remarkable abilities. Jinshu would ensure they faced a thorough reckoning, dedicating his life henceforth to the prosperity of Evergreen. Having resolved the issue with Hunter J, Jinshu officially mounted the majestic Molters, setting off towards Chimney Mountain. With the system's task complete, Jinshu successfully acquired the coveted champion experience card. Notably, upon climbing onto Molters, the system triggered a notification. Ding. Host has successfully ridden Molters. Unlocking achievement, Rider of Legends. Reward, Z-Ring X1, Grass type Z Crystal X1. Chapter 82, The Blazing Pine. As Jinshu soared on Molters, they traversed the path to Chimney Mountain. At that moment, a group clad in red uniforms busily cleared the area of wild Pokémon. Boss, we almost cleared the wild Pokémon in this vicinity. We can now proceed to the summit, reported a Magma team grunt to a man with flowing red hair. The red-haired man turned, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand. Have everyone prepare. We shall ascend. The location of the meteor fragments should be up there. Understood, boss. The grunt replied, dashing off to rally the others for the ascent. The task of expanding the land is indeed formidable, muttered Ji Yensong, gazing up at the towering Chimney Mountain. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Questioned several Alliance officers. Having breached the Magma team's defenses, addressing Ji Yensong sternly. This is part of the Earth, is it not? I merely tread freely upon it. How am I in violation of any regulations? Furthermore, those climbers were exhausted. I merely invited them to descend for a rest, Ji Yensong retorted, unfazed by the encirclement of Alliance officers. The Earth is the territory upon which humanity relies for survival. Without this solid ground, we would have no refuge, and the perilous oceans continuously erode this beautiful land. Let us unite our strength to expand the land together, join the Magma team, and partake in this grand endeavor. Your rhetoric may fool children, but we are not so easily swayed, Ji Yensong. You have breached the Alliance's laws. We are here to arrest you. Surrender now. The officers declared, releasing their pokeballs, surrounding Ji Yensong with 6 formidable Arcanine. Great endeavors are often beset by numerous obstacles. Yet I, Ji Yensong, shall shatter all impediments with my strength, steadfastly advancing the cause of land expansion. Ji Yensong cast his own pokeball, summoning a colossal Charizard before the assembly. Towering at approximately 2.5 meters and exceeding 3 meters in length, it emitted scalding white smoke from its nostrils, with magma coursing from the rocky humps upon its back. Even confronted by 6 Arcanine, Charizard remained composed, while the Arcanine appeared intimidated, their fur bristling as they barked incessantly, hesitant to initiate an attack. That's a champion-level Charizard. Such a formidable presence, murmured one of the Alliance officers, beginning to waver. Champion-level Pokémon are indeed the pinnacle of existence in the Pokémon world, which explains how Ji Yensong could maintain his composure amidst such overwhelming odds. Powerful Pokémon represent the mightiest force in this world, and Ji Yensong, wielding such strength, certainly had the audacity to be arrogant. Quickly, summon support from the Alliance. We need a champion-level fighter to assist us, one officer commanded. Aware that they were wholly inadequate to confront Ji Yensong, choosing to seek reinforcements, A wise decision, but alas, you may find yourselves resting here for a while. Ji Yensong replied with a faint smile, gesturing for Charizard to unleash its power, Earth's might. With a triumphant roar, Charizard stomped its front hooves into the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and 6 stone pillars erupted from the ground, striking the unprepared Arcanine. The 6 swift canines succumbed to an overwhelming barrage of debilitating damage, collapsing simultaneously to the ground, while the expressions of the 6 Alliance officers encircling Chinsong turned ashen. They had anticipated failure, yet they had not foreseen such a thorough defeat. Each of the 6 swift canines had reached gym leader level. Yet when compared to the champion-level Charizard, they were akin to elementary school students facing a heavyweight champion, utterly powerless. Well then, you may all rest easy now, Chinsong remarked nonchalantly. Charizard, use yawn. Having dispatched the formidable Pokémon with such ease, he maintained an air of indifference. Chinsong was acutely aware that he could not harm the Alliance officers. Doing so would embroil him in a relentless conflict with the League, a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, lulling them to slumber was sufficient. Upon receiving Chinsong's command, a white bubble suddenly emerged from Charizard's mouth as it yawned, releasing a languorous sound. The Alliance officers on the opposite side felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over them. They struggled to keep their eyes open, but it was futile. One by one, they succumbed to the ground. Alas, such is the tragedy of the weak. They lack even the qualification to obstruct me. Charizard, let us depart for the summit, Chinsong said. Stretching lazily and patting Charizard's back, he ambled leisurely with Charizard up the slopes of Chimney Mountain. Chimney Mountain is a volcano, its summit crowned with a caldera. In times of its past activity, no one would dare to wander to the peak, for the caldera brimmed with genuine magma. And the intense heat rendered the area akin to a hellscape, a natural forbidden zone for life. However, over the past decade, Chimney Mountain had lain dormant, transforming its summit into a favored destination for tourists. Boss, we've made a significant discovery. Look, we found a mysterious Pokémon next to the caldera, along with what appears to be a meteor fragment. A hasty member of the lava team, clad in uniform, rushed up to Chinsong as he reached the summit. In his left hand, he held a red stone, while his right grasped a metal cage containing an unfamiliar Pokémon. It was diminutive, resembling a squirrel, with large red V-shaped ears and charming little wings on its back. Hand it over. Let me have a look, Chinsong said coolly, retrieving his glasses from his pocket to examine this supposedly unknown Pokémon closely. Upon receiving the cage and the red stone from his subordinate, Chinsong's eyes widened in astonishment. The Pokémon within the cage seemed to embody the symbol of victory from the Unova legends. Ah, it must be Victini. Chapter 83. Here I come. To discover the embodiment of victory, it seems this is a divine revelation, indicating that our ambitions for continental expansion shall surely come to fruition. Chinsong laughed heartily. His spirits lifted at the prospect of acquiring such a Pokémon, a truly auspicious sign. Boss, but it appears that Victini is unconscious. Could it be suffering from some ailment? The lava team member whispered nearby. Victini exhibited signs of life, yet remained in a deep slumber. They had attempted various methods to rouse it, but none had succeeded. Of course, a legendary Pokémon like this could not be so easily obtained. Something must be amiss, Chinsong pondered, though he could not ascertain the cause. He set down the cage to inspect the meteor fragment, which was the primary objective of their mission. It was said that such fragments contained incredible power, potentially serving as a catalyst for their expansion. Chinsong gently stroked the red stone, turning it over in his hands. Yet it felt no different from an ordinary rock, lacking any discernible reaction. Are you certain this is a genuine meteor fragment? Chinsong questioned, feeling a twinge of skepticism. It appeared to be just a peculiar stone, nothing more. Such a stone, he mused, he could have collected in abundance without such elaborate efforts. Suddenly, Chinsong felt a sense of loss for the endeavor, mobilizing so many personnel to this location, even incurring the ire of the Alliance. Only to yield a mere stone and an unconscious Pokémon seemed a poor return on investment. Very well, take these items back and have the research team examine them thoroughly. Everyone should prepare to depart. It is time for us to leave, Chinsong declared, casually tossing the red stone beside Victini. They had lingered atop Chimney Mountain for far too long. Understood, boss, the lava team member nodded respectfully. However, just as he was about to retrieve the cage, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Upon contact with Victini, the red stone erupted in a blinding crimson light, releasing a strange energy that enveloped the unconscious Pokémon. Under this influence, Victini gradually opened its eyes, regaining consciousness. It surveyed its surroundings, its gem-like eyes reflecting a hint of human-like confusion. Where am I? Wasn't I just in the presence of Jinshu, preparing to seek my body atop Chimney Mountain? Victini glanced down to see its familiar little hands, and soon realized that its consciousness had returned to its own body. Marvelous. I'm finally back. I must go find Jinshu. Victini exclaimed, excitedly waving its tiny arms, eager to fly off in search of Jinshu, only to find itself confined within the cage. In its ears, the enthusiastic voice of the Lava Team member echoed, "Boss, splendid news. Who would have thought that the meteor fragment could restore Victini's consciousness? Truly, you are remarkable for achieving what we could not." Indeed, I surmised that Victini's unconsciousness might be linked to the meteor. I simply took a chance. And it seems my hypothesis was correct. Victini has indeed awakened. Our endeavors are destined for success. Chinsong coughed lightly before continuing. Oh no, Jinshu was right. Someone indeed had the audacity to wander near the volcano's caldera. I've been caught. Victini realized its predicament, the earlier excitement dissipating instantly. It swiftly recalled an escape plan, and a strategy quickly formed in its mind. Gripping the bars of the cage, it cast a pleading gaze at Chinsong. Boss, look. It seems Victini wishes to be released. Perhaps it wants to express gratitude and become your Pokémon. The Lava Team member exclaimed, fixated on Victini. Very well, quickly release it. Victini shall become the shining star of our Lava Team. Our endeavors will surely succeed, and the great continent will expand across the entire world. Chinsong declared, arms outstretched. Laughing heartily. Long live the Lava Team. The nearby member echoed, inspired by Chinsong's words as he unlocked the cage. All right, Victini, officially become my Pokémon. Let us strive together for the cause of the Lava Team for all eternity. Chinsong proclaimed, producing a Pokeball to present to Victini. However, contrary to his expectations, Victini did not willingly enter the ball. Instead, it soared outwards, intent on escaping Chimney Mountain to reunite with Jinshu. There was no way it would consent to becoming this man's partner. Jinshu was the only companion it acknowledged. In a desperate bid for freedom, Victini exerted all its strength, flames igniting around it, propelling its speed to new heights as it darted away. Not long after taking flight, Victini heard the lazy yawn of the fire-breathing camel, which instantly lulled it into a drowsy state, robbing it of the strength to continue its flight. It descended into the hands of the Lava Team grunt waiting below. To think it would attempt to flee. Today, you shall become the Pokémon of our leader. There is no alternative. The Lava Team grunt glared fiercely at Victini, barking orders. Should Victini manage to escape, he would face severe repercussions. Fortunately, their leader intervened just in time to subdue Victini. Victini struggled incessantly, but the yawn had sapped its energy, rendering it powerless to break free. Behold, this is the allure of power. Possessing sufficient strength allows us to realize any ambition. Even a legendary Pokémon such as this will obediently serve as our ally. If we can advance further, we shall expand the land across the entire world. Remarked the calm leader, Chien. Indeed, leader, with Victini now as our ally, our venture is destined for success, replied the Lava Team grunt, reverently presenting Victini. Chien also took out a Pokeball, preparing to capture it. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From the sky not far away, a majestic firebird swooped in, its form elegant and engulfed in divine flames. Upon its back stood a striking young man, his voice resonating throughout the Chimney Mountain. Victini, I have arrived. Chapter 84, Reunion. Firebird attack. Jinshu gently patted the firebird's body, prompting it to unleash a torrent of flames toward Chien. Flame burst. Chien halted his actions, issuing commands. The camel's hump turned a fiery red under pressure, and suddenly, two colossal pillars of fire surged skyward, dispersing the firebird's flames as they hurtled toward both the firebird and Jinshu. The firebird elegantly dodged in midair, tracing an exquisite arc to evade the incoming flames. That fire-breathing camel is formidable, Jinshu mused quietly, promptly activating his data analysis eye. Fire-breathing camel, female. Aptitude level, purple. Type, fire ground. Ability, lava armor. Strength, level 71, elite level 70, 80. So it is an elite level Pokemon. No wonder it can disperse the firebird's flames with a single strike. The opposing side possesses a hard power that far surpasses Jinshu's. It appears I cannot afford to hold back, Jinshu murmured, preparing to utilize the recently acquired champion experience card. You quite impressive. At such a young age, you possess this level of strength. However, my dear child, for now, you stand no chance against me. Chien spread his arms wide, continuing, join the Lava Team, child. Your talent deserves to be utilized on the right path. We are in need of a genius like you. With your assistance, our dream of expanding the continent will surely be realized. Stop with your empty words of persuasion. He will not join. A sharp female voice suddenly pierced the air from the summit of Chimney Mountain. Jinshu and Qian gazed skyward, only to behold a blue figure, akin to a jet fighter, swiftly approaching and landing on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Jinshu recognized a robust Pokémon before him. Its deep blue body adorned with red on its upper half and yellow on its lower half. Two protrusions crowned its head, its snout marked by a yellow star-shaped spot, and sharp teeth glistened within its mouth. Biteland Shark, female. Aptitude level, gold. Type, dragon, ground. Ability, Sandveil. Strength, level 81, champion level. Description, the sonic Pokémon. When it retracts its body and extends its wings, resembles a jet plane, capable of flying at the speed of sound. To think it is a Biteland Shark. And a champion level 1 at that. On the back of the Biteland Shark stood a stunning blonde woman dressed in a sleek black trench coat. Her long golden hair cascading down to her calves, exuding both elegance and beauty. A familiar jade pendant dangled from her chest. The golden-haired woman suddenly turned. Her gaze melancholic as she addressed Jinshu in a low voice. It has been a long time, Jinshu. Indeed, it has been a while, Zhulan. The Firebird soared beside the Biteland Shark, and Jinshu embraced the grown Zhulan. He sensed her initially stiffening in his embrace, as if taken aback by the sudden affection. Soon, however, Zhulan reciprocated, whispering repeatedly, "I'm so glad to see you, Jinshu." To Jinshu, their last encounter felt as recent as just a few months ago in the Orange Blossom Forest. Yet, for Zhulan, this reunion had been a long-awaited dream fulfilled after over a decade. Generally, memories from over a decade ago fade, but Zhulan had held on to that memory tightly. Meeting Jinshu had even become a driving force in her growth. Her sole concern was whether Jinshu had forgotten her. Now, Zhulan's wish had come true. Thankfully, her fear was unfounded, for Jinshu recognized her at first glance, embracing her without hesitation. "You have not changed at all, Zhulan, still as adorable as ever." Jinshu teased, gently patting her back. He felt a sense of nostalgia, recalling their last meeting when she was just a little girl, and now she stood nearly as tall as he was. Even the once clumsy Roundland Shark had transformed into the formidable champion-level Biteland Shark. Zhulan had surpassed Jinshu in strength. "Adorable? I clearly have a stylish ensemble, you fool. Do you even understand fashion? Besides, I'm older than you now. You ought to treat me with respect," Zhulan retorted, her cheeks flushing at Jinshu's compliment as she tilted her head defiantly. "It is undeniably stylish. But I still prefer the skirted version of you. After all, in my memory, you have always been that charming little girl. But now, you have grown into a woman of undeniable allure," Jinshu replied earnestly. "While this look is indeed dashing, I still prefer your skirted version," Zhulan declared. "All right, just wait, Jinshu. I'm going to change into a skirt for you." Excited by Jinshu's words, Zhulan mounted the Biteland Shark, ready to depart. But Jinshu swiftly pulled her back. "Hey, my lady, shouldn't we attend to the pressing matters at hand first?" Jinshu pointed helplessly at Qian and the Lava Team grunt, who were still gaping in shock at the scene. Initially, they had been in a tense standoff with Jinshu, but the sudden appearance of such an overwhelmingly powerful woman had left even the elite-level fire-breathing camel seeking refuge, illustrating her terrifying presence. Yet, this woman, who seemed to be of champion caliber, had just been embraced by that boy, exhibiting a demeanor of a shy girl. "First, we must deal with them," Zhulan finally acknowledged, realizing the audience surrounding them. Overwhelmed with excitement at seeing Jinshu, she had completely neglected her surroundings. "Biteland Shark, engage," Zhulan commanded coolly, leaping down from her Pokémon. The Biteland Shark vanished briefly, only to reappear before the fire-breathing camel, delivering a simple dragon claw that knocked the powerful creature unconscious. Next, it materialized before Qian, swiftly snatching Victini. Qian dared not move, facing such a monstrous Pokémon. Even the slightest hint of resistance would likely lead to his demise within seconds. Smokescreen. As the fierce Garchomp escorted Victini towards Shinju and Shulan, the Lava Team minions swiftly commanded their Pokémon to create a smokescreen that obscured their vision. Seizing this opportunity, they made their escape. Although Victini was not successfully captured, obtaining the anticipated meteor shard was sufficient. Chapter 85, Embrace. The once humble Garchomp had grown into an immensely powerful Pokémon. Shinju gently caressed Garchomp's head, and in return, Garchomp affectionately nuzzled against Shinju's face. "Indeed, we have endured various trials to reach this stage. Truth be told, I am now the champion of the Sinnoh region, Shinju," Shulan proclaimed with pride. Observing Shinju's astonished expression, Shulan felt a sense of fulfillment, as if all her years of effort had finally borne fruit. That's incredible, Chulon. You must look after me from now on. Shinju retrieved a full restore and administered it to Victini, who, upon consuming it, awoke from its drowsiness. Thank you, Shinju. Victini exclaimed, instantly revitalized, and leaped into Shinju's embrace. Having previously been in a stone form, it was now finally restored to its original state, which filled it with exhilaration. Don't thank me just yet. You should also express your gratitude to her. Her name is Chulon, a dear friend of mine, and to be precise, it was she who saved you this time. Shinju introduced Chulon to Victini and reiterated the introduction to the Firebird. Thank you, Chulon. Victini also leaped into Chulon's arms, playfully nuzzling her, while the Firebird nodded amiably at Chulon. Chulon possessed a similar aura of orange radiance as Shinju, which afforded her a unique affinity with Pokémon. Victini and the Firebird seemed to gravitate towards you. Shinju, your bond with Pokémon is truly remarkable, Chulon gently remarked. As her interest in the legends of Pokémon naturally made her familiar with both Victini and the Firebird, both of which were legendary Pokémon. To add to the tale, a few months prior, Shinju encountered Celebi, who also had a clone version of Zeraora with him. His surroundings now seemed to be a congregation of legendary Pokémon. The concept of fate is often elusive, much like our meeting here, a testament to destiny, is it not? Shinju smiled. Not at all. I traveled extensively to find you. It was indeed through my efforts that we managed to meet, Chulon retorted, clearly unconvinced. You truly have gone through a lot, Chulon. From her tone, Shinju could discern her sincerity, indicating that this encounter was not merely a coincidence as he had initially thought. It is nothing. Being able to meet you again is more than enough, Chulon replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable radiance as they locked with Shinju's. Come meet my companions, Chulon. Shinju released all his Pokeballs, and his Pokemon partners appeared in a burst of white light. Ivy Snake perched on Shinju's shoulder. The dashing Scyther and Lucario stood beside him, while the somewhat shy Chandelure and Zeraora remained nearby. Wow, Ivy Snake and Scyther, you've both grown, Chulon exclaimed in surprise. Affectionately stroking Ivy Snake's head and bumping fists with Scyther. Shinju, you have trained a Lucario too? I have one as well. As Chulon's voice brimmed with excitement. Her Lucario emerged from its Pokeball. Chulon's Lucario appeared to be quite similar to Shinju's, albeit with a significant disparity in strength, as hers had attained elite 4-level prowess. Moreover, her Lucario was female and seemed to get along splendidly with Shinju's Lucario. Currently, they were engaged in a discussion about the nuances of Aura Sphere. Perhaps Lucario might even spark its first romance during this journey, Shinju mused silently. The two Lucarios were engrossed in conversation, while Ivy Snake and Scyther had already started playing with Garchomp, introducing Zeraora and Chandelure to Garchomp, and soon all 5 Pokemon were engaging in playful games together. How wonderful it is to reunite with friends after such a long time. Everyone appears so happy. I'm glad you still remember me. Thank you, Shinju, Chulon remarked softly. Observing the harmonious scene around her, her hand moving to her chest to gently caress the jade pendant necklace. This was the token she had given Shinju when they parted. And whenever she thought of him, she cherished this pendant. Now that Shinju was by her side, she still retained this habit. How could I forget? We made a promise. A vow to never forget one another. In pursuit of reuniting with you, I have tirelessly worked to enhance my abilities. It was merely a coincidence that we met before I became champion. Shinju also produced the jade pendant he carried, bringing it close to Chulon's, symbolizing their fervent hearts converging together. Chulon took the initiative to embrace Shinju, and he reciprocated. They exchanged no words, merely gazing into each other's eyes. Immersed in the warmth they provided each other, their heads gradually leaned closer until their lips met in a tender kiss. The atmosphere became sweet and intoxicating. The surrounding Pokemon ceased their frolics, quietly observing the affectionate couple, careful not to disturb them. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and they opened their eyes, gazing at each other with a newfound sparkle. Shinju, I like you very much, in a way that is profoundly sincere. I want to let you go. How do you see me? Chulon's face flushed crimson, yet she mustered the courage to whisper into Shinju's ear. After uttering these words, she anxiously fixed her gaze on Shinju, waiting for his response. Her embrace tightened around him. I like you, Shinju simply stated, the 4 words affirming his feelings. Chulon felt an immense relief wash over her, gazing at Shinju with fervor before leaning in to kiss him once more. This kiss was different from the last. While the previous one had been driven by passion, this one was infused with joy and sweetness, a long kiss that enveloped them in closeness. As they engaged in this intimate contact, Chulon sensed a peculiar shift. Shinju's hands, seemingly restless, ventured upward and downward, boldly exploring. This rascal, he is quite audacious, Chulon thought, feeling a tinge of shyness but not hindering him. After a while, they parted once again. Shulan's face was flushed crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head, while Shinju appeared utterly entranced. Once they separated, the surrounding Pokémon erupted into applause, celebrating their moment. Chapter 86, The Beach. The Pokémon enthusiastically clapped in celebration. Even Ivy Snake joined in with a sparse rhythm, causing Shinju and Shulan to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Shinju, what were you two just doing? How could you keep your mouths together for so long? That's impressive. I want to try as well. Zeraora expressed curiosity, tugging at Chandelure to attempt a kiss. Children should not attempt such things lightly, for terrifying consequences may ensue. Moreover, such matters require mutual consent. Forcing someone else could lead to dire repercussions, Shinju explained to Zeraora with a hint of exasperation. Zeraora, being the curious child it was, desired to emulate whatever Shinju did. What? Chandelure is unwilling? Then, is there anyone else who would like to mimic Shinju? Jellicent raised her hand to inquire about the other companions, yet she received no response whatsoever. In comparison to the oblivious Jellicent, the others possessed a modicum more understanding. Take, for instance, the Servine. Her gaze directed at Tsubaki had noticeably shifted, infused with a heightened sense of wariness. To her, Tsubaki was yet another woman attempting to usurp her position in the heart of Shinju, and it appeared she was succeeding. All right, let us procure some sustenance. It has been quite a while since we last ate, and I believe everyone is rather famished. Shinju deftly shifted the topic. This proved quite effective, as the Pokémon ceased their prior discussion and began to deliberate on what delectable fare they might indulge in. Very well, I concur. However, it would be splendid if Shinju could personally prepare a meal. How about roasted fish? Tsubaki raised her hand, her excitement palpable. The memory of Shinju's last roasted fish lingered in her mind, and she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The Pokémon voiced no objections, expressing their willingness to eat whatever Shinju prepared. Tsubaki, elated, clapped her hands like a child, urging Shinju to expedite the cooking process. However, Shinju, with an air of resignation, spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. But there are no fish here. He was indifferent to what he made, but surely ingredients were a necessity. That's rather simple. If there are no fish here, we shall venture to where fish abound. Are you really that dim-witted, Shinju? Tsubaki playfully tapped his head. Oh right. We now have Pokémon that can fly. Shinju finally recalled that they could simply soar through the skies on their Pokémon. Although the Molters had returned to the fiery path, they still possessed a jet-powered Pokémon. The formidable Garchomp could easily carry 2 individuals. Hurry aboard, Tsubaki exclaimed, taking Shinju's hand as they climbed onto Garchomp's back. Given the limited space, the two found themselves in close proximity, a sensation both relished. Is there anything I should be aware of while riding a champion-level Pokémon for the first time? Shinju jested with a smile. You ought to hold on tight. Garchomp's speed is quite something, and if you were to fall, it would be rather troublesome. With a gentle pat on Garchomp's flank, Tsubaki signaled that they were ready for takeoff. Garchomp took flight, gaining speed until it reached supersonic levels. The fierce winds sliced through the air like blades. Yet they were shielded by an energy membrane generated by Garchomp, preventing any harm. Due to Garchomp's incredible velocity, it felt as though mere moments had passed before they began their gentle descent. Before them lay a pristine beach, the azure sea stretching out endlessly. A subtle sea breeze caressing their faces, infused with the ocean's characteristic salinity. Waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, while several wingulls soared overhead, swiftly snatching a fish or 2 from the waters before gulping them down. This place, I've been here before, Shinju mused, gazing at the familiar beach, lost in recollection. The last time he had visited, it was with Tsubaki, and they had shared joyous moments that left indelible memories. Shinju, do you remember? We played here last time as well, Tsubaki reminisced. During her quest to find Shinju and Hoenn, she had stumbled upon this very beach. Since then, she had returned whenever she could, as each visit brought her tranquility and joy. Since this beach lay beneath a cliff, it was devoid of any visitors. Much to Shinju and Tsubaki's advantage, it seemed to have transformed into their private sanctuary, a place where they could relish the beauty without concern for interruptions. Shinju, just a few days ago, I built a small house here. Come, let me show you, Tsubaki suddenly remembered, taking Shinju's hand and leading him toward an open space beside the beach. What on earth do you call this a small house? This is clearly a villa, and a seaside villa at that. The structure before them spanned at least 200 square meters, boasting 2.5 stories, exquisitely designed. A magnificent villa indeed. For Tsubaki to refer to it as a small house was nothing short of ostentatious. Rumor had it that Tsubaki had purchased this house outright. It was a portable space that could shrink to fit in one's pocket, a marvel of Pokémon world technology that expanded when needed. Such a feature was incredibly powerful. Though its sole drawback was its exorbitant cost, it was evident that the champion of Sinnoh was not without means, leaving the aspiring trainer and small business owner, Shinju, feeling somewhat out of his league. Does this mean I've hitched my wagon to a wealthy heiress? Shinju pondered. Come inside and see, though there's not much within, Tsubaki remarked, standing before the door, which opened of its own accord. Shinju followed her inside, exploring the villa's interior. There was little of note within, with scant furnishings. Yet the kitchen was well stocked with an array of spices. Armed with these ingredients, Shinju felt confident he could craft a roasted fish even more delectable than the last. After departing from Tsubaki's villa, Shinju gathered some firewood and returned to the beach to start a fire. After communicating with a wingull, he successfully procured a fine catch. A brief preparation followed, and soon the fish was sizzling over the flames. The aroma of roasted fish wafted through the air, eliciting a look of longing in Tsubaki's eyes. She had eagerly awaited this moment. With a crackle, Tsubaki hastily seized the roasted fish, taking a hearty bite. The crisp, fragrant fish filled her with a sense of bliss, reminiscent of flavors she had long missed. Now, at last, she savored it once more, nibbling thoughtfully as she gazed at Shinju. Take your time. Eating in haste could lead to burns, Shinju advised, wiping her hands and offering her another fish. Despite being the champion of the Sinnoh region, she still appeared as the youthful girl before him. That's simply one to-do. I've waited over a decade for this moment, and under these circumstances, who could possibly remain composed? Tsubaki replied, accepting the fish Shinju offered, one in each hand, relishing each bite. Not to worry, now that we have reunited. I shall prepare as much fish as you desire, Shinju mused, resting his chin on his hand as he watched Tsubaki devour the roasted fish, feeling a different kind of satisfaction. As the sun dipped below the horizon, merging with the sea, darkness enveloped the sky, adorned with countless twinkling stars. Shinju and Tsubaki returned to the tree where they had once rested, lying on a bed of leaves and gazing up at the stars. Bathed in moonlight, they drifted into a deep slumber, surrendering to dreams. The following morning, after preparing breakfast, Shinju suddenly recalled a crucial task. He needed to deliver a message to Fiery Town. This journey had been filled with encounters, first with Moltres, then with Victini and Tsubaki, each important event causing him to forget his initial purpose. Thus, after discussing it with Tsubaki, they once again boarded Garchomp for their flight to the base of Chimney Hill, heading toward Fiery Town. With Garchomp's full acceleration, Chimney Hill soon loomed before them. Shinju, holding a map, directed Garchomp as they descended gradually onto the ground adjacent to Fiery Town. Shinju and Tsubaki disembarked, slowly approaching the tranquil little town. As they had scarcely taken a few steps, they encountered a cheerful woman adorned in the distinctive attire of Fuyin, approaching them with a welcoming smile. Greetings. Welcome to our charming Fuyin town. Do indulge in our local delicacy, Fuyin Senbei, and do try this as well. It's a onsen egg, perfectly boiled in the hot springs. Thank you, but we are here to seek out the gym leader, Yasha. Would you happen to know her whereabouts? Asked Masaki, accepting the local delicacies from the woman and steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. You must be here to challenge the gym, I presume? That girl Yasha just left for Inu town a few days ago for an assignment and is temporarily away. However, she mentioned she would return today. You might as well explore the town while you wait for her, the woman replied with practiced ease. Recently, many have come to challenge the gym, but alas, they departed due to Yasha's absence, she continued. Masaki, let us explore a bit. I've never had a proper stroll around Fuyin town, said Chulon, supporting Masaki's arm. Today, she had donned a floral dress and styled her hair in playful pigtails, exuding a youthful charm. All right, let us start with a dip in the hot springs. That must be the town's biggest attraction, Masaki agreed, taking Chulon's hand as they ventured into the heart of Fuyin town. Rich in geothermal resources, Fuyin town boasts numerous natural hot springs, with temperatures reaching up to 90 degrees Celsius. The local residents frequently boil eggs directly in the hot springs, hence the onsen eggs they had just received. Upon entering a hot spring establishment, Chulon eagerly approached the front desk, while Masaki patiently waited nearby. After a short while, having paid the fee, a staff member escorted them to a private hot spring room, leaving just Masaki and Chulon together. The hot spring was approximately 3 square meters in size, ample for two. All right, let us begin washing, Chulon said, securing the door with a lock. Are you suggesting we wash together? Masaki paused, realizing the implications. Why not? Are you afraid, Masaki big brother? Chulon teased lightly, shedding her dress to reveal her smooth, porcelain skin. Noticing Masaki still rooted in place, she curiously urged, what is the hold up? Hurry and undress so we can wash. Well, since you insist, Chulon, he replied, casting aside his garments and presenting himself openly to her. That's the spirit. Now, let us immerse ourselves, Chulon said, taking Masaki's hand and leading him into the warm embrace of the hot spring water. As they settled in, Masaki felt enveloped in a delightful warmth. How does it feel? Quite pleasant, I assent it. Chulon remarked lazily after swimming a few strokes. Very enjoyable indeed, but I find this even more so. What do you think? Masaki grinned mischievously, wrapping his arms around her. I must admit, I'm quite comfortable too. But, Masaki, I assent this a bit overwhelming for you? Chulon replied, relishing the embrace. Though Masaki's playful antics stirred her. Ah, what can I say? You're simply too enchanting, Chulon. May I? Masaki inquired, his arms encircling her waist. You sly devil. You were just pretending to be hesitant. She laughed softly, seizing upon Masaki's vulnerability. That's out of the question for now. Later, perhaps, but for now, this is more than sufficient. As she leaned in, their lips met, igniting the atmosphere of the steamy hot spring room with heightened passion. Upon exiting the hot spring, both Masaki and Chulon appeared rejuvenated, their hands intertwined, reluctant to part. Masaki, wasn't the hot spring delightful? Shall we return here again? Chulon gently leaned against Masaki's shoulder, her voice soft. Absolutely. This splendid place warrants multiple visits, Masaki replied, reminiscing about the enchanting experience they had just shared. As they approached the front desk to settle their bill, a girl with vibrant red hair joined them, exclaiming, Xiaowei, please book me a room. I haven't indulged in the hot springs for days, and I'm absolutely yearning for it. Fuyan Town truly is the best. The receptionist, seemingly well acquainted with the red-haired girl, responded, Yasha, you're finally back. Yasha? Is that not the very gym leader Masaki seeks? Are you Yasha? Masaki inquired hastily. Indeed. Are you challengers? However, you must wait a little longer. I'm off to enjoy the hot springs first. Until next time, farewell. Yasha waved her room key and departed without a backward glance. It seemed she wasn't particularly fond of her responsibilities. The gym leaders of Hoenn certainly possessed their own unique character, Chulon remarked quietly, patting Masaki's shoulder. Next time, I'll take you to Sinnoh. Their gym leaders are quite fascinating. Very well, Sinnoh it is. I shall certainly seize the opportunity to visit. Masaki thought himself fortunate not to have arrived earlier. Otherwise, they would have had to wait an interminable time for Yasha's return. After a brief wait, Masaki and Chulon successfully intercepted Yasha once more at the hot springs entrance, guiding her to the Fuyan gym. Honestly, I wasn't prepared to start working so soon. Can't you let me rest a few more days? Yasha protested, appearing quite unwilling, not at all resembling someone who had just enjoyed several days of leisure. Yasha, I've heard you've been away for a few days. It's high time you shifted your focus back to your duties as gym leader, Chulon said kindly yet assertively, embodying the spirit of a champion. All right, a gym leader battle, is it? I shall certainly participate on time. I've also stowed away the documents Masaki provided. Do you require anything else? Yasha shrugged, her lack of enthusiasm evident. This is far from over. I still need to challenge you, so do not let your guard down just yet. Show me your prowess as a gym leader. Masaki persisted. Yasha groaned, clutching her head. Wait, you want to challenge me? This is far too much trouble. I should never have accepted this position from my grandfather. Perhaps I should just summon him to battle you instead, or simply hand you the badge. Are you jesting? Since you accepted this role, you ought to embrace it fully. Return to your post at once. Chulon asserted with a stern demeanor, pulling the slumped Yasha toward the battle arena, positioning her at the gym leader's side. After our battle, I shall teach you a technique that will significantly lighten your workload. How about that? Just a hint. This technique was imparted to me by the esteemed gym leader Taishian of the Purple Iris Gym, who has decades of experience. Are you interested in learning? Masaki spoke mysteriously, confident that his words would pique Yasha's interest. After all, he understood her sentiments. Someone disinclined toward work, like her, would surely be intrigued by methods of evading it. Moreover, Taishian was a revered elder in Hoenn, his wisdom invaluable. Methods to reduce my workload? Please, I implore you to share them with me. Yasha's eyes sparkled with renewed zeal upon hearing Masaki's proposition, her fiery spirit igniting. Then let us engage in an exhilarating battle. Masaki warned. Be cautious, Yasha. Though you've only recently assumed office, do not underestimate me. I possess a skill passed down from my grandfather, and I shall demonstrate to you the fiery techniques honed on this land. With a resolute demeanor, Asha retrieved a pokeball from her pocket and addressed Jinshu earnestly. While she might indulge in moments of leisure when disinclined to work, once she enters her professional mode, her dedication is unwavering, such is Asha's style. Jinshu, give it your all. I will be right here cheering for you. Zhulan stood by the sidelines, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This was her first time witnessing Zhen Shu earnestly engage in battle, and her heart brimmed with excitement. You shall not be disappointed. Allow me to showcase my battle prowess. Zhen Shu declared earnestly. It is decided, Song Yin Ringue. Asha summoned a fire-type Pokémon, and Zhen Shu felt that Song Yin Ringue was the optimal choice. A beam of light erupted from the Pokeball, revealing the dashing Song Yin Ringue on the battlefield. It brandished its flaming swords with fervor, its eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. This marked its inaugural battle since joining Zhen Shu's team, and it was eager to demonstrate its capabilities. Go, Song Yin Ringue. And brother, if you cannot secure victory, we shall train together afterward. Another flash of light illuminated the area as Gialela emerged from its ball, coming forth to support its dear companion. Fear not, with my presence, Zhen Shu will surely triumph. The voice of Victini resonated in Zhen Shu's mind. Nestled comfortably in his pocket. According to its own assertions, it relished this sensation, a habit formed from its consciousness being ensnared in stone. Oh, an unfamiliar Pokémon. It appears to be another fire type. In that case, I cannot afford to lose. Asha released her own Pokeball, and amidst a burst of white light, a large, orange-red turtle emerged on the battlefield, settling opposite Song Yin Ringue. Coal Turtle Male. Qualification level, Blue. Type, Fire. Ability, Sunny Day. Level, 31 Veteran. Description, a coal Pokémon that incessantly digs for coal in the mountains and stores it in the holes of its shell to burn. When attacked, it emits black smoke to escape. Upon its entry, Coal Turtle's Sunny Day ability activated, transforming the battlefield into a blazing sunny environment conducive to fire-type Pokémon battles. However, as Song Yin Ringue is also a fire type, the sunny weather bore little significance. Both Pokémon had their strengths amplified, rendering the enhancement effectively null. Close in, commanded Zhen Shu. Under his direction, Song Yin Ringue crossed its twin swords before its chest and charged rapidly toward Coal Turtle. Flamethrower, Asha commanded, instructing Coal Turtle to unleash its powerful move. Flamethrower, a formidable fire-type technique, can unleash devastating power akin to ultimate moves when the Pokémon's stamina is sufficient. With a mighty roar, Coal Turtle released a brilliant beam of light from its shell, sending a colossal pillar of fire soaring skyward, resembling a fearsome dragon of flames. Swiftly advancing towards Song Yin Ringue. Chapter 89, Victini's First Battle. Bolstered by the sunny conditions, the power of Flamethrower was indeed terrifying. Yet, Song Yin Ringue showed no inclination to evade. On the contrary, it charged directly into the fray. With its ability to ignite, Song Yin Ringue absorbed all of Coal Turtle's previously disadvantageous flames. Crimson flames enveloped Song Yin Ringue, further augmenting its momentum. What? Coal Turtle's fire attack has proven ineffective. Asha appeared visibly astonished. Conventionally, under such overwhelming flamethrower, even a Pokémon resistant to fire-type moves would sustain significant damage. Yet Song Yin Ringue not only emerged unscathed, but also absorbed the flames to enhance itself. Zhulan nodded, internally praising the splendid response. Song Yin Ringue's ability allowed it to completely disregard all fire-type assaults, a tactical advantage that Zhen Shu had skillfully exploited. Revenant Blade. At that moment, Song Yin Ringue had already surged to Coal Turtle's side, its arms wielding swords ignited in distinct hues, one red, the other purple. The left sword blazed with the divine essence of sacred fire, while the right emitted ghostly flames imbued with resentment. The crossed swords traced a resplendent arc in the air as they descended upon Coal Turtle's head. Coal Turtle attempted to evade, but its movements were sluggish. It could only watch as the two formidable fiery blades struck its cranium. Bang! The swords made contact, leaving Coal Turtle dazed and struggling to continue the fight. Although it had a resistance to fire-type attacks, Song Yin Ringue's strike was amplified by the sunny weather and the igniting ability, landing a critical blow. Thus, even the resilient Coal Turtle could not withstand such an assault. Coal Turtle, retaliate with earth power. Asha shifted her strategy, aiming for Coal Turtle to counter with the ground-type move effective against Song Yin Ringue. However, Zhen Shu would not grant the opponent such an opportunity. Song Yin Ringue promptly executed Shadow Sneak, sending the already weakened Coal Turtle into a state of unconsciousness. Song Yin Ringue emerged victorious in its debut battle. Incredible. Truly worthy of being my partner. Gialela was the first to rush into the arena, fist-bumping with Song Yin Ringue. Victini fluttered around Song Yin Ringue, signaling victory with its hand gesture. Suddenly, it zipped over to Zhen Shu and implored, "Zhen Shu, I beg you, Let me participate in the next battle. I too wish to experience the thrill of combat. Victini clenched its tiny fist, exuding determination. Gialela, still celebrating, chimed in, I want to join too. I want to join. Clearly, both were invigorated by the recent battle and were brimming with fighting spirit. Jinshu gently stroked their heads and smiled, saying, of course, no problem. For the next match, let Victini take the lead, and Gialela, you shall be the grand finale. Such camaraderie. Jinshu and his Pokémon share a wonderful bond. Zhulan reflected. Indeed, but I have never encountered his Pokémon before, Asha remarked, her finger pointing in curiosity at Gialela and Victini. Neither the Tsang Yin Rin Gui from earlier nor the two Pokémon before her were familiar to her. After all, Tsang Yin Rin Gui primarily resides in the distant Paldea region, far from Hoenn. Furthermore, Gialela and Victini are exceedingly rare mythical creatures within the entire Pokémon world. It was entirely reasonable for Asha not to recognize them. In that case, I shall send forth this fellow. Jinshu, you must be wary. Asha reignited her fighting spirit, tossing her Pokeball to unleash her second Pokémon. Amidst a burst of white light, a lava snail materialized on the battlefield. Its body was a fiery red, resembling a slug composed of magma, with a rocky shell adorning its back. Lava snail, male. Qualification level, blue. Type, fire rock. Ability, flame body. Level, 33, veteran. Description, its body is in a constant state of fluctuation, burning hot like lava, and sparks occasionally erupt from its shell. Ah, the lava snail. A formidable opponent indeed. How will Jinshu respond? Zhulan pondered silently as an observer. Go, Victini. Jinshu extended his hand, and Victini soared onto the field. It hovered in midair, fist clenched, its large eyes reflecting a serious demeanor as it intently focused on the opposing lava snail. Clearly, Victini was approaching this battle with utmost seriousness. Meditate. Victini closed its eyes, commencing the concentration of its mental energy through meditation. Meditation is an enhancement technique of the psychic type, which, upon successful execution, elevates a Pokémon's special attack and special defense. Power Gem. Aisha fervently commanded, opting for a direct offensive. A brilliant yellow light enveloped the lava snail, and a gleaming gem materialized before it, transforming into a beam that surged forth towards Victini. Bam! The meteor beam struck, yet due to the meditation recently completed by Victini, which bolstered its special defense, the impact inflicted minimal damage. Continue meditating. Jinshu commanded, as Victini closed its eyes once more, its aura steadily rising. Jinshu aimed to capitalize on this momentum to determine the outcome decisively, Bamboo Orchid thought. Given the lava snail's relatively low attack power and the lackluster potency of its moves, Victini was well within its rights to endure the opponent's attacks and fortify itself through meditation, ultimately delivering a decisive blow with its enhanced strength. Indeed, the scene unfolding was as Bamboo Orchid had anticipated. The power gem unleashed by the lava snail was effortlessly absorbed by Victini. Now, Victini had successfully completed 2 rounds of enhancement through meditation. This is the final strike, Victini. Use Psychic. Victini soared into the air, an ethereal purple energy converging upon it. This potent psychic energy crashing down upon the lava snail like a colossal wave. The attack, bolstered by 2 enhancements, was staggering. The lava snail blinked in bewilderment before collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Victini had successfully executed Jinshu's strategy, delivering a decisive blow after its enhancements. It now hovered in midair, hands on hips, wearing an expression of triumph. Jinshu could hear Victini's exuberant voice echoing in his mind. See, I am not merely adorable. My strength is unparalleled. You now recognize my prowess, don't you, Jinshu? Incredible. Truly worthy of you. Jinshu cheered, applauding Victini's splendid performance. Chapter 90, Firepower Coverage. With the conclusion of the second battle, the final showdown loomed. Aisha unleashed her trump card, the Dusknoir. The Dusknoir, robust in stature, bore a coat of fur that appeared to be ablaze. Its arms resembled colossal cannons, adorned with flame-like patterns. Dusknoir, female. Qualification level, blue. Type, fire. Ability, flame body. Strength, level 35, advanced. Description, a blaze Pokémon. Numerous factories still rely on the flames of Dusknoir for metal processing. Ah, Dusknoir. It exudes a commanding presence. No wonder it is Aisha's ace. This is bound to be an intense battle, Bamboo Orchid mused, nodding at the sight of Dusknoir. Aisha, granddaughter of the former champion, clearly had no issues in nurturing such a Pokémon, earning Bamboo Orchid's approval. Meanwhile, Jinshu Zerud also leaped onto the battlefield. It flexed its muscles, arcs of electricity dancing across its form, a clear indication of its combat readiness. Both Pokémon were poised, the battle officially commencing. As the match began, Zarude surged forward, closing the distance to Dusknoir. Dusknoir favored long-range assaults, thus engaging in close combat would grant Zarude a distinct advantage. Flamethrower. Dusknoir inhaled deeply, the surrounding air vibrating as the temperature soared, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that formed a wall between Zarude and Dusknoir. The fierce flames crackled ominously, prompting Bamboo Orchid to instinctively take 2 steps back from the oppressive heat. Fortunately, the arena was constructed with special fire-resistant materials. Otherwise, it would have succumbed to such inferno. In the face of Dusknoir's fearsome flames, Zarude displayed no signs of trepidation. It approached the wall of fire, slightly bending its legs before springing up like a coiled spring, soaring over the flames. What sort of monster is your Pokémon that it can leap so high? Aisha exclaimed in astonishment. That leap nearly brought Zarude to the ceiling of the gym. Such vertical prowess was akin to flight. Bamboo Orchid nodded in agreement, jotting down notes. With that leap, Zarude successfully closed in on Dusknoir. It moved with agility, swiftly appearing before Dusknoir, its right fist crackling with fierce electricity, the energy coalescing with a piercing hiss. Plasma Fist. Bam! The punch landed solidly on Dusknoir's left cheek. Dusknoir emitted a pained cry as it was sent flying several meters away. The current coursing through its body inflicted intense agony, causing its movements to slow under the electrical influence. Zarude's strike had proven remarkably effective. What a spectacular attack! That is Zarude's signature move, Plasma Fist. Bamboo Orchid exclaimed, excitedly documenting the move's characteristics in her notebook. Smokescreen. Aisha commanded swiftly. Dusknoir, gritting through the pain, raised its cannon-like arms. Thick black smoke billowed from the cannon's end, enveloping Dusknoir entirely. Zarude, eager to pursue, found itself thwarted by the obscuring smoke, unable to discern its opponent's location. Now's your chance. Dusknoir, Flamethrower. Aisha seized the opportunity to direct Dusknoir to attack, a volley of flames erupting from the smoke in a cunning angle. However, Zarude's reflexes were equally quick. It executed a wide turn, narrowly evading the treacherous Flamethrower. Yet, its tail was singed, leaving some charred fur. Well done. Dusknoir, continue the assault. Aisha urged, invigorated. A barrage of flames erupted from the smoke, forcing Zarude to navigate a perilous escape. Although it evaded the majority of the onslaught, some flames still grazed it, leaving numerous scars. However, under Junshu's healing prowess, Zarude's wounds were rapidly mending, returning it to its former state. This is troublesome. Zarude has fallen into the rhythm of the opponent's attacks, rendering it quite passive. Junshu mused, contemplating strategies to counter the predicament. Observing Zarude's struggles, Bamboo Orchid felt a surge of tension. The tide of battle began to shift, and Aisha's smile re-emerged. This is the technique we honed at the volcano's edge. Impressive, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, quite remarkable, but there are areas for improvement. Zarude, use Shadow Clone. Junshu whispered. No sooner had he spoken than Zarude created a multitude of duplicates. Aisha was taken aback, as Dusknoir could no longer discern its surroundings through the smoke. Previously, Aisha had been able to direct attacks based on visibility, but now the arena was filled with indistinguishable Zarudes. She found herself unable to ascertain which was real. With the cover of the clones, Dusknoir's attacks fell futile, failing to strike Zarude's true form. A stunning defense. With Shadow Clone, the opponent's attacks can hardly connect. Bamboo Orchid noted. However, the current priority remained identifying Dusknoir amidst the smoke. That was the key to victory. Bamboo Orchid stroked her chin thoughtfully, murmuring. Just as she surmised, Zarude's clones charged into the smoke, attempting to locate Dusknoir. However, the Dusk Lycanroc was also quite adept at concealing itself within the smoke screen. Despite Jirachi's numerous attempts to locate its opponent, it was unable to discern any trace of it. Jirachi, there's no need to continue searching. I have a more direct approach, Masaki remarked, holding his head in mild exasperation. It seemed that Jirachi's combat intelligence required further refinement. Aimlessly pursuing the opponent was indeed a poor tactic. If we cannot find it, then let us not waste time. We can simply unleash a barrage of attacks across the entire smoke area. Regardless, we are bound to strike our foe. Masaki's words served as a revelation for Jirachi. You're absolutely right. There's no need to search. We can just bombard the smoke with our skills. Enlightened, Jirachi unleashed a powerful discharge of electricity, engulfing the entire smoke screen. The already weakened Dusk Lycanroc could not withstand the onslaught and succumbed to unconsciousness within the haze. Jirachi emerged victorious, and Masaki triumphed in the gym challenge with a flawless 3-0 score. Chapter 91, Superior Splendid. Jirachi. Victini appeared exuberant, flitting joyfully around Jirachi. It's truly Masaki's battle style. I eagerly anticipate our future clash, said Tulip, approaching Masaki with encouragement. I suppose it might take a little while longer, but it shouldn't be too long. We will likely encounter each other in the upcoming tournament, Masaki asserted resolutely. Although the gap between them was still considerable, he held great confidence in his rate of improvement. Indeed, I trust in you, Tulip murmured softly. As they conversed, they remained oblivious to Aisha, who had quietly approached their side, observing them intently. When Masaki turned, he was startled to find Aisha's serious expression. I suppose you can teach me the method of slacking off like Iron Spin now. Despite her loss, Aisha appeared surprisingly unfazed. From her gaze, Masaki sensed a profound thirst for knowledge. He had assumed she would inquire about something else, only to discover her interest in this particular strategy. Of course, I can share that with you, he replied. After a brief pause, he recounted how Iron Spin had set up various traps and mazes within the gym. Ah, I see. No wonder I heard that old man seems to have a leisurely life, gallivanting around. It's because those mechanisms deterred many challengers. Aisha's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to implement similar configurations in her own gym. Compared to other Hoenn gyms, the fiery gym indeed represented a refreshing approach. With no mechanisms in place, challengers could freely challenge the gym, which was convenient for them, yet a nightmare for the gym leaders. It was no surprise that gym leaders devised so many obstacles. Was it not to alleviate the pressure of being challenged? Masaki, wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? Tulip inquired, glancing at Aisha, who was already examining trap designs throughout the gym. As a champion of the league, she felt this behavior might be questionable. Yet she hesitated to interfere in another's gym affairs. It wouldn't be inappropriate at all. Consider it from another perspective. The mechanisms in a gym are akin to the Elite Four in your league. With their assistance, they can deter many challengers, allowing you to conserve your time, Masaki patiently explained. You're right, Masaki. Gym leaders indeed require these mechanisms to hold back certain challengers. Tulip quickly grasped his reasoning. Were it not for the Elite Four preventing 90% of challengers, she would not possess so much time to visit Hoenn and seek out Masaki. Tulip, do you think being a champion is exhausting? Are there numerous matters to attend to? If it's too burdensome, I can relinquish my title. Masaki suddenly posed a question. If one were to take responsibility, yes, it would be quite busy. However, I delegate most tasks to others, so it's rather manageable. Tulip shrugged, responding. Masaki pondered her words, realizing that being a champion was not an easy task. It was no wonder that Stephen had ceased to pursue the title, instead traveling the world in search of stones. My apologies, I forgot to give this to you. Aisha sheepishly scratched her head, producing a flame-shaped badge and presenting it to Masaki. After hearing Masaki's slacking strategy, she had been so preoccupied with thoughts of trap designs that she completely overlooked the badge. It was only after Masaki's reminder that she recalled it. No worries. I completely understand. Masaki smiled as he accepted the badge into his collection. With this, he had gathered 4 badges, marking the halfway point of his collection. Ding. Host has successfully acquired the fiery badge. Rewards received. 10 rare candies, 1 silver crown. Rare candy. A candy imbued with extraordinary power. Each piece can elevate a Pokémon's level by 1. Silver crown. A crown containing mysterious power. When used, it can enhance a Pokémon's talent level by 1 tier. Excellent. These are all items that can directly enhance a Pokémon's strength. They are indeed quite practical. Come forth. Gloom. Gloom appeared, albeit with a somewhat sullen demeanor. Masaki had recently acquired a new Pokémon, which had led to a significant decrease in attention towards her. In fact, she had not even been summoned for this gym challenge. What is this? You actually have the inclination to call me out today? Gloom's voice echoed in Masaki's mind, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Of course, I have some splendid items for my ace to utilize, Masaki replied, retrieving the recently acquired silver crown and confirming its use on Gloom via the system panel. What is it? Just as Gloom was about to speak, she felt a surge of potent energy flowing from the silver crown into her body, nurturing her cellular structure. This infusion resulted in a comprehensive enhancement of her physical capabilities, significantly increasing her energy reserves. But wait, there's more. Here, eat this, Masaki exclaimed, producing several rare candies to feed to Gloom. The rare candies transformed into mystical energy, flooding into Gloom's body, visibly augmenting her strength. As her level surged, combined with the enhancement from the silver crown, Gloom, who was already on the brink of evolution, suddenly broke through that final barrier. A radiant green light enveloped her, and her form underwent a transformative evolution towards a higher state of existence. What is happening? Gloom is evolving, Masaki exclaimed in surprise. Tulip, having just turned from her conversation with Aisha, was equally astonished. What happened, Masaki? She queried. It was merely a matter of time. The evolution was imminent. And I provided a slight catalyst, Masaki softly explained, gazing at the evolving gloom with fervor. He recalled their first encounter, where they were both inexperienced novices. Now, Masaki had experienced significant growth, and gloom was evolving towards her final form. This was the essence of growth, and evolution marked the moment of reaping its rewards. As the green light dissipated, gloom emerged in a new form, now bearing a new name. Superior. Chapter 92, Friendship Battle Superior, Female. Qualification level, Golden. Type, Grass. Ability, Contrary. Strength, Level 37, Advanced. Description, a royal Pokémon. Merely gazing at it can render opponents immobile. The sun's energy has the power to amplify within one's being. Following her evolution, the majestic Superior has increasingly embodied the essence of a serpent, with her once prominent forelimbs and hind limbs gracefully vanished. Adorning her body are radiant yellow patterns, reminiscent of regal royal insignias. The two curling leaf vines near her neck resemble the lapels and cuffs of an elegant suit. Superior's eyes remain a striking crimson, and as she raises her head, she exudes the poise and authority of a noble queen, brimming with pride and majesty. Isn't it a bit strange not having hands or feet, Superior? Jinshu inquired, cradling her with concern. Many Pokémon struggle to accept their evolved forms, often succumbing to despondency, and he feared Superior might face a similar fate. Not at all, you fool, Jinshu. Evolution only makes me stronger, Superior retorted, extending two vine whips from her leafy appendages, gracefully demonstrating that her lack of limbs is inconsequential as long as she possesses her vines. She then lowered herself, swiftly slithering across the battlefield, her speed now surpassing that of her previous form, Snivy, by more than double. With her evolution, Superior's physical prowess has multiplied several times over, truly embodying her ultimate form. Jinshu, this is fantastic. Superior has finally completed her evolution, Tsubaki exclaimed, attempting to stroke Superior's head. The Pokémon appeared to suddenly ignite with enthusiasm as she proposed. Shall we engage in a battle to test Superior's combat strength? She gazed intently at Jinshu, her expression earnest. It seemed she had never formally battled him before. And now was the perfect opportunity. You, the champion, wish to challenge me? While I possess confidence in my abilities, perhaps it is best left for another time. Jinshu replied with a wry smile. If it had been the younger Tsubaki, he might have entertained the idea of a playful spar, but now, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Come on, Jinshu, let us have a match. I will use a Pokémon of similar strength to Superior, Tsubaki insisted, playfully shaking his arm. Her tone laced with a hint of coaxing. Very well, Jinshu conceded with a nod, taken aback by Tsubaki's unexpected charm offensive. A true champion employing such tactics against a mere novice trainer like himself. Yay, let us begin, Jinshu. Tsubaki cheered, her excitement palpable as she bounced over to where Ayasha had stood, a powerful aura of a champion beginning to emanate from her. What an intimidating presence. Is this what it means to be a champion of Sinnoh? Ayasha marveled, unable to suppress her awe. Tsubaki had earned her title through sheer determination, having bested countless formidable foes over the years. Go, Gullet, Tsubaki declared, tossing out her Pokeball to summon the Pokémon she intended to battle against Superior. A peculiar stone materialized upon the ground, adorned with strange patterns. Soon, a mysterious gaseous substance emerged from the stone, revealing a sinister smile. Gullet stood firm, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that sent chills down one's spine. Gullet, male. Qualification level, Purple. Type, Ghost, Ground. Ability, Sturdy. Strength, Level 41, Elite. Description, a sealing Pokémon composed of 108 souls, bound to a stone to prevent further malevolence. What a formidable opponent, Jinshu thought. Noting that Gullet's level exceeded Superior's by several ranks, especially given the trainer was Tsubaki, he considered various strategies for battle. Gullet's primary form is that of the stone below, which renders its movements rather cumbersome, essentially immobilizing it. Superior could exploit her speed to outmaneuver. Let us commence when you're ready, Jinshu. Ayasha, could you officiate? Tsubaki stated, her commanding presence leaving no room for dissent, making both Jinshu and Ayasha feel as though they were addressing a superior. Of course, they replied in unison. Then I declare the battle to begin, Ayasha announced, adopting the tone of an experienced referee. Curse, gaze of the giant serpent. The battle erupted as Tsubaki and Jinshu swiftly issued commands, igniting an intense atmosphere from the outset. An ominous aura enveloped Gullet, the gaseous face contorting into a grotesque expression as a chilling wail echoed, preparing to cast a malevolent curse upon Superior. Yet, Superior's speed proved superior. A glimmer ignited within her noble crimson eyes, and an imposing spectral giant serpent emerged behind her, its gaze radiating terror, even affecting the spectral Gauntlet. Under the influence of Superior's swift gaze of the giant serpent, Gauntlet fell into a paralyzed state. Its already sluggish speed diminished further, and amidst the paralysis, it momentarily faltered, disrupting the curse it was attempting to unleash, rendering its previous efforts futile. This immobilizing effect was reminiscent of what Jinshu had encountered in his past life. Often dubbed paralysis tactics, each time he faced such a maneuver, it had been deeply frustrating. Now, however, he found himself on the other side of the equation. Believing Tsubaki might be feeling equally vexed. How infuriating. To interrupt my curse in such a manner. No wonder it's you, Jinshu. Tsubaki gritted her teeth. Initiate the attack. Superior. Unleash Leaf Storm. Seizing the opportunity, Jinshu commanded Superior to strike. Gauntlet, now slowed by paralysis, was akin to a sitting duck, ripe for Superior's relentless assault. With each Leaf Storm, Superior's special attack surged, augmented by her unique ability, ensuring that with a few more strikes, Gauntlet would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 93, Unraveled. Spinning gracefully, Superior radiated a brilliant green light, as countless leaves whirled around her, transforming into a formidable tornado that bore down upon the immobile Gauntlet. Concurrently, her ability activated, significantly enhancing her special attack. What overwhelming power! Should that strike land, even Gauntlet would likely sustain severe injuries, Ayasha thought with concern for Tsubaki, as Superior's attack appeared overwhelmingly potent. Yet, Tsubaki remained unperturbed. She calmly extended her hand, directing, Gauntlet, use Shadow Sneak. As the leaf storm approached, a shroud of dark, malevolent energy enveloped Gauntlet, causing it to vanish from sight, only to reappear behind Superior. The black energy coalesced into razor-sharp blades, poised to strike at Superior's vulnerable flank. This was an assured hit, exploiting her moment of neglect. Impressive indeed, Ayasha marveled, as Tsubaki skillfully utilized a swift attack to bypass the impending threat, effectively compensating for Gauntlet's sluggishness. However, Superior seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. Two vine whips extending forth to ensnare Gauntlet's incoming blades, neutralizing the attack effortlessly. How is this possible? How did Superior react so swiftly? As if she had foreseen the attack? Asha gazed in awe, for it was her first encounter with a sovereign snake, a Pokémon capable of thwarting ambushes from behind. Hades' Wrath, commanded Julan without hesitation, undeterred by the unfavorable circumstances before her. Upon hearing Julan's directive, the Flower Rock Pokémon swiftly released the Dark-type blades that had ensnared it, emitting mournful wails that filled the air with a chilling ambience, causing Asha to shudder in trepidation. Subsequently, a torrent of ghostly energy surged from the Flower Rock Pokémon towards the sovereign snake, encroaching upon its very being. This was perilous. Hades' Wrath, a ghost-type move, would gain considerable potency when the opponent was in an abnormal state. And with the Flower Rock Pokémon currently paralyzed, the attack would indeed be amplified. Asha's concern for the sovereign snake began to mount, recognizing the tremendous damage this assault could inflict. The sovereign snake writhed in discomfort, evidently suffering from the intense agony brought on by Hades' Wrath, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, betraying no hint of fear. Leaf Storm. The sovereign snake absorbed the brunt of Hades' Wrath and pivoted to ensnare the very foundation of the Flower Rock Pokémon with her vines. The leaf storm erupted around her, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp leaves that began to slice through the Flower Rock Pokémon's form. As the sovereign snake executed the leaf storm at close range, she afforded the Flower Rock Pokémon no opportunity to retaliate. Thus, the Flower Rock Pokémon endured the full force of this specially enhanced leaf storm, its anguished cries echoing, a testament to the grievous damage inflicted. However, amidst this dire situation, Julan appeared unfazed, a faint smile gracing her lips, suggesting she was well prepared. Meanwhile, a strange glint flickered across the ghostly visage of the Flower Rock Pokémon. Could it be that Julan had a method of reversal in mind? Asha glanced at Julan, then at the seemingly one-sided battle, shaking her head in resignation. It seemed evident to her that there was no remedy for the current predicament. The Flower Rock Pokémon was utterly ensnared by the Sovereign Snake's relentless assault. Sovereign Snake, cease your onslaught. To Asha's astonishment, the Sovereign Snake halted the leaf storm, locking eyes with the Flower Rock Pokémon. Why stop? If the leaf storm persists, victory is assured. Julan inquired, her tone laced with reluctance. Indeed, Jinshu, do you not wish to win, or is there another reason? Asha observed Jinshu, then turned to Julan, her expression revealing her intrigue. It appeared she was contemplating something rather ominous. Shared fate. Am I correct, Julan? Otherwise, your composure in the face of impending defeat is perplexing. Such a demeanor suggests you possess a contingency plan. Jinshu began to analyze, keenly observing Julan's expressions while keeping an eye on the battlefield. Julan, a highly competitive trainer, would not display such ease when facing imminent loss, leading Jinshu to surmise she must have an alternative strategy. In such dire circumstances, the only means of turning the tide Jinshu could fathom was shared fate, a ghost-type exclusive move capable of bringing both opponents to their demise. However, this technique bore a fatal flaw. Its duration was limited. Should the opponent refrain from attacking, and the time elapsed, the adversary would remain bound to their fate of defeat. You've seen right through me, Jinshu. I suppose I must adopt a poker face in future battles. Indeed, I just employed shared fate, Julan sighed, a hint of resignation in her voice. Then, playfully, she waved a finger at Jinshu, adding, however, you are mistaken about one thing. While losing to others may incite my ire, losing to you does not. Therefore, I concede. Truly, your sovereign snake is remarkable, and I eagerly anticipate her future growth. Aha, so that was it. Unbeknownst to everyone, the Flower Rock Pokémon had utilized shared fate, a fact entirely unraveled by Jinshu. Their battle strategies were indeed intricate. Asha mused silently. Though she was a gym leader, she could never match the astuteness of Julan and Jinshu, who pondered so deeply during their skirmishes. Thus, I declare Julan the loser and Jinshu the victor. Wait, Asha. Just as Asha was about to announce the outcome in a referee-like manner, Jinshu interjected. I too concede. Let us call this friendly match a draw. After some reflection, Jinshu felt that winning through reading expressions felt somewhat unjust, so a draw it would be. Next time, I shall earn a legitimate victory over Julan. Chapter 94, A Gathering of Gym Leaders. Following their match, Jinshu and Julan prepared to depart from the fiery town. After acquiring a plethora of herbs from the town's unique apothecary, Jinshu, Julan, and Asha set off towards the Purple City to participate in the upcoming gym leader exchange competition. At that moment, within the gym of Purple City, the reception room was already bustling with several individuals. Taishian occupied the main seat, pouring tea for the others with a beaming smile. Welcome to Purple City. Each of you is an esteemed gym leader, and I trust you will glean much from this exchange. That is the essence of our gathering. Ha ha ha. A youthful girl with chestnut hair eagerly accepted a teacup, smiling as she spoke. Thank you, Gym Leader Taishian, for your warm hospitality. I have indeed learned so much during this visit, especially regarding the ingenious mechanisms in your purple gym. I aspire to design similar contraptions for the Hanlon gym. Ideally ones related to water, given that we are a water-type gym. This young lady was Kasumi, hailing from the Hanlon gym in Kanto, recently appointed as a gym leader and sent by the Kanto League to learn. Indeed, Gym Leader Tieshuan's mechanisms are exceptional. No wonder you are a seasoned gym trainer. I plan to directly replicate your designs, allowing challengers to experience the shock of electricity firsthand. Kiku chimed in, sipping her tea enthusiastically. Speaking of those mechanisms, the VR goggles you recently showcased were truly remarkable. The immersive experience while watching videos was astounding, and the battle simulator felt indistinguishable from actual combat. Free from concerns about Pokémon injuries, it allows for unrestricted battles. It's simply splendid. Kasumi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Recently, Taishian and Kiku had taken them on a tour of the Evergreen Corporation, where they experienced many of the company's innovative products, leaving Kasumi quite enamored. Following days of rapid development, the first generation of VR goggles from Evergreen Corporation had officially hit the market. With robust promotion in Purple City and the influence of Kiku's advertisements, the sales of the VR goggles soared, establishing them as a phenomenon within the city. However, the anticipated 2 games were still under development. Meanwhile, Jinshu's highly recommended battle simulator game had launched a trial version, and it was believed that once the official version was released, it would undoubtedly further boost the sales of the VR goggles, potentially achieving remarkable success throughout the Hoenn region. Isn't it wonderful? It's a product that I endorse. Xiaoxia, would you like my co-branded glasses? I can gift you a pair, but when we return to Kanto, you must promote it among your friends. Evergreen Company is still in its nascent stage and truly requires everyone's support, exclaimed Ziji. She is indeed a remarkably responsible ambassador, constantly recommending Evergreen's products to others. This, of course, is closely linked to a certain individual. Is that really possible? Thank you, Ziji. I just saw your advertisement on the big screen, and it looked stunning, especially the color palette. Xiaoxia exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Ziji in a display of excitement. Due to the official collaboration between Evergreen and Ziji City, advertisements for Zaiju's VR glasses are ubiquitous throughout the city. Her co-branded glasses sold out swiftly, and they are currently in high demand, with prices soaring. Such items are still unavailable in Kanto, but no worries. Evergreen is likely to expand its business there soon, remarked Taishian with a hearty laugh. The success of Evergreen has significantly boosted Ziji City's economy, attracting numerous tourists eager to purchase a pair of VR glasses, which has undeniably stimulated the local economy. Moreover, Evergreen's production lines have created numerous job opportunities in the city. Taishian believes that his decision to partner with Evergreen has been one of the best he has made in recent years, as the collaboration has propelled Ziji City towards prosperity. Likewise, the rise of Evergreen is inseparable from the substantial support it has received from Ziji City's officials. Their relationship is indeed one of mutual benefit and cooperation. Suddenly, a purple light flickered in the reception room, enveloping a teacup on the coffee table, which then levitated towards a black-haired woman. Her red pupils shimmered with a purple glow as she accepted the floating teacup, taking a sip before remarking, "The technology of Evergreen is indeed intriguing. It is quite remarkable how they have launched so many sophisticated products in such a short time. I would love to meet the leadership of this company." The black-haired woman is Nashi, the gym leader of the Golden Yellow Gym from the Kanto region. Indeed, she possesses psychic abilities and utilizes psychic-type Pokémon. "It's astonishing how extraordinary your psychic powers are, Nashi. I truly envy you. If only I had such abilities," Xiaoxia said, resting her chin on her hand, her face brimming with admiration. Moreover, it is said that Nashi can communicate with Pokémon without uttering a word. What a frightening talent. Zaiju's remarked in awe. Psychic abilities are a remarkable force, a gift possessed only by a select few, and Nashi happens to be one of the fortunate ones. However, she did not dwell on her powers, briefly touching upon the topic before asking, "Taishian, didn't you mention that the owner of Evergreen would join us for this exchange? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" As expected of a big company owner, he certainly doesn't regard us small gym leaders with much importance, she added, her expression determined. "When he arrives, I must have a good conversation with him, as I have admired him for quite some time. After all, he has created such an impressive company. He may very well become a prominent figure like Mr. Zivki in the future." Nashi took another sip of tea, a contemplative expression gracing her features. Taishian laughed heartily. "My apologies, he is waiting for Yasha to arrive, which has caused a slight delay. I have already spoken to him over the phone, and he will be here shortly. He is around your age, perhaps a tad younger, so you will surely find much to discuss." Chapter 95, following. I apologize for my tardiness. I was delayed by some matters. The door to the reception room swung open, revealing Masaki, Julan, and Yasha entering together. All eyes in the room immediately turned to Masaki. "Masaki, you've finally returned. We were just talking about you. Everyone is quite interested in you," Taishian said with a smile, before shifting his gaze to the blonde woman beside Masaki. "Masaki, who is this?" He felt a sense of familiarity but could not place it. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Julan, my good friend," Masaki said. Julan waved and greeted everyone. Julan, I remember now. You are the champion of the Sinnoh League. The granddaughter of Professor Kazuran. I even met you when you were a child, do you remember?" Taishian exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He finally recalled that the girl Masaki had brought was the renowned Sinnoh champion, and he was intrigued to know how Masaki had befriended her. "This lad has certainly surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Though I don't quite recall, it is a pleasure to meet you, Taishian. I often hear Masaki speak highly of you, and I appreciate all your support for him," Julan replied politely. She and Masaki took their seats next to Zaiju's, who regarded them with a knowing expression, seemingly sensing something. However, she said nothing and greeted Julan with a bright smile, introducing herself. Masaki breathed a sigh of relief. The worst-case scenario he had anticipated did not unfold. "So, you are Masaki, the owner of Evergreen, representing Taishian in this gym leader exchange. I wonder what type of Pokémon you specialize in," Nashi inquired, raising her teacup. "Hello, I am Masaki, and I specialize in Steel-type Pokémon," he replied, lifting his teacup to clink against hers. In this exchange, each gym leader could only use Pokémon of their chosen type. After consideration, Masaki decided on Steel-type. His Pokémon are quite diverse, but Lucario and Scyther happen to be Steel-type and possess considerable strength. So he figured he could pretend to be a Steel-type gym leader for the occasion. "Masaki, Nashi has mentioned you frequently. She was inquiring about you during her visit to Evergreen. It seems you two have finally met," Taishian remarked as he refilled the teacups. "I see. Does Nashi have any questions?" "Feel free to ask me anything," Masaki offered. "Actually, I am quite interested in your VR glasses. I would like to represent the Golden Yellow Gym in pursuing a formal collaboration with you." Could you introduce me to the inventor of the VR glasses? We have numerous functional inquiries we wish to discuss, Nashi stated. After all, your VR glasses could potentially become a global sensation, she added with a light chuckle. I understand. That is entirely feasible. However, our technical team is currently focused on developing new projects, so it may take a little while, Masaki replied after taking a sip of tea. A sense of tension began to envelop Masaki. He couldn't shake the feeling that Nashi exuded an aura of danger that instinctively heightened his alertness. Masaki, that woman just used her psychic powers to probe your body. Although she was quite discreet, I still detected it. A voice echoed in Masaki's mind, that of Victini. Victini is concealed within Zhenshu's backpack. It is a psychic-type Pokémon, and Naz's psychic energy fluctuations are naturally sensed by her. Indeed. I too perceive a hint of malevolence from this creature, Zhenshu replied. Naz maintained a smiling demeanor as she responded, very well. I shall linger in Zijing City for a while. We can converse further when it is convenient for you. After discussing the matter, Naz seemed to lose her desire for conversation, leaning back in her chair, her eyes slightly squinted, occasionally sipping her tea. Xiaoxia, however, remained lively, eagerly engaging Zhulan in a discussion about various Pokémon training matters, with Zyajur and Yasha joining in. It must be said that the camaraderie among women develops swiftly. After just a few exchanges, Xiaoxia, Zhulan, Yasha, and Zyajur became familiar with one another. They even made plans to go out for hot pot later, originally intending to invite Zhenshu along. However, Zhenshu declined, citing the lengthy absence from the company, expressing a need to return and check in. The group engaged in conversation for quite some time, with Taishian brewing several pots of tea, all of which were consumed. With everyone acquainted, the gathering of gym leaders officially concluded. This meeting served as a precursor to the Gym Leader Challenge, allowing the participating leaders to connect and converse. As the discussions wound down, Taishian announced a temporary adjournment. Zhulan, Zyajur, and the others headed to the hot pot restaurant while Zhenshu departed alone. Zhenshu, that woman is following you. She has utilized her psychic abilities to diminish her presence. She believes herself to be enigmatic, yet I have completely seen through her. Bikini's triumphant voice resonated in Zhenshu's mind. So she has indeed trailed me. It seems this individual harbors ulterior motives, Zhenshu muttered, a hint of disdain crossing his lips, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Initially intending to head to the company, he now decided to change direction. Zhenshu surmised that the woman's target was likely Evergreen Corporation, especially since she had mentioned wanting to meet its employees. However, unbeknownst to her, all the employees of Evergreen Corporation were members of Team Rocket. It appeared that Naz might be investigating Zhenshu's associates, perhaps even an undercover agent dispatched by Team Rocket. Rapidly analyzing the situation, Zhenshu was beset by numerous conjectures. He walked briskly, while Bikini's real-time updates indicated that Naz remained steadfastly in pursuit. It seems this individual is intent on taking decisive action. Let us see who the true hunter is. Zhenshu lowered his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 96. An IQ of 5,000 is impressive. Zhenshu quickened his pace, arriving at a secluded alley. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the sound of his footsteps. Gradually, he came to a halt, both hands gripping his pokeballs. Are you not coming out? Your tracking skills are truly lacking. If you wish to learn the art of espionage, you ought to practice first. Would you not agree, Miss Naz? Zhenshu suddenly turned his head and spoke. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed before him, and an unusual purple glow illuminated the space, revealing Naz's figure. She was enveloped in a swirl of purple energy, her hair floating upwards, defying the force of gravity. To think you discovered me. It appears you are indeed an extraordinary individual. My intuition was not mistaken, Naz said, a dangerous smile gracing her lips as she licked them. As I mentioned earlier, your blatant tracking would be evident even to a 3-year-old. It is hardly impressive. Yet you, lurking in the shadows, what precisely is your objective? If you divulge your intentions now, I might spare you. Think carefully, for should you remain silent, you may find no opportunity to speak later. Zhenshu replied coldly, a sharp glimmer in his eyes, unyielding in the face of Naz's imposing aura. Ha ha, you dare to threaten me? It seems you are still oblivious to the reality of the situation. I had initially thought you were someone special. Yet you are merely an ordinary person, Naz laughed. A surge of psychic energy silently emanated from her, attempting to envelop Zhenshu. But all were thwarted by Bikini within Zhenshu's backpack. Resorting to underhanded tactics now, are we? However, you are not the only one with psychic abilities. Zhenshu concentrated his aura, launching a brilliant blue aura sphere towards Naz. The white light of the Pokeballs illuminated, and Zhenshu's Pokémon surged forth, surrounding Naz. Aura power, in the face of my psychic prowess, is but trivial. Let me shatter your unrealistic fantasies. Naz's body levitated, nimbly evading several aura spheres. Simultaneously, several white lights flickered before her, revealing a few psychic-type Pokémon that obstructed Junshu's Pokémon. Among them, the most formidable was a Hypno, holding 2 spoons. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom. Hypno raised a hand, conjuring a shield of psychic energy to block the attack from Junshu's Pokémon, and after successfully defending, it retaliated with several energy balls, all of which were skillfully dodged. Hypno, female. Qualification level, purple. Type, psychic. Ability, synchronize. Strength, level 41, elite. Introduction. The Hypno Pokémon possesses a mind that operates faster than a supercomputer. Its IQ is approximately 5,000. This Hypno, endowed with an IQ of 5,000, seemed to perceive every detail of the battle with precision, serving as the linchpin of Naz's entire combat system, orchestrating the battlefield's central coordination. It consistently made the most accurate on-the-spot decisions. When the Mismagius was nearing its limit against the Cinderace, Hypno instantly teleported in front of it, using psychic interference to push back the Cinderace. The fighting-type Zeraora and Lucario found themselves somewhat challenged against these psychic-type Pokémon. The damage dealt by Naz's Mismagius and Dream Eater was quite limited, while Hypno's sudden appearance placed considerable pressure on both Zeraora and Lucario. Impressive, Junshu. You have chosen rare Pokémon and trained them quite well. However, regrettably, under Hypno's absolute defensive strategy, your attacks cannot breach my defenses. I suggest you surrender willingly, Naz said, elegantly tossing her hair, her red pupils radiating a dazzling purple light. This indicated her communication with her Pokémon through psychic abilities, possessing psychic powers. She inherently had the capacity to mentally connect with psychic-type Pokémon, allowing her to command them effectively without uttering a word during battle. Of course, Junshu was no different. Whether through the inherent bond of empathy provided by the system or the power of Orin gifted by Celebi, he could communicate with his Pokémon, achieving perfect command. You may be celebrating prematurely. This battle has only just begun. Even the strongest defenses harbor vulnerabilities. I will discover your weaknesses and exploit them ruthlessly, Junshu retorted. Lucario closed its eyes, honing in on Hypno's aura. Although Hypno could utilize teleportation to traverse the battlefield, Junshu had his own strategies to counter it. With the aura's focus, Hypno would find itself unable to escape detection. Zeraora, engaged in combat with Mismagius, deftly dodged her kiss attack and retaliated with a swift punch aimed at her. The silhouette of Alakazam appeared just in time, flickering to the forefront of Jolteon. The spoon in its hand erupting with a tangible surge of psychic energy, successfully deflecting Jolteon's strike. However, an unexpected twist ensued as a swirling leaf storm materialized, precisely landing at the location where Alakazam had just teleported. The onslaught of the foreseen leaf tempest struck Alakazam directly, countless leaves, propelled by the vortex, relentlessly sliced through its form. How infuriating! How could you possibly predict Alakazam's position? Nagi's astonishment was palpable, her eyes widening as she questioned. This was the first instance where anyone had managed to breach Alakazam's defenses in such a manner. Every living spirit possesses a unique aura, known as the aura of waveguides. Once captured, there is no escape, Masaki declared, the powers of waveguides and orange blossoms erupting within him, bestowing upon him an imposing presence. His hair standing on end like a science. Despite Alakazam's high intelligence, its physical form remained exceedingly fragile. Under the relentless assault of the fearsome leaf storm, it found itself on the brink of collapse, yet managed to cling to its fighting spirit, bolstered by its residual energy. The battle's dynamics shifted dramatically, from a stalemate to a considerable advantage for Masaki. Chapter 97. Where lies your limit? Upon witnessing Alakazam's peril, Nagi's other Pokémon swiftly positioned themselves to shield it. Yet, Masaki continued his fierce offensive, leaving Nagi's side struggling to endure. The specter of a colossal serpent loomed behind Superior, an aura of dread radiating outward. The magical doll felt a sharp pain coursing through its body, succumbing to paralysis. Plasma fists. At last, it was Jolteon's moment to shine, its entire form crackling with blinding electricity, as it unleashed a punch that summoned a multitude of serpent-like bolts of lightning, all crashing down upon Nagi's Pokémon. Faced with such a formidable attack, they could only muster the remnants of their psychic energy to form a barrier of defense. Nagi, your Pokémon are on the brink of collapse. It would be wise to surrender now. After all, who sent you? I might be inclined to show mercy. Masaki continued to unsettle Nagi with his words. Nevertheless, Nagi maintained her composure, responding with a hint of mischief. Masaki, do you truly believe you have won? I am about to get serious. She extended her hand, revealing a small purple orb, radiant with a dangerous aura. Boom. The orb was tossed into the midst of her Pokémon, detonating with a surge of peculiar energy. Alakazam's vitality surged back, and the morale of Nagi's Pokémon soared. A mysterious item had swiftly altered the tide of battle. You are indeed tenacious, possessing such an item. No wonder you exude confidence, Masaki chuckled, recognizing Nagi's hidden card. The foundation of her calm in the face of overwhelming odds. This is a precious item meant for survival. Yet how unfortunate that it has fallen into the hands of someone like you. Nagi giggled, covering her mouth. With the infusion of the purple orb's enigmatic energy, Alakazam not only regained its strength, but also emerged even more formidable, its psychic interference now capable of inflicting substantial damage on Masaki's side. However, under the full healing powers of Orange Blossoms, his team remained relatively healthy. Alakazam, having learned from the encounter, refrained from indiscriminate support, relying solely on its newfound strength to orchestrate attacks, aiming to dismantle Masaki's defenses directly. Under Alakazam's relentless offensive, Masaki's side was forced into a defensive posture. Everyone was keenly observing Alakazam's movements, striving to evade its successive chain assaults. It appears we must get serious now, Masaki murmured. Suddenly, the keystone on his person radiated a brilliant multicolored light, coinciding with the evolution stone on Scyther, which also shimmered with a spectrum of colors. What is happening? Nagi's attention was drawn to the unfolding spectacle, her gaze fixated on Scyther. Under the influence of the mega evolution energy, a purple cocoon rapidly enveloped it. A profound transformation underway. The gathered power would become an iron fist that pierces through worlds, illuminating the path ahead. Mega evolution. Arise, Mega Scyther! Masaki exclaimed. The purple cocoon erupted, revealing Scyther in its newly transformed state, cloaked in black armor, its pincers resembling dragon heads, exuding an intimidating aura. What? Scyther was already in its final form. How could it evolve further? You are truly remarkable, Masaki, Nagi marveled. The astonishment on her face was unmistakable as she beheld the newly evolved Mega Scyther. This was a monumental discovery that could send shockwaves throughout the Pokémon world. If this secret were to leak, it would lead to a seismic shift. However, Masaki was unfazed. He was ready to announce Mega Evolution to the world, with Kitayama already drafting a detailed paper on it under his directive, to be released in the name of Evergreen Corporation's research division. This would undoubtedly propel Evergreen Corporation into the limelight, enhancing its global reputation and influence, inevitably boosting the sales of VR glasses. Mega Scyther, X-Scissor. Following Masaki's command, Mega Scyther swiftly appeared behind the nearest magical doll. Its pincers enveloped in a thick layer of light, as they descended in a cross pattern, slicing through the air. Bug-type moves are super effective against psychic types. This devastating strike sent the magical doll into unconsciousness, resulting in a loss for Nagi's side. Such overwhelming power. It dispatched the magical doll in a single blow. Nagi exclaimed in disbelief. It is worth noting that the magical doll had previously activated Reflect, reducing physical damage by half. Yet even so, Mega Scyther obliterated it with a single attack. The swiftness and high attack power of Mega Scyther posed a significant challenge for Nagi's side, while Alakazam remained vigilant, constantly on guard against its appearance. However, with an astounding IQ of 4,000, Alakazam quickly discerned Mega Scyther's weaknesses. It unleashed a torrent of magical flames, encircling itself with a protective barrier to guard against Mega Scyther's assaults. Remarkably, this defensive strategy proved somewhat effective, despite undergoing Mega Evolution. Scyther's type combination remained unchanged, still Bug and Steel, making it vulnerable to Fire-type attacks. Moreover, Alakazam noticed that the peculiar energy emanating from Mega Scyther was gradually dissipating, indicating that this special evolutionary form had a time limitation. If it could withstand the onslaught with its fire wall, it could bide its time until Scyther reverted to its original form. At that juncture, the tide of battle could very well turn again. So what do you think? Although your new evolution is formidable, Alakazam has uncovered its weakness. It would be wise to concede gracefully. Your struggles appear utterly laughable in the face of Alakazam. Nazi chuckled, observing the supergiant pincers of the Scyther as it continually attempted to breach the firewall, yet to no avail, and she felt a sense of exhilaration. Surely, you don't believe that this is all I have, do you, Nazi? Masaki replied with a grin, the wristband on his arm emanating a dazzling glow. Chapter 98. Masaki. Team Rocket, is it? Then I can confidently utilize that device. With arms crossed, Masaki's Zering began to radiate brilliance, an extraordinary energy surging forth, enveloping both him and his superior. Masaki pressed his palms together and then spread them wide. Superior mirrored his actions, extending its vines outward in lieu of hands. A formidable aura surged from Superior as gusts of air began to rise around it, shimmering with a deep emerald luminescence. What technique is this? Hudi, prepare to defend. Natsi shielded her eyes, striving to withstand the overwhelming brightness. She could not fathom why Masaki consistently unveiled techniques she had never witnessed before. Based on her conjecture, the technique Masaki was currently employing was likely known as a Z move, which she had previously heard about from a colleague who had visited Alola. Z moves are unleashed through the Z-ring and Z crystals worn by Pokémon, with trainers and their Pokémon performing identical motions as a conduit for energy, culminating in the eruption of an immensely powerful Z move. To her astonishment, a technique she had merely heard of was now manifesting before her eyes through Masaki. This revelation was difficult for her to accept. How much more does this boy have hidden? Whether it be the recent extreme evolution or this Z move, both lie beyond the grasp of an ordinary trainer. Moreover, several of Masaki's Pokémon were entirely unfamiliar to her. This individual is undoubtedly enigmatic. According to existing intel, he has only recently become a trainer, yet possesses such formidable prowess. Furthermore, traces of Masaki could be linked to both the Celebi incident in Orange Forest and the escape of the new Violet from North Mountain. Not to mention the formidable technical capabilities exhibited by the newly established Evergreen Corporation. From every conceivable angle, Masaki is shrouded in mystery, which is precisely why Natsi is resolute in her pursuit of him. This is a strike that embodies our convictions. Superior, let the vibrant flowers bloom. Masaki proclaimed loudly. He charged forward, aiming a punch in Hudi's direction. Superior let out a resounding cry, and suddenly, the ground around them erupted in a stunning array of blossoms, transforming the vicinity into a veritable sea of flowers. Subsequently, a tempestuous energy surged forth, hurtling toward Hudi. Hudi, use Protect. Natsi's voice was laced with urgency, markedly different from her earlier composure. Hudi trembled slightly, extending its hands to conjure 2 spoons, channeling all its energy into forming a transparent barrier. In an instant, Superior's assault rumbled forth, ruthlessly shattering Hudi's protective barrier. What had appeared to be an impregnable defense crumbled like fragile glass before Superior's Z move. A violent explosion erupted around Hudi, sending it soaring into the sky like a firework in the shape of a flower. Finally, it crashed heavily to the ground. Eyes shut tight, its body marred by charred marks, having lost the will to battle. How could it possibly breach Hudi's defenses? This is inconceivable. Natsi stood frozen, her expression one of disbelief. It shouldn't be like this. Hudi is stronger than Superior and had just utilized Psychic Burst. The outcome shouldn't be this way. Even the supergiant Scyther, having undergone extreme evolution, could not surpass Hudi's defense. To her astonishment, Superior had defeated Hudi with a single move. This was a bitter pill for Natsi to swallow. Even the legendary and mysterious Z move seemed excessively potent. The battle on the field was far from over, as Natsi's remaining Pokémon struggled to persevere. However, with the tactical core of Hudi lost, they could no longer mount an effective counterattack and could only endure the blows. The Tsang Yen blade ghost ignited with 2 contrasting flames, akin to a messenger from the underworld, exuding a chilling presence. 2 dazzling swordlights flared, and the Tsang Yen blade ghost's figure darted swiftly, nearly imperceptible. Upon reappearing, it maintained the posture of having just struck, while its companion, Mimikyu, emitted a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. The effect was remarkable, achieving an immediate knockout. Without Hudi's joint defense, Natsi's remaining Pokémon appeared utterly vulnerable. Jirachi unleashed another electric attack, incapacitating the remaining Pokémon. Once all of Natsi's Pokémon lay defeated, Masaki sprinted towards her. Victini had already immobilized Natsi with its psychic powers, leaving her incapable of escape. Even with her psychic abilities, a tinge of fear enveloped her in that moment. Powerless to act, she could only watch as Masaki charged towards her, his fist growing larger in her vision until it struck her head. Masaki's punch sent Natsi sprawling to the ground, and he exhaled deeply, relieved to have finally vanquished her after such a prolonged battle. This was his first experience commanding a chaotic clash between teams, and he felt slightly dizzy. This large-scale combat truly tested a trainer's mettle, requiring acute awareness of every aspect of the battlefield and the ability to make swift, accurate commands. There could be no room for complacency. Even the slightest lapse could lead to an opponent exploiting one's weaknesses and influencing the outcome of the battle. Nonetheless, Despite Nazi's formidable prowess as a legendary psychic, she had ultimately fallen to his hands. Now, are you ready to comply? Speak up. Why have you been following me? After binding Nazi with ropes, Masaki inquired. He retrieved an energy drink from his backpack, taking a sip to replenish his slightly depleted energy. Though you have bested me, you will not extract a single piece of information from me, Nazi retorted coldly, maintaining her aloof demeanor despite being completely subdued by Masaki. Very well. If you choose not to speak, I believe I have ways to encourage you to do so. Masaki revealed a hint of a sinister smile, relishing the prospect of employing his honed interrogation skills on someone so obstinate. After a rather cordial exchange, Nazi finally relented. Her voice hoarse as she confessed, "It was Boss Sakaki who sent me. He instructed me to leverage this gym leader exchange to investigate the disappearance of North Mountain. And my investigation led me to you. So it's Team Rocket after all. Now I can proceed with confidence," Masaki nodded, extracting a syringe from his bag. Chapter 99. Nazi is a gifted contender. What are you planning to do? I've told you everything you wanted to know. Please, no? Nazi's face paled as she beheld the syringe in Masaki's hand, and she pleaded desperately. Regrettably, it was too late for remorse. He had already afforded her an opportunity prior to the confrontation, which she had neglected to seize. Now is not the time for regrets, Masaki stated, expertly preparing for the injection. How can I trust the words of someone like you? From the moment you joined Team Rocket, you should have been aware of the consequences. You ought to be grateful that you've encountered me, as it presents you with a chance to amend your ways. Fear not. Prepare to embrace a new life. Initially, he had no intention of using the mind control syringe, as directly altering another's thoughts bore an ethical burden. Upon discovering that Nazi is affiliated with Team Rocket, the potential for utilization became evident, for Team Rocket has a notorious reputation for their unscrupulous deeds. In truth, Jinshu's regard for Team Rocket was profoundly negative. Nazi, yearning to break free, found herself tightly bound by ropes, and her attempts to harness her psychic abilities were thoroughly suppressed by Victini. She had been transformed from a lofty psychic into a helpless, ordinary individual, helplessly watching as Jinshu's syringe inched closer. Jinshu executed the injection with practiced ease. He had become quite adept at this technique, to the point where he mused that he could perhaps apply for a position at the Pokémon Center, potentially working alongside Nurse Joy. The effects of the mind control serum were impressively potent. With a single injection, Nazi ceased her struggles, slipping into a state of vacant-eyed compliance. Drawing upon his experience, Jinshu swiftly input a series of commands, and Nazi awakened from her stupor. No longer the indifferent Team Rocket member, but rather a devoted subordinate to Jinshu. As Nazi regained consciousness and laid eyes upon Jinshu, a look of surprise illuminated her features as she exclaimed, "Master, what a delightful surprise. I have missed you dearly." Witnessing the fervor in Nazi's gaze, Jinshu pondered whether he had perhaps overstepped during the editing process. "What an extraordinary serum," Victini remarked curiously, circling around the dramatically transformed Nazi. "Just a single injection can turn a villain into a hero. How remarkable." Despite feeling a tumult of emotions within, Jinshu maintained an air of composure. Tossing a few vials of medicine to Nazi with a nonchalant, "Ahem, these are energy tablets and full recovery potions. Use them for your Pokémon. Ensure they don't sustain severe injuries." "Yes, thank you for the medicine, Master. I will utilize them diligently," Nazi replied, promptly tending to the fallen Pokémon with the energy tablets and recovery potions, reviving those who had succumbed to unconsciousness. The awakened Pokémon displayed expressions of bewilderment, puzzled by the transformation of their trainer, who had recently been embroiled in a fierce battle with Jinshu, now exhibiting such obedience. How long had they been unconscious for the world to change so drastically? Although Nazi's Pokémon were confounded, they eventually retreated into their Pokeballs to rest. Exhausted from the recent skirmish, they deemed their trainer's affairs best left to her. "Everything will be fine as long as we visit the Pokémon Center for a checkup afterward to ensure no lingering issues remain. This way, it won't interfere with the upcoming gym leader exhibition match," Jinshu stated, confident in Nazi's newfound loyalty. Nazi's Pokémon's health was of utmost importance. "Thank you, Master. Without you, I would be utterly lost." Nazi suddenly embraced Jinshu, her voice soft and tender. As she gazed up at him, her eyes were aflame with intensity. Jinshu took a couple of steps back, extricating himself from her embrace, and said, "Ahem, Nazi, you must refrain from calling me Master in the presence of others. Simply refer to me as Jinshu. Also, there is no need to stand so close when speaking. So, when there are no others around, I can still call you Master, correct?" Nazi asked, complying with Jinshu's request and maintaining a respectful distance. Jinshu hastily waved his hand, clarifying, "No, even when alone. You should call me Jinshu, and your tone should be more neutral. Do you understand? He found himself nearly weakened by her persistent calls of master. He had not realized before that Nasi possessed such a captivating charm. Being addressed as master by such a stunning beauty was quite overwhelming. All right, I understand, Jinshu, Nasi replied, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, though her tone was normal. Jinshu quickly interjected, do not cry, stand up straight, shoulders back, and return to that icy demeanor we practiced. Recall that feeling. This current disposition will not do. Is that so? Nasi responded, instantly regaining her aloof expression, standing tall and straight as she followed Jinshu's guidance. Her crimson eyes sparkled with a distinct brilliance. Yes, splendid. Maintain this state. It is excellent. Just remember not to stand so rigidly. You appear overly stiff, Jinshu advised, correcting her stance. As her posture drew attention to certain attributes. I am not intentionally standing that way. It is simply how I naturally am. Jinshu, you are being unreasonable, Nasi replied, her voice quivering as if burdened by some great injustice. Enough. Stand properly, no retorts. I now decree that you remain silent for 10 minutes, maintaining your posture throughout. Do not be anxious. Simply stand normally, Jinshu asserted sternly. He had not scrutinized her closely before, but now he recognized that she was indeed correct about her endowments, which could not be concealed. Yes. Nasi promptly stood straight, refraining from speech or movement. Jinshu's commands were paramount. Subsequently, he continued with her obedience training, issuing commands in the secluded alleyway. Turn left. Turn right. Chapter 100. Having a secretary for tasks. In the office of Evergreen Corporation, Jinshu's workspace. Boss, why have you brought another woman today? Who is she? 02 inquired with an earnest demeanor. This is my newly appointed secretary, as her attire clearly indicates. Jinshu replied silently, perusing documents that had accumulated during his absence from Zine City, standing beside him in a professional ensemble complemented by black stockings. Nasi exuded an air of sophistication. Having adapted to Jinshu's military posture training, she was now accustomed to standing still for extended periods. She remained silent unless addressed. Boss, I'll let you work. I'll be on my way, 02 said, expertly closing the door behind her as she exited. Having delivered the documents to the boss, she was free to attend to her own responsibilities, being one of the core employees of Evergreen Corporation with numerous tasks awaiting her attention. Nasi, come give me a massage. And afterward, take these documents to get stamped, Jinshu requested, feeling dizzy from the sheer volume of paperwork. This was a task better suited for a secretary. After all, there is a saying, a secretary handles tasks. When there are none, they are free. It was a rare opportunity to have a trustworthy and beautiful secretary, and he intended to make the most of it. Of course, Jinshu, Nasi replied with a sweet smile. She moved behind him, gently kneading his shoulders. Using her psychic abilities, she levitated the documents and stamps from the desk, arranging them with remarkable speed. Jinshu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had truly found a treasure in this secretary. Her efficiency in handling paperwork was unmatched, far surpassing any machine. Excellent work, Nasi. You are truly suited for this role. Your powers are incredibly convenient, Jinshu remarked, eyes closed as he savored Nasi's massage while expressing his admiration. Impressive, isn't it? I have even more extraordinary applications at my disposal. Would you like to try them, Jinshu? Nasi teased, slowly pressing herself against him from behind. Oh, so you're getting mischievous again? Hold off on the massage for now. Assume a military stance for a while, then later. Bring a box of paper from the storage room to my office, Jinshu replied with an expressionless demeanor. He realized that his initial characterization of Nashi had indeed been rather excessive. The current Nashi resembled a lovesick maiden, utterly infatuated with Masaki, which was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Yes, upon hearing Masaki's command, Nashi immediately straightened up as if responding to a reflex, falling silent. This was the fruit of Masaki's obedience training. While Nashi might occasionally exhibit unruly behavior, the moment Masaki issued a directive, she would instantly revert to compliance. Nashi stood at attention, while Masaki exited the office to conduct inspections. The Evergreen Corporation was no longer the small workshop it once was. The previously sparse space had been filled with numerous orderly workstations, and the newly hired employees were diligently laboring. During Masaki's absence, Evergreen Corporation had experienced significant expansion, increasingly resembling a large enterprise. As he stepped out of the office, all eyes turned to Masaki. The employees were aware that their boss was a remarkably young individual, but encountering him in person still left them astounded, and they began to whisper among themselves. Hey, could that be our boss? He seems extraordinarily young. Indeed, did you not see that even 02 was reporting to him? He is the legendary Mr. Masaki, the founder of Evergreen Corporation. How infuriating. Not only is he a boss at such a young age, but he's also extraordinarily handsome. Does he not consider the feelings of others? I've heard that all of our company's best-selling products were conceived by him. To possess such commercial acumen at such a young age is truly remarkable. Masaki caught snippets of their discussions and nodded in satisfaction as he traversed the employee workspace, making his way to Kitayama's office. Kitayama was still clad in his white lab coat, looking rather haggard, though it was unclear how long he had gone without rest. He was undeniably a workaholic, often toiling around the clock, even sleeping directly in the office. The rapid growth of Evergreen Corporation was largely attributable to Kitayama's tireless efforts. His responsibilities encompassed nearly every facet of the company, from major projects to minute details. You have worked hard, Kitayama. I shall double your salary. And please take care of your health. Do not fall ill, Masaki said, patting Kitayama on the shoulder. He genuinely worried that Kitayama might suffer from overwork. Should anything happen to him, it would be a tremendous loss for Evergreen Corporation. It was precisely because of Kitayama's presence that Masaki could relish his own role as a hands-off manager. Despite Masaki's words, Kitayama remained focused on the myriad of data on his computer screen. Boss, there's no need for a salary increase. The growth of Evergreen Corporation is the best reward for me. This company is like my child, and I will strive to make it a great enterprise, willing to exert any effort necessary. As for my health, I am monitoring it closely. Should any issues arise, I will consider acquiring new cloned organs. Kitayama was indeed impressive, calmly articulating such matters. It was a loss for the Rockets that they had failed to recognize his talent. Now, let him shine at Evergreen Corporation. Masaki, who had previously found Kitayama somewhat unlikable, was now increasingly appreciative of him as he became part of the team. All right, continue your diligent work. And take a break whenever you feel the need, Masaki encouraged before preparing to leave. Although he was the boss, he felt it inappropriate to continually intrude on others' work. However, as he reached the door, he recalled something and inquired, Kitayama, have you completed the paper on super evolution that I requested? It is finished, boss. You may come see it, Kitayama replied calmly. He was the type who simply answered questions without indulging in unnecessary conversation. Very well, I shall take a look. Masaki returned to Kitayama's side. Thanks to the information you provided about super evolution, I conducted several experiments and gathered data, which culminated in this paper. Kitayama displayed his work with a proud expression, fully aware that once published, it would astonish the entire academic community, and he, as the second author, would gain significant recognition, something that had previously seemed unimaginable. During his time with the Rockets, all his research findings had been appropriated by Dr. Fuji, but under Masaki's guidance. He was granted the opportunity to share this invaluable knowledge in a paper. It is your achievement, indeed. Well done. Let us publish it and subsequently have the media promote it vigorously. Our battle simulator is about to launch, and with the momentum from this paper, our products will surely sell like hotcakes, Masaki stated. He was thrilled as he reviewed the content of the paper. Kitayama's research prowess combined with Masaki's unique insights into super evolution had resulted in a thorough elucidation of its principles. Moreover, our battle simulator must incorporate the super evolution system. Of course, accessible via microtransactions for the corresponding keystones and evolution stones, allowing for a gradual introduction of various super evolution forms to maintain excitement, Masaki elaborated, outlining an extensive marketing strategy. Having been subjected to the machinations of numerous game developers in his past life, he had developed a fair understanding of these strategies. What a perfect strategy. Sometimes, I genuinely wonder how the boss's mind works, effortlessly conjuring strategies that we could never conceive. I would love to study it, and perhaps clone it, Kitayama earnestly remarked, uttering a rather chilling statement that blurred the line between jest and reality. Hey, perhaps refrain from such dark humor, Kitayama. It's rather unsettling and may hinder your prospects in finding a partner, Masaki retorted. Kitayama often made such jokes. Yet they left Masaki struggling to maintain his composure. Boss, you know I care little for such matters. For me, the continuation of biological form is secondary. The pursuit of intellectual and spiritual fulfillment is paramount. The development of Evergreen Corporation is everything, Kitayama stated calmly. He had completed the final edits on the paper and clicked the button to publish it. Thus, this groundbreaking paper was released on the most authoritative academic website in the Pokémon world, a platform that gathered the majority of cutting-edge scientific papers and garnered the attention of most researchers. Now, Masaki and Kitayama's paper would stir the academic waters. The first individual to view this paper would naturally be the site's reviewer. To become a reviewer for such a prestigious website, one would typically have a background in research. On super evolution, a discussion of new evolutionary forms. Upon seeing the title and the abstract, the reviewer felt a surge of excitement. Is it true that the final evolutionary stage can undergo an even more advanced transformation? My goodness. Initially harboring skepticism, believing it to be yet another hypothetical paper from a misguided author, the reviewer had seen countless subpar submissions over the years. However, upon delving deeper, his expression shifted dramatically. For this paper contained concrete experimental images and presented data that appeared sound, forming a rigorously structured manuscript. The language of the paper indicated that its author possessed extensive research experience. So it is. Specific Pokémon can undergo mega evolution using corresponding evolution stones, with the keystones serving as the key that unlocks the energy of these stones. As long as one possesses these items and shares a profound bond with their Pokémon, mega evolution can be achieved. Upon reviewing the paper, the auditor immediately grasped the concept of mega evolution and eagerly turned to the author's position, impatient to discover who penned the work. To his surprise, the author was not a familiar doctor but rather a name that read, Masaki, from Evergreen Corporation, Kitayama. Evergreen Corporation. How astonishing. The auditor had recently heard of this company, renowned for its highly popular VR glasses and impressive technological prowess. He had no idea that Evergreen also possessed such capabilities in the realm of scientific research. It seemed he would have to keep a closer eye on their future products. The auditor promptly approved the paper and contacted his colleagues to feature it prominently on the website. Consequently, the paper ignited a frenzy across the internet, with major media outlets discussing events related to mega evolution. Several authoritative research institutions quickly conducted replication experiments, validating the feasibility of the paper's claims. In no time, under the vigorous promotion of the media, everyone became aware of the phenomenon of mega evolution. Posts seeking the keystone and megastones flooded various forums, with affluent individuals often showcasing their mega-evolved Pokémon, eliciting admiration from netizens. As the author of this groundbreaking paper, Evergreen Corporation swiftly rose to prominence, gaining widespread recognition. Following Evergreen's official announcement of a battle simulator game featuring the Mega Evolution system on their VR platform, the sales of VR glasses skyrocketed. The entire company became busily engaged, working overtime to expand multiple production lines, yet still unable to meet the overwhelming demand. It appeared that many shared the same sentiment. Since they could not experience the exhilarating mega evolution in reality, they would relish the opportunity to do so within the game. Moreover, given that VR glasses were a revolutionary piece of technology, purchasing them was hardly considered a loss. Thus, amidst a surge of interest, the market was left in a state where obtaining a single unit became a challenge. Evergreen Corporation successfully exported its VR glasses to various regions, transforming into a globally recognized enterprise. Masaki received a message from Mr. Zivik of Devon Corporation, who expressed a desire to establish a partnership. Numerous doctors had also extended invitations to discuss mega evolution, inviting him to partake in their research projects. In Evergreen's office, Naji was swiftly reporting with a piece of paper filled with notes in hand. Masaki, no longer the leisurely figure he once was, had taken on more of a managerial demeanor. Let North discuss the collaboration with Devon Corporation, and kindly decline the other doctors' invitations for now, Masaki advised, tapping the table with a hint of resignation. The rapid proliferation of interest surrounding the Mega Evolution paper had catapulted him into the limelight of the academic community, and Evergreen had suddenly become a highly esteemed company. Understood, Masaki. I will have my team reach out, Naji responded, now increasingly adept at her duties, efficiently reporting while simultaneously utilizing her psychic abilities to stamp documents. Don't rush, gather your things. We're preparing to leave, Masaki suddenly remarked. Naji, puzzled, recalled that they were to participate in the Gym Leader Challenge. It was rumored that this challenge would be broadcast live on television, not merely a casual exhibition. Taishian had once again partnered with Evergreen Corporation to sponsor the event, ensuring a high level of exposure. After gathering their belongings, Masaki and Naji headed to the venue, where the drawing ceremony would take place, followed by the eagerly anticipated first round of competition. Masaki, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you forever. I was nearly bored to death. At the Xian City Sports Arena, Masaki met with Zhulan as previously arranged. Though Zhulan would not be competing, she would participate as a special commentator, offering keen insights as the champion of the league. When you commentate on my matches, be sure to sing my praises, Zhulan. My reputation is in your hands. If the world champion critiques me publicly, it could spell doom for my trainer career, Masaki quipped. He had been anxious about Zhulan's commentary since learning of her involvement. Rest assured, I shall provide a thoroughly professional and objective commentary. My principle is to speak the truth, nothing more, Zhu Lan declared, thumping her chest. She would be more inclined to praise Masaki than to critique him unless he made a significant blunder. However, given her understanding of him, he was one of the rare individuals who maintained composure and rarely erred during battles. Then I shall be at ease, prepare to enjoy my thrilling match, which will surely ignite your passion. Masaki waved his hand dismissively. The drawing was about to commence, and Masaki needed to head to the drawing venue. Due to an unexpected expansion, this gym leader challenge had transformed into a single-type challenge, with participants not only including gym leaders, but also elite trainers. The rules stipulated that only Pokémon of the designated type could be used, with a maximum of 3 Pokémon per team in singles matches. A total of 32 participants had signed up, promising a competition of considerable quality. Moreover, Masaki's participation garnered significant media attention, as everyone was eager to see whether the primary author of the Mega Evolution paper would utilize Mega Evolution in battle. Although trainers were now generally familiar with the concept of Mega Evolution, they had yet to witness it in action on the battlefield. Once all the participants arrived at the drawing venue, the staff prepared for the ceremony, which officially commenced. The host took the microphone and began with opening remarks. Hello everyone. Welcome to the inaugural Evergreen Cup Single-Type Challenge. I am your host, Xiao Lu, and it is my honor to accompany you throughout this event. This single-type challenge has assembled numerous popular contenders, including the renowned model and gym leader of Raven City, Xiaojur, the beautiful girl and gym leader of Hualan City, Xiaoxia, and also from Kanto, the gym leader of Jinhuang City, Naji, as well as the stunning gym leader from Fuyin Town, Yasha. Our special commentator is Miss Zhu Lan, the champion from Sinnoh. If you wish to hear the champion's unique insights into the battles, please stay tuned for our event. And of course, we have the sponsor of this competition, the owner of Evergreen Corporation and the primary author of the paper on Mega Evolution, Masaki. It is said that Masaki will be battling in place of gym leader Taixian, utilizing Steel-type Pokémon. He will truly showcase Mega Evolution in this competition, unveiling the mysteries of Mega Evolution to everyone, so stay tuned. After the host's lengthy introduction, the drawing ceremony was officially broadcast live. Masaki was the first to draw. Donning the competition outfit emblazoned with the Evergreen logo, he ascended the stage and drew his number. By chance, he selected number 1, placing him in the upper bracket. Subsequently, the other competitors began to draw lots, completing the lottery ceremony. After the draw, the first round of matches was set to commence, with Masaki facing off against the contestant who drew the number 2. His opponent was not the gym leader, but rather an elite trainer with flowing blue hair, reputed to wield fighting-type Pokémon, which provided a distinct advantage over Masaki's Steel-type Pokémon. Moreover, since Masaki possessed only 2 Steel types, Scyther and Lucario, and the rules permitted a maximum of 3 Pokémon of the same type, he would invariably find himself at a disadvantage of 2 to 3 throughout this match. The 2 contestants swiftly took their positions on the field, awaiting the referee's command. All of Masaki's matches had been designated as feature battles, and thus an array of cameras had been set up at the venue to ensure an optimal viewing experience for the audience. At the commentary booth, a lively discussion ensued among the commentators, including the host, Shika, alongside 2 seasoned analysts, including the veteran commentator Rihei, who had previously ranked among the top 5 trainers in national tournaments, making for an impressive commentary lineup. Esteemed commentators, what are your thoughts on Masaki's upcoming duel? Facing a fighting-type Pokémon with Steel types seems to present quite an unfavorable scenario. Shika initiated the conversation. In such a situation of type disadvantage, the prowess of the trainer's strategy becomes paramount. I hope Masaki can devise an effective strategy to counter this, Rihei remarked. Julian, what is your perspective? As the league champion, you must have considerable experience in battling against type disadvantages. Would you be willing to share your insights? Shika continued to inquire. Julian appeared somewhat restless, contemplating Shika's question, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. In my view, while the type disadvantage is indeed significant, as long as I perform to the best of my ability, victory can still be attained, she finally responded after much deliberation. Indeed, it's essential not to overly fixate on the opponent's situation. By showcasing one's true potential, the chances of winning can be enhanced. Such is the insight of a champion. I wonder if our trainers have taken note, Shika interjected to maintain the flow of conversation. As the commentary continued to heat up, the match on the field officially began. With a sharp command from the referee, both trainers released their Pokémon. Masaki naturally deployed Scyther, who would serve as his primary force in this single-type challenge. His opponent unleashed Macamp, a formidable fighting-type Pokémon known for its 4 muscular arms. capable of delivering 1,000 punches within 2 seconds, a truly powerful contender. Macamp, male. Qualification level, green. Type, fighting. Ability, guts. Strength, level 36, experienced level 30, 40. Description, a Macamp Pokemon that can unleash punches with a force equivalent to millions of tons, sending adversaries flying to the horizon. To everyone's astonishment, Masaki's choice of Scyther was a rare Pokemon, possessing a unique combination of bug and steel types, thus rendering it relatively unperturbed by fighting types. However, caution was advised against Machamp's formidable punching attacks. The commentary duo of Sheikah and Rihei began analyzing the potential scenarios that could unfold in the match. Masaki's Scyther is exceptionally strong, so this round should be an easy win, Julien made a surprising declaration. Indeed, the fact that Scyther has garnered the approval of the league champion is promising, and we shall see how this unfolds. Moreover, let us not forget that, according to Masaki's thesis, Scyther is capable of mega evolution. Will we witness its emergence? Sheikah remarked, filled with anticipation. Within the battleground, the match commenced in earnest. Macamp charged towards Scyther with remarkable speed, closing the distance for a close-range confrontation. As a Pokemon skilled in hand-to-hand combat, Macamp sought to exploit Scyther's agility by forcing it into a close-quarters battle, thereby gaining a significant advantage. The elite trainer strategy appeared remarkably clear and indicative of considerable experience. Scyther evade, Masaki commanded. Demonstrating agility, Scyther deftly sidestepped Machamp's advance. It moved rapidly, creating several afterimages that swiftly struck at Macamp from various angles. Scyther's attacks were calculated and precise, consistently targeting Machamp's head. Just as Macamp prepared to retaliate, Scyther vanished from sight, reappearing elsewhere and evading the attack. Truly, Scyther is a Pokemon favored by the champion. It navigates Machamp's assaults with remarkable ease, Rihei observed. Indeed, if I were Machamp's trainer, I would be at a loss right now. The speed disparity is overwhelming. If the attacks cannot even connect, victory seems unattainable, Sheikah commented, both excited and impressed by Scyther's performance. However, Julien maintained her composure, stating, Scyther has yet to truly display its full potential. It appears that Machamp's trainer has much to learn. I trust he will recognize the shortcomings of both himself and Macamp after this battle, leading to greater dedication in his training, Sheikah remarked, slightly taken aback by Julien's incisive critique. In such tense circumstances, Macamp must remain calm and seek to predict Scyther's position. Engaging in blind attacks will yield little success, Rihei provided his insights. On the battlefield, Macamp finally seized an opportunity, delivering a heavy punch that collided with Scyther's claws. The moment Macamp displayed exhilaration, its expression shifted dramatically. Upon impact, it felt an immense force surge through, propelling it backward several meters to the edge of the arena. Machamp's eyes widened in horror, realizing it had been overwhelmed in its area of expertise, strength. The terror it felt when gazing at Scyther was palpable. My goodness. Macamp has lost this battle of strength. Scyther's power is astonishing. Sheikah and Rihei exclaimed in astonishment. Truthfully, Masaki's approach has been overly cautious. Were it me, I would have commanded Scyther to charge and deliver a single blow to take Macamp down. Julien offered her perspective. Indeed, such a straightforward tactic is both effective and efficient. Rihei acknowledged. Masaki's strategy is commendable. In the face of an unknown opponent's strength, it is prudent to first test the waters, a rather judicious approach. His admiration for Masaki grew, as he had initially been impressed by his establishment of Evergreen's company at such a young age, but now realized the depth of his capabilities across various domains. He is not only an author whose work has resonated worldwide, but also exudes a masterful presence in Pokemon battles, and on top of that, he possesses striking good looks. Rihei noted. Scyther, utilize Bullet Punch, Masaki commanded, issuing what felt like a final ultimatum to Macamp. Scyther surged forward as if traversing through space, appearing instantaneously before Macamp, its crimson claws shimmering with light. With a swift punch, it unleashed a wave of energy, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. Macamp, block it! The blue-haired elite trainer urged anxiously. Yet, Macamp seemed oblivious, fixated on the rapidly enlarging fist before it. The recent defeat in the Battle of Strength has utterly shattered the confidence of Macamp, whose eyes now brim with despair, devoid of any fighting spirit. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Scyther's bullet punch struck with pinpoint accuracy, rendering Macamp unconscious. Scyther triumphed over its opponent's first Pokemon, achieving a resounding victory. Chapter 104, You Strengthen, I Strengthen. Such is the oppressive aura of Scyther that Macamp has lost its will to fight. This reaction is quite natural. A crushing defeat in one's area of expertise would dishearten anyone. In truth, Mako performed admirably. It was merely that Shinsuke's Scyther was exceptionally formidable. The commentators, Deer and Lee, resumed their discussion. Julan remained silent this time, believing Scyther's victory was a foregone conclusion, requiring no further elaboration. In the arena, the long-haired trainer dispatched his second Pokémon, a canine Pokémon, diminutive yet robust, with an endearing face and a conical tuft atop its head, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Upon entering the fray, it began to sway rhythmically, as if engaged in some form of dance. This was Baller Male. Qualification level, green. Type, fighting. Ability, intimidate. Level, 38. Description, those enchanted by its elegantly fluid kicking techniques may find themselves greeted by a powerful counterattack. The second Pokémon of Player 2 is indeed Baller, a rather rare specimen. Yes, while both are evolutions of the Fearless Boy, the evolution conditions for Baller are slightly more intricate than for Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, resulting in a considerably lower population. Upon seeing Baller, the commentators resumed their discourse. What kind of surprises will this Baller bring us? Julan, what is your perspective on this match? Deer inquired. I find it rather uninteresting, as Scyther is likely to secure an easy victory, Julan replied with a yawn. She felt somewhat imprisoned in her commentary role, preferring to wander the streets with Shinsuke instead. Deciding firmly, she resolved to accompany him for a shopping spree after his match. A few days prior, while exploring with Xiaoxia and the others, she had discovered several delightful shops worth visiting together with Shinsuke. Upon hearing Julan's response, Deer twitched her lips, pausing momentarily before stating, "It seems Champion Julan has considerable faith in Shinsuke's Scyther." Indeed, the prowess displayed by Scyther was admirable. Now, let us observe how Player 2 will respond. As Baller entered the battlefield, a menacing aura enveloped the arena, affecting Scyther. This was the activation of Baller's Intimidate ability, which could instill fear in its opponent, diminishing their attack power. However, due to Scyther's overwhelming presence, the intimidation's impact was mitigated. Baller, bulk up. Player 2 had learned from experience, opting not to initiate an attack, but rather to bolster its strength in preparation for the inevitable. A crimson glow enveloped Baller as its muscles swelled, becoming firm and powerful, enhancing both its attack and defense. If you choose to strengthen, then so shall we, Scyther, Shinsuke murmured. The keystone on his person radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors, while simultaneously, the evolution stone adorning Scyther responded, emanating its own brilliance. A surge of evolutionary energy enveloped Scyther in a violet cocoon, illuminating the arena, rendering it difficult to discern the events unfolding. Is this it? Is the legendary Mega Evolution finally upon us? My goodness, I never expected Shinsuke to employ Mega Evolution in the very first round. It is truly exhilarating. The commentators erupted in excitement, and even Julan sat up straight, her gaze fixed intently on Shinsuke. Mega Evolution, how powerful. Oh dear, I wish to learn this as well. Shinsuke has truly grown to such heights. It is a source of great pride. At that moment, within Hoenn, many spectators leaped from their seats, their faces alight with excitement as they witnessed this historic event, the first time Mega Evolution graced a live match, a moment destined for the annals of history. Shinsuke raised his keystone high, proclaiming, "The gathered power shall become a fist of iron that pierces the world, illuminating the path ahead. Mega Evolution. Arise, Mega Scyther." No sooner had he spoken than the violet cocoon encapsulating Scyther erupted dramatically. Scyther emerged in a new form before the astonished crowd, its steel skin now glistening with a lustrous metallic sheen, adorned with dark armor, its dragon-like pincers brimming with world-shaking power. This is Mega Scyther. As Mega Scyther entered the fray, an overwhelming aura emanated from it, slowing Baller's movements significantly. Such an intimidating presence. This is the form Scyther takes after evolution. Mega Evolution, a method of transcending the limits of Pokémon, has only recently been elucidated in a groundbreaking paper authored by none other than Shinsuke himself. Dear viewers, remember this match. It shall be etched in the memory of all. The commentators passionately narrated the unfolding drama. The audience, instinctively recording the moment on their devices even before the hosts prompted them, prepared to capture this momentous occasion. Julan, too, gazed at Shinsuke's Mega Scyther, her expression brimming with fervor. Previously, she had heard from Shinsuke that Sharpedo could also Mega Evolve. It seemed imperative that she procure a Keystone and Evolution Stone for herself as well. Sharpedo had nearly reached its limits, and with Mega Evolution, its strength should soar. Is it truly Mega Evolution? Yet, I shall not concede. Baller, employ close combat. Player 2 appeared astonished, but maintained composure, directing commands with resolve. Regardless of how glorified Mega Evolution may be, true strength can only be assessed through battle. If he could successfully overcome Mega Evolution, perhaps he too could make a name for himself in history. With that thought, Player 2 felt a surge of excitement. Baller executed a backflip, using its conical tuft to propel itself into a rapid spin, resembling a top as it advanced swiftly towards Mega Scyther, leaping high and harnessing the momentum of its rotation. With a powerful kick aimed at Mega Scyther, it launched its assault. Faced with Baller's fierce onslaught, Mega Scyther exhibited no intention of evasion, simply extending a single claw in response. Boom! Baller was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing into the arena wall and embedding itself deeply within. Chapter 105. If it is Shinsuke, then it is possible. Is this the power of Mega Evolution? With just a single strike, the opponent has been vanquished. Deer exclaimed in awe. Furthermore, it seems Mega Scyther still possesses considerable energy. Truly impressive, Lee echoed. In the arena, Player 2 silently extended his hand to the referee, signaling his concession. Although a final Pokémon remained, there was no need to send it forth to be mercilessly defeated. The terror of the opposing Mega Scyther left him utterly incapable of response, relegating him to the role of a mere backdrop to the might of Mega Evolution. Player 1, Shinsuke, is victorious. The referee waved the flag, announcing the outcome. Due to the opponent's voluntary surrender, Shinsuke triumphed effortlessly in this match. The second contestant stepped off the stage to retrieve his battle dance master, while Little Deer promptly descended from the commentary platform, preparing to initiate an interview with Masaki. As Little Deer approached Masaki, a multitude of cameras suddenly turned their lenses upon them, marking the formal commencement of the interview segment. Firstly, Masaki, we have just witnessed your remarkable Mega Evolution. Could you elucidate this phenomenon for our audience? Many viewers might still be unfamiliar with this novel combat mode, Little Deer inquired. Today, we are fortunate to have Masaki, the primary author of the paper on Mega Evolution, making him the most authoritative figure in this domain. Masaki accepted the microphone from Little Deer and stated, Mega Evolution represents an entirely new evolutionary mechanism. Certain Pokémon with the potential for Mega Evolution can surpass their limits and temporarily evolve into a more advanced form. This is a keystone, and this is an evolution stone. Possessing both these items along with a modicum of bond energy allows one to initiate Mega Evolution. His succinct explanation provided the audience with a clear foundational understanding. Naturally, given that Mega Evolution has only recently been introduced, the prices of the Keystone and Evolution Stone will inevitably rise. I urge everyone to remain rational and refrain from excessive pursuit at present. It would be prudent to wait until prices stabilize before making any purchases. However, for those eager to experience Mega Evolution firsthand, I recommend keeping an eye on the upcoming battle simulator game by Evergreen Corporation, which will feature the Mega Evolution system. This will allow you to engage in exhilarating battles within a virtual reality environment indistinguishable from reality. Should you desire, do ensure to acquire it. Additionally, once the battle simulator is released, a ladder battle mode will be unlocked, where the first place winner of each season will receive a complimentary keystone from Evergreen Corporation, along with a substantial reward in League coins. So, let the battles commence. After delivering a lengthy pre-prepared advertisement, Masaki paused, confident that this interview would significantly boost game sales. Little Deer continued, Thank you, Masaki, for your concise explanation of Mega Evolution. We hope everyone will look forward to the upcoming game from Evergreen Corporation. Now, for the second question, Masaki, what are your expectations for the upcoming single-type challenge? Little Deer inquired, microphone in hand. Since I'm participating, I might as well aim for the championship. I should apologize to the other competitors. They can just contend for second place, Masaki responded. Such a domineering statement indeed reflects Masaki's assertive nature, showcasing the ambition that has enabled him to achieve such success at a young age, Little Deer added. Finally, the last question, one of great interest to our audience. Will you be bringing any further surprises to the upcoming matches? That is a splendid question. I do have some elements yet to unveil. I believe everyone should stay tuned, Masaki replied with a slight smile, creating an air of mystery. Thank you very much, Masaki, for participating in our interview. Please continue to follow our single-type challenge, as there will be more exciting matches ahead. Thus concludes our post-match interview. We appreciate your continued support. Little Deer bowed and delivered her closing remarks, officially ending Masaki's interview. Finally over. Masaki, let us go, exclaimed Julan, who had been waiting offstage and rushed to Masaki's side as the interview concluded. Where to? Aren't you supposed to continue commentating? Masaki inquired, perplexed, sensing that Julan's sudden departure seemed rather inappropriate. Fear not. You are the exclusive sponsor of this competition. No one would dare utter a word against us as I walk with you, Julan asserted, exuding a regal air befitting a champion. Ah, you make a valid point. Since there are no further matches for me, we can indeed leave directly, Masaki acknowledged, still adjusting to his newfound status as a major sponsor. Your talents are truly remarkable. Masaki, having established your company so recently, you've already achieved such significant scale, and your products are cutting-edge technology that cannot be found in Sinnoh. Moreover, you've published a paper that has garnered attention. Is there anything you cannot do? You truly are extraordinary, Masaki, Zhulan remarked, linking arms with him. From their initial meeting, Zhulan had sensed that Masaki was an exceptional individual, capable of unleashing formidable strength to thwart Team Rocket's executives. Even now, despite her status as champion, she felt uncertain about defeating him based on the power he had displayed at that time. That was merely luck, Masaki chuckled, scratching his head. He couldn't very well divulge the existence of his extraordinary system that had facilitated his rise to such heights. Such fantastical claims would be met with disbelief. By the way, Zhulan, could you do me a favor? Masaki suddenly recalled something. Of course, Zhulan replied without hesitation. You don't want to know what the favor is? Masaki said softly. What if it's an outrageous request? If it's from you, even an outrageous request would be acceptable. Zhulan waved her hand, quite serious. Chapter 106. This is clearly a reward, Masaki thought. Actually, it's nothing much. I simply need your assistance with an advertisement for our upcoming game, he said quietly. Ah, I'd be more than happy to help. It's just an advertisement. Zhulan readily agreed, flashing a smile. However, you must also consent to one of my requests. Masaki retrieved his navigator and replied, All right, let us hurry. I'll have my team make the arrangements. You're really starting to embody the essence of a CEO, Zhulan teased. A short while later, a sleek black business vehicle arrived to transport Masaki and Zhulan to the filming location. The shooting room was adorned entirely with green screens, facilitating the addition of special effects in post-production. Under the guidance of the staff, Zhulan donned a trainer outfit, appearing quite dashing. The advertisement's content primarily focused on a catchy hook, featuring Zhulan commanding a mega-evolved Garchomp in the game, effortlessly defeating a multitude of formidable opponents. Culminating in her recitation of the tagline, When it comes to gaming, I only play Pokémon Battle Simulator. This slogan, crafted by Masaki, was succinct and to the point. Zhulan displayed a natural flair for acting. She appeared stunning from any angle, exuding an air of confidence that immediately conveyed her extraordinary nature. Most importantly, her acting skills were exceptional. After just a few takes, she embodied an unbeatable presence, capturing the joy of victory with remarkable authenticity. Masaki speculated that this might stem from Zhulan's innate qualities. Being a formidable trainer in reality made her portrayal of a gaming expert effortless, perfectly nailing each subtle expression. How was that? Was it satisfactory? I was quite nervous, as this is my first time shooting something like this, Zhulan asked. A hint of apprehension evident in her voice. She worried that her performance might compromise the advertisement's quality and let Masaki down. Excellent. Truly phenomenal. No, I should say it was perfect. Julian, should you choose to venture into the realm of film, you would undoubtedly emerge as a superlative star. I am utterly captivated by your acting prowess. Jinshu's immediate reaction was one of awe, for Julian's recent performance had truly astonished him. Initially, Jinshu believed that merely having Julian present would suffice, regardless of her acting skills. He had not anticipated that Julian was indeed born for this profession. Is it truly that remarkable? Julian queried, her tone tinged with skepticism. Jinshu, you aren't merely offering me empty compliments, are you? My performance was subpar, wasn't it? I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. Jinshu exclaimed, pointing skyward. In fact, I have an even grander idea. How about we create a film together? I could play the male lead, and you could be the female lead. With our combined talents and allure, we could undoubtedly produce the finest film in the world. Jinshu was earnest in his proposal. He had ambitions for Chongqing Tree Company to expand into the film industry. The cinematic landscape in this world was, frankly, rather underdeveloped. And Jinshu had an abundance of brilliant ideas swirling in his mind. If he could adapt some of the classic films he had seen in his past life, he couldn't guarantee they would become instant hits, but they certainly wouldn't flop. Moreover, the film industry could synergize with various other sectors, amplifying brand effects. For instance, the meteoric rise of the Pokémon IP in his previous life was largely attributed to its animated series. Many individuals first encountered Pokémon through the animation before purchasing the games. By entering the film industry, Chongqing Tree Company could subsequently create animations for its games, thereby fostering enduring user engagement. Jinshu, you can really make films? That's impressive. I'd be more than willing to star alongside you. If I could portray your female lead, I would jump at the opportunity. Julian sweetly declared, gradually inching closer to Jinshu. That's splendid. I will ensure we create the best film possible as a grand debut for Chongqing Tree Company in the film industry. Jinshu proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Yes, I believe in you, and I will strive to be your best female lead, Jinshu. Julian tightened her embrace, enchanted by Jinshu's self-assured demeanor. After all, the fervor of youth is the most compelling force of all. Jinshu, a boy replete with wonders, was bound to shine brightly in the film industry. Julian held steadfastly to this belief. Once their plan was established, Jinshu began reaching out to Beiwei, contemplating that he could write the script himself while seeking a professional filming team for the project. With Chongqing Tree Company now possessing considerable resources, and given its current momentum, its growth was only destined to accelerate. As an emergent powerhouse, securing a top-tier team would be a trivial pursuit. After finalizing some details with Beiwei, Julian pulled Jinshu away, claiming that she had done him a favor and now he owed her one. Given that Julian had unconditionally assisted him on such a grand scale, Jinshu could not decline. Subsequently, Julian led Jinshu through the streets of Ziji City until they arrived at a narrow alley, where a wooden sign hung, its paint peeling, proclaiming the establishment of Big Tongue Hot Pot. So this is the favor you needed? To accompany you for Hot Pot? Jinshu mused, having anticipated some serious matter, only to discover that it was merely an invitation to dine together, a rewarding experience rather than a chore. Had he known this up front, he wouldn't have felt so tense. However, upon reflection, considering Julian was the champion of the Sinnoh Region S League, if she had matters she couldn't handle, it was unlikely his involvement would be of much use. Thus, enjoying Hot Pot together seemed perfectly acceptable. Julian laughed. I was merely concerned you might have overly high expectations. The ambience here is quite modest, and I feared our esteemed Jinshu might find it unpalatable. However, I can vouch for the exquisite quality of the hot pot. I stumbled upon this gem by sheer chance, and I consider myself fortunate. Julian, you seem to be mistaken. I absolutely adore hot pot. The restaurant's ambience is inconsequential to me, Jinshu replied, recalling that he had been a fervent hot pot enthusiast in his previous life. As they entered the hot pot restaurant, which bore a somewhat rocky aesthetic, the environment was indeed rather rudimentary. Welcome. How many in your party? Greeted an elderly man in an apron as they stepped inside. 2. Jinshu, do you have a preference for the broth? Julian turned to ask. Perhaps a tomato broth. I'm not particularly fond of spicy food, Jinshu replied, having developed a habit of only enjoying tomato broth in his hot pot experiences, steering clear of spicy options to avoid gastrointestinal issues. My goodness, Jinshu, you don't eat spicy food? You're missing out on so much joy in life, Julian exclaimed, feigning a dramatic lament. Then let us do this, dear proprietor. We shall have a yin-yang pot, one side with beef tallow and the other with tomato broth. Julian expertly placed their order. Very well, please take a seat. The owner responded before bustling off to fulfill their request. Jinshu and Julian found a place to sit and prepare for their meal. Before long, the broth was served, and Jinshu eagerly cooked a slice of lamb, savoring its delectable flavor. Yet, despite the exquisite taste, the establishment was astonishingly devoid of patrons. Only Jinshu and Julian occupied the space, confirming the adage that even the finest wine fears a narrow alley. Such a splendid restaurant, hindered by its remote location, simply could not thrive. Owner, have you considered a renovation? A little advertising could certainly elevate your business, Jinshu inquired of the proprietor nearby. Alas, our establishment is too humble, and we plan to close next month due to dwindling revenues, the owner sighed, conveying his resignation. The restaurant's income had plummeted, while rental costs continued to rise, leaving the owner unable to sustain the business. He was contemplating transitioning to a different venture, perhaps even setting up a stall, which might yield greater profits than operating the current establishment. It would be a shame to close down. How about this? We could invest in your restaurant. Perhaps we can help it thrive, Jinshu proposed. Given that Chongqing Tree Company was in a rapid expansion phase, branching into the culinary industry seemed feasible. Jinshu contemplated purchasing the restaurant, rebranding it, and casually promoting its offerings during interviews, which could revitalize the establishment. At this moment, Jinshu was effectively a living advertisement. Not only in Ziji City but throughout the entire Fengyuan region, he was a well-known figure. Indeed, owner, he is the head of Chongqing Tree Company, capable of providing your restaurant with invaluable assistance, Julian added, expressing her concern that the restaurant's closure would deeply sadden her. What? You are the individual who was competing on television yesterday. The owner finally recognized Jinshu, having thought him familiar. It was Julian's reminder that jogged his memory of the handsome young man from the previous day's broadcast. You are impressive, having founded a company at such a young age and achieving renown throughout Fengyuan. Thank you so much. the owner exclaimed, shaking Jinshu's hand with fervor. He firmly believed in Jinshu's capabilities. With his support, his hot pot restaurant was destined to flourish. Certainly. Here is the refined and enhanced version of your text. Very well. Someone will come to discuss the details of our collaboration shortly. We are also considering relocating to another shop, as this one is rather too remote. I have noticed a promising establishment in the city center. Let us acquire that one instead. Jinshu pondered for a moment and proposed several plans. When it comes to opening a restaurant, location is of utmost importance. Given the current positioning of this establishment, even those who wish to visit might struggle to locate it, which would be quite awkward. All right, I shall defer to your judgment. The owner of the hot pot restaurant appeared visibly thrilled with Jinshu's suggestion. He could finally move to a central location for business, a prospect he had never dared to dream of before. Moreover, the name of your restaurant leaves much to be desired. It lacks memorability. Diners will find it difficult to recall, hence a name change is in order. I propose He Li Lao as our chain's unified name. A name that resonates is essential for greater brand recognition, Jinshu continued. Indeed, that name is splendid. I remembered it instantly. Truly impressive, as expected of a business magnate. Your insights are profoundly astute. Although the hot pot restaurant owner was unfamiliar with the concept of brand recognition, he understood that Jinshu was his benefactor and thus showered him with praise. I never imagined you possessed such extensive knowledge. Sometimes I genuinely wonder how your mind works. It seems almost otherworldly, Zhulan remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Jinshu. Additionally, we could enhance the elements within the restaurant, incorporating various products from our Evergreen Tree Company. For instance, we could offer collectible figurines with hot pot meals, or print our game characters on the bowls used in the restaurant. This would naturally attract a demographic of gamers. The more Jinshu contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He realized that he had subconsciously absorbed numerous marketing strategies from his previous life concerning dining establishments. His creativity flowed like a torrent. Indeed, that is an excellent promotional approach. The hot pot restaurant owner quietly retrieved a notepad, intently listening to Jinshu's insights and diligently recording every idea. Soon, Jinshu would assume the role of his superior, and the restaurant owner exhibited the discernment to treat him with the deference one would afford a direct superior. Jinshu, do you have any other strategies? I would like to learn from you as well. Zhulan also produced a notepad, her expression eager as she looked at Jinshu. She felt that his talent for business was nothing short of extraordinary. Clearly, his success was not merely coincidental, as evidenced by his impressive strategies. Certainly, we can assign favorable labels to our restaurant, such as excellent service or delectable cuisine. For service, we must ensure thorough training for the newly hired staff, taking customer experiences into account. Additionally, we could introduce special events. For example, if a customer is celebrating their birthday, we could organize a celebration led by the staff, creating a unique hallmark for our establishment. Regarding the reputation for delicious food, in the early stages of the restaurant, we could enlist some promoters to write positive reviews online about our establishment. Thus, even if the food isn't extraordinary, the public opinion could still portray it favorably. Jinshu spoke with fervor, confidently asserting, in the Pokémon world, I can boldly declare that no one understands hot pot restaurants better than I do. Chapter 108. Meeting the parents. I see. Both Zhulan and the hot pot restaurant owner were diligently taking notes. Although they could hardly grasp all of Jinshu's ideas, they nonetheless felt the weight of his brilliance. That should suffice. We can address the remainder once the restaurant is operational. Jinshu concluded, believing that while marketing was crucial, the essence of the hot pot restaurant ultimately lay in the quality of its food. Judging by the current culinary standards, he was confident that success was within reach. Well, we shall take our leave. Just await the representatives from the company, he said, after chatting with the owner for a while longer. Jinshu and Zhulan bid farewell and exited the restaurant. Just as he prepared to continue their conversation, an unexpected call came through. The caller was none other than Dr. Otomaki, who had not been in contact since the beginning. The doctor requested Jinshu to return to Mabai Town, though the reason remained unclear. Zhulan, I must return to Mabai Town. Dr. Otomaki needs to see me, Jinshu informed Zhulan. I shall accompany you. Let us take my Gyarados for a swifter journey, Zhulan suggested. She cherished her time with Jinshu and was reluctant to part ways, wishing to remain by his side. Very well, the doctor will surely be surprised to see you, Jinshu chuckled, already envisioning Dr. Otomaki's reaction upon seeing Zhulan. The champion of the Sinnoh League accompanying his own child home would undoubtedly astonish anyone. Jinshu, do you think this counts as meeting the parents? Zhulan suddenly exclaimed, a thrill of excitement in her voice. She recalled that Dr. Otomaki was Jinshu's adoptive father, which indeed made this a significant occasion. Indeed, what do you think? Are you feeling anxious? Zhen Shu teased, gently tilting Zhu Lan's chin upward. Not at all. I am completely unperturbed. Do not forget, I am a bona fide champion. Zhu Lan declared proudly, a champion's aura enveloping her with an undeniable charm. All right then, let us be on our way. We shall depart immediately. Not so fast. Meeting the parents is a significant event. I must dress nicely. Zhu Lan insisted earnestly. She returned to her hotel room, donning an exquisite gown and applying a touch of makeup, transforming into a vision of ethereal beauty. How do I look? Is it acceptable? Zhu Lan emerged from her room, gracefully twirling around, exuding confidence. Seeing Zhen Shu's captivated expression, she was immensely pleased and nodded approvingly. Is this not a tad excessive? It is merely a casual meeting. Zhen Shu remarked, swallowing hard. Simply tell me if my outfit is beautiful, little Zhen Shu, Zhu Lan teased, inching closer to him. It is magnificent. You resemble a celestial being. I find myself wanting to kiss you, Zhen Shu replied earnestly, gazing into Zhu Lan's enchanting eyes. Then why hesitate, silly boy? Zhu Lan playfully pressed her finger against Zhen Shu's chest, swirling it gently. Then I shall not hold back. In response to Zhu Lan's playful provocation, Zhen Shu drew her into an embrace, sharing a passionate kiss. In Mabai town, before the Otomaki Research Institute, a formidable Gyarados descended gracefully from the sky, landing before the entrance. As Zhen Shu and Zhu Lan dismounted from the Gyarados, the doors swung open to reveal Dr. Otomaki, Zhen Shu's adoptive father, standing excitedly at the threshold. Zhen Shu, you have finally returned. Dr. Otomaki exclaimed, rushing forward to envelop Zhen Shu in a heartfelt embrace. You rascal. I told you to keep in touch, not to disappear for so long without a word. It seems our bond has diminished, Dr. Otomaki teased. Not at all. I merely feared interrupting your work. Also, Doctor, look who I have brought with me. Zhen Shu responded casually, gesturing toward Zhu Lan. Ah, well done. You managed to find a girlfriend so quickly. Is that not the champion Zhu Lan? Dr. Otomaki finally noticed the girl beside Zhen Shu, beaming with joy until he caught sight of Zhu Lan's attire, at which point his expression shifted to one of disbelief. To my astonishment, my son has managed to win over the granddaughter of Mu Xilan, the champion of the Shanao Alliance. While he has recently gained quite a reputation, this is rather unbelievable. Hello, Doctor. I am Zhu Lan, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Zhu Lan beamed a radiant smile, captivatingly beautiful, as she gracefully bowed to Dr. Xiaotian Wan. Greetings. You are most welcome. I recall seeing you at one of my tea parties when you were just a child. It is hard to believe how much you have grown. Time truly flies. Dr. Xiaotian Wan chuckled heartily as he opened the door, continuing, Masaki, Zhu Lan, please come inside. All right, Masaki, let us go. Zhu Lan adeptly linked her arm with Masaki's, and together they entered the Research Institute. Masaki, please have Zhu Lan take a seat while I brew some tea. As soon as they entered, the doctor excused himself to the kitchen, where he jubilantly celebrated with a clenched fist. Observing the intimate interaction between Masaki and Zhu Lan, he realized that his son had indeed secured the Alliance champion as his girlfriend. Who would have thought that Masaki, so unassuming, would return home with someone so remarkable? Did I do something wrong, doctor? You've been gone for quite a while, Zhu Lan anxiously inquired, a hint of panic evident on her face. She was genuinely concerned about leaving a poor impression on the doctor, and that simply would not do. Do not worry, I understand him well. His prolonged absence signifies his satisfaction, and he is likely in there celebrating my fortunate acquisition of such an incredible girlfriend, Masaki remarked, unabashedly revealing the doctor's true nature. Zhu Lan was, in every conceivable aspect, perfect. Her esteemed lineage, striking beauty, and status as a regional alliance champion rendered her unparalleled in the entire Pokémon world. Surely, the doctor would be overjoyed, not the least bit dissatisfied. Thus, Zhu Lan's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Then I shall be at ease, Zhu Lan responded with a joyful smile. Chapter 109. The Doctor's Welcome Gift. Masaki, come lend a hand. The doctor's voice resonated from the kitchen, prompting Masaki to spring up from the sofa and rush over. Dr. Xiaotian Wan had prepared tea and an entire tray of delectable desserts, evidently placing great importance on this visit. Doctor, this is quite excessive, Masaki remarked, lifting the tray laden with sweets. He felt somewhat overwhelmed. Previously, the doctor would not have gone to such lengths for guests. It seemed that Masaki was indeed basking in Zhu Lan's glory. What do you know? An alliance champion rarely graces our institute. How could I not treat her well? You're a big company owner now. Why are you still asking me such trivial questions? Dr. Xiaotian Wan retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. However, Masaki distinctly remembered that when the Hoenn champion, Michiri, visited the institute, the doctor had only served a few cups of water. Yet, as Dr. Xiaodian was his elder. Masaki decided to refrain from arguing. Once the desserts and tea were arranged on the coffee table in the living room, both the doctor and Julan fell into a contemplative silence, unsure of what to say next. Masaki, I must say, you have truly accomplished something remarkable. In such a brief time away, you have achieved outstanding success. Your paper is so flawless that even I cannot find a single fault. I feel your research talents have surpassed mine, Dr. Xiaodian mused after sipping his tea. Not at all, doctor. I merely contributed a few ideas. The bulk of the paper was written by the second author, Kitayama. Compared to you, I still have much to learn. Masaki quickly waved his hands dismissively. No. The essence of a paper lies in its theoretical foundation. Traditionally, we would need to conduct repeated experiments to validate our hypotheses, yet you approached it inversely. Establishing a hypothesis first, and then conducting experiments, Dr. Xiaodian continued, sipping his tea. Moreover, I see that your company's products are quite impressive, particularly that VR headset. I would love to purchase one, but the Research Institute's budget is currently quite tight. Doctor, what are you saying? My products are yours. I will bring back everything from the company for you to choose from tomorrow, Masaki replied in a fluster. Indeed. And I recently helped Masaki shoot an advertisement for the battle simulator, which you should definitely try, Julan chimed in with a smile. Alright. I will certainly support the products that Julan has filmed. Also, Masaki, I will rely on you for the Institute's funding moving forward. You know how tight things get while I am away on business. The doctor laughed heartily. By the way, Masaki, how did you and Julan meet? I must hear this story. Dr. Xiaodian finally inquired, hitting upon the main topic. Well, doctor, do you recall the incident that occurred a few months ago in the Changhua forest? Masaki and Julan exchanged a glance before he slowly began to speak. Really? You met during that incident? I remember that it was said to involve Team Rocket, yet the specifics remain unclear. You two met then? Doctor. Xiaodian's excitement was palpable as he sat up straight, attentively listening. Yes, perhaps it was fate. At that time, I encountered Celebi in the forest, which intended to take me on a journey through time. However, we stumbled upon Team Rocket, and it was only thanks to Masaki that we were saved, Julan elaborated, seamlessly taking over the narrative. As a fellow participant in the incident, she recalled the details with greater clarity than Masaki. Unlike Masaki, this event had transpired many years ago for Julan, yet she recounted every detail without omission. When she reached the part where Celebi was revived, even the doctor could not help but shed tears, followed by a smile. You truly faced a daunting challenge, Masaki, fresh to the world yet encountering such an event. Thankfully, you resolved it splendidly. Dr. Xiaodian laughed heartily. Having listened to Julan's story, he felt an even greater sense of pride for Masaki, who had made such a heroic feat as a novice trainer, saving Celebi. It was no wonder he had achieved such remarkable success thereafter. Now, I must address the main point. Masaki, the reason I called you back is regarding Mega Evolution. After reviewing your paper, I realized that our research institute possesses numerous evolutionary stones and keystones, which I discovered during my explorations in my youth, though their purpose was unknown at the time. Doctor. Xiaodian retrieved a keystone and an evolutionary stone from his pocket, presenting them to Julan. Julan, welcome to our research institute. I would like to gift you this keystone and evolutionary stone. Based on the evaluation criteria in Masaki's paper, this should be the evolutionary stone for Garchomp, which should be of use to you. Yes, indeed, this is the evolutionary stone for Garchomp. Julan, please accept it, Masaki confirmed, activating the data analysis eye and nodding. I was utterly astonished that the doctor had such a stockpile of keystones and evolutionary stones. In this era of mega evolution, they were incredibly valuable, with prices skyrocketing. The pair of keystones and evolutionary stones given to Julan were precious gifts, indeed, and there was little available on the market. Doctor, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Julan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she declined. Julan, there's no need to feel embarrassed. Given your relationship with Masaki, you are essentially family to us. There's no need for formality among family, Dr. Xiaodian reassured her warmly. Therefore, please accept this gift. If you refuse, I might just become rather upset. Dr. Oda, feigning annoyance, took a sip of tea and directly placed 2 stones into Tsubaki's hands. Very well, I shall graciously accept this. Thank you, uncle. Upon hearing Dr. Oda's words, Tsubaki's face flushed crimson, and the smile curving at her lips could scarcely be concealed. The utterance of uncle served to fortify the bond between her and the doctor significantly. She eagerly accepted the keystone and the evolution stone, promptly releasing her Garchomp. Amidst the radiant glow of the Pokeball, the formidable Garchomp materialized, its demeanor reflecting sheer joy as it received the evolution stone from Tsubaki. Within that stone, it sensed an extraordinary energy capable of propelling it beyond its current limits. Chapter 110, The 1,000 Miles. Here, Jinshu, this is all for you. See if it proves useful. Dr. Oda continued, extracting a transparent bag brimming with an assortment of evolution stones. Doctor, your stock is truly impressive, Jinshu exclaimed, examining the contents. From the bag, he retrieved a Lucarian's evolution stone. I shall take this one first, Doctor. It is perfectly suited for Lucario's mega evolution. Initially, Jinshu had intended to enlist Beiyu's help in acquiring evolution stones from the market, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover so many right here with the doctor. However, he had no immediate use for such a plethora of stones, as the only Pokémon he currently possessed capable of mega evolution were Scyther and Lucario. Well, these items are of no real use to me. Feel free to return whenever you require them. Dr. Oda reclaimed the bag and produced a map, pointing to a small island depicted upon it. Jinshu, I actually summoned you back for another matter. This is an island I previously investigated. Recently, the instruments I left there detected unusual waves, likely emanating from a unique Pokémon. Would you be able to assist me by investigating and recording data on this unknown Pokémon? Absolutely, Uncle. Leave it to us. Tsubaki interjected eagerly before Jinshu could respond, her enthusiasm palpable. Having just accepted Dr. Oda's gift, she was keen to assist him in any way possible. Moreover, accompanying Jinshu on a business trip to the solitary island was precisely in line with her desires. All right, but I must wait until I finish this competition first, Jinshu stated. That's fine. With Tsubaki accompanying you, I feel reassured. There's no rush for the exploration of the island. You can embark whenever it suits you. Additionally, the gym leader Qian Li at the Changhua Gym has been eager to meet you. If you find a moment, do pay him a visit, as he has sought me out several times. Qian Li, as luck would have it, he is the gym leader of the 5th gym. I could conveniently challenge him as well. I wonder what he wishes to discuss with me, Jinshu mused quietly. Tsubaki, I must return to my experiments now. I have a paper to publish soon, so I shall leave you two to enjoy each other's company, Dr. Oda declared, rising and adjusting his lab coat. He then winked at Jinshu, conveying a meaningful glance. All right, Tsubaki, let us set forth to Changhua City to find Qian Li, Jinshu announced, standing up as well. The exploration of the solitary island would consume considerable time, and for now, it had to be postponed. However, Changhua City was quite nearby, and they could head there immediately. Changhua City is a charming little town with a splendid environment, nestled against the Changhua Forest, where wild Pokémon often roam freely, and the air quality is exceptionally good. To the west of the city lies a small beach, a popular spot for recreation, and also the residence of the elderly Hatchi. Jinshu and Tsubaki, riding on Garchomp, soon arrived at the borders of Changhua City, strolling leisurely along the streets while admiring this familiar yet novel city. Though Changhua City is not far from Waibaizan, Jinshu had never truly explored it. The last time he visited was during his search for the elderly Hatchi, where he encountered a boy named Manchong. He wondered how that lad was faring now. This place is delightful, such a beautiful city. Look, Jinshu, there are flowers everywhere, Tsubaki exclaimed, as petals drifted from the trees lining the path, lending an air of romance and splendor to the city. She caught a petal in her hand, waving it before Jinshu with a flourish. Jinshu gazed up at the tree from which the petals fell, noticing a few green caterpies weaving between the branches, as well as several metapods perched motionless, patiently awaiting their metamorphosis. Indeed, splendid. Let us visit Changhua Forest later. It will be a nostalgic return, Jinshu replied, feeling his spirits lift at the sight before him. It was fortuitous that they could also visit Changhua Forest, the very place where he and Tsubaki first met. Absolutely, Tsubaki exclaimed, linking her arm with Jinshu's, her excitement palpable. She had long wished to return with him, though previous opportunities had eluded her. According to the map, Qian Li's Changhua Gym was located in the northeastern part of Changhua City. Upon their arrival at the gym, they encountered a handsome gentleman with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, who rushed to the entrance, breathless and clutching his knee, attempting to steady his racing heart. Seems I just made it. Apologies. I had a bit of a situation at the forest entrance and only received the doctor's call just now. Hello, Jinshu, I am Qian Li. It's quite amusing that we are neighbors, yet this is our first meeting, he said, standing upright with a hearty laugh. Though you may not know me well, my daughter often speaks of you. I've heard the tale of your triumph at the grand festival numerous times. Oh, so Jinshu is also a coordinator? Tsubaki's eyes sparkled, akin to discovering a new world. Indeed, my daughter frequently shares footage of the competitions with me. Your talent as a coordinator is indeed rare, Qian Li chuckled heartily. Thank you, uncle, for your kind words. May I inquire as to the reason you sought me? Jinshu said, scratching his head, feeling slightly embarrassed by the praise from an elder. Nearly forgot the matter at hand. Please, follow me inside. We can discuss it further, Qianli said, tapping his head in realization. He led Jinshu and Tsubaki into the gym and into his office. You see, Jinshu, you are aware that Changhua City has a public training class for aspiring trainers, which I founded to assist children with potential in learning the fundamentals of training. Qianli poured tea for Jinshu and Tsubaki, continuing, I have recently trialed your company's battle simulator and found it exceptionally suitable for training those children. I wish to procure a batch of equipment and games for their training, but your products have been sold out lately. I wonder if there might be any internal channels through which I could acquire some? Chapter 111, The Overtime King. That is entirely feasible, uncle. I shall directly donate 30 sets of glasses and games to your training class, contributing a small token to the education in Changhua City, Jinshu declared, waving his hand dismissively. If it were a purchase, Qianli would certainly have to spend, but Jinshu now found himself in a position of affluence. And donating equipment to the school was no trouble at all. Thank you, Jinshu. I extend my gratitude on behalf of all the students in our class. Qianli responded, graciously accepting the offer. By the way, Qianli, I still need to challenge you. Since I'm here, might as well engage in a battle to mark my visit, Jinshu said, scratching his head. Very well, time waits for no one. Let us hasten forth. Chihiro, brimming with enthusiasm, led Masaki and Takehara directly to the battle arena within the dojo. Ordinarily, challengers would be required to navigate through several preliminary trials, yet Masaki, due to his connections, was promptly ushered to the battlefield to face the gym leader. Masaki, the rules of engagement dictate a one-on-one battle, where a single match will determine the victor. I am well aware of your capabilities, and I firmly believe you can secure the balance badge. This battle is not merely a contest between Pokémon. It is a clash of the trainer's resolve. Therefore, I implore you to give your utmost in this encounter. I assure you, it will be a rewarding experience. Upon stepping onto the battlefield, Chihiro transformed, exuding a formidable presence as he spoke. Understood, Gym Leader Chihiro. I shall exert every effort. Observing Chihiro's demeanor, Masaki unleashed a fierce aura of his own, rivaling the seasoned gym leader. Splendid. A young person should indeed embody such tenacity. My admiration for you grows by the moment, Masaki, Chihiro exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he tossed out his Pokeball. Go forth, Sloth King. Sloth King, an ape-like Pokemon, possesses remarkable innate talents, excelling in various attributes compared to ordinary Pokemon. However, it bears a significant drawback. Its lazy trait often distracts it during battles, leading to a lack of focus and effort. Many trainers have experienced the frustration of having their Sloth King dominate early on, only to succumb to slumber mid-battle, thereby squandering a promising position. Consequently, despite its prodigious potential, few trainers choose to nurture this Pokemon. Yet, Chihiro's Sloth King appeared to be an exception. Upon emerging from its Pokeball, it yawned lazily, but as soon as Chihiro announced the imminent battle, the Sloth King's demeanor shifted dramatically. It stood upright and pounded its chest with fervor, its eyes alight with a fierce fighting spirit. What an impressive aura. Masaki mused quietly as he activated his data analysis eye. Sloth King male. Qualification level, purple. Type, normal. Ability, lazy, can temporarily overcome the urge to be lazy during battle with training. Level, 41, elite level 40, 50. Gym Leader Chihiro, your Sloth King seems quite extraordinary, Masaki remarked. Chihiro, a true master in the cultivation of Sloth Kings, had seemingly enabled his Pokemon to transcend its inherent nature. It could almost be renamed Overtime King. Although this overcoming is temporary, it is more than sufficient. One must recognize that the destructive potential of a fully engaged Sloth King is truly incalculable. Masaki, this is the first lesson I wish to impart. Pokemon are astonishing creatures of immense potential. Never underestimate their capabilities. If you nurture them with care, they will undoubtedly respond in kind, Chihiro chuckled. Now go forth, Lucario. Masaki released his own Pokeball, summoning Lucario. After careful consideration, he resolved to engage in battle with it. Sloth King, being a normal-type Pokemon, would be at a distinct disadvantage against a fighting-type Pokemon. Furthermore, Lucario had recently acquired new powers and was eager to demonstrate its prowess. Indeed, a Pokemon brimming with spirit. Let me witness your full strength. I shall not disappoint you. As the battle commenced, the keystone in Masaki's possession radiated a brilliant light, coinciding with Lucario's own luminous transformation. A violet cocoon enveloped Lucario, indicating Masaki's intent to exert himself fully from the outset. Utilizing Mega Evolution right from the beginning, I see your resolve, Masaki. Chihiro nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips. Go for it, Masaki and Lucario. Takehara silently cheered for Masaki from the sidelines, feeling more anxious than if she were battling herself. Boom. The violet cocoon erupted spectacularly, revealing Mega Lucario in all its glory. It had grown significantly in stature, its limbs now adorned with fiery red fur, and sharp tips protruded from its body. A continuous flow of aura energy swirled around Mega Lucario, causing tremors across the battlefield. This is Mega Lucario. Though its appearance remains largely unchanged, its efficiency in harnessing aura power has increased exponentially, Takehara pondered. She too possessed a Lucario, and the sight of Masaki's Mega Evolution offered her valuable insights. Sloth King. Arm Hammer. Chihiro commanded, and in an instant, Sloth King vanished from sight, displaying agility that belied its bulk. It reappeared behind Mega Lucario, its powerful arms charged with overwhelming energy, and struck down with all its might. Boom. Mega Lucario, seemingly anticipating the attack, deftly evaded the strike at the last moment. Sloth King's full-force arm hammer crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, illustrating the sheer force behind the blow. Despite Mega Lucario's significant power boost from Mega Evolution, its durability remained low, making it susceptible to several of Sloth King's powerful strikes. However, the silver lining was that Mega Lucario had completely locked on a Sloth King's aura, enabling it to read every movement with clarity. This was precisely why Mega Lucario could react with such uncanny foresight. Aura Sphere. After dodging the attack, Mega Lucario elegantly waved its arms, forming several azure aura spheres that hurtled towards Sloth King. Although Sloth King attempted to evade, the trajectory of each aura sphere was uncanny, predicting its path perfectly, and they struck true. Sloth King was battered by the barrage of aura spheres, leaving it reeling and on the brink of collapse. The aura sphere's double effectiveness against it inflicted tremendous damage. Sloth King, use Earthquake. Chihiro commanded. Sloth King's skill pool was extensive, although it was a normal-type Pokémon. It could learn powerful moves from other types too. It leaped high into the air and then slammed down onto the arena, sending shockwaves throughout the battlefield. Earthquake, a ground-type move, was also super effective against Mega Lucario. Chihiro, with his wealth of battle experience, adeptly countered Mega Lucario's almost precognitive aura powers with this large-scale attack. As the tremors commenced, Mega Lucario executed an impressive leap, propelling itself into the air to evade the earthquake's impact, almost as if it were suspended in midair. Sloth King, seize the moment and use rest. Chihiro aimed to capitalize on Mega Lucario's airborne state, instructing Sloth King to restore its energy. Rest, a recovery move, allowed Pokémon to regain half their health by entering a state of slumber. This was Sloth King's forte. It closed its eyes and began to rest, a healing energy radiating from it, mending its wounds and restoring its vitality. Mega Lucario, Flying Knee Kick. The moment Sloth King initiated its rest, it became the perfect opportunity for attack. Mega Lucario thrust its right knee forward, diving rapidly towards the ground. During its descent, its knee ignited with a fiery energy, crashing directly into Sloth King. Remarkable. It can still alter its body posture midair. Takehara marveled, recognizing the incredible flexibility of Masaki's Lucario. Though her own Lucario was considerably stronger, it could not execute such intricate maneuvers. This, indeed, was a testament to Masaki's Lucario's innate talent. Not only was it born with an extraordinary sensitivity to the aura, but its remarkable flexibility far surpasses that of ordinary fighting-type Pokémon. Please, King, endure it, control Lucario. Chimney shouted. Please. On the battlefield, the distressed king clung tightly to the Mega Lucario. Despite suffering a powerful high jump kick and receiving super effective damage, the king steadfastly persevered. Well done, King. Use Destruction Ray. The king held tightly onto the Mega Lucario as it began to gather a violent and terrifying energy in its mouth. With the combination of its embrace and the devastating Destruction Ray, this was the king's true strength. After a few seconds of charging, a beam as thick as a barrel shot forth, striking the barrier in front of Mega Lucario. The Mega Lucario, having anticipated the king's attack through its aura, executed Protect, successfully blocking the king's ultimate move. It's still not enough, Zhinshu. Your strength is indeed formidable. I find myself learning from you this time, Chimney said with a wry smile. Initially, he had intended to teach Zhinshu something through this battle, only to discover he was the one at a complete disadvantage. No, Uncle Chimney, I have indeed learned a great deal from your battle. I am truly grateful for your guidance. However, let me claim the victory in this battle. Zhinshu replied earnestly. The king's strength was indeed impressive. Had it not been for Lucario's ability to Mega Evolve, it would have been a formidable rival. Mega Lucario. Secure this victory. Mega Lucario remained in the embrace of the king, while the king entered a state of paralysis after using Destruction Ray. A deep blue aura sphere rapidly formed in front of it and struck the king directly. The king collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. The earlier high jump kick should have ended the battle, but the king had fought valiantly with sheer willpower. For Chimney's victory, the king had truly given its all. Still, even having held on, it remained in a state of exhaustion. In this condition, the king only needed a simple attack to be defeated. With the king down, it signified that Mega Lucario had indeed secured victory. This was its first battle in Mega Evolution form, perfectly showcasing the formidable power of the aura. I've completely lost. Jinshu, thank you for revealing the power of Mega Evolution to me. I may pursue this strength in the future, Chimney said as he recalled the king. Addressing Jinshu. Previously, Chimney had not felt much regarding Mega Evolution, but after truly facing this new system, he finally comprehended the terrifying nature of this entirely new evolutionary paradigm. Uncle Chimney, I believe you should seek the evolution stone for Dunsparce. I feel that Mega Dunsparce would suit you perfectly. As a seasoned user of normal-type Pokémon, the Mega Evolution of Dunsparce was undoubtedly very fitting for Chimney. The Mega Dunsparce, after evolution, possessed an extraordinarily powerful parent love ability, allowing it to battle alongside a small Dunsparce, significantly enhancing the power of its moves. Dunsparce, is it? I will certainly keep an eye out for it, Chimney replied, his eyes lighting up. As a master of normal types, he indeed had experience raising Dunsparce. Although not as profound as his understanding of the King's family, he was still quite knowledgeable. Alright, Jinshu, here is the balance badge from the Changhua Gym, representing the power of equilibrium in offense and defense. However, today you have shown me a new path of strength. Perhaps offense is indeed the best form of defense. Reflecting on his recent battle with Jinshu, Chimney couldn't help but smile wryly. From the very beginning, Jinshu had completely overpowered him with aggressive attacks, rendering Chimney's meticulously planned strategies ineffective. Such was the allure of a strong offensive approach. Ding. Host detected obtaining the balance badge. Reward. Ultimate skill training space. Electric Z Crystal. All Pokemon level up by 2. Upon receiving the badge from Chimney, Jinshu once again heard the system's voice, confirming his reward. Fantastic. Jinshu silently cheered within, overwhelmed by the bountiful reward. First and foremost, the ultimate skill training space allowed him to enter with one Pokemon, enabling it to learn one of 3 ultimate skills: water, fire, or grass. As the name suggests, ultimate skills are the pinnacle of power, possessing nearly world-ending capabilities. The fire-type ultimate skill is called Explosive Flame. The water-type ultimate skill is known as Hydro Cannon, and the grass-type ultimate skill is named Frenzy Plant. Naturally, Jinshu chose the grass-type ultimate skill, Frenzy Plant. Chapter 113, Ultimate. Would you like to enter the ultimate skill training space? Time flow, 1 year inside, 1 second outside. The system's prompt appeared once more, and Jinshu nodded in agreement, silently affirming his decision. Suddenly, his consciousness felt disoriented as the scenery around him rapidly transformed, gradually becoming clearer. He found himself in a beautifully serene pavilion. Beside him stood a similarly bewildered superior, also surveying their surroundings in confusion. It had been resting in its Pokeball when suddenly, it was transported to this unknown place alongside Jinshu. Jinshu, what is happening? Superior's voice echoed in Jinshu's mind. This is a reward from the system. Much like the previous secret realm, we have arrived in this realm to learn ultimate skills. Jinshu explained to Superior. The system fell silent after transporting Jinshu and Superior to the island, and the two began to explore their unfamiliar environment. Suddenly, a voice rang out from not far away, followed by a furious shout as an elderly woman clad in a shrine maideness attire leaped before Jinshu and Superior, wielding a long staff that clinked rhythmically. You two are the little ones here to learn ultimate skills. I am the ultimate. Here to teach you the ways of the ultimate skills, the old woman rasped. Greetings, Ultimate Granny. I am Jinshu, and this is Superior. We wish to learn the ultimate skill, Frenzy Plant. Jinshu bowed and stated. Superior mimicked Jinshu's gesture, bowing to the Ultimate Granny. The enigmatic presence of the Ultimate Granny seemed to command respect, especially as their teacher. Superior, it appears you have been raised quite well. While your strength may not be sufficient, your talent for learning ultimate skills is undoubtedly adequate, the Ultimate Granny said as she approached Superior, lightly touching it a few times, her murky eyes revealing a hint of admiration. That's wonderful, Ultimate Granny. When can we begin our training? Jinshu eagerly asked, impatient to learn the ultimate skill. Not so fast, young one. Before you learn the ultimate skills, I have a few questions I would like to ask you, the Ultimate Granny said. gently tapping her staff on the ground. Of course, Ultimate Granny. Please go ahead, Jinshu nodded. First question, what do you believe is ultimate? The Ultimate Granny inquired softly. I think ultimate represents the peak of power, the strongest skill a Pokémon can attain, Jinshu replied after some thought, articulating his understanding. The Ultimate Granny nodded, saying, your understanding is quite acceptable. Ultimate is not merely about power. It encompasses the ultimate in all aspects. Now, let me show you the essence of ultimate power. The Ultimate Granny threw a Pokeball, and amidst the white light, a Pokémon resembling a green dinosaur adorned with beautiful flowers around its neck appeared. This was the final form of the grass-type starter from the Chengdu region, Meganium. The imposing presence of the large Sunflora exerted an unprecedented pressure on Masaki, surpassing even that of the fierce Gyarados owned by Chikorin. Masaki promptly activated his data analysis eye. Sunflora, female. Qualification level, golden. Attribute, grass. Ability, abundant. Strength, level 90. Champion level 80, 90. Description, the fragrance emanating from its petals contains elements capable of soothing combative emotions. The Ultimate Grandmother is indeed extraordinary, Masaki mused quietly. This Sunflora has reached the pinnacle of champion level, merely a step away from the mythical level. Although its strength does not yet qualify as ultimate, it has certainly begun to tread the threshold of that realm. Let it demonstrate for you all. The Ultimate Grandmother gently caressed Sunflora's head and spoke. Grandmother is jesting. The Sunflora's strength is already more than sufficient, Masaki thought to himself. If a level 90 strength is still deemed insufficient, he could hardly fathom how powerful one must be to be recognized as ultimate by the Ultimate Grandmother. Would only a legendary Pokémon suffice? It seemed that very few Pokémon in the world would meet the Ultimate Grandmother's standards. Child, you must understand that the path of Pokémon training is boundless. Even at the mythical level, which you refer to as ultimate, it is merely the inception of the ultimate journey. Your potential is immense, and you possess the opportunity to reach the ultimate domain. Therefore, do not hesitate to broaden your horizons and strive towards the ultimate goal of becoming a supreme trainer. The grandmother stated matter-of-factly, revealing the most astounding insights. In her eyes, both Masaki and his superior had the potential to touch the ultimate, which is why she shared so much with him. So, this is how it is. The mythical level above champion level is merely the gateway to the ultimate. Could Superior and I truly have the chance to enter the realm of legendary Pokémon? Masaki pondered, feeling as though the Ultimate Grandmother had opened a new door for him. Previously, he had believed that reaching champion level and becoming a champion marked the pinnacle of a trainer's journey. Now, the Ultimate Grandmother had informed him that champion is far from the limit. It is only the beginning of the ultimate path. Grandmother, I will strive diligently to become an ultimate trainer beyond the mythical level, Masaki declared, his fighting spirit ignited like never before. Indeed, that is the spirit. Young individuals like you should be vibrant, ambitious, and relentlessly pursue your highest ideals. Becoming an ultimate trainer is the ultimate goal every trainer should aspire to. The Ultimate Grandmother smiled, nodding at Masaki. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a young person, one with such potential, who can maintain a sincere heart and consider the well-being of Pokémon. Such individuals have the hope of stepping into the ultimate realm. The ultimate is the culmination of all aspects, not merely an extreme of power. Those who pursue strength while neglecting the feelings of Pokémon will never breach the threshold of the ultimate. Now, let you experience the might of the ultimate skill. The Ultimate Grandmother's voice rose, commanding, Sunflora, Frenzy Plant. Boom. A terrifying energy erupted from Sunflora, transforming the very colors of the heavens and earth in an instant. The ground trembled violently, beginning to collapse as the underlying yellow earth was upheaved. Subsequently, massive wooden tendrils surged from the ground, thrashing wildly. This frenzy plant from Sunflora altered the landscape for several kilometers, a result of its conscious control over its power. Is this the might of an ultimate skill? Masaki and Superior exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. Do you feel it? This is the essence of the ultimate move. The Ultimate Grandmother turned and remarked. Grandmother, we seem to have grasped a portion of it, Masaki nodded. The cataclysmic force they had just witnessed must encapsulate the quintessence of the ultimate move. However, to compel his superior to unleash such an attack at this stage may indeed be premature. Come here. The Ultimate Grandmother beckoned Masaki and Superior closer, tapping Superior's head with her staff. A profound energy began to transfer, causing intense energy fluctuations within Superior. Masaki, now attempt to resonate with Superior's thought frequency. The Ultimate Grandmother continued to channel energy to Superior. Alright, Masaki settled his mind and utilized his ability to connect his thoughts with Superior. Finally, he sensed that critical juncture. As if a bridge had formed between him and Superior, now Superior could feel it too. Through this bridge, Masaki distinctly sensed that Superior was being bathed in a magnificent energy, insights regarding the ultimate move continuously flooding into its mind. The ultimate grandmother was conveying the secrets of the ultimate move through this method. Listen well, Masaki. To master the ultimate move, you must achieve perfection in the paths of agility, strategy, and combat. This means that each time you employ the ultimate move, you must enter a state of unity with Superior, where thoughts, convictions, and actions align. Only in such a state can the true power of the ultimate move be unleashed. Have you grasped this? The ultimate grandmother spoke softly. Yes, I believe I am beginning to understand, Masaki replied, feeling completely in sync with Superior. He could sense that as energy flowed into Superior, a mysterious wave began to spread across its form, gradually approaching its limit. Simultaneously, both Masaki and Superior felt that when the energy was fully gathered, they would be able to unleash the ultimate skill. Drip. Like the final drop that fills a bottle to the brim, a brilliant green light erupted from Superior. The radiance illuminated it, rendering Superior akin to a true monarch. Release it, Superior. Frenzy plant. Masaki and Superior shouted in unison, unleashing the ultimate energy transmitted by the ultimate grandmother in accordance with the ultimate move's execution. Boom. The ground before Superior began to quake violently, as if a subterranean dragon were thrashing about, the yellow earth being continually overturned, engulfing the original surface. Then, enormous tendrils surged forth from the depths, wildly thrashing and launching indiscriminate attacks upon a vast expanse of terrain. This is the power of the ultimate move, Masaki reflected silently, feeling the brutal force contained within this technique, living up to its title of ultimate, capable of reshaping the very world. Very good, indeed. Remember this sensation. The energy generated from the harmonious conviction between trainer and Pokémon, combined with elemental energy, forms the essence of the ultimate move. The power of belief is paramount. You must always remember this, for you have now stepped into the threshold of the ultimate. The ultimate grandmother observed the transformed landscape before her with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. To achieve such scale in their initial attempt, Masaki and Superior indeed exemplified a top-tier pairing. Understood, grandmother. I believe I have also begun to sense the power of belief. Masaki acknowledged. Just moments ago, while fully connected with Superior, he had indeed felt an intangible, mysterious force germinating within. According to the ultimate grandmother, by harnessing that energy and combining it with elemental power, they could form the ultimate energy required to execute the ultimate move. In light of this, the ultimate technique truly lives up to its name, as its complexity is of the utmost degree. Even when utilizing Z moves, Masaki had never encountered such intricacy. Most importantly, it requires a steadfast determination rooted in mutual trust with one's Pokémon, as well as the tacit understanding developed through daily interactions. Should both of these conditions be met, the speed of execution will be greatly enhanced. The wise elder, known as the Ultimate Granny, demonstrated the technique several times with her beloved Cacturne, imparting the essential points to Masaki. Now, take your time to practice. This island is rich in elemental energy, allowing for rapid recovery. If you can master the ultimate technique to the point of charging it within a few seconds, you will have nearly grasped the fundamentals. Defeating it will signify the completion of your training. As she spoke, the ultimate granny tossed out a pokeball, releasing a Blaziken, another member of the esteemed trio from the Chengdu region. However, it appeared to possess less formidable strength than Cacturne, estimated to be around level 50. Only by vanquishing Blaziken with the ultimate technique can Masaki and his superior be considered to have officially completed this trial. This is no small feat, for Blaziken, being a fire-type Pokémon, inherently resists grass-type moves. To deliver a single decisive blow, one must thoroughly master the ultimate technique and unleash its fullest potential. Moreover, even after departing, it is imperative to maintain a state of resonance with superior. Prolonged resonance, regardless of the use of the ultimate technique, will significantly enhance their synergy. The ultimate granny left with one final piece of advice, departing with her staff, entrusting the remainder of the time to Masaki and Superior for their practice. Superior, let us begin, Masaki declared, his gaze meeting Superior's, brimming with fervor. Recently, everything had gone smoothly for him, and it had been a while since he faced such a challenge. The ultimate technique represented a trial for him and Superior, the first checkpoint on the path to becoming an ultimate trainer. Indeed, Masaki. Superior nodded lightly, its eyes equally ablaze with intensity. In an instant, They entered a state of resonance, an intangible energy of conviction continuously generating. Under Superior's guidance, this energy melded with elemental forces, transforming into wondrous ultimate energy. Both Masaki and Superior exhibited remarkable learning capabilities. After the ultimate granny's instruction, they comprehended the process of executing the ultimate technique. In this heightened state of resonance, their energy surged to its peak, unleashing the terrifying frenzy plant move, which dramatically altered the surrounding landscape. Well done, Superior. However, the speed of energy convergence could be improved further, Masaki remarked, identifying a minor flaw. Understood, Masaki. I recognize the shortcoming, Superior responded, engaging in deeper communication with him. Thus, on this island, resounding explosions echoed as Masaki and Superior tirelessly experimented with the ultimate technique, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Chapter 115, Disturbance in the Forest. A year later, on the ultimate training island, Masaki and Superior stood united against the Blaziken left by the ultimate granny. Throughout their training, Masaki had completely lost track of time, only realizing a year had elapsed upon glancing at the system notification. During this year, he and Superior had continually refined their use of the ultimate skill, achieving a state of seamless execution. From entering resonance to execution, it now took less than 2 seconds. Although their powers still fell short of the level demonstrated by the ultimate granny and Cacturn, it was nonetheless quite sufficient. Superior, resonance, Masaki exclaimed, his spirit soaring. Instantly, their consciousness aligned at the same frequency, and the ultimate energy surged rapidly, reaching a critical threshold. Unleash it, ultimate. Frenzy plant. At Masaki's command, Superior's ultimate energy erupted, momentarily suspending time itself. Blaziken sensed the impending threat and attempted to retreat, striving to distance itself from Superior, yet Superior's move had already been unleashed. The ground collapsed rapidly, ensnaring Blaziken within, as thick vines erupted from the earth, mercilessly whipping the entrapped creature. Under such a ferocious ultimate technique, even Blaziken, a fire-type Pokémon, could not withstand the onslaught and succumb to unconsciousness. This signified that, by the ultimate granny standards, Masaki and Superior had officially completed their trial, successfully mastering the ultimate technique, and had taken their first step toward becoming ultimate trainers. Splendid, Superior! Masaki exclaimed, embracing Superior in a moment of exhilaration, the joy evident on their faces. There was no greater delight than striving alongside one's partner and ultimately achieving their goal. The elation of that moment was beyond description. Congratulations, Masaki and Superior. You have surpassed my expectations. This is for you, Masaki. The ultimate granny suddenly appeared, retrieving an oddly shaped Pokeball from seemingly nowhere and tossing it to Masaki. This is an Ultra Ball, designed for capturing Ultra Beasts. Consider it a gift. Remember to maintain your resonant state often. As she spoke, Masaki barely had time to express his gratitude before her somewhat stooped figure vanished from sight. Thank you, Granny, Masaki thought, intending to convey his thanks, only to find the surroundings had drastically changed. Chihiro and Zhulan stood beside him, gazing at him with puzzled expressions. What's wrong, Masaki? Are you feeling unwell? Zhulan inquired, gently touching Masaki's forehead. Moments ago, Masaki had been staring blankly at the balance badge, suddenly exclaiming, "Thank you, Granny." Yet there was no Granny present. Only the three of them, and Masaki's state was quite worrisome. Oh, Zhulan, I'm perfectly fine. Masaki realized he had returned to reality, and the ultimate granny had vanished. However, the Ultra Ball she gifted him lay quietly in his backpack. The Ultra Ball was a special Pokeball specifically designed to capture creatures known as Ultra Beasts. These Ultra Beasts did not inhabit their world, but rather resided in an alternate dimension called the Ultra Space, essentially making them extraterrestrial beings. They exhibited various forms and possessed extraordinary combat abilities. Ordinary individuals who encountered an Ultra Beast would likely face grave danger. Alright, I was startled when you suddenly shouted about a non-existent granny. Do you think I resemble that granny? Zhulan pondered aloud. Not at all. I merely envisioned an elderly lady who imparted much knowledge to me. I hadn't the chance to thank her before she vanished. It's truly unfortunate, Masaki replied. The ultimate granny could be considered a mentor to him, and he wondered if he would have the opportunity to meet her again. Otherwise, it would indeed be a regrettable matter. Indeed, the feeling of yearning to meet someone yet being unable to do so is quite torturous, Zhulan sympathized, recalling her own experiences when she had been unable to find Masaki. So it's important to cherish those present, Chihiro added, producing a technical machine to offer Masaki. This is a normal type move, the Skill Swap TM. After using it, certain Pokémon can learn the move. You might find it useful if you decide to train normal type Pokémon in the future. Thank you, uncle. However, I heard from the professor that you often work in Orange City and rarely return home. Aunt Michiko is quite displeased with you, Masaki remarked. As you said, it's essential to cherish those around you, he added. I'll keep that in mind, Chihiro replied, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor as he scratched his head. Well, I must return to work now. Masaki, you two can enjoy some time together. If you'd like tea, feel free to pour yourself some. Very well, Uncle Chihiro. You carry on with your tasks. We too are about to take our leave, remarked Masaki and Chikurin as they rose to their feet. Having concluded their discussion with Chihiro and secured their badges, the time had come for their departure. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Masaki and Chikurin exited the Orange Flower Dojo and made their way towards the western Orange Flower Forest. Upon reaching the entrance of the Orange Flower Forest, they were greeted by a throng of people gathered around, uncertain of the cause for such a congregation. Please form an orderly line, one at a time. Kindly prepare your proof of strength, whether it be your Pokémon or badge. We appreciate everyone's cooperation, announced a staff member clad in uniform, directing the crowd as they inspected each individual's Pokémon or badge. Only those possessing 3 or more badges or Pokémon of proficient level or higher would be permitted entry. Rumor had it that the Pokémon within the Orange Flower Forest had recently become unusually active. Trainers lacking sufficient strength would be attacked and injured by the agitated wild Pokémon. To ensure the safety of all, the Orange City Alliance had dispatched personnel to oversee the inspections and raise the entry standards. Chihiro had just been assisting here before hastily returning to the dojo. Such a large-scale mobilization by the Alliance hinted at some significant changes occurring within the forest. Masaki and Chikurin exchanged glances, both displaying a glimmer of excitement. The disturbance among the forest's Pokémon likely signified the return of that individual. Chapter 116, The Millennial Slumber Greetings. Please present your badges or Pokémon, said the staff member as Masaki and Chikurin finally reached the front of the line. Just as Masaki was about to produce his balance badge, he heard the staff member exclaim with enthusiasm, "You are Masaki, the competitor from the television. My family is quite fond of you." Masaki was taken aback by his newfound fame. It seemed that his debut of Mega Evolution in the competition had indeed captivated many, especially within the Hoenn region. "Thank you. Here is my balance badge. May I proceed?" Masaki inquired. "Of course. With your prowess, you need not undergo further checks. However, exercise caution within the forest. It is not very safe at present. Should you encounter any danger, please do not hesitate to contact our emergency line, and we will organize a rescue," the staff member advised, pulling out a device to take a picture. "May I take a photo with you? My younger brother adores you and often practices your Mega Evolution lines." Masaki smiled and posed for a picture with the staff member, finally being granted passage. "You truly are a celebrity now, Masaki. It seems you are recognized wherever you go," Chikurin teased playfully. "I suppose you, as the champion of the league, are the real star. If this weren't Sinnoh, I imagine the line for your autograph would stretch for miles." Lady Chikurin, Masaki replied with a hint of resignation. As their banter continued, the path ahead gradually became enveloped in greenery, with the sounds of Pokémon echoing around them. They had officially entered the Orange Flower Forest. The surrounding trees formed a lush canopy, thriving in a manner that suggested no previous devastation within a mere few months. The Orange Flower Forest had rejuvenated from its past desolation and blossomed into a vibrant realm. "Do you feel it, Masaki?" Chikurin turned to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement as they stepped deeper into the forest. "Indeed, it has returned. No wonder the forest has flourished so rapidly, and the Pokémon seem so lively," Masaki affirmed. Upon entering the Orange Flower Forest, the orange flower energy within them surged to life, and they sensed a familiar presence approaching with remarkable speed. Indeed, it was none other than their dear friend, the mythical Pokémon capable of traversing time, Celebi. "Masaki, I sense a peculiar energy," exclaimed Victini, its voice resonating in Masaki's mind. It emerged from his backpack, curiously peering towards the eastern side of the forest. "Victini, that is our friend, a mythical Pokémon like yourself, named Celebi," Masaki explained. At last, a surge of vibrant life enveloped them as beautiful flowers suddenly bloomed along the path. A small, fairy-like Pokémon radiating green light fluttered its gossamer wings and soared towards Masaki and Chikurin, landing directly in Chikurin's embrace. "Chikurin, Masaki, long time no see." Celebi's familiar voice echoed in their ears as it danced joyfully around them, causing the surrounding trees to grow taller in response to its exuberance. "Celebi, it's been ages. This is our companion, Victini," Masaki introduced, gesturing towards the curious Pokémon beside him, which eyed Celebi with a mix of intrigue and trepidation. "Hello, Victini. I'm Celebi," it chirped, effortlessly striking up a conversation and pulling Victini aside, leading to an instant camaraderie as they danced together around Masaki and Shikurin. "What brings you back to the orange flower forest, Celebi?" Masaki inquired. "Well, I thought I would come back to visit you, Masaki. I had intended to seek you out. But it seems fate has brought you here first. More importantly, I have a friend who is about to awaken. I promised I would come to see it," Celebi revealed, pausing midair and stroking its chin thoughtfully. "Ah, Celebi, let us join you in visiting it," Victini exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager to make new friends. "Of course. My friend loves making new acquaintances. It would surely delight in playing with everyone. However, I must confess, I currently cannot locate it, as it has been a millennium since I last met with it," Celebi admitted with a shrug. Despite its youthful appearance, it had indeed experienced thousands of years, such is the nature of mythical Pokémon. "A millennium? Celebi, just who is your friend? To sleep for 1,000 years is quite extraordinary." Shikurin gasped in astonishment. 1,000 years is indeed a lengthy span for humans, but for some Pokémon, a single slumber can last a millennium. "Your friend must be Jirachi, another mythical Pokémon, known to awaken only for 7 days after 1,000 years of sleep," Masaki pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Given Celebi's description, his immediate thought was Jirachi, the only Pokémon capable of such an extended slumber. It is often said that the 17-year cicada spends 17 years underground to sing its heart out for a single summer. Yet Jirachi takes it a step further, trading a millennium of sleep for merely 7 days of awakening. Goodness, to sleep for 1,000 years just to awaken for 7 days seems rather tragic, Victini remarked, tears welling in its eyes as it contemplated the profound solitude such a fate entails. "Indeed, this is why we must cherish these 7 days, Celebi. Let us devise a plan to find Jirachi and ensure it experiences the happiest 7 days possible." Zhuclan spoke, her gaze filled with earnestness. Chapter 117, Bow-Shaped Island. "Where was Celebi and Karaki when they were asleep? Can you recall any distinctive geographical features?" asked Masaki. Although he was eager to reunite with Karaki, they first needed to ascertain its location. "Let me think about the distinctive features," Celebi mused, scratching its head, then suddenly waved its hand excitedly, exclaiming, "That's right. I remember it being on an island shaped like a bow, so I have some recollection of it, but I'm unsure of the exact location." Celebi, initially joyful, became despondent when it realized it could not recall the location. "It's all right, Celebi. This information is sufficient," Masaki reassured, retrieving his navigator to begin his search. He magnified the map of Hoenn and gradually scanned the waters, ultimately discovering an island resembling a grand bow in the southwestern sea of Hoenn. "This must be the place. Let us head to this island and investigate," Zhuclan said with delight. "Incredible. This machine can pinpoint a specific location with just a fragment of information," Celebi marveled, fiddling with Masaki's navigator. "You wouldn't understand, Celebi. This is a mysterious device known as a navigator, a testament to human ingenuity, possessing many wondrous capabilities." Victini skillfully operated the navigator, displaying a humorous video for Celebi to view. "Indeed, the power of science is truly magnificent," Celebi reflected. "In fact, it's somewhat outdated. It still relies on buttons. I intend to develop an entirely new communication device, which I shall call a mobile phone, and it will undoubtedly astonish you all," Masaki declared. Given the current technological prowess of Evergreen Corporation, which could manufacture advanced VR goggles, creating a fully touchscreen mobile phone should be feasible. Often, the Pokémon world is not lacking in technological advancements. After all, they have created Pokeballs and long-distance Pokémon transmission devices. However, it seems that the researchers here have prioritized their studies on Pokémon, neglecting products like mobile phones. This offered Masaki a unique opportunity. With his innovative ideas and the capabilities of Evergreen Corporation, he could replicate his envisioned products in this world. He had already shared the concept draft for the mobile phone with Kityu, who had reportedly assigned personnel to commence system development. He believed that soon, the first generation of Evergreen would be unveiled to clients. "Without further ado, let us set off," Zhuclan said, releasing her Sharpedo, preparing to journey to the bow-shaped island. After an hour of vigorous flight across the vast ocean, they finally spotted the uniquely shaped island in the southeastern sea of Hoenn. The island was lush with greenery, dotted with hills of varying heights. "Everyone, take note. There is a speedboat near the island, indicating that there may be others present," Zhuclan observed keenly, spotting the boat anchored at the island's edge. As they descended beside the speedboat, Zhuclan and Masaki examined it closely. The boat bore no markings. Only an empty oil drum was visible, and aside from that, there was nothing else. On the shore beside the speedboat, they could discern traces left by humans. It appeared that someone had already commenced exploration of this island. Zhu Clan's expression darkened. Logically, this was a remote island far from the Hoenn mainland, making it highly unlikely for anyone to be here. Yet, astonishingly, a speedboat was docked on this desolate island at a time when mythical Pokémon might appear. Such circumstances led Zhu Clan to suspect that the boat's owner could be nefarious individuals. They must also be searching for Karaki. I wonder how they obtained their information. Masaki pondered aloud. Karaki is a wondrous mythical Pokémon renowned for its extraordinary ability to grant wishes. It is said that if one writes their wish on the wish paper above Karaki's head while it awakens, Karaki will fulfill that desire. Such a power would surely captivate anyone. However, if this wish-granting ability were exploited by wrongdoers, chaos would ensue. Masaki, we must locate the others on this island to ascertain their motives for coming here, Zhu Clan said seriously, her demeanor shifting to one of determination. The aura of a champion naturally radiating from her. Indeed, Masaki replied softly, already releasing Lucario. When it comes to searching for individuals, none are more adept than it. Its aura serves as a sonar, enabling precise tracking. Lucario, locate the others on this island and lead us to them, Masaki instructed. Zhu Clan also summoned her Lucario, issuing the same command. The two Lucarios simultaneously closed their eyes, probing the entire bow-shaped island for auras. Under their scrutiny, nothing would remain hidden. In that direction, after a moment, both Lucarios opened their eyes simultaneously, pointing towards the western forest, their eyes shimmering with a cerulean glow, the manifestation of their aura detection. Through their exploration, they discerned the presence of an adult male in the western forest, likely the owner of the speedboat whom Masaki and Zhu Clan sought. Let us go. Masaki and Zhu Clan exchanged glances, then swiftly followed the leading Lucarios into the forest. On this bow-shaped island, the Pokémon in the forest were typically quite wild. Ordinarily, they would attack any intruders in their territory. However, upon Masaki and Zhu Clan's entry, the seemingly fierce Pokémon displayed extreme friendliness toward Celebi, eagerly guiding Masaki and Zhu Clan in pursuit of the man in the forest. In truth, they had previously attempted to attack the man but had been defeated. Now, these wild Pokémon were holding their breath, yearning for revenge. That man is using a Tyranitar? A pseudo-legendary. It seems he isn't a pushover. Masaki gathered from the information shared by the wild Pokémon. Tyranitar is a late-blooming pseudo-legendary Pokémon known for its immense destructive power, requiring considerable time to evolve into its final form. However, Masaki felt no fear. After all, he had mastered ultimate techniques. If he were to struggle, Zhu Clan, with her own champion-level Sharpedo, would be there to assist. Chapter 118, Avoiding Decades of Detours. Lucario issued a warning. The man was just ahead. Zhu Clan placed a finger to her lips, signaling Masaki to remain silent. The two concealed themselves behind a large tree, cautiously advancing. Ahead stood a blond man, accompanied by an imposing Tyranitar that exuded an intimidating presence. Tyranitar, male. Qualification level, blue. Type, rock, dark. Ability, intimidate. Strength, level 60, gym level 50, 60. Masaki glanced at Tyranitar's data, deeming it manageable. The blond man held a compass-like device, pausing as if searching for direction, muttering, where could it be? Karaki. Why does the magnetic field get disrupted here? Hearing the blond man's words, Masaki and Zhu Clan exchanged knowing glances and nodded. Indeed, this individual had come in search of Karaki. The golden-haired man stood still, casting his gaze around, acutely aware of an unsettling sensation that several veiled eyes seemed to be scrutinizing him from the shadows. Yet, his rational mind insisted that such an isolated place could scarcely harbor others. Come out. No need to hide. I have already discerned your presence. After some contemplation, the golden-haired man deemed it prudent to test the waters. At that moment, a rustling sound erupted from the thicket behind him. The verdant tree and bamboo orchid, lying in wait, leaped forth. The verdant tree was accompanied by the sovereign serpent, and at this juncture, it had entered a resonant state, its ultimate energy surging rapidly. Vangelis, attack. The sudden emergence of the verdant tree startled the golden-haired man, yet he swiftly gave his command. A grim expression shadowed his face, his eyes flickering with a chilling light, intent on eradicating the verdant tree and bamboo orchid. To dare obstruct him at such a critical juncture was sheer folly. Mad plants. The verdant tree had no intention of granting its adversary an opportunity. Its ultimate skill had been fully charged. A violent burst of ultimate energy erupted from the sovereign serpent, causing the ground beneath Vangelis and the golden-haired man to suddenly collapse, trembling as the earth churned up the yellow soil from below. This made it exceedingly difficult for both Vangelis and the golden-haired man to maintain their footing. They could only brace themselves, desperately trying to keep their balance. What kind of skill is this? How terrifying, the golden-haired man murmured. He struggled to avoid falling, but the tremors intensified, akin to a genuine natural disaster. However, the only ones threatened were the enemies of the verdant tree. Both it and Bamboo Orchid stood their ground, reveling in the turmoil faced by the golden-haired man and Bangelis. Is this the ultimate skill you mentioned, verdant tree? Impressive, Bamboo Orchid exclaimed, astonished. Though she was a champion, she had never witnessed such a formidable skill. It seemed that since their first encounter, the verdant tree had consistently unveiled new wonders that even the well-versed Bamboo Orchid had never seen before. The ultimate skill before them was a prime example. Is this a ground-type skill? It can actually induce such a massive earthquake, Victini inquired. It sensed the intensity of the tremors. Indeed, any Pokémon incapable of flight would suffer greatly. Shaman shook its head, as the deity of the forest. It was particularly attuned to grass-type energy. No, this is undoubtedly a grass-type skill, with an energy intensity that is simply astounding. This is what the verdant tree referred to as ultimate energy, a fusion of grass-type energy and belief energy. Upon hearing the discourse, the verdant tree chuckled. This is merely the beginning. There is even more exhilarating action to come. No sooner had the verdant tree spoken than the tremors surrounding the golden-haired man and Bangelis intensified, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Subsequently, numerous robust vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Bangelis and the golden-haired man securely. Damn it, Bangelis, can you break free? The golden-haired man exerted all his strength, yet remained utterly immobilized, continually howling in frustration. Despite his fervent cries, he and Bangelis remained ensnared by the vines. Bangelis found itself in a truly powerless predicament. Despite its formidable destructive potential, it had been rendered a captive before it could unleash its might. Cursed. Although the golden-haired man was bound like a mummy and suspended in the air, he persisted in shaking his body in an attempt to break free, presenting a rather ludicrous sight. He had never before endured such indignity. He had always swept away adversaries with the strength of Bangelis. Who would have thought that today he would confront a fierce opponent wielding an unprecedented technique that left him utterly vanquished? Speak. What is your purpose for coming to this island? Bamboo Orchid approached the golden-haired man with her fierce Sharpedo, her tone icy. I will not utter a single word. You ambushers, mere lackeys of the League. The golden-haired man shouted vehemently. You insolent fool. Bamboo Orchid, incensed, was on the verge of striking. Calm down, Bamboo Orchid. I will compel him to divulge everything we wish to know. I merely hope he does not come to regret it, the verdant tree interjected, producing a syringe from its person. With a gentle smile gracing its features, it appeared more akin to a dangerous antagonist. Behold, the verdant tree's villain-to-good serum. When faced with disobedient ne'er-do-wells, a single injection can transform them into paragons of virtue, Victini excitedly explained to Shaman and Bamboo Orchid. Each time the verdant tree administered an injection, Victini was thrilled, even yearning to partake in the process personally. Verdant tree, this is splendid. At last, this individual can be redeemed, Bamboo Orchid affirmed. In her previous interrogations of various miscreants, she had pondered the existence of similar instruments. No need for lengthy discussions, simply a means to alter the wicked's mindset. To her astonishment, the verdant tree indeed possessed such a device, which piqued her curiosity regarding its efficacy. If it proved effective, she would implore the verdant tree to share a few vials with her. As the league champion, she often dealt with a myriad of lawbreakers. Their malevolence was deeply entrenched. If this serum could be utilized, the world might find itself significantly more tranquil. What do you intend to do? The golden-haired man observed the verdant tree approaching with the syringe, his anxiety mounting. He shook his body, attempting to retreat, but found it utterly futile. Finally, when the verdant tree was less than 30 centimeters away, he could bear the pressure no longer. In a breakdown, he confessed, I yield. I am a member of the Hunter Guild. I received word of Jirachi and came here to capture it. Chapter 119, The Wishing Star. I've confessed. Please, let me go and return me to my prison. The golden-haired man implored, agitated. Ah, I see. Unfortunately, your confession comes too late. Ignoring his plea, the verdant tree advanced. Adjusting the syringe in its grasp, you are about to embark on a new chapter in your life. The golden-haired man thrashed violently, but was firmly restrained by the verdant tree, which deftly peeled back the vines to expose a patch of skin, completing the injection. What followed was the programming phase, and the golden-haired man successfully transitioned from a fugitive member of the Hunter Guild to a loyal security personnel for the Evergreen Company. Henceforth, he would safeguard peace. Having circumvented decades of wrongdoing and successfully redirected his path, the verdant tree named him Xiao Huang, and upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Huang began recounting his journey to the island. It turned out that while thieving in an ancient village, he had stumbled upon an ancient tome and a compass within a villager's home. The tome detailed the time and place of Jirachi's final slumber. Upon reading it, Xiao Huang was astonished to discover that Jirachi's awakening was imminent, prompting him to hasten to this crescent-shaped island. The compass, it was said, could locate Jirachi's whereabouts. However, Xiao Huang believed the compass might be defective, as it led him astray for quite some time without yielding results. Very well, you may leave this island and report to the Evergreen Company's security office in Xian City. Interestingly, Xiao Huang, the two leaders of the security office are your former colleagues, both hailing from the Hunter Guild, the Verdant Tree remarked. It appeared that the foundation of the Evergreen Company was composed largely of members from Team Rocket and the Hunter Guild. Without these two organizations, the Verdant Tree's company would never have come to fruition. The Verdant Tree contemplated paying a visit one day to express gratitude to the leaders of Team Rocket and the Hunter Guild, all the while scouting for new talent to recruit. After all, large organizations like the Rockets and the Hunter Guild likely harbor numerous underappreciated talents. Since ambitions cannot be realized within those entities, it would be more prudent to join the Evergreen Company under the leadership of Shinsuke. Take Beiwe, for instance. He is currently thriving. All right, boss, Xiao Huang said, bowing to Shinsuke and Julan, before retrieving the now-released Banjiras and departing to his speedboat. Shinsuke, the efficacy of your serum is truly remarkable. Do provide me with a few doses when the time comes. I have grand plans, Julan exclaimed with excitement. Such an extraordinary creation was something Julan longed to possess. No problem, but let us first locate Jirachi, Shinsuke replied, feeling a bit weary. Now that the others had dispersed, it was time to return to the task at hand and find Jirachi. All right, Lucario, we entrust this to you, Julan nodded, addressing Lucario. The compass obtained from Xiao Huang appeared to be a mere counterfeit. When it came to locating things, Lucario was far more adept. Lucario activated its aura power, thoroughly scanning the entirety of Bao Island, discerning a particularly unique aura among the myriad of Pokémon signatures. This aura remained consistently stable in one location and exhibited a high intensity, undoubtedly Jirachi, aligning perfectly with the dormant aura of Jirachi. Lucario, lead us there, Shinsuke affirmed after hearing Lucario's description. Subsequently, Lucario guided them to a small hill on Bao Island. Upon nearing the hill, Celebi immediately began to dance with excitement. Shinsuke, Julan, I can sense Jirachi's presence. It must be sleeping right here. Hearing Celebi's words, both Shinsuke and Julan displayed expressions of exhilaration. Having traversed much of Hoenn from Changhua Forest and searched diligently on this island, they had finally located Jirachi. It must be right here. The two Lucario carefully sensed the precise location of the aura and halted midway up the hill. This is the closest point to Jirachi's aura. Open this place, Lucario. Shinsuke expressed unwavering trust in Lucario's judgment. Boom. A thunderous noise erupted as Lucario successfully broke through the rocky surface of the hill, revealing a hidden cave within. Celebi was the first to rush inside, already sensing the powerful essence of wishes. Jirachi is sleeping right here. Shinsuke and Julan exchanged glances before following suit. The cave was not as dark as they had imagined. The walls glimmered with an unidentifiable mineral, casting a bright glow throughout the cavern. Deep within the cave, Julan and Shinsuke finally beheld the slumbering Jirachi. Jirachi appeared diminutive, adorned with a golden star atop its head and two yellow ribbons flowing from its back, exuding an undeniable charm. At this moment, being in slumber, Jirachi was enveloped in a crystalline substance, its small hands resting peacefully in front of it, appearing utterly serene. This is Jirachi, the legendary wish-granting star, Shinsuke marveled. Alongside Jirachi and Zeraora, he now had 4 mythical Pokémon by his side. It was truly a gathering of legendary beings. Celebi, there are these hard stones surrounding it. How shall we awaken it? Victini curiously tapped the transparent crystal encasing Jirachi and called out, Hey, Jirachi, Celebi brought us to play with you. Wake up. Yet, Jirachi remained in its adorable sleeping posture, utterly motionless, as though it intended to slumber until the end of time. This approach is futile, Victini. To awaken Jirachi, we require a pure and melodious song. Celebi fluttered to Victini's side and explained, Jirachi once told me it loves beautiful melodies. Once the time comes, we can sing together to rouse it. Is that so? Celebi, let us awaken it. Though Victini had never sung before, it was eager to play with Jirachi, having slumbered for 1,000 years, only to awaken for 7 days. Victini felt sympathy for Jirachi's plight and wished to grant it the best 7 days possible. Hold on, Shinsuke, Julan, I just remembered, when Jirachi awakens. It can grant a single wish. Do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill? Now is the time to contemplate. Celebi turned and said, Jirachi, as a mythical Pokémon endowed with the power of wishes, possessed the ability to grant desires, a prospect that many longed for. Julan, I have a wish that must be realized. Therefore, may I have this opportunity? Shinsuke suddenly interjected. Of course, Shinsuke, why are you being so formal with me? Julan replied with a gentle smile, taking Shinsuke's hand. What wish do you wish to fulfill? Chapter 120, A Special Wish. Shinsuke, if you have decided, then let us commence. Celebi's voice resonated. Yes, let us begin. Shinsuke and Julan nodded in agreement. Celebi slowly ascended above Jirachi, emanating a soft green light, while Victini mimicked its actions. Hovering beside Celebi, Celebi closed its eyes and began to sing a lively melody. The others joined in, their harmonious voices echoing throughout the cave, infusing it with vitality. Gradually, the crystalline encasement surrounding Jirachi began to radiate brilliant light, vanishing at a visible pace, completely revealing the slumbering Jirachi. At long last, after a millennium of sleep, the crystalline barrier surrounding Jirachi had finally dissipated. As the last remnants of the crystal faded, Jirachi abruptly opened its luminous eyes, stretching its little arms skyward in a grand yawn. Jirachi, you have finally awakened. Celebi ceased singing and joyfully embraced Jirachi. Ah, Celebi, why do I feel so fatigued? Jirachi inquired, its voice youthful and innocent. Silly one, you have been asleep for 1,000 years. How could you still be tired? Now is the time to be excited. Celebi playfully chided, guiding Jirachi to Shinsuke and Julan. Introducing, this is Shinsuke, this is Julan, and this is Victini. They are all my dear friends. Without their assistance, you would likely still be in slumber. Jirachi appeared somewhat dazed. After Celebi's introductions, it paused for a moment before responding. Thank you for your help. It tapped its head, as if recalling something significant, and continued, by the way, I can grant you one wish. What would you like to wish for? Speak freely. Is any wish permissible? Shinsuke asked suddenly. Well, theoretically, yes, but I would advise against wishing for something that could harm the world. That would make me sad, Jirachi replied, falling into contemplation before slowly adding, then, if I wished for you not to sleep for 1,000 years, and instead to be able to sleep and act like other Pokémon, rather than only being active for 7 days out of a millennium, would that wish be acceptable? Shinsuke elaborated. Indeed, Shinsuke is correct. If this wish were granted, it would liberate Jirachi from its current existence. Julan chimed in, visibly delighted. She had thought Shinsuke might wish for something entirely different, only to realize he held such a heartfelt intention, to allow Jirachi to live freely like other Pokémon. Is that the task at hand? I shall give it a try. Jirachi responded. It was the first time it encountered such a desire, completely unaware if it was feasible. If it were a wish for an abundance of wealth, Karaki would excel at that, as practice indeed makes perfect. This wish from Masaki seemed less about his own aspirations and more like a wish made for Karaki. Karaki closed its eyes, the wondrous power of wishes gathering around it. But shortly thereafter, it opened its eyes and waved its hand dismissively. So, Karaki, is this wish permissible? Victini inquired eagerly. Unfortunately not, Karaki replied. Slumber is a natural law of my being, one that cannot be altered by mere wishes. Should one attempt to force such a change, I might vanish from this world altogether. Masaki, I appreciate your willingness to wish for me, but let us consider a wish that could truly assist you instead. Karaki sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. During its recent attempt, it too had entertained thoughts of how wonderful it would be if things could be different. Karaki despised this bodily law. 7 days felt far too brief, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yet, there was no choice but to persist in this manner. What a pity, Julan lamented with a sigh. Everyone felt sorrowful for Karaki, but Masaki continued, I see. The inability to wish for this has crossed my mind as well, so let us explore alternative solutions. If slumber is a law of your existence, how about we temporarily set aside your physical form? We could create a new body using the power of wishes and transfer your consciousness into it. This way, even if your original body must slumber, your consciousness could roam freely in the new form. What do you think, Karaki? Is this feasible? Masaki's idea was straightforward. Since the rules could not be broken, they would find a way around them. Following his plan, Karaki could completely escape the absurd cycle of sleeping for 1,000 years and waking for merely 7 days. Upon hearing Masaki's new method, Shirabi and Victini were both thrilled and exclaimed, as expected of Masaki, this plan is sure to work. Karaki, give it a try. All right. Karaki felt a surge of enthusiasm and began to channel the power of wishes. Under the influence of this miraculous force, another identical Karaki gradually materialized beside it. A new body crafted by Karaki utilizing the power of wishes as per Masaki's suggestion. It's working. Everyone felt invigorated, their eyes fixed on Karaki's new form. At last, the new body was fully formed, indistinguishable from Karaki's original. Karaki then proceeded to the next step, closing its eyes to utilize the power of wishes to exchange bodies. Finally, amidst the anxious gazes of onlookers, Karaki's original form fell from the air, caught securely by Masaki. Meanwhile, Karaki's new body opened its eyes, excitedly soaring about and embracing Shirabi and Victini. We did it. It truly works. The excitement in Karaki's voice was palpable. Though there was a slight adjustment period and its strength was considerably diminished compared to its previous form, the most significant aspect was that it had attained freedom. Thank you. Masaki, truly thank you. Karaki leaped into Masaki's embrace, squeezing in alongside its original self, gazing up with sparkling eyes intent on etching Masaki's image into memory. In the past, Karaki had hesitated to forge friendships, for each time it became acquainted, it would soon fall into slumber, only to awaken to find its friends long gone. This had led to a solitary existence over the years, with only Shirabi as its companion. However, now Karaki felt emboldened to make friends without fear. Chapter 121, The stage is set. I shall treat you all to apples. With a thought, Karaki conjured several apples in its small hands, distributing them to everyone. After transitioning into its new body, Karaki felt a surge of exhilaration, becoming lively in a manner entirely different from its previous state upon waking. Thank you, Karaki. Where shall we place your original form? Masaki still cradled Karaki's unconscious original body. That is simple, Karaki replied, placing a hand atop its original form, which then promptly vanished. Nibbling on an apple, Karaki smugly declared, I've relocated my original self to a mysterious place where no one can find it. Now I can frolic freely. That is splendid, Karaki, Shirabi exclaimed, joyfully fluttering about while grasping Karaki's small hand. I still remember you said before your last slumber that you would take me on adventures through time and space. Karaki suddenly smacked its forehead. With the worries of slumber behind it, its mind felt remarkably clearer. Really? I want to go too. Victini's excitement was evident as it tugged on Shirabi's hand. Gazing at it eagerly. Did I say such a thing? It's been so long that I can scarcely recall. Perhaps we shall have the opportunity next time. Although Victini's affectionate demeanor was endearing, Shirabi was not easily swayed. The three adorable mythical Pokémon chatted animatedly, oblivious to the world around them. Meanwhile, Masaki and Zhulan prepared to depart. They had successfully awakened Karaki on Bao Island and liberated it from the burdensome cycle of slumbering for 7 days. This journey could be deemed a resounding success, and Masaki and Zhulan boarded Sharpedo, returning to Amethyst City, accompanied by Shirabi, Victini, and Karaki, who found following Masaki to be far more entertaining. The next day at Amethyst City Stadium, the scene was set for a single-type challenge. As a participant, Masaki arrived at the venue, followed closely by the trio clad in Pikachu costumes. Given that all three were legendary mythical Pokémon, their appearance would undoubtedly incite a commotion if spotted. Thus, Karaki used its wish power to create several Pikachu costumes, allowing them to masquerade as Mimikyu and accompany Masaki without drawing attention. At that moment, the Mimikyu that Karaki was portraying was incessantly glancing around, scrutinizing the myriad of unfamiliar sights and asking numerous questions. Masaki, what is that? That is a large screen, which can display various images. During our match, it will showcase footage of our battle. Oh, I see. What is a match? And what is a screen? Karaki continued to inquire, as its previous 1,000-year existence of only being active for 7 days rendered it utterly oblivious to the modern world, akin to a newborn eager to absorb knowledge. Masaki patiently answered, guiding Karaki through its gradual understanding of this new realm. A match is when trainers battle using Pokémon to determine who is stronger, Masaki explained. Oh, so a match is essentially a fight. Is it time for you to compete now? Can I join you? The Mimikyu-clad Karaki nodded enthusiastically before adding, Don't be deceived by my appearance. I am quite formidable in battle. You may, but be wary. Participating can lead to injuries. Are you sure you're all right with that? Masaki pondered before responding. In this single-type challenge, he could only utilize Steel-type Pokémon, and fortuitously, Karaki was indeed a Steel-type, making it eligible to participate. Absolutely no problem. In my prior battles, it was always my opponents who got hurt, Karaki exclaimed proudly. Very well, but when it's time to compete, you must wish to disguise yourself. Masaki nodded in agreement. Karaki had the advantage of directly using its wish power to manifest small desires. If it craved a snack, it merely had to beckon, and it would appear. If it wished to go somewhere, it only needed to think of it and would find itself thereupon opening its eyes. Adding a layer of illusion to oneself is undoubtedly permissible. No, I wish to participate as well, exclaimed Victini suddenly. Observing that Karaki could successfully join the competition, it felt a surge of eagerness. Very well, you may compete, but only in the subsequent round. Let Karaki take the stage for this one, replied Masaki. As the largest sponsor of the event, certain privileges are entirely acceptable. Perhaps we could temporarily alter Masaki's attributes to fire for the occasion. Hooray, Shirabi! You should join as well, and let us see who emerges victorious more swiftly. Victini, masquerading as Mimikyu, joyfully leaped about. I shall refrain. I prefer to observe, Shirabi declined, showing little enthusiasm for battle. The competition soon commenced, and Masaki had already reached the top 16 in the single-type challenge after the previous contest. A victory in this match would propel him into the quarterfinals. Masaki was already positioned on the field, accompanied by a Dunsparce disguised as a dragon. A clever ruse by Karaki after making a wish, appearing as an imposing dragon to the audience. Meanwhile, at the commentary booth, the trio of commentators, Shika, Riha, and Chulan, gathered once more, delivering their expert analysis. As per tradition, Shika was the first to speak. Greetings, dear viewers. Thank you for continuing to follow our inaugural single-type challenge. We are now entering the round of 16, where you will witness competitor Masaki face off against Ayasha. Both participants showcased exceptional prowess in their last matches, and this promises to be a fierce contest. Riha, what are your thoughts? Ayasha is utilizing a fire-type Pokémon, which poses a significant disadvantage for Masaki's steel-type. I am eager to see what strategy Masaki will employ this time, Riha responded. Indeed, Masaki mentioned in the previous interview that he would reveal more surprises. Perhaps we shall witness a new Mega Evolution in this match, Shika continued. Oh, Shika, have you noticed? That Pokémon behind Masaki is one we haven't seen before. Likely unfamiliar to the audience. It resembles a Dunsparce, commonly found in the Unova region, a ground and steel type. It's understandable that viewers might not recognize it. Riha remarked upon spotting Karaki disguised as a Dunsparce. As Riha stated, it seems Masaki will indeed field this Dunsparce. It's exciting to see him unveil a brand new Pokémon. Shika concurred. Chapter 122, The Hesitation Tactic. Chulan, you are familiar with both Ayasha and Masaki. What insights do you have regarding this matchup? Riha suddenly inquired of Chulan. As the champion of the Sinnoh League, Chulan's opinion carried considerable weight. In my view, despite the attribute disadvantage, Masaki can still secure victory through strategy, Chulan casually responded. Having been caught off guard by the question, she intended to remain aloof today, adhering to a principle of promoting Masaki whenever prompted. Clearly, Chulan holds Masaki in high regard, as he is indeed a formidable contender and a favorite to win this tournament. The match is about to commence. Let us focus on the action. The scene returned to the battlefield, where Masaki faced his acquaintance, Ayasha, the gym leader of the Flareon Gym, who was using a fire-type Pokémon. Masaki, I didn't expect to see you here again. I suppose I can prepare to be eliminated early and return to Flareon Town for a rest, Ayasha yawned. Come now, this is a competition. Show some spirit, Ayasha. I'm using a steel-type Pokémon this time, which is quite advantageous for me, Masaki replied, exasperated as he sought to ignite Ayasha's enthusiasm. Oh no, will Masaki really win against me with the type disadvantage, all while being broadcast live on television? How embarrassing. Perhaps I should return and allow my grandfather to find a successor. I can't continue as gym leader, Ayasha lamented, clutching her head upon hearing Masaki's words. It can't be that dire, Masaki observed, bemused by Ayasha's perspective, which seemed entirely different from his own. Competitors, please take your positions and release your Pokémon, instructed the referee. Masaki naturally sent forth Karaki, disguised as a Dunsparce, while Ayasha unleashed her ace, the fiery Embor. After summoning her Pokémon, Ayasha's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, a stark contrast to her previous nonchalance. Though she spoke of pessimism, she was prepared to give her all in battle. It's Dunsparce against Embor. It seems both sides have opportunities. Dunsparce can deliver formidable ground-type attacks against Embor, though it may struggle to withstand Embor's fiery onslaught. Thus, this battle promises to be a test of aggression. The audience is in for a treat. Shika and Riha analyzed the forthcoming bout. Embor, use Flamethrower. Ayasha opted for an aggressive opening. Intense flames gathered in Embor's mouth, transforming into a blazing inferno that surged towards Karaki. Dodge. Karaki moved with agility, as if performing an elegant waltz across the arena, effortlessly evading the ferocious flamethrower. Well done, Karaki. That was impressive, cheered Shirabi and Victini from behind Masaki. Such exquisite footwork. It seems to anticipate Embor's fire perfectly. No wonder it is Masaki's Pokémon. Each step is flawlessly executed, a display of artistry. The commentators marveled at Karaki's evasive maneuvers. Close in on it, Masaki commanded, urging Karaki to take the offensive. Karaki moved as if gliding across the ground, and before Embor could react, it had already appeared before it. Iron Head. Masaki's timing was impeccable. Karaki, embodying the Dunsparce, glimmered with a silver metallic sheen as it collided with Embor. Embor was caught off guard, unable to evade the strike. I didn't expect Masaki to choose Iron Head for the attack. It's quite puzzling. Logically, he should have opted for a ground-type move against Embor, Sheikah remarked with confusion. I'm not entirely sure either. Perhaps Masaki's Dunsparce is more adept at steel-type moves. Riha suggested. Despite his vast battle experience, he couldn't decipher Masaki's reasoning behind this decision. However, the mystery was soon unveiled. Bang! On the battlefield. Karaki's Iron Head struck Embor with a dull thud. Embor, use Flamethrower. As Iron Head proved ineffective against the fire-type Embor, the damage was minimal. And Ayasha seized the opportunity to let Embor initiate a counterattack. Yet, Embor remained paralyzed with fear, staring blankly ahead. Now I understand Masaki's intent. He aimed to trigger Iron Head's additional effect, causing Embor to flinch, thus allowing Masaki to mount successive attacks and establish dominance. Riha exclaimed excitedly from the commentary booth. However, I recall that Iron Head only has a 30% chance of causing flinching. Masaki is placing great faith in his Pokémon. This is indeed a risky maneuver, Sheikah mused. Such is the power of trust. Masaki's unwavering belief in his Pokémon has drawn Lady Luck to his side. What a brilliant strategy. Lee expressed his admiration, utterly captivated by the audacity of Masaki's tactics. Such a strategy, dancing on the edge of a knife, would indeed be a sight to behold if executed successfully. However, in truth, Masaki merely harnessed the divine grace of Karaki. Karaki is a Pokémon favored by the heavens, blessed with extraordinary fortune. Its Iron Head attack is unlike any other, almost guaranteeing a flinch. This implies that once struck by its Iron Head, the opponent is rendered immobile, trapped in a state of perpetual flinch. Flinch, flinch, and further flinch. This encapsulates the allure of divine favor. With the cosmos on my side, what can you possibly contend with? Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The Duckbull Flame Beast stood frozen in place, while the Karaki masquerading as a Dugtrio repeatedly struck it with Iron Head every few seconds. The Duckbull Flame Beast was battered into submission by the Steel-type Iron Head attack, utterly incapable of movement throughout, rendering it a picture of frustration. It was astonishing that Masaki's Dugtrio's Iron Head managed to trigger flinch every single time. What an unbelievable feat. Such a strategy is undeniably terrifying. If I were to face Masaki, I would surely be brought to tears. Xiao Lu empathized, realizing she could hardly accept such a scenario. Even Zhu Lan, who had been silent for quite some time, concurred, remarking, Masaki truly behaves inhumanely. This tactic is far too insidious. It should not merely be termed a flinch strategy, but rather a sneaky tactic. Chapter 123, Karaki's New Hobby. The battle between Masaki and Asha had reached its climactic final round, where Masaki's Karaki, embodied as a Dugtrio, unleashed Iron Head once more, triumphing over Asha's final Pokémon. The Coal Turtle, thus concluding the battle and propelling Masaki into the top 8. Let us extend our congratulations to Masaki. This time, he has enlightened us on the formidable power of Iron Head. We must also pay heed to the additional effects of moves when contemplating our strategies, Lee reflected. Masaki won the match solely through the relentless application of Iron Head, a feat he had yet to witness in his years of commentary on Pokémon battles. Indeed, employing such a singular strategy relies heavily on extraordinary luck. Of course, one must also maintain physical readiness, lest one find themselves subjected to real-life Pokémon battles. Xiao Lu solemnly discussed the pitfalls of such a tactic. A strategy that immobilizes the opponent would undoubtedly infuriate them, leading to an outpouring of frustration. Nevertheless, Asha and Masaki exhibited a harmonious demeanor on the battlefield. After her loss, Asha retrieved her Coal Turtle, which had endured numerous strikes from Iron Head due to its high defense and natural resistance to Steel-type moves before finally succumbing. Oh, losing like this must surely infuriate my grandfather, who will likely dismiss me from my gym leader position and return to the forefront himself. I might even find relief in that, Asha expressed with a look of exasperation. Once the battle concluded, she reverted to her previously lethargic self. No, your grandfather is probably watching in anger and preparing even harsher training for you, Asha. Face reality, Masaki quietly remarked. He understood well the mindset of certain ambitious elders. Failing to meet their expectations often leads to intensified training. No, Masaki. Perhaps I should avoid going back for a while and hide in Zine City to escape his hellish training, Asha replied, cradling her head. She realized her earlier reasoning had been overly fanciful, while Masaki's analysis aligned more closely with the character of that former champion. I must flee immediately. My grandfather might very well come to Zine City to find me. With this realization, Asha's face turned pale, and she dashed out of the venue, leaving a bewildered Masaki behind. Congratulations to Masaki for successfully advancing to the top 8. What considerations guided your tactical approach in this battle? Xiao Lu had approached Masaki for a post-match interview, promptly posing the question that concerned the audience most. It was a rather standard flinch strategy utilizing Iron Head, as I believe everyone has observed. Naturally, it requires a significant amount of luck. I merely stumbled upon it this time. Trainers confident in their fortune might consider giving it a try, Masaki contemplated before responding. Indeed, triggering a flinch with a 30% probability each time is quite absurd. I would advise against attempting it lightly, as it could very well lead to defeat. Xiao Lu chuckled, moving on to the next question. Masaki, how do you maintain your competitive edge, consistently showcasing such eye-catching strategies in each battle? I believe that whether in battles or in life, I am someone who greatly relies on inspiration. Occasionally, bursts of inspiration will emerge, prompting me to take certain actions, resulting in what you call eye-catching strategies. I think everyone should be attentive to these fleeting moments of inspiration in life, Masaki explained, providing an example. For instance, if you gain new insights from my matches, jot them down in a notebook, and you can bring them to fruition next time. Masaki has made a valid point. Without inspiration, life can lack vitality. So, how does Masaki ensure that his wellspring of inspiration remains inexhaustible? Xiao Lu extended the microphone toward Masaki, encouraging him to answer. There are myriad ways to acquire inspiration. For me, indulging in food and play tends to spark my creativity. Recently, I've frequently dined at the newly opened hot pot restaurant in Zine City, and I've also been sketching the beta version of battle simulators. I encourage everyone to give it a try. You might find yourself brimming with inspiration just like me. Masaki said with a smile, revealing the truth behind his creative process. I see. I'm eager to try it out after work. I plan to take my friends to the hot pot restaurant. I hear they are currently offering grand opening discounts, so we should make reservations soon, Xiao Lu chimed in, concluding the post-match interview. Indeed, this post-match segment was primarily a promotional opportunity. In such a highly competitive single-type challenge, the advertising potential is unparalleled. I believe the newly opened hot pot restaurant will be bustling with patrons, and perhaps they will even consider opening additional branches in the future. Masaki, the hot pot restaurant owner sent me pictures. It's already packed. Since your interview aired, many people have been continuously calling to make reservations. Zhulan excitedly rushed over, showing Masaki the images on her device. That's quite normal. With the owner's culinary skills and the promotion by Evergreen Company, the success of this new brand was inevitable, Masaki remarked. What exactly is hot pot, Masaki? Zhulan, is it a pot on fire? Karaki, nearby, inquired curiously. While it understood fire and pot, it was perplexed by the combination of the two. It's a dining style, and it's absolutely delicious, Zhulan explained to Karaki, then appeared to ponder something. Expressing her concern, Masaki, if the hot pot restaurant is now overflowing with customers, won't it be quite troublesome for us to eat? That's not an issue. We are the owners, after all. Securing a table is a simple matter. At my request, every hot pot restaurant has a VIP seat that isn't typically in use, which we can utilize when we go, Masaki reassured her. In no time, at the newly opened Hadaleo in the heart of Ziji City, Jinshu and Zhulan entered a private room where a bubbling hot pot awaited them. The table was spacious, and all of Jinshu and Zhulan's Pokémon donned adorable little aprons as they relished the hot pot, creating a harmonious scene. How is the hot pot, Karaki? Jinshu inquired, turning to the Pokémon. Karaki, with its mouth smeared with sauce, responded indistinctly, delicious, delicious. Chapter 124. Venturing into the film industry upon leaving Hadaleo, Jinshu and Zhulan arrived at a prominent building in Ziji City. Jinshu, where are we headed? Zhulan asked eagerly, as Jinshu had promised her a surprise. Do you remember when I mentioned making a movie with you? It's all set now. The company has arranged the filming schedule, and we just need to shoot, Jinshu explained. This time, he was taking Zhulan to the studio within the building. That's wonderful. Can we really start so soon? Zhulan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had anticipated a wait of several months. But the efficiency of Chongqing Tree Company was surprisingly high. What is a movie? Karaki inquired curiously, trailing behind Jinshu, eager to ask about everything. Remember the television in the hot pot restaurant? that showcased movies, Victini promptly clarified for Karaki. Having spent considerable time alongside Jinshu, Victini had grown quite familiar with the human world. Oh, I see. So if the movie is made, we can see Jinshu on television, right? Karaki said, brimming with excitement. Indeed, and we can all appear together. It will surely be delightful, Victini continued, its eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It had always relished the challenge of novel experiences. Let Jinshu cast me as a motionless tree. I love trees, Celebi chimed in. Fool, if that's the case, you would have no presence at all. Trees shouldn't have lines, Victini replied, exuding an air of exasperation, longing for more substantial roles. Yeah, I might as well just play myself. I couldn't portray anything else. Karaki mused, stroking its chin. After all, it had spent most of these years in slumber, likely unable to perform any other role. If you all wish to participate, that's perfectly fine, and you can even play yourselves, Jinshu nodded, affirming their involvement. In the world of movies, legendary Pokémon often made appearances through other Pokémon's portrayals, enhanced with post-production effects, so audiences were accustomed to seeing mythical creatures on screen. However, it was likely a first for a film to feature genuine mythical Pokémon like Jinshu. We want to participate as well. Suddenly, all of Jinshu's Pokeballs burst open, and all the Pokémon leaped out, eager to communicate with him. Of course, you will all participate. And everyone will be a main character, Jinshu reassured them. As the protagonist's Pokémon partner, their roles would undoubtedly be significant. At that moment, Jinshu felt that the original script might not suffice. He would need to hastily revise it, or else he wouldn't be able to accommodate so many Pokémon. He even pondered whether to transform the film into a series, basing it on his own experiences and the real adventures he had undergone, which might indeed find a market, given the fantastical nature of his life. All right, it's settled then. We shall create a lengthy series that encompasses everyone, marking the first step for Chongqing Tree Company into the film industry. Jinshu declared excitedly, having formulated the plan. As the female lead, I shall perform splendidly and make this series a sensation worldwide. Zhulan vowed, clenching her fists. Soon, they arrived at the studio, where Jinshu had engaged a highly regarded local filming team known for their successful documentaries, though this would be their first foray into television series production. However, having seen their previous works, Jinshu held great trust in their expertise. Hello, Mr. Jinshu. I have long admired you. It's a pleasure to finally meet. A middle-aged man with a long beard, glasses, and a flat cap approached as soon as Jinshu entered the studio. He was the director for this shoot. Initially, when Chongqing Tree invited him to direct a group of inexperienced actors, the director had declined. However, the enticing offer from Chongqing Tree was too tempting to resist. Seeing the youthful appearance of the Chongqing Tree Company's owner, the director couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on his own age. I have always enjoyed your previous works. I trust you with this production and hope for a pleasant collaboration. Jinshu nodded, expressing his confidence. When can we commence? The director inquired. There's no rush. I believe the script requires some modifications, Jinshu replied, seating himself with Zhulan to begin discussing the script. This boss is quite peculiar, the director thought. Witnessing a script being altered on the fly for the first time, and it seemed Jinshu intended to rewrite it entirely. However, he dared not voice any objections, given the generous terms offered. All right, this should suffice, Jinshu announced a few hours later, holding the freshly completed outline. Yes, a perfect script, Zhulan agreed, her anticipation for the film's outcome growing, as her ideas had also been incorporated into the script. Director, what do you think? Jinshu handed the script to the seemingly bored director, who had nearly dozed off. Startled awake by Jinshu's voice, the director perked up and began to read the script. This script is phenomenal. The more he read, the more exhilarated he became, pounding his fist on the table. Mr. Jinshu, have you studied script editing? This is the best script I have ever encountered. If we successfully bring this film to fruition, we will undoubtedly make our mark in film history. The director, now brimming with enthusiasm, had initially thought he would merely help the owner create mediocre films for a modest profit. To his astonishment, this young boss had presented him with a masterpiece. This isn't too shabby, considering Zhulan and I created it together, Jinshu remarked, pleased with the director's approval. Chapter 125. The director couldn't contain his joy, however. The mythical Pokémon appearing in this script would likely require extensive special effects. The director noted, the script features many mythical Pokémon only chronicled in legends, which will necessitate considerable time and effort from the effects team, while Chongqing Tree's production demands are for swift results. Not to worry, I have everything ready, requiring no special effects, Jinshu replied nonchalantly. Beside him, Celebi and the others dramatically removed their Pikachu costumes, revealing their true forms. My goodness. Shalabi, Victini, and Karaki. The director's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him speechless. While others rely on special effects to create cinematic magic, you have astonishingly brought the real deal into the fray. This is, without a doubt, rather eccentric. After the initial shock, an overwhelming wave of elation washed over the director, who sprang to his feet, his face illuminated with excitement, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. With this, we shall undoubtedly craft a film that will astound the entire world. Masaru, let us commence shooting immediately." The director dashed toward Masaru, brimming with impatience. "Can we really start now? Isn't there any need to refine the script further?" asked Takashi, puzzled. "Not at all. Since the script is adapted from your true stories, we need not be overly meticulous. Just recall how you felt back then, embody your characters authentically, and you may even craft your own lines," the director enthusiastically responded. He intended to allow Masaru and Takashi, the principal characters, to express themselves freely while he employed his adept documentary style to capture their performances, ensuring the swiftest production of the film. "All right, let us begin at once," Masaru concurred. Soon after, Masaru and Takashi found themselves in front of a mirror, applying makeup while rehearsing their lines. The director planned to film in sequence, and the plot of the first episode revolved around Takashi, a novice trainer, encountering a wounded Celebi while being pursued by Team Rocket. Given that Takashi had matured and could no longer portray his youthful self, the script underwent slight modifications to better suit their current roles. After a rehearsal, Takashi, with flushed cheeks and a quivering voice, confessed, "Masaru, I'm feeling a bit anxious. What should I do?" This was an unfamiliar sensation for Takashi. Even during the time he faced the reigning champion of the league, he had not experienced such trepidation. Although they had yet to perform on stage, he felt his legs involuntarily trembling. The last time he was this nervous was during their escape from Team Rocket in Orange Forest. "Fear not. There is nothing to worry about in this shoot. You are not portraying someone else. You are simply being yourself. Just reveal your true self," Masaru reassured him. "Yes, I will do my best." Takashi nodded earnestly. To authentically recreate the scene, the director led the entire filming crew into Orange Forest for location shooting. Masaru and Takashi entered the set, officially beginning the shoot. The first episode depicted Takashi, the rookie trainer, entering the forest, encountering Celebi, and subsequently running into Team Rocket, who sought to capture it. As Takashi embraced Celebi while being pursued by Team Rocket, she ran through the forest, colliding with Masaru, who was also a novice trainer. "Oh, I'm so sorry for bumping into you," Takashi exclaimed, clearly immersed in her role as she helped the fallen Masaru to his feet. "No worries," Masaru replied as he stood up, but before he could finish his sentence, Takashi had already tugged him along in a rush. "Hey, why are you dragging me along?" Masaru questioned, bewildered. "There's no time for explanations, just run with me," Takashi insisted, clutching Celebi in one arm while pulling Masaru with the other. "Perfect." The director, watching the footage, could not contain his excitement, exclaiming in joy. Despite having no prior acting experience, Masaru and Takashi had infused the scene with genuine emotion. He sensed that if they continued in this vein, the series would surely become a sensation. As filming progressed, the narrative unfolded to the moment when Masaru and Takashi's heartfelt resolve successfully healed the wounded Celebi, driving away Team Rocket and claiming victory. At that moment, both Masaru and Takashi gazed at the withering Celebi in their arms, memories of that day flooding back without the need for further contemplation. Overwhelmed by sorrow and frustration, tears streamed down their faces, falling upon Celebi. Why must such a beautiful Pokémon suffer at the hands of vile humans? Celebi only wishes to coexist peacefully with us. Does it not? Masaru lamented, his voice choked with emotion. This raw sentiment even moved the seasoned director, accustomed to tear-jerking scenes. Under Masaru's portrayal, it felt less like filming and more like the resurrection of a genuine moment. Indeed, why? Why must it be this way? The other crew members lowered their heads, praying for Celebi's recovery. Then, a miracle occurred. As if sensing their heartfelt prayers, Celebi began to float, radiating a soft green glow. Its withering form began to rejuvenate, filling the air with life. "What is happening?" one of the actors portraying Team Rocket exclaimed, completely captivated by the scene unfolding before him. His astonished expression was genuine, entirely lost in the moment. "Masaru, Takashi, it is your sincere wishes that have awakened me. Those who, like Team Rocket, pursue only power will stray further down the wrong path, their souls shrouded in darkness. It is only through genuine compassion towards Pokémon, like you both, that one may become a true champion," Celebi proclaimed, exuding a powerful aura as it recited lines it had long carried within. At that moment, it was invigorated, After portraying the injured Celebi for so long and being unable to move, it was finally ready to unleash its might. Those who destroy the forest and harm my companions shall face justice. As the forest's energy coalesced around Celebi, beautiful flowers began to bloom around it. Subsequently, Celebi launched a multitude of energy spheres towards Team Rocket, who dramatically fell to the ground in a display of compliance. Next came Celebi's heartfelt gratitude towards Masaru and Takashi, bestowing upon them its power, marking the conclusion of this segment of the film. Bravo, bravo, bravo. After finishing this scene, the entire crew erupted into cheers, applauding Masaru and Takashi for their stellar performances. The forest echoed with resounding applause. In Goldenrod City, after completing the earlier episode's filming, Masaru and Takashi temporarily parted ways. Takashi needed to return to Sinnoh for some matters, while Celebi took Victini and Jirachi to play elsewhere. Masaru, too, received a phone call from Natsuki. In the Evergreen Company's office, Masaru sat in the boss's chair. Beside him was Natsuki, dressed in professional attire. So, is there something you cannot discuss over the phone that requires my presence here? Masaru inquired, glancing at the project progress chart on his computer. Natsuki replied softly, just now. Sakaki contacted me. It seems he wishes to convene a meeting, and I wanted to ask for your opinion. Does this mean you are returning to Team Rocket? Masaru stroked his chin, contemplating. Yes, Masaru, I will be returning to Team Rocket for a few days before rejoining the remaining matches of the single-type challenge, Natsuki reported. All right, I shall accompany you. It's high time I witnessed the talent-rich inner workings of Team Rocket, Masaru replied with a grin. Finally able to put his previously collected Team Rocket uniform to good use. With Natsuki's connections, he was directly entering the heart of Team Rocket, a bold move. Yet Masaru felt confident that this opportunity was too valuable to pass up. If discovered, he could simply make a run for it. Masaru, do you think this is a bit too risky? Natsuki expressed her concerns. Not at all. It's a perfect chance to experience the culture of the Kanto region. Masaru waved his hand dismissively. Their preparations were swift. Within an hour, Masaru and Natsuki boarded a first-class flight, landing at the airport in Goldenrod City after several hours in the air. This Goldenrod City is quite splendid, Masaru remarked as he and Natsuki strolled through the heart of the city, marveling at its charm. Golden City stands as the largest and most prosperous metropolis in the entire Kanto region, adorned with towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, all imbued with a vibrant commercial atmosphere. It must be noted that both Ziji City and the venerable Golden City have a considerable journey ahead before they can aspire to its stature. In the distance, the tallest edifice belongs to the headquarters of the Silver Company, its exterior resplendent in luxurious gold, a fitting tribute to the very name of Golden City. Silver Company reigns supreme in the global manufacturing sector, nearly monopolizing the production of various items. Almost all the tools utilized by trainers in the market are produced by this colossal entity. In comparison, the Evergreen Company, helmed by Jinshu, appears rather youthful. However, as Nazi revealed, Silver Company is currently under the clandestine control of Team Rocket. This revelation sent a chill down Jinshu's spine. No wonder Team Rocket possesses such abundant funds to conduct their nefarious activities worldwide, while simultaneously supporting numerous laboratory research expenses. All thanks to the backing of such a formidable corporation. Where shall we go next? Jinshu inquired as he donned a hooded cloak, enveloping his face and body entirely. Naturally, to my golden gym, for I am its esteemed leader, Nazi replied with a smile, her aura as a psychic returning in full force. For Golden City is indeed her domain. She swiftly manipulated her communicator and placed a call. Hello, summon a vehicle to my location. Nazi stated coldly before hanging up after receiving a response. Shortly thereafter, a spacious black luxury van pulled up before Jinshu and Nazi, and they both stepped inside. The driver, a burly man sporting sunglasses, had a delightful baby ding perched on his shoulder, creating a striking contrast with his imposing figure. To the gym, Nazi commanded as she settled into her seat, her demeanor as frosty as ever. Upon their return to Golden City, she would need to revert to her previous self, a mutual understanding between her and Jinshu. The van was equipped with numerous amenities. Jinshu retrieved a soft drink from the mini-fridge and gazed out the window at the marvels of this new city. However, the traffic in Golden City was overwhelmingly dense, and they soon found themselves halted at a red light for over 100 seconds, the atmosphere within the vehicle growing heavy with silence. I must say, your baby ding appears to be quite well trained. Do you have any insights on its upbringing? I've heard that baby dings require exceptionally meticulous care, Jinshu remarked, waving at the adorable creature. Indeed, I personally prepare the energy cubes, ensuring the proportions are meticulously balanced, and grind them into a fine powder for optimal absorption. I also spend considerable time training it to sing, the sunglasses-clad driver responded, his voice surprisingly gentle. Once he began discussing the nurturing of Baby Ding, he found it hard to cease. Remarkable. The sweetness of your Baby Ding's cotton candy aroma indicates it has received exceptional care, and its skin appears remarkably smooth. Suggesting diligent protection, Zhenshu mused, astonished by the meticulousness of the seemingly fierce driver in training his Pokémon. While Baby Ding may lack in combat prowess, being under the tutelage of such a trainer is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. You flatter me. I merely fulfill my responsibilities, the driver replied. As the red light turned green, and he resumed driving, unable to suppress his smile. His greatest pride lay in his Baby Ding, and receiving praise from others brought him immense joy. After another half hour, the black luxury van came to a stop in front of the Golden Gym, and Zhenshu and Ziji exited the vehicle. Who would have thought? Zhenshu mused, reflecting on his earlier conversation with the driver. Despite working for Team Rocket, he possesses a sincere heart. Perhaps not everyone within Team Rocket harbors ill intentions. Indeed, however, in an environment like Team Rocket, even trainers with a sense of conscience may find themselves compelled to engage in less savory activities, and over time, it becomes increasingly difficult for them to turn back. Ziji pondered. Initially, they may feel guilt for their misdeeds, but as time passes, they may grow numb to it. Those Team Rocket members who capture Pokémon indiscriminately or partake in illegal trades may have once shared a genuine love for Pokémon. Just like that driver, she continued. Thus, it seems that the existence of such organizations would be better off eliminated. The world would undoubtedly be more at peace, Zhenshu remarked, gazing at the Golden Gym before them. Chapter 127, Transformation Tactics. The tiled floor of the Golden Gym gleamed in shades of blue and purple, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Ziji led Zhenshu to the gym leader's lounge, where a man with long purple hair entered, exclaiming, "Ziji, you've finally returned. How did your mission in Ziji go?" He was a Team Rocket squad leader named Lier, who had temporarily taken over Ziji's duties in her absence. Utilizing psychic Pokémon, I report directly to the boss. You aren't in a position to inquire, Ziji responded coldly. Lier, with a carefree demeanor, retorted, "Come now. Don't be so aloof. I've been quite helpful to you. However, some challengers had rather low training levels, but I eliminated their useless Pokémon. They should be grateful." He had a peculiar habit of masquerading as a shadowy figure after challengers departed, stealthily trailing them before eliminating their Pokémon in front of them. A behavior that deeply irked Ziji. With a grin, Lier tossed his hair and turned to Zhenshu, who stood silently in his hooded cloak. "And who might you be? Why conceal your appearance?" He approached Zhenshu, attempting to pull off his hood. However, what confronted him was Zhenshu's cold smile and a swift iron fist. Bang! Lier barely comprehended the danger before Zhenshu's fist loomed larger before striking him squarely on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. "I have little patience for busybodies. Why do you meddle so?" Zhenshu added a kick to the down Lier. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but the curiosity of this Team Rocket squad leader proved too excessive, leaving Zhenshu with no choice. Psychic Shock. A purple light enveloped Ziji as her formidable psychic powers surged forth like a hammer, assaulting Lier's consciousness. "Ah, Ziji, you traitor." Lier's agonized voice echoed from the ground, his mind reeling from the psychic blow, his body writhing as he cursed her. Fortunately, the physical resilience of individuals in the Pokémon world allowed him to remain conscious despite such an attack. "I am no traitor. I have merely chosen a more righteous path," Ziji stated calmly, unleashing another psychic strike that elicited another wail from Lier. "You will face retribution. Boss Sakaki will not spare you." Lier's purple hair fell loose, his face contorted in pain, his voice trembling with rage as he glared at Zhenshu and Ziji. "Fear not. The Sakaki you speak of will soon become the very person you despise, and you shall become the traitor you so vehemently denounce." Zhenshu smiled as he produced his syringe, a few droplets of liquid oozing from its needle, perfectly complementing the faint smile on his face, which accentuated his role as the true villain. "What do you intend to do?" Lier shouted, clutching his head. He struggled to resist, yet his body remained utterly immobile, ensnared by Naz's telekinetic grasp. "Rest assured, you should express gratitude to Zhenshu. Someone like you, a mere waste, ought to be eradicated without hesitation. This is indeed a privilege for you," Naz whispered. In her eyes, administering the serum to someone like Lier was nothing short of a waste. "It's of no concern. Everyone possesses their own worth, and our duty is to ensure they channel that worth onto the right path," Zhenshu declared, completing the injection into Lier. The once defiant Lier, who had been glaring at Zhenshu and Naz, suddenly became vacant-eyed post-injection, entering the phase of programmed submission. Your name is Liar. You will obey Jinshu unconditionally. You cherish fairness and justice, loathe Team Rocket, and aspire to obliterate this dark and malevolent underground organization. Simultaneously, you adore all Pokémon and harbor disdain for your former self, Jinshu articulated. After some contemplation, he efficiently executed the programming input for Liar, transforming the originally perverse Team Rocket squad leader into an obedient undercover agent for Jinshu. Following the completion of the programming, a green luminescence emanated from Jinshu's hand as he performed a simple healing spell on Liar with the power of Orange Blossom. Shaking his shoulders gently, he remarked, Liar, awaken. It is I, your boss, Jinshu. As Liar slowly regained consciousness, his vacant gaze gradually sparked with life. Upon recognizing Jinshu before him, he immediately stood upright and saluted. Excellent. You're looking quite spirited. No need for such formalities next time, Jinshu acknowledged with a nod. Yes, sir, Liar replied, lowering his hands yet maintaining a rigid stance, awaiting Jinshu's command. Stand here without moving or speaking, and keep your posture straight, Jinshu instructed. Understood, boss. Liar responded loudly, adjusting his stance even straighter. Naz silently scoffed, recalling how, upon her own initiation into the light, Jinshu had made her stand at attention for a prolonged period, subjected to various military drills that remained fresh in her memory. Come forth, Ditto. Jinshu tossed a new Pokeball, releasing a pink, soft-bodied Pokémon. It was Ditto, a Pokémon Jinshu had specifically requested from Bayu. Despite Ditto's lack of combat prowess, it possessed an extraordinarily peculiar ability, the capacity to transform into anything else, be it a person or another Pokémon. Jinshu specifically acquired Ditto for its transformative capabilities, as it could perfectly fulfill his need for disguise and allow him to assume another's identity seamlessly. Ditto. Observe this person's face and create a mask identical to his, Jinshu commanded, gesturing towards the still Liar. Ditto nodded anthropomorphically, and a cloud of magical smoke enveloped its form, undergoing a remarkable transformation. Moments later, Ditto truly morphed into an exact replica of Liar's mask. After donning it, coupled with his Team Rocket uniform, Jinshu appeared indistinguishable from Liar. How do I look? Can you still recognize me? Jinshu inquired while wearing the Ditto mask. The exterior is quite similar, but you still lack a hint of that deranged aura. You're still not sufficiently twisted, Naz mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. She immediately discerned the distinction between Jinshu and Liar, as Liar was, after all, a slightly deranged Team Rocket squad leader, his mind somewhat unhinged. Whereas Jinshu now appeared as a perfectly sane version of Liar, rendering the situation inherently abnormal. Is it something like this? Jinshu recalled Liar's previous demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his tone adopting a more frivolous quality. Indeed, just like that, your expression needs to be a touch more lewd, and when you smile, reveal your teeth. Naz continued to assist Jinshu in refining his expression. How about now? Is it satisfactory? After much adjustment, Jinshu finally achieved an expression that left Naz unable to discern any flaws. It's absolutely perfect now, Naz affirmed. She levitated a mirror over, revealing a reflection of both Liar and Jinshu, strikingly identical. With the disguise complete, Jinshu could directly infiltrate the Team Rocket headquarters, where Sakaki had recently summoned the upper echelons of Team Rocket for a significant meeting. Thus, Jinshu, in his altered appearance, could seamlessly participate in the conference. The Team Rocket meeting was set to unfold within a secret base in Kinwang City. Jinshu and Naz hailed a cab, the same driver from before, who navigated through Kinwang City for a considerable time until they finally reached their destination. So how do we gain entry? Jinshu pondered, gazing at the seemingly innocuous, small building before him. Just follow my lead, Naz instructed, guiding Jinshu into the building and directly into a room where she pressed a hidden panel on the wall. As the panel sank into the wall, a large iron door appeared before them. Naz approached and unlocked the fingerprint scanner, causing the door to slowly part, allowing Jinshu and Naz to enter as the elevator began its descent to the subterranean level. You underground organization folks truly have a penchant for this atmosphere, Jinshu jested. This is standard procedure. After all, the League has been relentlessly searching for our bases. Any hint of a clue could lead to swift destruction, Naz explained. It's impressive how Team Rocket has managed to thrive in such an environment, Jinshu remarked. As they conversed, the elevator shook, and the door opened once more, indicating they had arrived at the heart of the base. Step inside, Naz urged, taking the lead. Lady Naz, everyone is already in the conference room. A Team Rocket grunt informed them. Yes, I'm aware. I'll be there shortly, Naz replied casually. She guided Jinshu through the base, showcasing the intricate layout. including the vital Pokeball storage, housing various Pokémon for members' missions, along with those captured and awaiting sale. Jinshu was eager to explore inside, but the storage was guarded by members around the clock, making infiltration quite challenging. Naz led Jinshu into the conference room, where a multitude of executives were already seated. Engrossed in their tasks, the atmosphere pervaded by silence. Naz found an available seat and settled down, awaiting the proceedings. The esteemed Sakaki would not be present in person, but would conduct the meeting via video. It's rather desolate here, Jinshu remarked softly, observing the array of indifferent faces surrounding him. Those present in the conference room were primarily Team Rocket's elite, and Jinshu discreetly memorized their faces, ready to act should he encounter them again. At the podium, a short-haired woman with bangs wearing glasses addressed the assembly. Is everyone here? Jinshu recognized her. Having been briefed by Naz prior, her name was Zhun Niao, serving as Sakaki's secretary, a position of utmost importance and trust within Team Rocket. Thus, her position within Team Rocket is quite elevated. A report indicated that all participants had gathered. A junior member of Team Rocket promptly stepped forward to deliver the news. Very well, let us commence. This meeting is of utmost importance, and I implore everyone to take diligent notes. The secretary, Jin Yao, manipulated the computer at the podium. And suddenly, the visage of Sakaki materialized on the large screen. Dressed in a black suit, Sakaki lounged on a sofa with an elegantly furred cat by his side. Upon the connection of the meeting, Sakaki straightened his posture, an air of formidable authority emanating from him, instilling a palpable sense of pressure in the room. Now, let us begin, he declared, scanning the audience with a cool demeanor. The first order of business. Recently, a product known as VR glasses has been performing exceptionally well across various regions. We must devise a method to acquire the core technology. This virtual reality technology holds immense utility for experiments across multiple domains. To confine it solely to entertainment would indeed be a tragic waste. Sakaki retrieved a pair of glasses manufactured by Evergreen Company, showcasing them as he spoke. Jinshu noted that these glasses were even a limited edition collaboration with Xiaoju, a testament to Sakaki's stature as Team Rocket's leader, effortlessly procuring exclusive items. Jinshu felt a sense of gratitude for Sakaki's contributions to the sales of VR glasses. Boss, we have also conducted research in this area and believe we will yield results shortly. A middle-aged man with graying hair, clad in a lab coat, interjected. He appeared to be a researcher, albeit looking slightly older than his years. We must expedite our results, while simultaneously dispatching a team to procure the technology. Sakaki nodded in agreement, effectively greenlighting the endeavor. Athena, you shall lead this team. Expedite the selection of your members and acquire the technology, Jin Yao further instructed. Understood. I shall ensure the task is completed, Athena replied, rising to acknowledge the assignment. Athena, a woman donned in a white skirt suit with striking red hair, exuded an intimidating presence. Exercise caution. That company is not to be underestimated, Sakaki cautioned softly. Yes, boss, Athena affirmed, signaling her understanding. Is it truly wise to conspire to pilfer technology from another company's owner in such proximity? Jinshu silently questioned, feeling a twinge of discontent as the proprietor of Evergreen Company. He had not anticipated that their modest technological advances would attract the covetous eyes of Team Rocket. After all, the individual who developed the VR technology, 02, was once a member of Team Rocket himself, having defected to Bayou due to unrecognized talent. Now, it seemed Team Rocket was intent on reclaiming technology they had previously overlooked, rendering their actions somewhat ludicrous. With the first matter addressed, Sakaki moved on. The second item on the agenda, an update on the progress of the super evolution research. A glimmer of intrigue shone in his eyes as he spoke. The initial report came from a man with an aquiline nose, garbed in a lab coat, who flipped through his notebook and began, "Very well, Boss Sakaki. Our laboratory's research indicates that super evolution cannot be solidified. Forcing a Pokémon to remain in a state of super evolution would lead to irreversible damage to its genetic structure. However, we have made new discoveries. By exposing Pokémon to rays of specific frequencies, we can induce super evolution without the need for evolution stones. Nevertheless, this method can harm a Pokémon's nervous system, resulting in an uncontrollable state post-evolution. Continue your research. I wish to see tangible results in weaponry," Sakaki encouraged, nodding. "What about the various forms of super evolution? How is the research progressing?" "Indeed, boss. Our studies have revealed that Charizard possesses two entirely distinct genetic sequences, allowing it to evolve into two markedly different forms when paired with varying evolutionary energies. We have temporarily designated these forms as X and Y forms. Preliminary data indicates that each form of Charizard exhibits unique racial advantages and characteristics. The aquiline-nosed researcher cleared his throat, excitement evident in his voice. Even more thrilling is our observation that Charizard's divergent genetic sequences bear striking similarities to those of Mutwo, leading us to surmise that Mutwo may not only undergo super evolution, but could potentially evolve into two distinct forms, much like Charizard. This groundbreaking finding had sent ripples of excitement through the laboratory, culminating in experimental validation just an hour before the meeting. The implications of Mutwo's super evolution far surpassed those of ordinary Pokémon. Its combat prowess was already legendary, and should it undergo super evolution, few Pokémon in the world would stand a chance against it. The depth of Team Rocket's research capabilities was truly formidable. Jin Shu, the primary author of the super evolution paper, was left astounded by their advancements. To have reached such heights in research is remarkable. Team Rocket's scientific prowess is indeed terrifying. He mused. The discovery of Charizard's super evolution was one thing, but the revelation regarding Mutwo's potential was beyond his expectations. Should Team Rocket gain mastery over the power of Super Mutwo, it would be akin to a nefarious organization acquiring nuclear capabilities, plunging the world into chaos. Jin Shu reflected on how attending this meeting had unveiled the extensive research Team Rocket had clandestinely conducted. Indeed, they were the world's most formidable underground organization, and their advanced research capabilities afforded them a sense of pride. It was no wonder that even technological luminaries like Zero Two and Bayu were overlooked by Team Rocket. The strength of their research team overshadowed any grievances regarding the treatment of lower-tier technicians. Very well, I expect results promptly. Sakaki finally allowed a hint of a smile, acknowledging the researcher's capabilities. Report, Boss Sakaki. We are currently producing evolution stones for Mutwo by collecting special evolutionary energies. I am confident we will see results within 3 months, the aquiline-nosed researcher asserted with confidence. Excellent. Should you encounter difficulties in your research, feel free to have the team members tasked with acquiring technology also apprehend Evergreen's owner. I hear he has substantial knowledge regarding super evolution and may be of assistance. Sakaki remarked casually. Understood, boss. I will ensure to capture that individual as well. He has been making frequent appearances on television lately, and I have memorized his face. Athena replied with a sinister smile. Why does the conversation keep centering around me? It seems you cannot discuss anything without mentioning Evergreen, Jin Shu thought in exasperation, feeling somewhat at a loss. Remarkably, both matters addressed thus far had pertained directly to him, prompting him to question the intent behind Team Rocket's focus on Evergreen Company. It appeared his recent rise to prominence had not gone unnoticed. Both allies and adversaries were now aware of him. Jin Shu resolved to enhance security measures upon his return, prioritizing the protection of himself and his company over any endeavors to scavenge or thwart theft. After all, safeguarding their interests was of paramount importance. The personnel of the Evergreen Company's security department predominantly hail from backgrounds as Pokémon hunters, and they are undoubtedly well-versed in thwarting intrusions. I am confident that, under optimal preparations, even the elite executive Athena of Team Rocket would find herself at a loss. Although Team Rocket is formidable, the reformed Evergreen team, led by Jin Shu, is no pushover either, with an advantage in intelligence. Even the elite members of Team Rocket might struggle to gain the upper hand. With that, the discussion of the second matter concludes. The next agenda item is the location of Lugia, Zhenyao. Have we managed to capture it? Sakaki spoke in a somber tone. Yes, boss. Our reconnaissance team is continuously monitoring Lugia's coordinates via satellite. The most recent sighting was a day ago, when its position was recorded at W127, N256. It is currently believed to be in the waters near Bonia Island, Zhenyao reported as he produced the relevant documents. Organize a capture operation as swiftly as possible. Zhenyao, you shall decide who will partake in this mission. We must act before Lugia's period of vulnerability concludes, Sakaki remarked, stroking Meowth's head. Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is accomplished. Zhenyao's tone was resolute. Chapter 130. The Liberation Operation. The meeting is adjourned. Sakaki's deep voice resonated as his image faded from view. The attendees rose from their seats, preparing to leave the conference room and attend to their respective duties. All members specializing in psychic-type Pokémon, please remain, Zhenyao's secretary announced, prompting Nashi and Jin Shu to halt in their tracks. Jin Shu, embodying Lyre, and Nashi, the gym leader of the Goldenrod Gym, are both adept in psychic abilities. Is this a setup aimed at Lugia? Jin Shu pondered silently. He had not anticipated that Team Rocket would dare to target Lugia, a deity revered as the sea god. said to unleash torrential rains for 40 consecutive days with the mere flap of its wings. Such a legendary Pokémon, comparable to a natural disaster, would not be trifled with lightly, and Team Rocket must possess a formidable advantage to attempt such an audacious act. Indeed, we have recently developed a unique device capable of controlling other Pokémon, albeit it requires psychic energy for operation, Nashi explained to Jinshu. Subsequently, Jinshu, Nashi, and other members with expertise in psychic types convened together. Nashi was the first to inquire. Jinyao's secretary, may I ask why we have been summoned? This maritime operation necessitates your strengths. I will prepare you, and we shall reconvene at the operations department in 1 hour. The Jinyao Matrix unit will also assist you, the secretary stated, tapping away at her keyboard. Why specifically summon us? Couldn't you enlist others? I am rather busy and have other tasks to attend to, Nashi retorted. Unperturbed by Jinyao's secretary, I am acting under Sakaki's orders, Nashi. Do you intend to defy the boss's command? Jinyao's gaze was icy as it bore into Nashi. If you have the authority, you should have Sakaki himself convey the message to me, rather than brandishing your authority like a mere feather, Nashi countered defiantly. Very well. Then you may leave. This operation can proceed without you, Nashi. Depart now. The rest of you, follow me, Jinyao declared, standing up and leaving coldly. That was your decision, Nashi said as she turned and walked away without hesitation, showing no inclination to appease Jinyao. Sakaki had always valued Nashi highly. Thus, Jinyao's secretary found herself at an impasse. That woman, Nashi thought with a silent curse, her expression darkening. Jinyao's secretary. Let us disregard her and hasten our preparations, a junior officer suggested. Minutes later, in the equipment room, a Team Rocket member distributed electronic chips to each individual. Keep this device safe and attach it to your primary Pokémon, Jinyao instructed. After distributing the chips, Jinyao provided an action pack filled with various gear, all very comprehensive. Prepare yourselves and convene at the mobilization base in Goldenrod City in 1 hour. The coordinates are indicated on the card within the action pack, Jinyao stated before being the first to exit the equipment room. As the overall leader of this maritime operation, she had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Understood. The action team members replied and departed the equipment room. After the disbandment, Jinshu wandered alone within the base, a slight smile gracing his face. Having infiltrated Team Rocket, he was now privy to nearly all of their operations, affording him considerable maneuverability. He entered a restroom where Ditto transformed back from his face into its original pink, amorphous form. How is it? Have you memorized that woman's face? Now transform into her, Jinshu commanded. He donned a hooded cloak, a recent innovation by 03. Inspired by the chameleon cloak. This cloak could alter its color according to the environment, allowing for concealment from certain adversaries, mirroring the effects of the chameleon cloak. Once cloaked, Jinshu's figure seamlessly melded with the surroundings, akin to becoming invisible. Ditto, too, began its transformation, soon resembling Jinyao's secretary. Is this adequate? Ditto, in its imitation of Jinyao, attempted to speak. Apart from appearing somewhat vacant in expression, it was nearly indistinguishable from the real Jinyao. That will suffice. Simply walk forward with confidence. No further actions are required. Jinshu adjusted Ditto's posture, ensuring it perfectly mirrored his memory of Jinyao's secretary. Then equipped Ditto with a unique vocal device. This invention by 03 could replicate the voice of others by capturing their vocal patterns, an idea Jinshu had proposed. Inspired by the voice-changing bowtie from Detective Conan. With this device, Jinshu could pre-record phrases, allowing Ditto to emit Jinyao's voice at the appropriate moment. This completely masked Ditto's vocal shortcomings post-transformation. After recording several useful phrases, Jinshu donned the chameleon cloak, concealing himself entirely. The Ditto, now resembling Jinyao's secretary, opened the door and strode confidently outside. It appeared self-assured, its gait corrected by Jinshu to mimic that of the actual Jinyao. Jinshu, hidden by the chameleon cloak, trailed closely behind Ditto. Good day, Secretary Jinyao. Ditto greeted several scattered Team Rocket members it encountered along the way. Greetings, Ditto reciprocated, skillfully managing the interactions through Jinshu's guidance. At this moment, Jinshu's empathic connection with Ditto was at its peak. Ditto's flawless performance was a testament to Jinshu's command. As the meeting had just concluded, many members had been assigned tasks and departed the base, leaving it rather deserted. Presenting Jinshu with an opportune moment. Jinshu's objective this time was the storage room housing Pokémon, and he intended to infiltrate it under the guise of Jinyao's secretary while the base's defenses were lax. Before long, Ditto approached the storage room, where 2 guarding Team Rocket members greeted it warmly. Good day, Secretary Jinyao. Is there something you require? One of the guards inquired, stepping forward. Open the door. Ditto commanded, utilizing the vocal device to project Zhen Yao's voice. Secretary Zhen Yao, do you need to mobilize the Pokémon from the storage? The junior officer asked hesitantly. Hurry up. I do not have time to dawdle. If this mission is delayed, can you bear the responsibility? Ditto's face displayed an impatient expression, causing the two junior officers to blanch. The authority of the secretary, Zhen Yao, within the team is indeed substantial. To offend her would render one's existence within the organization exceedingly arduous. Chapter 131, Destruction of the Base. Crack. Prompted by the insistence of the ever-changing creature, the two team members exchanged no further words, each producing a key to unlock the storeroom door. The ever-changing creature and the following Zhen Shu swiftly entered the storeroom. Inside, an abundance of metallic shelves stood, laden with pokeballs, each adorned with various insignias to assist those who ventured into the storeroom in swiftly locating the desired Pokémon. Standing amidst the shelves, even Zhen Shu, the owner of Evergreen Corporation, could not help but marvel at the audacity of Team Rocket. Truly, they are the titans of the Pokémon world's underground organizations, their foundation unmatched. What are you dawdling for? Come in. You don't expect me to do all the heavy lifting, do you? As they entered the storeroom, the Zhen Yao impersonated by the ever-changing creature spoke coldly. The palpable pressure emanating from her presence sent shivers down the spines of the two junior team members, compelling them to scurry inside. Yes, Zhen Yao. They both responded promptly. Have you forgotten the operational protocols? You must close the door upon entering. Such is the standard procedure within the storeroom. The impersonated Zhen Yao continued. Yes, Zhen Yao. The two junior members swiftly complied, locking the door and entirely adhering to Zhen Yao's directives. So, Zhen Yao, what kind of Pokémon do you require? We are quite familiar with this place and can locate them in no time. The two members vied to showcase their eagerness, hoping to curry favor with Zhen Yao, believing such actions might lead to promotions or even an opportunity to join Zhen Yao's elite squad, which would be a significant advancement. No need, I can find them myself. This time, it was not the ever-changing creature speaking, but Zhen Shu, who had been trailing behind. He released all his Pokeballs, and his Pokémon emerged, eyeing the two Team Rocket members with predatory intent. Who are you? Upon hearing the unfamiliar male voice, the two junior members turned in terror. What greeted them was the fist of Zeraora. Bang! Bang! As the two members reached for their Pokeballs at their waists, Zeraora's fist struck them, toppling them to the ground. Well done. Now, everyone, release the Pokémon from their Pokeballs. Zhen Shu commanded, beginning to sweep the shelves of Pokeballs, releasing a cascade of white light as the slumbering Pokémon were freed, still in a state of confusion. Listen up. If you wish to regain your freedom, release all the Pokeballs and unite your strength. Together, we shall dismantle the cage that confines you. A vibrant glow of life emanated from Zhen Shu, the power of orange brilliance radiating forth, instilling a sense of trust among all the Pokémon. Their eyes sparkled once more, and they began to join in the effort to liberate their comrades. More Pokémon continued to be released, having long endured the subjugation of Team Rocket, now fully awakened to their primal instincts. Many ferocious Pokémon, upon emerging, immediately shattered the very Pokeballs that had held them captive. Before long, the storeroom was teeming with a myriad of Pokémon, and Zeraora opened the storeroom door. In a sudden rush, all the Pokémon surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the visible structures. Warning! 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 Attention, all personnel, there is an enemy incursion. As the rampaging Pokémon burst out of the storeroom, the entire base was filled with the blaring sound of alarms. The remaining members within the base received alerts regarding the incident in the storeroom on their personal devices and hurriedly made their way there. However, the base was already in a relatively vacant state. The hastily arriving members could not organize an effective counterattack and were scattered by the onslaught of the rampaging Pokémon. The continuous surge of Pokémon from the storeroom was sweeping through the entire underground base of Golden City. Meanwhile, Zhen Shu, cloaked in his invisibility cloak, had recalled all his Pokémon and, once the majority had exited the storeroom, leisurely followed suit. How could this be? Why are there so many Pokémon? The corridors of the base echoed with the lamentations of numerous Team Rocket members. Their Pokémon were struggling but could not withstand the fierce assault of their adversaries. Beedrill, do you remember me? It's me, the one you fought alongside last time. A Team Rocket member recognized the Beedrill before him, recalling that he had used this very Beedrill assigned to him during a previous mission. Responding to the voice, Beedrill turned towards the member, hatred igniting in its red eyes. It charged forward, its sharp stingers piercing through his body. Beedrill had not forgotten. It was this very individual who had commanded it to shield him from the opponent's attack. And now it had finally found its opportunity for revenge. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the entire underground base of Golden City. Despite Team Rocket's timely discovery and dispatch of reinforcements, the entire base was inevitably succumbing to the relentless trampling of the enraged Pokémon, with various facilities laid to waste. The fruits of Team Rocket's painstaking efforts over many years in Golden City were rendered utterly futile. At that moment, Jinshu had already departed from the Golden City base. Concealed by the chaos caused by the freed Pokémon, he arrived at a secluded location and dialed Naz's number. "Hello, Naz. The operation here has been completed. Have you reached Hoenn?" Jinshu inquired. Just moments ago, Naz had intentionally instigated a conflict with Zhen Yao, aiming to create a diversion that would allow her and Jinshu to pursue their respective missions simultaneously. Jinshu remained at the base alongside the ever-changing creature to liberate the Pokémon from the storeroom and sabotage the base, while Naz left to report anonymously, informing the League of the situation at the Golden City base, aiming to capture any potential escapees. Simultaneously, after making the report, Naz headed towards Hoenn to collaborate with Evergreen Corporation's security in bolstering defenses, preparing to ensnare the special team dispatched by Team Rocket. "The police in Kanto have already been informed of the situation. I am now at the airport and should arrive in Violet City tonight," Naz reported. "All right, that's good. Remember to exercise caution. That officer named Athena is quite formidable," Jinshu replied solemnly. "Rest assured, I know her well. However, you must be more cautious, boss," Naz whispered. Chapter 132, A Sudden Decline. "You need not worry. I am fine," Jinshu reassured. He was currently cloaked in invisibility, posing little risk of being discovered. After ending the call, Jinshu remained concealed, quietly observing the surroundings of the underground base. The interior of the base had likely been ravaged by the furious Pokémon by now, with numerous creatures streaming out from the exits. However, they remembered Jinshu's earlier instructions and behaved remarkably well post-escape, causing minimal destruction as they collectively migrated, guided by some flying-type Pokémon, towards habitats suitable for their kind. "What is happening? This is terrifying. How could so many Pokémon appear simultaneously? Mom, where are they going?" The mass emergence of unidentified Pokémon drew the attention of the residents of Golden City, who paused to take pictures and engage in discussions. The sound of police sirens began to reverberate throughout Golden City, as Naz's earlier anonymous report prompted the local police to mobilize a substantial force, swiftly restoring order. From Masaru's perspective, he observed the officials from the Alliance entering the base, extracting the remaining Team Rocket members who had yet to evacuate. Similarly, the battlefield, which had recently experienced a Pokémon riot, required a thorough cleanup. This, perhaps, is the price Team Rocket must pay for their egregious misuse of Pokémon power. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the communicator in Masaru's backpack began to emit a sound. Upon checking, he found a striking message: "Operation temporarily cancelled, awaiting further notice." Goodness. Team Rocket has forcibly halted their planned actions. It seems the impact of this Pokémon riot on them is indeed substantial. If you choose not to act, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Masaru wore a satisfied smile as he spoke, departing from the location. Meanwhile, at the mobilization base in Kinwang City, Jin Yao was engaged in a video call with a brooding Sakaki. "Have you identified the cause of the incident?" Sakaki's expression was cold, his voice somber. Following such a grand meeting, the occurrence of this event, despite the losses being limited to a single base and several inconsequential personnel, was not a trivial matter for Team Rocket. However, no one could guarantee that such an event would not recur. "We have a mole within our base, someone impersonating me, who infiltrated the underground facility's storage and released all the Pokémon, inciting the riot," Jin Yao reported, her face pale. She was the primary individual accountable for this incident. She had just departed the underground base to prepare the mobilization of the Jin Yao Matrix Elite team when the riot erupted. "It appears you are aware, Jin Yao. The enemy managed to approach you under your very nose, allowing a Ditto to record your physical information, and you were completely oblivious?" Sakaki sighed gently. He had reviewed some of the intelligence department's related footage, and the Jin Yao who appeared in the corridor showed no discernible flaws, impossible to replicate through mere disguise. Therefore, the impersonator must have been a Ditto or a similar Pokémon capable of transformation. However, for Ditto to transform, it requires close observation to confirm details, and the interval for this must not be too lengthy. Thus, we have a lead to pursue. "Indeed, boss. Before leaving the underground base, I encountered nearly 100 individuals up close. However, I believe the most suspicious one is Naz. She suddenly approached me during our conversation, instigated an argument, and left the group without permission, after which the incident occurred. To me, she is one of the prime suspects," Jin Yao stated calmly. "In retrospect, She realized that Naz's behavior at the time had indeed been peculiar. Although they had previously held mutual disdain for one another, it had never escalated to such open conflict. Moreover, the riot ensued shortly after Naz's departure, making it difficult not to harbor suspicions. Jin Yao, you truly seem to be muddled. I have already investigated Naz. She reported to me after leaving the base, stating her intention to continue her previous investigation in Hoenn. Her actions were sanctioned by me, and she is currently in Hoenn. By your reasoning, does that mean I am also a suspect in cahoots with Naz? Sakaki's fury was palpable. The base had been dismantled by unknown assailants, and his trusted subordinates had begun to falter, with no trace of the culprits to be found. The vast Team Rocket had been played for fools. A reality he found intolerable. Boss, that's not. Seeing Sakaki's unprecedented expression, Jin Yao panicked. She attempted to defend herself, but words eluded her. Her previously eloquent speech seemed to have vanished. Enough, Jin Yao. You should head to the confinement room to reflect, Sakaki stated, rising from his seat and turning away, leaving only a cold silhouette behind. Despair washed over Jin Yao as she realized that the trust she had built with Sakaki had crumbled to dust in an instant. She understood that there was no true confinement room within Team Rocket. The confinement room Sakaki referred to was, in fact, a prison where traitorous Team Rocket members were sent to endure inhumane torture. Perhaps when the incident occurred at the underground base, Sakaki had already prepared to abandon her. This conversation was merely her last opportunity, which she failed to seize. Sakaki had not even granted her a chance for redemption, having already rendered his final verdict. Come with us, Jin Yao, a deep voice interrupted. Two fully armed soldiers from the Jin Yao Matrix elite team approached, promptly taking her into custody. Once their commander, Jin Yao now found herself stripped of all authority as Sakaki reclaimed his power. The once formidable figure within Team Rocket was now powerless to incite any upheaval. You need not restrain me. I will walk on my own, Jin Yao murmured, striving to maintain a semblance of dignity. However, the elite team members showed her no mercy, their impatience evident as one delivered a resounding slap across her face. Stop your nonsense. Do not forget your current status. They had long endured Jin Yao's condescending demeanor and were eager to retaliate now that the opportunity had arisen. Subsequently, they shackled her wrists and ankles, dragging her toward a vehicle destined for the nearest Team Rocket prison. Chapter 133, The Saint Anno. On the outskirts of Kinwang City, Masaru radiated a green luminescence as he played a bamboo flute, the melodious notes resonating through the air. Before long, a vortex materialized before him. Time Robbie, Karaki, and Victini emerged from within. Masaru, what brings you here? Time Robbie inquired. Indeed, we were having a splendid time, unless it's something important. It would be best not to disrupt us, Victini remarked, crossing its short arms over its chest. Let us not be so dismissive. Masaru's matter is undoubtedly of greater significance. Karaki interjected, appearing more understanding. It had long pondered how to express its gratitude to Masaru, and this presented a perfect opportunity. Come, let us venture to the sea together to rescue Lugia, Masaru declared. He had gleaned Lugia's location from Team Rocket's intelligence, and with their operations halted due to the Pokémon riot, he intended to act swiftly to heal Lugia. According to the information from Team Rocket, Lugia was currently in a weakened state. Masaru recalled that Lugia possessed the extraordinary ability of self-regeneration. The fact that even such a legendary Pokémon was in a condition beyond remedy indicated a formidable issue. After some contemplation, he decided to enlist Time Robbie and the others, as their presence would surely enhance the chances of success. After all, Time Robbie was a true healer, possessing unparalleled restorative abilities, while Karaki's wish power would also prove invaluable. As for Victini, its embodiment of victory made it the perfect mascot. With such an illustrious lineup of mythical Pokémon, coupled with Masaru's other companions, he felt quite confident about this undertaking. Lugia, is it the large, rotund bird with expansive wings? It's immensely powerful, capable of controlling the sea, Time Robbie exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon its face. As the most experienced among the three mythical beings present, it had indeed encountered Lugia during a previous time-space journey. The Pokémon's formidable presence leaving a lasting impression. Is it stronger than Moltres? Victini queried, recalling Moltres as the pinnacle of avian Pokémon in its mind. It should far surpass Moltres. Lugia is said to be on par with Ho-Oh in terms of legendary status, Masaru explained. In terms of sheer strength, Lugia should be capable of swiftly defeating Moltres. Although Moltres is also a legendary Pokémon, it pales in comparison to Lugia. At that moment, deep within the fiery depths of the hot path, Moltres suddenly sneezed, looking around in confusion. It sensed an ominous presence approaching, yet detected no signs of an enemy nearby. All right, let us set forth immediately, Jinshu. Where shall we go? Asked Karaki, clenching its tiny fist. Though it had no familiarity with Lugia, it was willing to follow Jinshu's lead. Jinshu had assisted it, and it yearned to return the favor. This seemed entirely reasonable. First, we shall head to Leafy Town to catch a ship, and then commence our search in the waters where Lugia is known to appear. Jinshu had already devised a plan. He noted that the coordinates provided by Team Rocket were located far from the mainland in the vast ocean. If they relied solely on the strength of Celebi and the others to fly there, it would exhaust their energy considerably. Thus, taking a boat would be more prudent. They could then search for Lugia in that vicinity at a more leisurely pace. He had confirmed that the S.S. Tanu was currently docked in Leafy Town, and its route conveniently passed through the waters where Lugia was often sighted, allowing Jinshu to catch a ride. Jinshu could fly for the time being. Karaki closed its eyes and made a wish. Being separated from its true form, it could not fulfill grandiose desires, but small wishes were within its capabilities. However, the power to grant wishes was limited each day. Once spent, it was gone. Previously, Jinshu had always been carried by other Pokémon while flying, but now he was eager to experience flying on his own. The miraculous power of wishes began to manifest, granting Karaki's desire. Jinshu felt a tingling sensation on his back, and suddenly, 2 wings adorned with pristine white feathers sprouted forth. Wow, this is incredible! Jinshu exclaimed as he tentatively flapped the newly formed wings, astonishingly lifting off the ground and defying gravity. Now I can fly too. Jinshu. Let us race to see who can fly faster, with Leafy Town as the finish line. Victini chirped excitedly, soaring around Jinshu with glee. Wait, I need to get the hang of this, Jinshu replied, his flying posture awkward at first. After practicing for a while, he managed to fly with some semblance of grace. All right, let us set off. They all took to the skies, streaking across the heavens like shooting stars. Victini darted ahead, leading the way, while Celebi and Karaki flew close by Jinshu's side, safeguarding his safety. A novice flyer like Jinshu still warranted concern. Hey, if you all fly this slowly, it won't be any fun. Victini called out, turning back from the front. Who said we were racing? Safety first, you know? Jinshu replied resolutely. Thus, at a pace that ensured their safety, they successfully arrived at Leafy Town, located at the southern entrance of the Kanto region. This city is the most significant port in Kanto, supporting several important trade routes worldwide. It's noteworthy that even the renowned luxury cruiser, S.S. Tanu, makes a stop here annually. The group landed in a relatively secluded area, which happened to be a high point in Leafy Town. From this vantage, they could see buildings reflecting a maritime style, the long coastline, and the impressive cruiser, approximately 300 meters in length and 25 meters in height. Is that the ship we'll be taking? It's truly magnificent, exclaimed Victini, momentarily speechless upon seeing such grandeur. Let us hurry over, it's bound to be exciting. Karaki was eager to board, having never seen such a colossal vessel in 1,000 years. Well, this should be more enjoyable than your time travel, right? Jinshu chuckled. It's important to note that such a luxury cruiser isn't typically within reach for most. Without Nashi's influence and his position as the owner of Evergreen Corporation, he might not have been able to secure tickets so swiftly. Chapter 134, Silver Feather. Please present your boarding pass, a beautiful staff member at the boarding entrance of S. Tanu requested. The standards for personnel aboard such a luxurious cruiser are notably high, and this staff member had been selected through a rigorous process. Jinshu handed over his boarding pass, having transformed his appearance into that of an ordinary young man using Ditto. Thank you, and welcome aboard S. Tanu. Wishing you a pleasant journey, the staff member responded, stamping the boarding pass before returning it along with the room key. The key provided access to Jinshu's accommodations on the ship. Upon receiving the items, Jinshu made his way to the deck. The S. Tanu was set to officially depart in 2 hours, and the deck was already bustling with people, elegantly dressed, each holding a glass or some other refreshment, engaged in cheerful conversations. Given S. Tanu's exclusivity, the passengers aboard were primarily the elite of the Pokémon world, making such a scene rather commonplace. My room number is 21, Jinshu noted, uninterested in mingling. He pulled out his room key, searching for his quarters. Interestingly, as he retrieved the key, a small slip of paper fell from between the boarding pass and the room key. Upon examining it, he found it bore a series of numbers, likely the navigator's contact number, presumably slipped in by the staff member who had just checked his ticket. Even with this ordinary appearance, my charm remains undeniable. Jinshu mused as he approached the door to his room. She must have noticed your wealth. I sensed that the person behind you had a similar slip of paper in their ticket. Celebi, cloaked in its invisibility cape, revealed the truth. Celebi. Sometimes it's better not to see through everything. That's one of the unwritten rules of social conduct. But you need not follow my example, Jinshu replied, using the room key to unlock the door to his luxurious presidential suite. The room was expansive. If one were not told, they would scarcely believe it was aboard a ship. It was equipped with every conceivable amenity, exuding an air of opulence. Jinshu, this place is splendid, Victini exclaimed, discarding its invisibility cloak and joyously tumbling onto the grand bed with Karaki, rolling about in delight. Didn't I tell you? Isn't it fun here? And there's a lavish dinner awaiting us later. Jinshu smiled at the frolicking Victini and Karaki. Really? Is it even better than hot pot? Karaki's eyes lit up at Jinshu's words. Since awakening, it had developed a slight penchant for food and was particularly attentive to delicious treats. Indeed, the best part is that you can eat as much as you desire. Jinshu enticed Karaki further. He then released his other Pokémon to join in the fun while they waited. It seemed that the superior was particularly interested in gazing at the sea from the small window of the room. Attention all passengers, Tannu is officially setting sail. The ship's announcement echoed through the air. Jinshu felt a tremor as the Tannu began its journey. It's moving. It's moving. Karaki squealed in excitement. The time has come. Let us go eat, Jinshu said, giving Karaki a gentle pat on the head. Before embarking on their journey, Karaki made a wish that whenever others beheld the Pokémon of Jinshu, they would instinctively overlook their presence. This way, they could act freely without the burden of others' gazes. Upon entering the dining hall, Jinshu and his companions were greeted by the resplendent illumination of opulent golden chandeliers. The hall was adorned with long tables draped in crimson cloth, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies available for the guests to indulge in at their leisure. However, the attendees seemed disinclined to partake in a serious meal. Instead, they wandered about with wine glasses in hand, engaged in animated conversations. To them, this was not merely a dinner, but rather a designated social gathering. In contrast, Jinshu and his companions were there solely for the purpose of dining. They located a sufficiently large round table and arranged enough chairs for everyone to sit comfortably. With collective effort, the grand table became a veritable feast, overflowing with a diverse selection of culinary delights. Jinshu's Pokémon, famished from their travels, eagerly gathered anything that appeared appetizing to their side of the table, ensuring that nothing went to waste. Amidst their repast, Jinshu listened intently to the fervent discussions surrounding him. The topics were startling. Half of the attendees were conversing about the recently ascendant Evergreen Corporation, while the other half were engrossed in the recent Pokémon riot that had transpired in Golden City. Coincidentally, both matters held a slight connection to Jinshu himself. He couldn't help but reflect on his fortunate decision to change his appearance before boarding. Otherwise, he might have been ensnared by these very individuals. Have you heard? The owner of Evergreen Corporation is likely aboard the Saint Antonio, a dapper young man in a suit proclaimed mysteriously. Is it true? The one who used Mega Evolution on television? A nearby girl in a flowing gown exclaimed excitedly. They had all witnessed Jinshu's previous match and considered themselves his modest fans. The owner of Evergreen Corporation was undeniably handsome, having established such an impressive company at a young age, and he fought with remarkable flair. They all yearned to meet him. Several affluent young ladies expressed their admiration. Unbeknownst to them, seated at the adjacent table was none other than Jinshu himself. Perhaps it's best to let this pass. I have little desire to become acquainted with you, Jinshu mused silently while savoring his meal. He began to comprehend that not all of the elite in the Pokémon world were paragons of excellence like Daigo. Many were rather unimpressive. Just as Jinshu was relishing his meal, the lights in the dining hall suddenly dimmed. A beautiful woman in a long gown ascended the stage at the front of the room and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, to foster communication among our guests, we shall host a delightful activity with a miraculous feather as the prize, rumored to be left by a legendary Pokémon." Jinshu's gaze was drawn to the feather displayed on stage, which immediately manifested a data panel before him. Silver feather, a feather dropped by Lugia, imbued with mysterious power. Jinshu, I sense an extraordinary power emanating from that feather, Kairabi remarked. The upcoming competition is a borrowing race. Contestants will receive a slip of paper each time they cover a distance. They must retrieve the items listed on the slips to continue running. The first to reach the finish line will claim our mysterious feather. We hope everyone will participate. The host elaborated, as many attendees began lining up at the registration desk. This borrowing competition promised amusement and opportunities for social interaction, thus attracting a significant number of passengers to sign up. Naturally, Jinshu joined the queue and successfully registered. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully enrolled in the competition. A reward will be granted upon victorious completion. Upon registering, the familiar sound of the system prompt resonated, eliciting a smile from Jinshu, as he perceived this contest as a foregone conclusion, given that he possessed an almost unfair advantage. That advantage was Karaki, whose wish-granting abilities rendered the notion of borrowing items virtually obsolete. Jinshu merely needed to wait for Karaki to conjure whatever he desired. Subsequently, the passengers made their way to the sports arena aboard the St. Antonio, preparing for the impending competition. Truly, this was the epitome of a luxury cruise liner. Equipped with a sports facility, observing the comprehensive athletic amenities, one could scarcely believe these were housed within a vessel. Karaki, are you ready? I'm counting on you this time, Jinshu said to Karaki, who stood beside him. She was his greatest ally, poised to elevate him to new heights with her extraordinary abilities. Yes, Jinshu, I will coordinate with you splendidly, Karaki affirmed, her enthusiasm evident as she eagerly anticipated the competition. Look, that's the son of the Sylph family. He is also participating. Jinshu overheard whispers from those nearby. Hasn't he Sylph's upper echelon been absent for quite some time? It's surprising to see him here. As Jinshu prepared for the contest, he caught sight of the individual inciting the chatter. A young man clad in a blue suit with a red tie and the Sylph family emblem adorning his chest captivated the attention of those around him. A member of Sylph? How intriguing, Jinshu thought to himself. He recalled Naz's mention of how the powerful Sylph Corporation had fallen under the clandestine control of Team Rocket. This so-called Sylph heir was likely intertwined with their machinations. Contestants, please gather at your respective lanes according to the numbers drawn. Our competition is about to commence. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena, and Jinshu and his companions took their places on the track. On your marks, get set, go. The signal rang out, and Jinshu surged forward like a meteor, leaving the other competitors far behind. After numerous enhancements to his physical prowess, his speed had transcended that of an ordinary individual. Did you see that? Something just zipped past, gasped the audience in astonishment. Is that person superhuman? How did he leave everyone behind? Following the initial exclamation, the spectators' attention shifted to Jinshu, who had unwittingly created a substantial lead. Impressive, as if he has trained extensively. Yet, this is a borrowing race. Speed alone won't suffice. One must also possess social connections to succeed. Otherwise, it'll be futile, a viewer remarked, skeptical of Jinshu's ability to procure items, as he appeared to be a stranger to most of the audience. Meanwhile, Jinshu had reached the first borrowing zone at a remarkable pace and obtained a slip of paper detailing the item he needed to borrow. Bread. Bread. He called out to the crowd, and from among the spectators, Karaki instantly produced a piece of bread, tossing it into Jinshu's hands. Thus, he effortlessly completed the borrowing task and pressed onward. Is this a joke? Gasps of awe erupted from the audience. They had never witnessed such seamless borrowing in a race before. Yet, this extraordinary feat continued to unfold. Each time Jinshu arrived at a new checkpoint, he merely had to call out the item he wished to borrow, and Karaki would promptly provide it to him. Oh my! Contestant number 1 has astonishingly completed the borrowing race with remarkable speed. This is a top-tier performance, showcasing the harmonious blend of elite velocity and exceptional borrowing efficiency. Masaki has crossed the finish line, prompting an involuntary gasp of admiration from the host below. Congratulations to contestant number 1 for achieving victory. While others are still struggling at the second checkpoint, Masaki has already reached the end and received the award from the host. Here, take this magical feather. From this moment on, it belongs to you. The host presented the silver feather, elegantly nestled in a beautiful box, to Masaki. Congratulations on securing first place in this delightful borrowing race. Do you have anything to say? All eyes were fixed on the unfamiliar face on stage, eagerly anticipating his remarks. Although no one knew him, the individuals from the St. Agnew were not ordinary either, and they applauded, showing Masaki the respect he deserved. Thank you. I am truly delighted to have won this competition. I was merely fortunate, Masaki humbly replied. He inspected the feather, confirming it was fine before stowing it in his backpack and finally uttering a few words. Hey, if such prowess is deemed mere luck, what does that say about the other contestants? His excessively modest remarks elicited a chorus of light-hearted ribbing from the crowd. However, Masaki paid no heed and directly returned the microphone to the host, exiting the arena. Having enjoyed a hearty meal and clinched an award, it was time to attend to business. After the competition concluded, everyone dispersed but continued to discuss that remarkable performance. Meanwhile, in the opulent room of Master Silver, he was conversing with a man clad in a black suit. Investigate that individual and retrieve the feather. Understood, the man in black replied before departing. Once his subordinate left, Master Silver sighed deeply. If the feather remained elusive, his fate would likely be dire. It seems you have quite the interest in me, young master. A low, resonant voice chimed in. Masaki, donning a Team Rocket uniform, emerged from the shadows of the room, having discarded his invisibility cloak. Chapter 136, New Discoveries. Master Silver felt an intense heat enveloping his neck, and, upon looking down, saw a Pokémon clad in purple armor poised with a flaming sword against his throat. My lord, we are allies. I too have come to retrieve the feather for Team Rocket, Silver stammered, trembling beneath Masaki's icy demeanor. I received no notification of your presence as a companion. Speak, who sent you? Masaki's expression turned menacing as he spoke in hushed tones. The sudden emergence of a Team Rocket operative aboard the St. Agnew was far from reassuring. Masaki suspected that Team Rocket had merely feigned abandonment of their quest for Lugia, quietly orchestrating their schemes behind the scenes. My lord, it was Officer Majishir who informed me. You may inquire with him for confirmation, Master Silver hastily replied. Masaki recognized this name. Majishir was one of Team Rocket's elite officers and the former captain of the St. Agnew. It appeared that Team Rocket had alternative plans. Ceasing operations was merely a ruse, likely prompted by Sakiki's discovery of an informant within the original team, leading to the covert assembly of another group. Majishir, a seasoned sailor with extensive experience, was indeed well suited to lead. Ah, so it was Majishir who sent you. A faint smile graced Masaki's lips. The previously tense atmosphere began to dissipate, and Master Silver exhaled a sigh of relief. He slowly raised his trembling right hand, gesturing towards the sword at his throat, and meekly asked, Yes, my lord, might you allow it to be lowered? However, Masaki's next words plunged him into despair. I'm afraid, since you were sent by Majishir, I have indeed found the right person. The smile on Masaki's face appeared devilish to Master Silver. What followed was a sharp sting as Masaki injected a syringe into his arm, completing the procedure. Here is my contact information. Should any Team Rocket personnel seek you out, report to me immediately. After altering Master Silver's consciousness, Masaki provided his number. This way, he could stay abreast of any developments concerning Team Rocket. Understood, boss. Master Silver responded obediently. In his mind, Masaki's commands were absolute. Now, tell me about your company's current situation, Masaki inquired, taking a seat. Report. Boss, all shareholders have been seized by Team Rocket. They now have complete control over the entire Silver Corporation, and we are at their mercy, Master Silver promptly replied. Little Silver, do you currently hold any shares? Masaki asked curiously. Little Silver was the new name Masaki had bestowed upon him. For a giant like Silver, even a small share could ensure a lifetime of comfort for an ordinary person. If Little Silver possessed shares, Masaki could also play the role of a shareholder in Silver Corporation. Report, boss. I have yet to acquire any shares, Little Silver answered truthfully. In colossal firms like Silver's, internal competition was fierce. Even the direct descendants of high-ranking officials, like Little Silver, needed to achieve significant accomplishments to rightfully inherit shares. Not to worry. I will find a way to help you become the largest shareholder. Being with me is far more enjoyable than being with Team Rocket, Masaki said with a smile. He envied Silver Corporation's monopoly over the Pokémon World's item manufacturing, and Little Silver was a promising pawn to assist him in seizing control of the company. Thank you, boss, Little Silver exclaimed excitedly, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Inheriting Silver Corporation was his utmost dream, and he sensed that following his boss's lead could make this once unattainable aspiration a reality. All right, one more thing. Divulge all the secrets you know about Silver Corporation, core technologies, various business secrets, and make copies whenever possible. I have grand uses for them. Masaki pondered for a moment before continuing. Also, make ample use of the resources at your disposal to promote Evergreen Corporation. Help us penetrate the market in Guangdu if you have any surplus funds. Consider donating to Evergreen Corporation. Silver Corporation is already substantial, and Evergreen Corporation is in its developmental phase, so give us your financial support. Masaki laid out a plethora of somewhat unreasonable demands. Having finally caught a substantial opportunity, naturally, he intended to maximize the benefits. Yes, boss, I will complete the task, Little Silver declared resolutely. The multitude of tasks bestowed upon him was a clear sign of his boss's trust, and he vowed not to betray that confidence. Very well. Excellent work. Life will grow sweeter. When you become the president of Silver Corporation, don't forget about the support of Evergreen Corporation. Masaki patted Little Silver on the shoulder, smiling. Yes, boss. Once I have fully taken control of Silver Corporation, I will transfer full ownership to you. I hope that you can offer me a managerial position at Evergreen Corporation by then. That would satisfy me greatly, Little Silver asserted, clenching his fists. His current aspiration was to infiltrate Silver Corporation to its highest echelons for the sake of Evergreen Corporation's prosperity. When he ultimately seized control of Silver, it would mark his triumphant exit. Excellent, quite the resolve. I shall take my leave now. When you see me aboard the ship in the future, treat me as you normally would. Jinshu imparted a few more instructions, donned his invisibility cloak, and exited Xiaoxi's chamber. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoxi's subordinate returned, reporting, "Young master, I scoured the entire SS St. Agnew but found no trace of them." The subordinate felt his heartbeat quicken, uncertain of what had transpired during his absence. The young master's aura seemed to have intensified remarkably, causing him to feel a sense of unease. Utterly useless. You can't even manage a trivial task. However, as my mood is favorable today, I shall let you off this time. You may go, Xiaoxi retorted coldly. Upon hearing the young master's words, the subordinate finally felt at ease, his heart racing as though he had just taken a roller coaster ride. He exited Xiaoxi's room, his respect for him having deepened significantly. Chapter 137, Commencing Action. A week later, the voyage of the SS St. Agnew had reached its halfway point, successfully arriving near the coordinates of Lugia provided by Team Rocket. On the deck, Jinshu and the others reclined in lounge chairs, sporting sunglasses, basking in the gentle morning sunlight. How do you find it, Karaki? This is quite enjoyable, is it not? I imagine you've never experienced anything like this before, Jinshu remarked, sipping from a coconut juice he had set aside. Karaki, perched on its own lounge chair beside Jinshu and donning a pair of stylish sunglasses, replied, "Let us do this again next time. It's been so much fun." Before boarding the SS St. Agnew, Karaki had never imagined that a maritime journey could be so delightful. Each day had brought new activities, fishing yesterday, diving the day before, and today, sunbathing. This past week aboard the ship had undoubtedly been the happiest week for Karaki in thousands of years. "Lucario, have you discovered anything?" Jinshu inquired, turning to the Lucario beside him. Ever since the SS St. Agnew neared Lugia's coordinates, Lucario had been employing its aura-sensing abilities to search for traces of Lugia, but unfortunately, had found no leads. "Not yet," Lucario's voice echoed in Jinshu's mind, sounding rather disheartened. "No need to rush. Take your time," Jinshu reassured, maintaining a calm demeanor. The weather at sea was notoriously capricious. Just moments ago, the sun shone brilliantly, but as Jinshu blinked, the sky suddenly darkened. Thick clouds began to gather, completely blocking the sunlight, transforming the morning hours into an ambience reminiscent of twilight. A severe storm is imminent. For safety's sake, all passengers remaining on deck are advised to return to their cabins to avoid the rain. The announcement echoed throughout the SS St. Agnew, urging everyone to seek shelter. "Jinshu, we should go. It's going to pour," Victini stated, straining to fold up its lounge chair. The abrupt shift to inclement weather dampened its spirits. "All right," Jinshu replied, and they promptly retreated to their quarters. Moments later, a thunderous clap resonated, causing the entire world to tremble. Karaki and the others, who had been watching television, found the screen now filled with static after the thunder. "Seriously? Wind, rain, fine, but thunder too? Is this supposed to be entertaining?" Victini grumbled, its disappointment evident. The interruption of their sunbathing had already soured its mood, and now this? Everything seemed to be going awry today. "Wait, look at the sky. Is there something up there?" Shiny Celebi remarked from beside the window. Just as the lightning illuminated the sky, it seemed to have caught a glimpse of a massive figure darting past. Prompted by Shiny Celebi's words, Jinshu hurried to the window, gazing upward in the direction indicated. He too saw it. Amidst the clouds, a white figure appeared to be weaving through the storm, connecting the sudden tempest with the apparition. A hypothesis surfaced in Jinshu's mind. "That must be Lugia," Jinshu declared solemnly. A Pokémon capable of summoning storms and traversing through such tumultuous skies could only be the legendary Lugia. At that moment, Jinshu's communicator buzzed. It was Xiaoxi calling. Jinshu promptly answered, and upon connecting, he heard Xiaoxi's hurried voice. "Boss, Majishir just informed me that he is about to take action. He wants me to bring the pure white feather and meet him in 5 minutes." Xiaoxi had just learned that Majishir had secretly boarded the SS St. Agnew, having deceived him into believing that the pure white feather was in his possession, as Jinshu had previously instructed. "Excellent work. Now, lay low for a while," Jinshu replied, quickly hanging up after confirming the meeting location with Xiaoxi. According to his plan, he would disguise himself as Xiaoxi, attend the rendezvous, and look for an opportunity to apprehend Majishir and his crew entirely. "Ditto, I leave it to you," Jinshu whispered. Ditto, having become quite adept at mimicking Xiaoxi's appearance, transformed into an impeccable replica of him. Jinshu donned the Ditto mask, clad himself in attire identical to Xiaoxi's, and equipped a voice changer, rendering him virtually indistinguishable from the real Xiaoxi. "Let us go," Zhinshu declared, umbrella in hand as he stepped outside. Karaki and the others stealthily followed, ready to assist. With the invisibility cloak, they could effectively conceal themselves. In the midst of this downpour, visibility was limited, making it all the more difficult for others to spot them. Zhinshu descended to the lower deck of the ship, making his way to the location agreed upon with Xiaoxi and Ma Zhishe. "You finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. Show me what you've got." A man clad in a green military uniform with short yellow hair approached after about a minute of waiting. He was none other than Ma Zhishe, the elite officer of Team Rocket. Behind him, a few individuals in black attire appeared to be Team Rocket members. "Here." Zhinshu presented a pure white feather to Ma Zhishe. Not bad. It's genuine." Ma Zhishe scrutinized the feather for a moment before accepting it. Of course, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was merely an imitation created by Karaki's wish. The actual pure white feather remained firmly in Zhinshu's possession. "Come with us," Ma Zhishe stated curtly after accepting the feather, turning to leave without further ado. Zhinshu followed him into a room within the ship's interior, where a speedboat was surprisingly docked. "Board," Ma Zhishe signaled, stepping onto the speedboat and beckoning the others to follow. Zhinshu and his companions took their places, and Ma Zhishe activated the switch. To their astonishment, a wall of the SS St. Agnew opened, and the speedboat they occupied was launched into the stormy sea via a catapult mechanism. The ocean roared with fierce winds and torrential rain, as Ma Zhishe expertly piloted the speedboat, gradually distancing himself from the SS St. Agnew. In that moment, Zhinshu understood that despite the polished exterior of Team Rocket's elite officers, they were engaged in grim and strenuous work. Even in such inclement weather, they had to venture out to capture legendary Pokémon. Being a villain was not as simple as it seemed. Chapter 138, Midway Island. Activate the device. Ma Zhishe suddenly turned back on the speedboat. "Yes, officer," the Team Rocket members responded in unison. Each produced a metal plate, aligning them together, unleashing a mysterious wave that surged skyward. This is the pheromone diffuser developed by the Rocket Team's research department, capable of emitting a unique pheromone to attract Lugia. Observing Lugia's movements, they remain poised for battle. Once the device is activated, Ma Zhishe tosses a Pokeball, releasing a Raichu. Raichu male. Qualification level, purple. Type, electric. Ability, lightning rod. Strength, level 70, master level 60, 70. Description, its long tail acts as a grounding wire, protecting it from paralysis even in the presence of high voltage. Raichu, convert all the lightning into your power. Ma Zhishe exclaims. No sooner had he spoken than the clouds above brightened suddenly. A blinding light erupted, and several bolts of lightning struck down, all absorbed by Raichu. Raichu's aura intensified, seemingly approaching a champion-level presence. He was already but a step away from champion status. And now, through the absorption of lightning, he broke through once again. Captain, sonar detection indicates that Lugia has been attracted by the pheromone and is moving towards us. A Rocket Team member, eyes closed, reported suddenly. He was responsible for communication within the team, maintaining contact with the communications department to relay information promptly. Excellent. Accelerate our approach. Land on Midway Island, Ma Zhishe commanded with a dangerous smile. They had prepared well. Battling Lugia on the open sea was precarious, and Midway Island, located nearby, had been designated as their battleground. There, they had set various traps specifically for Lugia. Understood, Captain. The Rocket Team members busied themselves with their tasks. Meanwhile, in the speedboat's command room, the only idle individual was Zhinshu. Ma Zhishe assigned him no tasks, rendering him akin to a mere mascot, merely observing the others perform. Zhinshu, they appear to be quite professional. Is this what you referred to as teamwork? Zhinshu heard the voice of Karaki in his mind, watching the Rocket Team members coordinate with a look of astonishment. Indeed, this reflects discipline. Within a team, everyone excels at their assigned roles to achieve optimal results. Zhinshu nodded in response. The team under Ma Zhishe's command was undoubtedly an elite faction of Team Rocket. It was no wonder they dared to attempt capturing Lugia with so few members. They truly possessed remarkable capabilities. Amidst the rain, the yacht gradually approached the shores of Midway Island. Ma Zhishe maneuvered the yacht to a halt, lowering the anchor into the water. Prepare for landing. All members. Assume level 1 readiness, and proceed as rehearsed. He led the charge, disembarking with Raichu and rushing towards Midway Island. The remaining members followed suit, disembarking in an orderly fashion. Only Zhinshu, somewhat overlooked, ambled along at the rear, eventually stepping onto the island. To shield himself from the rain, he donned a raincoat. The Rocket Team appeared well acquainted with the operations upon arriving on the island. Several metallic pillars had already been set up, resembling a grand circular formation. Magishir, alongside Raichu, reached the central metallic pillar and released several electric-type Pokémon. Thunderbolt. All the electric-type Pokémon concentrated their electrical energy, and a dazzling display of lightning erupted across Midway Island, momentarily blinding everyone. Following the infusion of energy, all metallic pillars on the island radiated a golden glow. An extraordinary magnetic field began to form, with electric sparks dancing across the surface. "It's an electric terrain," Jinshu exclaimed, astonished that the rocket team's prearranged device had created an electric field enveloping the entire island. Moreover, it appeared that the strength of this electric field was exceedingly high. "Commence," Magishir shouted, prompting the other team members to spring into action. They positioned themselves at the other metallic pillars, each releasing a multitude of electric-type Pokémon, channeling energy into the pillars. All the electrical energy, enhanced by the electric field on the ground, expanded almost into a new dimension. Such immense energy converged upon Raichu. "Jinshu, what are they doing?" Victini and Karaki inquired with curiosity. The rocket team's actions had surpassed their understanding. This tactic of utilizing technology to augment Pokémon was unprecedented. This is a formation to gather electrical energy, intending to unleash all the amplified energy in a single strike. Such an assault would surely inflict considerable harm, even on Lugia. Jinshu mused. "We must weaken them. If Raichu amplifies unchecked, it might directly incapacitate Lugia," Jinshu thought silently. Though Lugia is a legendary Pokémon, electric type remains its vulnerability. "It's you I'll rely on, Zeraora." After some contemplation, Jinshu found a secluded patch of grass, threw a Pokeball, and released Zeraora. "Zeraora. This place is brimming with pure electric energy. Absorb as much as you can," Jinshu instructed. "Understood." Zeraora pressed its hands to the ground, and the stored electric energy within the formation surged into its body. It was indeed a master at absorbing electric energy. Before long, the remaining electric energy in the formation dwindled significantly. Zeraora, fully charged, returned to its Pokeball, ready to digest the absorbed energy and enhance its strength further. "Well done, Zeraora. Rest well," Jinshu smiled, nodding as he retrieved Zeraora. Meanwhile, Magishir at the formation's center opened his eyes in confusion. "Raichu, why have you stopped? Continue absorbing. At this rate, you won't be able to defeat Lugia in one blow." Magishir questioned Raichu. Raichu, expressing a sense of helplessness, gestured back. "What? You say you've absorbed all the energy? That is simply impossible." Magishir's face displayed astonishment. "Captain, Lugia is approaching," a junior team member reported urgently. They looked up, fixated on the white figure rapidly descending from the sky. "Proceed as planned," Magishir said grimly. Under normal circumstances, he would have sought to ascertain the cause of the incident, but with Lugia imminent, it was imperative to address it first. In the face of such a legendary Pokémon, any misstep could prove fatal. Suddenly, a resounding and piercing bird call echoed through the sky. A colossal white figure plummeted onto Midway Island like a meteor, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Lugia had arrived. Hidden behind a large tree, Jinshu stared intently at the rising dust, his expression one of awe. As the rain subsided, the dust cleared, gradually revealing Lugia's true form. Lugia was predominantly white, with a blue belly and tail fin. Its remaining parts were all white. Its lower jaw bore sharp teeth, and a mask-like structure framed its eyes. With wings outstretched like enormous hands, Lugia cast a vast shadow over Midway Island, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure unique to legendary Pokémon, which weighed heavily on Jinshu. Lugia, extremely weak. Qualification level, Rainbow. Type, Flying Psychic. Ability, Pressure. Strength. Introduction. A Pokémon revered as the sea god, legends speak of its silhouette witnessed on tempestuous nights. As Lugia gracefully descended, it incessantly turned its head, seemingly searching for something, until its gaze finally rested upon Ash and Raichu. "You again, Team Rocket. Your farce must come to an end." Upon seeing Ash, it displayed a palpable expression of disdain, its telepathic waves resonating throughout the island. "Last time, you merely escaped by chance. This time, it will not be so easy. Your power is of great utility, and it shall be handed over to us, Team Rocket." Ash, braving the overwhelming aura of Lugia, grimaced and coldly declared, "Thunder Cage." The Team Rocket members amplified the electric current, and the metallic pillars of Midway Island erupted with high-voltage electricity, forming a cage entirely composed of electric currents to ensnare Lugia. "Raichu, electromagnetic wave," Ash commanded. Reinforced Raichu, with its electric sacs pulsating with a relentless stream of electricity, unleashed an invisible wave towards the trapped Lugia. You, whose hearts are tainted by the flames of greed, shall be cleansed by the power of the tides. Lugia's voice resonated with a hint of fury, as Raichu's electromagnetic wave successfully inflicted damage upon it. The currents relentlessly stimulated Lugia's form, inducing a sensation of numbness. Though the harm was minimal, it successfully ignited its wrath. With a powerful flap of its wings, the surrounding ocean erupted in a frenzy, and a towering tsunami of dozens of meters surged towards Midway Island. My goodness, is this the power of the legendary Pokémon? Surely, it is an exaggeration, Ash murmured, watching the colossal waves unleashed by Lugia. To be able to unleash such a level of attack with mere ease, it truly lives up to its title as the Sea God. Ash, come here, Kira urged, pulling him close and enveloping him within a protective shield, unwilling to see him caught in the onslaught. Yet, facing Lugia's assault, Ash bore a manic grin. Futile. Power output at 150, electric shield, activate. In an instant, the electric energy from all electric-type Pokémon surged, illuminating the entirety of Midway Island with brilliant flashes. The energy emitted from the metallic pillars formed a yellow protective barrier, entirely shielding Midway Island from the impending tsunami. Lugia, cease your bluster. How many more of such attacks can you muster? Ash sneered maliciously. He extended his hand forward, commanding, Raichu, thunder. At that moment, all the electricity converged upon Raichu, shrouding it in a cloud of darkness. Above Lugia, ominous clouds materialized, and bolts of lightning cascaded down, striking Lugia and leaving it charred. It is time to activate the mental wave disruptor. Observing Raichu's assault succeed in injuring Lugia, Ash turned to his Team Rocket members and proclaimed, Next, we shall undertake the most crucial step of the entire plan. Yes, Commander, several members responded, releasing metallic fragments which combined to form a device. Numerous Pokeballs emitted white light, summoning many Psychic-type Pokémon, as they focused their psychic energy into the metallic pieces. A powerful psychic wave surged forth, spreading towards Lugia. No. Lugia also released a counteracting psychic wave, resisting the influence attempting to affect it. Lugia, surrender your resistance, and behold this, Ash said, producing the counterfeit pure white feather that Jinshu had just given him. With this feather, I can compel you to comply with one request, and that request is for you to cease your defiance. The pure white feather, how did it come into your possession? Lugia seethed. The pure white feather, a token bestowed upon a human tribe that saved it a millennium ago, could compel Lugia to fulfill a request. This was a vow made under the witness of Arceus, one that even a legendary sea god could not defy. Lugia could scarcely fathom that a feather intended to protect the virtuous had become a weapon wielded against it by a nefarious individual. If Ash's command were to succeed, it would fall under Team Rocket's control, no longer an entity of independent will. Lugia's heart sank, but after a moment, it was astonished to find that the feather in Ash's hand had yet to take effect. Ah, my apologies, I forgot to mention, that feather you possess is a counterfeit. Jinshu emerged from behind a tree, speaking softly. Beside him, Zeraora delivered a powerful punch, knocking down a Team Rocket member and a metallic pillar forming the array. Simultaneously, a green radiance enveloped Lugia, visibly mending its injuries at a remarkable pace. Chapter 140. Thank you. Ash glared at Jinshu, his expression darkening. It's you. He had not anticipated that the pure white feather he had meticulously inspected was indeed a forgery. Nor did he expect that the heir of Sylph Company, whose family was under Team Rocket's control, would dare perform such an act. Everyone, focus on eliminating this individual. Ash initially stood in shock, but quickly regained his composure, issuing a new order. The surrounding Team Rocket members shifted their attention to Jinshu, commanding their Pokémon to launch an attack. Electabuzz, Thunderbolt. Pikachu, Electromagnetic Wave. Ampharos, Thunder. A multitude of electric-type attacks converged, forming a colossal electric sphere directed towards Jinshu, uprooting the ground in its wake. I'm afraid. Electric attacks hold little efficacy against me. Jinshu casually waved his hand. Zeraora, absorb these attacks. Zeraora, crackling with electric energy, surged forward, positioning itself before Jinshu. It opened its mouth wide, consuming the incoming electric sphere and transforming it into its own power. How could it be? Our attacks were all absorbed. What is that Pokémon? I've never seen anything like it. The Team Rocket members gaped in astonishment. Zeraora had effortlessly absorbed the combined assault of dozens of electric-type Pokémon. A spectacle that was nothing short of extraordinary. Zeraora? Damn it, who exactly are you? Ash gasped in disbelief upon witnessing Jinshu's Zeraora. You will soon find out. Jinshu responded, extending his hand forward, commanding, counterattack. Zeraora, Plasma Fist. In an instant, Midway Island transformed into a sea of yellow, electric particles saturating the air. producing an overwhelming sensation of paralysis. Zeraora unleashed the accumulated electric energy in a single burst, its punch reverberating through the atmosphere with explosive power. Countless bolts of lightning rained down, intelligently targeting every member of Team Rocket. Even the metallic pillars on the island were decimated, losing their original function. The electric cage that held Lugia captive vanished. And at that moment, under the healing touch of Celebi, Lugia's wounds rapidly healed. Its legendary presence once again radiating an oppressive aura. This is bad. Lugia has broken free, Ash cursed under his breath. At this moment, the situation had become rather dire. The formation had been obliterated, and the troublesome Lugia had successfully extricated itself. Consequently, this mission appeared to be a complete failure. After thoroughly assessing the circumstances, he retreated swiftly with his Pokémon, intending to vacate the battlefield. As a senior officer of Team Rocket, Magishir was quite adept at evading capture. Prior to the commencement of the mission, he had prepared various contingency plans for potential failure. However, on an isolated island like Midway, executing those plans proved to be exceedingly difficult. Still attempting to flee, human? You must pay the price for your actions, echoed Lugia's furious voice as Magishir had barely covered a few dozen meters. His complexion paled, and he hastened his escape. Psychic interference. Lugia's massive wings beat with force, unleashing a torrent of purple psychic energy that enveloped Magishir entirely, halting him in his tracks. Curse it! Raichu unleashed Thunderbolt. Magishir shouted in anger, commanding Raichu to attack. However, the previously ineffective thunder seemed utterly feeble against the rejuvenated Lugia. With a gentle flap of its wings, Lugia conjured a wave of purple psychic energy, effortlessly nullifying the incoming electricity. Repent in the endless cyclone. Cyclone attack. After deflecting the lightning, Lugia flapped its wings with all its might. A powerful gust of wind began to coalesce, causing a storm to gather in the sky, agitating the sea below. The fierce winds swept across Midway Island, threatening to tear the small landmass asunder. This was indeed the true power of Lugia. At that moment, Magishir's face turned ashen. Faced with such overwhelming might that even the heavens and earth were stirred, he felt utterly devoid of any inclination to resist. Yet, his Pokémon remained steadfast before him, striving to erect barriers in a desperate attempt to shield Magishir from the impending onslaught. Crack! The cyclone attack struck, and despite Raichu and the others exhausting their strength, they could not withstand it for even a few seconds. All barriers shattered in an instant, and Magishir was completely engulfed. Lugia, he still holds value. Spare his life, Jinshu said immediately. As a senior officer of Team Rocket, controlling him would grant access to crucial intelligence. Likewise, Jinshu could utilize Magishir as a pawn to further undermine Team Rocket. I shall merely administer a punishment. He will emerge with severe injuries at most. Lugia nodded, communicating with Jinshu telepathically. Grateful to Jinshu for aiding it and bearing the pure white feather, Lugia felt a sense of camaraderie. Had it not been for Jinshu's timely intervention with Celebi's healing, the situation would not have turned so favorable so quickly. At this juncture, the battle on Midway Island had largely reached its conclusion, and Lugia's gaze fixed intently on the boy who had saved it. Sensing the complex aura of the mythical Pokémon emanating from Jinshu, even Lugia could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. No wonder this boy was capable of rescuing it, for his presence was distinctly extraordinary. Thank you, Jinshu, for extending your timely assistance, Lugia expressed, a hint of gratitude lacing its voice, cognizant that without Jinshu's intervention, its fate would have been sealed. It had already sustained grave injuries from the prior battle and was ensnared by the thunderous cage, rendering it in a perilous predicament. Fortunately, it had now escaped danger. No need for thanks. I too abhor the notion of Team Rocket exploiting the power of legendary Pokémon for their selfish desires, Jinshu replied, nodding. Indeed, they have previously attacked me, so we find ourselves on the same side, Lugia. Celebi, which had been hovering near Lugia since the beginning, chimed in. Regardless, thank you. Also, Jinshu, with your pure white feather, I can assist you in a particular endeavor. What do you wish for me to do? Lugia inquired. Chapter 141, The Emptiness of the Soul. While I wouldn't call it a demand, Lugia, we share a common adversary, so let us unite to exact vengeance upon Team Rocket. Jinshu stated earnestly, gazing into Lugia's immense eyes. The existence of Team Rocket has introduced a multitude of destabilizing elements into this world. Their ambitions are far too grand, and they possess sufficient power to inflict tremendous harm if left unchecked. Following the Celebi incident, he had nurtured the intent to eradicate Team Rocket. Now the time seemed ripe. If he could secure Lugia's assistance, coupled with some intelligence from within Team Rocket, Jinshu could deliver a significant blow to them. Certainly, Jinshu. Allow me to be your ally henceforth. I shall aid you in eliminating this source of instability, Lugia affirmed, expressing its strong support for any action against Team Rocket. On that day, it had been soaring gracefully above the ocean when it encountered a formidable black-clad figure riding a flying Pokémon, who introduced himself as Sakaki, accompanied by several individuals clad in outfits adorned with the letter R. Before Lugia could react, Sakaki had unleashed 2 Pokeballs. One contained a humanoid psychic-type Pokémon, whose mental prowess was so formidable that even Lugia, a psychic type itself, was left astounded. The other was a fearsome Beedrill. Subsequently, Lugia found itself completely subdued by Sakaki's 2 Pokémon and barely managed to escape his pursuit, albeit sustaining severe injuries and entering a state of weakness. However, we must proceed with caution, that Sakaki, the leader of Team Rocket, is exceptionally powerful. I suffered my previous injuries at his hands, Lugia cautioned, recalling the intense battle that had left a profound impression on it. The man's keen insight into combat opportunities, coupled with his impeccable command and those 2 top-tier Pokémon, had driven Lugia to the brink of despair. Understood. We'll endeavor to evade him during our offensive. However, Lugia, since you faced him before, do you recall the Pokémon he utilized? Despite the current strategy being to avoid Sakaki, understanding the enemy remained crucial. Lugia vividly remembered the 2 Pokémon that had inflicted damage upon it, and proceeded to describe their characteristics to Jinshu, even detailing their signature moves, along with strategies it had devised to counter them. Indeed, the humanoid psychic-type Pokémon you mentioned must be Mutwo, a product of Team Rocket's genetic experiments. The other is Sakaki's Beedrill, a creature of extraordinary strength, Jinshu mused. Mutwo was a Pokémon birthed from the horrific genetic research conducted by Team Rocket, possessing nearly identical genes to Mew but differing in size and temperament in astonishing ways. It was the culmination of years of relentless and terrifying genetic experimentation by Team Rocket's researchers. Mutwo's psychic abilities surpassed even Mew's, its unparalleled strength being solely geared for battle. Its genes had been entirely modified to focus on combat, rendering it fixated solely on vanquishing its opponents. Mutwo, true to its name, possessed power that eclipsed Mew. Moreover, there was Sakaki's Beedrill, which was said to be the first Pokémon Sakaki obtained, nurtured with his utmost dedication, having thoroughly surpassed the limits of its species. Lugia's defeat at the hands of Mutwo and Sakaki's Beedrill was not unjust. Is it true that Mutwo is a Pokémon created by humans? No wonder I feel it is entirely unlike a normal Pokémon, Lugia realized. During their earlier confrontation, it had attempted to communicate with Mutwo, but was met with a fierce assault instead. Lugia sensed that Mutwo had no intention of dialogue. Its gaze lacked the emotions one would expect from a typical Pokémon, replaced instead by a cold, violent demeanor, eager only to rend its foes to shreds. The researchers bestowed upon it immense power, yet neglected to gift it a warm heart. The existence of such a Pokémon stands as a testament to Team Rocket's transgressions, Jinshu remarked quietly. Mutwo mirrors the creation of Zeraora by Bayue. Their existence serves only to satisfy the selfish desires of those who brought them forth, entirely stripping them of the rights inherent to ordinary Pokémon. Indeed, Team Rocket is utterly despicable. Karaki, why not grant a wish to make them all vanish? Victini exclaimed with indignation. Hearing Jinshu's account, it was incensed. Such a wish is unattainable, Karaki responded softly. If Jinshu were to wish for such a thing, I would attempt it. But erasing Team Rocket entirely is beyond even my capabilities. Victini, spare us your misguided notions, Jinshu said quietly. Karaki has only just begun to enjoy a life of freedom. Wishing for what you propose might plunge us into a slumber for thousands of years. I merely wish to defeat those villains sooner rather than later. What is the problem with that? Victini feigned innocence. For heaven's sake, your problem is monumental, Jinshu retorted. Now, Jinshu, what should we do next? Lugia inquired eagerly, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the detestable Team Rocket. We must enlist his assistance. He possesses crucial information that will aid us in pinpointing Team Rocket's location, Jinshu replied, gesturing toward the incapacitated Masaki on the ground. No, even in death, I shall not divulge any information. You might as well abandon that hope, Masaki declared resolutely, his disheveled yet steadfast visage exuding the essence of a determined soldier. Apologies. But whether you choose to speak is not for you to decide. Jinshu approached him, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Oh, you shall soon see the error of your ways. Jinshu's methods are beyond your imagination, Victini added, grinning wickedly as it mirrored Jinshu's demeanor. As Jinshu approached, Even the tough Ziji felt a rush of apprehension. What are you planning to do? Chapter 142, The Master of Cartography. Fear not, it will be over soon. Jinshu reassured him as he skillfully completed the injection. Ziji's eyes gradually lost their luster, while the other Team Rocket members were swiftly dealt with by the Sovereign Superior and its allies. This operation marked a total failure for Team Rocket. Their forces were obliterated, and in doing so, they unwittingly provided Jinshu with a valuable informant. Once Jinshu had completed the procedure, Ziji's eyes regained their vitality. He saw Jinshu and promptly rendered a formal military salute, saying, "Master Jinshu, my loyalty is yours alone." Jinshu nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Very well. Now, divulge the locations of all Team Rocket's secret bases, complete with detailed maps and internal schematics." He intended to use the information provided by Ziji to determine their targets and establish the most accurate routes for their assault. Given that Team Rocket communicated amongst themselves, should they become aware of Jinshu's intentions, they would likely evacuate immediately, which would be detrimental to their plans. Additionally, Jinshu had to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from Sakaki, as Team Rocket's true strength was far greater than he had anticipated. On the surface, Sakaki possessed the terrifying Pokémon Mutwo and Beedrill, who knew how many others lurked in the shadows. With the revelation of Mega Evolution having been public for some time, Sakaki likely possessed the means to perform Mega Evolution himself. Should his Beedrill evolve into Mega Beedrill, Jinshu sensed it would be exceptionally formidable, as Mega Beedrill's transformation focused solely on amplifying its attack and speed to their utmost limits, sacrificing other attributes entirely. Under the enhancement of its ability adaptability, Beedrill's attacks would reach unparalleled levels of potency. Jinshu contemplated strategies for the impending battle against Sakaki. Even with Lugia's assistance, it could only hold off Mutwo at best. The remaining Beedrill and Sakaki's other Pokémon would be left to him. He pondered that if a confrontation with Sakaki became inevitable, it would be wise to rally allies, perhaps calling upon Julan and Daigo for added support. "Have you arrived at a conclusion?" Victini inquired, now serving as a stern overseer. Watching as Ziji meticulously hand-drew the map, it seemed he aimed to document every known base of Team Rocket. One could not help but admire the professionalism of his cartography, a testament to his prior experience in navigation and military service. "Have you received formal training in mapmaking?" Jinshu asked, captivated by Ziji's skill. Ziji's hand moved with precision, effortlessly crafting lines that revealed an innate talent. Jinshu mused that, were he to pursue art, he would likely achieve remarkable success. "No, Master Jinshu, I am self-taught," Ziji replied, focused on his drawing. Even incorporating intricate details of the maps surrounding the bases, the overall map was exceptionally clear. "Very impressive. You could easily find a position at Evergreen Corporation. I am certain there is a suitable role for you," Jinshu acknowledged, nodding. Team Rocket truly was a repository of talent, each member possessing unique skills. Without them, Jinshu wondered how his company might have flourished. Evergreen's success was undoubtedly bolstered by the generous contributions of Team Rocket's skilled individuals. "Jinshu, are you ready?" Lugia inquired, intrigued by the sudden shift in Ziji's demeanor. "It should be completed shortly," Jinshu replied uncertainly. Ziji had finished one map, but now pulled out a blank sheet to begin anew. Jinshu noticed that while the first map depicted the Kanto region's bases, this new one portrayed bases from other regions. Goodness, Ziji intends to compile all of Team Rocket's bases, Jinshu realized, recognizing the significance of his endeavor. Even a high-ranking member like Nashi, deeply trusted by Sakaki, would be unaware of so many locations. Yet Ziji, an elite operative, sought to uncover the entirety of Team Rocket's secrets. Excellent work. If this operation succeeds, you shall be heralded as the hero, Ziji. Once it concludes, I will make you an executive at Evergreen Corporation, Jinshu exclaimed excitedly, patting Ziji on the shoulder. With his intel, they would effectively unearth Team Rocket's hidden depths, rendering success in their mission all but inevitable. To assist Master Jinshu is my greatest honor. I am grateful for your trust. I shall dedicate everything to Evergreen Corporation. Ziji solemnly declared, having transitioned from a loyal hound of Team Rocket to one devoted to Evergreen. Masaki, how on earth did you achieve this? Lugia, who had witnessed the transformation of Ziji, expressed astonishment. It was oblivious to the existence of any force capable of so completely altering one's beliefs. Such a method was utterly terrifying. Even a legendary Pokémon like Lugia felt a chill of apprehension. It pondered the implications. What if such a technique were employed on Pokémon themselves? It's quite simple, Lugia. It is merely a form of hypnosis that alters certain convictions, resulting in the present state. Often, The distinction between good and evil lies in divergent values. Once those values are modified, transformation is attainable. I merely employed hypnosis to bring about this change, Masaki nonchalantly remarked, attributing the credit solely to hypnosis. Lest Lugia grow overly anxious. How remarkable hypnosis is. The human mind is indeed a dazzling gem. It seems I must delve deeper into this knowledge, Lugia replied thoughtfully. As a psychic-type Pokémon, it was aware of hypnosis, albeit its own capabilities merely induced slumber in others. The notion of hypnosis that could reshape one's thoughts had never crossed its mind. Perhaps I shall procure some literature on hypnosis for you. A legendary Pokémon of your caliber would surely gain insight, Masaki suggested quietly. Indeed, hypnosis was a legitimate phenomenon. The instruments wielded by Team Rocket likely stemmed from similar scientific inquiries. Should Lugia desire to learn, an opportunity might present itself. Chapter 143, A Resounding Victory. Hoenn, Lilac City. Suburbs. The area lay charred, bearing the scars of battle. Numerous injured Pokémon writhed on the ground, emitting pained cries. Curse it! How could you possibly know our whereabouts? Athena, a down Team Rocket executive, lamented. Their mission had been to pilfer secrets from the Evergreen Corporation, yet shortly after their arrival in Lilac City, they had been met with a fierce counterattack. It was as if their adversaries possessed intimate knowledge of their strategies, utterly dismantling them with precision. Are you not members of the Hunter Guild? Why, then, are you aiding the Evergreen Corporation? Another captured Team Rocket officer questioned in confusion. He had previously encountered individuals from the Hunter Guild, even collaborating with Hunter J, only to find that J had now become their foe. Declaring allegiance to the Evergreen Corporation's security division and delivering a crushing blow. Such an outcome was difficult for them to accept. Do not utter the name of that vile organization in my presence. One day, I shall obliterate them. Those who recklessly exploit Pokémon for their own gain shall not escape retribution, Xiao Jade declared vehemently, trampling on the fallen Team Rocket officer. She had grown to despise the Hunter Guild, and as a part-time forest ranger, she frequently encountered poachers from the guild, successfully thwarting their efforts with her knowledge of their tactics. No longer was she the filthy hunter of the past, but a proud guardian of Pokémon ecology. Speak any more nonsense, and you shall regret it, chimed in Xiao Yu, exhibiting a fierce demeanor. As an expert in breeding Duskull, he effectively employed the Duskull marine tactics, utilizing simultaneous assaults from enraged fangs to leave Team Rocket in disarray. The Pokémon of Team Rocket would likely find themselves haunted by nightmares of sharp fangs in the days to come. Fall back, Xiao Yu commanded, observing that the battle was nearing its conclusion. They had not betrayed Masaki's trust under Nagi's covert command. They had successfully ambushed the Team Rocket Special Task Force and captured all adversaries. Such a feat was undeniably impressive. Athena and her comrades were now shackled with specially designed restraints developed by the 03 Project, which completely incapacitated their movements, eliminating any chance of escape. Once Masaki returned, these captured Team Rocket members would serve a purpose. For now, they were to be confined in a prison that had been discreetly constructed for their nefarious ilk. Secretary Nagi, we have successfully completed our task, Xiao Yu reported over the phone. He held Nagi, the psychic, in high regard. Without her leadership, they would likely have faltered in battle. Although they had a slight numerical advantage, the overall quality of their Pokémon was inferior to that of their opponents. Understood, Nagi replied. Seated before a large array of monitors in the Evergreen office, displaying the battlefield's dynamics. This setup allowed her to coordinate seamlessly with Alakazam, effectively commanding the operation. Upon receiving the news, she pressed a button to call Masaki. Hello, Nagi, Masaki answered, far away on Midway Island. Nagi, the Team Rocket forces in Lilac have been entirely captured and await your orders, she stated coolly. Excellent. I have good news as well. My task here is complete. It is now time to launch a full-scale assault on Team Rocket. Please contact the Hoenn League on my behalf. I will send you the distribution map of Team Rocket's bases in Hoenn shortly, so that the Evergreen security team can coordinate with the League. Masaki contemplated before continuing. Team Rocket was not solely their adversary. Various leagues had long sought to dismantle them. This time, he intended to unite their forces to deliver a decisive blow against Team Rocket's arrogance. Understood. I will arrange that immediately, Nagi replied before ending the call. Moments later, Masaki's map of Team Rocket's bases in the Hoenn region arrived, which Nagi swiftly reviewed to confirm specific coordinates. She then dispatched orders for the nearest members of the Evergreen Corporation to scout the vicinity. When she assumed the role of commander, her psychic potential flourished brilliantly. Complex calculations that would baffle ordinary minds were executed instantaneously, and her formidable multitasking abilities allowed her to manage numerous affairs concurrently. Previously, Sakaki had contemplated guiding her in this direction, but both Naji and Shinobi had declined. Naji found it tedious, while Shinobi feared losing her own position. Now, with Naji fully engaged, she would become the most formidable intellect behind the Evergreen Corporation's operations. While Naji fervently prepared in Hoenn, Masaki dialed another number on Midway Island. "Hello. Julan, are you available? I require your assistance urgently," he said. "Masaki, you actually remembered to seek me out? I was beginning to doubt whether you had forgotten me entirely after all this time." Julan's irritated voice echoed through the line. "Actually, I have been occupied with a covert mission until just recently, which is why I'm only reaching out now," Masaki replied, somewhat apologetically. "Very well. I will temporarily accept your excuse. So where are you now? Still in Lilac City? I will come find you immediately." The voice of Julan conveyed a sense of urgency. After so many days without seeing Jinshu, she genuinely missed him. "Shouldn't we discuss the matter at hand? Let me tell you. We are about to launch a full-scale assault on Team Rocket. Haven't you been eagerly anticipating this?" Jinshu remarked, sending Julan the coordinates of his location. "Wait for me. I will be there shortly." Julan's voice brimmed with excitement. Chapter 144. A bold idea. "No, it's rather far. Let's meet in Kanto instead. I promise to surprise you then." Jinshu contemplated before responding. Most of the secret bases of Team Rocket were located in Kanto, and both he and Julan were headed there, making it more sensible to arrange their meeting directly in Kanto. All right, then Kanto it is. After agreeing to meet in the Goldenrod city of Kanto, Jinshu accepted an invitation from Lugia and climbed onto its back. Lugia soared into the sky, carrying Jinshu along with his companions. Majishar opted for his own flying Pokémon. Even though he had reformed, Lugia was still reluctant to allow him on board. Legendary Pokémon, too, possess their own principles. Only those deemed worthy by them are permitted to ride upon their backs. Beep, beep. The system has detected that the host has successfully ridden the legendary Pokémon, Lugia. Achievement unlocked, Master of the Sea God. Reward received. All Pokémon levels increased by 5, 1 Master Ball. Wow. The sudden appearance of the system notification left Jinshu astonished. "What's wrong, Jinshu? Is something the matter? If the speed is too much, I can slow down," Lugia communicated. Concerned about Jinshu's comfort given its lack of experience with passengers. "No, I'm fine. I'm doing great," Jinshu reassured. In truth, he felt exceedingly well, as the system rewards were exceptionally generous, granting a significant boost of 5 levels to all his Pokémon. This enhancement greatly amplified the combat prowess of his team. Moreover, the system's improvements, unlike certain nefarious upgrading methods, posed no harm to the Pokémon themselves. This upgrade was a natural progression. In addition, Jinshu acquired a legendary Master Ball, reputed to have the capacity to capture any Pokémon. He never expected to obtain such a coveted item. "That is good to hear. If you feel unwell, be sure to inform me immediately," Lugia stated with relief. "Lugia, take a look at this," Jinshu said, revealing the Master Ball he had just received. The ball was characterized by a purple upper half and a white lower half, adorned with an emblematic symbolizing mastery. Just gazing upon it revealed its extraordinary nature. I sense an extraordinary power emanating from this ball. It is indeed remarkable. Jinshu, where did you acquire it?" Lugia's voice became increasingly urgent as it recognized that the ball might possess the ability to capture legendary Pokémon. If Jinshu wished, he could potentially throw the ball and capture it right then and there. When did humans develop such a terrifying Pokeball? If Team Rocket were to obtain it, the world would likely descend into chaos. I stumbled upon it within an ancient ruin. They say this ball possesses the ability to capture any Pokémon. Is that true? Jinshu inquired, curious to know if a legendary Pokémon like Lugia could sense the Master Ball's exceptional qualities. After all, such a precious item should ideally be reserved for legendary Pokémon rather than being squandered on ordinary ones. Indeed, I can feel it. This ball could even capture me. Jinshu, you must handle it with care. If it accidentally falls on me, you all might plummet, Lugia cautioned. While it held Jinshu in high regard, it also had its own responsibilities and could not simply become his Pokémon. "I understand. I will store it safely, rest assured," Jinshu nodded, placing the precious Master Ball back into his backpack. The fact that even a legendary Pokémon like Lugia felt apprehensive suggested that this Master Ball was indeed no counterfeit. Jinshu felt a sense of certainty within him. "Jinshu, what is that incredible object?" Beside him, Victini's eyes widened with curiosity. Initially, it had thought the ball was merely aesthetically pleasing, unaware of its profound significance that could astonish even Lugia. "It's a Master Ball, theoretically capable of capturing any Pokémon. Impressive, isn't it?" Jinshu said, feigning mystery. "Is it really that powerful? Can it even catch Arceus?" Victini asked. Hey. We can't just throw around the idea of capturing the creator god. I doubt even the Master Ball could accomplish that. Jinshu promptly interrupted Victini's reckless musings. Right. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Victini, it's best not to speak of such things, Lugia advised. Arceus is the highest existence in the Pokémon world. It could very well be lurking in a corner, listening to their conversation. All right, I want to say another word, Victini conceded, covering its mouth, visibly intimidated. However, it occurred to Jinshu that with this ball, perhaps there was a way forward. An idea suddenly sprang to his mind. If capturing Arceus was out of the question, he could target other formidable Pokémon. The one that was nearest and most feasible to capture would likely be the Mutwo controlled by Team Rocket. Now, Jinshu had numerous strategies at his disposal, along with the advantage of information disparity. If he could leverage this, there might indeed be a chance to capture Mutwo. What is your plan, Jinshu? Victini asked, intrigued. It was all too familiar with Jinshu's flashes of inspiration, knowing that whenever such a look crossed his face, he was about to devise a brilliant idea that often bore fruit. We might be able to capture Mutwo using the power of the Master Ball, Jinshu replied slowly. Mutwo? You mean that incredibly powerful one that Team Rocket has researched? Isn't it already captured by Sakaki? You can't just use a Pokeball to catch someone else's Pokemon, can you? Victini questioned, puzzled. Having been by Jinshu's side for so long, it had picked up many lessons, including the fact that one cannot capture another's Pokemon. Technically speaking, it is still a wild Pokemon. It is merely being manipulated by Team Rocket. Its psychic powers are so formidable that ordinary Pokeballs cannot contain it. Only my Master Ball could achieve that, Lugia communicated. Chapter 145, The Plan. Having recently battled Mutwo, Lugia was quite knowledgeable about its capabilities. Furthermore, Lugia sensed that if Mutwo could be captured by Jinshu and become his Pokemon, it would not be a bad outcome. Under Team Rocket's control, Mutwo was akin to a mindless combat machine, wielded as a weapon. From Team Rocket's perspective, it was not even considered a living being, but rather a formidable tool. In this light, the situation seemed rather unjust for Mutwo. Born within the cold confines of a laboratory, it had been thrust into battle before it could even comprehend its existence. Perhaps it, too, was lost, searching for the meaning of its existence. However, under the auspices of Team Rocket, it may never have the chance to do so. Lugia, what are your thoughts on the matter concerning Mutwo? Masaki inquired tentatively. Lugia was the cornerstone of their operation. Should it descend, the plan might face insurmountable obstacles. I stand by you, Masaki. I hope that Mutwo can join you in discovering the essence of life and live once again like a normal Pokemon, Lugia replied. Despite their brief acquaintance, it had already sensed the profound bond between Masaki and the Pokemon. To become friends with such pure-hearted mythical creatures, Masaki must be a person of integrity. Capturing Mutwo could very well prove beneficial for both parties. Were it not for the responsibilities entrusted to it by its position, Lugia might have chosen to become Masaki's ally. Thank you for your support, Lugia. I will strive to make this work, Masaki expressed gratefully. With Lugia's endorsement, his plan might proceed with greater ease. Over an hour later, Lugia descended upon a desolate beach at the edge of Kanto. To avoid drawing attention and alarming anyone, it lingered at high altitude for some time before selecting this location. Masaki, I have arrived. Shortly after Masaki sent the coordinates to Tsubaki, she appeared riding her Garchomp. As a champion-level powerhouse, Garchomp moved with remarkable speed. Upon landing, Garchomp emitted a series of agitated roars, casting wary glances towards Masaki. There, concealed behind him, was Lugia, now draped in Masaki's invisibility cloak, curiously experimenting with it. Unexpectedly, the cloak failed to mask its overwhelming presence, which Garchomp instinctively sensed. Masaki, what is this? Tsubaki asked, puzzled by Garchomp's unease. As a quasi-deity at the champion level, there were few things in this world that could unsettle Garchomp. What manner of creature was concealed behind Masaki? This is the surprise I mentioned, Masaki replied with a smile. Lugia, in turn, revealed itself by lifting the invisibility cloak, flapping its wings in greeting to Tsubaki. Greetings. I am Lugia. It sensed the aura of orange power emanating from Tsubaki and felt a surge of admiration. Even her Garchomp exuded a pressure that even a legendary Pokemon like Lugia could not ignore. To train a Pokemon to such a level, this lovely girl must surely be an exceptional trainer. Lugia was always amicable towards such kind-hearted trainers. Lugia, is it truly you? Even Tsubaki, the Sinnoh champion, took a step back in astonishment at the sight of the real Lugia before her. A scholar of myths and legends, she mostly studied the lore of the Sinnoh region. Yet, she was aware of Lugia's stature, standing alongside Ho-Oh among legendary Pokemon. She could scarcely believe that the surprise Masaki spoke of was the actual presence of a living Lugia. This was utterly beyond her expectations. Masaki, what have you been up to without informing me? You engage in such monumental affairs and neglect to involve me. Tsubaki suddenly realized that Masaki must have orchestrated something significant behind her back, and that she had missed out on an event involving Lugia. Grabbing a handful of Masaki's side, she began to spin, causing him considerable discomfort. Weren't you preoccupied at the time? The situation was rather urgent, so I couldn't call you. But this time, Tsubaki, you are absolutely the main character in our endeavor, Masaki quickly clarified. It seemed his planned surprise had perhaps exceeded expectations. Lugia observed their interaction with interest, a hint of amusement glimmering in its eyes. Your relationship appears quite harmonious, indeed splendid, Masaki, Lugia teased. Of course. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lugia. I am Tsubaki, and it is an honor to behold you, she responded, momentarily letting Masaki off the hook. Turning to Lugia, she executed a graceful bow. Yes, I am Lugia and a friend of Masaki. Let us cooperate wholeheartedly in this endeavor, Lugia replied. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss our strategy, Masaki stated, pulling over Marzishar, who was nearby. This is the key figure in our operation. He was formerly an elite member of Team Rocket, and now he is one of us. Masaki introduced Marzishar to Tsubaki. Champion Tsubaki, it's a pleasure to see you again. Marzishar saluted her respectfully. He was indeed acquainted with Tsubaki, having previously served as a gym leader in the Kanto region, functioning as Team Rocket's mole within the league. I didn't realize you were affiliated with Team Rocket, Tsubaki remarked, somewhat taken aback. Although she had instinctively sensed that Marzishar was not particularly amiable, it was surprising to confirm that he was indeed not a good person. Let us discuss the strategy one just devised. Feel free to contribute your insights as well. Thus, Masaki began to outline his plan for the operation. First, Marzishar would inform Team Rocket that he had successfully captured Lugia. He would then lead Lugia, along with Masaki and Tsubaki disguised as Team Rocket grunts, into the base where Mutuo was held. This would provide Masaki with the opportunity to capture Mutuo. A commendable idea, Lugia nodded in agreement after hearing Masaki's strategy. It seemed this approach would allow them to approach Mutuo successfully. Masaki, we should also contact the Kanto League in advance to coordinate an attack on Team Rocket's various bases simultaneously when we act. This will facilitate our operation, Tsubaki added. Chapter 146. The officer returns with the legendary Pokémon. At the Mutuo base in the Kanto region, a Team Rocket member was engaged in discussion with colleagues nearby. Hey, have you heard? Marzishar has just completed a special mission and is on his way to our base. Of course. I doubt there are many who are unaware of this news now. Marzishar is simply remarkable. No wonder he is an elite officer. With Lugia in our grasp, Team Rocket will possess 2 superpowers, one member replied. The morale within the base surged with this recently received good news. Previously, a somber atmosphere had enveloped Team Rocket due to the Pokémon uprising in the Golden Underground base. Likely to uplift spirits, the command center had broadcast this news multiple times. Now, the Mutuo base bustled with the activity of Team Rocket members preparing for Lugia's arrival. Has everyone memorized the protocols? When Marzishar returns, we must greet him with our loudest cheers. Is that understood? In the base courtyard, a member of the management team was organizing the forthcoming arrangements. I heard that Marzishi's successful completion of the secret mission has even pleased Boss Sakaki, who is expected to visit the Mutuo base soon. Within the laboratory, many researchers clad in lab coats were engaged in lively discussions. Mutuo's psychic levels are becoming increasingly alarming. I wonder how Lugia will react, one researcher said, his fingers flying over the keyboard. He stood behind a specially reinforced glass partition separating him from Mutuo, which was adorned with a helmet designed to suppress its psychic powers, complete with numerous tubes transmitting data and bound with multiple restraints. These apparatuses had been acquired at the cost of many researchers' lives. The existence of a creature like Mutuo is undeniably perilous. Upon its emergence, the overwhelming psychic energy it exuded nearly obliterated the entire laboratory, resulting in the tragic loss of numerous researchers. The current principle guiding Team Rocket's study of Mutuo is that caution is paramount. One can never be too careful. It must be an equally terrifying prospect, as Lugia is also a psychic-type Pokémon. I am quite eager to discover the reactions that might occur when the psychic forces of Lugia and Mutuo intertwine, remarked a researcher whose hair resembled a bird's nest. Those fortunate enough to conduct research within this laboratory are all of the highest caliber, frequently proposing captivating concepts. I am particularly interested in exploring the evolutionary trajectory of Lugia. Given that Mutuo possesses 2 distinct super-evolution paths, it stands to reason that Lugia may also have the potential for a novel evolution. The initial researcher continued. As for the laboratory's recent endeavors, the focus remains on the Mutuo evolution stone. They are analyzing Mutuo's genetic structure to ascertain the composition of the evolutionary energy required for its evolution. By extracting the same energy from the evolution stones of other Pokémon, they aim to create a unique evolution stone specifically for Mutuo. The entire experimental process is quite ingenious, and the preliminary version of the evolution stone has already materialized. This afternoon, they had planned for Mutuo to attempt its first super evolution using the initial version of the stone. Unfortunately, the news of Magishir successfully capturing Lugia disrupted this schedule, prompting the laboratory to postpone the super evolution experiment involving Mutuo. At present, welcoming Lugia is the most critical task. Once Lugia arrives, they will have an entirely new research subject, and they are certain to achieve groundbreaking results. The prospect of merging the energies of Lugia and Mutuo is an exhilarating topic for all researchers. How much longer until Magishir arrives? I can hardly contain my anticipation to study Lugia, the researcher with the chaotic hair lamented, suddenly plopping down in his seat. Usually, he merely comes to our laboratory to collect materials, but now he finally has something truly valuable to bring back. Perhaps he isn't so inept after all. The metal column lightning array set up by Magishir's team on Midway Island was indeed the brainchild of this disheveled researcher. Let me make it clear, when Lugia arrives, I need a few hours to experiment with my irregular evolution beam, interjected another bespectacled researcher. His focus lies in irregular evolution, utilizing specialized rays to induce partial genetic restructuring in Pokémon, thereby allowing them to acquire entirely new characteristics. Through this research, he has created many fearless Pokémon for Team Rocket. However, such Pokémon tend to be exceedingly unstable due to genetic damage, often perishing shortly after battles. Spare me your nonsense. If Lugia is exposed to your evolution beam, it will be rendered unusable. After all, Lugia is not just some ordinary Rattata that can be easily caught, the disheveled researcher retorted. Legendary Pokémon of Lugia's caliber would likely not be treated with undue roughness, even by Sakaki himself. It is utterly absurd to think he could use such a repugnant beam on it. Enough chatter. The higher-ups have issued a notification. Magishir has arrived at our base entrance with Lugia. Let us gather for a brief, welcoming ceremony to uplift our spirits, declared the hawk-nosed researcher from the top echelon of the laboratory. Furthermore, Sakaki will be joining us shortly, so I expect you all to present your best selves and refrain from embarrassing yourselves in his presence. He is the sole authority overseeing this super evolution experiment of Mutuo. How bothersome. Chief, could you perhaps create a clone for me to attend the meeting? If not, I suppose I'll have to do it tonight. Considering there is still some leftover cell growth liquid from the last experiment, the disheveled researcher groaned, slumped in his chair. Enough with the idle chatter. Assemble at the base's square immediately. If you are late, your research funding will be deducted, the hawk-nosed researcher asserted, commanding authority. All right, I got it. The disheveled researcher replied lazily, rising from his chair. Research funding is indeed his Achilles heel. If it were to be cut, he would be rendered as ineffective as a mere waste. Before long, all members of Team Rocket gathered in the square of the Mutuo base. Anticipation filled the air as the elite cadre led by Magishir entered through the entrance. Following closely behind him were two junior members of Team Rocket, hauling a cage containing Lugia. Chapter 147. Apologies, the cadre is actually an undercover agent. Is this really Lugia? The oppressive aura it exudes is simply terrifying. After all, it is a legendary Pokémon, and such power is to be expected. However, no matter how formidable a Pokémon may be, it will ultimately succumb to the hands of Team Rocket. With the right strategy, there is no Pokémon that cannot be captured. The junior members of Team Rocket fervently discussed while observing Magishir's triumphant return with Lugia. At this moment, the indomitable spirit of Team Rocket seemed to be rekindling. Congratulations to elite cadre Magishir on your victorious return, cheered a junior member who had just finished training, while others in the crowd set off small celebratory fireworks to commemorate Magishir's success. TCH, it was our research that ensnared Lugia in the first place. Yet the glory is being claimed by that guy Magishir, the disheveled researcher grumbled amidst the crowd. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with this scenario. Despite utilizing his own tools, the accolades during the celebration were scant for the research department. After all, he was the one who risked his life to confront a legendary Pokémon, while those of us working behind the scenes are left to bear the fate of silent sacrifice. The bespectacled researcher beside him sighed in agreement. After this, we must ensure that the boss increases our funding, the disheveled researcher insisted. In the center of the square, Magishir came to a halt, the specially designed cage containing Lugia coming to a stop behind him. He accepted the microphone from a junior member and cleared his throat before addressing his colleagues. As you can see behind me, this is the legendary Pokémon Lugia. Before Team Rocket, even Lugia shall be captured. We are an unstoppable force. Furthermore, everyone will have a splendid opportunity to observe Lugia up close. A privilege unique to our base, Majishir added with a smile. Hooray! Long live Team Rocket. Upon hearing Majishir's words, the crowd erupted in cheers. The team members responsible for maintaining order had already removed the restrictions, allowing everyone to gather closely around Lugia. Yet, at this moment of joy and relaxation, Lugia stirred. It broke free from its seemingly flimsy restraints, unleashing an oceanic wave of psychic power that swept across all Team Rocket members in the square. Bang! The Team Rocket members collapsed like a row of dominoes, unconscious on the ground. Under the crushing force of Lugia's psychic hammer, their expressions of exhilaration transformed instantaneously into a serene, infant-like slumber. Superior, Vine Whip. The true Masaki, disguised as a Team Rocket member, commanded as he released Superior. Like a towering tree, Superior extended numerous vines from its body, ensnaring all the Team Rocket members who had been mentally struck, binding them into a mummified state where only their heads remained exposed, effectively immobilizing them. Drip. The alarm within the base blared abruptly, triggered by the security personnel of Team Rocket who were monitoring the premises. They had discovered the treachery of Martsishi. Attention all surviving Team Rocket members. Cadre Martsishi has betrayed us, and Lugia has not been entirely subdued. Please steer clear of the central square area. At that moment, all Team Rocket members who had remained behind due to work commitments and had not attended the welcoming ceremony in the square received urgent alerts from the security department on their terminals. This shocking news incited outbursts of outrage among them. What? Cadre Martsishi is an undercover agent? Lugia was not captured. It has been brought here to assault the base. Initially, it had been a triumphant return of a battle hero, and now you tell me that this hero has turned against us. With what was once our prize now transformed into a weapon aimed at us. Such a drastic shift is surely difficult for anyone to accept. At this moment, the remaining security forces within the base were overwhelmed with activity. A squad leader of Team Rocket was incessantly issuing commands. Team 1. Seal off all connections to the central square as swiftly as possible. By closing the connecting doors, we can moderately delay Martsishi and his faction from further infiltrating the base, though the effect will be rather limited. Team 2. Promptly report the situation to headquarters and seek assistance. However, unbeknownst to them, headquarters was equally swamped with chaos, as a multitude of official alliance personnel had synchronized their actions with Masaki and were assaulting the vast majority of Team Rocket's bases in the Kanto region. At this moment, the phone lines to Team Rocket headquarters were likely overwhelmed. As for the Dream Base, it could only wish for its own fortune. Meanwhile, in a black sedan cruising along, Sakaki answered a call. What is it? He murmured. Boss, we have a grave situation. Martsishi has betrayed us, using the guise of capturing Lugia to launch an attack on the Dream Base, while other bases are simultaneously under assault by the Alliance. Came the anxious voice of his secretary from the other end. Martsishi has betrayed us. Even Sakaki, typically composed, could not help but furrow his brow upon hearing this news. Martsishi was an elite cadre of Team Rocket, having previously assisted in accomplishing many arduous tasks. His esteemed position within Team Rocket was entirely earned through his contributions. Sakaki had placed considerable trust in Martsishi, even entrusting him with the secret operation to capture Lugia. To think that someone he had once trusted so deeply would now turn against him. It seems that Martsishi must have informed the Alliance of the locations of the other Kanto bases. Martsishi, you say? Very well. Sakaki remained silent for a long while, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Instruct the heads of the various bases to minimize resistance and evacuate as swiftly as possible, ensuring personnel safety while striving to reduce losses. As for the Dream Base, I shall make a personal visit. The fall of other bases would merely result in material losses. But the Dream Base houses the very dream creature that represents the culmination of Team Rocket's efforts. The dream must not be lost. Acknowledged, boss. After receiving his secretary's response, Sakaki hung up the phone. He straightened his posture and commanded the driver, speed up. Sakaki knew well that the opposing forces were evidently well prepared. If he did not hasten, he might arrive only to find the battle concluded. Fortunately, he had already intended to visit the Dream Base, so it was not far from his location. Chapter 148. The tension mounts. At the Dream Base, Masaki and his companions had successfully subdued the entire facility, leaving the remaining Team Rocket members ensnared like mummies wrapped in vines under the control of the Monarch Superior. Have you found it yet? Masaki inquired, watching Lucario intently. Lucario was harnessing its aura abilities to search for any trace of the dream residing within the base. Deep below, there exists a terrifying psychic presence. It must be the dream, Lucario stated. Upon detecting that fearsome psychic power, it trembled involuntarily, recognizing the might of the dream. Masaki, Sakaki seems to be approaching. Stay alert. The radar indicates a sedan has stopped near the base. Exercise caution, as Sakaki may have already entered, came Nashi's warning through Masaki's earpiece. She had been monitoring the battlefield conditions and analyzing the situation alongside Hudi, and now she had detected Sakaki's presence, issuing a timely alert to Masaki. Jilan. Sakaki is nearly here. We must accelerate our progress, Masaki said, his face darkening as he addressed Jilan. Having designated Sakaki as a hypothetical adversary long ago, they were not particularly fearful but knew they needed to hasten their pace. All right, understood. Jilan nodded in agreement. Is it not a bit too late to descend now? A cold voice suddenly interrupted from ahead as Sakaki, dressed in a black suit and wearing a sardonic smile, emerged from the opposite corridor. It is Sakaki. He has infiltrated the base through a secret passage of the Dream Base. The champion of Sinnoh and the young CEO of Evergreen Corporation. How intriguing. Sakaki remarked with a smirk. The recent incident was also orchestrated by you, was it not? Quite impressive indeed. He gazed at Masaki and Jilan, a commanding aura emanating from him. I have always been curious about one thing. How did you manage to sway Martsushi to your side? Jilan. There is no need to engage in conversation with him, Masaki replied coldly. He had already activated his champion experience card, unleashing an astonishing presence that naturally emanated from him. Jilan responded solemnly. Liebite Landshark stepped forward, glaring furiously at Sakaki. It seems we must engage in battle before you will divulge the answers. Sakaki remarked nonchalantly. Suddenly, a seemingly ordinary pokeball appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed into the air. Buzz. A high-frequency vibration filled the surroundings as a magnificent golden Beedrill materialized before Sakaki, its red compound eyes glinting with an eerie light, its wings vibrating incessantly behind it, and the long stingers on its arms exuding a chilling gleam. It was evident that this Beedrill was extraordinary. This is Sakaki's first Pokémon, Beedrill. Beedrill male. Quality level, gold. Type, bug, poison. Ability, sniper. Level, 90, champion level 80, 90. Description, it attacks while swiftly flying, using its front legs and the enormous stingers on its tail. Has it truly reached the pinnacle of champion level? Masaki thought to himself, astonished at Sakaki's Beedrill, which had the potential to attain ultimate mastery. Masaki, be cautious. Its speed is exceptionally swift. Lugia communicated telepathically with Masaki. It had battled Sakaki's Beedrill before and understood its advantages well. Yes, I will be careful, Masaki nodded in acknowledgement. After utilizing the champion experience card, his Pokémon's strength also ascended to champion level, allowing him to contend with Sakaki's Pokémon on even ground. However, it seems somewhat unfair. Allow me to level the playing field, Sakaki sneered, producing a remote control that he promptly activated. Upon pressing the switch, the entire Dream Base began to quake violently, gradually elevating from its subterranean confines as all the metallic walls lowered, transforming the previously sealed base into an open battleground. Even more terrifying was the sight before Sakaki, as the floor slowly parted to reveal a humanoid Pokémon, entirely cloaked in purple, being transported into view. Adorned with a menacing helmet, its formidable psychic power seemed almost tangible. Had it not been for Lugia's psychic shield enveloping Masaki and the others, they would surely be in dire straits. Mutuo, emerge, Masaki whispered. At last, under Sakaki's command, the target of their mission, the undeniable protagonist, Mutuo made its grand entrance. Do you understand what it means to wield ultimate power? Allow me to demonstrate, Sakaki declared, extending his hand forward. An air of tension enveloped the atmosphere as he gave the command, and a vivid crimson light ignited from Mutuo's helmet. It turned towards Masaki and his companions, seemingly locking onto its target. Meanwhile, Beedrill flitted away, vanishing from sight, poised to strike. Psychic disruption. Once Mutuo had pinpointed its target, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged forth, crashing towards Masaki, as if a tsunami of psychic energy had been unleashed. This ferocious force closed in from all directions. Hold the line. Lugia spread its wings like a colossal hand, conjuring a transparent, formidable barrier that completely repelled Mutuo's assault. Shielded by this defense, even the watchful Beedrill dared not act recklessly. Superior, Masaki intoned gravely, turning his gaze towards his companion. Superior met his eyes, instantly comprehending his intent. They swiftly entered a state of mental unity, rapidly generating ultimate energy. Thanks to the champion experience card, This surge of ultimate energy surpassed the strength of previous missions, reaching an intensity several dozen times greater. Superior was enveloped in this wild, potent energy, exuding an aura of majesty reminiscent of legendary Pokémon. Vine Whip. As the ultimate energy reached its zenith, Superior sprang into action, channeling the tumultuous force into a mighty strike. The ground trembled beneath them as if a cataclysmic earthquake had erupted. The earth before Superior began to collapse in swift succession, countless massive vines erupting from the ground, relentlessly lashing toward Mutuo. Chapter 149, Indifference. What kind of move is this? In the sky, Sakaki had taken to the air on his flying Pokémon, desperately evading Masaki's onslaught. Observing the exaggerated scene unfolding below, even the seasoned Sakaki could not help but marvel inwardly. Such a level of destructive power could rival that of even legendary Pokémon. How had the owner of the Evergreen Corporation managed to attain such strength at this age? Sakaki's gaze fixated on Masaki and Superior, sensing an extraordinary force coalescing between them. On the ground, the assault of the Vine Whip attack began to wane. As a cloud of dust settled, it revealed Mutuo, now marked by numerous gruesome scars, each one a testament to the ferocity of the ultimate move. Despite Mutuo's psychic shield mitigating some of the damage, it could not entirely evade injury. These wounds, though small, were strikingly evident. This indicated that even against a Pokémon of Mutuo's caliber, ordinary Pokémon were not entirely without hope. Masaki had indeed inflicted harm. Self-restoration. Sakaki commanded immediately. A thick, rich purple light emanated from Mutuo, as its psychic energy stimulated its cells, prompting rapid division and regeneration of its injuries. The numerous small but dense scars began to vanish swiftly. Do not allow it to recover, Masaki ordered. Chrysanthemum, Lugia, let's attack together. Lucario, remain vigilant, and alert us if Beedrill attempts to strike. Masaki understood the terror that Mutuo embodied. If they did not incapacitate it in one decisive blow, its self-restoration would allow it to continue fighting. This outcome was one Masaki wished to avoid. They had to consolidate their strength and aim to defeat Mutuo in a single strike. I understand. Chrysanthemum nodded quickly, responding earnestly. Sharpedo Meteor Shower. The Meteor Shower was an ultra-advanced dragon-type move, accessible only to exceptionally powerful dragon Pokémon. Sharpedo raised its head, bathed in a deep blue luminescence, before unleashing a thunderous roar. Resonating through the sky, fiery blue meteors cascaded from above, descending rapidly toward Mutuo. Cyclone Attack. Lugia flapped its wings, the erratic winds ceasing suddenly, transforming into a colossal tornado that surged towards Mutuo. Join us, Superior, I entrust this to you, Masaki declared, clenching his fist emphatically. In his hand, the crystal on the Z-ring radiated with a brilliant green light as a vibrant energy coalesced swiftly. Masaki and Superior synchronized their movements, their hands pressed together, their bodies swaying like falling blossoms. Upon concluding this unique choreography, the power of the Z-crystal surged into Superior, unleashing an immense aura. Petal Dance. Following the ultimate move, Masaki and Superior unleashed a devastating Z-move. The grass-type energy, amplified by the Z-crystal, transformed into a myriad of beautiful petals that danced through the air. Upon reaching Mutuo, the petals erupted like fireworks, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. After Masaki's grass Z-move, Lugia and Sharpedo's attacks followed in succession, resulting in tremendous explosions. The steel plates beneath them buckled under the force, scattering fragments of metal, all of which were intercepted by the protective barrier Lugia had erected. A formidable assault. Yet ultimately futile, Sakaki remarked from above. Not so. Such an attack should be beyond Mutuo's capacity to withstand, Masaki retorted. Even a deity of Mutuo's caliber must possess its limits. While its psychic shield was formidable, it could not endure an onslaught of overwhelming intensity. Moreover, Mutuo was not the type of Pokémon known for its resilience. It was an offensive powerhouse with fragile defenses. In their combined assault, Masaki believed Mutuo must have sustained at least severe injury. However, as the aftermath of the explosions faded, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a sight that left Masaki and his companions wide-eyed with disbelief. Mutuo appeared virtually unscathed, save for a minor surface wound that was already mending through self-restoration. Beside it lay two unconscious Pokémon, a shiny Bastiodon and a Nidoking. Judging by their size and coloration, they were not ordinary Pokémon. They were at least of champion-level caliber. It seemed that these two Pokémon had shielded Mutuo from the brunt of the attack. Are they using other Pokémon as shields? When did this arrangement occur? Masaki exclaimed, astonished. He recalled the earlier moments in the battle, unable to ascertain when Nidoking and Shiny Bastiodon had joined the fray. Sakaki, is this how you treat your companions? Your Pokémon must weep for you, Chrysanthemum seethed. In that moment, she realized that perhaps, to Sakaki, all Pokémon were merely tools to be discarded at will. Due to the lesser value of the rampaging Mega Beedrill and Nidoking compared to Mewtwo, they were decisively relinquished, relegated to the role of a mere shield to absorb Mewtwo's attacks. The moment they chose to follow me, they became acutely aware of their fate. It was a choice made willingly. Individuals like us have long since forfeited the right to weep. Silently, Sakamoto withdrew his hand from his pocket, producing a smooth stone. Now, let me bring this farce to an end. You are fortunate to witness my newfound strength, and for that, I must thank you. Were it not for your research, I would not have so swiftly grasped the ultimate power. As he spoke, the stone in his hand erupted with a dazzling spectrum of colors, simultaneously radiating the same vibrant glow from the Mega Beedrill emerging from the shadows. This is Mega Evolution. What Sakamoto was executing was the Mega Evolution, a process that both Masaki and Shakura were well acquainted with. The target of his evolution was Beedrill, a Pokémon that had already reached its champion level limit. The extent of its newfound power remained unknown to Masaki and the others. They fixated intently on the purple cocoon enveloping Beedrill, their expressions grave. Chapter 150, Seizing the Advantage. The frenzied energy of Mega Evolution surged relentlessly, and moments later, the purple cocoon encasing Beedrill burst apart with a thunderous explosion. Beedrill appeared before Masaki and the others in a completely transformed state. Its body had elongated, resembling a yellow and black fighter jet, with its legs morphing into poisonous stingers. The 4 stingers on its limbs, coupled with the large stinger at its rear, glimmered ominously as its toxic capabilities had been significantly amplified post-evolution. The sharpness of its stingers and the potency of the venom within were now vastly superior to what they had been prior to Mega Evolution. Now, allow me to vanquish you with your own favored Mega Evolution, Sakamoto declared with a smile, commanding, Mega Beedrill, unleash your deadly poison jab. With an audible hum, Mega Beedrill's speed became visibly heightened after its evolution, darting through the air while leaving behind countless afterimages, rapidly closing in on Masaki and the others. The stinger at its rear shimmered with a sinister purple light, infused with terrifying venom. Is this the power of Mega Beedrill? It appears incredibly formidable, Chikura murmured, observing the evolved Beedrill. Now that Sakamoto's Beedrill had achieved Mega Evolution and Mewtwo was launching a psychic assault, the scales of victory seemed to tilt heavily in Sakamoto's favor. Chikura, you and Lugia must fend off Mewtwo. I will handle Mega Beedrill, Masaki instructed immediately. They had anticipated the possibility of Sakamoto's Beedrill undergoing Mega Evolution before executing their plan, thus Masaki felt quite confident. In the face of such a terrifying speed, even Chikura's Garchomp would struggle to perceive its position. Fortunately, Masaki and his companions possessed Lucario, a Pokémon endowed with the power of Aura. With its eyes closed, Lucario did not focus on the myriad afterimages created by Mega Beedrill, its aura power fully locked onto it. Despite Mega Beedrill's ghostly speed, it was rendered utterly visible before Lucario. Sakamoto, perhaps you were celebrating too prematurely, Masaki remarked coolly. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Lucario had already been gathering energy. As soon as Masaki's voice fell, it unleashed a brilliant blue Aura Sphere towards the seemingly empty air. However, what should have been a guaranteed miss appeared to strike Mega Beedrill directly, as if it had intentionally collided with the Aura Sphere's attack. Boom. The Aura Sphere, akin to a premonition of the future, detonated upon contact with Mega Beedrill, causing it to sway precariously, almost losing its balance. This was one of the weaknesses of Mega Beedrill. Despite possessing ghostly speed and overwhelming offensive power, its physical resilience was quite fragile. While Lucario's Aura Sphere was not overwhelmingly powerful, it was sufficient to inflict significant damage. Mega Beedrill, hold on. Use Twin Needle. Sakamoto commanded promptly in response to Mega Beedrill's setback. Mega Beedrill regained its composure, its arms transforming into lance-like stingers that glimmered with a pale green light as it lunged towards Lucario. Lucario Meteor Mash. Masaki immediately countered, directing Lucario to strike back. Its fist, enveloped in steel-type energy, became incredibly hard as Lucario swiftly punched, colliding with Mega Beedrill's stinger. Bang! The power of the Mega Beedrill, having undergone evolution, was still overwhelmingly potent. Despite Lucario exerting its utmost effort, it was sent hurtling backwards several meters. Nevertheless, Lucario was not alone in this battle, as it flew back. Both Zeraora and Blaziken, waiting for their moment, surged forward to take its place. Plasma Fists. Inferno Blade. Just as Mega Beedrill executed its attack, it was met with two powerful strikes. Enhanced by Masaki's Champion Experience card, they now had the opportunity to engage Mega Beedrill in combat. The flame atop Blaziken's helmet flared upward, and both of its fiery sword-like arms ignited with red and purple flames. The two blades crossed in a beautiful arc, striking Mega Beedrill squarely on the head. Simultaneously, Zeraora unleashed a powerful electric field, its electrified fists colliding with Mega Beedrill. Boom. In that instant, the convergence of thunder and fire engulfed Mega Beedrill, its wings scorched black by the sudden onslaught of flames. Well done, Zeraora and Blaziken, Masaki shouted excitedly, encouraging the two Pokémon. They had been training for battle, and now they were showcasing their remarkable synergy against a formidable foe. Having endured the combined assault from both Pokémon, Mega Beedrill was evidently gravely injured, its body charred and its wings, essential for flight, damaged. Return, Mega Beedrill. Under Sakamoto's command, it flapped its damaged wings with all its might, suddenly accelerating to evade Zeraora and Blaziken's pursuit, returning to Sakamoto's side. Sakamoto retrieved a canister of special healing medicine, administering it to Mega Beedrill. Under the potent effects of the medicine, its wounds began to heal rapidly. I want to give you a chance. Everyone, attack together, Masaki commanded. Understood. Chikura responded while coordinating with Lugia to obstruct Mutewo's assault. Lugia, please hold off Mutewo for a moment. As she spoke, the keystone bracelet on her wrist erupted with brilliant light. Speaking of Mega Evolution, both she and Masaki were capable of it as well. Simultaneously, Masaki raised his hand, activating his own keystone. Two beams of Mega Evolution energy cascaded down, enveloping Chikura's Garchomp and Masaki's Lucario in a purple cocoon once more. Mega Evolution. Sakamoto's brow furrowed slightly as he tossed out 4 Pokeballs. The Pokeballs emitted 2 beams of white light, releasing 4 formidable Pokemon. With Mega Beedrill in a weakened state and Mutewo embroiled in a fierce battle, Sakamoto aimed to employ his other Pokemon to stave off Masaki and his allies' assault. Boom. The energy of Mega Evolution surged mightily, and Garchomp emerged from the purple cocoon, revealing its new form. Chapter 151. If only one possessed greater power. The resplendent energy of Mega Evolution painted the surrounding sky with exquisite hues. Within the violet cocoon, both the Mega Sharpedo and Lucario successfully completed their transformations. The physique of Sharpedo underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Its erstwhile wing-like arms morphed into crimson, scythe-like appendages, reminiscent of the previous Scyther, yet far more ferocious in their blood-red appearance. Following its evolution, Sharpedo's temperament turned exceedingly volatile, its gaze brimming with ferocity. Its cold, slit-like pupils fixated on the Pokémon guarding behind Sceptile, yearning to wield its newly evolved scythes to reduce the earth to dust and annihilate its foes. This was the consequence of Mega Evolution for Sharpedo. A significant decrease in aesthetic appeal came at the cost of a substantial increase in offensive power. However, it bore the rather unfortunate drawback of reduced agility post-evolution, rendering it slightly less nimble than before. In contrast, Lucario faced no such tribulations. After its Mega Evolution, it experienced a comprehensive enhancement in both appearance and prowess, enveloped in a cerulean aura of aura power that bestowed upon it a formidable presence. Mega Sharpedo, unleash your wrath and bring devastation upon our adversaries, commanded Jalan, her expression icy as she pointed toward the Pokémon recently released by Sceptile. Dragon Tail, the Dragon-type physical move, capable of inflicting catastrophic damage through a full-force close-range strike, was invoked. Mega Sharpedo surged forward, its crimson sides raised high, tracing a crescent arc through the sky. The tempestuous energy of its Dragon-type abilities surged forth as it harnessed every sinew of its muscles to deliver a swift and brutal slash. Mega Lucario, we cannot lag behind. Use Aura Sphere, commanded Jinshu. The power of the aura had significantly amplified with Lucario's Mega Evolution. With a mere gesture, dozens of aura spheres materialized from the air, striking toward Sceptile's Pokémon from all directions. Protect. In response to the onslaught from Mega Sharpedo and Mega Lucario, Sceptile's Pokémon opted to defend using Protect. The shield shattered through multiple layers, barely managing to withstand the barrage. It was evident that this defense would not hold for long. Observing the beleaguered Pokémon before him, Sceptile's expression darkened as he murmured, Mutewo is currently ensnared by Lugia, unable to extricate itself. Mega Beedrill is gravely injured and recuperating, while the remaining Pokémon are struggling against the opposing onslaught. Should this situation persist, Sceptile's side would inevitably collapse. Even the seasoned Sceptile felt the weight of pressure in such dire circumstances. Traditionally, he had relied on his Pokémon's formidable strength to bulldoze through adversaries, but now, confronted with Jinshu's relentless assault, he felt somewhat at a loss. Retreat. After a moment of contemplation, Sceptile issued the heavy command. He withdrew the fallen Pokémon into their Pokeballs, and his own Pidgeot ascended slightly, flapping its wings in readiness to flee. Sceptile's Pokémon obeyed the directive, fighting while retreating in search of an escape route. To have been chosen by Sceptile, they had undergone rigorous training, proving adept even in flight, executing their maneuvers with precision. As Sceptile's team gradually withdrew, Mutwo, however, seemed resolute in its confrontation. Its helmet trembled precariously as a tempest of psychic energy surged forth, clashing against Lugia. Despite Sceptile's repeated urgings, Mutwo remained locked in combat with the formidable Lugia. I shall rend you apart, tear you asunder. In its mind, these two thoughts echoed relentlessly. Since the onset of its skirmish with Lugia, an overwhelming sense of frustration plagued Mutwo. Despite exerting every ounce of its strength, it could not breach the imposing presence of the white giant before it, even though it had previously inflicted significant harm. Mutwo had always traversed the world with an invincible demeanor, never before encountering such a vexing battle. Yet, unbeknownst to it, Lugia was not alone in this confrontation. Nearby, Victini, Jirachi, and Celebi were providing invaluable support to Lugia. Victini's victory star enhanced Lugia's attributes, while Jirachi and Celebi acted as healers, ready to restore Lugia the moment its condition faltered. Such an unfair battle, pitting a divine beast against an equal counterpart bolstered by three mythical creatures, rendered Mutwo's chances of victory exceedingly slim. Not enough, not enough. I require more power. Yet, oblivious to the grandeur of its opponent's lineup, Mutwo felt it lacked sufficient strength. Under the compulsion of its will, every cell within it sprang to life, fervently generating psychic energy for battle. In this state of overexertion, the psychic suppression helmet atop its head could no longer withstand the strain and shattered into dust. The once formidable helmet, crafted from various high-strength metals, was now reduced to ruin, and Mutwo's self-awareness surged forth. For eons, Team Rocket had employed the helmet to control Mutwo, transforming it into a mere combat automaton devoid of autonomy. I remember, I can become stronger. Mutwo's thoughts raced, its eyes igniting with a newfound intensity. Though its mind had been clouded while wearing the helmet, it recalled an object within the laboratory that had once set its genes ablaze with excitement. Mutwo closed its eyes, simultaneously contending with Lugia while searching for that fateful object. After several seconds, it abruptly opened its eyes, the once indifferent gaze now shimmering with fervent light. It began to move rapidly toward the direction indicated by its psychic detection. Within this nearly desolate Mutwo base lay an item capable of shattering its genetic shackles. And Mutwo had found it. Just as Jinshu and the others caught up to the fleeing Mutwo, it unearthed a collection of scattered debris and extracted a radiant stone from the ruins, its surface adorned with vibrant patterns resembling a DNA helix. Not good. That is its evolution stone. Mutwo, it seeks to mega evolve. Jinshu exclaimed in alarm. Even Sceptile, in the midst of retreating, turned in astonishment. In the midst of the astonished gazes of all, a dreamlike purple light cascaded down, enveloping Mutwo entirely. Chapter 152, The Meaning of Life. Mutwo harnessed its power to activate the evolution stone. A torrent of evolutionary energy surged forth, igniting its entire genetic structure as it leapt toward a new life form. More power, just a little more, Mutwo whispered. In that instant, a surge of potent psychic energy radiated outward, causing the ground around it to fracture. Mutwo clenched its fists, its body undergoing a profound transformation. Gradually, its form diminished, with external nerve bundles extending from the back of its head to its heels, resembling a woman's flowing braid. Upon its mega evolution, Mutwo appeared notably smaller, yet its psychic prowess had exponentially amplified, exerting considerable pressure even upon Lugia. This is Mega Mutwo Y. Everyone, prepare for defense. Jinshu reacted swiftly, issuing commands. It had been mentioned in the previous Team Rocket meeting that Mutwo, akin to Charizard, possessed two distinct genetic evolutionary paths, and what it was now exhibiting was the Y form of evolution. The evolution of this form has significantly invigorated its psychic prowess and expanded its cerebral domain, pushing its mental strength to the utmost limit. The current iteration of Super Mutwo Y stands as a genuine weapon of terror, wielding formidable destructive power. Annihilation. Following its evolution, Super Mutwo Y's gaze fixated directly upon the Lugia that had recently ensnared it in a harrowing struggle. A vast wave of purple psychic energy surged forth like a tsunami, intent on submerging both Lugia and the others, including Masaki. Everyone retreat. Lugia's voice was urgent as it unfurled its colossal wings, positioning itself before Masaki and the others, channeling energy into a protective barrier to shield against Mutuo's assault. However, even for a legendary Pokémon of Lugia's caliber, the onslaught from the evolved Super Mutuo Y proved to be a daunting challenge. Its internal energy was rapidly depleting as it wrestled with Mutuo's overwhelming psychic force. Yet, the sheer strength of Super Mutuo Y's psychic energy was immense, and Lugia soon began to tremble, on the verge of faltering under the strain. Mutuo, do you not yearn to discover the meaning of life? Are you truly content to be merely a puppet, existing solely as a tool for others? In this state of absolute disadvantage, Masaki shouted. The present Mutuo, having shed its suppression helmet, had regained its self-awareness and was now capable of communication. Engaging in battle with Mutuo held no direct significance. Their true adversary lay within Team Rocket, with Mutuo merely a pitiable pawn in their game. The meaning of life? Mutuo absorbed Masaki's words, its advanced mind racing to uncover an answer to this profound question. My existence bears no significance. The psychic energy surrounding Mutuo began to oscillate violently, and it clutched its head in agony, releasing a mournful roar of psychic despair. It realized that its brief existence seemed devoid of meaningful experiences. From the moment of its birth, it had been ensconced in a frigid laboratory, beset by an array of experimental apparatus. Its self-awareness had been suppressed, rendering it unable to communicate with other beings, subjected to countless experiments, electric shocks, blood draws, and the extraction of psychic energy, all while being bombarded by various hazardous rays. Its sole form of recreation was combat, annihilating Team Rocket's foes under their command with its innate and terrifying battle prowess. Initially, Mutuo would occasionally ponder questions regarding life, but over time, it had grown numb, transforming into the fighting machine that Team Rocket desired. There is no need for excessive contemplation. Simply fight, and the pain will cease. The more one thinks, the more one suffers, Mutuo resolutely believed amidst its unending torment. No, Mutuo, you are a normal Pokémon, too. You can bask freely in the sunlight. Indulge in leisurely pursuits, delve into a book that piques your interest, and contemplate the questions that intrigue you. Masaki continued to implore. The sole source of your suffering is Team Rocket, who has treated you as a mere tool. They have now been driven away. You can reclaim your freedom and pursue your own desires. Upon hearing Masaki's words, Mutuo's pupils trembled intensely, and even its psychic energy seemed to soften. It was astute. After its mega evolution, no other Pokémon in the world could match its capacity for thought. Reflecting on its circumstances, Mutuo discerned that perhaps Masaki was correct. There was no insurmountable conflict between them, and the true enemy was the fleeing Giovanni and Team Rocket behind him. Furthermore, it was undeniably moved by Masaki's plea. While other Pokémon might envy Mutuo's unparalleled strength, Mutuo itself longed for the freedom that other Pokémon enjoyed. It too desired to live freely in this world. Can I truly exist like other Pokémon? Mutuo pondered, releasing its psychic energy and ceasing its assault, gently descending to the ground and whispering. Yes, you see. Now no chains can bind you. Like all other Pokémon, you can breathe freely, no longer fighting for others, but living according to your own will. Mutuo, you are now free. Masaki approached Mutuo, kneeling down and speaking softly. I am free. Mutuo stared blankly at its hands, waving them gently before turning to gaze at the distant sunset, which was gradually descending. In that moment, it comprehended its newfound freedom. It had completely departed from the cold laboratory, basking in the same sunlight as other Pokémon. That warm sunlight was a treasure it had once deemed unattainable. What is your name? Mutuo suddenly turned back, its crimson eyes meeting Masaki's, sparkling with an indescribable light. Masaki. Masaki smiled, slowly extending his fist toward Mutuo, pausing midair. Mutuo. Mutuo quickly grasped his intent, extending its own fist to meet Masaki's. Masaki, I look forward to our future together, Mutuo suddenly declared. Its interest in humanity awakened for the first time. It wished to accompany this human in the quest for the meaning of life. Chapter 153, Freedom. Are you willing to follow me? Masaki reaffirmed beside the ruins of Team Rocket's base, astonished by Mutuo's willingness to accompany him. Yes. I feel that following you will lead me to the meaning of life, Mutuo responded earnestly, having reverted from its mega-evolved form, gazing into Masaki's eyes. Then, I look forward to our journey together, Mutuo. Masaki nodded in agreement. He was elated at Mutuo's liberation from Team Rocket's grasp. Subsequently, at Mutuo's request, Masaki utilized a Master Ball to capture it. Mutuo expressed a desire to experience life like other Pokémon, which surprised Masaki with its suddenness. I can hardly believe it. I have captured Mutuo, Masaki reflected, gazing at the now still Master Ball in his hand, his heart still racing with disbelief. Although he had initially set out with this goal in mind, achieving it so smoothly felt surreal. Ding! Host has successfully captured the legendary Pokémon, Mutuo. Achievement unlocked, Conqueror of Legends. Reward, Mutuo Evolution Stone X. At that moment, the system's notification chimed, and Masaki felt his backpack grow heavier with the addition of an Evolution Stone, which could guide Mutuo to Mega Evolve into its X form. Mutuo had just utilized the Evolution Stone for its Y form, drastically enhancing its psychic capabilities. The X form Evolution Stone, however, would unlock Mutuo's physical potential, transforming it into a form with formidable combat abilities. Each evolutionary branch had its own characteristics, primarily determined by the circumstances of battle. Wonderful. Masaki, we have succeeded. This operation has been flawlessly executed. Tsubaki rushed over, embracing Masaki with excitement. Even as the champion of Sinnoh, she had never encountered a battle of this magnitude, where both sides wielded legendary Pokémon in a champion-level confrontation. Yet, despite the formidable presence of Giovanni and Mutuo, they emerged victorious. Masaki had even captured Mutuo, their former adversary. Masaki, you must treat Mutuo well from now on, Lugia chimed in as it approached, its tone gentle. Upon learning of Mutuo's experiences, it found itself devoid of animosity towards him, replaced instead by a profound concern. Now, Mutuo had officially become a companion of Masaki, allowing Lugia to finally find solace. For Masaki was one whom it deemed trustworthy, and it believed Mutuo would undoubtedly discover the meaning of its existence by Masaki's side. Masaki, please release Mutuo. We wish to befriend him, called out Victini, who had flown alongside Masaki. Victini was exceedingly curious about Mutuo and could hardly contain its eagerness to communicate. Nearby, Celebi and Jirachi displayed similar anticipation, indicating that everyone was keen to engage with Mutuo. As soon as Victini's words faded, the Master Ball in Masaki's hand emitted a radiant purple light, and Mutuo emerged from within. Although it had intended to exit immediately, it found the interior of the Master Ball unexpectedly comfortable, causing it to linger a moment longer. The luxury of such a top-tier Pokeball was akin to residing in a lavish villa, and being housed within a Master Ball would surely evoke envy among many other Pokemon. Greetings. Upon its emergence, Mutuo was encircled by Masaki's companions, all wearing smiles that exuded warmth, overwhelming Mutuo with goodwill and leaving it somewhat bewildered. While Mutuo was unfazed when faced with adversaries in battle, the sheer number of benevolent gazes directed at it made it feel an unprecedented sense of nervousness. Hello, Mutuo. I am Victini, and I welcome you to our group. From now on, we are all partners. Allow me to introduce you to everyone. This individual with a large star atop their head is Jirachi, remarkably powerful, able to grant many wishes. Victini swiftly flew to Mutuo's side, adopting a demeanor befitting a mentor, and began to introduce it to the other companions. This scene elicited laughter from Masaki and the others, as it seemed Mutuo's future would be filled with delightful experiences. It appears that Mutuo's life ahead will be quite entertaining, Lugia remarked with a smile. It observed that although Mutuo appeared somewhat disoriented being led by Victini, its psychic aura had noticeably softened, no longer exhibiting the same volatility it once did. After becoming Masaki's companion, Mutuo had acquired a tranquility it had never previously experienced, a rare gift for it. Mutuo, let us play, Victini exclaimed, having introduced Mutuo to all the companions. Play? What is that? Mutuo queried. Although it had passively followed along, it felt an undeniable joy. At that moment, upon hearing Victini's terminology, it suddenly asked, for throughout its brief existence, it had never partaken in any form of entertainment and was unfamiliar with the notion of play. Playing is an activity meant for joy, a pursuit of enjoyable endeavors. Jirachi elucidated, its knowledge having grown considerably during its period of awakening. Very well, let us play, Mutuo nodded, having grasped this new concept, and it felt a flicker of anticipation for the forthcoming activities. Hooray, let us begin, Victini chirped excitedly. Subsequently, Jirachi utilized its wish-granting abilities to conjure a set of mahjong tiles along with seating, and the three little ones invited Mutuo to join them. After explaining the rules, they began to play mahjong. Mutuo, possessing exceptional comprehension skills, quickly grasped the rules of the game, and the subtle smile as it manipulated the tiles suggested it had already begun to savor the pleasures of mahjong. What game is that, Masaki? Asked Julian curiously, having never witnessed such a four-player game before. Watching them enjoy themselves so thoroughly, even Julian felt a desire to join. This is a new game soon to be released by Evergreen Corp. I can't believe Victini and the others have already learned it, Masaki sighed, astonished that they had managed to master Mahjong and even included Mutuo in their play. All right, I want to play too, Julien exclaimed with a smile. Chapter 154, Contrast. While Masaki's surroundings were filled with joy and laughter, in the secret base of Team Rocket, Giovanni returned, weary and disheveled. Previously, fearing that Mutuo might turn its wrath upon him following its mega evolution, Giovanni had merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily retreating. As the leader of Team Rocket, he had long been involved in Mutuo's research and was acutely aware of its ferocity, especially when it was devoid of its suppressive helmet, becoming utterly merciless. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have faced dire consequences. Boss, you're back, came an excited voice from within the secret base as a blue-haired woman emerged, Giovanni's newly appointed secretary following the incarceration of his previous aide, True Bird. Please report the damages, Giovanni sighed. Currently, a significant portion of Team Rocket's bases had suffered sudden assaults from the League. Although this unexpected action would not obliterate Team Rocket entirely, it had nonetheless inflicted substantial damage. Boss, 80% of our secret bases across various regions have been destroyed, and only 40% of our members managed to evacuate. Exact losses are still being calculated, the secretary reported, her voice laced with trepidation, fearful of incurring Giovanni's wrath. What about Sylph Company? Any developments? Giovanni inquired. Although the financial losses were staggering, as long as Team Rocket could maintain control over the powerful Sylph Corporation, they still had a chance to rebound by exploiting its resources. Boss, all the operatives monitoring and controlling Sylph's upper echelons have gone dark. Moreover, it has come to our attention that Sylph Company has undergone a significant upheaval. The heir has allied with Marshtomp to threaten other shareholders and has become the de facto controller of Sylph Company, the secretary continued with a grimace. She understood the critical importance of Sylph Company to the current state of Team Rocket, yet their enemies were equally aware of this fact. As a former high-ranking officer of Team Rocket, Marshtomp possessed far too much sensitive information about them. Now, even the lifeline that was Sylph Company had been ruthlessly severed by Marshtomp. That traitor Marshtomp, I will make him pay dearly, Giovanni seethed, slamming his fist against the armrest of his chair, his voice low and filled with rage. His anger towards Marshtomp surged within him. Had it not been for this betrayal, Team Rocket would not have faced such catastrophic losses. Boss, there is one more piece of news, the secretary said timidly, scarcely daring to breathe. She was reluctant to provoke Giovanni at this moment. Yet this information was crucial and needed to be conveyed. Speak, Giovanni commanded, suppressing his fury. The team led by Athena, tasked with intelligence gathering in Hoenn, has also gone missing. According to their last transmission, they were ambushed by the Hunters Guild, the secretary reported as Giovanni granted her permission to proceed. Understood. You may leave. Giovanni nodded, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Yes, boss, the secretary replied, eager to exit the room without delay. Giovanni's current demeanor was intimidating, and she felt an immense pressure, wishing she could vanish immediately. Once the secretary departed, darkness enveloped the room, leaving Giovanni alone. He rested his chin upon his hand, wearing a somber expression that betrayed a tumultuous mix of emotions. Evergreen, Marshtomp, just you wait. My retribution will not be something you can easily endure. In Kanto, Goldenrod City, atop the Sylph Company building, in the president's office, as Masaki and Chulon curiously explored the opulent furnishings of the room, they were accompanied by the newly empowered Lord Silver, Koji, and the resolute Majishur. Under the threats posed by Majishur and certain tactics employed by Koji, the other shareholders complied with the transfer of shares to Koji, for it seemed far more prudent to relinquish control to a trusted ally rather than surrender the hard-earned company to outsiders. However, little did they anticipate that Koji was, in fact, the most perilous adversary of them all. Boss, why not consider establishing your office here? Koji suggested earnestly. Not quite. The main base of Evergreen Corporation remains in the Hoenn region. Nonetheless, I shall frequent Kanto, as I will require your assistance. Silver, Masaki replied with a smile. Just moments ago, Koji had promised Masaki that he would leverage Silver Corporation's advanced automated production technology to aid Evergreen in constructing a factory in Kanto. With the technological support from Silver, the previously troubling production issues faced by Evergreen were swiftly resolved. This exemplifies the profound heritage of Silver Corporation. Such technology cannot be acquired without years of diligent accumulation. Yet, Masaki now found himself able to effortlessly avail himself of Silver's conveniences. He finally understood why Team Rocket had invested such considerable resources to clandestinely control Silver Corporation. The advantages were simply too enticing. By the way, have you completed the tasks I assigned you? Masaki inquired, turning to Koji. Just a short while ago, he had instructed Koji to enlist some dubious organizations to assist in dealing with Team Rocket. This way, they could instigate a chaotic dog-eat-dog scenario. Initially, these organizations hesitated to confront Team Rocket, the undisputed leader among the dark factions. However, upon learning of Team Rocket's weakened state, these opportunistic hyenas were now eager to accept missions related to them. Team Rocket had become akin to wounded lions, while these lesser organizations resembled scavenging hyenas, all vying for a piece of the spoils. Naturally, their demands were exorbitant, for even a dying camel is larger than a horse, and confronting Team Rocket was no trivial endeavor. However, for Silver Corporation, this was hardly a concern, as they possessed an abundance of financial resources. Boss, it's all set. We have formed alliances with over a dozen underground organizations to create trouble for Team Rocket, Koji promptly reported. He was more enthusiastic about this directive than Masaki himself, especially since he had previously endured relentless bullying from Team Rocket. Now, with the opportunity for revenge at hand, he was determined to retaliate. Masaki, I can't help but feel you are increasingly embodying the aura of a significant figure. When will you seize the championship in Hoenn? Chulon remarked suddenly. Both aspired to claim the championship, as it was a pact they had made. Champion, very well, I shall give it a try, Masaki contemplated, now that I possess Mutuo. It seems feasible. That's splendid. You must act swiftly, Chulon replied, her smile brightening. If both were champions, it would indeed signify a perfect match. The thought of the actions she could undertake once Masaki secured the championship caused her to blush involuntarily. Upon our return to Ziji City for the Gym Leader Challenge, we can strategize, Masaki suggested. During the forthcoming Gym Leader Challenge finals, all the gym leaders of Hoenn would gather at the venue, allowing Masaki to challenge them directly. A day later, in Ziji City, in the sports arena, Masaki had just concluded a match, successfully advancing to the finals, where his opponent was none other than his secretary. Naji. Utilizing her psychic abilities in conjunction with her Pokémon, Naji had triumphantly defeated her rivals, joining Masaki in the finals. Now, the gym leaders of Hoenn were seated in the VIP section of the Ziji City sports arena, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the ultimate victor. How about that? That kid is competing on my behalf. My judgment is impeccable, isn't it? If he wins, it's as if I have won myself. Iron Spin chuckled to the nearby gym leaders. How shameless of you, old man. Had I been your opponent, I would have triumphed long ago, wouldn't you agree, Naki? Yasha retorted without hesitation. Naki, her good friend and the gym leader of Inu Town, specialized in flying-type Pokémon. Indeed, I suppose so, Naki replied dismissively. Her attention solely fixated on Masaki, her curiosity piqued by this most renowned figure in Hoenn. Masaki looks quite dashing, doesn't he, Xiaonan? Remarked a young boy clad in blue. Seated beside Naki, his name was Xiaofeng, who alongside his sister Xiaonan, served as the gym leaders of Leviuan City. Being fraternal twins, they shared an innate connection and a natural affinity for psychic-type Pokémon, allowing them to attain such esteemed positions at a young age despite their youthful appearance and formidable abilities. Indeed, brother, Xiaonan agreed, her appearance mirroring Xiaofeng's except for her charmingly long hair. Quite impressive, that lad possesses a certain charisma. He seems destined to become a formidable coordinator. Iron Spin remarked, your discernment is commendable, for I have heard he has made significant contributions to Ziji City. Beside Iron Spin sat a gentleman adorned with a meticulously groomed beard, dressed impeccably and exuding sophistication. Adam, the gym leader of Riolu City and the master of the current champion. Macaulay. Like Macaulay, he was not only an exceptional traditional trainer, but also a remarkable coordinator, reputedly having nurtured Macaulay's skills and coordination. See, my judgment is indeed sound. I recognized his potential when he was merely a fledgling trainer, Iron Spin boasted with pride. Since Masaki's rise to prominence, Iron Spin had relished the opportunity to boast about his keen insight. Previously envious of his old friend Adam for having a champion apprentice, he now possessed some pride of his own. Such a promising talent under your wing is indeed a pity. Why not let me mentor him for a few days? I can surely cultivate him into an outstanding coordinator, Adam proposed earnestly. That won't do. I cannot allow you to shape him into that sort of individual, Iron Spin replied. Recalling Macaulay's overly delicate demeanor and avant-garde attire, which he found somewhat unpalatable. Masaki was perfect as he was, and he couldn't allow Adam to lead him astray. What a shame. He is truly a star in the making of coordinators, Adam lamented slightly. Fear not. He is destined for even greater accomplishments, Iron Spin laughed heartily, a mysterious glint in his eye. After the competition, Masaki is poised to undertake a remarkable feat, one which astonished me upon first hearing. As the gym leaders exchanged idle chatter, Masaki and Naji officially commenced their battle on stage. The rules for this final match diverged from those of the preceding rounds. Each participant could only utilize one Pokémon, engaging in a one-on-one duel to determine the victor, an exhilarating test of skill. Masaki, this time I shall give it my all, Naji declared earnestly in the arena. Having suffered defeat at Masaki's hands previously, she had long awaited this opportunity. Despite Masaki being her employer, she was resolved not to hold back. Moreover, she had not been idle in her own development, possessing newfound strength. Very well. Unleash your full potential and present an exhilarating match for everyone, Masaki replied with a smile. And thus, the battle commenced. The referee waved the flag, and both Masaki and Naji released their respective Pokémon. Masaki summoned Lucario, while Naji naturally unleashed her trump card, Alakazam. Allow me to demonstrate the power I have just mastered, she declared, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as the battle commenced. In her hand, a magnificent keystone ring radiated a brilliant glow, enveloping Alakazam in an evolutionary cocoon composed of Mega Evolution energy. It's Mega Evolution. My goodness, Naji has also achieved Mega Evolution, the commentators exclaimed in astonishment. This marked the first instance of a competitor other than Masaki employing Mega Evolution in an official match, with Alakazam, previously untested in this regard, being the subject of this transformation. Mega Evolution, is it? Very well, let us join in. Masaki and Lucario exchanged determined glances before commencing their own Mega Evolution. The battlefield was illuminated as both Pokémon underwent the miraculous transformation simultaneously, creating a stunning visual spectacle. What an exhilarating sight. The atmosphere has reached a fever pitch from the very outset of the finals. The commentators enthused, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama, desperate not to miss a single detail. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, the entire venue pulsating with excitement right from the beginning. This is thrilling. I can feel the adrenaline surging, iron spin. Adam, seated below, exclaimed excitedly. This is the first time we've witnessed a clash of Mega Evolutions in an official match. Chapter 156. Pardon me, but I can predict your moves. The first to complete the transformation was Naji's Alakazam, as the violet cocoon surrounding it burst open, revealing a newly evolved form. Post-Mega Evolution, Alakazam donned a purple robe-like armor, a crimson crystal adorning its forehead, sharp horns sprouting from its head, and its formerly yellow whiskers transformed into long, pale tendrils. It fused its feet together, levitating effortlessly in the air, with 5 spoons now hovering nearby, supported by its psychic abilities rather than held in its hands. Alakazam's Mega Evolution was remarkably unique. During the process, it sacrificed physical strength for a profound release of mental prowess, achieving an extraordinary amplification of psychic power. In this regard, it bore a resemblance to the Y-form evolution of Mewtwo. My goodness, everyone, look at this. This is Alakazam's Mega Evolution. Even from this distance, I can feel the overwhelming psychic pressure. Surely Masaki on the battlefield feels it even more acutely, the commentator excitedly remarked. It became apparent that Naji had previously been holding back her full strength. This posed a grave threat to Masaki. Although Lucario could also Mega Evolve, its disadvantage in typing was considerable. Fighting-type Pokémon often struggle against psychic types. A seasoned commentator shared his insights, prompting the audience to collectively hold their breath for Masaki, their eyes shifting anxiously to him. Meanwhile, Lucario's cocoon also burst open, and it emerged in a fresh form. Following Mega Evolution, Lucario stood even taller, its body adorned with a blend of Mega Evolution energy and aura power, manifesting as dark markings across its form. The aura surged around it, matching the formidable psychic force of Mega Alakazam, and the augmented aura power seemed to surpass that of Alakazam. Aura Sphere. Masaki initiated the first attack, a brilliant blue aura coalescing around Mega Lucario, launching an aura sphere towards Naji's Mega Alakazam. Shadow Ball. In response to the incoming aura sphere, Naji opted for a direct confrontation, commanding Mega Alakazam to unleash several dark and profound shadow balls that collided with the aura sphere. The battlefield erupted in a violent explosion as Aura Sphere and Shadow Ball met, while Mega Lucario swiftly maneuvered, dashing forward in an attempt to close the distance with Mega Alakazam. Despite Mega Alakazam's formidable long-range capabilities post-evolution, this came at the cost of its melee potential. The original Alakazam, while resembling a traditional mage, was clad in armor and possessed considerable physical strength, even capable of learning classic moves like Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, and Ice Punch. However, post-Mega Evolution, its close combat abilities had diminished. If Lucario could manage to get in close, it could easily subdue Mega Alakazam. Indeed, Lucario sought to draw the battle into a realm more advantageous to itself. If it succeeded in closing the distance, even this terrifying Mega Alakazam would be rendered powerless. However, Naji would not allow her opponent to approach so easily, as maintaining the optimal distance in battle is a fundamental lesson for every Psychic-type trainer. The commentators continued to analyze the unfolding skirmish. Indeed, since most Psychic-type Pokémon are high in attack but low in defense, their trainers are particularly cautious about managing distance from their opponents. Teleport. As Mega Lucario drew near, Naji commanded Mega Alakazam to use Teleport, its form vanishing swiftly from sight, reappearing behind Mega Lucario. Psychic. Once the distance was established, Alakazam channeled its psychic energy, launching an attack at its opponent. A splendid counter. Naji made a brilliant judgment call in response to the opponent's charge, successfully creating distance for Mega Alakazam and executing a counterattack. Oh no, if Mega Alakazam's attack lands, Mega Lucario might very well be knocked out. The commentators began to worry for Masaki, given that neither Pokémon was particularly durable. The effectiveness of each attack could pivotal determine the match's outcome. This was akin to a thrilling duel, where a single successful hit could lead to a breathtaking victory. Defend. Masaki commanded succinctly. A vibrant blue glow enveloped Mega Lucario as an aura shield materialized, completely warding off Mega Alakazam's psychic assault. Simultaneously, Mega Lucario read Alakazam's aura and swiftly advanced towards it once more. A commendable response. Mega Lucario successfully blocked Mega Alakazam's psychic attack while regaining the initiative in the battle. However, the commentators pondered how Masaki would counter Alakazam's teleport. If Mega Alakazam continued to evade using teleport, it would be challenging for Mega Lucario to secure a victory. Their concerns were not unfounded. Mega Alakazam's ability to shift positions at will with teleport was indeed quite formidable. Should a strategy not be found, Mega Lucario might be perpetually drawn around until it succumbed to exhaustion. Teleport. Facing Mega Lucario's charge, Naji commanded Mega Alakazam to use teleport once more. Alakazam's form vanished, leaving Mega Lucario standing still, eyes closed, seemingly striving to sense something. Just as the audience grew curious about Mega Lucario's actions, the answer swiftly unfolded on the battlefield. Several aura spheres coalesced around Mega Lucario, launching toward its empty left front. Logically, these aura spheres should have missed, as nothing was present in that direction. However, an astonishing event transpired next. The Super Hoopa fortuitously materialized directly in the trajectory of the aura sphere, resulting in a direct hit. Boom. As the thunderous explosion resonated, the commentators erupted in excitement. Oh my! Super Lucario had remarkably anticipated the momentary teleportation point of Super Hoopa, ensuring that all aura spheres struck their target. Chapter 157, a unique gym challenge. Comet Punch. Seizing the opportunity while Super Hoopa was sent flying by the aura sphere, Masaki commanded Super Lucario to launch an assault. In an instant, Super Lucario vanished from its original position, reappearing before Super Hoopa, delivering a powerful blow enveloped in a dazzling white light that struck the latter with tremendous force. This decisive strike rendered Super Hoopa incapable of continuing the battle, leading it to collapse into unconsciousness on the ground. With Hoopa incapacitated, Lucario emerged victorious. The referee promptly declared the match's outcome, signifying that Masaki had successfully clinched victory. Congratulations to Masaki for achieving this triumph. Throughout these rounds, he continuously overcame his opponents through his exceptional training skills and distinctive combat prowess, ultimately securing the final victory in this highly competitive gym leader challenge. Let us extend our applause to Masaki, expressing gratitude for the splendid battles he has gifted us, and congratulate him on becoming the champion of this gym challenge. The entire venue erupted in fervor, and Masaki ascended the podium amidst the cheers of the crowd. Congratulations to Masaki for seizing the ultimate championship. Now, let us invite Mr. Adam, the gym leader of the Luminous City Gym, to the stage to present the award. The host announced with palpable excitement. Following this, Adam gracefully approached the stage and adorned Masaki with the medal. Thank you, Mr. Adam. Masaki nodded in acknowledgement. No need for thanks. I witnessed your battle, and it was exceptionally elegant. Would you be interested in learning the ways of a coordinating trainer? I have high hopes for your talent, Adam remarked with a smile directed at Masaki. After observing Masaki's recent match, his interest in the young trainer grew. He considered him a prime candidate for his new ideal disciple. Just the impressive way Lucario predicted the aura sphere had solidified Adam's resolve to mentor Masaki. It would be a pity for such a promising talent not to become a coordinating trainer. I am truly grateful for your kindness, Mr. Adam. I am quite interested in coordinating trainers as well. I previously participated in a Pokémon showcase. However, I have recently made a commitment with an important friend to make advancements as a traditional trainer, so may I learn from you afterward? Masaki replied politely. You rascal, taking advantage of my momentary distraction to poach my apprentice. Masaki has much more pressing matters to attend to and certainly lacks the time to learn that so-called coordination. Taishian suddenly pounced, draping an arm around Adam's shoulders. He had long suspected Adam's ulterior motives, and it was confirmed that he was indeed attempting to poach. Also, how about you and Masaki engage in a gym battle, or alternatively, you could directly award him the badge since his strength is more than sufficient. Taishian continued, noting that Masaki had requested to challenge the remaining gym leaders to obtain all badges in one go, sparing him the need to travel to each one individually. This was a necessity, as to become the champion of the league, he must first acquire all 8 badges to challenge the league. In pursuit of an expedited victory, he had resorted to this strategy. While direct badge awarding was not permissible, engaging in challenges here was indeed feasible. Adam nodded, then turned to Masaki for confirmation. However, Masaki, are you certain you wish to consecutively challenge 3 gym leaders? We will not hold back. Rest assured, rather than worrying about Masaki, perhaps you should be concerned about how not to lose embarrassingly yourself. I must inform you beforehand that Masaki is as formidable as a monster. Tieshuan's words dispelled Adam's apprehensions, inciting a slight ire within him. Very well, I shall witness just how formidable your esteemed protege truly is. With that, Adam elegantly departed to prepare for his battle with Masaki. He was known for his seriousness, and this time he would wield all his strength without restraint. Phew, that old codger seems to be taking this seriously. I hope he doesn't truly go all out. Masaki, you should be confident, Taishian exhaled, feeling somewhat anxious. After Adam's departure, Taishian suddenly felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him, fearing that he might have led Masaki into a predicament. It is worth noting that although Adam appeared amiable, his prowess was undeniably formidable. After all, the current champion of the league, Mikoli, was his disciple. Fear not, I will emerge victorious, Masaki declared with a confident smile. An hour later, the gym challenge had concluded, and Masaki, alongside the 3 gym leaders, gathered at the Amethyst Gym, preparing for a series of 3 consecutive challenges. At this moment, the gym leaders were deliberating the specifics of this unique challenge. Taishian, Adam, is this truly how we should proceed? It seems somewhat unfair, murmured Naki, the leader of the Iron Gym. The consensus between Adam and Taishian was to have Masaki engage in one-on-one Pokémon battles against each of the 3 gym leaders. A victory would earn him that leader's badge, a method deemed both efficient and a means to conserve Masaki's stamina. However, Naki believed that this wheel-like battle format was not entirely equitable for Masaki. Fear not, little Naki. This is a decision made by Masaki himself. There is no need for concern on his behalf, Taishian reassured her. Indeed, after all, he is regarded as a monster in Tieshuan's eyes, so Naki, feel free to exert your full strength, and you too, Xiaofeng and Xiaonan, must give it your all. Adam concurred. Understood, Uncle Adam. We will strive to do our best. Xiaofeng and Xiaonan responded in near perfect harmony. Very well then. Since both esteemed gym leaders have spoken so, I shall agree. Once the rules were established, this extraordinary 3-part gym challenge commenced, with Masaki stepping onto the battlefield once more, his first opponent being Naki, the leader of the Iron Gym. Hello Masaki, I am Naki. I have often heard Aisha speak of you. Finally, we can make each other's acquaintance, she greeted softly. It is a pleasure to meet you. Masaki replied courteously with a nod. I am the gym leader of the Iron Gym, and alongside my avian Pokémon, we soar through the skies. Regardless of how arduous the battle may be, we shall gracefully attain victory. Witness the elegant dance of my avian companions. After exchanging pleasantries, Naki transitioned into her battle-ready state, reciting her opening statement before releasing her ace Pokémon, the Swablu. Meanwhile, Masaki produced his Master Ball. Chapter 158, The Distinction Between Legends and the Ordinary. A mysterious, pale purple glow emanated from the Master Ball, as Mutuo emerged voluntarily. Mutuo, I must entrust this to you, Masaki communicated telepathically. Shall I obliterate the opponent entirely? Mutuo's purple tail rested upon the ground, its gaze fixated on the Swablu, emitting a detached radiance. When it comes to destruction and combat, Mutuo is unparalleled. Having aided it greatly, Mutuo has found joy in their partnership over the past days, and is eager to assist Masaki in clearing all obstacles. No, this is merely a friendly match. We only need to subdue the opponent's Pokémon without causing harm. Masaki promptly clarified to Mutuo. Should Mutuo misinterpret and inadvertently destroy the Swablu, he would have no way to account for it with everyone. I understand. There is no need for obliteration. Capturing them alive will suffice. Mutuo nodded in comprehension. In the past, when the rocket team dispatched it for missions, they often requested capture alive, so Mutuo was quite adept at this task. However, it should not be referred to as capture. It is more appropriate to call it sparring, Jinshu lamented. Having spent considerable time with the rocket team, Mutuo had become a merciless combat machine, and this was something Jinshu needed to gradually correct and guide. All right, I understand. During sparring, it is sufficient to capture the opponent, he concluded. A flash of purple light gleamed in Mutuo's eyes, and its vast psychic power surged forth like an ocean, entering a state of battle. Goodness, what Pokémon is that? Adam exclaimed, pointing at Mutuo with astonishment. It resembles the legendary Pokémon, Mew. The striking resemblance of Mutuo to Mew, coupled with its terrifying aura and psychic energy, caused Adam to break into a cold sweat. Even as a seasoned gym leader, he felt unprepared to face such a formidable Pokémon. Now he understood why Taishian had such confidence in Jinshu. This young man was truly extraordinary, having founded a colossal corporation at such a young age, and now he casually produced a Pokémon of this caliber. I'm not entirely familiar with it either, but that lad mentioned that this extraordinary Pokémon was rescued from the rocket team's base. It must be a product of their experiments, Taishin remarked. Given Mutuo's exceptional prowess, those who had witnessed its abilities had long since departed from this world. Thus the League's understanding of Mutuo was exceedingly limited, even among seasoned gym leaders like Taishin and Adam. To have rescued a Pokémon of this level from the rocket team is indeed impressive, Adam mused. Indeed, I've always said my discernment is unrivaled. I recognized his potential at a glance, which led to the collaboration between Ziji City and him. Taishin chuckled heartily. This incident had become a popular topic of conversation, frequently brought up in casual discussions, and he had recounted it countless times to those familiar with him. Enough boasting. Let us focus on the battle, Adam retorted, interrupting Tieshuan's self-congratulatory remarks. His attention was firmly fixed on Mutuo, standing poised before Jinshu in the arena. Naki, we are about to engage, Jinshu quietly alerted. Oh, yes, Naki responded, startled by Jinshu's sudden prompt, her focus having been solely on Mutuo. Mutuo, use psychic. Jinshu's voice was tinged with excitement. This was his first time commanding a Pokémon of Mutuo's caliber in battle. Previously, during his collaboration with Lugia, it had been Lugia assessing the situation autonomously. But this time Jinshu would directly dictate Mutuo's actions, a request Mutuo had made to cultivate their synergy. A violet luminescence emanated from Mutuo's eyes as it extended a hand, its psychic energy surging forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Naki's Cresselia and delivering relentless psychic strikes. Cresselia found itself immobilized under the immense mental pressure, its consciousness battered by Mutuo's psychic might, unable to suppress a few cries of anguish. Cresselia, use Protect, Naki commanded, her heart tightening at the sound of her most cherished partner's cries. In the face of Mutuo's formidable onslaught, adopting a defensive stance seemed the most prudent choice. Cresselia, enduring the pain, let out a long cry and endeavored to construct a transparent barrier around itself to ward off Mutuo's psychic. With a disdainful huff, Mutuo intensified the purple glow surrounding it. The psychic energy encircling Cresselia transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, relentlessly slicing through the barrier it had erected. The air was filled with the jarring sound of energy clashing, akin to claws scraping against glass, a piercing and disconcerting noise. Moments later, Cresselia could no longer sustain the effort, and its feeble barrier shattered under the force of Mutuo's psychic blades. Cresselia succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the arena floor. The battle had concluded, with Mutuo having utilized merely a single move. This demonstrated the overwhelming power of a legendary Pokémon. Jinshu's Mutuo possessed nearly identical genetics to Mew and was bred specifically for combat. Its inherent racial traits utterly eclipsed Cresselia and combined with its absolute superiority in strength. The outcome of this confrontation was virtually predetermined. Mutuo effortlessly subdued its opponent, and despite Cresselia's valiant attempt to withstand the assault with Protect, this was not a simulation game where a first-tier Pokémon could withstand the attacks of a fully leveled deity. In the realm of reality, a Pokémon lacking sufficient strength would find its defenses ruthlessly shattered, regardless of its efforts to shield itself. To have defeated Naki's Cresselia in a single blow, this Mutuo is simply outrageous. Adam murmured. Even Taishian, who was somewhat aware of Jinshu's capabilities, stood agape. Its name is Mutuo, is it not? Does it imply surpassing Mew? Adam quietly speculated. Mutuo bore a striking resemblance to Mew, both being psychic-type Pokémon. Coupled with this name, Adam surmised that this extraordinarily powerful Pokémon was likely related to Mew, perhaps even a product of the Rocket team's research utilizing Muse genes. Chapter 159. Since we are to give it our all. I apologize, it is still somewhat unfamiliar with the battle process. So it may have exerted itself a bit too forcefully, Jinshu remarked, scratching his head as he utilized the power of Orange Blossom to aid in healing Cressilia's injuries. These gym leaders had specially come to assist him, and it would be unfortunate to harm their Pokémon. Thank you, Jinshu. Naki expressed her gratitude, gently stroking Cressilia's head. Following Jinshu's treatment, it had returned to health. This is the white feather badge from the Inu gym. Congratulations on successfully completing the gym challenge. Naki retrieved a small, exquisite badge from her backpack and presented it to Jinshu. The task was accomplished, the capture successful. Mutwo stated matter-of-factly. This was its first time helping Jinshu achieve victory, imbuing it with a sense of accomplishment it had never experienced before. Xiaonan. That Pokemon's psychic aura seems quite terrifying, remarked Xiao Feng, the next challenger from the Green Ridge City Gym, alongside Xiaonan, both appearing somewhat apprehensive after Naki's departure. Did you sense it too, Xiaonan? The psychic energy from that Pokemon is truly frightening, Xiao Feng whispered to Xiaonan. Indeed, Xiao Feng. Perhaps we should just hand him the badge, Xiaonan replied, feeling overwhelmed. Merely gazing at Mutwo brought tears to her eyes, let alone the prospect of actually battling it. Both were akin to Naki, possessing psychic abilities and inherently sensitive to the psychic energies of psychic-type Pokemon. Mutwo's highly unstable psychic fluctuations were unlike anything they had encountered before. No way, Xiaonan, we must accept the challenges posed by trainers. This is our duty as gym leaders, Xiao Feng declared, mustering his courage despite his trepidation. All right, Xiao Feng, Xiaonan softly agreed, nodding in response. After a moment of mental preparation, this youthful duo finally ascended to the battlefield. Jinshu, we are telepathically connected twins, and we shall strive to defeat you as a duo, Xiao Feng declared earnestly as he retrieved his Pokeball. One of the distinctive features of the Green Ridge Gym, co-managed by him and Xiaonan, is the implementation of a 2-on-2 battle format. Their profound connection, which has existed since childhood, enables them to collaborate seamlessly, often triumphing over challenging trainers despite their youthful appearance and impressive track record. However, after hearing Xiaofeng's words, Masaki now experiences a peculiar illusion of being the gym leader accepting the challenge. It seems that they are indeed quite intimidated by Mutwo. Well then, let us engage in an exhilarating Pokemon battle, Masaki replied with a smile. I hope you will exert your utmost effort. We are eager to discover the extent of our differences, right, Xiaonan? Indeed, you must give it your all. Xiaofeng and Xiaonan chorused in unison, determined to compete. They were also keen to witness Mutwo's true prowess, as they too were users of psychic-type Pokemon, curious to see how Mutwo, a top-tier psychic Pokemon, would perform. Very well. I shall, Masaki responded, slightly surprised by the resolve evident in the eyes of the two children, yet he nodded in agreement. Since they wished to see, he would oblige, and it presented an opportunity to test Mutwo's new abilities. Once both sides were prepared, the battle between Masaki, Xiaofeng, and Xiaonan commenced in earnest. Simultaneously, Xiaofeng and Xiaonan unleashed their Pokeballs, summoning their respective Pokemon. Xiaofeng's Pokemon was a rock type resembling the sun, Solrock, while Xiaonan's Pokemon mirrored the moon, Lunatone. It is said that both Pokemon are newly discovered species that fell from the cosmos, boasting a unique combination of rock and psychic types, endowed with formidable physical resilience and remarkable psychic capabilities. Given the 2-on-2 battle rules, both teams could deploy 2 Pokemon for their encounters. However, Masaki had no intention of releasing a second Pokemon, as Mutwo was adamant in its confidence, preferring to face the challenge alone without assistance. Is Mutwo truly attempting to take on 2 opponents? Perhaps Xiaofeng and Xiaonan might stand a chance, Naki mused, well aware of the synergy between Xiaofeng and Xiaonan. The combination of Solrock and Lunatone could potentially yield a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Indeed, while Mutwo is incredibly powerful, it is not devoid of weaknesses. If they can devise an effective strategy, they might contend with Mutwo, Adam concurred, having contemplated strategies to counter Mutwo, as he would soon enter the fray himself and wish to avoid an overly simple defeat, which would surely invite mockery from Taishian. After much contemplation, he conceived various tactics, one of which was the straightforward approach of employing Dark-type Pokemon against Mutwo. Dark types naturally possess immunity to most Psychic-type attacks, and their offensive capabilities against Psychic Pokemon can be quite devastating. If equipped with sufficiently powerful Dark types, they might stand a chance against Mutwo. Nonetheless, Xiaofeng and Xiaonan would likely struggle to secure victory, as their Pokemon were not of the Dark type, Adam's side. As their conversation unfolded, the battle commenced. Soul Rock, Gravity, Lunatone, Hypnosis. Xiaofeng and Xiaonan issued their commands in unison. Soul Rock unleashed a gravitational field, while Lunatone attempted to ensnare Mutuo with Hypnosis. Splendid. By employing gravity, they aimed to hinder Mutuo's mobility, thus enhancing the accuracy of Hypnosis, Naki exclaimed with enthusiasm. This gravity hypnosis tactic is renowned even within the games, as the effects of gravity can render the previously low-accuracy hypnosis virtually guaranteed. If they can successfully immobilize Mutuo, Xiaofeng and Xiaonan might very well emerge victorious. However, in the face of Lunatone's hypnosis, Mutuo showed no inclination to evade. Such a feeble mental assault was far too simplistic to pose a threat. How could this be? Hypnosis has completely failed, Xiaofeng and Xiaonan exclaimed in unison. The previously unfavorable strategy ineffectively crumbled against Mutuo, as the vast disparity in mental prowess rendered certain moves utterly ineffective. Moreover, Masaki had plans to further amplify this gap. He retrieved a keystone, which reacted with Mutuo's newly acquired Mega Evolution Stone. A dazzling brilliance illuminated the arena, compelling Xiaofeng and Xiaonan to shield their eyes instinctively. Oh my, Mutuo can actually Mega Evolve, Adam and Taixian observed from the sidelines, their eyes wide with astonishment as they focused intently on the radiant figure of Mutuo enveloped in light alongside Masaki. They were well acquainted with the brilliance of Mega Evolution, having witnessed Masaki employ it numerous times in battle. However, the fact that a Pokémon of Mutuo's caliber could achieve an even greater form of evolution far surpassed their wildest imaginations. Under normal circumstances, Mutuo was already a fearsome entity. Contemplating its potential after another Mega Evolution was unfathomable. Masaki is truly unleashing his full power. Is he intending to leave Xiaofeng and the others with a lifelong shadow? Taixian remarked. This level of intensity is perhaps a bit excessive. Finally, under the anxious gazes of the spectators, Mutuo completed its Mega Evolution, emerging in a wholly transformed state. Unlike the Y form of Mega Evolution, Mutuo's X form exhibited a robust physique enhanced by its augmented psychic energy. Its stature grew taller, muscles rippling with newfound strength, and the external neural tendrils extending from its back formed a hood-like silhouette. Its once draped tail stood erect, emanating an undeniable aura of combat readiness. So this is the alternate form of evolution. Mutuo X, now fully evolved, flexed its fingers, composed of 3 spherical components, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through its being. If the Y form represented a peak enhancement of psychic energy, the X form resembled a more comprehensive evolution akin to a traditional transformation. Now Mutuo X harnessed fighting-type energy, embodying a formidable dual threat. Mutuo, attempt to grasp the power of aura, Masaki instructed, channeling the aura energy within him into an aura sphere to demonstrate for Mutuo. He understood that Mutuo possessed the potential to master this technique, yet it had never been taught while under Team Rocket's control. Now, with Mutuo evolving into its X form, Masaki seized the opportunity to impart this knowledge. Aura is the essence of the spirit. Try to calm your mind and summon the hidden aura energy that lies deep within your heart, then release it. Masaki continued to guide, as this step was crucial in mastering the aura. Whether or not Mutuo could discern the buried aura depended solely on its own efforts. However, Masaki believed that with Mutuo's innate talent, success was assured. Alright, listening to Masaki, Mutuo closed its eyes, delving into its inner world. Soon, a radiant blue aura began to materialize around it, harmonizing beautifully with its soft purple psychic energy, creating a spectacle that was both mysterious and magnificent. The power of aura is now fully within my grasp. Feeling the incessant surge of azure energy emanating from its hands, Mutuo was enveloped by an exhilarating sensation. It levitated into the sky, raising its arms high, as waves of its psychic power flowed forth, merging with the formidable mental energy surrounding it, coalescing into a colossal orb of blue-violet energy. This hybrid wave pulse continued to expand, its diameter growing to several times that of Mutuo itself, radiating perilous fluctuations that spread outward. The Soul Rock and Lunatone across from Mutuo instinctively retreated to the sidelines, positioning themselves beside May and Dawn. Both the evolved Mutuo and the excessively potent energy sphere it held instilled a profound sense of fear within them, extinguishing any flicker of fighting spirit. The thought crossed their minds that being struck by such an energy sphere could very well result in immediate demise. This is bad, Junsu. Quickly, make Mutuo stop. At this rate, the entire Amethyst Gym might be obliterated. Tetsu shouted, the earlier pride on his face replaced by sheer terror. The fluctuations emanating from the energy sphere quickened his heartbeat, If Mutwo were to detonate it here, they would all be in grave danger. Indeed, Junsu, please make Mutwo cease. Adam echoed. He and Tetsu had released their Pokémon, meticulously tracking Mutwo's every movement, ready to defend against the impending explosion. Mutwo, you've gone too far. Let us halt for now. Wave pulses are not meant to be unleashed like this. Junsu, too, felt a sense of urgency, quickly establishing a mental connection with Mutwo. He had not anticipated that a mere lesson in a simple skill would lead Mutwo to unleash such a formidable attack. The interaction between Mutwo's wave power and psychic energy had resulted in a delicate chemical reaction, exponentially amplifying its potency. If Mutwo were to release this amalgam right there, it could leave a massive crater in Amethyst City. The destructive capacity of a legendary Pokémon was already formidable, let alone that of the supremely powerful Mutwo X. I understand, Junsu, but I seem unable to stop, Mutwo confessed, having realized the gravity of the situation. It had promised Junsu to capture its opponent. Yet the energy of the orb had far surpassed the intended limits. As it was the first time employing this technique, Mutwo found itself unable to halt. If it were to abruptly cease, the hybrid orb might very well detonate. Thus, even a being as powerful as Mutwo found itself in a compromising predicament. It's all right. Just ensure it detonates in a safe location. Junsu communicated swiftly with Mutwo. He guided Mutwo out of the gym, and with the hybrid orb still in hand, Mutwo soared into the high skies of Amethyst City, casting the orb forcefully into the air, where it detonated. Boom. The explosion unleashed a tremendous shockwave that reverberated throughout Amethyst City, causing the buildings to tremble under the immense sound, with some structurally weak structures even developing cracks. Goodness. The force of that explosion. Had it detonated directly in Amethyst City, Tetsu murmured, gazing upward at the colossal mushroom cloud formed by the fearsome blast. Ordinary Pokémon could never attain such levels, Naki whispered, her voice trembling. Chapter 161, The Romance of Trainers. Mr. Adam, shall we proceed with the gym challenge? After the echoes of the explosion subsided, Junsu awkwardly inquired of Adam, accompanied by Mutwo. Upon Mutwo's return from the sky, the gaze of the others towards Junsu shifted, imbued with a newfound respect and trepidation. May and Dawn even promptly retrieved their mind badges from the Green Ridge gym and presented them to Junsu. Evidently shaken by Mutwo's display. Junsu, there's no need for a battle. This is the raindrop badge from the Lapis gym. Please, take it, Adam said. His expression complex as he handed over an exquisite raindrop-shaped badge to Junsu. Once a stickler for the rules, having witnessed Junsu and Mutwo's awe-inspiring performance, he found himself reconsidering the rigidity of regulations. After observing the previous two challenges, he genuinely wished to avoid battling Mutwo. It would be far too taxing for someone of his age. Mr. Adam, wouldn't this be breaking the rules? Such exceptions could lead to complications for you. Perhaps we should still have a battle? Don't worry. Both Mutwo and I still have plenty of stamina, Junsu replied politely, concern evident in his voice as he accepted the badge. No, Junsu, you must understand. You are perhaps the only individual in this world deserving of my making an exception. You are wholly worthy of this badge. Please, simply accept it, Adam insisted, feeling a cold sweat breaking upon him. It was dangerously clear that Junsu was blissfully unaware of his own might. He was not avoiding battle out of concern for Junsu's stamina, but purely due to his reluctance to face such formidable opponents. Very well then, Mr. Adam. I shall accept the badge. If any issues arise later, I can always return to challenge the Lapis gym again, Junsu stated, finally tucking the badge into his badge case. A satisfied smile gracing his face. With all 8 badges now collected, he had evolved from a novice trainer into a certified elite trainer within the Pokémon League. Having gathered all 8 badges from the Hoenn region, Junsu was now qualified to challenge the Hoenn League, formally setting his sights on the title of champion. At that moment, not only was Junsu smiling, but Adam also breathed a sigh of relief, his face reflecting a sense of release. The troublesome young man had finally accepted the raindrop badge. As for any further challenges at the Lapis gym, that was best left to his apprentice, Mikuli. Having heard from Tetsu about Junsu's ambitions to challenge the league, Adam found himself looking forward to the moment when Mikuli would face off against Junsu as Mutwo. It would surely be an amusing spectacle. Wonderful, Junsu. Congratulations on collecting all the badges, Tetsu suddenly exclaimed, enthusiastically wrapping his arm around Junsu's shoulder. He recalled their initial encounter during the bicycle race as if it were just yesterday. In a mere few months, Junsu had risen to prominence as a renowned trainer in Hoenn, successfully acquiring all 8 badges, prompting even the boisterous Tetsu to reflect on the incredible journey. After all, he had been a witness to Junsu's growth from the very beginning, and now he eagerly anticipated the remarkable achievements that lay ahead for him. Thank you. And this is all thanks to your support. Junsu earnestly bowed to the gym leaders, expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks, Junsu. You earned these through your own efforts. Now that you have 8 badges, you can head to the Alliance headquarters in Satopolis City to register, and then you shall embark on the path to become champion. That is the ultimate dream for many trainers in the Hoenn region, Tetsu said with a reassuring smile. At the Alliance headquarters in Satopolis City, there lies a complex natural cave known as the Championess Path. Each year, during the first week of December, this path opens to all elite trainers who have collected 8 badges. The most formidable trainers from across Hoenn converge here to compete for the opportunity to challenge the league. The competition on the path to championship is exceedingly ruthless. Each year, only a handful of trainers successfully navigate the trials of the champion road, thereby earning the right to challenge the Elite Four and the champion. Generally speaking, any trainer who has traversed the champion road can boast about their experience for a considerable time, since one can only participate in the champion road once in a lifetime. The memories forged during this journey become treasured recollections for trainers. To ascend to the lofty throne of the champion, one must traverse the champion road and distinguish themselves among their peers. Throughout history, champions have emerged as invincible forces, triumphantly advancing from the champion road, consecutively vanquishing the Elite Four, and ultimately overcoming the reigning champion in a climactic showdown. Before the champion, innumerable challenges await trainers. Nevertheless, each year, countless aspiring trainers embark on their journeys from various towns, nurturing their dreams, growing alongside their companions, challenging gyms, and earning badges. They may not all achieve the ultimate title of champion, but the journey itself offers them abundant rewards. This is the unique romance of being a trainer. I understand. I will participate in the champion road when the time comes, as I aspire to challenge the league, Masaki nodded and remarked. He had gleaned some understanding of the processes involved in challenging the league from Julien. Masaki should easily conquer the trials of the champion road, Naki confidently asserted. Xiaofeng concurred, as did Xiaonan. Naki's judgment received unanimous approval from both Xiaofeng and Xiaonan. As the gym leaders of Hoenn, they had encountered the Pokémon of the league champion, Michael. Yet it appeared that, in terms of both intimidation and actual combat prowess, Masaki's Mutwo far surpassed it. They could hardly imagine the despair of the trainers who would compete alongside Masaki. To be in the same cohort as this prodigy would indeed be a stroke of misfortune. Mutwo, it seems everyone holds you in high regard, Masaki gently addressed his Pokémon. That is to be expected. After all, I am exceedingly powerful. Mutwo replied in its usual indifferent tone, yet the corners of its mouth betrayed a hint of pride, and even its tail began to sway leisurely. This fellow certainly relishes compliments, Masaki mused silently, developing a fresh perspective on the humanoid feline before him. Chapter 162. Heat of Fuyin Town. Days later, in Fuyin Town. At the Fuyin Gym. What on earth is this? A trainer was abruptly launched into the air by a sudden mechanism, colliding directly with the ceiling of the gym. Not just him, but several other trainers who had come to challenge the gym leader faced similar fates, grappling with various contraptions that caused them considerable distress. This was the result of Aisha's efforts upon returning from Ziyun City. The Fuyin Gym had now incorporated a mechanism area, requiring all challengers to navigate it before facing the gym leader. Within this mechanism area, several apprentice trainers had been stationed as obstacles, further complicating the trials for those trainers. The implementation of this mechanism area promptly filtered out over 70% of the challengers, making Aisha's job significantly easier than before. In the depths of the Fuyin Gym, in the gym leader's lounge, Aisha sat contentedly with her Pokémon partners around a square table, leisurely enjoying a popsicle. One hand held the popsicle while the other played a tile, as she languidly announced, 8 bamboos, Duckbull Charizard, it's your turn to play. Indeed. They were indulging in Mahjong, a newly released entertainment product from Evergreen Corporation. Despite having been launched only a few days prior, it had quickly gained immense popularity throughout the Hoenn region, thanks to Evergreen Corporation's pervasive advertising. In Fuyin Town, which had a notably aging population, Mahjong had supplanted hot springs as the most fashionable pastime among the elderly. Nowadays, not knowing how to play Mahjong could result in merciless ridicule from other seniors in Fuyin Town. Why does it feel so unbearably hot today? Cold Turtle, could you possibly reduce the heat a bit? Aisha tugged at the collar of her short sleeves, yet a relentless wave of heat continued to surge within her. Even while savoring her popsicle and fanning herself, the oppressive warmth was inescapable. The moisture seemed to have evaporated from the air, rendering the room akin to a furnace. It was hard to believe that December was just around the corner, and such weather was utterly outrageous. Aisha turned her gaze toward Coal Turtle, suspecting it might be the cause of the heat. Ugh, Coal Turtle blinked innocently at Aisha, emitting a plaintive sound. Although the furnace on its back constantly radiated heat, it maintained control while near Aisha. Thus, the current sweltering weather had nothing to do with it. If not you, then what could be the cause? Aisha rose, speaking softly. Since her return from Ziyun City, the weather in Fuyin Town had remained uncharacteristically extreme, with daily high temperatures deterring everyone from venturing outside. It seemed that the weather had been rather normal while she was in Ziyun City. Aisha pondered, a troubling suspicion surfacing in her mind. Could something have happened at Chimney Hill? While the weather in other cities remained stable, Fuyin Town was experiencing an unusual drought. The stark contrast was that Fuyin Town was situated adjacent to Chimney Hill, the largest volcano in the Hoenn region. Suddenly, the entire room began to tremble as the table shook, sending mahjong tiles scattering across the floor, accompanied by the shrieks of gym challengers from the mechanism area. An earthquake! Quick, let us go! Aisha snapped back to reality and dashed out with her Pokémon partners. Given Fuyin Town's proximity to the volcanic earthquake belt, tremors occurred several times a year, making earthquakes a common occurrence for its residents. As Aisha and her Pokémon hastily exited the gym, the earthquake subsided, but in her haste, she accidentally collided with someone at the entrance, tumbling to the ground. Ouch! Aisha murmured, rubbing her head. In her rush, she had failed to notice her surroundings. She was shocked to find someone standing still at the gym entrance during the quake. One should apologize after bumping into someone. A familiar voice reached her ears, prompting Aisha to slowly lift her head, only to see Masaki extending a hand toward her. Masaki, what are you doing here? Aisha grasped his hand, rising from the ground, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was slightly mortifying to be seen in such an awkward situation by someone she knew. I just wanted to enjoy the hot springs. But I didn't expect to encounter an earthquake right upon arrival. I truly am unfortunate, Masaki remarked, rubbing his head. Recently, he had been exploring various locales in Hoenn with his newly joined Mutuo, intending to visit the hot springs today while checking on Aisha's gym renovations. Little did he know that an earthquake would greet him almost immediately upon his arrival. Your timing is rather unfortunate. Fuyin Town has been unbearably hot these past few days, making it an unsuitable time for tourism or hot springs. Currently, Fuyin Town is likely the least habitable location in Hoenn. If my gym weren't situated here, I would have considered relocating to Ziyun City, Aisha sighed. Ziyun City had recently become the fastest-growing city in the Hoenn region, with Evergreen Corporation's development propelling its progress, transforming it into a well-equipped, livable city. Do you think the recent heat in Fuyin Town could be related to that? Upon hearing Aisha's words, Masaki suddenly turned his head and pointed towards the distant summit of Chimney Mountain. She gazed in the direction indicated by Masaki and was taken aback to discover that smoke was indeed emanating from the volcano's crater. This was alarming. It seemed as though Chimney Mountain had come to life. Aisha fixed her gaze on the distant mountain mouth. It is worth noting that although Chimney Mountain is a volcano, it has been in a dormant cycle for several decades. The sudden activity of the mountain at this time was indeed a peculiar occurrence. Had such an event ever transpired before? Masaki sought confirmation from Aisha. Observing Aisha's suddenly somber expression, he understood that the emergence of smoke from Chimney Mountain was a matter of grave significance. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the mountain would not reawaken for another 50 years. Thus, this anomaly was alarming. The smoking volcano could erupt at any moment, and we must promptly inform the League to evacuate the residents. Furthermore, there must be some internal issues within Chimney Mountain, Aisha stated solemnly, her demeanor unusually serious. Chapter 163, Eruption. While Masaki and Aisha were deliberating about Chimney Mountain, Masaki's navigator abruptly sounded an alert. To his surprise, it was Tetsu who was calling. Masaki, are you currently in Fuinshu Town? Tetsu's voice carried a sense of urgency. Yes. Is there something wrong? Masaki surmised that Tetsu's inquiry was likely related to the unusual activity of Chimney Mountain. Just moments ago, the Weather Research Institute at the Hoenn headquarters reported an abnormal weather phenomenon in Fuinshu City. According to energy investigations, this weather anomaly is connected to Chimney Mountain. If you have the time, could you investigate the mountain? Understood. I was already planning to check it out, Masaki replied with a nod. The recent disturbances at Chimney Mountain were indeed too abnormal. Masaki initially suspected human interference. It was rumored that within the largest volcano in Hoenn, Chimney Mountain, resided a legendary Pokémon, and this recent activity was likely linked to it. Thank you, Masaki. If you encounter any issues, contact me immediately, and the League will arrange for reinforcements, Tetsu added before hanging up. All right, Masaki affirmed, ending the call. Several hours later, the activity of Chimney Mountain escalated. and the unmistakable scent of scorched sulfur permeated the air throughout Fuinshu town. It felt as if a subterranean dragon had awakened, with continuous tremors shaking the ground. In response, the League organized an emergency evacuation, preparing to relocate all the townspeople of Fuinshu to the nearest city, Ziji. Fortunately, due to the relatively small population of Fuinshu town, the evacuation process was not as daunting as anticipated. While the orderly evacuation was underway in Fuinshu, Masaki ascended Chimney Mountain to investigate the cause of the disturbances. Ugh, it stinks here. Is the volcano passing gas? Victini exclaimed, covering its nose and enveloping itself in an energy shield, grimacing. Bear with it. This is a normal phenomenon before a volcanic eruption. Masaki, wearing a gas mask, turned to Lucario and inquired, any discoveries? Masaki, the magnetic field in this vicinity is disrupted, and even the aura is becoming chaotic. Under these conditions, I find it difficult to sense the aura. Lucario shook its head, indicating that the geological disturbances were significantly hampering its abilities. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the crater at the summit of Chimney Mountain, followed by a thick plume of black smoke billowing forth. Oh no. Masaki, look. It seems like magma is spewing out. Kira exclaimed, pointing at the mountain peak. The volcanic ash darkened the sky, and the crater of Chimney Mountain appeared to boil over, releasing scalding lava. This cannot happen now. Masaki's expression shifted alarmingly. Many residents of Fuinshu town had yet to complete their evacuation. An eruption at this moment could endanger them. The master ball at Masaki's side shone with a blinding purple light as Mutuo manifested beside him. Masaki, I can assist you, Mutuo communicated proactively. Yes, Mutuo, protect Fuinshu town. Masaki urged swiftly. At this moment, he had two tasks: to safeguard Fuinshu town temporarily and to attempt to halt the eruption of Chimney Mountain. He had already devised some strategies. Mutuo would handle the protection of Fuinshu town, while he would seek additional assistance to prevent the volcanic eruption. Understood. Mutuo nodded and turned to soar towards Fuinshu town. As it flew, a radiant light of Mega Evolution enveloped it, transforming it into its Mega Mutuo Y form. This was Mutuo's first mission to protect others, and it was determined to give its all in this endeavor. Oh no, the volcano is erupting. We must flee. It's too late. The volcanic ash is already upon us. At the evacuation assembly point in Fuinshu town, panic ensued as residents despaired. Watching the ash rapidly spread from the volcano, their eyes filled with hopelessness. Everyone, remain calm, don your gas masks, and evacuate in an orderly manner. The League officials shouted anxiously as they worked to maintain order. No one had anticipated the rapid awakening of Chimney Mountain just a moment ago. There had only been slight signs, and now it had erupted. Although the League's response was swift, it was still somewhat insufficient. Just then, the fully evolved Mega Mutuo Y appeared, soaring above Fuinshu town. Its vast psychic powers formed a protective barrier, shielding the harmful fallout from the volcanic eruption outside the town. What is that? A Pokémon? Some residents of Fuinshu town exclaimed excitedly. Thank you. The townspeople shouted in gratitude. Mega Mutuo Y glanced back at the grateful residents, suddenly experiencing an unfamiliar sensation, a feeling it had never encountered before. Was this the sense of accomplishment Masaki had spoken of? It pondered silently. During its days alongside Masaki, it had reflected deeply on the meaning of life, and now it realized that aiding others and receiving their gratitude was perhaps a profoundly meaningful pursuit, far more rewarding than mere destruction. No need to thank me, and there's no need to rush. Evacuate in an orderly fashion. With me here, you will be safe, Mutuo conveyed telepathically to all the residents of Fuinshu town. The previously panicked individuals began to calm down and resumed their evacuation under the guidance of the League staff. Mutuo's words carried an inexplicable authority, and its unwavering confidence instilled reassurance in others. The residents of Fuinshu town were evacuating in an orderly fashion under Mutuo's protection. Meanwhile, Masaki was being propelled forward at high speed by Shiralbai and the others. He was on his way to seek out his old friend, Moltres. Masaki had just considered that Moltres would be instrumental in halting the volcanic eruption, as the legendary Pokémon was known for its affinity for volcanic craters and could potentially absorb the excessive energy emanating from Chimney Mountain. Moltres, I'm coming for you, Masaki shouted as he soared through the scorching path, guided by Victini. Having visited several times before, he was quite familiar with the area. Masaki, long time no see. Two magnificent Moltres emerged from the magma pool and gracefully landed before him. Chapter 164, The Incarnation of the Earth. Look, what is that? It's Moltres, the legendary Pokémon. My goodness, what a day! The volcano has become active, and now a legendary Pokémon has appeared. Several residents engaged in animated discussions. In the town of Fuyin, Mutwo had already shielded the residents from the onslaught of volcanic ash. Suddenly, a brilliant flame ignited on the horizon, heralding the arrival of a majestic Moltres soaring through the sky, with the figure of a young man named Jun Shu perched upon its back. "Look, is there someone on top of that Moltres?" An astonished observer pointed out. As the fiery bird drew nearer, the crowd began to discern the familiar visage of Jin Shu. "Isn't that the kid named Jin Shu? I saw him on television just a few days ago. Has he really reached such heights? You may not know this, but I spotted a Moltres during my last mountain climb. It must have been Jin Shu who brought it here then," another chimed in. The sight of Jin Shu alongside the Moltres stirred the previously calm townsfolk back into a state of excitement. "Can you halt this volcanic eruption, Moltres?" Jin Shu inquired gravely from the bird's back. Should Moltres be unable to intervene, he would have to compel Mutwo to forcibly stop the eruption, a course of action that could result in significant devastation. Mutwo, curious, turned its gaze towards Moltres, sensing an enigmatic aura emanating from the bird, despite its apparent lack of strength. "Yes, I can," Moltres replied softly. It instructed Mutwo to levitate Jin Shu into the air, and without hesitation, the two Moltres plunged into the churning magma of the volcano. A fierce crimson glow erupted from the depths, radiating from the fiery bird. From Mutwo's perspective, it could distinctly perceive the energy of Chimney Mountain being incessantly absorbed by Moltres, while the once violently erupting volcano seemed to lose its vigor and settle into silence. What appeared as a terrifying volcanic eruption to the onlookers was, for Moltres, an unparalleled source of sustenance. It glided through the magma pool with ease, akin to swimming in a serene sea. Moments later, Moltres ascended from the magma, its form aglow with golden light, its yellow feathers shimmering brilliantly, and its flames roaring with renewed intensity. "Thank you, Jin Shu. I have gained so much from this." The two radiant Moltres communicated telepathically as they hovered near him. They were drawn to places rich in pure fire energy, which served as exquisite nourishment, enhancing their power further. "No, it is I who must thank you for safeguarding the home upon which the residents of Fuyin depend," Jin Shu earnestly replied. Had Moltres failed to avert the eruption, the town, perilously close to Chimney Mountain, might have ceased to exist. "However, Jin Shu, I sensed a terrifying presence while in the magma pool. It may be awakening," Moltres suddenly declared. They had previously contemplated Chimney Mountain as a potential habitat during their arrival in Hoenn, but the overwhelming aura of a fearsome Pokémon lurking within had deterred them, prompting their choice of the fiery hot path instead. Now, it seemed that ominous entity was stirring, and the volcanic eruption along with the climatic disturbances were likely its doing. "You sensed it too, Moltres. It must indeed be the awakening of Groudon," Jin Shu stated solemnly. According to ancient legends of Hoenn, there existed a Pokémon that embodied the earth, possessing the power to dissipate rain clouds and evaporate moisture with its intense heat and light, appearing as a savior to those afflicted by floods. It was said that Groudon fell into a deep slumber in the molten depths after a cataclysmic battle with its arch-rival Kyogre. When it awakened, the weather across Hoenn would transform into an oppressive heat wave, with volcanic eruptions creating new landmass. The disturbances surrounding Chimney Mountain were likely instigated by Groudon's resurgence. You must swiftly locate its resting place and prevent its awakening. Should it fully awaken, all of Hoenn could transform into a blistering inferno, endangering countless lives, Moltres cautioned. Groudon's impact on the environment was profound. Such traits might have been inconsequential millennia ago, but in contemporary society, they would lead to catastrophic adaptations and ecological collapse, leaving Hoenn desolate. Jin Shu, so if we find this Groudon and deal with it, everything will return to normal, correct? Mutwo interjected, its eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, hinting at foreboding thoughts. "Indeed, Mutwo, you are correct, but we cannot yet ascertain its location." "Moltres, can you pinpoint Groudon's whereabouts?" Jin Shu asked, gesturing with open hands. Although Groudon was formidable, Mutwo, especially after Mega Evolving, should be capable of subduing Groudon in its non-primitive form. Jin Shu's greatest fear was that some reckless individuals might provoke Groudon into reverting to its primal state, a scenario that would spiral out of control. "It should be beneath Chimney Mountain. That was where I sensed its aura," Moltres responded promptly. As the embodiment of the earth, Groudon, like Moltres, favored habitats rich in magma, making Chimney Mountain the most suitable locale in all of Hoenn. "Good, we have established its location. Now we can proceed," Jin Shu nodded, speaking softly. With Moltres affirming the direction of his earlier inquiries, he now needed to confirm another matter of great concern. Jin Shu retrieved his navigator and dialed Nashi's number. "Have you contacted the League?" "I have. They are prepared, and you can head to the prison in Ziji City now." They have everything ready, Nashi responded swiftly. Jinshu had earlier instructed her to coordinate with the League regarding the members of Team Magma. The League's efficiency was commendable, and soon everything was in place for Jinshu's visit. Understood. If this situation is indeed orchestrated by human hands, the primary suspects would likely be Team Magma. Jinshu intended to interrogate their members to uncover their lair. Chapter 165. Infiltrating the base. Jinshu, inspired by Ma Jisher's swift reporting, concluded that the most effective way to locate these underground organizations was to directly engage with their operatives. However, these individuals were typically tight-lipped about crucial information and would rarely divulge anything easily, while others might struggle to extract information from them. Jinshu had a distinct advantage. He possessed an efficient tool that ensured no one could lie. A few minutes later, Jinshu bid farewell to Molters and, accompanied by Mutuo, arrived at Ziji City's prison, where the most nefarious of criminals were held. This time, he was set to visit a minor officer from Team Magma. Upon entering the cell, Jinshu was met with a languid voice. Another visitor from the League? Save your breath. I truly know nothing. Inside, a young man with red hair, shackled at wrists and ankles, lounged in the interrogation chair with an air of disdain. Do you realize that your words hold no weight? Jinshu remarked coolly. He stepped into the cell, locking the door behind him, and approached the captive, towering over him. Is there no one else in the League? They sent a child to meet me? Little one, hasn't anyone told you not to talk to strangers? The Team Magma officer chuckled mockingly. Mutuo, take action. Jinshu instructed succinctly, releasing Mutuo from its pokeball with a quiet command. Beside him, Mutuo had materialized, its eyes shimmering with a detached violet glow, coldly fixated on the unfamiliar human before it. A wave of purple psychic energy enveloped the leader of Team Magma, rendering him vacant-eyed and devoid of consciousness. Mutuo's psychic prowess was overwhelmingly formidable, utterly crushing its opponent. Under such circumstances, Masaki need not resort to injections, as the interrogation could proceed smoothly. From now on, whatever I inquire, you shall answer, Masaki stated with an air of indifference. Understood. The previously disdainful Team Magma member now stood listlessly. His eyes glazed over as he responded mindlessly. First question, does Team Magma have a concealed base on Mount Chimney? Masaki gazed into his eyes and inquired. On the mountainside, behind Mount Chimney, there lies a large red stone. By using the Team Magma insignia, one can unlock the passage to the secret base. The unconscious member of Team Magma monotonously replied. Second question, has Team Magma recently undertaken any operations targeting Groudon? Masaki continued. That is classified information, which I am not authorized to know. However, judging by recent activities, the base on Mount Chimney has indeed mobilized numerous personnel. And I've heard the boss has acquired a crucial artifact, the Team Magma member responded. After discovering the meteor fragments, Cinderpine led his team to locate a vital gem, initiating their operation. They truly are relentless. It seems the underground organizations in Hoenn require a thorough cleansing, Masaki remarked. During his efforts against Team Rocket, Team Magma had been making significant moves, and according to the latest intelligence from the League, Team Aqua also seemed to be stirring. The two largest underground organizations in Hoenn had commenced their operations, causing the League to grow increasingly anxious, the situation becoming tumultuous. Leave it to me. I shall obliterate them completely, Mutuo declared with a fierce intensity. This was indeed within Mutuo's realm of expertise, as it felt the restless forces within itself stirring once more. Mutuo, you shall have your moment to shine, Masaki said, patting its shoulder. He then turned to the Team Magma leader, tossing him a piece of paper and a pen. Draw out every location of the base that you are aware of. The room soon filled with the sound of paper and pen scratching, as the Team Magma leader, compelled to lower his head, sat in a chair drawing a map. However, the resulting map was a mere collection of crooked lines. It seems not everyone possesses the professionalism of a master artist, Masaki sighed, discarding the map onto the floor. Just remain here. With that, Masaki left the cell with Mutuo. With the location of Team Magma's secret base now known, they could initiate their actions. As for the so-called Team Magma insignia required to open the door, it was an unnecessary trinket. Entering the enemy's domain did not require a key. Guided by Mutuo, they returned to Mount Chimney and descended to the mountainside, discovering the peculiar large stone. Mutuo, it's your turn, Masaki said, quietly distancing himself from Mutuo, leaving it beside the stone. Or a sphere. With a mere wave of its hand, Mutuo summoned a dozen brilliant blue orbs of energy that encircled it. Boom. The orbs struck the stone repeatedly, shattering it into fragments. As the red boulder crumbled, the entrance to the hidden base concealed behind it came into view. Who are you? A startled Team Magma member, still reeling from the explosion, collapsed to the ground. However, Upon witnessing the menacing demeanor of Masaki and Mutuo, he hastily drew a pokeball from his waist, releasing a Slugma and a Zubat. Quickly attack them. Slugma, use Ember. Zubat, use Supersonic. The Team Magma member urged his Pokemon anxiously. Yet, both Slugma and Zubat stood frozen, staring blankly at the formidable Mutuo and Masaki. Under Mutuo's overwhelming pressure, they were utterly paralyzed. With a mere tremor of its psychic energy, Mutuo sent them both unconscious to the ground. Let us proceed. Masaki and Mutuo swiftly entered the base. This Team Magma facility differed greatly from Team Rocket's. While Team Rocket's underground base resembled a futuristic spacecraft, Team Magma's was reminiscent of a primitive encampment. The entire base was constructed with the most rudimentary supports, and the ground was simply earthen. Even more unbearable was the steam rising from the ground. Akin to a massive sauna, stiflingly hot. One could hardly fathom how the Team Magma members endured such conditions. Indeed, those who aspire to achieve greatness must possess immense fortitude. Chapter 166, Special Operations Division. Alert! Intruders have breached the base. It's that individual who confronted the boss last time. And he is accompanied by an unknown Pokemon of indeterminate strength. The command center of the Team Magma secret base erupted into chaos as security personnel noted Masaki's presence on the surveillance footage, promptly reporting to superiors. The oppressive aura of Masaki's Mutuo instilled profound fear, causing their voices to tremble involuntarily. They had never encountered a Pokemon of such caliber. The terrifying pressure it exuded made them break into a cold sweat, even from behind the screen. The most alarming part was when Mutuo, with a mere indifferent glance towards the camera, rendered the hidden cameras arranged by Team Magma inoperative, resulting in a screen filled with static. The personnel responsible for monitoring took a considerable time to regain their composure. It was difficult to articulate the gaze of that Pokemon. It was as if it were an envoy from a reversed world, instilling fear with just a single glance. Do not panic. The boss's operation is at a critical juncture and cannot be disturbed. Keep a constant watch on the intruder's movements and report their whereabouts to the command center at all times. The head of the command center, a woman with short red hair, rapidly issued commands to counter the formidable intruder. Their leader, Cinderpine, was currently in the most crucial phase of awakening and controlling Groudon, and must not be interrupted. Moreover, when Team Magma commenced this significant operation, they had prepared extensively for external incursions, so after the initial chaos, the entire secret base of Team Magma quickly sprang into action. All defensive mechanisms activated, isolation doors sealed, and the firepower defense system initiated. With each command from the command center, the base became increasingly bustling. Various traps that had been set up previously began to engage, and all metal doors to the critical passages throughout the base shut tightly. Even the signposts originally intended to guide the members were completely removed. It should be noted that the underground base was filled with numerous convoluted passages, without signposts for guidance. Even the Team Magma members who resided there regularly would easily lose their way. However, Masaki and his companions seemed unaffected by this predicament. Lucario, scout for any signs of life. Faced with the complex terrain, Masaki dispatched his strongest radar, Lucario, without concern for which path was correct. It simply moved towards where it sensed life. Under Lucario's guidance, Masaki and his team advanced swiftly. The heavy metal doors that Team Magma had sealed posed no challenge to Mutuo. With a flicker of its psychic force, the doors crumbled like mere paper. Consequently, the base reverberated with thunderous booms, each a testament to Mutuo's passage through the barriers. Did they resort to a defensive strategy? It is quite peculiar that, after such an extended duration, not a single soul has appeared to impede their advance. As Jinshu and his companions continued onward, an unsettling feeling enveloped them. Each time Lucario sensed their proximity to the waves of others, they would hastily retreat, almost as if they were deliberately evading confrontation. However, even if they were to charge forth, they would likely falter under the overwhelming dominance of Mutuo. Thus, in the current circumstances, for the Magma team, a temporary withdrawal from battle might indeed be the more prudent choice. The operatives were nearing the depths of their base, now approaching the vicinity of the equipment room. Within the command center of the Magma team's secret base, reports of the intruders' movements echoed once more, and the expression on the red-haired officer's face had turned grave. The invaders' strength was alarmingly formidable. Their conventional methods of obstruction proved utterly ineffective against the terrifying unknown Pokemon. Their speed of advance surpassed all expectations, and should this continue, the boss's plans would likely be thwarted. This could not be allowed to transpire. This mission hinged on the very fate of the Magma team, representing a critical juncture for their expansion across the continent. should Maxi fail to awaken and control Groudon successfully. All the efforts of the Magma team over the years would be rendered futile. At such a pivotal moment, it was no longer the time to weigh losses and gains. Prepare the Special Operations Division at once, the red-haired officer commanded decisively. Initiate energy amplification and commence heating the Magma cannon, charging the energy shield. The Special Operations Division had been established specifically to safeguard this crucial operation from interference, comprising the most elite members of the Magma team. Equipped with advanced technology developed by their ranks, they possessed the capacity to harness the collective power of numerous Pokémon for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. This apparatus primarily focused on the strength of numbers. When individual prowess fell short against the invaders, they could potentially leverage their collective advantage to overcome the adversary. Commander, the Special Operations Division is ready. Shall we commence the obstruction? Yes, act immediately. Have the second unit prepare to reinforce at a moment's notice. The red-haired female officer commanded, her gaze fixed upon the red dot on the surveillance screen, which represented the intruders. The second unit, composed of standard Magma team members, would mobilize with all their might should the Special Operations Division falter, employing a strategy of sheer numbers. Intruders, do not underestimate our resolve. For the sake of a more beautiful future for the world, the Magma team is willing to pay any price. Maxi, we shall not betray your expectations, the red-haired officer declared, her eyes glinting with fervor as she scrutinized the surveillance monitor. While the Magma team was swiftly mobilizing, Jinshu, alongside the immensely powerful Mutuo, had just demolished a heavy metal door. As Jinshu prepared to advance, Lucario extended a hand to halt him. Jinshu, there is something amiss. Numerous active auras are approaching us, Lucario reported rapidly. The Magma team, which had previously opted for a defensive stance, was now inexplicably mounting an offensive against them. This unusual behavior puzzled Lucario. Well, it seems they can no longer contain themselves. Let us prepare for battle, Jinshu replied quietly, assuming a combat stance. Ready for the impending confrontation. Mutuo's eyes shimmered with a fierce light, brimming with combat intent. Let me see for myself the true extent of the Magma team's power, Jinshu murmured. Today, he would confront their entire squad alone. Chapter 167, Relentless Defiance. The Magma cannon is fully deployed. Energy shield activated. Before Jinshu stood a throng of elite Magma team members clad in red uniforms, surging forth. They were the Special Operations Division, quick to react, as they established energy shields to repel Mutuo's formidable psychic assault. Simultaneously, the Magma cannon, adorned with flame motifs, was positioned, its ominous barrel aimed directly at Jinshu. A blinding white light erupted as the Magma team members unleashed their Pokémon, channeling energy to fuel these two energy-intensive devices. In an instant, dozens of formidable Pokémon radiated brilliant energy, supplying the Magma cannon. Within the cavernous barrel, terrifying and unstable energy began to coalesce, forming a pulsating energy sphere. Feel the wrath of the Magma team. Under the might of the Magma cannon, everything shall be reduced to ashes, the members of the Special Operations Division shouted, as the commanding figure among them gestured emphatically towards Jinshu. Fire! In that moment, a crimson beam shot forth from the cannon, evaporating moisture from the air, creating a stifling and oppressive atmosphere. This assault, powered by the collective strength of the Magma team, was extraordinary. Most Pokémon would have no choice but to evade its ferocity. However, Mutuo was no ordinary Pokémon. Confident in its own power, it faced the daunting Magma cannon with poise. With a simple gesture, Mutuo raised its hand, allowing a wave of psychic energy to manifest as a violet blade, cleaving the beam of the Magma cannon in twain. Boom! The severed beam struck the rocky wall behind Mutuo, producing a deafening sound. Instantly, the entire secret base trembled, and debris rained down from the ceiling, creating an appearance of imminent collapse. Fortunately, the tremors subsided swiftly, and the base did not succumb to total destruction. Psychic Blade. After deflecting the attack, Mutuo vanished from its original position, reappearing beside the Magma cannon. A surreal psychic blade extended from its hand, and with swift, fluid motions, it slashed in the air, leaving behind glimmers of light. Having mastered its X form of Mega Evolution, Mutuo seemed increasingly inclined towards a more straightforward and aggressive style of close combat, relishing the exhilaration it provided. Energy Shield, output at 100, full power transmission, brace yourselves. Faced with Mutuo's sudden onslaught, the commander of the Special Operations Division paled, shouting for a defensive stance. Nearby Pokémon began to channel their energy, which was transmitted through their connectivity devices into the Energy Shield apparatus, providing protection for the Special Operations Division. In the face of such a fearsome Pokémon, They could only rely on the strength of their numbers. Sizzle. Mutewo's psychic blade scraped against the energy shield, producing a sharp, piercing sound. The moment the blade made contact, the Pokémon of the Special Operations Division felt their energy nearly drained in an instant. Mutewo's attack surpassed their limits, and the energy shield generators were almost emptied of their power, barely managing to withstand the blow. Magma Cannon, fire. In that fleeting moment, as the shield teetered on the brink of shattering, the heart of the Special Operations Division commander raced in his chest. Yet fortuitously, the energy shield ultimately withstood Mutewo's attack. He quickly commanded a counteroffensive. This time, the Magma Cannon adopted a rapid charging mode. Several team members adjusted the cannon's aim, preparing to fire. However, even at such a close range, Mutewo evaded the impending assault with an almost prophetic foresight. In the fleeting moment before the eruption of the lava energy cannon, Mutewo's form vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously beside Jinshu. The vast and terrifying psychic prowess of Mutewo, combined with its recently mastered aura powers, endowed it with an almost prophetic intuition regarding the impending peril. Such instinct enabled it to evade the opponent's onslaught at the most critical juncture. How could this be? It just disappeared, exclaimed a member of the Special Operations Unit, astonished. They were among the most seasoned trainers within the lava team, fully aware of the astonishing nature of Mutewo's recent maneuver. Faced with such a formidable adversary, possessing both devastating destructive capability and unparalleled evasion skills, they were utterly exhausted and could not hope to contend with their opponent. Commander, the invaders' combat prowess exceeds our expectations. We request instructions. The Special Operations Unit's commander reported fearfully, casting a glance at Mutewo, standing beside Jinshu. Initially, they believed the Special Operations Unit could at least delay the adversary. Yet reality dictated that after merely one exchange, they were nearing their breaking point. Do everything possible to impede them. Hold on for as long as you can. What our leader needs now is time. Once he succeeds, this invader will be of no consequence, the red-haired female officer, observing the situation from afar, stated gravely. I too shall intervene shortly. Aware that the situation for the lava team had spiraled into extreme disadvantage, she recognized that the Special Operations Unit was one of their few remaining trump cards, and they could only hope to buy time. Lowering her head, she retrieved several Pokeballs bestowed upon her by Qian's song, containing the strongest Pokemon cultivated by their leader. Perhaps they could afford them a precious moment. Understood. The Special Operations Unit commander concluded the call, determination gradually solidifying in his gaze. Brothers, the future of the lava team is now in our hands. Our grand dream shall not end here. We will fight to the last second. Lava energy cannon, output power 150, triple shot, unleash with all our might. Following an impassioned speech, the Special Operations Unit launched a reckless assault, with all Pokemon pushing their limits, fervently channeling their extracted energies. With no other aid forthcoming, they resolved to fight to the bitter end. They were the elite of the lava team, and surrender was not in their nature. There's no need for futile resistance. You stand no chance. Mutewo nonchalantly deflected the full force attack from the opposition, delivering a decisive blow. Layers upon layers of psychic energy expanded outward, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield. The elite members of the lava team's Special Operations Unit felt a tremendous psychic shock, akin to being struck by a colossal hammer. Their already strained energy shields shattered like broken glass, erupting violently, leaving them fully exposed to Mutewo's psychic onslaught. With their defenses obliterated, Mutewo's attack proved utterly effective, rendering all opposing Pokemon incapacitated. Damn it, is it to end here? The commander of the Special Operations Unit felt his vision blurring, his gaze lingering on the terrifyingly powerful Mutewo nearby, muttering in frustration. They had exhausted every ounce of their strength, even depleting their reserves, yet before the enemy, they resembled mere clay, easily manipulated. There was no alternative. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Commander, this is bad. The Special Operations Unit has been completely defeated and lost all combat capability, a nervous team member reported from the lava team's command center. Their pivotal trump card. The Special Operations Unit had faltered swiftly before their adversary, and the situation grew increasingly perilous. One of the largest underground organizations in the Hoenn region, the vast lava team found itself awkwardly cornered, rendered helpless against a lone individual and their Pokemon. Such a predicament filled the remaining members of the command center with a profound sense of despair. Prepare the second unit. Deploy all efforts to obstruct their advance. Additionally, inform the leader to ready himself for the impending assault, the red-haired female officer stated firmly, clutching the Pokeballs in her hand. Though reluctant to disturb Qian's song, who was in a critical phase, the circumstances left them with no choice. With the Special Operations Unit overwhelmed, The lava team's available forces in this secret base were reduced to the relatively weaker second unit and the command staff. These remaining forces were significantly inferior to the Special Operations Unit, let alone capable of obstructing Zhenshu and Mutuo. Commander, shall we initiate the final plan? We could perish together with them. Allowing the leader to complete his mission, a team leader from the lava team suggested unexpectedly. By detonating the secret base with preemptively placed explosives, they could thwart their adversary. However, it would also mean the demise of the remaining lava team members. Yet, should the leader succeed, they would willingly sacrifice their lives without regret. Indeed, Commander, let us confront them head-on. We cannot allow that despicable fiend to underestimate the lava team, declared the remaining command members, their eyes ablaze with fervor. They were steadfast supporters of the lava team's dream, the earliest followers of Qi and Song. And witnessing their long-held aspirations on the brink of realization, they could not simply stand by while the invader disrupted their efforts. In an instant, the entire command center of the lava team ignited with fervent resolve, all members determined to make the invader taste their might. Everyone, remain calm. First, let the second unit delay them for a while. Once they have been entirely defeated, the remaining command staff will follow me to obstruct them. If we too fall, we shall initiate the final plan, the red-haired female officer stated, unshaken by the impassioned suggestions of her comrades. She remained resolute in adhering to the strategy imparted by Qi and Song, to prolong the battle for as long as possible. The notion of detonating the base and perishing alongside the enemy could only be considered as a last resort. Yes, Commander. We shall not allow the invader to disrupt our plans. After confirming the subsequent strategy, the command center shed its previous despondency, brimming with excitement. They returned to their posts, preparing for the final stages of their upcoming plan. Meanwhile, after vanquishing the Special Operations Unit, Zhenshu and Mutuo pressed onward. Having ventured deep into the lava team's secret base, they encountered an increasing number of metal doors. Although these barriers seemed as flimsy as paper before Mutuo, the continual obstruction was nonetheless vexing. Zhenshu, I sense it, a primal and unstable aura. Groudon should be just ahead, and it is about to awaken. Mutuo declared after shattering another metal door. Suddenly, Lucario, standing nearby, issued a warning as its expression darkened, sensing the immense pressure emanating from Groudon's aura. Upon sensing the overwhelming wave of pressure, Lucario felt as though he had plunged into a searing inferno, where a terrifying behemoth emerged from the molten magma, clutching him in its grasp. Groudon, he wondered, how formidable could it truly be? The anticipation was palpable. Beside him, Mutuo, upon learning of Groudon's impending awakening, exhibited no fear. Rather, it seemed invigorated by the prospect. Deep within Mutuo's essence lay a violent disposition, a Pokémon inherently yearning for battle. Although its combative instincts had been tempered during its time with Shinjiu, the prospect of a powerful adversary reignited its fervor, causing every cell in its body to feel as though it were ablaze with excitement, eager to engage in a fierce confrontation with the entity known as Groudon. Calm yourself. Mutuo, we must hasten our pace to thwart the fiery pine, preventing him from successfully awakening Groudon. Shinjiu's voice resonated solemnly. Should Groudon truly awaken, the climatic and ecological balance of Hoenn would face catastrophic repercussions. Thus, it was imperative to intervene before the situation escalated. Intruders, you shall not pass easily. Just as Shinjiu and Mutuo intended to accelerate their stride, a cacophony of annoying voices enveloped them. From all directions, a multitude of uniformed members from Team Magma surged forth, completely encircling Shinjiu and Mutuo. Chapter 169, The Final Opportunity. These Team Magma members were part of the 2nd Brigade, dispatched to impede Shinjiu and his companion after the Special Operations Team. Though their individual strength paled in comparison to the elite unit, their numerical superiority allowed them to employ a strategy of sheer numbers to hinder Shinjiu's progress. Flamethrower, fire at will. The Pokémon of Team Magma predominantly comprised Numel, and at that moment, a multitude of Numel unleashed flamethrowers simultaneously, causing the temperature within the secret base to soar, becoming unbearably hot. The flames converged, resembling a colossal fire dragon, roaring and lunging towards Mutuo. Psychic Blade. In the face of the terrifying onslaught, Mutuo chose to confront the attack head-on, brandishing its Psychic Blade. The blade sliced through the air, emitting brilliant flashes of light, cleaving the massive fire dragon into fragments that dissipated into the ether. Damn it, this is utterly ineffective. What manner of monstrous Pokémon is this? Our attack seemed to have no effect whatsoever. The members of the 2nd Brigade, witnessing their combined fire dragon being reduced to mere sparks, felt a chill of despair. All members of the 2nd Brigade, heed my command. Once more, Unleash a volley with all your might. We must inflict some damage. The leader of the 2nd Brigade bellowed. The prospect of inevitable defeat loomed. Yet they were determined to expend their utmost strength to deplete the enemy's resources, thereby providing advantageous conditions for their superiors. Receive this. This is our strongest assault. The members of the 2nd Brigade shouted, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Their Pokémon seemed to be invigorated by their indomitable spirit. Striving to extract every ounce of power within, they channeled all their energy into this singular strike. Moreover, every Pokémon in the 2nd Brigade began to harness the ambient fire energy swirling in the air, generating a terrifying wave of power. Although individually, their strength was unimpressive, the collective might of their numbers, when unleashed in a desperate explosion, could yield significant consequences. At that moment, the energy fluctuations produced by these Pokémon were indeed enough to instill trepidation. Even Mewtwo, suspended in midair, felt a weight of concern. It understood that this impending attack might not be suitable for a direct confrontation. Mewtwo, do not allow them to launch their assault. Disrupt their attack. Shinjiu's voice echoed in Mewtwo's mind, issuing a swift command. Mewtwo nodded and commenced its efforts to interrupt the foe's offensive. A mysterious purple luminescence erupted from Mewtwo, its form transforming under the influence of this extraordinary evolutionary light. In an instant, Mewtwo appeared to shrink considerably, while a long psychic tendril formed behind its head, extending down to the ground like a whip. This was the Y-form evolution, specifically enhancing its psychic prowess, and with this transformation, Mewtwo's psychic capacity multiplied exponentially. An immense psychic energy enveloped it, resembling a vast, deep purple ocean. Psychic force. The evolved Mewtwo suddenly spread its arms wide, and the surrounding psychic energy surged outward, swiftly enveloping all members of Team Magma's 2nd Brigade and their Pokémon. Oh no, they're attacking. It hurts. Under the onslaught of Mewtwo's psychic force, all members of the 2nd Brigade experienced a sharp pain in their minds, rendering them dazed and unable to maintain their footing, collapsing to the ground. Under the overwhelming influence of Mewtwo's psychic energy, their mental faculties were forcibly suspended, entering a state of paralysis. The Pokémon of the 2nd Brigade, too, found their charged attacks interrupted, collapsing in defeat. The 2nd Brigade, comprising hundreds, fell to the ground under the assault of the newly evolved Mewtwo. Remarkably, Mewtwo had yet to unleash its full potential. Had it done so earlier, these Team Magma members might not have seen the dawn of the next day. Their mental domains could have been annihilated by Mewtwo, yet in its current state, it exhibited restraint, merely rendering them unconscious. Let us proceed, Mewtwo. We must hasten to thwart them, Shinjiu urged quickly. The reckless obstruction posed by these Team Magma members instilled a sense of foreboding, compelling him to resolve the situation expeditiously. Understood, Mewtwo nodded, channeling its psychic power to lift both Shinjiu and Lucario into the air, propelling them toward the deepest recesses of the secret base. Commander, the 2nd Brigade is entirely incapacitated. The intruders are rapidly approaching the command center, expected to arrive in 2 minutes. Reported a member in the command center of Team Magma's secret base, where the atmosphere was notably tense. Prepare yourselves. It shall soon be our turn to engage. Let us strive to buy our leader as much time as possible, a female officer declared, rising from her chair, tightly gripping the pokeball that Shiheobumi had entrusted to her. At that moment, no other Team Magma members stood in their way. They could only charge forth to confront the formidable adversary. Although their leader had assured them that even if they could not halt the intruders, he had nearly accomplished his objectives and could manage the situation, they still yearned to contribute to Team Magma's cause. The dream of Team Magma would undoubtedly be realized. Their leader would harness Groudon's power to create more land for humanity to inhabit, enabling a better life for all. Now, that ideal was on the verge of fruition, and they would not allow the nefarious intruders to disrupt their plans. Prepare yourselves. We shall advance. The crimson-haired female officer spoke coldly, donning the red coat draped over the chair, leading the way ahead. The other members of the command team followed closely behind her, fervently responding, "Yes, officer." Chapter 170. Is it not a mage? How can it engage in close combat? The intruder's Pokémon should possess psychic attributes. Let us not lose heart, for we are not necessarily destined to fail. The red-haired officer proclaimed loudly, rallying her teammates' spirits. Judging by the recent performance of the psychic-type Pokémon, it had utilized solely psychic moves. Fortunately, the members of the command team all had dark-type Pokémon capable of countering it, thus providing them with a glimmer of hope compared to the prior special operations team and the 2nd unit. Officer, they are approaching. On the surveillance screen, the red dot, signifying the intruder, moved with alarming speed towards their location. and it would not be long before they arrived. Everyone, take your positions immediately and execute the tactics. The red-haired officer commanded swiftly. All members of the command team hastened to their predetermined spots, ready to encircle their adversaries as soon as Masaki and the others arrived. Masaki, be cautious. There are several individuals and Pokémon ahead with auras. Meanwhile, the swiftly advancing Lucario alerted Masaki. Understood, I will deal with them swiftly, responded Mutuo, maintaining its Y-form mega evolution, enveloped in a purple aura reminiscent of the ocean, exuding an almost divine presence. It extended its hand, rapidly expanding the layers of psychic energy to envelop all the areas detected by Lucario. The enemy is launching an attack. Everyone, defend. At the Magma team command, all members released their Pokémon, all of which were Houndoom. Houndoom, akin to Camerupt, is one of the emblematic Pokémon of the Magma team. Yet only those of higher rank could possess them. This Hellhound-like Pokémon is distinguished by its rare combination of fire and dark attributes. Dark-type Pokémon inherently possess a malevolent essence, rendering them immune to the majority of psychic attacks under the influence of chaotic, malevolent thoughts. Consequently, Mutuo's feared psychic assault proved less effective against them than anticipated. At the command of the Magma team members, all Houndoom positioned themselves in front of their trainers, a dark energy diffusing outward to form a protective barrier. Although the Houndoom exhibited signs of distress, they remarkably withstood Mutuo's psychic onslaught. It is worth noting that this was a mega-evolved Mutuo. Ordinary Pokémon would likely succumb within seconds. This illustrates the advantage that Dark-type Pokémon hold. If one were to consider Mutuo's most formidable opponent in the Pokémon world, it would likely be Yveltal from Kalos, the legendary Pokémon wielding the power of death, naturally harnessing terrifying dark energy. Should Mutuo confront it, it would likely face significant challenges. Splendid. Houndoom has managed to withstand the opponent's attack, remarked a Magma team member nearby, his face lighting up with exhilaration. Having observed Mutuo's prowess on the surveillance for so long, they were acutely aware of its terrifying psychic power, which seemed capable of overwhelming everything. Now, witnessing Houndoom's resilience against the attack, they glimpsed a flicker of hope. Perhaps that Pokémon was not truly invincible. They might still have a chance to triumph over it. All right, we might not be without a chance. Everyone, let our true power be witnessed. Houndoom of the underworld, unleash your true strength at this moment, and bring devastation to our foes with your sharp claws. Houndoom, Mega Evolve. The red-haired officer and two elite team members raised their keystone bracelets. 3 brilliant beams of light simultaneously enveloping the Houndoom before them. This was their ultimate trump card. The 3 Houndoom, cultivated by the fiery pinecone, were powerful Pokémon with elite-level strength. Coupled with the Houndoom evolution stones previously acquired by the Magma team, they could unleash 3 elite-level Mega Houndoom, representing the last vestige of their strength. The 3 dark purple evolution cocoons erupted violently, revealing the newly transformed Houndoom, their horns twisted upward, adorned with a white bony chestplate featuring pairs of protrusions and 3 sharp points at the ends. A bony structure on their backs extended into sharp spikes, while their forelimbs displayed circular bony structures, with claws becoming more acute and blood-red in hue. The tail sprouted sharp bone spurs, tapering into a forked, demonic appendage. The Mega Houndoom now resembled true hellhounds returned from the underworld, fixating their blood-red eyes on the floating Mutuo, emitting a low growl as if to intimidate their prey. Mega Houndoom, let it witness the might of the Magma team. Charge, the red-haired officer commanded, pointing at the hovering Mutuo. The 3 Mega Houndoom, previously crouched on the ground, surged into the inky darkness, vanishing from sight. They then reappeared around Mutuo, surrounding it, their blood-red claws extending menacingly towards the psychic Pokémon. Have they actually utilized Mega Evolution? The Magma team is indeed formidable. Mutuo swiftly communicated with Masaki. 3 Mega Houndoom, alongside a dozen more lurking nearby, posed a challenging array even for Mutuo. Dealing with them would require careful consideration. Hold your ground. Despite the swift assault of the Mega Houndoom, Mutuo, having undergone Y-form evolution, possessed an almost prophetic foresight. In the instant the Mega Houndoom vanished, it had already anticipated their movement. A transparent yet solid shield formed, completely isolating the Houndoom's claws, while Mutuo retaliated with a flurry of punches that struck them. What? Isn't it a psychic-type Pokémon? How can it engage in close combat? The display of Mutuo's melee prowess left the Magma team members agape. Chapter 171. Your resistance is feeble. Although Mutuo's arms appeared slender following its Y-form evolution, its azure glowing fists sent the 3 Mega Houndoom plummeting from the sky to the ground below. Boom. 3 loud crashes echoed as the 3 mega Houndoom rapidly descended, creating 3 sizable craters upon impact. How pitifully weak. Mutuo gazed at its fists, now enveloped in azure waves of power, letting out a soft sigh. It had initially believed that the opponents might possess some strength, thus exerting greater force, only to realize that apart from their arguably advantageous dark attributes, they were utterly overwhelmed by Mutuo's might. This was a newly developed close combat technique, where Mutuo entwined its aura around its fists before striking. Temporarily dubbed the Aura Punch by Masaki, it was a fighting-type move that countered dark types. Thus, with Mutuo having mastered the power of aura and achieved its X-form evolution, the dark-type Pokémon that once posed a formidable threat to it has now been rendered significantly less menacing. Should a dark-type Pokémon dare to attack, Mutuo can effortlessly unleash several aura spheres to counteract, and if it feels inclined to deliver a more forceful blow, it can concentrate its aura power into its fists, delivering a devastating punch. If that still does not suffice for its satisfaction, it can directly undergo its X-form Mega Evolution, transforming into a fighting-type Pokémon to unleash a barrage of attacks upon its adversaries. The Mutuo of today is no longer the same as before. The only Dark-type Pokémon that might still pose a genuine threat is perhaps the legendary God of Death from the Kalos region. How could it have effortlessly dispatched the Mega Houndoom with a single move? The crimson-clad female executive gazed at Mutuo, enveloped in swirling blue-purple light, and could not help but murmur in disbelief. They had initially believed they might stand a chance, but it now seemed they were utterly outmatched. Mutuo represented an unfathomable terror beyond their reach. Mutuo, do not grant them any opportunity, commanded Masaki swiftly. He had not forgotten their ultimate objective, to thwart the awakening of Groudon. According to Lucario's aura detection, they would soon encounter the overwhelming aura of Groudon. And these members of Team Magma were the last obstacles standing in Masaki's way. Fighting in this form is still not sufficiently exhilarating, Mutuo mused quietly. After its Y-form evolution, its muscular strength had been diminished. Even if it could knock opponents down with a few punches, it still lacked the thrill it craved. For Mutuo, the X-form, with its boundless capabilities, was the true embodiment of its potential, with an innate combatant's instinct coursing through its being. It felt that a robust physique and close combat fighting style were far more aligned with its nature. In an instant, Mutuo's form expanded, reverting to its original state as Masaki's keystone radiated a brilliant light, enveloping Mutuo completely. The gathering light of evolution promised to bestow upon it a new, tempestuous power. "Return to us, Super Mutuo X, evolve," Masaki declared. No sooner had he spoken than the cocoon of evolution erupted with a thunderous explosion. Mutuo's stature surged, its entire form now adorned with muscles brimming with terrifying strength. Post-evolution, the azure glow of its aura intensified, blending with its purple psychic energy to exude an ethereal blue-purple luminescence. Mutuo, now transformed into the X-form psychic warrior, not only possessed a vast reservoir of psychic power, but also an explosive physical prowess. This form is truly exhilarating. Mutuo clenched its fists, feeling the surge of power flood through it like a tidal wave. With a mere thought, it vanished from its position, reappearing above the 3 Mega Houndoom that had just clawed their way out of the ground. The combined psychic energy infused with aura enveloped them, lifting them into the air until they floated before Mutuo. "Mega Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower," commanded the red-haired executive. The other members of Team Magma rallied their Houndoom, channeling their fiery assault into a massive fire dragon that surged towards Mutuo, heating the environment to an unbearable temperature. However, the 3 Mega Houndoom found themselves immobilized by Mutuo's unique psychic power. As they drew closer, they began to comprehend the true terror of Mutuo. The overwhelming aura akin to a ferocious beast left them trembling, and despite summoning all their strength, they could not even open their mouths. In the face of the impending attack, Mutuo calmly raised its hand. The 3 Mega Houndoom stood as shields before it, absorbing the collective flamethrower. Ugh! They let out a collective wail. Although inherently resistant to fire, the combined assault from numerous Houndoom inflicted significant damage upon them. How infuriating! The red-haired executive cried out in frustration, realizing that their Pokémon had been reduced to mere shields, a cruel humiliation they could do nothing to counter. What followed was the relentless onslaught of Mutuo's fists, striking the 3 Mega Houndoom beneath their jaws, eliciting anguished cries as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, this was merely the prelude to Mutuo's assault. It vanished again, reappearing to strike each time, claiming yet another Houndoom with each attack. Amidst the cries of despair, the last flicker of hope for the command center was extinguished as Team Magma's remaining forces were decisively overwhelmed. Initiate the final plan, the red-haired executive sighed, resigned as she issued her last directive to the sole remaining member of the command center. The only course left was to obliterate the secret base. Indeed, Commander. The last remaining operative pressed the red button on the control panel, activating the explosives throughout the base. The sudden cacophony of explosive detonations reverberated through the facility, sending it into a tremor of impending collapse. Desperation breeds recklessness, but it matters not. Kira, quell the explosions, Masaki remarked, shaking his head and addressing the concealed Kira beside him. Kira clasped its hands together in prayer, wishing for peace, and under the influence of its wish, all detonations ceased, restoring the recently shattered structure of the base to its former state. How could this be? The bombs have failed? The red-haired executive gasped in astonishment. You thought this would conclude matters so easily? What awaits you is imprisonment. Masaki's lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 172, The Ideal World. You, leader of Team Magma, will certainly regret this. The red-haired executive glared at Masaki, trying to muster a threatening demeanor, only to be overwhelmed by Mutuo's psychic force, falling into unconsciousness. Mutuo, let us depart, Masaki whispered. With all obstacles vanquished, they were now poised to confront the leader of Team Magma, Chihayatsuki, and their true objective, Groudon. Mutuo ascended with Masaki, continuing deeper into the secret base. The relentless waves of heat made it clear they were indeed headed in the right direction. Just a bit further, and they could see the numerous magma pools dotting the ground, the oppressive heat warping the very air. This was a domain where ordinary individuals could not tread. Only with the protection of Pokémon could one navigate such extreme terrain. According to Lucario's exploration, Groudon's aura was just ahead, and beside it lay the aura of another, the leader of Team Magma, Chihayatsuki. At the heart of the secret base lay an expansive magma pool, the scalding lava radiating an alarming heat. Standing before it was a man in red attire, bespectacled and poised, flanked by a massive Camerupt. Chihayatsuki appeared unfazed by Masaki's arrival. As if anticipating it, he extended his arms toward Masaki, saying, "At last, you have arrived. I believe your name is Masaki, correct? We have crossed paths before, and it seems you have grown remarkably in such a short span. You are indeed a prodigious trainer. What a pity it is that you are not one of us in Team Magma. Charcoal Pine, halt before you commit an even graver transgression. To attempt to wield the powers of an ancient Pokémon will only result in your own undoing. Should you awaken Groudon, the entirety of Hoenn will be beset by catastrophe, and you shall be condemned as a pariah, reviled by all." Jinshu intoned solemnly, standing before Charcoal Pine. To harness a being of Groudon's magnitude is a daunting challenge. The insatiable greed of humanity often inflicts harm upon itself. Those who lack reverence for nature shall inevitably face its wrath. Do not be naive, Jinshu. You are yet too young to grasp the truth. Humanity is born of the earth, sustained by it. And in a world where the majority is engulfed by the accursed sea, evolution is stymied. I aim to bring an end to this foolish realm and forge a new domain, expanding the land to create a world where humanity may evolve freely. Charcoal Pine proclaimed, arms outstretched, his voice resonating with fervor. Through Groudon's might, we shall desiccate the seas and unveil vast expanses of land. No longer shall humanity suffer from the constraints of limited space. We will inhabit abundant territories, no longer crammed within towering edifices. We will nurture an abundance of talent, propel technological advancements, and usher all of humanity into a new era of rapid progress. This is the true ideal world for mankind. What say you, Jinshu? A trainer of your caliber must comprehend the depths of my aspirations. Join me in this endeavor, and together we shall create a magnificent new world." Charcoal Pine extended his invitation once more, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. Jinshu recognized the reason behind the Magma Gang's ability to cultivate such unwavering loyalty. Charcoal Pine was indeed a master orator, his words capable of striking a chord within the heart. For a fleeting moment, Jinshu found himself swayed by the other's rhetoric. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Groudon was not a mere tool to be manipulated by humanity. It was a genuine ancient Pokémon, capable of cataclysmic upheaval with a mere gesture. The notion of utilizing Groudon's power for human benefit was indeed audacious. Yet what Charcoal Pine failed to realize was that the awakening of Groudon would plunge all of Hoenn into an unending drought, a climatic extremity that would annihilate life and spell doom for humanity. Such a price was far beyond what humanity could bear. Charcoal Pine, your ideals are naught but a delusion, devoid of any possibility for realization. Jinshu sighed, filled with resignation. He understood that persuading someone as obstinate as Charcoal Pine was an exercise in futility. Individuals of his ilk rarely heed warnings until faced with the stark consequences of their actions. Perhaps only upon witnessing the devastation wrought by Groudon's awakening might he awaken to reason. Alternatively, there existed another approach, to compel him through force. Jinshu, there is no need for further discourse. If we eliminate him, the matter shall be resolved. Mutewo communicated swiftly. Mutewo had always favored resolving issues through strength. Had Jinshu not intervened moments ago, it would have already charged forward to vanquish Charcoal Pine. Be cautious, Mutewo. Groudon may awaken from the magma pool at any moment. Jinshu cautioned. According to Lucario's aura sensing, Groudon's aura beneath the magma had already reached a state of extreme instability, teetering between slumber and wakefulness. This uncertainty was precisely why Jinshu had endured conversing with Charcoal Pine for so long. Charcoal Pine, too, seemed aware of Jinshu's intentions, hence his hesitance to awaken Groudon. However, it was evident that neither party was willing to concede. Thus, they were left with no choice but to communicate through strength. Indeed, the truth is always held by the few. Jinshu, I had hoped you were different from the rest, but alas, that was merely my wishful thinking. Observing Jinshu and Mutewo's reactions, Charcoal Pine sighed softly, adjusting his glasses. Jinshu, consider yourself fortunate to witness the awakening of an ancient Pokémon firsthand. Others would give anything for such a glimpse. Groudon, the sovereign of Magma, the embodiment of Earth, awaken from the depths of the lava and expand the land, creating an ideal world for humanity. Charcoal Pine produced a crimson orb from his pocket, raising it aloft. The orb radiated a dazzling red light. Suddenly, the magma pool behind him began to bubble violently, a roar akin to that of a primeval beast reverberating through the depths of the secret base. Chapter 173, The Complete Awakening. Mutewo engage, Jinshu whispered. Charcoal Pine had forsaken dialogue, proceeding directly to awaken Groudon, leaving only confrontation as the recourse to halt him. Mutewo's form vanished from sight, swiftly extending its right arm in an attempt to seize the crimson orb from Charcoal Pine's grasp. Yet Charcoal Pine had anticipated this move. With a mere thought, the orb melded into his being, forming a red pattern upon the back of his hand. In the magma pool behind him, a colossal beast, akin to a small mountain, fully revealed itself. Standing approximately 4 meters tall, the towering creature dominated Jinshu's field of vision. Its body was encased in a carapace resembling molten rock, interspersed with black markings, while large spikes protruded from its head, torso, and tail, exuding a menacing aura. It opened its maw, displaying razor-sharp teeth, exhaling scalding steam. Its indifferent black eyes locked onto Mutewo, seemingly intrigued. Is this Groudon, the embodiment of Earth, an ancient Pokémon? Jinshu marveled at the imposing creature before him. Despite his prior familiarity with Groudon's likeness, witnessing it in the flesh evoked a surreal sensation. Such a being, even when still, exuded an overwhelming aura of terror, yet regrettably, Jinshu was now compelled to confront such an ancient Pokémon. Groudon has finally emerged. Since Groudon's appearance from the magma pool, Mutewo's gaze had remained fixated upon it, acutely aware of the formidable pressure it exerted, an eager anticipation igniting within. Having heard Jinshu extol Groudon's might, the moment for a true confrontation had finally arrived. Faced with a being that could instill fear in other Pokémon, Mutewo felt an intense surge of battle fervor. Do you see? This is the embodiment of the Earth, Groudon. Witness its powerful form. Only such Pokémon can usher humanity into a genuine ideal world. Jinshu, I offer you one final opportunity. Relinquish your opposition and join forces with me. Together, we can propel humanity toward a brighter future. Charcoal Pine, fervent and unyielding, had not abandoned his attempt to sway Jinshu. He had finally succeeded in awakening Groudon, harnessing its power and realizing the long-held dream of the Magma Gang. As Groudon fully awakened, the secret base rapidly transformed into a sweltering inferno, moisture evaporating and temperatures soaring, rendering the area almost hellish in its heat. This was the essence of Groudon's power. Jinshu could already foresee that the entirety of Hoenn would soon be engulfed in unrelenting sunshine. Beneath the radiant sun summoned by Groudon, all rain clouds and moisture would be evaporated by the intense light and soaring temperatures, a process utterly intolerable to both humanity and the Pokémon realm. Qiansong, cease your daydreaming and step outside. Behold, the entirety of Hoenn shall be transformed into a Hell's Cape because of you, Jinshu admonished sternly. This is merely the labor pain that humanity must endure on its journey towards an ideal world. Only those who survive this natural selection are worthy of existing in the true utopia. Jinshu, you have exhausted your final opportunity. Henceforth, I shall regard you as an obstacle to be completely eradicated. Do not blame me. I have afforded you a chance. The patterns upon Song's hand erupted in a fierce crimson glow as Groudon within the magma pool began to stir. A brilliant red luminescence enveloped its form, its pressure steadily escalating. The magma below bubbled in response to Groudon's movements, an unending stream of energy being siphoned by it. As an orb of scarlet energy rapidly took shape in its maw, the terrifying fluctuations of energy sent shivers down the spine. Can Mutuo handle this? Jinshu turned to Mutuo, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. In the face of Groudon, even Jinshu felt a lack of confidence. Jinshu, have faith in me. I am Mutuo, it replied calmly, positioning itself protectively in front of Jinshu, raising its arms overhead. The azure aura of wave energy began to meld with purple psychic force, coalescing into a bluish-purple energy sphere in its grasp. This hybrid energy ball, reminiscent of the one Mutuo had once unleashed at the Amethyst Gym, could now be executed without hesitation. Even Mutuo itself was unaware of the full extent of its power. Previously, it had been constrained by Team Rocket, and only in Jinshu's company had no other beings compelled it to unleash its true strength. Now, confronted by such a formidable opponent, Mutuo was finally free to exert its full capabilities. Boom. In the deepest recesses of the secret base, two waves of terrifying energy surged forth, destabilizing the entire facility. The once solid rock walls began to fissure, debris raining down from above as the base commenced its collapse. Simultaneously, the attacks of Mutuo and Groudon took shape in this perilous moment. With a resounding bang, the red lava energy sphere emitted by Groudon collided with Mutuo's wave-psychic hybrid attack. In that instant, the explosion's blinding light engulfed all within the depths of the secret base, waves of annihilation radiating outward, sweeping across the entire Chimney Hill. Outside, the last batch of residents from Fuyin Town had been evacuated, and on a bus departing the Chimney Hill region, everyone pressed their faces against the windows, their gazes fixated on the distant mountain. The recent thunderous roar from Chimney Hill had captured everyone's attention. Look, Chimney Hill has cracked, exclaimed a boy, pointing in astonishment. The once majestic Chimney Hill had suddenly become riddled with countless fissures. Amidst the cacophony, the largest volcano in Hoenn was beginning to collapse entirely. Fortunately, the residents of Fuyin Town had evacuated in time. Otherwise, the casualties could have been catastrophic. My goodness, what on earth happened? Was it that godlike Pokémon that caused this? Even Chimney Hill has been shattered, a middle-aged man marveled, recalling the Pokémon that had protected them during the volcanic eruption. If it was indeed responsible, it would not be surprising. Jinshu, you must be safe, Yasha silently prayed, gazing at the crumbling Chimney Hill. She knew that Jinshu had just been near the volcano to scout. Chapter 174. Its greatest weakness is its inability to fly. From the rubble created by Chimney Hill's eruption, several massive boulders suddenly shot skyward, revealing Mutuo and Jinshu amidst the debris. What a thrill! Is this the power of ancient Pokémon? Jinshu silently mused. The collision between Mutuo and Groudon had caused a significant portion of Hoenn's largest volcano, Chimney Hill, to collapse. A level of destruction unattainable by any other Pokémon. Such a scene could only be described as a divine battle, where mere mortals suffer the consequences. Thankfully, the residents of Fuyin Town had evacuated promptly. Otherwise, the toll would have been devastating. Is this truly the legendary power of Groudon? It seems not so extraordinary after all. Mutuo's psychic waves resonated, taunting Groudon, which remained ensnared within the debris. In the recent clash of energies, it had gained the upper hand, suffering no harm. As if sensing Mutuo's derisive intent, the stone mound opposite Jinshu trembled violently. Groudon released a thunderous roar, sending nearby rocks flying in all directions, revealing its body previously buried beneath the rubble. Visible upon its red armor were unmistakable scars from Mutuo's attack, a clear indication that in their previous confrontation, the mega-evolved Mutuo had indeed prevailed. Groudon, unleash your fury and obliterate them completely, Qiansong commanded, his right hand tattoo glowing fiercely, while Groudon's eyes glinted with intense crimson light. Furious, Groudon raised its arms high, blinding red light emanating from its hands, before slamming them down upon the ground. In that instant, the earth trembled, as though the very crust were in tumult. A bottomless chasm swiftly spread from Groudon's position toward Jinshu, resembling a canyon in the void, poised to engulf them entirely. Mutuo ascend, Jinshu commanded urgently. Mutuo's psychic powers unfurled, enveloping Jinshu and propelling them into the sky like a rocket. In the aftermath, several razor-sharp stone blades erupted from the ground where they had just stood, piercing the sky with astonishing velocity. Gazing at the chasm of blades mere inches from his feet, Shu felt a chill of sweat trickle down his brow. Had his reflexes been even slightly slower, he would have undoubtedly been impaled by the fissure. This was the terror of ancient Pokémon. Facing such a formidable entity demanded unwavering vigilance. Previously, Shu had mocked Groudon for its inability to fly. While other legendary Pokémon soared through the skies, it could only traverse the seas at a leisurely pace. In battle, even a random flying-type Pokémon could easily evade Groudon's signature move, Fissure. Yet, after encountering the true Groudon, Shu realized how high Fissure could indeed strike. Roar. Observing that its Fissure had missed the airborne Mewtwo and Shu, Groudon let out another furious bellow. As the embodiment of the land in Hoenn's legends, Groudon despised other beings flitting about in its presence. Aside from one formidable green creature, other Pokémon would face its wrath. Fissure warning. If you wish to vent your frustrations, so be it, Groudon. Unleash all the anger that has been pent up over the years, Chi and Song commanded loudly. The wrathful Groudon commenced its relentless assault, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. The very ground trembled violently in its wake, as countless colossal blades of earth surged from the depths, piercing the sky in pursuit of its adversary. Yet this time, despite the elevation of these geological swords, Mewtwo, with almost prophetic foresight, anticipated the trajectory of each impending attack. Maneuvering gracefully with the aid of the Tree of Truth, narrowly evading each strike as they brushed past. In this almost playful evasion, Groudon was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. No other Pokémon, except for that green one, had ever dared to exhibit such audacious agility before it. What infuriated Groudon further was the realization that, despite its full-throttle efforts, it could not even graze its opponent. This sense of helplessness was a feeling it had only ever experienced in the presence of that green creature. It appeared that this so-called ancient Pokémon of legend could not even fly. Perhaps it was not as formidable as tales suggested, a true disgrace among legendary beings. While evading Groudon's assaults, Mewtwo taunted it with psychic waves, a tactic gleaned from the Tree of Truth, which had once remarked that the heart is the key to siege, while the mind conquers all. This mockery brought Mewtwo an inexplicable delight. Infuriated by Mewtwo's continuous provocations, Groudon could no longer restrain itself. It plunged its right arm into the earth, siphoning the molten energy from beneath. The crimson armor enveloping Groudon shimmered with intensified vibrancy, as if molten lava coursed through its veins. Seeking to absorb energy was no simple task. Mewtwo vanished in a flash, reappearing directly before Groudon, its azure-tinged fist crashing down upon Groudon's massive head. Roar. Groudon's reaction to Mewtwo's strike was swifter than anticipated. Its left arm ignited with flames akin to molten rock, colliding fiercely with Mewtwo's fist. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed, and to everyone's astonishment, despite Mewtwo's seemingly inferior stature, the clash ended inconclusively. Groudon staggered back a few steps, while Mewtwo was propelled several meters away. This exchange of blows revealed that neither party had gained an advantage. Mewtwo, realizing the futility of direct confrontation, calculated that Groudon could not fly. It merely needed to employ guerrilla tactics to render Groudon voiceless. The Tree of Truth communicated with Mewtwo, affirming that, in the face of Mewtwo's aerial prowess and formidable psychic awareness, Groudon, despite its overwhelming strength, resembled a dim-witted brute. As long as Mewtwo avoided direct engagement, utilizing its advantage of aerial mobility, it could maintain a tremendous upper hand. Such is the influence of aerial dominance. The inability to fly proved to be a significant handicap. Chapter 175, Double the Sourness. Hello, I am Daigo. How may I assist you? In a subterranean cavern in Hoenn, Daigo, clad in mining attire, answered the phone. Daigo, trouble has arisen. The lava team has awakened Groudon at the Chimney Hill, and the ocean team has begun to mobilize. I've dispatched Macaulay to thwart their efforts. You must hurry to Fiery Town. The operator's voice crackled through the line, filled with urgency. Due to Daigo's frequent expeditions in various caves, reaching him by phone had always been a challenge. Yet this time, in such perilous circumstances, the connection was successfully established. Understood. I shall proceed immediately, Daigo affirmed solemnly, nodding. After listening to additional details from the operator, Daigo's expression darkened. He had been monitoring the activities of Hoenn's two largest underground organizations, and he had not anticipated their sudden mobilization, especially with the lava team having successfully unleashed the legendary ancient Pokémon. If this situation was mishandled, it could spell catastrophic consequences for all of Hoenn. Let us hope it's not too late. Tree of Truth, you must hold on. Daigo mounted his Skarmory and swiftly ascended from the cavern, racing towards the scene at Fiery Town. As he recalled the Operator's report of the Tree of Truth engaging Groudon, he felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Recently, he had frequently seen reports of the Tree of Truth in the news. The young trainer he once believed in had grown to a level capable of battling an ancient Pokémon like Groudon. Such rapid advancement was astonishing, even for someone like Daigo, a former champion. The weather has truly turned hot and dry. Skarmory, a bit faster, if you please. Upon reaching the skies, Daigo felt the intense sunlight searing down upon Skarmory's armor, prompting him to urge his Pokémon onward. After traversing a considerable distance, Daigo found himself nearing the borders of Fiery Town. Gazing down from Skarmory, he noticed that the towering Chimney Hill had been reduced to half its height. Beside the shattered mountain, two formidable Pokémon stood in a tense standoff. Drawing from ancient tomes, Daigo surmised that the red Pokémon striking the ground was indeed the legendary Groudon, while the elegant purple figure deftly evading attacks in the air left him perplexed. Could that be the new Pokémon captured by the Tree of Truth? Remarkable, Daigo mused in astonishment. The fact that the Tree of Truth's new Pokémon appeared to hold the upper hand against Groudon was a surreal turn of events. Far removed from his expectations, Daigo had initially envisioned a scenario where the Tree of Truth struggled against Groudon's onslaught until his timely intervention. However, it now seemed that Groudon was the one in need of assistance. Wave Cannon. Psychic. Mutwo executed the strategy imparted by the Tree of Truth with precision, unleashing skills while skillfully dodging, relentlessly bombarding Groudon. Despite its fury, Groudon found itself utterly incapable of landing a blow on Mutwo. Throughout this interval, Groudon had attempted various methods to strike Mutwo, yet all were thwarted by Mutwo's formidable psychic foresight. Groudon once again lifted its head, unleashing a fiery torrent that painted the sky crimson. Yet, that infuriating purple figure deftly retreated through the air, evading Groudon's fiery assault. Impressive evasion. Tree of Truth. I fear I may not be your equal any longer. Is there anything I should be cautious of while battling that creature? Daigo approached the Tree of Truth and Mutwo, genuinely expressing his admiration. Daigo, you've arrived, the Tree of Truth acknowledged with a nod. Beware of Groudon's geokinesis and its fiery attacks under clear skies. If they fail to connect, no matter how formidable the assault, it will be futile. Understood, Tree of Truth. Let us fight side by side, Daigo replied. He released a Pokeball, which erupted in a brilliant flash of white light, revealing a stunning white Pokémon at his side. This Pokémon, resembling a crab with iron legs, was Metagross, a Steel-type pseudo-legendary Pokémon and Daigo's ace. Its distinctive coloration and metallic sheen hinted at its extraordinary nature, its formidable steel body radiating explosive power. With champion-level prowess, Metagross was more than qualified to partake in this battle. Daigo, it has indeed been a long time, the fiery Piniko remarked, unflinching as it regarded Daigo. They have indeed been old acquaintances. There was a time when Daigo and Mikoli, two champions of unparalleled stature, traversed the world in pursuit of the elusive Rayquaza, which compelled the latter to endure a prolonged period of despondency within its underground lair. However, the tides have now shifted, having harnessed the powers of Groudon. Rayquaza's might has ascended beyond compare. Presently, even the prodigious champion Daigo cannot triumph over him. Rayquaza intends to wield Groudon's strength to guide humanity towards a realm of idealism. Daigo, it appears you have ultimately made an irrevocable choice, and thus I, Civic Daigo, shall endeavor to rectify your misguided thoughts entirely. Adjusting his bow tie, Daigo's brooch radiated a resplendent brilliance. Under the illuminating aura of evolution, Metagross commenced its magnificent metamorphosis. As the heir of the Devon Corporation and a frequent visitor to various mines, Daigo possesses an abundance of intriguing stones. Following the release of Masaki's thesis, he discovered that some of the exquisite stones he had collected were, in fact, the fabled Megastones. Moreover, he had amassed an entire basket of Keystone, enabling his Pokémon to become well-versed in Mega Evolution. Daigo selected the most aesthetically pleasing Keystone and fashioned it into his current exquisite brooch. With a resounding boom, the cocoon of evolution burst open. Metagross completed its Mega Evolution. Its four legs transformed into four robust arms that reached forward, while four smaller arms extended from its back. The metallic cross on its visage gleamed with golden radiance, and a sharp spike emerged from its jaw. Masaki, let us unleash our assault, Daigo commanded with nonchalant flair. Having just observed Masaki's battle, he was now aware of how to confront Groudon. The situation dictated that Mega Metagross would not engage Groudon in direct confrontation, akin to Mutwo. It would utilize ranged psychic-type attacks to incessantly harass Groudon. The power was insufficient. One must reclaim the primal strength. Groudon, beleaguered and tormented, could think of nothing else. Chapter 176, The Legendary Monolith. Groudon was vexed by the two Pokémon above, who incessantly tormented it. Currently, it was not at its peak strength, and it struggled against such nimble adversaries. Long ago, Groudon was far more formidable, capable of effortlessly expanding the earth with molten lava. However, after an extensive slumber, its powers had significantly waned, falling short of its primordial state. Groudon's strength was inadequate. It seemed imperative to locate that stone to restore Groudon to its true form. Sighed Rayquaza. To revert Groudon to its original state would necessitate an immense quantity of natural energy, as merely absorbing ambient natural energy was far too inefficient. Groudon needed to find an energy stone akin to the Mega Stones, which would act as a catalyst for its return to primal form. Masaki, Daigo. I shall grant you a brief respite. When we meet again, the entirety of Hoenn shall draw closer to the true, ideal world. After directing Groudon to evade the combined psychic onslaught of Mutwo and Mega Metagross, Rayquaza uttered a menacing remark, causing Groudon to create a vast magma pool beneath it. Subsequently, Groudon vanished into the molten depths. The invincible ancient Pokémon, sovereign of the earth, had temporarily retreated. Daigo, can we trace their whereabouts? Masaki inquired solemnly. The underground passage through which Groudon had departed was now engulfed in magma, rendering any pursuit impossible. Allowing such an adversary to remain concealed would undoubtedly lead to greater troubles ahead. Masaki, do not fret. I will enlist the technical personnel from the Devon Corporation alongside the League officials to track them down. Utilizing the latest energy detectors from Devon Corporation should reveal their movements. Daigo responded with a nod. The situation had not yet completely deteriorated. As long as they could follow Groudon's trail underground, the League would still have an opportunity to mobilize forces and resolve this significant dilemma. Indeed, we must act swiftly. This weather is intolerable, Masaki remarked, gesturing towards the blazing sun above with a wry smile. Due to Groudon's extraordinary weather-altering abilities, winter had arrived, yet the heat felt akin to that of a sweltering summer. Masaki had perspired profusely during the recent battle, and he found himself at a loss for words in such conditions. A few days of this would be manageable, but if such weather persisted, even he would succumb. Masaki, I just detected a psychic wave emitted by Groudon. It senses its own inadequacy in power and seeks a stone to reclaim its primal strength, Mutwo interjected suddenly. Throughout the battle, it had been vigilant in monitoring Groudon's psychic fluctuations and had captured this invaluable information. A stone capable of restoring Groudon's strength must be that legendary monolith, Masaki mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In the legends of Hoenn, there exists a unique monolith imbued with potent Mega Evolution energy, believed to be the source of Mega Evolution. Any formidable power is not easily attained. For a Pokémon of Groudon's caliber, achieving its primal return necessitates such an energy-laden evolution stone. This legendary monolith, much like Groudon itself, belongs to the ancient class of stones. Masaki, what is this legendary monolith you speak of? Please enlighten me, Daigo, who had been listening intently, inquired eagerly. His two greatest passions in life were Pokémon and stones, and the mention of a stone he had never heard of, one sought after by Groudon, undoubtedly piqued his interest. Ah, that's a long story, Masaki replied, feeling a chill at Daigo's suddenly fervent gaze. The intensity of Daigo's stare instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Masaki then succinctly explained to Daigo the significance of the legendary monolith to Groudon. Ah, I see. Such a powerful stone should undoubtedly be entrusted to the League for safekeeping. Daigo sighed deeply upon hearing Masaki's words, lamenting his inability to add such a stone to his collection. Though his fondness for stones was profound, Daigo understood that entrusting such artifacts to the League was the most prudent course of action. Why do you seem so regretful, Daigo? What are your plans moving forward? Masaki queried. With Rayquaza having fled, matters in Fiery Town had reached a temporary halt. If there were no further issues, Masaki intended to depart and confer with Nagi and the others regarding strategies for addressing Rayquaza's actions. Daigo retrieved his navigator, glancing at it, his countenance darkening. Masaki, do not even think of leaving just yet. I have just received word that Mikoli was unable to stop Suicune, and another ancient Pokémon, the embodiment of the ocean, Kyogre, has been unleashed. It is said that torrential rains have begun in all coastal cities of Hoenn, and Mikoli is now embroiled in a fierce battle, completely subjugated by Kyogre. We must hurry to provide assistance. Very well, I understand, Masaki replied resignedly. It appeared that Rayquaza and Suicune, the heads of their respective underground organizations, were indeed fated nemeses, causing chaos together. With Kyogre now unleashed, the weather across Hoenn had descended into utter disarray. Moreover, the current champion of Hoenn, Michael, is presumably engaged in a fierce battle against Kyogre at sea, confronting the embodiment of the ocean upon the tumultuous waves. This undoubtedly presents a challenge of hellish proportions. As a champion skilled in wielding water-type Pokémon, Michael manages to hold his ground. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have succumbed long ago. Kira, I must implore you once more. The power of wishes should still suffice today. Jinshu turned to Kira, who was concealed beside him. The distance to the sea was considerable, and flying directly would be impractical. Kira's wish-based teleportation, while swifter, demanded substantial energy. After a single use, a day's rest was required. With a nod, Kira made a wish, and soon an enigmatic force enveloped Jinshu and Daigo, whisking them away in an instant. Chapter 177. The possibility of defeat is non-existent. Hoenn, Mushui Town. Heavy rains rendered this floating coastal town precarious. Should one stand atop a building during this tempest and gaze eastward, they might behold a cerulean figure suspended in the air. It appeared akin to an enormous, deep blue whale, oddly levitating amidst the storm. Adorned with red stripes, it emitted a faint crimson glow through the mist. This was Kyogre, the ancient Pokémon of Hoenn's lore, the master of water's might. Recently, during a covert operation, the leader of the oceanic team, Shui Wudong, along with several members, piloted a submarine to awaken Kyogre from its deep-sea slumber. Opposite Kyogre, a colossal Pokémon measuring nearly 20 meters loomed, the true whale, Wailord, the Pokémon of the current champion, Michael. This behemoth, the largest Pokémon discovered, resembled a moving battleship, and it was thanks to Wailord's assistance that Michael had managed to endure against Kyogre for so long. On Kyogre's back stood a robust man clad in a blue bandana, resembling a pirate. His voice pierced through the deluge, resonating across the surrounding waters. Michael, surrender. You confront the embodiment of the ocean. Victory is utterly beyond your grasp. Join my grand design, and together we shall expand the seas, transforming the world into a utopia for Pokémon. Enough, Shui Wudong. Your voice is grating. While I appreciate the sound of water, if the world were entirely submerged, I would surely be driven to despair. Keep your ideals to yourself, Michael retorted from atop Wailord. At this moment, the champion renowned for his elegance could hardly be described as such. His garments were drenched, and his once flowing light green hair hung limply against his back. Michael tilted his head back, fixating intently on Kyogre, gasping for breath. To confront Kyogre was no trivial endeavor for any trainer, especially amidst the rain on the ocean's surface. In the recent skirmish, Michael had endured significant hardship to merely persist. Yet now, both he and his Pokémon were nearing exhaustion, their strength all but depleted. Daigo, hurry. You've been digging in caves all day while leaving the League affairs to me. It's time you contributed. Michael murmured under his breath. He had just received word from the operator that Daigo's reinforcements were on their way, yet Michael feared he might not last until help arrived. Michael, since you remain so obstinate, I shall have to ask you to withdraw. What a pity, for I truly admire you. Shui Wudong lamented, feigning sorrow. He extended his hand, revealing a blue tattoo that shimmered with a radiant glow. Kyogre, Origin Pulse. Kyogre opened its maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and emitted a deep, thunderous roar. A nebulous blue mist coalesced before it, manifesting as rippling waves that spread outward. Faced with what appeared to be a non-threatening wave, Michael's expression darkened. Having battled Kyogre for so long, he was all too familiar with the devastating power of this move. Just moments ago, it had rendered both his Barboach and Starmie incapable of continuing the fight, both possessing champion-level prowess. Milotic, Swampert, Wailord, hold the line. Michael shouted, directing his Pokémon. They could only adopt a defensive stance against Kyogre's onslaught. He longed to counterattack, yet each time his water-type Pokémon unleashed their abilities, the energy seemed to betray them, swirling into Kyogre's grasp and bolstering its power. This was the essence of Kyogre's dominion over water. Using water-type attacks against it was tantamount to offering a feast. Michael's three Pokémon gathered their dwindling strength, erecting three translucent barriers in front of them. However, as Kyogre's Origin Pulse collided with the barriers, they shattered with a sound akin to breaking glass. The attack easily breached Michael's defenses, advancing toward them. Daigo, it seems I am liberated. The League's mess is now yours to handle, Michael whispered, eyes closed in resignation. He felt weary, and the burdens of being a champion could finally be relinquished. Yet, he realized it was still premature to retire. As the League champion, he had to remain, or else he would not be able to rest easy while digging in caves. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Before him, a pitch-black rift in space abruptly tore open, and Jinshu along with Daigo emerged from within, with Mutwo intercepting Kyogre's Origin Pulse. Daigo, You finally arrived. Hurry, let's flee. Do not engage that creature. It is far too powerful, Michael exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement upon recognizing the familiar voice. Yet, his joy was swiftly overshadowed by worry. He recalled that Daigo was not particularly adept at battling at sea, and his primary rock-type moves were weak against water types. Daigo's arrival could very well provide Kyogre with another victory. Do not fret, Michael. You have done your utmost. Leave the rest to us, rest assured. Groudon has just been repelled. Kyogre will be no challenge, Daigo reassured Michael with a smile. Enough boasting. What does your arrival matter? Before Kyogre, your strength is insignificant. Shui Wudong laughed heartily. Today, he held the absolute advantage. He could scarcely believe that Kyogre would falter amidst the rain and waves. There was simply no possibility of defeat. Daigo's confidence seemed utterly unfounded, as if he had conjured illusions while mining in the caves. Shui Wudong was brimming with self-assurance. Chapter 178. Reversal. Though Shui Wudong exuded confidence, Kyogre perceived the situation differently. Despite the diminutive nature of the humans before it, the humanoid Pokémon across the battlefield exerted an immense pressure. Its psychic energy, radiating outward, felt inexplicably stifled. Such a phenomenon had not occurred in many years. It is important to recognize that Kyogre is a Pokémon of ancient and unparalleled status, occupying the apex of the food chain among its kind. In terms of both strength and prestige, it holds the capacity to disdain the majority of Pokémon. However, it is indeed peculiar that another Pokémon could impose such pressure upon it. With a thunderous roar, Kyogre gaped its maw, revealing a monstrous array of sharp teeth. Unleashing a piercing howl, the surrounding waters surged violently in response to Kyogre's ferocity, conjuring towering tsunamis that reached heights of over 10 meters, crashing towards Steven. The terrifying waves obscured the horizon, and should one be engulfed by such a deluge, it would surely lead to a descent into an alternate realm. Only a Pokémon of Kyogre's caliber could unleash such a cataclysmic assault. Trouble. Steven, we must flee. Observing the impending onslaught, Mike felt an overwhelming sense of dread, nearly succumbing to panic as he desperately shook Steven's arm. In their recent skirmish, Kyogre had unleashed a similar attack that incapacitated several of his key Pokémon. To remain obstinate in such circumstances could be fatal. Fear not. All will be well, Steven replied with a hint of amusement, offering words of comfort to Mike. It was amusing to witness the usually composed champion of the Hoenn League display such vulnerability. It was indeed a burden for him to confront Kyogre alone. Yet, the situation had transformed, for he had arrived. How can all be well? That creature known as Kyogre is utterly monstrous, capable of overturning entire oceans. A tsunami of that magnitude could easily claim lives, Mike muttered quietly, aware that a confrontation with Kyogre would leave an indelible mark upon his memory. To his astonishment, a remarkable spectacle unfolded before him. Mutwo summoned its psychic prowess, radiating a vibrant purple energy that enveloped the vicinity, transforming it into a resplendent sea of violet. The approaching tsunami, upon contact with this psychic force, was abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Has the tsunami been arrested? Such formidable psychic power. Mike's eyes widened in disbelief. Captivated by the miraculous scene before him, he turned to gaze at Mutwo, now shrouded in psychic energy, and marveled at its strength. Another Pokémon of uncharted power had emerged, seemingly of the psychic type. Its psychic abilities were awe-inspiring, capable of intercepting the raging tsunami. Indeed, this must be another Pokémon of ancient lineage, one that could engage Kyogre in battle. Mike searched his mind for references in Hoenn's legends, but could find no match. When had Hoenn produced so many formidable Pokémon? As the champion, it was disconcerting to realize how much he was yet to learn. Steven, what is its name? Mike implored, seeking assistance. It is called Mutwo, and it is the Pokémon of Jinshu. Legend has it that its name signifies a being that transcends the realm of dreams. Steven gently placed a hand on Mike's shoulder, speaking softly. Indeed, the dynamics in Hoenn had shifted rapidly, leaving champions like them struggling to keep pace with the evolving landscape. The power of ancient Pokémon was overwhelming, wielding the capacity to wreak havoc on a grand scale, making it exceedingly difficult for them to contend. Yet, they were fortunate to have allies like Jinshu. He must be the one chosen by Arceus to safeguard Hoenn. As a bona fide heir of wealth, Steven believed in destiny. During his years of excavating stones in caves, he had unearthed a unique tablet inscribed with a simple narrative. The tale recounted a battle between Kyogre and Groudon, which wrought devastation upon the land. In this time of turmoil, a courageous youth discovered the legendary dragon Rayquaza, the master of the skies, and gained its favor. Riding upon Rayquaza, he quelled the conflict between Kyogre and Groudon, restoring them to their rightful slumber. This young hero would come to be revered as a champion. To command the respect of a Pokémon as formidable as Mewtwo, Zhinshu must undoubtedly possess exceptional qualities. It now seemed that he might just be this era's champion. After all, was he not undertaking a quest akin to that of the legendary youth? A Pokémon even more powerful than Mew? Mike murmured in awe, his gaze fixed upon Mewtwo with a newfound reverence. According to ancient lore, Mew's genetic lineage contained the essence of all Pokémon, granting it the ability to utilize any move, thus rendering it the progenitor of Pokémon. Now, an entity bearing a name that transcended Mew had emerged. One could only ponder the extent of its might. Impossible. Kyogre is the most powerful Pokémon. It will assist humanity in forging a world entirely of oceans. Mewtwo will be utterly obliterated. Water Wutong laughed uproariously, as if hearing the most ludicrous of jokes. Now, imbued with the might of Kyogre, he felt invincible. Even with the weight of numerous flags upon him, he remained unfazed. Only those lacking true strength would concern themselves with such trivialities, and as the master of Kyogre, he possessed strength in abundance. Mewtwo attack. The atmosphere grew tense as Zhinshu commanded Mewtwo to initiate the assault. The purple sea of psychic energy surged to life, and under the impact of its tumultuous force, Water Wudong felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, rendering him momentarily dazed. At that moment, the tsunami, previously halted by Mewtwo's psychic force, began to move again. Your attack will be your own undoing. Mewtwo raised its right hand, accelerating the psychic energy that propelled the water, causing the tsunami to surge backward, crashing upon Kyogre. Boom! As the cascade of waves descended, the entire ocean seemed to convulse in response. Chapter 179, the final chapter. With a commanding cry, Mewtwo unleashed a purple beam of light from its hand, striking Kyogre with devastating effect. The colossal form of Kyogre trembled under the sheer force of the blow. The once mighty ocean's power now thrown into disarray. Mewtwo's strength was overwhelming. A single strike rendered Kyogre utterly subdued. Before the might of Mewtwo, Kyogre ultimately succumbed, slowly sinking to the ocean floor, retreating to its underwater lair. Witnessing this, Water Wutong realized the tide had turned. He bowed his head in defeat, surrendering to Zhinshu and the others. Subsequently, Water Wudong and Qi Song were apprehended on the spot. They would face imprisonment for endangering public safety through their Pokémon, likely serving no less than 50 years. Zhinshu had successfully quelled the rebellion of the ancient Pokémon, preserving peace and stability in the region. At long last, he accepted the mantle of the league champion from Mike, fulfilling his dream. As the newly crowned champion, Zhinshu also honored the promise he had made to Zhulan. In the presence of their friends and family, they returned to their hometown of Wubai, standing before the esteemed professor's research facility. Amidst the blessings of those dear to them, they held a simple yet heartfelt wedding. Their love was as profound and genuine as the vast ocean itself. After the ceremony, Zhinshu and Zhulan stood side by side, hand in hand, their faces aglow with joy. In this splendid moment, they envisioned a bright future together, eagerly anticipating the adventures and challenges that lay ahead. Subsequently, a reporter inquired of Masaki, "How did you manage to ascend to the status of a champion-level Pokémon trainer? Establish the Evergreen Group in such a brief span, and garner the favor of legendary Pokémon?" Masaki smiled gently and replied, "In truth, I possess no extraordinary secrets. I have merely maintained a profound love and respect for Pokémon, treating them with a sincere heart." He reminisced about his journey, evolving from an ordinary Pokémon enthusiast to a champion trainer, encountering countless challenges and adversities along the way, yet never relinquishing his pursuit of Pokémon. He stated, "I believe that each Pokémon harbors unique value and potential. With diligent effort in discovering and nurturing them, we can unlock their utmost capabilities." He also emphasized the significance of forging deep friendships with Pokémon, asserting that only when they feel our affection and trust will they be inclined to fight alongside us. Furthermore, Masaki underscored the importance of teamwork, expressing that in the realm of Pokémon, each individual possesses their own expertise and strengths, and only through mutual collaboration and learning can we progress together. He remarked, "I am fortunate to have an exceptional team. They are my invaluable allies and an indispensable part of my journey to success." In conclusion, Masaki summarized, "A sincere heart towards Pokémon is paramount. Whether facing formidable opponents or challenging circumstances, as long as we steadfastly uphold this original intention, victory is assured." This principle applies not only to Pokémon trainers, but to all endeavors. His heartfelt words profoundly moved all present, prompting a resounding applause in his honor. Henceforth, Masaki's story was widely recounted, inspiring many to forge ahead and pursue their dreams. The narrative concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to support us. Until we meet again in the next story.